Chapter 1. Qin Huangji woke up groggily. The vision before his eyes was dim and shadowy. He moved his arm slightly, and a sharp pain shot through. So he wasn't dead after all. Qin Huangji helplessly and regretfully curled his lips at the corner. This illness that had lasted for 5 years tormented him every day with this kind of equipment, and there was no end in sight. In a daze, he saw a shadow of someone. Qin Huangji, who was already hazy, couldn't recognize who it was or whether the person was squatting or kneeling. Thinking it must be a nurse or an aide from the hospital. Leave. After Qin Huangji spoke, the figure paused for a moment and disappeared instantly. When he looked again, he couldn't help but wonder if he had mistaken something. Another wave of pain came. Qin Huangji blinked, and his vision began to gradually recover. The pale blue quilt covering his body was elegant and plain, the matching curtains were layered and hung on both sides of the carved wooden bed. A faint scent of sandalwood incense wafted from a small table next to the bed. What was going on here? Clearly not the hospital. And who was that person earlier? Qin Huangji froze as many memories that didn't belong to him suddenly surfaced in his mind. Your Highness, are you awake? Dr. Lin has come to change your bandage. A deliberately lowered voice came from the door. Qin Huangji's mind was still muddled as he quickly skimmed through the life story of the original owner. Was this a transmigration? Or a reincarnation? After a moment, he finally figured out that he had taken over the original owner's body in a rebirth. But what about his modern self? Could the original owner have replaced him too? Just thinking about the original owner's final outcome made Qin Huangji involuntarily shiver and laugh helplessly. So, having died once wasn't enough, now he would have to die again. Your Highness. Zhu Quan didn't hear any response and hesitantly called out again, uncertain about whether he should enter. Come in. Qin Huangji snapped back to reality, figuring that it was not so bad after all. A second life without sickness and pain could only be considered good fortune for himself. Upon hearing the sound, Zhu Quan retracted his hand that was about to knock on the door, relieved. He entered the room with the doctor and maidservants. My lord, please be careful. Seeing the prince standing up, Aping hurried forward 2 steps, reaching out to steady Qin Huangji's arm. Once his highness settled down, Aping motioned for the doctor to step forward. Then he took a cup of clear tea from the tray held by the maidservant behind and passed it over, serving his highness while he got ready for washing. Qin Huangji subtly observed those present, his own close attendant, Aping, busy serving him, the doctor treating his arm, Zhu Quan, the house manager who brought them in and had since withdrawn outside, and through the open doorway, the young man in black kneeling in the yard under the drizzling rain. The rain was light, pitter-pattering continuously. Yet the youth remained kneeling in it, his face adorned with a half-Kirin pattern mask obscuring his features. He stood upright with his back straight and held a long whip firmly in his hands while kneeling respectfully. Zhu Quan glanced towards the courtyard and his expression flickered between different emotions. These hidden guards' arrivals were neither blessings nor curses. In the end, he shook his head and left. 13, come in, Qin Huangji called out based on the fragmented memories, testing the name cautiously. When the young man lifted his head, Qin Huangji confirmed he had addressed correctly. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, realizing this was the same one he had previously chased out of the room unknowingly due to the rainfall. Dark 13 moved his body slightly to relieve the numbness in his legs through the minimal movements, his arms curved slightly yet steadily holding the whip aloft. With quick knee-walking motions, he approached. Frowning deeply, Qin Huangji watched Dark 13 approach on knees, climbing up the 5-step stairway. He pressed against his throbbing forehead. Inside, a herd of horses galloped in rage. But outwardly, his expression remained unchanged, deciding it best to remain silent right after rebirth. As the boy crawled across a threshold more than 2 feet high, Qin Huangji couldn't resist letting out a sound. This indistinct sound startled the doctor who immediately knelt down to the ground. The wound wasn't significant yet, not even medicated, so how could it possibly hurt? I have sinned. Please punish me, your highness. Dark 13 reached Qin Huangji's feet and bowed his head humbly, presenting the long whip high above his head. Get up and continue, Qin Huangji gazed at the 2 kneeling figures on the ground, feeling speechless. Helplessly, he lightly nudged the doctor's leg with his toe. Turning around, he saw Dark 13 kneeling stiffly and patiently waiting for punishment. The youth's lean figure slightly bent, hair dripping water from his soaked clothes, pale lips hanging with droplets. Even though clad entirely in black, his clothes were clearly wet through by the rain. Misery. Qin Huangji found himself momentarily at a loss as to what to do. According to the personality of the previous owner, most likely this would result directly in being flogged. Similar incidents happened multiple times last night. Since the afternoon the day before, the youth had been kneeling indoors. Looking at the whip held high by the youth, his thin lips slightly pressed together, his arm trembling slightly. Qin Huangji casually took it over. After Lord Wang received the whip, Dark 13 did not dare to keep his excellency waiting any longer, quickly taking off his shirt and putting it aside. Then on his knees, he turned his body around, straightening his spine and stretching out his hands to both sides. Please punish me, my lord. Dark 13 respectfully repeated again. Qin Huangji's pupils violently shook, astonishment filling his eyes. He had known that there were wounds on the youth's back, but he didn't expect them to be so severe. The entire back was densely covered with lash marks, the flesh was torn open, whitened from soaking in the rainwater. One mark even stretched across the entire spine. Throughout this ordeal, the youth showed no change in expression, as if unable to feel the pain. His demeanor remained utterly respectful, kneeling quietly nearby. Qin Huangji's eyes darkened deeply, his lips coldly pursed, his fingers gripping the whip turning white due to excessive force. Qin Huangji could not suppress the anger welling up inside of him. How could the former owner treat his loyal hidden guard like this? Thinking about how until death he tightly guarded the former owner, a sense of discomfort arose within him. Raising his arm, Qin Huangji threw away the whip. The loud sound startled everyone present, causing them all to fall down onto their knees. Dark 13's lean body slightly quivered. He glanced sideways at Qin Huangji, whose face was now sullen, quickly lowering his head again. A rare trace of confusion appeared in his eyes, seemingly not understanding why Qin Huangji was angered. My lord, please calm your anger. Dark 13's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Qin Huangji spoke coolly, come up here. The youth's face under the mask turned pale as snow. I do not dare, he said. What do you mean, do not dare? Are you refusing an order? Qin Huangji looked at him expressionlessly. Dark 13 bowed down, crawling up near the foot of the bed on his knees, mounting it from the foot end. Qin Huangji silently watched him, the lips pursed white showing subtle signs of empathy. His gaze lightly shifted upward, landing on the mask covering half of his face. Though curious about his appearance, treating his wounds was more important now. Behave. Qin Huangji said indifferently. Upon hearing these words, Dark 13's body stiffened. With a lowered demeanor, uncertain thoughts flickered through his mind, before finally lying down slowly on the bed. Qin Huangji gestured for the others to leave. Extending his long leg, he kicked the physician who was still kneeling. Take a look at him. Faced with Qin Huangji's chilling expression, the doctor hurriedly bowed his head and rose quickly to start treating the young man. Chapter 2, Saint Lan Wang. Qin Huangji got up and lay down on the nearby couch, propping his head up with one arm while casually draping his long legs over the foot of the couch. Though he seemed to be closing his eyes for a rest, in reality, he was quietly organizing the memories of the previous owner. The previous owner was the Prince of Thielan Kingdom, only 19 years old and just ennobled as Saint Lan Wang. His father was the current emperor, and his mother the empress, who had been an only daughter of the general's house and had become the emperor's wife upon first meeting. She had been solely favored for more than 20 years and bore 2 sons, the previous owner being the second son. His elder brother Qin was the crown prince. From their names alone, it was clear how much the current emperor adored these 2 children. In particular, he doted on the previous owner, showing extreme affection. Moreover, the Dark Guard Pavilion, loyal only to the royal family, had been handed over to the original owner, who had even been specially trained a mysterious team of Dark Guards that were not bound by loyalty to the royal family but solely recognized the original owner. His grandmother was also the Empress Dowager of the dynasty, while his maternal grandfather was a famous general renowned for his war achievements. Despite having received so much affection and blessing, he should have enjoyed wealth and happiness without any worries all his life. Unfortunately, things took a turn in his 19th year. For some unknown reason, he suddenly began to harm his own elder brother, colluding with his uncle, the king, and joining forces with the enemy nation, leaking military intelligence, which resulted in the death of his 2 uncles and 4 cousins. Upon hearing the terrible news, the 50-some-year-old general could not contain his shock and anguish, vomiting blood before passing away. The general's house was left with only widows and orphans. But the original owner showed no remorse, continuing recklessly down this destructive path. Internal unrest and external threats led to national destruction and family extinction, with the crown prince being poisoned and their parents burning themselves alive inside the palace. The situation wasn't much better for the original owner. All plans came to naught as he was relentlessly chased by the enemy country, his bodyguards tortured to death one by one. Finally, right in front of him, the protector known as Dark 13 was cruelly dismembered. Thinking about this, Qin Huangji's face grew dark like ink, his eyes cold and full of anger, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet to freezing. For some unknown reason, he felt instinctively that the original owner might have acted intentionally, intensifying the fury and a trace of hatred in his heart, unnoticed even by himself. Though the original owner possessed martial arts skills and inner strength, his memories were disordered. The memory of his post-19 years revealed large-scale blanks. Being a modern man, Qin Huangji couldn't control such power, resulting in an overwhelming pressure pervading through the palace, making Tai Yi, a royal doctor, kneel on the ground trembling uncontrollably. Seeing both men kneeling on the ground again made Qin Huangji momentarily confused. He glanced at Lin Tai, the physician, now curled into a ball and asked. How is he? All are superficial injuries, rather severe though. They're infected everywhere and starting to abscess. While Lin Tai said this, he slowly crept back towards the corner. Your Highness, would you bestow medicine? After saying this, Lin Tai lowered his bowed head even further, terrified of offending the prince. Bestowing medicine. Hearing those words, Dark 13 beside him could not help but tremble slightly, revealing traces of fear in his eyes. However, Qin Huangji lost in deep thought did not notice. In his memory, something similar did happen. The dark guards from the dark pavilion injured during missions were usually treated normally. However, without the master's permission, if someone incurred punishment due to a mistake, they were forbidden to use any drugs, thus relying entirely on personal willpower to endure pain. The dark pavilion specifically trained shadow guards. Those who survived its rigorous training became top-notch experts, devoid of sensation and emotion, serving only orders. This special team of dark guards was personally trained for the original owner by the emperor. There were 15 members, named after numbers, differing from regular shadow guards as their emotions hadn't been obliterated in their rigorous training. Apart from their superior combat abilities, each possessed a unique skill far beyond normal people, adding to their mystique. These dark guards, upon recognizing their master, pledged absolute obedience for life. It was a rule engraved deeply into their bones through training. Though, there was indeed an exception. Qin Huangji smirked, brushing it off, thinking it irrelevant at the moment. After all, currently, the dark pavilion still belonged to the original owner and the dark guards had been with him only a little over a month. As Qin Huangji glanced over Dark 13, this poor lad had clearly been worn out in less than a month. It was unfortunate timing for Dark 13. The former owner, who had been free-spirited and impulsive as a child, became temperamental and moody as an adult, yet never physically abused anyone until recently when he inexplicably turned brutal and unpredictable. Since Dark 13 closely guarded the original owner, he was frequently tortured to near death, yet forced to continue protecting him. Qin Huangji rolled his eyes involuntarily. This time again, although unclear why the original owner injured himself, the frustration was vented onto Dark 13. However, strangely enough, there appeared frequent gaps in the original owner's memory. Dark 13's wounds, both new and old, overwhelmed the limited efficacy of ancient wound-healing medicines, proving barely effective in treating his conditions. Qin Huangji frowned, a sudden thought came to him: medicinal baths. The Dark Pavilion had an extraordinary medicine for treating injuries, otherwise, given the intense training of the Dark Guards, countless lives would be lost. Is there water prepared in the bathing hall, Aping? Qin Huangji wasn't sure when the original owner usually bathed. Informed at your service, it's always ready. Would master like to bathe? Aping had been hustling around and immediately answered upon hearing the prince's inquiry. Prepare one for him, Qin Huangji pointed at Dark 13. Not proper, my lord. I dare not overstep. Two voices chimed simultaneously, one from Aping, and one from Dark 13. This brought on a flicker of displeasure in Qin Huangji. The rules in this ancient era were truly cumbersome, and he decided it was time to subtly influence their way of thinking. Very well. From now on, my words are the rules. Prepare the medicinal bath. Understood. Shall I arrange food for your highness? Aping bowed, noticing Qin Huangji's annoyed wave, slowly backed out. Qin Huangji walked toward the exit, passing by Lin Tai. Unable to resist, he kicked the royal doctor. Follow. Lin Tai replied, scrambling to his feet, trailing behind Qin Huangji anxiously. His face furrowed deeply, and he regretted choosing the medical path. Why did he ever choose to become a doctor? Not only that, but why was he picked by the Empress Dowager to serve in Prince Lan Wang's residence? Every day was fraught with anxiety. When Qin Huangji reached the doorway, female servants naturally stepped forward to offer umbrellas for both him and Lin Tai. Qin Huangji took one from another servant, intending to hand it over to Dark 13. Rain could worsen his condition. Dark 13 walked silently behind him, lips pale white, every step difficult yet soundless. A surge of anger rose within Qin Huangji as he felt Dark 13 shouldn't be in such a pitiful state. Throwing the umbrella aside toward him, Qin Huangji snarled with gritted teeth. Get up. Yes. Dark 13 mechanically stood, head bowed, respectful and obedient. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Huangji rubbed his temples, sighing inwardly, he shouldn't waste his frustration on someone like this. He was a mix of exasperation and irritation. Dark 13 stayed 2 steps behind Qin Huangji, the fiery pain in his back and knees ignored as if non-existent. He simply raised his gaze towards Qin Huangji's retreating figure, noting how the prince seemed slightly different. The dormant heart of Dark 13 stirred, his heartbeat accelerating momentarily before steadying again. Then, as though recalling something, his pupils trembled. Bowing his head respectfully, the ripple subsided once more, leaving a tranquil lake-like calm. Chapter 3, Herbal Bath. The bath hall was luxurious and elegant, the curtains cascaded down, and the white jade paved the ground. Behind the curtain was a huge bathtub filled with clear water, where various petals floated. Next to it stood a wooden tub, the water inside turned deep brown after mixing with different medicinal herbs. Qin Huangji leaned on the soft couch as soon as he entered, and an attentive maid offered fruits and pastries before retreating. He couldn't help but marvel at this kind of life, where everything was handed to him. What a bliss. He recalled his modern life, either exhausted by hard work or tortured in the hospital by all kinds of medical liquids and devices. Anshersan and Dr. Lin knelt down upon entering the grand hall. Anshersan cast a glance at the wooden tub, his expression shadowy and uncertain, but that look disappeared instantly. His face emotionless, he remained kneeling on the ground. 13, get up. Qin Huangji's voice was icy, yet his gaze towards 13 carried a teasing edge. Are you waiting for me to help you? Upon hearing these words, Anshisan's body tensed momentarily, revealing a look of astonishment, unable to believe that such words could come from the prince. A fleeting flicker of hope crossed his eyes before vanishing without a trace. His eyes shifted towards the wooden tub, his hands gripping tightly then slowly loosening again. In haste, he shed his clothes and leapt into the wooden bucket. As expected, sharp pain like insect bites followed promptly. As Qin Huangji watched Anshisan's actions, he felt somewhat regretful, hadn't seen much yet and he already went in. He thought that as a secret guard, his physique must be good. His peripheral vision caught Dr. Lin trembling, looking utterly ridiculous. No comparison, no harm. Dr. Lin, are you still kneeling? Get up and sit. Dr. Lin stood shakily, wiping non-existent sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. No. No need, your old servant will stand, stand. Humph, Qin Huangji rolled his eyes disapprovingly, am I that scary? He couldn't help but touch his own face, the original host looked quite beautiful indeed, eyebrows like willows, and stature graceful as jade trees. However, this Dr. Lin, besides being decent at medicine, was otherwise worthless, weak and incompetent. The death of the former lord, he had a hand in that too. Qin Huangji's eyes fell back on Anshisan, who submerged entirely in the water, his chin barely above the surface level. Her gaze shifted slightly upward, she remembered how among these dark guards, only he wore a mask while others would wear black veils only when sent out on missions. Take off the mask. Upon hearing these words, Anshisan's breathing suddenly quickened. Lowering his head, he appeared to be suppressing pain. After a brief moment of peace, he slowly reached out and removed half the mask covering his face. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Huangji grew curious, detecting emotions in his eyes for the first time, expecting scars or hideous birthmarks on his face. But it turned out to be a flawless, gender-ambiguous, extraordinarily handsome face. What a waste to use such a face as a secret guard, in modern times, it could have crushed half of the stars, surely making a cash cow. So what caused his reaction? Her gaze quietly rested on his handsome face, suppressing doubts and asked another question, how old are you this year? All of Anshisan's spirit was focused on resisting the physical pain, which came in wave after wave. Taken aback by the question, he hesitated for a moment before answering, 18. Only 18, in modern times, just a kid able to coo and cling to their mother, he was already trained to become a secret guard, often beaten and tortured by the original owner. He served beside the former lord for 3 years, and when he died, not even a whole corpse remained. At that time, he was only 21 years old. Tears welled up in Qin Huangji's eyes. The pain blurred Anshisan's vision, looking in Qin Huangji's direction, he strained to open his eyes but still couldn't see the expressions clearly. After a short pause, hearing no sound from the prince, panic started to grow. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly explained, your subordinate. Your subordinate knows his fault. Please punish your subordinate accordingly. Qin Huangji snapped back to reality, her slender fingers carelessly plucked at the fruit. Hearing Anshisan's explanation, she asked puzzledly, what fault do you know of? Your subordinate didn't respond, promptly, violating rules. Please forgive. Amidst the excruciating pain, Anshisan's teeth trembled despite his best efforts to control them. Finally, Qin Huangji realized something was wrong. Rising instantly, she stared fiercely at Dr. Lin, what's going on here? Dr. Lin immediately knelt down, saying, though the herbal baths of the Dark Guard's quarters effectively treat injuries, they magnify the pain tenfold. Wasn't the prince aware of this? Aware? Aware my foot. Qin Huangji glared venomously at him. She now regretted not grabbing the whip earlier, she wished she could lash him with it right away. Qin Huangji hurried forward, grabbing Anshisan's arm and pulling him with all her strength, but she had underestimated the physical fitness of an ancient person and the martial arts foundation of the previous master. She had originally intended to just pull Anshisan up and support him out, but instead, she ended up dragging his entire body out of the tub, causing him to instinctively lurch towards Qin Huangji. The sudden loss of balance startled Qin Huangji. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Anshisan's waist, taking a few shaky steps back before finally steadying herself. A relieved breath escaped Qin Huangji as she regained her composure. But with that sigh of relief came a shift in balance. Now holding him tightly, Qin Huangji landed on the ground with a dull thud, seated awkwardly as she clutched the man in her soaked embrace. This unexpected turn of events slightly cleared Anshisan's foggy mind. In his daze, he saw Qin Huangji's face perilously close and automatically tried to flip over and kneel down. But Qin Huangji firmly pressed him into her chest, preventing his movement. Drenched from head to toe, with a trail of wet chaos surrounding them, Qin Huangji loosely held Anshisan to avoid worsening his injuries. Yet, even through this delicate touch, she could still perceive the excruciating pain he was enduring. Not one muscle in his entire body stopped trembling, how much must it hurt? Qin Huangji inwardly scolded herself for forgetting how brutal the secret guard facility could be when it came to medicines. Without time to think further, she pulled a towel to cover Anshisan while simultaneously shooting Dr. Lin a piercing glare. Are you not going to come over here immediately? Afraid to waste any moment, Dr. Lin scrambled around in his medical kit for silver needles and rushed clumsily over to their side, readying himself to insert the needle into Enshursan's head. What are you doing? Qin Huangji jolted in fright, seizing Dr. Lin's wrist with such force that it seemed like she might tear the whole arm off. If he faints, he won't feel the pain, Dr. Lin stammered, chilled to the bone by Qin Huangji's icy stare, fearing she might kill him in her fury at any second. As soon as Qin Huangji released her grip, her cold gaze focused on Dr. Lin as he inserted the silver needle into Enshursan's brain pressure points behind his ear. Watching the limp form collapse into her arms, a pang of sharp pain struck her heart. By the time Qin Huangji lifted her head, her emotions were carefully concealed, replaced only by a threatening look directed at Dr. Lin. Give me an alternative, less painful prescription within 3 days, or else. Though Qin Huangji left her threat unfinished, her ominous eyes scanned Dr. Lin's neck suggestively before she rose, gently cradling the unconscious figure away. Dr. Lin stared after Qin Huangji as her soaked clothing disappeared through the doorway. Then, collapsing onto the floor himself, legs trembling uncontrollably, he muttered repeatedly, "Too terrifying, too terrifying." Glancing over at the wooden bathtub, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. My life is surely coming to an end. Chapter 4, Qin Xiaoning's Humiliation. Dappled sunlight streamed through the intricate carved windows, falling on Qin Huangji who was reclining on a chaise longue. Holding a scroll of book, dressed in a striking red robe with dark patterned cloud sleeves, he looked carefree and elegant. His pitch-black hair cascaded loosely over the couch, highlighting his skin as white and lustrous as jade. This is what Qin Xiaoning saw upon entering. The vision of a handsome man left him momentarily stunned. Used to seeing him fierce and arrogant, this relaxed and easygoing demeanor, coupled with his charming face, truly captivated the eye. Does your prince look good? A faint voice came from Qin Huangji, the disdain in his eyes unhidden. Anyone would feel nauseated being stared at lustfully by another man like this. Hearing the question, Qin Xiaoning instinctively answered, good-looking. Upon catching the gaze in his eyes, he suddenly shook himself awake, glancing about quickly and spotting the book in Qin Huangji's hand. He quickly pointed at it and said, "Ah, Huangji, that book looks interesting." Qin Huangji smirked as he flipped through the pages of the book, didn't expect Brother Suning to read this kind of book. Do you have any thoughts on it? Qin Xiaoning unceremoniously sat down on a chair, recognizing the title, A Brief History of the Continent. Feeling somewhat uneasy, there was no way he could discuss its insights, given his daily indulgence in food and drink, though books he does read occasionally. Alright, what do you want? Qin Huangji didn't bother with him further and threw the book on the desk. Resting his hands behind his head, he stretched out his legs lazily and lay directly on the couch. His indifferent gaze wandered through layers of pearl curtains, gliding past the bed hidden behind the curtain until it finally landed on Qin Xiaoning's face. Isn't it said that yesterday you got drunk, and your hand was hurt by a shadow guard? I just came by to visit you. It is a capital offense for subordinates to act improperly. This time, it's only your hand, next time. Though the shadow guards are gifts from Emperor Uncle, how could they fail in such a way? How? Brother, where did you hear that? I injured my own hand, what does it have to do with the shadow guards? Qin Huangji straightened his body, coldly cutting him off. You weren't here to see me. With nothing but empty hands. Not. Did you injure yourself? Qin Xiaoning's voice rose incredulously. Meeting Qin Huangji's icy stare, his intended retort vanished as if someone had gripped his throat. Suppressing the rising fear in his heart, Qin Xiaoning felt perplexed. How intimidating were Qin Huangji's eyes, and why was he so calm? Given his nature, regardless of whether or not it was the shadow guards who caused the injury, he would surely pin the blame on them. Why was today different? It cannot be denied that Qin Xiaoning indeed knew much about the original main character, who for unknown reasons seemed to particularly dislike this shadow guard, always finding excuses to punish him. In the previous life, after his provocation, the original main character pulled out the already critically wounded person and beat him again. Shadow 13 faithfully bore his battered body while continuing to secretly protect him, resulting inevitably in irreversible damage. Feeling Qin Huangji's gaze like needles pricking his scalp, Qin Xiaoning smoothly followed along and changed the subject. Perhaps I misheard. You're teasing me, Huangji. Of course I don't come empty-handed. I'll send over a 500-year-old ginseng root and some tonics later. If it wasn't for his expression of reluctant parting, perhaps one might have believed his words. I will be bathing and meditating today. I invite you for drinks, Huangji, do you have time? I decline. Qin Huangji replied nonchalantly, inadvertently letting his gaze fall once more onto the curtains obstructing his view. Hadn't they awoken yet? An hour should have been enough, although Dr. Lin reassured multiple times, there was still concern. Qin Xiaoning caught sight of the glance, and hesitated. What? In broad daylight, why were the bed curtains drawn so tightly? Is there someone hiding under your bed canopy? As soon as he asked it, he realized how awkward it sounded. What does it matter to you? Qin Huangji retracted his line of sight, expressionless as he looked at Qin Xiaoning. If brother is so curious about what's going on with my bed, why don't you take a look? As Qin Huangji finished speaking, he oddly sensed a momentary disruption of energy from inside the bed, followed by sudden stillness. Hey, Qin Huangji chuckled inwardly, so they're awake, huh? Naturally, as a shadow guard, they should remain vigilant and alert. If it weren't for the internal force and martial skills of the original main character, their movements would have gone unnoticed. Huangji. You really know how to joke around. I was just momentarily curious. Just then, a servant arrived with tea. Qin Xuning picked up the cup hastily to drink, trying to mask his embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the tea was scalding hot, making his face flush red. He neither wanted to swallow nor spit it out, so he endured the burning pain all the way from his mouth to his throat. Seeing Qin Xuning's predicament, Ping AI briefly showed a look of satisfaction, internally mocking him. It served him right. With great composure, Ping AI swiftly approached Qin Huangji, carefully holding the tea. Master, please drink your tea, be careful, it's hot. Qin Huangji looked at the lively Ping AI and felt a pang of sorrow, an emotion that seemed to come from nowhere, possibly influenced by the original owner's feelings. This young servant was originally named Xiao Pingzi, a eunuch who had followed the original master since childhood. The two grew up together. The original master showed him particular tolerance, and after being ennobled as a prince, kept him as a personal attendant, changing his name to Ping AI. Later, for unknown reasons, he was killed personally by the original master, whose body was fed to wild dogs. The original master truly acted inhumanely. Qin Xuning, feeling troubled, hung his head low, the hatred in his eyes almost impossible to conceal. If it weren't for the king's instruction to maintain a good relationship with him and use Qin Huangji's influence, he wouldn't have to flatter and fawn over him, enduring this humiliation. Lifting his head again, his face still bore a forced smile. Huangji, let's go to Yunyan Tower. I heard that a beauty arrived there a few days ago. Noticing a flicker of expression on Qin Huangji's face, Qin Xuning revealed a look of disdain. No matter what, wasn't he still so predictable? How could he have been scared speechless just now by a glance? It was embarrassing. Yunyan Tower, Qin Huangji remembered, everything started with this beauty and ended with her too. Looking at Qin Xuning, a sense of pity arose in his eyes. His ultimate end was not much better either, perhaps he would die without closure. Feeling like he had gained the perspective of God, Qin Huangji felt a slight excitement. This beauty might actually be worth saving, though he didn't care about the rest. Qin Huangji gave him a sidelong glance filled with ill intent. Since my esteemed elder brother has invited me so sincerely, then this prince will show up later. Oh, since you're treating me, this prince won't bring any money. Qin Xuning nearly lost control of his fake smile. Usually, Qin Huangji was the generous one paying the bills. Now, thinking about the high cost at Yunyan Tower, it felt like a thorn in his throat. I'll wait for Huangji at Yunyan Tower, farewell. Pfft. Ping AI laughed mockingly. Master, you should have done this long ago. Qin Shixi is no good person, always swindling your money, and showing no respect, trying to barge into your private chambers every time. Seeing his face makes me want to laugh until I drop. The bed curtain slightly wobbled, and another figure kneeled down inside the room. Crawling on their knees towards Qin Huangji but stopping at a respectful distance. Your slave shall prepare the carriage, said Ping AI, bowing cleverly and backing out. As he reached the door, he turned around and quietly closed it behind him. Qin Huangji scrutinized N13 and spoke deliberately slowly, done pretending, When did you wake up? His tone was clearly teasing, but to N13's ears, it was a reprimand. From the moment Lord Qin entered, please punish your slave. Sighing, Qin Huangji examined N13's healthy complexion, stood up, and walked towards the door. Just before leaving, he indifferently remarked, you don't need to follow anymore. N13's lowered head shot up abruptly, his pupils contracting violently, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Did the prince no longer want him? Wanting to ask but daring not, he knelt helplessly in despair, motionless. Chapter 5, Sharing the Same Pillow. Qin Huangji originally intended for him to rest well, but he didn't know what it would bring to Enshersan. At this point, he was already lying leisurely in the carriage, curiously looking around. He didn't expect the carriage to be so luxurious, with a large space. A wooden bed wide enough for one person was laid with thick soft cushions. There were also seats on both sides of the carriage and a small round table in the middle, with tea and fruits placed on it. The noise outside came through clearly. This is Prince Xinlan's carriage, it's truly grand. I've heard that. Are you going to buy or not? If not, put it down. Can you afford to compensate if you damage it? Master, wait for me. At first, Qin Huangji listened with interest, but as more people gathered, he gradually felt irritated. He pondered whether having internal energy wasn't entirely beneficial, wondering if it was because the original owner was like this or if he just couldn't control it. There was no content about this aspect in the original owner's memories. Was there a hidden reason behind the original owner's violent nature? Who's following? Qin Huangji muttered aloud, waited for a while, received no answer, and could not say whether he was disappointed or regretful. This secret guard wasn't as elusive as he had imagined. Just as he was preparing to lie back down, the carriage sank slightly. A man in black pushed aside the curtain and entered, kneeling on one knee. My lord, your subordinate and En and Jiu have already left for Yunyan Tower. Qin Huangji's eyes suddenly brightened, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. His irritable mood eased somewhat. With these secret guards around, why should he worry? Let's leave future matters for the future. He waved for an E to leave and closed his eyes for a brief nap, trying to ignore the surrounding sounds as much as possible. When Qin Huangji arrived, it was nearly evening. The voices were cacophonous, the atmosphere lively. Inside the building, women were beautifully dressed, partially revealing their clothes, and the sound of string music continued without interruption. Street vendors' cries rose and fell continuously. Master has arrived. Aping stood beside the carriage, setting up a footstool and humbly waiting for the prince to disembark. Qin Huangji frowned deeply, his ears filled with all sorts of obscene language and women's flirtatious whispers. His brows showed evident disgust. Return to the mansion, find a quiet route. Ah, master, are you experiencing headaches again? Aping became anxious, quickly packed away the footstool, and directed the coachman to take a less crowded small path. Aping kept rubbing his hands, urging the coachman to hurry. Ani. Your subordinate is present. Within moments, Ani respectfully knelt on the carriage. You go, bring. Qin Huangji's head pounded from the noise, making it hard for him to recall the name of the woman. You go keep an eye out and see which girl catches Qin Shuning's attention. Bring her back for this king. Yes. Ani said gravely. As the night deepened, the princely mansion was tranquil, with only occasional chirps from insects interrupting the silence, though unable to alleviate the pain akin to being stabbed by a blade. Qin Huangji almost rushed into the room. Spotting the still figure kneeling on the ground, completely motionless, as if not alive, he abruptly opened his eyes in surprise. Why are you still here? Dark Shursan's stiff body suddenly came back to its senses, hastily crawling on his knees towards Qin Huangji's legs, his voice trembling and hoarse. 13 knows he has erred, please, your highness, punish me. Do not dismiss me. Qin Huangji pressed his aching forehead, his surging anger unsure of how to dissipate. He hadn't even clearly heard Shursan's words, merely perceiving that he was asking for punishment. You. Master. A hurried voice sounded as Aping stumbled over to him, his baby face full of concern. Upon seeing Shursan, he hesitated momentarily before regaining his composure. Without waiting for the master to speak, he turned and left on his own. Ever since Secret Guard had arrived, whenever he was around, he always managed to let the prince vent his rage and ease his headache, albeit at the cost of causing suffering for the Secret Guard. However, Aping now lacked such kindness, hoping only for the prince to feel better. Qin Huangji was extremely agitated. All of you, retreat. No need for service. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to sleep, his explosive emotions swallowing his sanity like a black hole. At this moment, he seemed to understand the former self. He really did want to beat someone up. This must be the reason for the former's intermittent violence. Shursan's eyes brimmed with despair. Although His Majesty said no further pursuit was needed and even warned not to overthink things, this question, why are you still here? Shattered his fantasy. His Majesty always found various excuses to drive him away. He knew, as long as he endured a beating, he could stay. He hoped this time would be the same too, that His Majesty would lash out, relieving his anger. He didn't want to leave, he hadn't waited long enough. Not daring to disobey orders and provoke His Majesty again, he flipped out of the room, but unwilling to go far, hiding his shaking body in the shadows. After an unknown length of sleep, he was vaguely awakened by a mournful voice shouting, "My lord, don't leave me. I have only you now. Please do not abandon me." Qin Huangji suddenly jerked awake, sharply sitting up in his bed. The room was silent and dimly lit, with no one else present. His chest heaved dramatically as a dull ache radiated from his heart. Was this all a dream? Why did that voice cause him such anguish? Master, is there something wrong? Should I light the lamp? Tonight, since the master had fallen ill without keeping senior guard around, Aping hadn't dared to sleep, quickly asking upon hearing movement in the master's room. No issue. Qin Huangji responded, shaking his head to try and dispel the heartache feeling. Suddenly remembering that little Shursan should have gone to rest already, he thought how foolish he was. Yet worriedly, he called out again, 13. The moment the words left his lips, a shadow knelt beside the bed. Your subordinate is here, Shursan replied, slightly surprised yet reproaching himself for not appearing instantly when called. Ha, truly present then. Are all the secret guards made of iron? He hadn't rested for 2 days and nights, knelt for just as long, receiving countless beatings. Still, whenever summoned, he'd appear immediately, persistent and dull like a block of steel. Come closer. Qin Huangji simply lacked the strength to think much now. His nape still tingled, his vision clouded, yet he faintly sensed Shursan's presence. With one swift motion, he pulled the man onto the bed, flipped, and pinned him beneath his body, his leg straddling over the other's waist. Stay still, cover me with the blanket, he commanded. As soon as Shursan felt the hand on his shoulder, his muscles instinctively tensed, but relaxed right after. With one swift turn, he found himself lying in the prince's arms. A dazed moment passed before his pupils contracted, stiffening his entire body. Mechanically, he grabbed the quilt, carefully draping it over Master's frame before freezing, unsure if he should move. Is this him? Is he back? Apart from punishing him under various pretexts, the Lord never treated him with such gentleness. Feeling his warm breath brushing against his neck, his heart thudded uncontrollably. And Shirsan's eyes fluttered nervously, fearful that the prince would discover his odd state, if it wasn't actually him. A hand slowly moved to his back, tightly pinching the wound there, using the pain to finally regain calmness. Hidden high up in the rafters, and Shir 14's pristine clear eyes flashed with surprise, and in an instant, vanished as though he had never been there at all. Yet his disappearance couldn't escape in 13's eyes. Thinking of his current posture with the master, his face flushed red, indulgently absorbing the warmth radiating from the prince's embrace. It was just like when the real person was still there. Then closing his eyes, he let out a bitter smile. If this was him, why wouldn't he recognize him? Wanting to break free from this embrace, he feared enraging the prince further. By morning, after waking, Qin Huangji would surely drive him away once more. Rigidly lying still, he fell asleep unknowingly. Under the pitch-black night sky, a bright moon pierced through the dark clouds, its gentle glow shining soft and luminous. Chapter 6, Too Ashamed to Show My Face. In the early morning, small clouds formed tiny white waves in the clear blue sky, and sunlight gently fell on all things through the light cloud layers. Dark Shirsan slowly regained consciousness. Sensing breathing nearby by his neck, he abruptly opened his eyes and rapidly prepared to strike. Realizing where he was, he drew back his hand just in time, cold sweat running down his forehead. He silently cursed himself for nearly harming Lord Qin. Turning his head towards Qin Huangji, his fear gradually faded away. His gaze swept over Qin Huangji's face inch by inch. Only when the master slept could he indulge in such boldness. Soon, he lowered his eyelids, hiding his emotions and trying to relax his muscles so as not to make Lord Qin uncomfortable. Seen enough. Qin Huangji whispered close to Dark Shirsan's ear. In fact, he had already awakened when Dark Shirsan tried to defend himself. Feeling dazed and heavy-lidded, like lead weights were pressing down, Qin chose to lie still believing no harm would come to him. Little did he know that little dark guard had been staring at him, lingering with his eyes across Qin's face. The faint breathing of the prince grazed over his neck, causing a tingling sensation that slightly reddened his cheeks. Hearing steps, he hastily said. Shirsan will accept punishment. Please release me, my lord. Master, you're awake. I've come, Aping announced, holding a basin of water as usual, directly pushing the door open without hesitation. Ah. Master. You too. Dark guard. Aping froze with one foot inside and the other outside the door, his eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Huangji released his hold nonchalantly, his composed demeanor leaving Aping's mouth agape. In an instant, Dark Shirsan sprang up and knelt beside Qin Huangji. Stand up. Qin Huangji looked down at Dark Shirsan, then paused, walking aside. He retrieved a small white porcelain bottle from the cabinet, turning and tossing it. It's medicine for your injuries. Holding the vial, Dark Shirsan's expression was indistinct, yet his heart beat, thump, thump, thump. Is this truly you, master? Yet, he doubted it. Spotting Aping's stunned expression, Dark Shirsan tilted his chin, closing his gaping mouth. Ugly. Get dressed. Aping gave a quick response, hurriedly approaching, his glances occasionally sneaking towards the dark guard. But he'd already vanished. Aping smacked his lips, these dark guards acted like phantoms all day. Swiftly, he served Master Qin, helping wash, cleanse hands, dress, and organize the bedding. Lord. Zhu Quan hurried in with some difficulty. Lord, yesterday, Dark One brought back two women. Your servant has temporarily housed them in Elan Pavilion. How do you wish us to arrange their stay? Of the two, one seemed normal while the other was difficult to describe. Two. Qin Huangji pondered, recalling the fragmented memories of the former self which often disappeared during headaches. Uncertain now, Qin Huangji thought and responded, let them stay for now, don't neglect them. Meanwhile, as Qin Huangji relaxed, the situation at Yunyan Tower was chaos. In the main hall of Yunyan Tower, Qin Xiaoning sat solemnly with a grim look. Fingers idly tapped the table irregularly, showing this man's annoyance and vexation. Below, those on their knees trembled anxiously, too afraid to even breathe heavily. Your Highness, how dare I hide the truth? It really was Saint Lan Wang. That official also took the indenture documents of two people. Give me 100 lives and I wouldn't dare deceive the prince. The Madam of Yunyan Tower kneeled, squeezing out a few tears, pretending to wipe her eyes dramatically while cautiously observing Qin Xiaoning, trembling inside. Yet, considering the money given by that official, her heart blossomed joyfully though she dared not show it on her face, fearing this young nobleman whom she couldn't offend. Thinking this way, she cried harder, appearing more sorrowful. Qin Xiaoning's face turned green with rage, glaring furiously, angrily yelling, get out, all of you, get out. Everything on the table was swept to the ground. This group scattered like frightened birds, Qin Xiaoning incessantly cursing Qin Huangji in his mind, damn, lunatic, insane, repeating every word he could think of, but still unable to relieve the anger in his heart. This resentment started last night when Qin Huangji inexplicably broke their arrangement, disgracing Qin Xiaoning in front of many lords. With unrelieved anger, Qin Xiaoning eyed the newly arrived beauties, delicate figures, skin fair as snow, and immediately grew enamored. Money talks whether they sell themselves or not. Coinciding perfectly with Lord Xue Zicheng, the plan was executed to capture the beauty. The sight of that sorrowful face made the two men extremely excited. They were about to enjoy the beauty's company when the madam hastily arrived, claiming that Saint Lan Wang had redeemed the beauty and was taking her away. Fine, he endured it. Beauties were plentiful, how hard would it be to summon another? But at the final moment, a black-clad figure descended from the sky and directly knocked him unconscious. Knocked. Unconscious. Qin Xiaoning lay completely naked on the ground, and just before losing consciousness, he helplessly watched as the black-clad person took the beauty away, not even giving him a scrap of cloth for modesty. And in the morning, he was fully exposed by those who had enjoyed his company the previous night. Recalling their gazes now still sent shivers down his spine. Qin Huangji, I curse you, may you never get a woman in your entire life. Meanwhile, at the Pingyang Marquis mansion, Xue Zicheng snored soundly, unaware of what disaster he had narrowly escaped. When Qin Huangji heard Dark One's report, he was having breakfast. A piece of pastry got stuck in his throat, taking quite some time to swallow it down. He asked incredulously, you knocked him unconscious? Dark One knelt on one knee. Your Highness, please forgive me. I've already come back to report, but I didn't expect young Master Qin to. In a rush, I harmed the young master, please punish me. I also didn't think. Your Highness seemed unwell at the time, so I panicked. I know I was wrong. Aping burst out laughing uncontrollably, ha ha ha, those scholars certainly aren't ones to keep secrets, the young master has no face to see people now. Master, you can have a break. Qin Huangji maintained his image, trying hard not to laugh, causing his lips to twitch and stomach muscles to cramp. He gave Aping a sharp look and coughed slightly into his closed fist. You've done well. Rise. Notify the Dark Guards to wait in the study. I will be there shortly. Yes. Dark One's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been a month since the prince agreed to meet them formally. Without recognizing us as his subordinates, His Highness was not truly considered our master yet. The figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast that the air appeared slightly distorted. Aping continued to shake uncontrollably, covering his mouth while giggling incessantly. Qin Huangji pretended to be serious and said to Aping, if you're done laughing, hurry up and clean up. From now on, my meals will be halved, we don't need this much. The table was piled high, and half of the food was untouched, far too much to consume, it was wasteful. That won't do. These are all the things master likes to eat. The master's appetite is far too small. Aping complained under his breath. If you dare say more nonsense, I'll whip you. The menacing words made Aping flinch, disregarding propriety, he commanded the maidens to carry the dishes away, running off like the wind without even remembering to bow. Listening to the laughter from the dining hall grow louder until it turned into a hearty roar, Aping's eyes and brows carried a smile. Not a trace remained of the careful demeanor he had shown earlier. It's great, the master has returned to normal. Though the master's attitude towards him has never changed, the gaze he felt upon himself always seemed peculiar. He sincerely hoped such days would last longer, much longer. It's really good to have the master back. Chapter 7, Secret Guards acknowledge their master. Qin Huangji arrived at the study, and the secret guards had already been waiting for a long time. A total of 15 secret guards stood in a row, all looking straight at him. Their gaze was so intense that if it weren't for his experience being interviewed several times as a modern-day company representative, giving him some composure, he would certainly have been frightened to the point of trembling legs. After steadying his heart, he walked towards the writing desk, intending to have a formal meeting, but unexpectedly saw a stack of letters on the desk. Frowning in distaste, he turned his steps and leaned against the nearby soft couch. The letters were signed by Xie Fanyao. She was the person the original master loved passionately. For this woman, there was no limit to what he would do, but after reviewing the memories, Qin Huangji did not feel the original master truly loved her. The secret guards knelt down on one knee, speaking in unison. We pay our respects to your highness. All 15 of us, the Kailan guards, starting today, belong to the Holoprince, forever loyal only to your highness, obeying your commands, willing to die for you. The 15 voices resonated together, firm and resolute, making one's blood boil. Your subordinate, An Yi, greets our lord. An Yi changed from kneeling on one knee to bowing respectfully on both knees. The address also shifted from prince to master. Your subordinate, An Heir, greets our lord. An Heir followed suit. Your subordinate, An Shirsan, greets our lord. An Shirsan had observed him for a long time and finally confirmed it, this was him, he had returned. It took great effort to keep his voice from trembling, now finally able to openly call him master, from now on, he belonged to the master alone, barely managing to suppress his joy within. Your subordinate, An Shir Si, greets our lord. Your subordinate, An Shir Wu, greets our lord. Is acknowledging a master this ceremonious for secret guards? He realized they never formally acknowledged their allegiance to the previous master, until death their titles remained prince. Except for 13, they never bowed with both knees before the original master. Qin Huangji's eyes swept over the 13th guard and landed on the face of Enjio. Was this the reason for the betrayal? The master's scrutinizing gaze lingered, causing Enjio to stiffly kneel, his attitude becoming even more respectful and docile, only relaxing when the gaze moved away. Qin Huangji nonchalantly glanced over everyone, somewhat surprised to find there was a pair of twins among the secret guards, Ensure Si and Ensure Wu. There were also 2 women among them, an heir and an Qi. The emperor said some of you have unexpected skills. What skills do you 2 possess? Reporting to my lord, I am skilled in disguise, an heir slowly replied, her voice carrying the softness of Jiangnan waterside towns. Disguise. Qin Huangji's eyes lit up with surprise, legendary skills actually existed right before him. Reporting to my lord, I am adept at commerce, and Qi continued. Commerce. Good commerce. Just as someone delivers a pillow when you're drowsy. Qin Huangji sat upright and carefully examined Qi for a moment. You go change into women's attire. Yes, my lord. Within a short while, a servant pushed a person back in, dressed in a pale green long dress, slim waist, delicate makeup, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Although not a beauty, she carried a pure elegance, possessing a unique light-hearted charm. This was Qi, truly unimaginable. Her plain-faced demeanor, wearing black clothes every day, concealed her figure as well as her beauty. Qin Huangji dragged out a small wooden box from the drawer of the desk and handed it to Qi. This is the shops and estates under my name, you will be responsible for them in the future. Thinking about the days ahead where he could just lie down and count money, a curve formed on the corner of Qin Huangji's lips, his eyes slightly narrowing, very pleased. The name Qi isn't quite suitable, let's change it, to Luo Yueying. There are also 2 shops which are brothels, decide on your own. Qin Huangji naturally trusted Luo Yueying's abilities, having stood out among the many shadow guards, successfully becoming a secret guard after going through various rigorous trainings, her capabilities were undoubtedly reliable. As for trust issues, they didn't exist at all. In their previous life, despite not officially acknowledging a master, they were still willing to fight to the death for the original master. Let alone now. Yes, thank you, my lord, for granting me the name. Yueying will surely live up to your trust. Luo Yueying, from beginning with a look of bewilderment to one of unwavering belief, was grateful for her lord's appreciation, absolutely refusing to disappoint her lord's trust. Staring at the wooden box in her hands, thoughts wandered. Being able to live openly under the sunlight was a luxury since the day she entered the Shadow Guard Pavilion. Now, it was truly wonderful, her lips curved upward, inexplicably looking forward to her future life. As for Dark 6, Qin Huangji bent over the desk and wrote a letter before handing it to him. Since you're skilled in military strategy, go to the border defenses. Find my uncle. Junior General Shan. Junior General Shan Hongbao. Dark 6 was completely overwhelmed by the great surprise. What virtue or talent did he possess to meet such a master? Dark 6 thanks the master. Dark 6 knelt down obediently and kowtowed with a thud, 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 his heart also moved those of other shadow guards. You all remember, the lives of my shadow guards belong to me. No matter when, always protect yourself first, come back alive. Qin Huangji's clear, cold, and serious voice reached the ears of each shadow guard, making their eyes water. 13. 13 will stay by the master's side, not going anywhere, please let me be. Dark 13 anxiously spoke up, having just waited so long for him, he wouldn't leave under any circumstances. Qin Huangji looked at him speechlessly, never had he said that he would send him away. For a moment, the air became somewhat silent. Realizing that he angered the master, Dark 13 immediately confessed to accept punishment. I acknowledge my mistake, interrupting the master while speaking, I lost decorum. Qin Huangji nodded, without rules there could be no order. The right balance between leniency and severity was needed to win people's allegiance. The currently calm and self-possessed Qin Huangji couldn't foresee soon after how he'd embraced Dark 13, heartbrokenly caressed the scars on his back, regretting deeply what he is doing now. Who is responsible for carrying out punishments? It wasn't possible for him to personally deal with every error, otherwise, he'd die of exhaustion. Qin Huangji murmured inwardly. Your subordinate is responsible. Dark 1 took a knee forward a step. Qin Huangji reflected upon the situation, perhaps the rules needed revising. Punishments for shadow guards were too severe, affecting efficiency. The aim should be for warning against future mistakes rather than merely inflicting pain. Dark 1 will take up the role as Commander-in-Chief. Shadow guards, phantom guards, and all palace guards will report to you. 13 follows this prince. All of you can go now, except Dark 1, remain behind. The study door didn't open until noon. Dark 1's face kept changing expressions, finally revealing a smile. What had been changed? One day, Dark 11 abandoned his post, resulting in there being no one near His Royal Highness for the duration of a tea break. Dark 1 approached with whip in hand. You know well how many lives can be taken during the time of a single tea break. If anything happened to the master during this period, there would be nothing but regret. Dark One swung the whip, landing it heavily on 11's back, staining his black tight suit dark red. The man on the ground groaned soundlessly. After 5 lashes, Dark One stopped. That's all. Dark 11 braced himself for the coming punishment, but it had already ended. Do you find the whip painless? Master is considerate of us, which is not an excuse for your insolence. Next time, we'll revert to the old method. If punished according to the old system, tomorrow might be impossible to get up again. Dark 11 hurriedly nodded. Yes, 11 understands. We'll not make the same mistake ever again. Neither will forgetting the kindness of the master. Chapter 8, Practicing Lightness Skills. Beside the lake at the Chancellor's mansion stood a small pavilion, surrounded by pool water and covered with floating duckweed, bright green and crystal clear. A woman sat elegantly before a dry table. Clad in a pink gown, she had willow leaf eyebrows and beautiful almond eyes. Though dazzlingly charming, her beauty was marred by the cruel gleam in her eyes as she crushed the fingers of a maidservant beneath her feet. My dress is made of cloud brocade, a gift from Prince Xinglan. Can you afford to compensate if it gets dirty? Still unsatisfied after her verbal assault, she rose and slapped the maid twice. The servant's cheeks quickly swelled up as she knelt down, continuously begging for mercy. Miss, your father is almost back. Interjected Jiru, a personal maid who tried to dissuade her. How unlucky, can't you just scram? The name of this person was Xie Fanya, the second miss of the Chancellor's house, whose mother was a second-class maidservant of the Chancellor's wife. Though married harmoniously without taking concubines, one drunken night the Chancellor accidentally stayed in the room of a serving girl, whereupon he accepted the servant as his concubine. It was from this unplanned union that Xie Fanya was born. Later, when her birth mother passed away from illness, the compassionate Chancellor's wife adopted and raised Xie Fanya as her own. Has the letter been sent? Asked Xie Fanya lightly as she stroked her attire, holding fish food in her hand while leaning against the railing. One piece after another fell into the pond as she watched with great interest how the fish fought for them. It has, confirmed Jiru. I personally handed it over to Master Ping. She glanced cautiously at her miss's expression and continued, I heard that the prince might have injured his hand, possibly too busy to read your letter yet. Funga injured his hand. Xie Fanya spun around and glared at Jiru. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What use are you? Saying so, she flung a handful of fish food onto Jiru's face. Hurry up and go. Ah! Qin Huangji screamed out loud, just in time to be caught before crashing onto the ground by a pair of strong arms. His body soared through the air, finally landing stably on the roof. Letting go of his master, Dark 13 landed gracefully beside him, kneeling with bowed head, Please forgive me, my lord. Qin Huangji couldn't help but laugh in irritation. You place me on the roof, do you want to see me fall again? Without hesitating, Dark 13 lifted his head and said, No, wasn't this what the lord wanted? Qin Huangji rubbed his nose awkwardly, all he'd really wanted to do was try out his newly acquired lightness skills. The first time he attempted it, he got quite startled when he suddenly started flying, lost focus mid-air, and began plummeting down. After steadying himself, he gathered his breath, lightly touched the edge of the roof with his toes, and effortlessly landed on the ground. Feeling a bit excited, Qin Huangji flew back and forth a couple of more times before he decided to stop. Glancing at the nearby tree, Qin Huangji's eyes twinkled, perhaps this could work as well. Although Dark 13 remained kneeling the whole time, he kept a close watch on his lord. The moment his lord lost balance again, he instantly leapt towards him. After several tries, Qin Huangji was finally able to stand steadily atop the treetop, causing his gaze to turn towards the lake surface next. Floating on water, the thought itself thrilled him. Dark 13 sensed his lord's intentions and immediately tensed his muscles, prepared for any danger. Lord! Lord! Lady Xia is here. A voice outside called out, Aping's. Long before they saw him, his cries filled the air. Upon hearing there were visitors, Dark 13 unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, his hands drenched with cold sweat despite never having felt this tense even when surrounded by enemies. Xie Fanya. Don't bother seeing her. Qin Huangji waved his hand irritably. Go, 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 don't interrupt me. Watching his lord fix his eyes back on the lake, Dark 13 once again felt an overwhelming sense of tension return. A low chuckle emanated from the sky, followed by the sharp sound of a whip cracking. Once again, the scene returned to silence. Upon listening closely, the entire courtyard seemed devoid of any unusual energy. Yet Qin Huangji detected the subtle movements, his hearing far superior than ordinary people, amplifying every sound several times over. Muttering to himself, Qin Huangji commented, just whipping someone for mocking their master, isn't that letting him off easy? Oh well, I am generous. If he had turned around at that moment, he surely would have seen Dark 13's faint smile. Though completely focused on his lord's silhouette, Dark 13 didn't care why his lord didn't remember. As long as he was by his side, nothing else mattered. 13, take me over there. Stepping forward, Dark 13 wrapped his arms around Qin Huangji's waist. With a light leap, their bodies ascended into the sky. Intentionally displaying his technique, Dark 13 moved slowly, each action smooth and precise. When they reached the center of the lake, they gently descended onto the water. Dark 13 forcefully stomped his foot, using the impact for further propulsion, soaring across the lake's surface before smoothly touching down on land again. After ensuring Qin Huangji stood firmly, Dark 13 released his grip, stepped back, and quietly knelt in silence. Qin Huangji stealthily glanced at Dark 13's knees. The path was paved with pebbles of varying shapes and sizes, some sharp protruding edges. Yet Dark 13 remained still and steady, unmoving. "Get up, let's go back," Qin Huangji said indifferently. When he touched his back on the lake surface just now, and 13's muscles had tightened for a moment, and there was also a sticky sensation. Qin Huangji secretly regretted it. He knew that N13 was injured, yet he had earlier agreed to punish him, and now kept flying back and forth like in a sulk. Once he returned to the room, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. 13. "Yes, my lord." Quietly, the room had one more person who appeared without a sound and knelt on the ground. Qin Huangji narrowed his dark eyes, moved forward to pull him up, and pressed him down on the bed. "Take your clothes off." N13's heart shrank instantly, and his fingers slightly trembled, but he still slowly took off his clothes. The blood on his back dried and stuck to the clothes, yet N13 did not hesitate at all when taking off the clothes, as if he felt no pain. By the time Qin Huangji noticed, it was already too late to stop him. He watched as the clothes were pulled off together with a layer of flesh. The entire back was bloody with no unscathed skin. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within him. "Is this how you protect me? If you can't even protect yourself, how can you protect me?" N13 tried to get up and kneel, but unfortunately, his master was firmly pressing down on his shoulders. Raising his head with determination, he said, "I can." "Can what? Speak clearly." Qin Huangji raised an eyebrow. "I can protect you, as long as I have one breath left, I swear to protect you until death." Looking into those deep eyes, his heart stirred uncomfortably. At this moment, he could no longer bear to scold him. Just murmuring, "What if you die?" Qin Huangji couldn't quite describe his feelings, it was sour and heavy, and he couldn't say whether it was jealousy or admiration. In the previous life, he truly managed to guard until death. How infuriating. N13, with his high martial arts skills, naturally heard his master's words and fell into deep thought. Yes, if he were to die, he would no longer be able to protect his master. Silently, Qin Huangji tended to his wound. "You belong to me." "To me, Qin Huangji." "Yes, I belong to you, my lord." N13 liked this sentence. His face even turned slightly red. Feeling the warmth of fingers on his back, his heart calmed, he hadn't changed at all. Qin Huangji tried his best to use light force. By the time one bottle of medicine was used up, it hadn't even covered a third of the wounds. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. He also blamed himself for being too heavy-handed before. Has Dr. Lin's medicine been researched yet? Why only 3 days? It should be 1 day. Chapter 9 Teasing Aping. Finally finished applying the ointment, Qin Huangji sighed in relief as he looked at the 3 empty porcelain bottles on the floor, feeling rather speechless. He would soon go and pressure that old geezer to concoct new medicine. Recalling how his knees also seemed injured, helplessly he picked up another small porcelain bottle. Gazing at N13, "Take off your pants too." Spoken without intent, yet heard with deep meaning, especially by skilled martial artists such as secret guards like N13 and shadow guards. N13 clearly felt the dozens of people hidden in the courtyard simultaneously withdrawing from the yard. After a brief moment of confusion, his cheeks turned red. He stole a glance at his master's expression but found no unusual reaction, so he obediently removed his pants. His knee was swollen with large bruises and had tiny wounds seeping blood. Frowning, Qin Huangji crouched down to take a closer look. N13 startled, steadying himself with both hands on Qin Huangji's arms, sliding off the edge of the bed, kneeling onto the stool. "Master mustn't. I will handle it myself." Qin Huangji's brow furrowed deeply. "Get up, why kneel? Do you want to ruin your knees?" Seeing the bloodstains on N13's knees filled him with sudden irritation. He tossed the porcelain bottle aside and sat down at the table. Watching N13 apply the medicine only made him more agitated. Rising, he left, silently mocking the rudeness inside. 13th paused while applying the medicine, quickly grabbing his clothes. As Qin Huangji walked out, looking back disdainfully, "Can you even wear those clothes? Don't follow me, rest instead." N13's hand froze mid-motion, carefully inspecting his clothes. Master was right, the clothes were covered in blood mixed with flesh scraps. Dirty, though they couldn't return without covering themselves. After a brief fight ensued somewhere else, there was silence again, a scene witnessed by no one except the secret guard perched in the tree. Occasionally passing shadow guards or patrolling attendants might glance curiously at Dark 12 who, only wearing his undergarments, squatted on the beam inside the room. Qin Huangji strolled into Dr. Lin's courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely pacing as Aping hurriedly followed closely behind. "Get lost. "I'm busy now," came an immediate shout, assuming it was his foolish apprentice. "Who is your lord?" A chilling voice came from behind, startling Dr. Lin, who promptly knelt, trembling. Hearing this voice, his kneeling became extremely reverent. "Prince, please forgive me, Prince, spare my life. This humble servant spoke nonsense." Dr. Lin bowed his head repeatedly. Nobody dared call the prince's father lord, that was punishable by death. Coldly watching, Qin Huangji said nothing until the ground around them began to turn red, then spoke, "That's enough. Is the medicine ready?" Almost, meeting Qin Huangji's cold gaze sent shivers through Dr. Lin's spine. "Tomorrow, this prince wants to see the medicine." Having said that, he left without delay, taking long strides. Dr. Lin's legs went limp. After several tries to stand, he ended up falling back onto the ground multiple times. "Master," Aping reached the entrance of Dr. Lin's courtyard just in time to see Qin Huangji leaving, astonished. "Master, already gone? Discussion over." As if not seeing Aping, Qin Huangji simply brushed past. "Ma. Master, wait for me." Despairingly, Aping chased after him. Qin Huangji seemed in an unusually good mood. After wandering around several courtyards and still not satisfied, he stopped when Aping grabbed his leg in desperation, bawling and weeping. "Master, I beg you, wait for me, I can't run anymore." "TSK. Both human beings, why do you kneel so ungracefully?" Qin Huangji sneered disdainfully at Aping, pulling free from the grip, lightly tapping his toes, directly employing his lightness skills, and flew away. Staring blankly, Aping fell dumbfounded onto the ground, letting out a mournful cry after some moments. "Master." These days, the sacred Luan, princely estate, was unusually quiet. Qin Huangji idly flipped through books lying on his couch, aimlessly reading. Aping, serving nearby, kept peeking out of the corners of his eyes. Normally their master always stirred up trouble, but now his lack of speech made Aping feel very uneasy. "Master, are you having headaches again? Should Dr. Lin be summoned to check on you?" Aping asked cautiously. "Is it useful?" These few days clarified things to Qin Huangji. The former owner's hearing was overly sensitive. In crowded places, it led to unusual irritability and headaches. To illustrate, imagine if 100 people were speaking at the same time next to you. How could that not cause frustration? Moreover, the sounds heard by the previous owner were amplified several times. It was akin to 100 people shouting at you simultaneously. Not going crazy would mean extraordinary willpower. The former owner probably realized he couldn't control his brutal emotions and thus tried his best to avoid people. Only foolhardy ones like San would dare approach. It was tolerable before, but this year it has become increasingly severe. "Unless I deafen myself, what else can be done?" Aping hesitated, then. "Then master should visit the palace. It's been some time since you visited Empress and Empress Dowager. Even the lowest servants in the palace are trained to never disturb their master." "I won't go." Qin Huangji turned over, switching hands to continue reading. Aping asked again, "Then how about visiting young master at Crown Prince's residence? He's not even 2 months old yet, what fun is there?" "No, I won't go." Qin Huangji thought not only that he didn't want to leave himself, but also that these past few days, he had never called out San so as for him to recover from his injuries. "Then would master like to walk around the yard?" Aping suggested once more. "What, can you run already?" Qin Huangji, growing impatient, threw down the book. "Your Highness wants steamed chicken with wine from Yaxiang Building, lotus leaf pastries from Mingji and bamboo leaf wine from Yuzu Pavilion. Please send me to fetch them." "This." Aping's face almost crumpled into a bun. He cautiously proposed, "Master, why don't we have the secret guards by them? One place is in the east of the city, another in the west. By the time your servant returns, it will be dark. You call the secret guards adults now, with an official rank of second class, to go buy food?" Qin Huangji rolled his eyes rudely. My. Aping shrugged, head hanging low, looking pitifully forlorn. Qin Huangji couldn't help but find him amusing. "If you don't come back before dinner with the lotus leaf pastries from Mingji, don't bother returning." "Oh, good, your servant will go immediately." Saying this, Aping left happily. Qin Huangji shook his head helplessly and stared at the book he had tossed away, suddenly losing all desire to move. 13. Your subordinate is present. Qin Huangji looked at the kneeling San, his gaze falling onto his knees. "Get up, read books for me." "Yes." San picked up the book on the ground and asked, "Where did your excellency leave off?" Qin Huangji watched him standing in the middle of the room with amusement. "Come sit by me, read from the start." San slightly lowered his head, thinking that his excellency hadn't specified where to sit, thus pondering for a while, he sat beside Qin Huangji's feet. Qin Huangji closed his eyes slightly, listening to San read the book, the tone unlike the usual rigid monotone, instead with an elevated inflection resembling flowing water hitting rocks, clear and gentle, neither too fast nor slow, just like soft feathers gently brushing against his heart. Chapter 10. Unwilling to be hard on himself. In the afternoon, the sunlight was bright. Qin Huangji stared blankly at the window outside, wanting to go out but still restrained himself. He didn't want to relive that excruciating headache and wasn't sure whether he'd lose control like the original owner had. Zhu Quan held a small box, bowing deeply. My lord, the item you requested previously has been completed. Please inspect. With delight, Qin Huangji carefully examined it before placing it in his ear. It was made following the principle of modern earplugs. Surprisingly, the efficiency of ancient workers was very high, and the craftsmanship was excellent, delicate and fine. Thinking also about novels where internal strength could seal one's senses, but the previous owner had decent light skills and martial arts, only lacked internal energy with blocked meridians, unable to accomplish such feats. Lord, Miss Sia invited you, will you attend? Aping wore a troubled look, seemingly hesitant to speak further. Looking at Aping's expression, Qin Huangji reached over and hit his head, gritting his teeth saying, What? You accepted money again? Am I lacking those few taels of silver? No, your servant hasn't received any. Aping hurriedly waved his hands, and upon withdrawing them, cautiously felt something. This little movement naturally didn't escape Qin Huangji's eyes. Recently, Aping has grown bolder, becoming more resourceful as well. Let's go then. Qin Huangji flicked his sleeves and walked out with hands behind his back. Master, where are we going? Qin Huangji stopped, turning to stare at Aping, thoughtfully considering if he should change servants. This one was too stupid. This depends on you. Where is she inviting us? Aren't you leading the way? Aping, feeling rather uneasy under his intense gaze and motivated by survival instincts, said, To Yaxiang Building, your servant has money, let me buy you the steamed chicken with wine. Yaxiang Building, the most luxurious tavern in the capital, is famous not only for its tranquil surroundings uniquely styled, but also for its exquisite cuisine, drawing numerous guests every day requiring pre-reservation for the third floor. The sharp-eyed manager noticed the carriage of Sacred Luan, princely estate, and greeted enthusiastically. Prince, you've arrived, your private room is always kept ready for you. Allow me to guide you. Qin Huangji passed through the noisy hallways and leisurely climbed the stairs. Behind him, Aping cautiously observed his expression until they entered the private room, allowing Aping to finally exhale in relief. Although this earplug could not completely isolate the sounds, it filtered out 50%, and the effect was pretty good. At least, I can't hear all the voices of dozens of people on the first floor at all. According to usual situation, not only those on the first floor, but also the voices of pedestrians and vendors outside the building could be heard clearly. This already made me quite satisfied. Master, Miss Sia has come, Aping's voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Brother Huan, Sister Ya looked for you many times, but you wouldn't see me. The girl pouted coquettishly, dressed in a tender yellow gown with numerous beads adorning her hair. Every movement produced a jingling sound as she sat gracefully across from him. Qin Huangji scrutinized her, this was Xie Fangya. Her looks were passable, but her eyes were full of calculation, hidden without reservation. Was the former owner blind? Xie Fangya felt somewhat uncomfortable under this gaze. Brother Huan, what's wrong with you? Oh right, I heard your hand is injured. I've brought some ointment. As she said this, she pulled out a small white porcelain bottle and grinned while handing it over. Qin Huangji narrowed his eyes, looking at the ointment with an indescribable expression. Miss Xie truly opens one's eyes wide, taking the things sent by this prince, then giving them back. Xie Fangya looked at Qin Huangji with confusion. Is there anything wrong with that? In the past, whenever she returned his gifts like this, he would always look moved and praise her extravagantly. Why is today different? Oh well, Brother Huan, you know my condition in the Chancellor's residence. She started, tears welling up in her eyes as she spoke. Qin Huangji didn't feel like torturing himself for her fake displays of distress. As long as he didn't tread the same path as the original owner, death would not come easily. Besides, with the Crown Prince's talent, the country wouldn't fall. He was merely curious to see the type of woman who had driven the original owner so crazy. The Madam of the Chancellor is gentle and virtuous, and certainly doesn't mistreat her secondary daughters. Moreover, I've heard that your eating, wearing, and daily necessities are equal to those of the primary daughter. Xie Fangya opened her mouth in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. Clearly, whenever such words were said in the past, the king would comfort her gently and even give her more things. How can Brother Huan say such things? Who told you this? I am not their biological daughter, how could they treat me as if I were one? They're only putting on a show for others. Xie Fangya observed Qin Huangji's expression as she spoke, noticing his consistent coldness and indifference. She made a decisive decision, tossing the drug hidden under her nails into the cup. Now, she couldn't afford to lose the prince. Qin Huangji's gaze became increasingly colder as his tone grew impatient. Does Miss Xie have any further business? If not, please return. Do not come to see this prince again. Xie Fangya's complexion changed slightly before returning to normal. Smiling craftily, she said, Brother Huan, what are we talking about? Are you mad at me, Sister Ya? Don't be upset anymore, let me pour you some wine. Wine with additives. Qin Huangji shot a sharp look at her. Xie Fangya's heart started racing, her facade of goodness nearly collapsing. I don't understand what Brother Huan is talking about. What additives? Qin Huangji found no point in continuing this charade. He might as well go home and have Enshursan read for him. Do you not understand? The imperial physician could be called. Plotting against a prince results in execution of the entire family. His words carried malice, emphasized bit by bit, and even laced with internal strength. Xia Fangya's ears rang, her mind going blank, confused as to why someone who used to be kind turned so cruel. Resentment crept into her eyes. Brother Huan, you cannot treat me this way. For you, I ruined my hands and can no longer play the guqin. And for you, I angered my mother. When I was young, I frequently brought food to you. Once. Qin Huangji interrupted her self-righteous rant. What? Xia Fangya was dumbfounded. Miss Xia, you've brought only once, half a piece of osmanthus cake, wasn't it leftovers from you? Did you really hurt your hand because of climbing trees when you shouldn't have? Isn't the anger of your mother caused by your overconfidence, relying on this prince's protection? Miss Xia, each of your headpieces costs 100 taels of silver, your clothes 300 taels of silver, even the cosmetics on your face now, did I not provide them for you? 4 years have passed. The kindness received has been repaid tenfold. For 4 years, all your clothing and lifestyle came entirely from the original owner's generosity. Once, the original owner ignored advice and meddled in the Chancellor's household affairs after hearing your complaints about bad living conditions, leading the Chancellor to still look upon us unfavorably today. She paused, followed by a hoarse scream, it's all for you. How can this ever be paid off? What debt has been cleared? Please respect yourself. Aping, escort Miss Xia out. He'd like to see whether, without the support of the original owner, she would still live so arrogantly and carelessly. No, you're not Brother Huan. Brother Huan wouldn't treat me this way. Qin Huangji didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, the sneer on his lips causing one's heart to tremble. Miss Xia, you'd better watch yourself. Chapter 11, The Crown Prince in Trouble. After the unimportant person left, all the cold aura around Qin Huangji dissipated. He massaged his aching forehead and lounged lazily in the chair. Aping returned after escorting the guest out, noticing his master's pale complexion. Walking behind him, he gently massaged his head and whispered, Master, shall we go back? Qin Huangji closed his eyes, savoring the massage. Didn't you say you would buy Weinstein chicken for me? I haven't had my chicken yet. Aping's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, how can you always remember my little money like that? Well, since you're the master, I'll give you what you want. Qin Huangji looked at Aping's back, feeling both amused and irritated. How did it turn into me keeping track of his money? His nerve grew too thick, daring to overstep his position. Master. An E suddenly appeared, kneeling silently. The shadow guards reported earlier that the crown prince left the city at noon and hasn't returned yet. Qin Huangji suddenly changed color, remembering that in his past life, it was at this time that the crown prince encountered an ambush outside the city. Although there was no danger to his life, he suffered internal injuries and coughed non-stop during winters. All 4 bodyguards guarding him were killed. It was too peaceful, and he forgot such an important matter. The sudden panic made him uneasy, thinking it might be the emotions of the original owner surfacing. Since he replaced the original owner, he would live freely as himself from now on. This time, under no circumstances would history repeat itself. 13. Take me to the North City Gate. An E, notify Aping to go back quickly and catch up later. Qin Huangji's eyes gleamed deeply, his breath chilly. Understood, and San responded immediately beside him. Grasping Qin Huangji, they leaped through the window and disappeared into the evening twilight. Yes, An E responded instantly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When An 13 brought Qin Huangji to the gate guardhouse, An E arrived as well. Unsurprisingly, 1 man traveled faster than 2. An 13 flashed his identity token. I'm a secret guard from the Holy Lahan. Give me 3 fast horses. Seeing the token, the guards efficiently led out 3 swift horses. Leaping onto them, the 3 galloped away toward the outskirts. In the dense woods outside the city, under the shade of lush tree canopies, figures couldn't be seen, but listening carefully, one could hear the distant sounds of clashing swords and stifled groans of pain. Qin Si was covered in wounds, struggling to keep up, retreating unevenly. Master, there are too many of them, this isn't working. Qin Yi, while shielding Qin Chang, searched for an opening, suddenly spotting one. We will simultaneously attack the east. Qin Lu, your lightness skills are the best, take master away. Qin Chang, surrounded by several bodyguards, though somewhat disheveled, remained uninjured. Upon hearing the command, he quickly asked, and you all? Master, forget about us, your safety is the most important. The dark hand fought tirelessly, cutting across the throat of their opponent. What Qin Yi didn't notice was that the break he saw was intentionally set as a trap. Attack! Qin Yi ordered fiercely, and the few of them recklessly charged toward the people in the east, ignoring knives coming from their backs and relentlessly attacking the front enemies, aiming to create a breach for the master to break free. Qin Chang's eyes reddened with frustration, powerless to do anything more than tightly grip the dagger in his hands, protecting himself as much as he could, regretting bitterly his lack of martial prowess. Qin Lu, take master and go. Qin Yi saw the gap widening ahead, issuing a quiet order. Yes. Qin Lu wrapped his arm securely around Qin Chang's waist, stepping onto Qin Yi's shoulders for leverage, then propelled himself skyward, rushing outward. At that moment, a sharp arrow wrapped with icy air sped directly toward Qin Chang. Trapped mid-air, avoiding the arrow would surely land them back within the enemy circle, almost eradicating any chance of escape. Qin Lu turned direction, encircling Qin Chang fully in a protective embrace, whispering softly, "Master, forgive me, it is beyond my duty. We cannot avoid this." Qin Lu disregarded the incoming arrows, exerting his internal energy to its limits, using his best lightness skill. When Qin Huangji's trio arrived, they witnessed this perilous moment. 13. Qin Huangji growled low with fear. On horseback, and 13 gave a flick to spur forward lightly, soaring gracefully and intercepting the arrow mid-flight amidst the trees. Dark Guard 13 of Holy Lahan. Pay respects to the Crown Prince. Matters are urgent, thus no formal bow is given, my lord, please understand. He then sharply bent in mid-air, altering his course and dashing straight into the encirclement. Wherever he moved, no enemy could withstand his power. When Qin Lu saw the reinforcements, he descended with Qin Chang and watched the movements of Dark 13, his mouth gaping in disbelief. Could it be done this way? Seeing the crisis resolved, Qin Huangji squinted at Qin Lu, remembering from the previous life how they had escaped similarly. Back then, Qin Lu used his body to block the attack but didn't foresee that the arrow would pierce through his chest and strike Qin Chang instead. Although Qin Lu succeeded in delivering the prince safely, he later died due to lack of treatment, proving his utmost loyalty. As Qin Huangji dismounted, he staggered slightly, gazing at the somewhat battered figure, his heart filled with sorrow. "Brother, are you all right?" Qin Chang was incredibly relieved. "I'm fine, fortunately, Brother Huangji arrived just in time. Otherwise, what might have happened was well understood by all. Qin Lu, pay your respects to Saint Lan Wang." Qin Huangji waved his hand dismissively. "Go help, Dark One, you go too. Dark One of Saint Lan Wang, pays respects to the Crown Prince. For urgent matters, there will be no formal bow, my lord, please understand." Dark One knelt on one knee and greeted the Crown Prince before changing to both knees to apologize to his master. Qian Huangji was truly not in good condition. The hurried ride left him bouncing on the horse, causing him to lose an earplug somewhere along the way. The clanging sounds of weapons clashed like lightning exploding in his brain, unleashing a growing rampage of emotions. As Qin Chang observed his face gradually turn white, devoid of any color, he anxiously asked, "Is it the headache condition again?" Qin Huangji's eyes darkened, fearing a loss of control here, he blurted out, 13. "I am here, master." A figure appeared and Dark 13 immediately knelt by Qin Huangji's feet. Using his last shred of reason, Qin Huangji said, "Let Dark One stay to help. 13, take me back. Brother, we shall speak another day." "Prince, Dark 13 withdraws." Saying this, he picked up Qin Huangji, mounted the horse swiftly, and galloped off into the dust. Dark One looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, none left alive, feeling confused. Help? With what? Equally baffled were Qin Yi and the other three who had come to rescue. Not even seeing the face of their savior, they were already gone. The four of them fought fiercely but couldn't break through the encirclement, nearly getting their master injured. And yet, he alone managed to solve it. He actually solved it. Wasn't this just too much for them to bear? Qin Chang couldn't stand it anymore. Despite being moved by their willingness to die for their cause, their current state was truly foolish. "What are you standing around for? Just leave the bodies like this?" Qin Yi cautiously asked, "Master, does the Secret Guard Bureau still recruit? Can I join now?" Qin Chang chuckled sarcastically. "Do you wish to abandon your master?" Qin Yi hastily denied it, "Not abandoning, I'll follow the master till death. It's just, going through training, isn't it possible?" Qin Chang shook his head hopelessly, so stupid. With the leader of the secret guards present, they had embarrassed themselves thoroughly. Chapter 12, The Crown Prince Visits. Dark 13 held the reins in one hand while embracing his master with the other, the trotting sound of hooves exacerbating Qin Huangji's headache. His cold sweat soaked through his hair, his face pale as paper. His eyes grew increasingly savage, turning a bloodthirsty red. Seeing shadows flit incessantly before him, without thought, he bit down, his teeth embedding deeply into flesh, clamping forcefully. Dark 13, having not expected his master to suddenly bite onto his neck, instantly loosened his tight muscles, letting the master grip him more easily to release those wild emotions. When the briny taste entered his mouth, Qin Huangji regained a little clarity but could no longer resist the explosive pain in his mind and fainted. At the very moment Qin Huangji fainted, Dark 13 tightly held his waist to prevent him from sliding down. The emotions in his eyes slowly spread, thickening, becoming sticky and mucky, like a black swamp, until finally, he firmly wrapped Qin Huangji tightly in his embrace. When Qin Huangji woke, he found himself lying in bed with an arm in his grasp, tracing which revealed Dark 13 kneeling on the stool, almost half pulled onto the bed by him. The outside was dim, evidently still nighttime. Without changing his position, Qin Huangji pulled harder, dragging Dark 13 onto the bed. Dark 13's closed eyes snapped open, his gaze sharp, like a leopard poised for action. Then instantly, all trace disappeared and transformed into that of a compliant kitten. His reaction meant nothing to Qin Huangji, who pressed him down directly and whispered low, "Go to sleep." When he woke up again, the first thing he saw was an enlarged handsome face with clear star-like eyes. "Master, can you let go?" Qin Huangji's limbs clung to Dark 13 like an octopus, showing no sign of letting go. Watching him with great interest, he even pinched his waist a couple of times. Upon noticing the bloody tooth marks on his neck, inexplicably, he leaned over and gently kissed it. This numbing sensation spread throughout his entire body, a torturous experience for Dark 13. The hand by his side clenched bit by bit, restraining the growing desire. Closing his eyes, he dared not let his master see the emotions within. Qin Huangji continued to lick his lips, reaching out to pinch Dark 13's reddened ear tip and chuckled lightly. "Master, this servant has entered." This time Aping had learned from experience and knocked first. Qin Huangji got up in high spirits while Dark 13 vanished instantly. Passing through the woods, a pavilion came into view. The building was only 2 stories tall, the upper floor resembled a gazebo, without windows or doors, with draped fabric hanging instead. The steward Zhu Quan immediately saw Qin Huangji lying upstairs. "Prince Wang, Crown Prince is here." Let him come up. When does my royal brother need formal announcement when visiting my house?" Qin Huangji's lazy voice drifted down from upstairs. Only then did he realize how familiar these words felt. "You certainly know me well." The voice came from the staircase. Qin Huangji turned to look at the visitor, long, graceful eyebrows, handsome features, a smile like the faint luster on jade. Unlike the disheveled figure of yesterday, today truly appeared as a gentleman of incomparable charm. "Zhu Quan told me that you recently lie down wherever you go, almost carrying your own couch. Are you feeling unwell?" asked Qin Chang, worry filling his eyes. Qin Huangji felt somewhat uneasy, unsure of how to interact. After some thought, he decided to just be himself. Thus, he didn't get up but spread his hands with an air of regret, saying, "I wish I could, but younger brother here isn't strong enough." Qin Chang seemed momentarily dazed. Such a carefree attitude from Huangji hadn't been seen in years. Ever since his headache condition worsened, either avoiding everyone or sulking with an increasingly violent temperament. This adorable demeanor made Qin Chang involuntarily reach out and pinch. Qin Huangji blushed deeply. What kind of action was this? Helplessly, he called out, "Royal brother." Qin Chang awkwardly withdrew his hand and sat nearby. "Yesterday, I owe it all to Huangji. My royal brother doesn't have to be so courteous. You've always taken care of me, now it's my turn." Speaking thus, Qin Huangji felt heartbroken. Their goodness, the loyalty of the secret guards, all belonged to the original master. What about himself? Merely a wandering soul occupying someone else's body. If they knew he wasn't the original owner, would they hesitate to kill him? Huangji. Qin Huangji snapped back to reality, no longer thinking further, sitting up straight and seriously asking, "What happened yesterday, brother?" "It was General Yuan Yenshan of the northern city." Qin Chang calmly narrated. "Recently, a group of outsiders arrived in the capital city, covertly investigating everywhere, extremely stealthy. We followed them for 3 days before finding a manor outside the city. When we arrived, the manor was already empty, yet there were ambushes hidden in the forest. He seems to be looking for something." Looking for something? He might as well be looking for someone, Qin Huangji reflected inconspicuously touching his nose. Isn't Yuan Yenshan supposed to be stationed at the frontier? How dare he abandon his post? Does the king of North City know? Isn't he afraid of triggering war between the 2 nations? Qin Huangji asked perplexed. Qin Chang also harbored resentment. After all, if Huangji hadn't arrived in time, their group of 5 likely wouldn't have survived. This old fox, exceedingly cautious, no evidence found, and hundreds of thousands of eyes at the frontier confirm he is still there. There was even a quarrel with the great uncle. Qin Chang was at a loss here, forced to take a silent loss. Substitute? Qin Chang helplessly nodded. Qin Huangji privately pondered, perhaps one could collect interest first, injuring and fleeing, though not quite ethical, reviewing the memories of the original host, knowing several spies. "I'm here today mainly to pass on Father Emperor's verbal decree, requesting your presence in the palace," Qin Chang cautiously explained, fearing he might refuse, resulting in another headache. Qin Huangji somewhat puzzledly questioned, "Why send you to relay the message? Is the crown prince of the court really that idle? If others come, you probably wouldn't listen." Qin Huangji wanted to say that even if you came, I don't want to hear it, not prepared yet. Entering the palace would mean meeting Emperor, Empress, and Empress Dowager, all closest to the original owner. Neither tension nor fear could describe it. "Ah, headache," Qin Huangji exaggeratedly held his head, plopping back onto the reclining couch with a thud. It startled Qin Chang, who immediately leaned over, but soon noticed the sly glint in his eyes. It reminded him of childhood pranks asking for rescue, bringing an instant wave of nostalgia. Dark 13 suddenly reappeared, placing a hand on his shoulder with concern, calling, "Master. Hurry, support me back, my head really hurts." Qin Chang stood up, saying helplessly, "I'll help you delay for 2 days, just 2 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Huangji mischievously dropped his hand that had been covering his head, his body still leaning on Dark 13. Dark 13 stood straight and motionless. Qin Chang shook his head. "I'm going back." When turning around, his gaze caught Dark 13's neck, noticing their pose, and he suddenly froze, a strange feeling rising in his heart. "Prince brother, please walk slowly." After saying this, Qin Huangji playfully blinked. Qin Chang chuckled, truly more like childhood days now. This distraction chased away the odd feeling, but when trying to grasp it again, it was gone. Chapter 13, Detecting Thoughts. Qin Huangji watched the retreating back figure and inexplicably felt as if he had once called someone Prince brother before. He immediately shook his head, how could that be? A side effect of reincarnation, mixing memories with the original hosts. His eyes paused at Dark 13's neck, a ring of scabbed bite marks already there. Suddenly, a possessive desire rose within him, unwilling for these wounds to heal too quickly. "No medicine is allowed." "Yes." Hearing this certain reply, an unexpected smile hung on his face. It seemed only by marking the people around him could he prove they were his own. Such possessiveness had never existed before, but Qin Huangji didn't care. If he wanted something, he would obtain it. Reborn once, he intended to live freely. Qin Huangji discovered lying on Dark 13 was better than on a daybed, so he leaned his full weight on him. "Master." Aping ran upstairs with a thud. "Master, the earplugs have been remade. They've added a hoop to prevent them from falling. Try them." Qin Huangji took them over, inserting them into his ears. He couldn't help but glare disdainfully at Aping, his tone harsh. "If you make such a loud noise again next time, I'll break your legs." "Not possible." Aping quickly squatted down, hugging his legs, nodding desperately. "Take me to Yunyan Pavilion." This was directed at Dark 13. This lightness skill was indeed useful, fast and convenient. Leaning in Dark 13's arms, he thought leisurely. At Yunyan Pavilion, a woman sat by the window, tea sieve in hand, grinding fine tea leaves smoothly through a strainer. The series of tea brewing motions flowed like clouds and water. Yunyan beside her wasn't focused on watching. Dressing herself gorgeously every day, she waited for the prince to come. Being a concubine was far better than staying here. "Suing, what do you think His Highness is planning? He bought us but left us here without caring. Since we are here, let's make ourselves comfortable." The woman called Suing responded indifferently. "Ah, all you know is making tea and playing the lute. Let's go out for a walk. Maybe we can meet the prince." "Do you want me?" A refreshing male voice resounded in the room. The two women were startled by the sudden appearance of the two figures. One in black attire should be a guard, the other in red garments, extraordinarily handsome. "Your humble servants pay respects to Saint Wan Wang." Qin Huangji looked at the woman before him, wearing a revealing long skirt with transparent silk outside. Bold clothing radiated charm, this should be Yunyan. Glancing past her to see another woman. "You are Suing, girl truly understands clarity," Qin Huangji said while seating himself at the tea seat, casually picking up tea and sipping a mouthful. "Suing pays respect to your highness flatters me." Suing bowed gracefully, her voice melodious. Suing was incredibly beautiful, dazzling yet elegant, alluring yet not vulgar. Lips slightly parting, her eyes carried smiles revealing gentleness and grace. No wonder even Huayuan General would bow to her. "I purchased both of you, not intending to take either of you. Sell contract will be returned to young ladies, along with some silver money. You may return to Yunyan Tower or seek other paths. Make your own decisions." These words were aimed at Yunyan. As for Suing. "Miss Suing, are you pregnant?" Seemingly gentle black eyes harbored suffocating oppression. Su Ying's eye waves flowed, hiding no trace of panic, surprise, and some probing. Qin Huangji no longer beat around the bush. "You're not from our country, aren't you? Recently, someone has been looking for you. Yesterday, Crown Prince got injured." A few disconnected sentences, but they caused huge ripples in Su Ying's heart. "Miss need not be afraid. I'm not interested in your affairs. Just trouble you to stay here longer, and lend me something." Suing didn't expect Yuan Yenshan would dare come here and injure Crown Prince of Qingluan Kingdom. Now being pregnant, perhaps living here was good. In a fleeting moment, many thoughts crossed her mind. She asked somewhat uncertainly, could it harm him? Qin Huangji lifted his eyes, his pupils pitch black, the abyss terrifying. "Of course it's harmful, but not fatal." "All right." Suing nodded heavily, removing her hairpin from her head and placing it on the table before pushing it over. "As a condition, please protect me, another group of people is hunting me down." Qin Huangji nodded, that goes without saying. Before leaving, he glanced at Yin Yao. Her hands covered her ears as she knelt on the ground muttering, "I can't hear anything, I know nothing, I can't hear anything." As Qin Huangji reached the door, he casually leaned on Dark 13 and said irresponsibly, "I'm tired, Your Highness." Dark 13 naturally understood instantly, circling an arm around his waist and leaping off effortlessly. In the study, Qin Huangji carefully wrote down 7 or 8 names. These were the problematic individuals from his past life. He couldn't remember when they appeared exactly. Dark 4, I recall you're good at tracking and being inconspicuous. Investigate these people. Yes. Dark 4 extended his hand to take the list, glancing over it quickly before burning it with a candle. Dark 1, leave the security of Ilan Pavilion to you. Let Dark 2 follow her. Yes. Qin Huangji lounged back lazily, waving them off. If only he could send them to Crown Prince, how simple that would be. He just wanted to be carefree like a salted fish. 13. Qin Huangji absent-mindedly called out. I'm here. Upon looking clearly at the person in front of him, Qin Huangji was startled. He had been thinking about this young man all along. Come over. When the youth kneeled by his feet, the jade-like fingers lifted his chin. With half-lowered eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, Qin Huangji scrutinized him carefully, rubbing his thumb against the porcelain skin, which soon showed a clear red mark. Look at me. 13 raised his eyes, the pitch-black pupils reflecting Qin Huangji's face. Gazing into the face full of his reflection, his heart swelled as if his entire heart had been filled. An inexplicable impulse arose, to kiss him. Realizing his own thoughts, Qin Huangji's hand trembled and he quickly released it. His eyes widened, panic setting in. He actually felt something towards a man. This was impossible. It must be due to his striking appearance, taking one glance at the androgynous face. Indeed, it was too beautiful, leading to some sort of delusion. Apparently, it was time to fall in love. In modern times, he was already 25 years old and hadn't experienced a single romance yet. Now was the perfect moment to find someone like Suing, a beauty who could support the household and educate their children. It seemed pretty good. Just as he thought this, the beautiful face transformed unexpectedly into Dark 13's face. Startled, Qin Huangji almost jumped up from his chair, his leg making a loud bang sound as it collided with the table. Master. Dark 13 quickly approached, his hand covering his leg. Don't touch me. Qin Huangji darted away, dodging Dark 13's contact. Even using his lightness skill, forgetting his self-identification altogether. Dark 13's hand paused mid-air, pulling back to his side, lowering his gaze, enduring the pain in his heart. Could Master have found out his improper feelings and now dislikes him? Forgive my presumption, please punish me. It wasn't hard to detect the slight trembling in his voice. Qin Huangji regretted avoiding him the instant he did so. Seeing Dark 13 silently kneeling to request punishment, bitterness filled his heart. I'm fine. You may go. Qin Huangji stood quietly by the window, lost in thought. Ever since he came back through time, there was always something unusual about his concern for Dark 13. But where exactly did this feeling come from? Chapter 14, Entering the Palace. After that day, 2 days passed without seeing Dark 13. Knowing he was definitely guarding him secretly didn't stop the gloom clouding his heart. The book pages crinkled noisily as he turned them, unable to focus on any of them. Aping tiptoed in to change the tea, taking a quick look at the upside-down book held by Master, not daring to speak and pretending he didn't see it. Qin Huangji threw the book onto the desk, tipping over the teacup. Tea splashed everywhere as the cup spun around uselessly on the table. Frustrated, he stood up. Aping, we're going to the palace. Back in the room, after quiet had resumed, a shadow fell from the beam, picked up the cup, aligned the books, wiped dry the water stains, then chased after Qin Huangji's figure. Qin Huangji stood at the entrance of the palace, gazing up at the majestic structure, hesitating deep within. After all, he wasn't the original master, if only. Slowly retreating his raised foot cautiously with a little fear, he turned just in time to hear a shout. Your Highness, wait for this old servant. The caller jogged over. About 37 or 38 years old, pale complexion, not particularly elegant features, but a smiling face that made him likable. Xiangning eunuch. In his memory, Xiangning was the emperor's close attendant and also the Grand Chamberlain. Your Highness, it's fortunate that I arrived in time. You can't leave, His Majesty has summoned you to the deliberation hall. The speaker reached out and tightly grabbed Qin Huangji's sleeve. Fine, since I'm here, I might as well go with it. Xiangning eunuch, please let go. It's improper to have such a grab. That won't do. If I let go, you'll run again. Qin Huangji touched his nose and promised, this prince absolutely will not run. Xiangning looked at him suspiciously for a moment before slowly letting go of his hand. Your Highness, today you seem much more cheerful. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have been constantly thinking about you, even losing their appetites. Not knowing how to respond, Qin Huangji simply nodded and asked, is Father Emperor in the deliberation hall? It is indeed so. This year, natural disasters have been frequent, and His Majesty left several ministers in the deliberation hall to discuss strategies. As Qin Huangji entered, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Revenue were arguing heatedly, red-faced. The Minister of Revenue even resembled a scolding woman. There's no money, I've already said there's no money, just none. Kill me and there's still no money. Qin Huangji watched interestedly without interrupting. He chose a chair in the corner, sitting lazily, and pressed his earplugs further into his ears. The spectacle was entertaining but somewhat noisy. When the Emperor noticed him come in, he raised his eyebrows but maintained an appearance of serious concentration, listening attentively. However, the joy in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The Crown Prince gave him a gentle smile and tapped on the fruit platter in front of himself. A perceptive young eunuch immediately brought it over and placed it in front of Qin Huangji. Prime Minister Sia saw him out of the corner of his eye and changed his topic abruptly. I wonder what thoughts His Royal Highness Shulan Wang has. Qin Huangji didn't even raise his eyelids, pinching a grape and popping it into his mouth. No thoughts. Prime Minister Sia, keeping his hands behind his back, continued asking, for the flood in Wuzhou, about the dike. I wouldn't know, Qin Huangji cut him off directly. Prime Minister Sia closed his eyes tightly in anger, unwilling to give up. He kept questioning, people's taxation burden. I don't understand. Prime Minister Sia bombarded him with multiple questions, only to get answers like, don't know, understand nothing, can't comprehend, all pointing out his inadequacy and wisdom. Furious, Prime Minister Sia glared and criticized him, you are utterly unreasonable, unteachable, and incapable of any responsibility. The Emperor remained calm on his seat but inwardly felt surprised. Normally, because of Miss Sifangia, this youth would flatter him, yet today, why the change? However, in his heart, he secretly rejoiced. Supporting his head with one hand, Qin Huangji smiled sweetly and remarked, Prime Minister Sia, you're truly knowledgeable, able to blurt out many idioms effortlessly. I wouldn't stand a chance. Prime Minister Sia got choked up, unable to utter words properly. How can you act like this as a prince? Why shouldn't I? Qin Huangji asked innocently. Above, there is our benevolent Father Emperor who loves his people like children, diligent and industrious Crown Prince elder brother. Below, you all are capable ministers, outside we have elite armies, what does this prince need to strive for? Sia tried repeatedly but couldn't muster a single word. Recently, Qin Huangji had been rather troubled. Now, having someone sent right to him, naturally he wasn't planning to let him off lightly. Prime Minister Sia's persistent advice is aimed at making me compete with my older brother. Startled, Prime Minister Sia immediately knelt down, I, your servant, absolutely have no intention of this. My Lord Emperor must see through it clearly. Among the officials watching the drama behind Prime Minister Sia, some turned pale and took a cautious step backward to distance themselves from him. Raising his head toward his Father Emperor whose expression turned unclear, Qin Huangji himself felt a little startled. These words sounded highly disrespectful. Moreover, his character had never been concealed. Although the original owner of his identity also lacked proper manners, disrespecting everyone around him, because of Sia Fangya's connection, he used to follow Prime Minister Sia's advice without question. This behavior was unprecedented, making him feel uneasy inside. The Crown Prince spoke gently, Prime Minister Sia, I have always respected you as an elder. Your comments could be excused, but matters of disciplining someone fall under the authority of the Emperor first and foremost, followed by the royal tutor if necessary. Prince Qin Chang's words carried a smiling tone, but each phrase subtly hinted that the Prime Minister had crossed a boundary, showing disrespect towards the Emperor and undermining the imperial dignity. Prime Minister Sia never imagined that a trivial squabble could escalate to being accused of such a heavy crime worthy of beheading. Please enlighten me, my lord, your old servant dare not harbor such thoughts. The Prime Minister turned deathly pale, breaking out in cold sweat. He hit his forehead hard against the ground, daring not to rise. That's enough. Such trifling grievances should be put aside. You've accomplished no official tasks whatsoever and focus only on these petty feuds. All of you may leave now and reconsider the issue tomorrow. If solutions aren't provided by tomorrow, you'll bring your heads. With that, he dismissed them all forcefully. Once the room contained only the three of them, Qin Huangji sat quietly with his eyes lowered, hesitating to open his mouth arbitrarily. The Emperor was dressed in a magnificent yellow brocade robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding an air of righteous authority. The Emperor let out a cold snort. After not entering the palace for a month, you've even forgotten how to address people. There was clearly irritation in his heart. This child had changed so much over the past few years that he almost didn't recognize him anymore, and recently it had become even more apparent, often not entering the palace at all. A sudden wave of bitterness rose in Qin Huangji's heart, making his eyes feel hot. He stammered and called out, Father Emperor. Eldest brother. The Emperor walked up to Qin Huangji and patted his head. How is it that you were just so quick-witted before, and now seem upset? Qin Huangji wasn't upset, but rather deeply conflicted inside. It was their first meeting, yet he felt familiar, unable to resist wanting to be affectionate. However, based on his memories, the original owner of this identity had never been affectionate since childhood, leaving Qin Huangji unsure of how to interact with them. Father Emperor, shouldn't you be happy to see this side of Huangji? This is what Huangji should be like. The previous gloom used to make people's hearts ache. The Emperor asked gently, is your head illness better? The Crown Prince was right, seeing him able to sit properly now, acting as he did when he was young, made his heart feel warm. Therefore, he couldn't bring himself to utter a single harsh word. With no hairpin adorning his head, Qin Huangji lifted his long, falling hair and secured it behind his ear. Father Emperor, I've created this. What is this? Both men looked in surprise. Earplugs. Qin Huangji explained quickly, realizing everyone knew about the original owner's recurring headaches but didn't know the cause. So that's why. Why didn't you tell Father Emperor earlier? The Emperor clenched his teeth slightly. Qin Chang also looked disapproving. Did I not say? I can't remember. During headaches, there are memory lapses. Qin Huangji started feeling pity for the original owner who endured such pain alone for so long. This again stirred the two men's compassion. Also visit your Grand Empress Mother, she has constantly been thinking about you, as well as your Empress Mother. As for Xie Fangya, no one mentioned her. Chapter 15, I Live for You. In Yongning Palace, upon hearing that Qin Huangji had come to the palace, the Grand Empress Mother promptly tidied herself and sat on a soft chair waiting. Grand Empress Mother, the prince is currently in the deliberation hall, so there's no need for you to worry so. Elder nurse, he was originally the personal maid accompanying the Grand Empress Mother into marriage. She chose to stay in the palace rather than go out, thus serving as the nanny and spending nearly 40 years by the Grand Empress Mother's side. She naturally understood her own mistress perfectly. Who's anxious? The Grand Empress Mother showed no sign on her face, yet her eyes kept looking toward the door. The tea had gone cold, and she hadn't taken a single sip. Elder nurse, he coaxed softly, yes, you're not worried. The queen arrives. A sharp voice from a small eunuch rang out. The Grand Empress Mother's eyes lit up instantly, then calmed down, showing a touch of disappointment. Elder nurse, he smiled secretly on her lips, yet acted swiftly, welcoming the queen inside. May I pay my respects to the Empress Mother? The queen knelt gracefully to bow. The Grand Empress Mother had no patience now and said casually, just take a seat since you're here. The queen calmly took her seat and chuckled, I'm also very anxious, having not seen this child for a long time. I thought surely he would come to you first, and who knows how long I would have to wait within the palace. So, here I am hastily coming along to share in your light. Her speech delighted the Grand Empress Mother, making her smile radiantly. The Emperor brought the two brothers without announcing their arrival, stepping into the room just as the grandmother and daughter-in-law were laughing and chatting merrily. The Emperor asked, what are you talking about so happily? Neither paid him any attention, instead glancing over his shoulder. Qin Huangji felt uneasy under their gazes. Greetings to Grand Empress Mother, greetings to Mother Empress. The Grand Empress Mother immediately broke into a beaming smile, grabbing his hand before he could even bow, pulling him over. While relieved, Qin Huangji began to feel tense. The Grand Empress Mother was a kind old lady, well preserved, revealing the exceptional beauty she must have had in her youth. Her gaze never left him as she warmly inquired after his well-being, an onslaught impossible to deflect. The Empress was a dignified and elegant woman, displaying refined grace in every movement and action. Her gaze was always soft, looking tenderly at him. Her voice was gentle too, bringing comfort. Upon learning about the root of his headaches, the Grand Empress Mother's eyes became tearful, while the Empress quietly wept. Regretting, she said, it's all my fault. Huaner once mentioned being able to hear ants moving, once mentioning fear of rain and thunder. It's all my mistake, if I had been more careful, more patient. She cried uncontrollably, filled with infinite remorse. Qin Huangji understood, such a condition would indeed seem bizarre. Not only in ancient times, even modern parents might only assume the child was misbehaving or seeking attention since medical tests wouldn't show anything, leading to punishment instead. Caught off guard, Qin Huangji moved forward to embrace her. Mother, it's fine already. It's all over now. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. This son has divine ears, blessed by a deity incarnated. Humph, smooth talker, she laughed through her tears. What was supposed to be nonsense meant for comfort ended up striking a chord with several people. At lunch, the table was filled with dishes that the original owner loved. Everyone spoke in low voices, and the maids and eunuchs moving around to serve also walked softly. At this moment, Qin Huangji envied the former owner immensely. His own parents were always busy working, he had been raised by his grandfather since childhood. From as long as he could remember, he only saw them 2 or 3 times a year. When he turned 12, his grandfather passed away, leaving him all alone. Later, for convenience of schooling, he moved out entirely. This warm family, this pure love, was already rare in ancient times, let alone in an imperial household. It was exactly the kind of family he had desired from a young age, making one jealous and envious. Thinking about it made him somewhat smug, now all these belonged to him. In return, he would take good care of them and live well. After lunch, the emperor was busy with state affairs and took the crown prince along. The empress also needed to handle the matters of the harem, and after chatting with the empress dowager for a while, the old lady felt tired and retired for a nap. Qin Huangji, preparing to leave, suddenly paused. He called out tentatively, 13. I am here, responded the young man. Kneeling on both knees, he wore a black outfit different from usual, with a mask bearing the Kirin pattern covering half his face. His whole demeanor exuded coldness, and there was even an underlying hint of hatred in his eyes. Have you eaten? Qin Huangji sighed. He knew it would be like this. Walking to the door, he kicked Aping who was sleeping soundly there. Go get a bowl of noodles. Aping woke up in surprise upon hearing the order and wandered off, but halfway through he ran back. Master, are you hungry? Hadn't they just finished lunch? Don't ask so many questions, go quick. Aping glanced at Dark 13 behind his master, suddenly understanding, and rushed off. Why do you wear the mask? Qin Huangji's intuition told him that something must have happened. Last time when he asked him to remove the mask, his expression seemed off too. Dark 13 remained silent, refusing to answer for the first time. Kneeling on the ground, he crawled toward Qin Huangji's feet, fearing inside. If Master didn't remember him anymore, he might get angry and discard him. His tone became humble and ingratiating, punish me, Master. Qin Huangji felt conflicted, thinking he shouldn't be behaving so humbly. As for his past, he didn't want to inquire further. Right then, Aping came over with the noodles. Stand up, sit down and eat the noodles. Dark 13 hesitated momentarily, surprised that his master did not continue questioning or punishing him but offered him food instead. Sitting before the table, his eyes reddened. Since joining the secret guard tower, it was rare for him to taste warm meals. During training or punishments, going without food for several days was commonplace. The slightly reddened eyes did not escape Qin Huangji's notice. Though he felt uncomfortable seeing it, he said nothing and sat quietly. Only when Dark 13 put down his chopsticks did he stand up and speak calmly. Return. Dark 13 gazed at his master's retreating figure ahead. Master, the better you treat me, the more I crave. Once someone becomes greedy, it's like falling into an abyss. He tightly closed his eyes and swiftly followed his master's steps. Your Highness, please wait. Already reaching the city gate, they heard Xiangning calling. What is it, Xiangning? Is there anything else from Father Emperor? Xiangning had run all the way from Yongning Palace, chasing them breathlessly. After catching his breath, he pulled out a jade tablet from his bosom. Your Highness, this is what the Emperor instructed old slave to give you. Narrowing his eyes to scrutinize closely, he saw a piece of crystal-clear jade, intricately carved with 3 prominent words in the middle, Secret Guard Tower. Can this prince refuse? The Secret Guard Tower was indeed unwanted. He merely wished to be idle and enjoy life eating and drinking. Xiangning had a wretched look on his face. Show some compassion on your poor servant. If I take this back, my comfortable days will end. It wasn't easy being a servant. The Emperor himself feared rejection and threatened him to deliver it, saying if unsuccessful, he should not come back either. Seeing that the prince remained unmoved, Xiangning considered trying to move him. His hand already edged toward his thigh, ready to pinch hard, but then the prince extended his hand to receive it. Xiangning immediately broke into a broad smile. Old slave shall return at once, Your Highness, walk slowly. Then he bolted, twice the speed of when he came. Qin Huangji sighed holding the tablet. Chapter 16, Jealousy. Lying around everywhere today, Qin Huangji rarely sat upright, sitting by the desk, twirling the brush pen between his fingers. With a furrowed brow, he had thought about it for 2 days. He had to admit, he cared about that young dark guard. What confused him was whether the original owner was inclined towards men or if he himself was homosexual. In this era, keeping male lovers was also common. Some nobles or those in power would keep them, usually as unnamed playthings. Male concubines with proper titles were exceedingly rare. He wasn't sure himself if it was just a fleeting interest or an irreplaceable desire. Sigh. The image of someone lowering their head and averting their gaze kept floating back to his mind, unshakable. There's a real person right here, why ponder so much? Qin Huangji had no intention of frustrating himself. Since he'd already made clear what he felt, why hesitate? 13. The black-clad youth knelt on the ground. Dressed similarly in black, equally silent, without even raising his head, Qin Huangji could tell at once that it wasn't the same person. Your subordinate Dark 12, paying respects to Master. Dark 13 is on rest today. Right, to ensure the Master's safety more effectively, the Dark Guards were rostered for 3 days' duty followed by 1 day off. Take me to 13's quarters. Qin Huangji wanted to see his small Dark Guard immediately. Yes. Dark 12 rose to his feet, stepping to the Master's side and extending his arm, ready to encircle his waist. Qin Huangji swiftly shifted his body and slapped Dark 12's hand. What are you doing? Lead the way. Dark 12 gazed at his reddened hand, somewhat perplexed. Didn't little 13 always carry the Master around through flying leaps? Why had he been hit? Wasn't he the Master's personal Dark Guard? Gloomily guiding the way forward, that night when mentioning it to little 13, all he got was a chilling stare directed at his hand. 3 days later, during another shift change, little 13 accidentally twisted his hand, dislocating his wrist. That, however, was future talk. Now, Dark 12 led the Master along a winding path to Dark 13's residence. The courtyard where the Dark Guards lived was located in the southwest corner of the princely estate. Rounding a pavilion corridor, they could see a courtyard far away. With his sharp hearing, Qin Huangji already heard voices speaking. Lord 13, are you there? I've brought your meal, Miss Peach. A sweet, cloying woman's voice said. Thank you, Miss Peach, responded Lord 13, his voice clear and smooth. The woman's voice continued intermittently. Bitterness welled up inside Qin Huangji's heart. Hearing him interact with another woman caused infinite discomfort. Taking a deep breath, he took a step toward the direction of the courtyard. Then came a phrase, Lord 13, you're smiling. It looks really good. Qin Huangji's anger surged abruptly. How dare he smile at another woman? A man who normally bore no expression, how dared he now be smiling at others? He didn't wait any longer, directly leaping into the courtyard. Your subordinate pays respects to master. Dark 13 had already sensed the master upon hearing the sound of his light footsteps, puzzled about why the master was here. Miss Peach pays her respects to His Highness. Miss Peach felt slightly overwhelmed by Qin Huangji's imposing presence and instinctively retreated a little behind Dark 13. This movement enraged Qin Huangji further. Staring fiercely at Miss Peach, she wasn't particularly beautiful, merely pretty enough, though her eyes resembled that of a timid deer. Qin Huangji forcefully gripped Dark 13's chin, squeezing until red marks appeared, yet the latter remained outwardly calm. Coldly, Qin Huangji asked, do you like her? Dark 13 didn't understand why the master suddenly asked such a question, nor why he was angry. Truthfully answering, no. This response slightly abetted Qin Huangji's rage. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at Peach, her timid demeanor clearly paled compared to him, His Highness. Next, he queried, were you laughing earlier? Dark 13 pondered a moment. If the slight upward curve of his lips could be considered a laugh, then indeed, he did smile. Yes. Humph, actually smiled, there was nowhere for his fury to vent, leaving him feeling extremely agitated. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted dishes placed on the table and swept them onto the floor with a single palm. You're not allowed to eat. Yes, your subordinate won't eat. Qin Huangji was practically choked with anger and, flicking his sleeve, stormed off. However, fearing they would chat merrily after his departure, he commanded, follow. Without permission to rise, Dark 13 quickly crawled after the master using his knees. Qin Huangji stomped forward furiously, without noticing what was behind him. Gradually, the scraping sounds grew louder, drawing Qin Huangji's attention, and upon turning around abruptly, his anger disappeared, what remained was nothing but pity. Having crawled his way from the yard, Dark 13 breathed slightly heavily, matching his crawling speed with the master's walking pace, consuming both physical strength and inner energy. Blood-stained marks were left along the route, likely the flesh on his knees was already torn apart. Qin Huangji carried him horizontally in his arms and rushed toward his own room. All this while following closely behind, Dark 12 suddenly gained insight, lowering his gaze to his own hand, then looking at the two retreating figures ahead of him, silently placing his hands behind his back. It was only after being placed on the bed that Dark 13 suddenly came to his senses. Master's embrace was so warm, with a pleasant cold fragrance. He somewhat indulged in this embrace, even wishing that if a punishment could earn him a place in Master's arms, he would hope for daily penalties. Qin Huangji cut open the pants with scissors. As expected, the knees were bloody. He then had Aping bring hot water and started the process of applying medicine and bandaging. After everything was done, sweat covered his body. It was his first time taking care of someone, unsure how much force to apply. Fortunately, Dark 13 stayed silent from start to finish, making Qin Huangji feel even more pity. Lifting his head, he noticed Dark 13's vacant gaze and felt irritated. He bit down on it. After biting, he licked his lips, still unsatisfied, and bit again. Dark 13 widened his eyes, his eyebrows trembling, not daring to move and not wanting to move, allowing Master to chew and bite. Continuing to gnaw, Qin Huangji bit those slightly closed lips until they swelled slightly before letting go satisfactorily. The restless anger within him calmed down, and his mood improved as well. You belong to this prince. Yes, 13 belongs to Master. Dark 13 obediently acknowledged. Qin Huangji blinked, smile for this prince. Dark 13 very obligingly pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Qin Huangji was now satisfied and commanded again, don't smile at anyone else. Dark 13 would never disobey Qin Huangji, let alone over such a trivial matter. Naturally, he nodded in agreement. Pushing away on Dark 13's chest, Qin Huangji made him lie down obediently. Qin Huangji looked at his flushed face and chuckled lightly, pressing his lips to Dark 13's ear and saying flirtatiously, what is 13 thinking about, blushing like this? He immediately stood straight up and stopped teasing him, ordering Aping to serve the meal. As Dark 13 lay there, his bright eyes couldn't conceal his inner joy, it was his cherished master. Regardless of what happened, he was willing to do anything. Chapter 17, Controlling Diet. Dark 13 wasn't ignorant, he had also been a member of a prestigious family, excelling in poetry, music, painting, etiquette, archery, and other skills. He once served as an attendant to the crown prince, and had it not been for his father's bribery and official trading, he too would have passed the imperial examination, achieving fame and serving honorably. But Master's intentions were clear, so what? He had joined the Dark Guard solely for Master. Whether as a plaything or a pet. As long as it was the Master, as long as he could stay by Master's side, he would be content. Qin Huangji leaned closer, his hair touching Dark 13's face without any reaction. Unable to resist, he lowered his voice slightly angrily, "What are you thinking about?" The sharp and enlarged handsome face gradually became clear, his eyes filled with gentle fury. "Master, please forgive my negligence." Dark 13 bowed his head submissively before the Master, confessing his mistake. Qin Huangji stroked this porcelain-white face, feeling inexplicably annoyed. Repeatedly concealing something, what secrets were there? No matter what, there was no way for him to escape. With time ahead, it would be more interesting to slowly uncover these mysteries. His voice softened all of a sudden as he pinched the tender face affectionately. "Eat, haven't you eaten yet?" Dark 13 turned over to get out of bed but stiffened mid-movement and fell back onto the bed directly. Looking in shock at his legs, layer upon layer of bandages made even slight bending difficult. An injury like this, normally trivial to Dark 13, now truly made movement inconvenient. Witnessing this entire scene, Qin Huangji awkwardly scratched his nose. Coughing softly, he spoke with laughter. "Your leg hurts, right? This king will carry you. Don't strain yourself." That little appearance was extremely adorable, evoking a desire to take a bite. Having thought thus, he acted accordingly, pecking his lips gently and stopping when enough. Unaware that he had received a kiss, Dark 13 didn't expose it, contentedly bowing his head to eat, doing exactly as the Master wished. After just a few bites, he put down his chopsticks, sitting uncertainly, unable to walk and incapable of kneeling. Staring blankly at the bandages on his legs. "Why have you eaten so little?" Qin Huangji was puzzled, this shouldn't happen. The consumption rate of the Dark Guards was generally high due to their activities. Just like last time in the palace, after a few bites, he stopped eating. Dark 13 answered plainly and expressionlessly. The Dark Guard must control food intake. Physical shape affects mobility, and bathroom breaks waste time. Qin Huangji was speechless, now understanding why the Dark Guards and Shadow Guards around him were always slim. Even using the restroom had to be controlled. Was becoming a Dark Guard this demanding? Then speaking of farting. Cough, cough. Qin Huangji quickly discarded this thought. Saying solemnly, "You finish eating until you're full." Qin Huangji looked him over, too thin, hugging you feels uncomfortable. And 13 was also very thin, feeling only about 1.70 meters tall. That was a full 10 centimeters shorter than himself. And 13's expression turned serious, considering carefully before bowing his head and continuing to eat. "Master," and he flipped through the window, kneeling on the ground. Seeing and 13 eating as if there were no surprises at all. Reported as usual, someone followed the old man delivering vegetables into the mansion and is probing around for Miss Suing. Qin Huangji pondered deeply, "For now, we don't need to intervene. Just ensure that someone keeps a close eye on them." Regarding the affair between Yunyan Shan and Suing, Qin Huangji wasn't particularly concerned. However, the downfall of the previous owner's family began with Suing. From different perspectives, it was difficult to judge who was right or wrong. As long as they didn't provoke him, he saw no reason to take revenge for the original owner. Pulling out the hairpin given by Suing earlier, he handed it to an E. "Take this to Linen City in the northern part. There's a Su family tea house. Leak the news that Suing is pregnant." The Su family tea house was where Yunyan Shan's spies had based their operations, the place where the former host of the previous life was captured. Suing was Yunyan Shan's fiancée, yet her appearance in Xinglan Kingdom and at Yunyan Tower remains unclear. In the previous life, the original host also came across Suing at Yunyan Tower, an artistic entertainer who did not sell herself. Prince Qin Xiuning and Lord Shui Zicheng bribed the madam, forcing Suing, leading to a tragic double fatality. No one cared for the courtesan girls, death was shrugged off with just a coarse white cloth. When Yunyan Shan uncovered the truth, he went berserk, seeking vengeance. Qin Xiuning and Shui Zicheng falsely accused the original host. This ultimately led to the destruction of the kingdom and the extinction of the clan. The original host was unjustly accused too, as he suffered from a headache and slept in the next room. The Su tea house visit was a deception arranged by Qin Xiuning. With the assistance of the Dark Guards, the original host successfully escaped. Qin Xiuning, however, wasn't so fortunate, his blood splattering everywhere. If this were a novel, then Yunyan Shan should be considered the male protagonist, while the rest of them at most played stumbling blocks on the male lead's path to success. Now, Qin Huangji wanted to see whether or not this male protagonist could hold up under scrutiny. And 13 sat on the side, looking troubled. "Master, can I untie this?" It was rare to see such an awkward side of an 13, how could he let this go easily? Of course not. Picking him up and placing him on a reclining couch, Qin Huangji casually lay down as well, resting his head on an 13's thighs. He randomly grabbed a book and shoved it into the young man's hands. "Read aloud to your prince. Based on 5 matters, assessed by strategy, explore the essence." A black-clad youth dressed in tight clothes leaned against the couch, a scroll in hand, while a red-robed youth lay lazily in his embrace, his waterfall-like long hair spread across the bed. Both exquisitely handsome, delicate sunlight danced upon them, like a painting. Unable to disturb the scene, Aping quietly removed the bowls and chopsticks, brewed tea, brought some pastries, and retreated to sit on the steps, dozing off. And 13 paused mid-sentence, hearing footsteps approaching and instinctively wanting to disappear. Only managing to ask tentatively, "Master." "Continue." Qin Huangji closed his eyes, slightly tilting his head, suddenly stiffening his body in disbelief at what occurred. Naturally, Qin Huangji knew exactly what it meant, but never expected. And 13 blushed furiously, feeling utterly embarrassed and hopeless, fearing Master would disapprove since he developed inappropriate feelings. "Master, I have sinned, please." With a half-closed eye glance, Qin Huangji seized the collar, pulling in 13's head down, tilting up for a light kiss. With a radiant smile, Qin Huangji questioned, what was wrong? He teasingly pressed his finger against the boy's lips. Was it here? Then prodded at his heart. Or perhaps here. Or possibly here. Fingers slid toward an 13's abdomen. "Master." For a moment, an 13's ink-black eyes filled with confusion. Qin Huangji, hearing the footsteps growing nearer, did not want others to see an 13 in this state. He lifted an 13 back onto the bed, lowering layer after layer of curtains to shield their privacy entirely. Chapter 18, Repayment. "Master, Miss Suing has arrived." Aping sounded as though just awakened, her voice muffled. Having adjusted the curtains, Qin Huangji reclined on the soft couch, picking up the book that had fallen to the floor, nonchalantly saying, "Come in." Suing, clad in purple robes, entered gracefully. Her ruby lips parted lightly as she greeted, "Suing greets the prince." Behind her trailed a maidservant with a doll-like face, sprinkled with freckles near her nostrils. Gazing at Qin Huangji, she silently called out, "Master." Qin Huangji nodded knowingly. This was an heir in disguise, truly unrecognizable. "Surname Su, what is the matter?" A fleeting blush crossed Su Ying's face as she replied lightly, "Being a new mother, I am not very familiar with many taboos. Moreover, being originally from the northern city, I love spicy food. These past few days. Could His Highness please arrange for someone well-versed in this matter? I would be extremely grateful." Qin Huangji did not take his eyes off the book, even flipping a couple more pages before responding coldly, "It is indeed my oversight. Miss Suing need not come personally, sending a messenger would have been sufficient." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Or is there someone specific that Miss Su has in mind?" Su Ying's gaze faltered briefly before she composed herself and said, "Why does His Highness ask such a question? I am unfamiliar with the place and people." "Miss Su." Qin Huangji cut her off. "This is a mutually beneficial relationship. I protect your safety, and you assist in restraining Xian Yanshan. For reasonable requests, I will naturally comply. There's no need to play clever tricks. But," Qin Huangji continued sharply, "if you attempt anything else, do not blame me for my impoliteness." The sudden intense gaze startled Suing, but also put her at ease. Such an upright person didn't resemble the rumors of small-minded behavior. Relaxing, she patted her chest and coquettishly said, "His Highness has frightened Suing. Rest assured, I value my life very much." Qin Huangji indifferently withdrew his gaze and instructed Aping, "Go find Zhu Quan and let him handle it." Suing thanks His Highness. Qin Huangji lay quietly for a while before calling out, "An, are you there? Your subordinate is present." An flipped down from the roof, glancing subtly at the bed shrouded by curtains before kneeling beside Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji sighed inwardly, why couldn't they just walk through the door instead of always climbing through windows or over eaves? What is Qin Xuning up to? An 13 was only responsible for guarding himself, whereas An managed all the dark guards and, of course, various information. Reporting to Master, the Crown Prince was beaten by Prince Tsin and locked up in solitary confinement, still not released. There is. An hesitated slightly. Qin Huangji was puzzled, what was so hesitant about this? Just say it directly. It's Madame Xie from the Chancellor's residence. She used Master's token to withdraw money from the bank. After creating a disturbance once, they gave her the money. Then she came back yesterday. Qin Huangji furrowed his brow. What a shameless woman. Notify the bank that Xie Fanya's token is invalid. Compile all records of her previous withdrawals and send them to the Chancellor's mansion. Let him repay within 3 days. Qin Huangji had initially wanted to let her go, after all, he wasn't the original master, harboring no great hatred. If she wanted to invite her own downfall, then so be it. The returned funds will be sent to the Ministry of Households and donated to Wuzhou. The flood could claim countless lives. How's the situation with the flood? Prince Wei says blocking it won't work, we should divert it instead. An respectfully reported each piece of news. A smile crossed Qin Huangji's face. No wonder the Crown Prince was held in high regard. You may leave. Inside Yunyan Tower, Xie Fanya enthusiastically picked earrings, completely unaware of what had happened at the estate. Selecting one round without satisfaction, she noticed a woman holding a pair of elegant white jade orchid earrings. Quickly stepping forward, she said, "I'll take these earrings." The woman looked up upon hearing her and responded, "They're mine first." Sia Fanya detested being called a concubine's daughter most. Thanks to the Chancellor and Emperor Xinglan Wang, everyone who saw her called her second young lady except for Han Shui, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Struck on a sore spot, Sia Fanya sneered, "And who exactly are you? You haven't even paid yet, have you? Why should the daughter of a mere third-rank official be so arrogant? I'll pay double the price." Sia Fanya told the shop owner. Han Shui let out a cold snort, "Do you even have that much silver? Double?" Sia Fanya smugly said, "Not I, but our prince has plenty." She proudly pulled out 4 or 5 500 liang silver bills and waved them in front of Han Shui. Seeing their mistress bullied, Han Shui's maid couldn't help muttering, "A concubine's daughter is still a concubine's daughter," without any sense of shame. Unfortunately, it didn't escape Sia Fanya's ears. Enraged, she slapped the maid hard across the face, deliberately scratching her with her nails. "Ah!" The maid screamed. Han Shui roared angrily, "What are you doing? And what am I doing? It's none of a servant's business to talk about me." Looking at the blood mark on the maid's face, a trace of satisfaction crossed Sia Fanya's eyes. If she couldn't beat the master, surely she could humiliate the dog. Han Shui knew she was in the wrong, her maid shouldn't have spoken out. Even as a secondary daughter, she was still from the Prime Minister's residence, and behind her stood King Xinglan Wang. Who in the capital didn't know that King Xinglan favored her? Sia Fanya, seeing Han Shui frustrated, cheerfully asked, "Boss, how much?" The boss's eyes darted around, hesitatingly saying, "This pair of jade earrings is 100 taels, Miss Sia said double, so." Sia Fanya winced slightly at parting with the silver, it could buy 2 pairs already. But with Han Shui watching nearby, she gritted her teeth and paid. "Of course I stand by my words." She smirked triumphantly at Han Shui and her maid, oblivious to the calamity about to befall her. Back at the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Sia's face turned ashen, his eyes red with fury. This was 15,000 taels of silver. His entire yearly salary was merely 2,600 taels. When Sia Fanya happily returned home with the earrings, she was greeted by Prime Minister Sia's furious slap. "Ungrateful daughter, look what you've done." Sia Fanya fell to the ground from the strike, her head spinning, her cheek rapidly swelling, a streak of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Father, what did I do? How can you hit my face when it's the king's favorite feature?" Sia Fanya automatically tried to use King Xinglan's favor to suppress her father, unaware of what had happened. Prime Minister Sia trembled with anger. "Do you even have the audacity to mention this? Stealing the king's seal, withdrawing money from the bank privately, 15,000 taels. That's thievery. It's enough for execution." Realizing the situation now, Sia Fanya's body shook as she defended herself. "I didn't steal it, the token was given to me by the king, father, believe me." The Prime Minister paused briefly in thought. True, she likely wouldn't dare to steal, but what could be done? If the king said it was theft, then it was. 15,000 taels, where is the money? Bring it out. Sia Fanya stuttered guiltily, I spent it. Spent it? Where did you spend it? Bring out the things." The Prime Minister clenched his teeth, barely resisting the urge to slap her again. Seeing her bow her head and cry without moving, he roared, "Don't you dare stay there. Go fetch it. If you can't repay the money, I'll send you to the authorities." Sia Fanya finally grew frightened, hastily crawling up to run toward her quarters. Chapter 19, Punishment. Along the way, Sia Fanya pondered deeply. The token was clearly given personally by the king, why had it suddenly become stolen? Recalling his cold demeanor that day in the tea house made Sia Fanya somewhat uneasy. After leaving the tea house, she'd convinced herself, it must have been a scheme to attract her attention. For 4 years, the man who followed her commands, chased her daily, placing his heart before her, how could he abruptly declare no longer loving her? She'd intended to give him the cold shoulder for a few days, but it seemed he'd truly become infuriated. Still, Sia Fanya couldn't believe the king would send her to the authorities. It was probably just an excuse to force her to yield. Reluctantly, she decided to try placating him after all. As for the amount, 15,000 taels, when had she ever withdrawn so much? The bank must have exaggerated, so she'd tell the king about this. Then there was Han Shui, always bullying her. Wasn't it only because her uncle was the king? Once she became the princess, there'd be hell to pay for Han Shui. Glancing into the mirror at her swollen cheek, hatred flashed across her eyes. Was she any less the daughter than Xia Fangfei? She'd step on the Prime Minister's beloved daughter sooner or later. On the other side, Qin Huangji was teasing little Annie. Due to N13's injuries, Qin Huangji hadn't left the room for 3 days, his lips curved in amusement as he leaned lazily in the corner of the bed. N13's wound had scabbed over, some places already shedding, leaving faint pink marks, a testament to the incredible recovery abilities of the Dark Guards. But Qin Huangji maliciously wrapped thick bandages around him, restricting his movement, so he could keep carrying him around. An-13 sat stiffly on the bed, staring intently at his knees, devoid of expression on his face, yet his eyes brimmed with complex emotions. The moment he glanced up, the emotions dissipated entirely. Qin Huangji couldn't help bursting into laughter. In these 2 days, he realized little An wasn't emotionless, but simply very skilled at concealing himself. Having discovered his secret, Qin Huangji constantly observed his emotions. Truly intriguing. The more time they spent together, the more he uncovered An-13's cuter sides, and also the more he cared for him. Leaning closer, Qin Huangji lightly kissed the corner of his lips, gently biting down on An-13's lower lip. Sensing the sudden tensing of muscles beneath him, Qin Huangji softened his touch, only for An-13 to suddenly spring up. Unable to move properly due to the tight wrapping around his knees, he tumbled off the bed. Upon rebounding, An-13 used his internal energy to tear apart the bandages and swiftly flew away. Appearing slow but actually completed in the blink of an eye, Qin Huangji froze in place while maintaining the kissing motion, hearing the sounds of fighting from outside and seeing fragments of the bandages on the ground. Irritated, he let out a cold snort. His heart felt heavy, thinking about the way An-13 had fallen made him chuckle helplessly. Qin Huangji listened to the sounds outside, carefully distinguishing how many people were there and which voice belonged to those he cared about. Gradually, the sounds of the fight faded away. Dark 13 walked in, looking at Qin Huangji whose expression was clearly displeased, knowing that his earlier behavior had angered his master. On bended knees, Dark 13 picked up the fragments of the bandage one by one, placing them on the table. Then, crawling on his knees towards the medicine cabinet, he took some more bandages and stopped near Qin Huangji's feet. From the moment he entered, Qin Huangji had been observing him seriously. Good, he wasn't injured. Watching his actions, he found them somewhat amusing, yet suppressed his laughter and stiffened his face. What he thought was, how could this person be so cute? Dark 13 held the bandages with both hands and said in a low voice, 13 knows his fault and pleads for punishment. Indeed you deserve punishment. Tell me, what do you think my lord should do? Initially, it was just meant as a tease, but it seemed like Dark 13 really thought about it for a moment before crawling once again. Curious, Qin Huangji watched, not knowing what he was planning to do. He then saw Dark 13 retrieve a long whip that had already been discarded, offering it respectfully with both hands to Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji immediately erased any curious or teasing expressions, asking coldly, no begging for mercy. I wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Speak clearly, is it because you don't dare, or because you don't wish to? Qin Huangji's heart carried a hint of anger. Wasn't it obvious enough these past few days? Liking him, yet the man only regarded him as a shadow guard. Only treating him as a master. Dark 13 appeared confused, silent, unable to understand his master's meaning. Frustration built inside Qin Huangji, who reached for the whip. Dark 13 removed his top, turning his back, revealing a robust and white muscular back. Suddenly, Qin Huangji wasn't angry anymore. As a shadow guard, all Dark 13's life had been filled with training and missions since childhood. How could he know any worldly emotions? The only method he probably understood would be letting him beat him up. Why be angry? Teach him slowly over time. Touching the youth's back gently, Dr. Lin's medicine was indeed quite good, previous wounds left only faint white marks without scarring. While waiting for the punishment, Dark 13 felt puzzled, yet dared not move recklessly. According to Rule 45 for shadow guards, struggling, resisting, or shouting during punishment would double the penalty. So he simply let his master's hand rest on his back. Thinking within himself, removing clothing for punishment was to avoid secondary injuries caused by clothes sticking to bleeding wounds. That. Glancing at Dark 13's lower waist, he mischievously prodded him with the whip, my lord intends to punish here. Dark 13 looked bewildered. How could this be done? Such a punishment was entirely new to him. Did it also mean he had to remove his pants? Suddenly, embarrassment arose, hesitating without making any moves. Are you willing to take your punishment, or perhaps give me a kiss? And we'll switch the place to punish, Qin Huangji deliberately teased, gaining either way. Dark 13 hesitated, standing motionless with his back turned. Qin Huangji poked the youth's back once again, acting stern, my patience is limited. Dark 13 turned around, his face slightly red, crawling up Qin Huangji's leg and quickly giving him a peck on the cheek. Swiftly catching hold of the body trying to retreat, black eyes glinted with amusement as his finger touched his own lips, here. Dark 13 reluctantly kissed again, retreating to kneel neatly on the ground. Qin Huangji used the whip to lift the youth's chin. 10 lashes, do you accept? Yes. Dark 13 replied obediently. 1 kiss reduces 1 lash, how does that sound? Bending down, Qin Huangji's lips grazed Dark 13's cheek, murmuring into his ear, his voice deep and magnetic, with an upward inflection at the end, akin to having a hook. Hooking Dark 13's heart, making his eyes widen. Master. Knock knock knock, the knocking sound interrupted Dark 13's words on the verge of being spoken. Qin Huangji irritably lifted his head, coldly saying, come in. Shadow 1 opened the door, seeing Dark 13 kneeling naked from the waist up, his master's face gloomy, occasionally tapping the whip in his hand. Feeling somewhat fearful, hesitating, is it still possible to leave now? What is it, hurry up. An extremely impatient voice snapped Shadow One back to his senses. Tonight, there were 8 assassins in Ilan Pavilion. 3 came to Master's Lanchi court. 9 have been killed, 2 captured alive. Should I present them to Master? Qin Huangji fiercely responded, you deal with it yourself. I only want results. Yes. Shadow One bowed and left. After Shadow One left, Qin Huangji looked towards the person who was looking down silently and asked, how about your thinking? Dark 13 looked up and boldly climbed onto the bed, kneeling beside his master. He leaned in and kissed him. But Qin Huangji had no intention of letting him off so easily. As Dark 13 was about to retreat, he grabbed the back of his head and deepened the kiss. Pulling away, Qin Huangji counted, 1. Dark 13 caught his breath, then kissed again. Every time, he got tangled up by his master and only after a while was set free. On the 6th attempt, he simply said, Master, just punish me. The youth's chest was heaving, his hair disheveled. Qin Huangji's eyes gleamed darkly, his voice hoarse, it's too late. As their lips met again, there was another knock on the door. Get out, Qin Huangji roared in fury, 2 interruptions were bound to provoke even the most patient man. The hand outside hesitated upon hearing 2 distinct voices within. Was this perhaps disturbing the prince's mood? Subordinate will come tomorrow. Goodbye. Qin Feng wisely chose to flee. Without doubt, Qin Feng knew the truth. Qin Huangji threw the whip with force. It hit the door with a bang. Then, lying down on the bed, he truly lost interest. Dark 13 knelt on the bed, lowering his gaze, afraid to anger his master. Qin Huangji forcefully pulled him closer, embracing him as he grumbled, go to sleep. Dark 13 quietly asked, won't master punish me anymore? Holding it over you. A sudden gust extinguished the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. The rustling of leaves and chirping insects remained the only sounds. Chapter 20, Plan Foiled. Knock knock knock, Qin Huangji irritably got up, fed up with all the interruptions. Seeing Dark 13 quickly rise beside him and leap onto the beam, his twitching eye revealed growing dissatisfaction with whoever was knocking. Just get in. Zhu Quan rushed inside, disregarding the prince's wrath. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, Miss Sia has been kneeling at the gate for half an hour, and more people are gathering. You should go take a look. Miss Sia. Sia Fangya. Qin Huangji briefly hesitated in confusion. What time is it now? Prince, it's the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m. Meaning it was only around 5 or 6 o'clock. After kneeling for half an hour, did Sia Fangya have some illness? Let her kneel if she wants to. Qin Huangji wanted to lie down and rest for a while longer, but Aping had already entered with a basin of water, tea for rinsing his mouth, and a willow twig. Zhu Quan fretted beside the prince, watching as the prince leisurely got up to wash and brush his teeth, and calmly ate breakfast. Zhu Quan was sweating profusely, realizing it was almost the hour of Chen when the prince finally rose. Qin Huangji judged the time, noticing how restless the steward was, and softly said, let's go see. Outside the mansion gates, Sia Fangya was dressed in white, kneeling on the ground. Sweat dampened her fringe, her tear-filled eyes red, her cheeks swollen with a pitiable expression. Why is this girl kneeling outside the Holy Waves Prince's mansion? Did she offend the prince? That's the second daughter of the Prime Minister. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse from afar once. The affection of the Holy Waves Prince for Sia's second daughter is widely known, so why would she be kneeling here? The Holy Waves Prince is accustomed to being arrogant. My second aunt's nephew's daughter works in the mansion. She says the prince goes crazy and kills people. I heard he likes torturing people, causing them excruciating deaths. Look at Miss Sia's face, she's obviously been beaten. Sia Fangya, having knelt for an hour, found her knees aching unbearably. Thinking of giving up, she gritted her teeth upon hearing the surrounding voices, forcing herself to endure as tears streamed down her face, continuously cursing in her heart. Damn, why hasn't he come out yet? She intentionally arrived early to draw a crowd. Now her legs were surely swollen. If only she'd come later. Out of the corner of her eye, catching sight of Qin Huangji, she immediately composed herself, tears streaming down her face as she nervously told those around her, do not spread rumors. Brother Huan is not that kind of person, it's all my fault. Humph, quite the convincing act. If it were the original main character, who knows how much sympathy they might feel. Qin Huangji asked coldly, what is Miss Sia doing? Sia Fangya, as if just noticing him, called out joyfully, Brother Huan. Do not misname yourself. The only sisters of this prince, besides Princess Yi Ning, are the cousins from the general's house. Sia Fangya looked embarrassed, yes, your highness. Yesterday, your subject came to request an audience and was rejected, leaving me no choice but to resort to this desperate method. My lord, you were the one who insisted on giving me that token to thank me for saving your life. Knowing my financial difficulties, I spent some of the silver coins. Now if I must return them, I simply cannot. Ah, it's not that I won't return them, I will. But could His Excellency allow me a 2-day extension? Sia Fanya looked up, lips pressed tightly as large tears streamed down her face, her body swaying precariously. Various indignant voices erupted from the crowd around her, pointing and murmuring at Qin Huangji. What an ungrateful person, asking for repayment after showing gratitude, what an eye-opener. Miss Sia saved a wolf in white, it's terrible how she's been forced into this situation. Shoo, that's a prince we're talking about. So what? Even a prince can't kill innocents without reason, can he? He did something despicable and still doesn't want us to talk about it. Yes, and are you suggesting he can just wipe out everyone speaking their minds? Qin Huangji found himself suffering a headache, though wearing earplugs, these people were too close for comfort, every word reached his ears perfectly clear. He no longer wanted to waste words or saliva with her. He had instructed the steward to prepare the detailed list of all the gifts sent to Sia Fanya over the years. Zhu Quan, read it aloud for them. Zhu Quan pulled out a book from his sleeve. When Miss Sia was 5, she indeed saved our lord, but it wasn't until 3 years ago that he tracked down Miss Sia. Over these 3 years, the prince has given her everything within his means. Sia Fanya, kneeling on the ground, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety sweep over her. Precious Edges Pavilion, Jade Orchid Hairpin, Jade Pendant Fan. Total, 26,700 taels. Fanciful Tower, 100 Pleated Man Dress, Smoky Water 100 Flowers Dress. Total, 43,000 taels. Illegal withdrawal of 15,000 taels from the bank. Also, last year, when Miss Sia complained about her humble living conditions, his lordship rebuilt her residence. Costs aside, all her furniture, from rosewood tables, chairs, cabinets, bedsteads, screens, vases, ornaments, even bowls and plates, were all delivered by the lord. Miss Sia, am I accurate? Not only do I have meticulous records, but I also have witnesses. Would you care to meet them? Sia Fanya collapsed onto the ground, despair flooding her being. How had things come to this? The gossip, blame, disdain, they had completely overwhelmed her. Qin Huangji stepped before her, his voice freezing cold. Miss Sia, I've already given you your chance. Even if you succeed today, what would be the gain? It wouldn't substantially harm me. In front of power, everything is fleeting. Raising his gaze, he stared straight at those few who had instigated strong emotions right from the start, shouting the loudest curses. His voice colder than ice, disrespecting a prince is punishable by death. The several individuals fell to their knees with thuds, crying out. It's Miss Sia, she gave us money and asked us to say such things. My lord, please spare our lives. Yes, yes, she did give us money. Here, take it back. My lord, don't kill me. Only then did the surrounding crowd understand, apologized, and scattered. Qin Huangji didn't want to tangle further with women. Zhu Quan, send the list to the prime minister, and handle the rest yourself. Upon hearing that it would be sent to the prime minister, Sia Fanya instantly broke down wailing, Huan brother, no. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Aren't you fond of me? You still like me, right? Marry me. Qin Huangji couldn't be bothered with her nonsense anymore. Marrying him? What a dream. At this point, she still thought he liked her. Turning back into the mansion, even as he reached the hall, he could hear her piercing cries of misery. His head didn't ache exactly, it just buzzed unpleasantly, irritating him more. Watching Aping bustling around aimlessly made him even more annoyed. I need rest, no interruptions. Once quiet returned to the room, Dark 13 appeared quietly, cool fingers pressing gently against Qin Huangji's temples, providing a moderate massage to the acupoints. Eyes half closed, Qin Huangji extended a hand, pulling the other onto the bed, cradling them on his lap. As the fingers worked their magic, the creases between his brows gradually smoothed out. Meanwhile, the palace occupants, upon hearing this news, found reassurance and joy, even consuming half a bowl more rice during meals. Chapter 21, Qin Feng. Qin Huangji was roused from sleep by Aping. Unsure how long he'd slept, Dark 13 continued softly massaging his temple acupoints. Enjoying the moment with closed eyes, he asked faintly, what time is it? Dark 13 replied lowly, noon. It's noon already. Qin Huangji sat up, noticing the stiff posture of the one sitting nearby, unable to contain his amusement. It seemed Dark 13 hadn't managed to jump off the bed immediately, surely his legs had gone numb. Qin Huangji approached, helping to massage Dark 13's legs while teasing, you've massaged my head, now I'll massage your legs, it's all fair. But still, there should be a reward. Leaning in, he claimed a kiss on Dark 13's lips. Aping, hearing the commotion inside, silently congratulated himself that the master had finally awakened. Opening the door, he called out, Master, you've finally gotten up. Upon seeing the master and director and kissing, Aping covered his eyes with both hands and said, I saw nothing, before running out and bumping into the doorframe with a bang. Qin Huangji frowned unhappily. Why so flustered? What's the matter? Aping, holding his aching head, mumbled, it's noon already, master, you haven't risen yet. I'm worried, shall the servant prepare your meal? Qin Huangji nodded, he was getting hungry. Prepare it then. He pulled director and up as he spoke. While setting the dishes on the table, Aping said, "Master, in 2 days, it will be the prince's 100th day celebration. Crown Prince has sent an invitation, shall the servant prepare a gift?" Qin Huangji thought for a moment and replied, "No need, this king has my own plans." Glancing at the 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table, he smiled faintly, looking at Aping with admiration in his eyes. After lunch, Qin Huangji leisurely sat by the pavilion feeding fish while Aping fanned him beside. "Lord, he said he has something urgent to report, so I didn't delay but brought him in." Zhu Quan led a man inside, dressed all in black. However, unlike Directorin, he wore a long robe with a purple-black waist sash tightly bound around his waist. The edge of the robe was adorned with golden thread embroidery featuring elegant bamboo. The man's sharp facial features matched his chiseled face perfectly, making him appear even more formidable. He looked like an unsheathed knife. "Your subordinate, Qin Feng, pays respects to Lord." The man kneeled on one knee, bowing with clasped fists. Qin Huangji, idly tossing fish food, asked indifferently, "Are you of the Qin family? Are you the emperor's personal guard?" In the Kanglan kingdom, Qin was the imperial surname. If he wasn't from the royal family, then he could only be the emperor's private guard. Outstanding guards could receive their lord's bestowed name. "I lead the Dark Guard Hall, honored to receive the emperor's bestowal of my name." Qin Feng showed no expression on his face, not blinking once. Even while kneeling on the ground like a lifeless statue, his breathing couldn't be felt. Qin Huangji inwardly marveled at this person whose martial arts seemed immeasurably deep. "Was that last night you?" "It was me." Qin Huangji had a probing intention, pinched some fish food between his 2 fingers, and shot them out with internal force. Without noticing or reacting to the object heading straight towards him, Qin Feng didn't lift his head at all, allowing the fish food charged with internal energy to shoot directly onto his forehead, instantly leaving a bruise. Qin Huangji now looked at Qin Feng with admiration and respect. A small grain of fish food almost contained all of Qin Huangji's strength. Any normal martial artist would have been knocked down, coughing blood, but Qin Feng remained completely motionless. "Why did you not dodge?" Qin Feng respectfully answered, "You are my lord." Qin Huangji stared at him for a moment, then turned away lazily, leaning against the pillar, casually scattering fish food. "Stand up, what is your purpose here?" Only after these words did Qin Feng rise, gazing at Qin Huangji. His gaze flickered slightly as he thought, this prince may not be simple, he isn't like what outsiders rumored. The previous intense and cold aura vanished instantly, turning him into a lazy youth who appeared incapable of martial arts. "My lord, Wuzhou suffers annual floods, with dikes collapsing each year." However, the local government concealed this fact and never reported it, leading to the people's grumbling dissatisfaction. Once they realized they couldn't hide it any longer, they submitted a report. Subordinates have discovered that someone embezzled public funds, used inferior materials for the dams, and cut corners during construction. Qin Huangji hesitated momentarily in his hand movements. From ancient times to the present, such cases of corruption have always been unavoidable. It was simply due to human greed. Check all officials of Wuzhou. One person can't deceive so many pairs of eyes. For a 4th-rank governor, he wouldn't dare take such risks alone, there must be connections in the capital. Qin Huangji strained to recall, the original main character from his past barely left the residence and had no memory of this matter. Yet instinctively, it felt related to Prince Shen. He asked seemingly offhandedly, "How's Uncle Wang doing lately?" Qin Feng seriously replied, "Prince Shen recently enjoys cultivating flowers and playing with birds, adopting a new concubine, living quite freely and comfortably." He didn't understand why the prince suddenly questioned about Prince Shen. Did he suspect him? "My lord suspects Prince Shen." Qin Huangji smiled without comment. Qin Feng started in shock, then bowed hastily. "I'll go investigate right away." "Your leave first." "Hold on, apart from the token, are there any other items needed for summoning forces from the Dark Guard Hall?" Qin Huangji stopped him with this question. Qin Feng took out a small wooden box from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "Yes, please forgive me, my lord. I was hasty earlier and forgot." Receiving the wooden box, Qin Huangji didn't open it. He placed it casually on the stone table and stared intently at Qin Feng. His voice held no trace of emotion. "Whose side are you on now, my father's, or mine? I am merely the head's person." Qin Huangji raised his eyebrows, evidently pleased by Qin Feng's answer. He waved his hand and continued feeding the fish. The Dark Guard Hall belonged neither to anyone nor any faction. They were only under the Hallmaster's orders, and for them, who the current Hallmaster was wasn't particularly important. "Master." A shadowy figure appeared within the waterside pavilion. News from the border: 2 days ago, Xianyuan Yenshan was injured. He reportedly had a conflict with Commander Shan Xiaojun and was stabbed with a spear, sustaining serious injuries. The Su family tea house disappeared overnight. Qin Huangji smirked cynically. Smart move on his part. But it suited Qin Huangji's intentions as well. Temporarily, he didn't wish to be enemies with him. By dismantling years of covert operations and injuring himself, Xianyuan had given him ample reasons to seethe. This truly was a loss of both wife and soldiers, foolishly thinking the crown prince of Xinglan was so easily manipulated. Qin Huangji asked, what about the one who infiltrated before? If his guess was correct, this person must have been from Shenyuan Yenshan's camp. An Yi replied, this person has always been active around the main kitchen. I've kept a close watch on them, they haven't dared take other actions. Find an opportunity for them to meet Suing. Yes. Seeing an Yi still lingered, Qin Huangji curiously asked, anything else? Dark 7. Luo Yueying sent word. All our businesses are profitable. She inquires if she should expand, opening more stores. An Yi trailed off, guessing the master wouldn't mind. Qin Huangji smiled. Indeed, his judgment was right. She can handle this herself. There's no need to bother the prince. Yes, my lord. I shall withdraw. Qin Huangji felt exceptionally cheerful, finding everything adorable. He threw the fish food, patted his hands clean, picked up the small wooden box from the table, placed his hands behind his back while heading back inside, humming a little tune along the way. Chapter 22, Beaten. Master. Qin Huangji looked at Dark 13, his eyes widening slightly with admiration. Dressed only in white inner robes, his hair unbound, strands cascading down his shoulders and back, coupled with his androgynous features, he appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Drops of water hung from his hair tips, dampening his clothes, creating translucent wet patches that revealed a hint of skin underneath. Qin Huangji's throat moved as his gaze became increasingly intense. Why did you rush here without drying your hair and looking disheveled? How improper is this? Today was supposed to be his shift, and Qin Huangji wanted to let him rest early. He refused, insisting to follow out of worry, after which Qin Huangji sent him away after lunch. Dark 13 answered deeply, Qin Feng has arrived. Qin Huangji found this somewhat amusing. Could someone like him actually pose a threat? He tugged on Dark 13's hair, musing whether what they showed on TV about using internal energy to dry hair was real, then attempted to channel his internal energy into his palm. In a moment, upon observing the strand of hair in his hand, he looked somewhat surprised. It dried all right, but it broke. Isn't cutting one's hair quite significant in ancient times? He sneaked a glance at Dark 13 kneeling humbly beneath him while bending over to grab the hair from behind. Dark 13 probably hadn't noticed. Quietly, Qin Huangji slipped the broken hair into his sleeve, pretending nothing happened. Feeling somewhat guilty, his eyes flickered nervously among the surrounding trees. He came. Lost in thought, Dark 13 didn't notice his small action. Qin Feng was arrogant and rebellious. Dark 13 worried he might use this opportunity to embarrass or trouble their master, so he ran over mid-bath. Thinking about how master looked at Qin Feng made his heart uncomfortable. Gathering courage, he raised his head to look at Qin Huangji earnestly with dark eyes. Master, Qin Feng cannot defeat me. For a moment, Qin Huangji didn't understand what this meant. Dark 13 possessed high martial arts skills unmatched by anyone in the Dark Guard's pavilion, he knew this, but Dark 13 wasn't usually the competitive type. Pulling him up, Qin Huangji met his gaze levelly, looking at him intently before laughing suddenly. Are you jealous? Qin Huangji couldn't believe it. Dark 13 didn't answer this question, instead pondering that upsetting master would result in being beaten up, but not speaking caused unbearable distress within. So he continued, he is also very old. Qin Huangji now confirmed it. He was indeed jealous. Chuckling, he said, right, you're young, skilled in martial arts, and incredibly handsome, followed by a soft kiss on his lips. Crack. From afar, a branch fell off a tree. Qin Huangji lifted his gaze, dissatisfied. Being his follower yet unable to accept such intimacy was unacceptable. Go receive your punishment. As these words left his mouth, a distant voice replied obediently. Suddenly encircled in arms, Dark 13 spoke out loud, Master, please release me. Someone's coming. Qin Huangji naturally heard too, yet had no intention of letting go. When one loves, why hide it? Huangji, you went into the palace but never visited the general's mansion. What exactly are you two doing? Shan Hongyu blinked, doubting if he misjudged. This figure in master's embrace was indeed a man, wasn't he? Zhu Quan cautiously glanced at both faces. My lord, Uncle Jia forcibly barged in. Your servant didn't dare stop him. Qin Huangji saw the person who came in and felt a headache coming on. Unexpectedly, it was his younger uncle. He pinched Dark 13's waist and whispered softly, go back first, you don't need to come over. If younger uncle gives you trouble, don't hold back. This was naturally heard by Shan Hongyu, who said, Tisk, is your younger uncle that kind of person? But his eyes became even less friendly. He flicked the fan in his hand, directing it straight at Dark 13. Dark 13 paused for a moment, standing still. His master had said not to hold back, but this was the master's uncle. Still, he thought perhaps dodging would be fine. Before he could move, Qin Huangji rushed over. As the fan was about to strike Dark 13's face while he remained unmoving, Qin Huangji felt a sense of urgency and darted forward to catch the fan. The powerful impact sent waves of intense pain through his hand, almost breaking it. Qin Huangji's face filled with irritation as he held the fan and turned back to strike him but stopped himself. Do you take my words as mere wind? The last word rose with anger. Dark 13, seeing his master's wrist, was filled with regret. Lowering his body, he was about to kneel when Qin Huangji tightly held him back. I'll deal with you later. Go back. One could torment one's own people however they wanted, but others mustn't interfere. Shan Hongyu, the second son of the general's mansion, the previous owner's real younger uncle, possessed great martial arts skill but did not join the military, instead going into business, earning him a beating from the old general. In a full white robe, he carried an ethereal air. His face resembled the Empress Mother by 7/10, differing only with a pair of fox-like eyes, making him extremely alluring. The original master feared nothing under heaven except this younger uncle, whose harsh punishments were genuine. Qin Huangji shook his hand and handed the fan back to Shan Hongyu. Younger uncle, your attack was too severe. My wrist is nearly broken. Shan Hongyu didn't respond, keeping his alluring eyes fixed on Dark 13. Watching the fleeting shadow disappear, he raised an eyebrow, skilled in martial arts, looking as if not below him. He glanced down at the red and swollen wrist, saying, a male consort, why are you so protective of him? He won't die anyway. Qin Huangji seriously said, he isn't a male consort. Ha, raising a male consort isn't enough for you now, and you plan to shirk responsibility? Anger began to accumulate in Shan Hongyu's eyes as he struck Qin Huangji's arm with the fan. No internal energy was used, just a bit of skill, painful indeed, but not damaging. Sigh, it hurt. Qin Huangji pulled back his arm but didn't dare dodge. By the original master's experience, the more you dodged, the more beatings you received. No, I'm serious. He isn't a male consort. It will always be him, and only him. Shan Hongyu's gaze sharply focused, striking 2 more times, gritting his teeth and saying, do you know what you're saying? You're a prince, a king. Qin Huangji endured this silently, knowing since that day he made his decision, these beatings were probably unavoidable. Younger uncle, let's go inside first. We'll discuss this inside. Beating me in the courtyard like this, am I supposed to have no dignity? Shan Hongyu coldly glared and walked into the house first. Does your emperor father and empress mother know? Qin Huangji shook his head, they do not. Shan Hongyu scoffed coldly, your legs might not be saved then. What is that man's identity? Qin Huangji dared not sit down. He looked down at his legs, they shouldn't be lost, right? Looking up pitifully at Shan Hongyu, he is my hidden guard. Ranked 13. Shan Hongyu's anger increased greatly, it wasn't a problem to keep a male consort, but marrying a male spouse, embarking on such a disdained path, how could a current duke marry a hidden guard? How inappropriate. Slap. This time, Shan Hongyu employed 3 parts of internal strength. Ugh. Qin Huangji voiced his pain as his entire arm trembled slightly, involuntarily adding a coquettish tone. Younger uncle. Shan Hongyu also felt heartache, keep him as a consort, and that's all. Don't think beyond that. The grandfather misses you. If you have free time, visit the general's mansion. Qin Huangji pulled up his sleeve, revealing 4 red ridges, one of which was exaggeratedly raised. Chapter 23, Begging. Younger uncle, I don't care. You must help me. Otherwise, I'll go to the general's mansion now and lodge a complaint with grandfather. These wounds already look like they're bleeding slightly. You. Enraged, Shan Hongyu lifted his hand, intending to strike him. However, upon hitting the swollen arm, he lightened his force and couldn't bear to strike hard after all. How should I help? Qin Huangji, having succeeded, curled his lips, male consort be male consort, but I won't marry a wife, I can only have him. Uncle, help me block things out. When the chance arises, persuade Father Emperor and Mother Empress to spare my legs, too. Shan Hongyu said nothing, curling his fingers around the fan until they tingled with itching, finally waving his sleeve and leaving. Qin Huangji sighed with relief, thinking that he had managed to get through the test from his younger uncle. After a quick calculation in his mind, Qin Huangji realized he would still have to endure numerous beatings from old general, his father and Mother Empresses. Should he flee? Dark 13 adjusted his demeanor and sat restlessly before finally deciding to approach Qin Huangji. The moment he entered, his eyes landed on Qin Huangji's arm, making him tremble inside. Master, Dark 13 knelt by Qin Huangji's feet and gently lifted his arm, red-eyed with guilt in his eyes. Qin Huangji gazed at the teary eyes of Dark 13 and thought for a second, could it be that Dark 13 also liked him? After all, Dark 13 never blinked an eye when he himself was battered close to death, but now seemed on the verge of tears. It's my choice. You shouldn't feel so guilty about this. Qin Huangji lifted Dark 13's chin and said calmly, why don't you obey my orders when I tell you not to hold back? Dark 13's eyes never left the stripes of wounds. Pain shot through his heart again and again. I have sinned, please punish me, master. Qin Huangji grew frustrated. Admitting fault and accepting punishment, it was always these few sentences day after day. This relationship would eventually become clear sooner or later, others might refrain from harming him too much since they were attached, contenting themselves with scolding and light slaps, but things were different with Dark 13. He needed to learn how to protect himself. So Qin Huangji sternly said, what use is there for a dark guard who doesn't follow orders? The blood drained from Dark 13's face, fear filling his eyes. I've sinned. Please, Master, I will never dare again. Please, don't forsake me. His head crashed onto the ground with a thud. This hit deeply stirred Qin Huangji, unaware of the source of Dark 13's fear. But seeing him like this made Qin Huangji ache inside. He pulled the man up forcefully, noticing the blood on his forehead, glaring fiercely as he said, "Listen carefully, you belong to me entirely, without my permission, absolutely no harm shall come to you, not even from yourself. Do you understand?" I understand. If there's another time, then you need not accompany me anymore." Although Qin Huangji spoke harshly, his heart was full of care. Early the next morning, Aping came knocking on the door early. "Master, it's time to get up. Today's the 100th day banquet for the young prince. We need to go to the palace." Qin Huangji turned over irritably, accidentally pressing down on his arm. Ow, the pain jolted him fully awake instantly. "Master," Dark 13 rose, lifting the master's sleeve to examine the injury which had been medicated yesterday. The swelling was slightly reduced, yet the entire arm appeared even more terrifying. Qin Huangji sat up, saying, "It's fine. You don't need to follow me today." Not hearing a response from Dark 13, he turned his head curiously, only to find the man staring downward with a pale face. He nudged him on the forehead with his finger. "What are you thinking about? It's Qing's 100th day, Prince Tsin will surely attend. Go probe around at Prince Tsin's mansion with Qin Feng." Dark 13 raised his head, his expression calming as he replied, "Yes." Qin Huangji reminded him, "Remember what I told you last night, don't get injured." He didn't want to see this fool risk his safety for a mission just to end up hurting himself. After everything was prepared, Qin Huangji boarded the carriage into the palace. At the palace gate, many carriages, large and small, luxurious or plain, stopped as people disembarked for inspection before entering the palace queue. Those behind could only proceed on foot. But Qin Huangji didn't need to, he descended from the carriage and directly boarded a soft sedan chair straight into the eastern palace. In the crown prince's quarters, Qin Xuan watched the man walk in and collapse unceremoniously on the soft couch, laughing, "Why so early to come here?" With closed eyes, drowsiness overwhelming him, Qin Huangji drifted off to sleep. Qin Xuan sighed, shaking his head indulgently, fetching a blanket to cover him. Then he instructed Aping, "Take good care of your master." When he returned after attending to a round of business, seeing Qin Huangji still asleep, he helplessly reached out and shook him, "Huangji, wake up. The banquet is about to start." He happened to push exactly where the wounded arm was. "Ah, it hurts." Qin Huangji sprang upright. "Older brother, why did you do that?" Startled, Qin Xuan pulled over his brother's arm, lifting the sleeve. When the shocking wound came into view, his tone carried anger. "What is this about?" "It was younger uncle." Qin Huangji didn't hide anything. "Huh, what did you do? Why provoke younger uncle?" Qin Xuan set down his arm, puzzled, because younger uncle usually acted reasonably whenever he disciplined someone. "I like male lovers, and younger uncle found out." Qin Huangji shrugged, speaking as if commenting on the good weather. "Male lovers, you mean you prefer men?" Qin Xuan's voice climbed higher, disbelief written all over him, nearly losing balance. Since Qin Huangji could tell the crown prince so casually, it was because he believed the crown prince would support him. In the original host's memories, the crown prince always indulged him without limits. Unexpectedly, the crown prince suddenly turned serious and said, "I think uncle's punishment was too light, you don't seem to know how to repent." "You." Qin Chang didn't know how to put his words. "I'm serious. It's not a fleeting fancy, and it's not for keeping a male concubine." Qin Huangji understood what he wanted to ask. Qin Chang's eyes flickered, remembering the last time when he went to the princely mansion, seeing that dark guard with bite marks on his neck. The feeling at the time had been strange, but now recalling it made everything much clearer. "It's your dark guard, right?" This time it was Qin Huangji's turn to be surprised. Even though the crown prince had only met him twice, he'd already picked up on it. At the time, Qin Huangji himself hadn't noticed anything unusual. Truly, the crown prince was sharp. With fury in his eyes, Qin Chang asked, "Where is he? Is Dark 13 around?" I didn't bring him." Qin Huangji scratched his nose. "You're good at calculating all right, let's see how long you can protect him." Truly, this was an indication of anger as even the pronoun for self-reference had come out. "Come on, the banquet will start soon. Matters concerning you will naturally be decided by Father Emperor." Seeing Qin Huangji holding onto his sleeve with a pitiful look in his eyes, he added another sentence. "Don't expect me to help you." Qin Huangji said listlessly, "Not helping is fine. It doesn't matter, at most I'll have my legs broken, and then I'll rely on brother crown prince to support me." Qin Chang could both feel exasperated and amused momentarily. He gave him a glare and turned away. As Qin Huangji followed behind, sighing deliberately and lamenting, but Qin Chang remained indifferent, not even glancing back. Turning around a corridor, they encountered a bustling crowd who were seating themselves according to their official ranks. Qin Huangji's expression tightened as he glanced around, and couldn't help but sigh, what a dignified and handsome young lord. Chapter 24, Entrapment. The Crown Prince arrives, King Xinglan arrives. A call announced their presence. The Crown Princess handed her child over to the wet nurse before stepping down from her seat to greet them. The families of other officials knelt all around. Greetings, Crown Prince, greetings King Xinglan. For the first time, Qin Huangji saw this scene, watching as everyone bowed low beneath his feet. It felt intoxicating, no wonder everyone wished to become emperor. Kicking forward briskly, Qin Chang supported Dan Hongyu to prevent him from kneeling down. Others kneeled en masse, secretly envying him since without official rank, naturally he should kneel. But who wouldn't bow to him being the emperor's maternal uncle? Uncle doesn't need to pay so many formal respects. Releasing Dan Hongyu, Qin Chang continued saying, everyone may rise. This is a private feast, there's no need for such rigid propriety. Stretching out his arm, pulling the crown princess to the main seat, while Qin Huangji met Dan Hongyu's gaze, sitting in his designated place. Looking around, Qin Shen was curiously absent, but Qin Xiaoning caught his sight. As if sensing something, Qin Xiaoning lifted his head, playfully raising his cup toward him, seemingly amused by Qin Huangji's gradually darkening expression. String music rang out, and the dancers elegantly entered the hall. Qin Huangji observed for a while, quickly losing interest in these performances. Seeing the wet nurse carrying the baby prince, he waved his hand to beckon her closer. With permission from the crown princess, she brought little crown prince over. The chubby little thing, with his soft white skin, gazed about with grape-like eyes, his eyelashes fluttering cutely. Qin Huangji found it impossible not to scoop him into his arms and gently pinched his chubby cheeks. From his bosom, he took out a jade bracelet and shoved it into the infant's hands, murmuring aloud, "Little Mukin, I am your uncle. You should grow fast and protect me, okay?" This scene did not go unnoticed by most people. Qin Xiaoning snorted derisively, just handing over some tattered jade trinket. Many others shared similar sentiments. However, among those veteran statesmen familiar with court intrigues, this act seemed laden with significance, causing their gazes to carry newfound respect when they looked at the little one. Qin Chang also noticed this, and his eyes flickered upon seeing the jade ring. Was it really appropriate for such an artifact of the secret guard tower to be given away so casually? Hearing Qin Huangji's words further made the vein on his forehead pop. Turning his head to meet Dan Hongyu's half-amused, half-serious eyes, he couldn't help but comment, is uncle's martial arts regressing, allowing him to become so smug? Dan Hongyu raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had indeed caught on. Yes, your royal highness, this minister will work harder next time. Qin Huangji's hands froze slightly as he held the child tighter, immediately feeling intense pain in his arms. Quickly adjusting his grip on the future crown prince, he thought, try to hit me now if you dare. Suddenly, he sensed an intense gaze staring at him. Lifting his eyes, no one stood in view. Qin Xiaoning seemed occupied with drinking, revealing nothing unusual. Perhaps he was just overly sensitive. After playing until he was tired, the little one fell sound asleep. Qin Huangji gently laid him back into the wet nurse's arms and excused himself from the banquet, heading outside. Aping, silently waiting at his side all along, obediently followed behind him. The eastern palace was vast, filled with pavilions and towers. Eaves curved gracefully against blue-tiled roofs, all intricately connected in winding paths that intertwined and crossed. Before long, Qin Huangji found himself lost, casting an inquiring glance at Ping. Ping also looked utterly confused, shaking his head frantically. Qin Huangji looked disdainfully at him, wondering how he'd ended up with such a servant. Just as he was about to scold him, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Xiaoning, is everything ready?" "Of course. You can trust me to take care of things. Come here and give me a kiss." "Ew." The voice was sweet and sultry. Qin Huangji pulled Ping behind a rock formation, gesturing for him to remain silent. He couldn't believe that Qin Xiaoning and Xie Fanya had already gotten involved so early. Looking around at the layered rock formation surrounding them, well, their preferences certainly were unique. Will Qin Huangji return to the banquet? Xie Fanya asked, her delicate fingers drawing circles on Qin Xiaoning's chest as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji halted his departure. Ping didn't understand why they were hiding, glancing around aimlessly without daring to speak aloud. It seemed like nothing was happening, so why was his master doing this? Qin Xiaoning captured the mischievous hand and placed a light kiss on it, flashing a sharp gaze. "Don't worry. I've bribed the serving maid pouring the wine. If Qin Huangji doesn't return, then the crown prince will drink it." Xie Fanya gasped slightly. The crown prince drinks it, but... No matter if it's the crown prince or Saint Lan Wang, once news spreads that inappropriate acts occurred during the grand celebration of the young prince's 100th day, nobody would remember anything else about the scandal. Furthermore, there would be no way to trace it back to them. With malevolent thoughts brewing in his mind, Qin Xiaoning started making advances on Xie Fanya. While Xie Fanya emitted soft moans of allure, inside her mind schemes unfolded. Offering suggestions to Qin Xiaoning wasn't merely for others' benefit. Marrying the crown prince, or becoming one of his concubines and advancing to become a consort, her skills would make her even a potential empress someday. As Qin Xiaoning grew more intense, Xie Fanya began losing herself, gradually sinking deeper into the moment. Unbeknownst to both of them, every word of their conversation had been heard by their intended victim, not missing a single detail. Qin Huangji and Ping quietly slipped out from their hiding spot. Once they reached a more secluded area, ensuring no one was nearby, Qin Huangji whispered, "An are you here? No need to show yourself, just listen to my orders." "My lord, your servant is present," a low voice came softly, only Qin Huangji's sharp hearing allowed him to catch it, judging by the befuddled expression on Ping's face beside him. After whispering a few instructions softly, after much difficulty, they eventually managed to find their way back, returning to the banquet hall. All the while, Ping felt aggrieved. Though unable to hear others' conversations clearly, he could clearly discern what his master said. Qin Shiji, Prince, and Miss Xia were plotting against their master. Qin Huangji shot a cool glance at him. Instantly, Ping resumed his usual demeanor, showing respectful submissiveness. They returned to their seats. Sharing a subtle look with his elder brother, Qin Huangji gave a barely perceptible nod. Although he had little regard for using petty tricks devised by such base individuals, punishing someone with their own methods brought him great satisfaction. Upon seeing Qin Shioning return, Qin Huangji smirked coldly, sipping the wine in his hand. Moments later, he pretended to feel dizzy and excused himself from the banquet. Thinking back to Qin Huangji's earlier gaze made Qin Shioning uneasy, yet everything appeared to proceed according to plan. And since Qin Huangji was supported by Ping and led away, his heart settled down. Thus, he left the scene too. Walking along a narrow path, sudden pain struck at his neck, rendering him unconscious. Just before blacking out, he realized with dread that their plot might have been exposed. An grabbed Qin Shioning by the collar, throwing him into a room prepared beforehand. A quick press on his acupoints followed before jumping out the window and disappearing silently. Moments later, Xia Fanya pushed the door open, satisfied to see the person lying on the bed after witnessing Lord Qin drinking the wine herself. "Brother Huan, are you there?" "It's your," she called out. Qin Shioning woke groggily, overheated. Upon hearing the voice, he looked up, seething inwardly at being deceived by this woman. Enraged and overcome with heat, he dragged her onto the bed. Xia Fanya shrieked. "Brother Huan, why is it you?" "Ah!" Recognizing the person above, she began resisting and screaming. Seeing her resistance, Qin Shioning became angrier and slapped her harshly across the face. Dazed from the blow, Xia Fanya lay there, shocked. Chapter 25, The Entrapment, Part 2. Meanwhile, at the other side of the feast, a servant girl rushed in hurriedly. "Your Highness, trouble. King Xinglan has fainted." Qin Chang was alarmed but immediately regained composure. "Uncle, come with me to check on him. Chancellor Xia, all esteemed guests, please join us. Qin go fetch the imperial physician." He then turned to the crown princess Ouyang Yu and said, "My dear, please tend to the ladies." After giving the instructions, Qin Chang hurriedly led a group of people toward the guest quarters. A crowd of people were noisily escorted by the maidservants to Qin Shioning's room. As they reached the door, sounds inappropriate for public description could be heard from within. Qin Chang frowned at the maid. "Are you sure King Xinglan is in here? Did you see correctly?" The maid looked as if she had been frightened. "Your Highness, yes, I saw with my own eyes as King Xinglan was assisted into this room. I didn't know this kind of situation would occur. Please spare me, Your Highness." It seems that King Xinglan isn't simply fainting, but engaging in this sort of act in broad daylight. His energy appears rather abundant. Truly, an insult to gentlemanly conduct. Prime Minister Xia harbored resentment against Qin Huangji in his heart, but the scandals involving princes weren't easily observed. Bowing to Qin Chang, he said, "Your Highness, matters like this are not suitable for an old subject to meddle in. I will take my leave." "Prime Minister Xia, please wait. Things aren't yet clear. How do we know for certain that King Xinglan is inside?" Qin Chang replied calmly. "If it's not King Xinglan, then who else could it be?" The maid witnessed him enter personally. Qin Chang loudly declared, "This sort of event occurring in the Eastern Palace, I cannot overlook it. Let everyone here serve as witnesses. Bring down the door." The guard stepped forward and broke open the door. The person on the bed immediately became alert, and Qin Shioning quickly pulled the blanket around himself without tending to Xia Fanya. "Ah!" Xia Fanya screamed out loud. In panic, she hastily grabbed the scattered clothes to cover herself. Her exposed skin bore numerous bite marks. The looks people gave Qin Shioning varied, but someone gleefully asked, "Young Master Qin, is this really you? What has come over you to act like this in the Eastern Palace? This young lady, isn't she the second daughter of the Prime Minister's house?" Prime Minister Xia's face darkened like ink had been spilled on it, unable to comprehend how Xia Fanya, under house arrest, had ended up here and acted so shamelessly. He kicked her fiercely with one foot. Xia Fanya started crying outright, "Father, I don't know how I came to be here. Someone is framing me, I've been framed." Prime Minister Xia's gaze flickered, his suspicions falling onto Qin Shioning. Qin Shioning was also troubled. He wasn't foolish either, being knocked out and brought here clearly set up a compromising situation. There was no way to deny this silent loss. Seeing Xia Fanya's hypocritical face now made him feel nauseous. It all became clear, Xia Fanya had obviously intended to slip Qin Huangji some poison and had used him as a pawn. He met Prime Minister Sia's suspicious glance with, what does Prime Minister Sia want with me? I'd rather ask how Sia Miss found her way here. Could it not be that she tried seducing me and then framed me? Qin Chang asked, how did you end up here, young Master Qin? Feeling the stares of these people, Qin Xiaoning felt quite embarrassed. With a sullen face, he said, I drank a bit too much and wanted to rest. A eunuch brought me here, aren't these guest rooms? However, as for Miss Xia, she called out, Brother Huan, and lunged towards me. With that, everyone understood, their gazes collectively shifting towards Xia Fanya, including Prime Minister Xia who involuntarily endured this scrutiny. Xia Fanya was surprised, forgetting to cry. Confused as to why Qin Xiaoning spoke thus, she noticed Qin Huanji approaching and suddenly screamed, it's you. This is your doing, isn't it? Qin Huanji scanned the room with a puzzled expression, asking, what's going on here? Qin Chang succinctly recounted the events before asking again, where were you? Though to others this sounded like an accusation, Qin Chang was genuinely worried about him. Upon hearing the maidservant say he had fainted, even though he already knew the whole story, panic couldn't help but well up. Naturally, Qin Huanji understood. Speaking truthfully, he said, I was in Brother Mu's courtyard, and since he slept peacefully, I rested a bit too. When I heard the commotion over here, I came to check. Turning his head towards Xia Fanya, he added, Miss Xia claims that it's me who framed her. What value could there possibly be in framing her? Qin Huanji showed no concealment in his tone of disdain. The prince makes a valid point. Why frame her? She's illegitimate, and she acts as if she's indispensable. I believe she attempted to frame the prince but was caught in the act by young Master Qin. Thief crying, thief. Tears streamed down Xia Fanya's cheeks as she sobbed uncontrollably. She couldn't understand why things had escalated this way. Determined not to let this stain fall upon her head, she begged desperately, I am wronged. Please believe me. A weak woman like me doesn't have the ability to scheme such plans, I've been framed. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I beg you. Kneeling on the ground, she bowed her head forcefully, each bang sound echoing painfully. When she raised her head, her forehead was already bloodied. One official couldn't bear to watch anymore, saying, could there be hidden details here? Based on what I've seen, Miss Xia doesn't appear to be feigning. Just then, a commotion arose outside, followed by Qin Yi entering, Your Highness, 2 suspicious maids have been captured. The Crown Prince gently said, Prince Shi and Miss Xia, please tidy your clothes first. Ministers, let's talk in the courtyard. In the yard, 2 women were pressed to their knees by the guards, one of them was the very maid who had led everyone there. Qin Chang's expression was calm, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp, will you confess yourselves or would you prefer to do so at the Ministry of Punishments? I will speak, Your Highness, please spare my life. It was her drug, forced upon me to put into the wine. She threatened me, and I have a younger sister at home. She threatened to marry my sister off to an old widower if I didn't comply. Please spare my life. The maid, pale-faced, pointed at Xia Fanya who had just come out of the room, hatred filling her eyes. Xia Fanya froze, then ran over and grabbed the maid by the throat, I don't even know you, how could I have threatened you? Tell me, who is behind this? Tears brimmed in the maid's eyes, despite her neck being choked. She looked at the Crown Prince and pleaded, Your Highness, please save my younger sister. She is still young and innocent. Help her, Your Highness. Seeing the Crown Prince nod, the maid smiled faintly, tilted her head, and died. Xia Fanya screamed, jumping back, it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. It wasn't me. Don't pretend to be dead, get up. Kneeling by the doorway, Qin Xiaoning felt a breath of relief seeing the maid's suicide. He sighed inwardly, grateful for the cover-up involving impersonating Xia Fanya. Standing nearby watching the scene unfold, Qin Huanji didn't miss Qin Xiaoning's change in expression, rolling his eyes disdainfully. Qin Chang turned toward the other maid, who was on her knees constantly begging for mercy. There was no longer any need for further questioning. Minister Xia, what are we going to do about this? The Crown Prince asked. Minister Xia closed his eyes briefly. What does Prince Shi wish? Confused, Qin Xiaoning questioned, does Minister Xia really expect me to marry her? Minister Xia felt as though something caught in his throat. However wrong his daughter might be, she had already given herself to him. Hearing Prince Shi's meaning is that he does not want responsibility. In that case, I shall seek Lord Sun, and if not, then the Emperor. Kai Shining considered this, stirring things up wouldn't benefit him. Though the maid had died, what if? Whenever Prime Minister finds it appropriate, send her to the Sun mansion. This was an agreement to accept a concubine. Minister Xia gritted his teeth. Fine. Upon hearing this, Xia Fanya suddenly raised her head, tears streaming down her face, Father, I don't want to go to the Sun mansion. I've been framed. Xia Fanya realized her thoughts were exposed to Qin Xiaoning, knowing that entering the Sun mansion meant no good days ahead. You, be quiet. Minister Xia lost his temper finally. To the Crown Prince, I humbly take my leave. We'll come another day to apologize. As others saw this, they all bowed and took their leave one by one. Qin Chang gazed at Qin Xiaoning, covered in disarray, asking, shall Prince Shi bathe? Without replying, full of hatred, Qin Shuning glared at Qin Huangji. Are you satisfied now? With a faint smile, Qin Huangji remarked casually, not bad. Congratulations to cousin Xiao Ning, for gaining another beautiful concubine. Thus ended this farce. It was predictable that Sin Mansion would become a scene of chaos. But none of this involved Qin Huangji anymore. Chapter 26, Relief Operations. Dan Hongyu and two others sat settled in the Crown Prince's chamber, for a time silent. Aping and several eunuchs stood by the door, waiting attentively for orders. Dan Hongyu waved his fan slightly and glanced at Qin Huangji. You seem fond of children. Would you willingly live without descendants in the future? Qin Huangji sat lazily on the chair, one leg flexed, resting against the lower beam. He slowly sipped his tea, answering instantly. I'm not an emperor, why bother with descendants when I can adopt one from the royal siblings in the future? Upon hearing this irreverent response, Dan Hongyu shut his fan tightly, restraining himself again and again, before suddenly flipping the wrist, striking him. That is nothing but heretical speech. This boy always effortlessly ignited his anger, completely shattering his calm. Qin Chang was also stunned by his argumentative rhetoric, his face flickering continuously. Ah! Qin Huangji winced from the pain, furrowing his elegant eyebrows. The teacup slipped from his hand, smashing to pieces on the floor. Uncle, couldn't you hit somewhere else next time? An alert small eunuch brought a fresh teacup, swiftly collecting the porcelain shards while keeping his head lowered without making a sound. Seeing Qin Huangji's pained reaction, Qin Chang felt sympathy. He reached out and placed a hand on the fan's handle, fearful of the uncle's impulsiveness. Dan Hongyu glanced sideways, so you'll just indulge him then. Qin took the ointment, pulled up his sleeve, and saw the swollen bruise had developed ridges with traces of blood. He gave Dan Hongyu an exasperated look. Dan Hongyu didn't expect it to be this severe, feeling somewhat regretful in his heart. While applying the medicine, Qin asked, what do you plan to do about Father Emperor and Mother Empress? Let's keep it from them for now, I'm still chasing someone. Crack, the porcelain bottle in Qin's hand cracked. Dan Hongyu glared at him, fanning himself ominously while moving his fingers. Qin Huangji quickly exclaimed, ah, that hurts. Elder brother, please be gentler. Seeing their attention diverted, he silently sighed in relief. The training of the secret guards isn't something I need to explain, but as they don't understand human relationships, how can they know what love is? They merely follow my orders without resistance. As he said this, Qin Huangji's eyes dimmed, overcome by sorrow. What kind of expression is that? There's a long way ahead, he continued. Elder brother, little uncle, I want to go to Wuzhou. Upon mentioning Wuzhou, Qin Feng started worrying. Always thinking of going there to check it out. Qin was startled, urgently saying, no, Wuzhou is currently suffering from severe flooding, and the refugees have already moved south. It's too dangerous for you to go. Qin Huangji looked at the people in front of him who wouldn't associate him with conspiracies and were worried about his safety, touched by their concern. He reached out and tugged at Qin's sleeve. Elder brother, I have secret guards and a secret guard pavilion, so I won't be in any danger. The near coquettish gesture made his face flush red. Dan Hongyu didn't object, his handsome face revealing no emotions as he calmly asked, will your migraine be an issue? Qin Huangji looked up, eagerly watching Dan Hongyu. It's fine. After improvements on the earplugs, they're slightly more sensitive than normal but won't trigger headaches. Leaving the capital would truly require their consent. As a prince, not only is it improper to leave the capital privately, but also getting past the emperor regarding Wuzhou would be impossible. Dan Hongyu frowned in deep thought. I agree with you going. Wuzhou has experienced shoddy construction issues, and His Majesty is worried about disaster relief and hasn't found the right person. Tomorrow, I'll volunteer for the mission. Thank you, little uncle, then I'll leave it to you to handle the emperor. Even though little uncle is coming along, Qin couldn't help but worryfully look at him. Take more people, stay safe. Listen to little uncle and act with caution. Qin Huangji's lips twitched. Adding together both lives, he was nearing 50 years old, yet having a person just over 20 instructing him seemed ridiculous, even though he nodded obediently. Elder brother, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore, I know my limits. By the time Qin Huangji returned to the mansion, it was nearly evening. Anshan 13 and Qin Feng had been waiting a long time in the study. Seeing the prince walk in, Qin Feng knelt on one knee and reported today's situation. My lord, Prince Qin stayed within the mansion today and did not venture out. Neither me nor Anshan 13 dared to search thoroughly and thus found no abnormalities. I see, Qin Huangji remarked indifferently. That cunning old fox certainly wasn't easy to catch off guard. Meanwhile, his gaze swept over Anshan 13, seeing he hadn't sustained any injuries, giving him slight peace of mind. Anshan 13 immediately noticed the bloodstains on his lord's robes when he entered. Concern overwhelmed him. My lord, your hand. He crawled forward on his knees, lifting up the sleeve. Seeing another obvious wound added, his lips pressed tightly shut. Qin Feng initially worried about Anshan 13's impertinent action but was relieved when the prince didn't reprimand him. Then upon seeing the alarming wounds on the prince's arm. Prince, what happened? Who could possibly harm the prince despite the protection of secret guards? Qin Feng didn't take long to guess. No need to inform the emperor. Qin Huangji pulled the man to his feet, no need to kneel. Break this habit, and you don't need to kneel before me in future. Anshan 13 said nothing, silently walking over to where his master usually stored medicines, fetching ointments but unsure where to start on the heavily injured arm, while also angrily blaming himself for not accompanying his master. Qin Huangji looked at the silent Anshan 13, finding it somewhat amusing. Why, are you upset? Anshan 13 stared at the arm for a long while before slowly starting to apply the ointment, quietly replying, this servant dares not. Ha, Qin Huangji almost laughed aloud at his awkward expression. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Feng watched the two in front of him, feeling somewhat confused. His emotionless face began to crack little by little. Our lord will depart for Wuzhou the day after tomorrow. Qin Feng, you shall accompany me. That's all, prepare accordingly. Yes. Qin Feng replied, glancing back at the two one last time before stepping out the door. With no one around to hear, Qin Huangji unabashedly cried out in pain, ah, it hurts, lighter, please. The hand applying the ointment paused for a moment and then gentled its touch. Thinking about how his uncle had been following him, he realized he might have even harder times with Anshan 13 as it is. His arm was unlikely to get better anytime soon. Suddenly, he grabbed Anshan 13's hand. 13, can you beat little uncle? Anshan 13 pondered seriously for a while, we haven't fought before, so I'm not sure. But I should be able to. Qin Huangji chuckled with satisfaction and began manipulating, look at my wounds, they're from little uncle. I can't beat him, so I dare not dodge him or else I'll get hit harder. If you can beat him, then there's no need to hold back. Otherwise, your master will keep getting beaten. Anshan 13 furrowed his beautiful eyebrows slightly, nodding thoughtfully, 13 understands. That evening, as Qin Huangji hugged Anshan 13, a cloud of confusion settled over his eyes. He also felt a bit lost. Two men, what exactly did that mean? He truly didn't understand. Right now, he was only embracing and kissing. It was time to find someone to learn more about this kind of thing. Chapter 27, Disaster Victims. In the early morning, when the sky was still dark, Qin Huangji was woken up by noise. Aping was rushing around packing things. He directed everyone to lift boxes and items onto the carriage. Qin Huangji looked at the several large crates and couldn't help but support his forehead. What's all this stuff? Why is there so much? This box contains the prince's clothes, this one has bedding, and here are some other items the prince usually uses, tea leaves, tea sets. And over here. Aping continued explaining enthusiastically. Will it fit in the carriage? Qin Huangji asked skeptically. Aping seemed confused. Master, why wouldn't it fit? The palace isn't too poor to afford more carriages. Glancing out, sure enough, there were 3 carriages, each loaded heavily. These things won't come along. We need to minimize everything to just one carriage. Qin Huangji muttered. I'm going to disaster relief with uncle, not on vacation. Aping widened his eyes in shock, 1 carriage? How can we all fit in 1 carriage? Qin Huangji glanced at Aping who also carried a small bundle on his shoulder, chuckling after a moment of comprehension, there's only 3 of us. How won't that fit? I never planned on bringing you. Why are you preparing your own things? Ah. Aping hesitated for a moment, then burst into tears, looking pitiful. Prince, how can you leave me behind? I've served you since childhood. I've never left you for a day. Who will take care of you if I'm gone? Qin Huangji, annoyed by his crying, finally kicked Aping on the bottom. Go away. Aping stood aside silently, not daring to cry further, yet unwilling to go. His aggrieved expression caught Qin Huangji's attention briefly before he leaned back against Anshan 13, sighing repeatedly. You make sure they pack only essential items. Other than that, don't bring anything extra. Let me rest. As soon as the city gates opened, 1 carriage leisurely drove out. Qin Huangji pulled Anshan 13 close and continued sleeping inside the carriage. Naturally, the responsibility of driving fell upon Qin Feng. With his mouth wide open, he struggled to regain composure after witnessing Anshan 13 carefully lifting a sleepy Qin Huangji into the carriage earlier. The prince hadn't resisted, instead, he even kissed him, yes, kissed. They met with Dan Hongyu outside the city, heading towards Wuzhou. Throughout the journey, a glance filled with anger occasionally swept toward the carriage. The 2 individuals inside, the driver paid no heed, and the passenger gave no reaction. Dan Hongyu remained stern-faced the entire trip, making the accompanying officials, doctors, and elite guards feel uneasy, wary of provoking his displeasure. Within Wuzhou, besides the 3 cities of Jinghaicheng, Yangtongcheng, and Darucheng, there were 7 or 8 counties and over 10 villages. Wuzhou had a river named Jinghai River that cut across it. Due to prolonged heavy rain, the river level rose drastically, causing dams to collapse. Many houses were destroyed, and farmlands were flooded, leaving countless people displaced. Jinghaicheng was the largest city in Wuzhou and suffered the worst damage, nearly submerged entirely underwater. Entering Wuzhou, they saw this devastated landscape dotted with struggling disaster victims aiding each other. Initially intending to go to the severely affected area of Jing Haicheng, their journey was halted when the road conditions deteriorated, water rising past the wheels of the carriage, forcing them to retreat and instead head toward Yangtongcheng, which was less affected. Outside the city, thousands of refugees gathered. They were ragged, their eyes dull, lying everywhere. The elegant, immaculate appearance of Qin Huangji and his companions sharply contrasted with these unfortunate souls. Surviving through the storms and floods, enduring hot days and cold nights, their faces turned pale, and many simply passed away while lying down. No one moved their bodies, they were just left there. After all, when everyone is struggling to take care of themselves, who has the time to worry about others? With a glance, it was hard to tell who was still alive. Qin Huangji stood on the carriage frowning. When had he ever witnessed such a scene in his modern life? Truth be told, he was nothing more than a spoiled young master. The bleak sight deeply shook Qin Huangji's heart, and he couldn't help but feel desolate. Little uncle, isn't it dangerous to leave the bodies here like this? They could spread diseases. Dan Hongyu was also on the carriage, showing no emotion as he said only, let's go into the city first. Amidst the crowd, someone cried out, food. There's food. Where is there any food? All the food has been hidden by corrupt officials. On the carriage. One person moved, then two, then three, the disaster victims began rushing forward, climbing onto the carriage to snatch the food. Their eyes revealed sheer ferocity, and they showed no regard for anything. The ministers and royal physicians inside the carriage trembled with fear, hiding within and not daring to come out. Soldiers tried their best but were overturned on the ground, causing stampeding and frantic screams of despair amidst the chaos. Dan Hongyu watched coldly as he briefly flew atop the carriage, using his inner energy to push back everyone. This created a brief moment of silence in the crowd. Then someone muttered, they have food. Kill them, and we'll have food. The crowd stirred again. Those who rushed forward were once more sent flying by Dan Hongyu. After several attempts, no one dared charge anymore. Instead, they surrounded the carriage, glaring at Dan Hongyu and his companions with ferocious intensity. Fear, dread, and even hope to survive shone through the gleams in their eyes. Qin Huangji sighed, utilizing his lightness skill, and swiftly stood next to Dan Hongyu. Anshan 13 followed closely behind. Without taking his eyes off the person beside him, as if everything around him were irrelevant, Qin Huangji spoke up, not to mention whether you can kill us or not, even if you do manage to kill us and grab the food, what will happen after you finish eating it? Can you keep from hunger forever? Can you lead stable lives and have homes? The crowd began to murmur, and eventually, a clear voice asked, then what should we do? Qin Huangji smiled faintly, pointing towards Dan Hongyu, this man is an imperial envoy sent by the court specifically to save you all. He will ensure that you can eat your fill and live comfortably. You will return to your homes. The clear voice asked again, is that true? Taking a step forward, Dan Hongyu produced an imperial decree, it is true. I am personally appointed as an envoy by His Majesty. We are entering the city now, and you must clear the way first. Shortly after, people will come out to distribute porridge. Upon hearing about entering the city, the crowd became restless again. A voice filled with anger shouted, once you enter the city, you'll forget about us just like those officials feasting inside the walls. How can we trust you? Coldness flickered in Qin Huangji's eyes, if others can't believe, how about General Shan? General Shan, the crowd repeated hesitantly. Qin Huangji stated firmly, that's right. This is his son, Dan Hongyu, sent here under direct orders from the emperor to save you. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, we're saved. Everyone, move aside. Slowly, the refugees backed away, clearing a path. A single glance between Qin Huangji and Dan Hongyu was enough to convey the heaviness they both felt. Under the gaze of the disaster victims, the carriages slowly entered the city. The gates opened, then closed. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes tightly focused on the city gates. After half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, hope began fading gradually, disappointment inching closer. However, when the gates opened again, soldiers came out carrying food and pots. Fires were lit, porridge was cooked, dead bodies carried and burned. Unknown to whom, someone started crying quietly, tears increasing in volume as more people joined in, culminating in loud cries of relief, we're finally saved. Chapter 28, Testing Anshan 13. Qin Huangji stood on the city wall, observing the scene with deep sorrow. Watching the delight of the victims holding their bowls of gruel, seeing the smiles on their faces, he couldn't help sighing repeatedly. They are so simple-minded. Having just a meal makes them happy. Anshan 13 stood behind him, watching the disaster victims below. A fleeting pain crossed his eyes as he softly said. Those who haven't experienced starvation will never understand. For someone nearly starving to death, a bowl of hot food leaves a mark for a lifetime. Qin Huangji didn't know that at this moment, Anshan 13 looked at him with burning passion, as if viewing a deity. Hearing Anshan 13 speak so much at once indicated he'd lived through it before, which caused Qin Huangji to turn sharply. Only seeing the masked face, drooping eyes, and trembling lashes, he instinctively reached out and grasped Anshan 13's hand tightly. Whenever Anshan 13 went out, he would wear this mask. What kind of past was hidden behind it? Qin Huangji really wanted to ask but didn't know how to start. Never mind. Let's go find Uncle Xiao. Little uncle. Qin Huangji hadn't revealed his true identity, taking the place of his cousin Dan Chengyan, who should address the uncle as little uncle. Master Dan, you're back. Your courtyard has been prepared. Let me show you there, said the steward of Prefect Song Kong from Wuzhou. He was slightly plump, with a gentle smile, looking simple and trustworthy. Where is my little uncle? Asked Qin Huangji. The steward bowed and led the way ahead. Master Dan is discussing matters with State Magistrate, our Master Song, and 2 Vice Magistrates. He asked me to bring you back to your quarters first. Qin Huangji looked around at the prefect's house, which wasn't large but had all the necessary functions well taken care of. But since entering the city until now, no one had seen the lady of the house. He asked quietly. Why haven't we seen your mistress? I don't mean any offense, but the orderliness in this house suggests she should be a very virtuous woman. At the mention of the mistress, the steward's face lit up with joy. Yes, master, our mistress is gentle, virtuous, and kind to everyone. She is an excellent woman. Due to the severe water calamity, the state magistrate is temporarily residing here. Also, hearing that the imperial envoy is coming, and because there are limited rooms in the residence, afraid of not being able to accommodate everyone properly, the lady has gone back to her maternal home with other female family members. Not enough rooms. Poor reception. Qin Huangji didn't quite understand. Is the whole family of the Zhou residing here? Yes, they did before Master Dan arrived. Now, they have moved to an inn. Recalling Prefect Song's depressed appearance, Qin Huangji felt something was amiss. Where is your wife from? She's from Meixian in Yangtong City. Our lady is the daughter of County Chief Tong, and they got married when our master was still a scholar. Hey, our master has worked hard. The steward chuckled with pride. Qin Huangji gave Qin Feng a glance, and Qin Feng nodded, moving his hand discreetly by his side, lightly tapping twice. Qin Huangji glanced at it briefly and withdrew his gaze. The secret pavilion had its own set of coded messages for communication, something only known after inheriting its leadership. I see that Governor Song doesn't look well. The steward's face stiffened momentarily, then evaded the subject by pointing to the front yard. Master Dan, you and Master Dan will stay here first. Conditions are limited, please bear with them. After bidding farewell to the steward, the 3 entered the room. Although small, the room was fully equipped, clean and simple. Qin Huangji was satisfied, sat at the table, and picked up the teapot casually. It was empty. Anshan 13 carefully examined the area, the bedding, cabinets, beams, even under the bed. After completing the inspection, he silently took out some ointment from his bag. Kneeling beside Qin Huangji, he said, Lord, let me apply medicine on your wounds. Qin Huangji's voice was slightly cold. No need to kneel. Do you want to defy orders again? Seeing him rise, his tone softened. Sit down. There's no need for formalities while outside. Anshan 13 carefully pulled up the master's sleeve. The bruises were gone, replaced with large-scale contusions. Feeling out of place sitting there, Qin Feng used an excuse to boil water and exited. When Dan Hongyu entered the room, he immediately saw the 2 people at the table. Clutching the folding fan tightly, he flicked his robes and sat opposite them. Qin Huangji remained seated and simply called out, Uncle Xiao. Anshan 13 stood up, stepping back, and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, sir. Dan Hongyu cast a grim eye over both of them without asking him to rise, then turned his gaze toward Qin Huangji. This Lin Yuanxin is problematic, slippery as ever. This Song Kong is strange, difficult to fathom. Qin Huangji was not listening attentively, watching his bruised arm and wondering if enduring blows would be better than dealing with Anshan 13. This kneeling session would take who knows how long. Uncle Xiao, Qin Huangji gazed at Dan Hongyu pleadingly. Dan Hongyu ignored him completely. Sigh. Qin Huangji sighed. What else could be done but to protect his own person? 13, stand up. Anshan 13 obeyed, standing behind Qin Huangji. Looking at Dan Hongyu again, his face was clouded with anger, casting a sinister look at the 2 of them. Qin Huangji extended his injured hand voluntarily to Dan Hongyu. Uncle Xiao, why don't you hit a few more times to relieve your anger? Dan Hongyu looked at the purplish marks on the arm and burst out laughing furiously. Playing the suffer won't work on me. Saying so, he swung the energy-laden fan onto the already wounded arm. A loud slap, and another purple bruise appeared instantly on the arm. Qin Huangji endured silently, feeling an intense burning pain, worse than the previous strikes. He knew his uncle was genuinely angry. The second blow fell, heavier than the last, drawing blood. A cry of pain nearly slipped out. Drawing in short breaths, just as the 3rd strike approached, his lips were tightly pressed together. The anticipated pain didn't come. Anshan 13 took a step forward and grabbed the fan. Qin Huangji saw his action and was somewhat annoyed. You. Anshan 13 turned around, his pitch-black eyes filled with anguish as he disobeyed his master's order once again. I will accept my punishment later. From the very start, he intended to stop it. His master's other hand was behind him, holding Anshan 13's hand tightly. The prohibition immobilized him, making his fingers turn pale. It felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly, pulling painfully. He'd rather take 10 times, even 100 times the blows himself, than see his master get hurt. And so, he defied orders. Dan Hongyu raised an eyebrow, appearing pleased but unrelenting in words. So, a shadow guard wants to fight me? Officially, I am an imperial envoy. Privately, I am your master's uncle. Have you thought this through? Anshan 13 did not let go. The master had said that without his agreement, Anshan 13 couldn't be injured. Even as Dan Hongyu used more internal energy, Anshan 13 held firmly onto the fan. A flash of intrigue crossed Dan Hongyu's eyes as he mockingly said, after climbing into your master's bed and becoming his male consort, things are certainly different. This comment momentarily distracted Anshan 13, male consort. Before he could react, a slap was heard, and Dan Hongyu seized the opportunity to withdraw the fan and strike Anshan 13's arm directly, using nearly full strength. The clothes tore open, revealing a deep gash that stretched across the entire arm. Chapter 29, Master, shall we retire? The wound resembled one inflicted by a python whip. The flesh flipped open, deep enough to see the bone. When Qin Huangji saw the wound, his body trembled slightly, realizing just how gentle his little uncle truly had been towards him. Ever since his little uncle raised an eyebrow earlier, Qin Huangji knew he had a purpose in mind. Deep down, he understood his uncle wasn't such a malicious person, yet those wounds seemed deliberate. Anshan 13 didn't even flinch, as though it weren't his own injury. But Dan Hongyu didn't stop, attacking repeatedly. From evading and blocking, Anshan 13 soon started counterattacking. Their movements grew increasingly faster, almost making their figures indistinguishable. When they parted again, the table in front of Qin Huangji shattered into pieces with a loud bang. In an instant, Anshan 13 moved, hooking Qin Huangji's waist and quickly withdrawing them to a safe area. As the two were fighting, Qin Feng had returned, standing at the doorway. The sight of the experts' battle made him eager to try his hand. Observing Anshan 13 closely, he lamented in his heart, this was the successor he'd earnestly trained who had now become a male consort. Dan Hongyu hadn't fought this exhilaratingly for quite some time. Standing aside, catching his breath, he looked at Anshan 13 approvingly and sympathetically. In such fierce combat, he had remained mindful of Qin Huangji's safety, offering immediate help when needed. Huangji, you have good eyes this time. A smile curled on Qin Huangji's lips, knowing his little uncle had acknowledged Anshan 13. Dan Hongyu took out some medicine and handed it to Anshan 13 with calm tones, use this, it won't leave any scars. Anshan 13 glanced at his master, whose features softened with a smile but gave no response. Lowering his head to look at the medicine bottle, Anshan 13 didn't extend his hand to receive it. Dan Hongyu sked lightly, take it. My hand may have been a bit heavy, but don't bear a grudge. I need to have a word with your master. Anshan 13 stubbornly waited until Qin Huangji nodded before taking the medicine and leaving. His heart harbored confusion about the sudden shift in attitude. Qin Feng didn't rush to leave either. He brought over tables from other rooms, poured hot water into the teapot, brewed tea, and then left. Shadow guards with such sharp insight are rare indeed, Dan Hongyu praised while looking at the wreckage on the ground. Concentrating internal energy in his palm. He swept the scattered wood shards out of the room with one palm and dusted off his robes, sitting at the table before continuing, I saw what you've been up to. Do you think you can keep protecting him forever? Looking at Qin Huangji's confused expression, he went on, if he were merely an obedient shadow guard seeing himself only as such, watching silently as you're punished before his eyes, then he wouldn't deserve your love. Nor would he be worthy to stand by your side. In front of me, if he cannot protect you, then how about your father, the emperor? Only following orders, neither safeguarding you nor protecting himself, could you really make it out alive from under your father's rule? Suddenly enlightened, Qin Huangji realized his previous thoughts had been too simple. So Uncle Xiao is forcing him to choose. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, then I'll do it. If he chooses to be a male consort, I won't interfere with your affairs. If he doesn't understand worldly matters, teach him, if he lacks affection, let him learn it. If he insists on being a shadow guard, then you should marry and settle down properly. Dan Hongyu spoke earnestly and solemnly. Qin Huangji stood up and paid respect with a formal bow, renew thanks, Uncle Xiao, for your care. Well, it seems he does care about you after all, wasn't he very eager to protect you? Dan Hongyu poked at the bruise on Qin Huangji's arm with the fan handle. Ouch. Unexpected pain made Qin Huangji cry out. The clothes chafing against the wound brought excruciating pain, so the sleeve had remained rolled up. This touch even caused some bleeding. Little uncle, that was a cruel move. Didn't you just bear it silently earlier? Why complain now? Dan Hongyu scolded while still reaching for an ointment and applying it gently. You don't need to feel sorry for him. Those wounds mean nothing to him. If we can fight, why can't he? Then he added worriedly, the emperor won't be as lenient as I am, perhaps already wanting him dead. A beating alone won't fix everything. But his martial arts skills aren't below mine, having him guard you gives me peace of mind. Qin Huangji barely heard what his little uncle said anymore, the pain was overwhelming, each application of the medicine stinging worse than the beating itself. The internal energy infused in his fingers sent sharp pains endlessly, making it unbearable. Uncle Xiao, please, stop rubbing. Dan Hongyu looked at how he grimaced through the pain and softened, saying gently, bear with it, the bruises need to be massaged to heal faster. Maybe. Dan Hongyu hesitated for a moment, if someone else rubs it for you, it won't hurt as much. With that, he straightened his robes and walked towards the door, calling out before leaving, 13, come here and treat your master's injuries. Anshan 13 dropped from the tree outside and rushed over. He paused at the door, debating whether to kneel or not, then ultimately followed his heart and knelt down. As he applied the medicine, he said, I disobeyed your order, master, please punish me. Don't stay kneeling, I didn't tell you to. Qin Huangji pulled him up, noticing the untreated wound on his arm. In a cold voice, he asked, why didn't you apply any medicine? Anshan 13 stayed silent, afraid to reveal that the word male consort had been occupying his thoughts, distracting him completely. Enraged by this silence, Qin Huangji tore open the cracked clothing revealing dried blood clinging to his skin and poured an entire bottle of medication onto the wound. Anshan 13, unmoving, continued gently massaging the bruise on Qin Huangji's arm. After much contemplation, Anshan 13 finally raised his head and asked, Master, am I truly your male consort? This sudden question startled Qin Huangji. So, you're unwilling. Qin Huangji tightened his grip on the porcelain bottle, nervous and apprehensive, fearing the worst. I am willing. Anshan 13 not only agreed but felt exhilarated inside. He could remain close to his master, share his embrace, his kisses, and more. Qin Huangji exhaled in relief, joy lighting up his face, hearing Anshan 13's affirmation. Looking at the hand's injury now seemed almost pleasant. Master, will you have me attend to your needs tonight? Anshan 13 asked, knowing that as a male consort, serving his master in bed was part of the duty. He'd seen many examples during missions. Besides, even from childhood. Cough, cough. Qin Huangji choked, incessantly coughing. Were people in ancient times really so uninhibited? It seemed like Anshan 13 was looking forward to it. Was he hallucinating? Embarrassed and avoiding Anshan 13's bright eyes, Qin Huangji found an excuse, not necessary. There's business tonight, accompany me outside. Chapter 30, Eavesdropping at Midnight. As night fell, moonlight bathed the ground, casting swaying shadows among the quiet surroundings. Dark 13 cradled Qin Huangji, soaring into the sky, cutting a graceful arc through the dark air. On a roof beam of one room in the inn, Anshan 13 knelt on one knee, resting his weight on his ankle while supporting Qin Huangji. Leaning back against his thigh, Qin Huangji carefully adjusted to a comfortable position in Anshan 13's embrace, specifically changing into black attire for convenience. He fiddled with the fabric discontentedly, then pointed toward the room without speaking. How much longer do we wait? Anshan 13 shook his head silently. They'd come hoping to gather some useful information by luck. They reviewed their tools, yet for 15 minutes, there had been no cease to the complaints inside the room. What kind of tea is this? It tastes awful, the woman complained disdainfully. This place isn't like our mansion, you'll have to endure until the floodwaters recede, then we can return. A deep male voice responded, confirming the man was indeed Governor Wang Yuanqin. And what use would returning be when the house is flooded and everything ruined? The woman lamented painfully. Wang Yuanqin put his arm around the woman's shoulder and consoled her, when we go back, we'll get everything new. Would I let you suffer? The woman gave a light punch with her fist and giggled, this is more like it. Her eyes twinkled as she asked another question, Yuanqin, did His Highness mention when he can recall us back to the capital? Wang Yuanqin frowned, rather discontent, you should ask less about things that don't concern you. Qin Huangji thought in his mind, just as he expected, Wang Yi, besides himself, only has this one person. The woman continued her complaints, it's because I care about you too much, after all the things I've done for him, we're still stuck in this remote place. Wang Yuanqin roared angrily, are you trying to lose your tongue? The woman froze, showing a look of fear on her face, yet she still pouted and said, I know I was wrong, Yuanqin, please don't be angry. She mustered up the courage to pull his clothing tie. Intimate sounds rose, making Qin Huangji freeze in embarrassment, never expecting to encounter such a situation. He sneakily glanced at Anshan 13, seeing him sitting expressionless like a wooden statue, easing some of his own awkwardness. Qin Huangji pulled a strand of Anshan 13's hair and wound it around his finger. After some time passed, Qin Huangji grew increasingly restless. Half an hour already? When would this end? Perhaps they should return. Letting go of the strand of hair, Qin Huangji prepared to rise. Suddenly, the unchanging, emotionless Anshan 13 buried his head into Qin Huangji's neck. The faint breathing sent shivers through Qin Huangji's entire body. Turning his head, he looked at him in confusion. Anshan 13 murmured lowly, since I am your male consort, shouldn't I also please my master? Saying this, he slightly raised his head, staring at Qin Huangji's full earlobe and gently nibbled it. Boom. It was as if fireworks exploded in his brain, leaving him momentarily blank. Feeling the wetness on his ear, he immediately tilted his head back, biting down on that mischievous little thing. Lifting Anshan 13's robe, his fingers barely touched the skin before being stopped. Looking at Anshan 13, whose breath had changed, Qin Huangji finally realized they were still on the roof beam. Inside the room, the sounds gradually faded, and soon after, Wang Yuanqin emerged from the room, neatly dressed. Qin Huangji's face flushed red with anger towards Anshan 13's composure. Even in such a situation, he was still paying attention to what was happening in the room. Seeing Wang Yuanqin turn a corner and enter another room, Anshan 13 whispered softly, "Master, do we need to move closer?" Annoyed, Qin Huangji slapped away the hand that was wrapped around his waist. No. Anshan 13 didn't quite understand why the master was upset. After pondering for a while, he leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "I will let you do whatever you wish with me once we return." A tremor ran through Qin Huangji. He glared at him and took out one of his earplugs. Thankfully, it was nighttime. Aside from chirping crickets and bird calls, each room's breathing could be heard clearly along with Wang Yuanqin's speaking voice. After some rustling sounds, Wang Yuanqin's voice came through, "Did you manage to retrieve it?" "Pardon me, master, the water level was too high, reaching up to our chests, and it was still raining. There was no way to enter." "Master, that item is well hidden, and even if it rots and soaks in the water for a few days, it will have turned into mud." A remarkably alluring female voice chimed in, soft and melodious like a lark. Qin Huangji sighed internally. "So those noises earlier." Wang Yuanqin frowned deeply, "Send someone again. I feel uneasy." "All right. What are you planning to do regarding official Shan?" "He is from the general's mansion." Wang Yuanqin stared at her darkly, "Why do you seem interested in him?" "That's nonsense, master. My heart belongs solely to you." Her tone oozed with allure and carried a hint of a suggestive tone. Wang Yuanqin's voice suddenly became agitated, "Nothing to fear, just a merchant born into a somewhat better family. Act quicker, direct his findings toward Song Kong." "Yes," her voice trembling slightly, followed by indescribable sounds. Qin Huangji rolled his eyes. Wang Yuanqin was like a stallion. Plugging his ears tightly to block out the disgusting sounds, he signaled, and the two quietly blended into the night. Upon entering the courtyard, they unexpectedly collided with Dan Hongyu wearing all black. He was about to grab Qin Huangji's arm, the injured one, but was stopped by Anshan 13. Dan Hongyu turned his head in dissatisfaction, noticing Anshan 13's hand around Qin Huangji's waist. Letting out a cold snort, he entered Qin Huangji's room first. At this point, Dan Hongyu was already seated by the table, wearing an unadorned black robe that exuded great elegance despite its simplicity. Every movement radiated grace. He placed the fan on the table, poured a glass of water, and drank it in one gulp. Qin Huangji sat across from him, similarly pouring a cup of tea, but instead of drinking it, he handed it to Anshan 13. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Where has uncle gone?" Dan Hongyu, seeing his gesture, chuckled disdainfully, "Where have you been?" "I naturally went where I should, and how does it feel to be a house thief?" Recalling what he had done on the roof beam, his face turned red. Could it be that uncle saw? He hadn't heard any sound from uncle. He tested with a question, "Did uncle investigate Wang Yuanqin?" Dan Hongyu squinted his eyes, picked up the folding fan, and said mockingly, "Naturally, I didn't expect you two to be so entertained." Seeing uncle pick up the fan, Qin Huangji felt shivers running down his spine. After hearing these words, even with his thick skin, he couldn't stand it. After a while of silence, he decided to break everything and lean provocatively against Anshan 13, taking a bite at his smooth chin. "I never expected uncle would also enjoy such things. Doing nothing serious but instead eavesdropping on his nephew's intimacy, what was that about?" But he forgot, Dan Hongyu had originally come for serious business. And Qin Huangji hadn't listened in vain that night either. Dan Hongyu stopped teasing him. "I checked on Song Kong. He was sitting still on the bed, neither sleeping nor moving. There's something odd about him. In the study secret compartment, we found a ledger meticulously documented, leaving no detail unchecked. It made me suspicious." Qin Huangji shared all the information he gathered. "They want to frame Song Kong. Could this be bait to mislead you intentionally?" Dan Hongyu tapped his fingers on the desk, letting various pieces of information go through his mind. "It's not impossible they're sacrificing one man to protect another. Whether or not Song Kong participated, further investigation is required." "What is Wang Yuanqin looking for?" Qin Huangji's expression became serious. "Unclear. Tomorrow, I'll go check out Shanghai City with 13. Dan Hongyu immediately became solemn. "No, too dangerous. Shanghai City has been continuously hit by rain. The water level keeps rising. Half the city has been flooded. Even the rescue soldiers have been pulled back entirely." Qin Huangji was stunned, not expecting the situation to be so severe. But he still needed to go. Chapter 31, Great Acting. Qin Huangji paused, surprised at the severity of the situation yet still determined to proceed. With a sincere tone, he reassured his uncle, "Uncle, don't worry, if I go, they won't suspect a thing. We need to get to the bottom of it. So many people have died, we can't let them die in vain. We will be careful." Dan Hongyu hesitated before agreeing, "All right, take Qin Feng as well." Your Highness, sir, speaking of which, Qin Feng arrived promptly, kneeling down in respect. The shadow guards reported that Master Song's wife hasn't returned to Mei County. As expected, no matter if she had been held hostage or safely escorted away, have someone investigate her whereabouts. You, follow me to Shanghai City tomorrow. All other shadow guards are at your command, Master Dan. Yes. Qin Feng bowed out. Seeing the concern in his uncle's eyes, Qin Huangji explained, too many people might cause trouble for action and attract unwanted attention. Uncle, what should we do with the refugees? Qin Huangji shifted positions, resting in Anshan 13's arms, pulling long fingers, gently caressing calloused hands. Mentioning this, Dan Hongyu sighed helplessly, we've opened the grain warehouses already, but this isn't a sustainable solution, eventually, the food will run out. They've been sleeping outside the city under the open sky. Judging by the weather, it looks like rain is coming. Qin Huangji frowned slightly, knowing this rain could lead to many falling ill. Without timely treatment, more lives would be lost. This problem was indeed challenging. The city definitely doesn't have enough room, roughly estimated there are tens of thousands of people. We can only start by letting them build temporary shelters themselves tomorrow. Other counties also need labor force, disperse the people so they're not idle, relying solely on the court's relief efforts. Qin Huangji nodded, this was truly a good plan, amidst the reconstruction needs, everything had to be rebuilt everywhere. He then asked again, what about those bodies? Our doctors have already started handling the corpses. Fortunately, we arrived in time, fewer bodies. The continuous rain and cooler weather meant diseases haven't spread as yet. That's a relief. Qin Huangji exhaled, finally putting down some burden. Anshan 13 sat silently beside, keeping his spine straight, allowing his master to lean on him freely. Alright, pay attention tomorrow and keep your master safe. Dan Hongyu glanced around both of them, stood up, and walked away. After Dan Hongyu left, Anshan 13 called out softly, Master. Pretending not to understand, Qin Huangji simply took the person to sleep innocently. The sky was gloomy, the rain stubbornly refused to fall, leaving only the wind howling loudly, stirring a restlessness in hearts. In front of the governor's residence, Qin Huangji acted out his capricious and arrogant behavior to the fullest. What kind of accursed place is this? I don't want to stay here, I want to go back to the capital. Dan Hongyu feigned seriousness and said, enough nonsense. I brought you because you insisted on coming. You even said it was for training. I don't care, I want to go back. This lousy place, anyone can stay if they wish. There's nothing good to eat, no entertainment, broken down houses, and a bunch of impoverished people. Look at him, he reeks, absolutely disgusting. Qin Huangji pointed at Wang Yuanqin with one finger while pinching his nose with the other, showing sheer disdain on his face. A trace of amusement flashed in Dan Hongyu's eyes, but his face remained stern as he swung the fan like he was about to strike. Silence. Stop that nonsense. Governor Wang Yuanqin standing nearby looked uncomfortable, feeling infuriated yet forcing a false smile to intervene. Director Dan, the boy is still young, children speak without reserve. Ah, violence. Uncle, you dare lay a hand on me? I'll tell my grandfather once I return. Telling the truth gets punished, it's not just words, he really stinks. Dan Hongyu subtly sniffed. Indeed, the smell had gotten worse since the flood had contaminated several wells. Water for drinking was being rationed, bathing luxuries were out of the question. Seeing Qin Huangji's exaggerated acting skills made Dan Hongyu's eyebrows twitch involuntarily. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he kicked Qin Huangji hard. Go away, scram. Once Qin Feng and the two others boarded the carriage and smoothly exited the city gates, Qin Feng could no longer hold back laughter and giggled quietly. Qin Huangji caught a hint of a smirk in Anshan 13's eyes and lifted his chin haughtily, boasting self-righteously, isn't your master putting on a fine performance? Anshan 13 moved closer voluntarily, positioned himself appropriately, then responded once Qin Huangji naturally reclined onto him. Yes. Master did splendidly. Surprisingly raising his eyes, Qin Huangji hadn't expected Anshan 13, known for his cold demeanor and limited speech, to give compliments. As a reward, Qin Huangji gave him a long, soft kiss. Arriving at the fork in the road, the three stealthily alighted from the carriage and swiftly leaped off in another direction using their light body skills. The carriage continued moving forward unhindered. As they approached Shanghai City, water became deeper, and rain began drizzling softly. With a single umbrella and carrying Qin Huangji, Anshan 13 was exerting great internal energy reserves, so much that the trio had to rest briefly on tree branches before continuing onward using their light body techniques. This wasn't laziness on Qin Huangji's part, his internal strength simply couldn't match the demands. Surrounded by endless water without footholds, he repeatedly found himself falling into the water despite attempts to stabilize, leading him to eventually accept assistance from Anshan 13, allowing himself to be carried. The moment they stood atop the city walls left Qin Huangji awestruck. The entire city was deserted, an unbroken expanse of water stretching endlessly, dotted with floating debris, branches and corpses. The lifeless gazes were eternally frozen in despair. Rain started pouring harder, obscuring visibility ahead due to gusty winds blowing fiercely. Holding the umbrella against the storm grew nearly impossible. Qin Huangji felt his eyes sting, unsure if what trickled down his face were tears or raindrops. Master, we should find somewhere to rest, this rain is too heavy. They located an inn where the ground floor was almost completely flooded. They entered through a second-floor window. 2 relatively clean rooms were selected. Qin Huangji sat on the bed, hugging the blanket tightly, trying to warm his drenched body. Listening to the sound of the continuous rainfall outside, it showed no signs of stopping, only growing stronger, like someone dumping bucket after bucket from the heavens above, quite terrifying. Clutching onto Anshan 13, fearing separation, fear was palpable, though it wasn't something either dared admit openly. Grumble. His stomach voiced a complaint, indicating hunger. Morning had been hours ago, now turned to dusk, spent traveling tirelessly using their light body techniques, enduring hunger to avoid trouble. Anshan 13 hesitated momentarily, then realized his habitual endurance without eating might have caused him to overlook the needs of his master. Master, please wait. I'll find some food. No, Qin Huangji tugged at him. Dry rations will do. Some had been packed that morning. Upon arriving, Qin Huangji had already inspected, the kitchen was submerged, rendering anything likely inedible. Even boiling water was impossible. Fish swam, chickens and ducks drowned in the murky depths, but thinking about the bloated corpses drifting amongst the waters sickened him deeply. Though water surrounded them, none of it potable, Qin Huangji tore a dry, hardened steamed bun into smaller pieces, forcing them down with difficulty. Sensing his master's thoughts, Anshan 13 showed sympathy despite understanding, deftly jumped out of the window, quickly returning clutching a few persimmons. Qin Huangji expressed surprise, where did these come from? Master, please rest assured. These are freshly plucked from trees. Chapter 32, Investigating the Prefecture Governor's Mansion. Cool as water streamed by, the splashing rain outside disrupted slumber, leaving Qin Huangji wide awake, eyes fixated on the ceiling beam. The mental imagery of corpse after corpse lingered relentlessly in his mind. Master. In the dark, Anshan 13 gazed at that distracted face. He felt conflicted. Qin Huangji waited for a while, seeing Anshan 13 didn't continue, he questioned with curiosity, what is it? Would the master like me to attend to your bed? The moment those words were out, Anshan 13 immediately regretted them, merely wishing to comfort his master. Unable to think of anything better after a long pause and just as Qin Huangji asked, the words slipped out impulsively. Qin Huangji turned his head and started stifling laughter against Anshan 13's shoulder, causing Anshan 13's ears to turn red. A low, seductive voice murmured near Anshan 13's ear, I didn't know Lord 13 was so eager to attend my bed. Qin Huangji's ivory-like fingers gently pulled open Anshan 13's collar, touching and feeling around his abdomen. He simultaneously did not neglect the other's sexy lips. Anshan 13's pitch-black eyes, like the night itself, gradually lit up with star-like glimmers. In such a gaze hid his deep admiration for his master. With the exception of the final step, everything possible had been done. Anshan 13's breathing grew heavier, mist clouding his vision. Qin Huangji's heart fluttered, he suddenly became curious about what kind of expression would be on his face if Anshan 13 cried and begged for mercy. This thought occurring in his mind woke him completely. Gently caressing Anshan 13's face, according to his understanding, a man would endure pain and get injured from this act. Throughout both of his lifetimes combined, Qin Huangji lacked such experience, fearing he might accidentally harm the other. Sitting up, Qin Huangji tidied up Anshan 13's clothes and, meeting the latter's puzzled eyes. Master. Qin Huangji nibbled delicately on Anshan 13's lips before explaining, it's inappropriate now, we'll discuss this back in the capital. Sounding official and proper, in reality, he was masking his own lack of knowledge. Had he known this earlier, he would have investigated this area more thoroughly. It's like being able to see but not touch. Similar to staring at a mountain of treasures yet lacking a bag to carry any away, his frustration knew no bounds. Anshan 13 slightly closed his eyes, concealing the disappointment within, along with thick anxiety. He shared a bed with his master for some time now, each time the master showed passion yet never touched him. Lying there each lost in their own thoughts, tossing and turning unable to sleep. Fortunately, the rain outside stopped at an unknown point, so they called for Qin Feng and headed towards the prefecture's government office. 2 grand lions standing guard at the entrance of the office, submerged in water, only revealing 2 smooth heads above, appeared comical. Anshan 13 found a clean beam and placed Qin Huangji down. Master, please wait here. We'll descend into the water, which wasn't just murky and filthy but bone-chillingly cold as well. They didn't want their master suffering through it. All right. Only once Qin Huangji settled did Anshan 13 jump into the water. Seeing the water reached merely Anshan 13's waist, Qin Huangji let out a sigh of relief. Anshan 13 and Qin Feng carefully searched inch by inch, coming up with nothing. Your Highness, there are no findings. Qin Feng even searched through the servant quarters. Let's go to Wang Yuanxin's residence then. Qin Huangji had prepared mentally and understood important items certainly wouldn't be left in the government office. Anshan 13 leaped onto a beam again, using his inner strength to dry his clothes, then wrapped his arms around Qin Huangji's waist. Qin Feng barely resisted rolling his eyes. Soon enough, they'd have to enter the water again, truly wasting internal energy. Being around the prince too long made him increasingly incapable of controlling his expressions. The trio arrived at Wang Yuanxin's mansion. It was massive, full of pavilions, terraces, exquisitely carved beams, and painted rafters. Qin Huangji observed the residence and couldn't help but marvel, its decoration rivaled a prince's estate. Wasn't corruption apparent? Turning his head, he asked Qin Feng, how much is the annual salary of a governor? Qin Feng couldn't help but gape, around 1,500 silver taels. So high profile, does he believe himself invincible? They began searching from the study. As always, Qin Huangji perched himself on a beam observing. Master, there's a hidden compartment. Carefully gripping a book on the bookshelf, Anshan 13 pushed it forcefully inward, uncovering a secret compartment. There were a few letters inside. Fortunately, positioned relatively high, they hadn't been soaked, preserving the letters undamaged. Letter by letter, Qin Huangji flipped through them. These aren't what we're looking for. Continue searching. These letters merely documented exchanges with other officials, nothing special. Even the single letter from Prince Tsun only inquired about the flood conditions in Wuzhou. Qin Huangji didn't appear disappointed, instead, he felt an inkling of how it should have been expected. Upon hearing this, Anshan 13 and Qin Feng continued searching. Qin Feng even dived underwater to feel every tile. After finishing the search in the study, they moved to the bedroom, examining even the woodshed, yet found nothing. Anshan 13 furrowed his brow. These skills were mastered by every shadow guard, and he excelled among them. There was no reason why they shouldn't find something. Starting from the first room, he meticulously inspected every inch of the walls, bookshelves, and floors. Confirming there were no other hidden compartments apart from the one already found. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, is there anything specific we are looking for? Qin Huangji recalled the conversation he overheard that day. The item is hidden in a secretive way, even if it rots after being soaked in water for days, it would have turned into a lump of mud by now. Rotting. If it could rot, does that mean the item was hidden inside something breakable? Check all the porcelain and fragile items. Yes. The two meticulously searched through all the ceramics and glassware in the mansion. Each piece was smashed and every fragment examined. Master, there's nothing found. Qin Huangji became slightly anxious. How could there be nothing? Watching the two standing in the cold water for nearly 2 hours, go up first. Closing his eyes, Qin Huangji went through everything once again. An epiphany struck him, important items must be stored on one's person or at least within sight to provide peace of mind. Go to his bedroom. Without hesitation, Qin Huangji followed, diving underwater despite the immediate chill upon entering. Master, the water is too cold, let me take you up. Anshan 13 looked worriedly. Waving his hand to dismiss the concern, Qin Huangji started examining, yet again finding nothing. His brows furrowed tightly with growing agitation as he wondered where it could possibly be hidden. Determined not to give up, Qin Huangji searched repeatedly, even emulating Qin Feng's submerging techniques only to be pulled up abruptly by Anshan 13. The slightly trembling body was embraced by Anshan 13. Master, continuing like this will make you sick. Let me handle the search. Qin Huangji was forcibly carried back onto the roof beam, feeling restless. Struggling against Anshan 13's hands, he tried to jump down once more. As they wrestled, a flicker of awareness struck him. Pointing towards a corner of the bed, what's that? Qin Feng glanced over, noticing a part resembling a vase protruding just slightly while the rest was submerged underwater. As the water swayed, a porcelain pillow stuck between the headboard crevices revealed itself. Using his internal strength, Qin Feng shattered the pillow, uncovering 2 ledgers inside. Qin Huangji's eyes sparkled, his intuition told him these were exactly what Wang Yuanxin had been hiding. They were concealed quite deeply. Skimming through a few pages roughly, Qin Huangji became visibly enraged. The ledgers clearly documented detailed corruption records, even specifying how profits were split among several people. Page after page described extensive bribery cases, thick volumes of wrongdoing piled up. Chapter 33 Roasting the Carrier Pigeon. Qin Huangji carefully tucked the books into his robe. By the time they returned to the inn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Qin Huangji didn't have any other thoughts except sleep. After hustling tirelessly for over a day and soaking in water for half an hour, exhaustion claimed him instantly. Anshan 13 patiently removed his shoes and socks, then stripped off his outer clothing. Drying them with his internal energy before putting them back on carefully. Throughout the process, Qin Huangji remained unconscious, fully surrendered to the care. Awakening due to hunger, recalling in daze the delectable food from a dream. A fleeting scent of food wafted by. Could he still be dreaming? Turning his head towards the source of the smell, there was Anshan 13 quietly placing a roasted chicken on the table. It seemed too good to be true, wasn't it just a dream? Master, you've awakened. Anshan 13's voice raspy, probably chilled too long in the water. Seeing his master's distracted gaze, worry swept over him as he stepped closer, gently placing his cool hand on Qin Huangji's forehead. Not a dream. Qin Huangji startled awake, pinching his thigh discreetly to confirm. Ouch. It hurt. Staring at the meat laid out on the table, Qin Huangji uncomfortably swallowed hard, having consumed only some dry provisions over the past 2 days and nights, yet this meat. Where did you get this? Surely not from the water, because I absolutely refuse to eat. If so, better starve than risk it. Your Highness, it's a carrier pigeon. Qin Feng stood at the door, gazing at the well-roasted pigeons mournfully. The trained pigeons cost immense effort but ended up as dishes on the table. You roasted the carrier pigeon? Surprise showed clearly in Qin Huangji's expression. Master, there's no need for concern. Being honored enough to serve as your meal is its privilege. Anshan 13 remained calm and composed, without any remorse for killing the carrier pigeons. Qin Huangji speechlessly accepted that though already cooked, it should not go to waste. A mere little pigeon was evenly split into 3 portions. Anshan 13 didn't move, waiting until Qin Huangji finished eating, pushing his share across. Master, please eat, I'm not hungry. Not hungry? Impossible. He merely fears my portion may not suffice. Pushing it back firmly, Qin Huangji commanded, eat. That's an order. Qin Feng wasted no time in eating. His internal energy had been seriously depleted over the past 2 days, and he knew he wouldn't be able to leave this city if he didn't eat now. Though he felt a bit heartbroken at using carrier pigeons as food, he had to admit they tasted exceptionally good. After finishing his meal, it dawned on him that carrier pigeons were supposed to deliver messages. Your Highness, the shadow guards have sent news. We've tracked down the whereabouts of Lady Song. Really? Where is she? Now it was apparent that Mr. Song must know something vital, hence Wang Yuanxin likely threatened her to cover up the tracks. 5 miles outside Yangtong City, at an estate where she's being held hostage. Qin Huangji thought for a moment, realizing this person must be rescued. Tell the shadow guards to keep monitoring the situation and pass the information to my uncle Xiao. Update him on our current state as well. Suddenly, Qin Feng went silent and started staring at the bones on the table. Following Qin Feng's gaze, Qin Huangji also turned his eyes there, and an awkward silence ensued. He touched his nose lightly. He then said calmly, since we found what we're looking for, it's time to return. Let's go. The 3 returned to Yangtong City. Their bodies reeked so strongly they resembled beggars. Qin Huangji was still tolerable since he'd been carried along, but Anshan 13 and Qin Feng, with their clothes constantly wet and dry, exuded an unbearable odor. Consequently, they didn't immediately seek out Uncle Xiao, but instead walked into an inn. The inn's apprentice pinched his nose while opening a room for them. If not for the silver they presented, he would have thrown them out long ago. Qin Huangji leisurely took a bath and ordered a full table of delicacies. Satisfied from the feast, Qin Huangji lay lazily on the bed, beckoning Qin Feng over. Pass the ledger to Uncle Xiao. Qin Huangji pointed at the 2 wrinkled books on the table before the bath. The writing was clear, though their appearance and smell left much to be desired. At first, it hadn't bothered him, but now clean, he found himself unwilling to touch them. He wondered how Uncle Xiao would react upon receiving these, missing out on seeing the expression. Sure enough, Uncle Xiao Shan Hongyu found them repulsive. Even from a distance, he could smell the book's unpleasant scent. He had Qin Feng place them on the table and used a fan to flip through a few pages. But when he saw the contents, he paid no heed to their stench anymore, seizing the books and reading them meticulously. Meanwhile, Qin Huangji and Anshan 13 had already reached the estate where Lady Song was imprisoned, hiding inconspicuously on a large tree. The guards surrounding the estate numbered 50 to 60. They couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. Miss Lu, you've arrived, the guard at the gate greeted obsequiously. The woman did not speak, only lifting her chin slightly and walking into the courtyard as if ignoring everyone around her. Once she entered, the guard sneered. Humph, a whore who pleases people with sex, pretending to be so noble. Another guard leered and stared at her lasciviously, nearly drooling. Dressed in purple, the woman exuded allure, swaying gracefully with every step. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, Qin Huangji realized her last name was Lu. When Qin Feng arrived, he noticed Qin Huangji staring intently at the woman. Meanwhile, Anshan 13 remained hidden by the shadowy branches of the tree, his emotions unclear. Qin Huangji adjusted his earplug, letting the sounds filter into his ears. Mother, what should we do? It's been 8 days, why hasn't father come to save us yet? A young girl's voice echoed, sounding about 4 or 5 years old. Sister Ling, please be patient. I don't know how your father is doing either. The gentle yet worried voice responded. This was surely Lady Song. He won't be coming to rescue you anymore, and will soon be in prison. The purple-clad woman twisted her waist and covered her mouth in feigned laughter. As soon as she spoke, Qin Huangji recognized her. You lie. You're a bad person, and I'll tear your mouth apart, the little girl screamed and rushed towards her. The woman easily dodged and teasingly stuck out her foot, causing the girl to trip and fall. Sister Ling. Lady Song quickly picked up the fallen girl and comforted her in her arms. Why should Miss Lu bother with a child? Lu Qingyi glared furiously at the beautiful face. If not for your seductive looks catching the eye of my master, you would have met your end long ago. Lady Song covered Sister Ling's ears with her hands, disdain clearly showing in her eyes. Please mind your words, Miss Lu. I am a married woman. Lu Qingyi snorted contemptuously, malicious glee flashing in her eyes. You'll soon become a widow. My master taking a fancy to you is your blessing, at least it ensures your daughter's safety, ah. No matter how noble or high status you might be, eventually you'll end up like me, pleasing men. Qin Huangji forcefully shoved the earplug back in, blocking out her harsh and vulgar words, surprised at how foul-mouthed women could be, tarnishing such a sweet voice. Unable to hear what was happening inside the courtyard, Qin Feng only looked questioningly at Qin Huangji. His temperature suddenly dropped, his gaze becoming sharp. Your Highness, shall we take action? Chapter 34, Rescuing Lady Song. Your Highness, shall we take action? Qin Huangji glanced at the people in the yard. Every 5 or 6 steps, there was someone, how were they supposed to enter? Turning his head towards Anshan 13, he originally wanted to say that they should go in, and he wouldn't be a drag. But unexpectedly, Anshan 13 embraced him and leapt down, soaring into the yard with agility. After a dizzying spin, when Qin Huangji regained his senses, he found himself standing in a secluded corner of the yard. Qin Huangji looked around at all those motionless figures in the yard, amazed. He glanced up at the sky. The sun was setting, and the sky was grayish but not completely dark yet. With hundreds of eyes around, how could 2 living people remain unseen? Before Qin Huangji finished marveling, Qin Feng darted through like a breeze, skillfully dodging everyone's sight until he landed next to him. Qin Huangji suppressed his astonishment, forgive a modern man for misunderstanding martial arts. One after another, shadow guards dropped into the yard. They twisted their bodies strangely and vanished instantly. Qin Huangji had become numb from seeing too many. Master, don't come out. Be cautious, Anshan 13 nudged him further into the shadows, exchanging glances with Qin Feng. In an instant, both rushed out. Within moments, 7 or 8 people were already lying on the ground. Although this wasn't Qin Huangji's first time watching Anshan 13 fight, he had never seen such a ruthless fighting style before. Each move was so smooth, utterly efficient. A dagger spun in his hand, every flash of its blade reaping a life. There was no fancy combat, just swift execution as knives rose and fell, each thrust coming from unexpected angles, blood splattering everywhere. The quick glance Anshan 13 threw behind him caused Qin Huangji's heart to constrict sharply. There was no emotion, no warmth, only a chilling coldness. Amidst the sprawled corpses and the terrifying smell of blood, Qin Huangji endured the discomfort in his chest as he slowly moved toward Anshan 13. That gaze shouldn't belong to an 18-year-old boy. He didn't want to investigate what this boy had gone through in the past but felt overwhelming pity. Master, be careful. When Qin Huangji was lost in thought, a guard had quietly maneuvered behind him and rushed forward. Anshan 13's demeanor suddenly shifted, becoming even more merciless as he slit the guard's throat. Then he dashed towards Qin Huangji, his eyes filled with panic and anxiety never seen before. Before Qin Huangji's mind could react, his body moved instinctively, stepping forward 2 strides, hooking up a knife on the ground with his foot, and spinning back to stab it into the guard's abdomen. At the same moment, Anshan 13 arrived, cutting the guard's throat from behind. Sprays of blood splattered onto their clothes and hands, making Qin Huangji's grip shaky. The knife clanged to the ground as he dropped it, realizing he had just killed someone. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Feng turned back and saw Qin Huangji trembling. Perplexed, since the prince wasn't a novice at killing, Qin Feng couldn't understand why he was reacting so strongly, but then Anshan 13 blocked his line of vision as another guard's attack came, leaving no time for pondering. Seeing Qin Feng shift his focus, Anshan 13's icy expression softened slightly. Qin Huangji only momentarily lost composure before regaining his calm, patting Anshan 13's hand gently, saying, I'm fine. Observing Anshan 13's countenance, the young boy seemed as though he had transitioned from hell to the human world, his features now warm rather than empty. This gave Qin Huangji some inner peace. Halt, or I'll kill her. Miss Lu let out a sharp shout, dragging Lady Song Kong out as a hostage. The knife at her neck slightly tightened, causing a streak of blood to flow. Mother. A guard holding a girl named Linger struggled, biting his hand fiercely to escape. Running out from inside, she was knocked unconscious by guards chasing after her within a few paces. Kissing Feng stopped his actions and retreated beside Qin Huangji. All shadow fighters also withdrew. Miss Lu, are you by any chance Lu Qingyi? Qin Huangji collected himself and asked a question he already knew the answer to. Lu Qingyi's eyes slightly widened, who are you? How do you know me? Haven't you received the news? Wang Yuanxin has been captured and confessed. Naturally, the prince knows. Are you sure you wish to stubbornly persist? Qin Huangji was naturally deceiving her. Lu Qingyi was detailed in the ledger as a conspirator involved in corruption. How can that be possible? Don't try to trick me, I won't believe it. Lu Qingyi's heart grew anxious but forced herself to appear calm. Thus, she overlooked Qin Huangji referring to himself as the prince. Is that so? Qin Huangji shook his sleeve and took out a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping the blood off his hands. I'll think about it. In the 12th year of Chuyuan, in March, embezzling 9,006,720 taels of official silver occurred. Lu Qingyi participated in falsifying documents and got 5,000 taels. In the same April, they secretly swallowed 24,000 taels of tax revenue. Lu Qingyi received 2,000 taels. Qin Huangji recited more than 10 items at a breath, each one making his gaze colder, until it was as frigid as ice. Miss Lu, would you like to continue? It's impossible, how could you know? By now, Lu Qingyi had fallen into complete disarray, moving the blade from Lady Song's neck and pointing at Qin Huangji with a hoarse scream. You are lying to me, you're a liar. Anshan 13 appeared instantly next to Lu Qingyi, his dagger slicing through the air toward her neck. Take her alive, Qin Huangji shouted anxiously, but Anshan 13's speed was too fast. As soon as Qin Huangji finished speaking, the dagger had already reached her throat. Not having time to change tactics, Anshan 13 flipped his wrist, redirecting the dagger so that its handle struck the artery, knocking Lu Qingyi unconscious. Qin Huangji sighed in relief. Fortunately. Greetings to His Excellency King Saint Lan, thank you for saving my life. Lady Song knelt gracefully, performing the standard court greeting. She didn't miss Qin Huangji's self-identification. There were only 2 princes in the empire, Prince Tsun was already 40 years old, thus this must be King Saint Lan. You're too polite, Lady Song. Lady Song, around her mid-20s, had a peach-like complexion. Her hair pinned up, revealed an elegant neck, making her appear extremely gentle. When Qin Huangji saw Lady Song rush over and embrace her child, his expression turned towards anger. Is this the efficiency of the Dark Guard Bureau? Swish, 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 the sound of cutting wind resounded. Aside from the 3 who participated in the fight, 2 more figures flew into the yard, kneeling before Qin Huangji. We will accept our punishment. Qin Feng eyed the group coldly, Lady Song being taken hostage made the Dark Guard Bureau undeniably accountable. Go back and await your punishment. The rest is yours to deal with, ensure safe escort for Lady Song. Having said that, Qin Huangji walked away without turning back. This time he didn't allow Anshan 13 to carry him, but used his own martial art techniques, leaping and bounding out of the courtyard. The path wasn't smooth, several times he lost balance and almost fell down. Thankfully, every time Anshan 13 would deftly flick a branch underfoot to support him. Anshan 13 didn't understand the sudden mood swing of his master but tightly followed behind, ensuring there would be no danger. Seeing his master lose balance once again and tilt sideways, Anshan 13 swiftly flicked another branch, but this time his master didn't use any energy to stabilize himself, allowing himself to fall freely. He saw the master's eyes, penetrating as though gazing at something unseen in the distance, much like the last departure where the gaze remained fixed on emptiness. He felt fear, a deep fear that his master would leave him behind again. Chapter 35, Exposed Identity. Fear gripped him, panic surged as he hastily embraced Qin Huangji, forgetting about using inner force, desiring nothing but to hold on tightly, never letting go again. Anshan 13 adjusted mid-air, cradling the master protectively within his arms. Both tumbled into the forest, landing hard on Anshan 13's back, splashing dust and dry leaves everywhere. Without any protection by internal strength, his chest churned with blood rising but forced himself to endure. How are you? Qin Huangji reached out and touched Anshan 13's body. When there was still no response, he lightly tapped the face and found Anshan 13 staring steadfastly, eyes filled with terror. Qin Huangji wasn't throwing a tantrum, he didn't want to lose anyone, not Anshan 13 nor this rare bond they shared. It had been months since coming here, nearly forgetting he didn't belong. This suffocating feeling was driving him increasingly agitated. Without getting up, Qin Huangji leaned against the tree and decided to stop hiding anymore. Meeting Anshan 13's eyes, he asked, do you know? I am not him. Anshan 13 understood what his master implied, but did his master really forget everything? He hesitated, then nodded slightly. Qin Huangji gave a bitter laugh, confirming his suspicions. Anshan 13 quietly obstructed Qin Feng's probing eyes, handling carefully, when Qin Huangji had been right there watching. Other quirks could be excused as due to head injuries, or laziness in lightness skills. But the momentary panic during the kill couldn't fool anyone. The original owner had grown up in the palace, spoiled yet seasoned, remembering that the first murder committed by the original was at the tender age of 9. When did you find out? Qin Huangji insisted, gripping his chin, not wanting to miss a single expression or emotion. Observing Anshan 13 persistently avoiding eye contact, he barked, look at me. Our first meeting. His master, kind 10 years ago, and equally kind now, leading Anshan 13 to realize it immediately. That early? Qin Huangji, seeing no abnormality on his face, let go and questioned, since you knew, why? Anshan 13 knelt solemnly beside Qin Huangji, interrupting him mid-sentence for fear his master might mistake him as having a connection with the previous prince. I only follow you, master. I will die following you. Qin Huangji's gaze pierced into Anshan 13's eyes, finding their sincerity, loyalty, and perhaps admiration. He blinked once more and saw only an abyss of darkness. Stand up already. Why are you kneeling? Anshan 13 didn't rise but crawled on his knees closer to Qin Huangji, leaning his head onto his master's thigh. Please don't abandon me again, master. Don't leave me again. Please also, care for me. His face flushed red as he buried it in his arms. His voice was soft and vulnerable, a tone Qin Huangji had never heard before, like that of a kitten, tickling his heart. He lifted the person playing ostrich off his legs and kissed him. Qin Huangji rested at the inn for several days until reports from the shadow guards arrived one by one. 5 individuals including Wang Yuanxin, Lu Qingyi, and local officials were found guilty and would soon be escorted to the capital. Song Kong reunited with his wife and daughter, unveiling long-sealed evidence implicating more than 10 officials across Wuzhou. When news reached the capital, the emperor was furious. However, no evidence tied Prince Tsin to the affair. Qin Huangji wasn't discouraged. If it had been so easy to find proof, the original owner wouldn't have met such a terrible end in the previous life. At least now he knew of its connection and could warn his father and elder brother. Director Dan acted swiftly, stabilizing disaster relief efforts, reconstructing cities and repairing dams within days. People praised him widely. Despite Uncle Zhao's pleas to stay longer, Qin Huangji returned to the capital with Anshan 13, wanting to ask why he was so eager, obviously eager to learn how to consume his bodyguard. Aping received word early and waited anxiously at the gate, pacing back and forth. How come the master hasn't arrived yet? Has something happened? Pointing casually at a nearby servant, you, go check again at the city gate. Zhu Quan teased, Aping, stop pacing, you're making my head spin. Aping nervously rubbed his hands. I'm worried about master. How come he isn't here yet? It's almost noon. No, go check again. Aping turned around to see no one left behind. Zhu Quan chuckled, all the servants in the house have practically been sent out by you. Be patient. Aping stamped his feet, frustrated, and sat on the steps of the estate gate. Then, a young boy came running down the street, shouting, the prince has returned. Already entering the city. Aping stood up immediately, gazing expectantly down the road like a young bride. A carriage approached and stopped at the mansion gate. Aping dashed toward it, eager to help. Prince, you've finally returned. Let me help. Before he could finish, the curtain was lifted from inside. Seeing the person who emerged, Aping paused momentarily. Ah, Lord Anshan 13, you're here too. When Qin Huangji stepped out, Aping stretched out his hand again, Master, let me help. But halfway through, he saw his master's hand being taken carefully by Anshan 13's instead. Aping frowned, giving Anshan 13 a reproachful glance, and hurriedly followed Qin Huangji behind. Master, are you hurt? I heard Wuzhou experienced heavy rain and flooding, I've been so worried. Master, you've lost weight. What kind of care did Lord Anshan 13 provide while excluding me? I could definitely take better care of you, Aping complained about Anshan 13 while complimenting himself. Do we eat now? The food is prepared, trying to keep pace with his master's brisk walk. Master, please slow down and wait for me. The bathwater in the bathing hall is always ready. Master, shall you bathe? After this tiring journey, his master must want to bathe. Moreover, master smelled like it. Qin Huangji halted and shot Aping a sidelong look. You're getting more and more talkative. Aping froze completely, stopping in his tracks, head drooping like a discarded puppy. Woo-woo, the first thing master says upon returning is that. I've been rejected by master, worrying all night long, concerned for master, only to be rejected right away. Woo-woo, Lord Anshan 13 even stole my job, master doesn't need me anymore. Seeing no one following him to the bathhouse, Qin Huangji slightly curled his thin lips into a faint smile. What's keeping you? Come and attend to your lord's bath. Yes, master, I'm coming. Aping was instantly healed, scurrying off cheerfully to serve his master. After bathing, Qin Huangji lay comfortably on a soft couch. He ate the grapes peeled by Anshan 13 while enjoying a leg massage from Aping and sighed that there was no place like home, this was living. Chapter 36, Nanfeng Inn. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Qin Chuan strode in from outside just as sunlight bathed his form perfectly, eliciting awe as always at such a refined presence. Brother Crown Prince, what brings you here? Qin Huangji didn't get up, lying lazily with only a crimson inner robe partially unbuttoned, exposing much of his chest. The sight of him caused Qin Chuan to frown slightly but maintain his gentle smile as he straightened the loose garment. I've never seen you so relaxed before, to the point of such untidiness. Qin Huangji's pupils contracted slightly, wondering if Qin Chuan had already heard about something. Greetings, Crown Prince. Anshan 13 and Aping quickly stood to pay respects. You're Anshan 13. Qin Chuan was surprised the secret guard had such an attractive appearance. Their last meeting, he wore a half-mask, but now he could see a face beneath it of rare handsomeness. Yes. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. Qin Chuan harbored little dislike for Anshan 13 who was good-looking, highly skilled in martial arts, and unlikely to betray anyone. Still, an uncomfortable feeling lingered inside, perhaps due to his younger brother's usually defiant eyes showing infinite tenderness toward this man. When Qin Chuan caught sight of red marks on Anshan 13's neck, this feeling magnified immeasurably, giving rise to sudden anger. You. But Qin Huangji interrupted promptly. Royal brother, even Uncle Xiao has agreed. You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Kong sighed irritably, so my disapproval equates to heartlessness. A strange itch developed in his fingers, thinking perhaps he should have prepared a fan. Then incredulously asked, Uncle Xiao actually agreed? Of course. Qin Huangji said smugly. Qin Chuan averted his gaze from this proud expression, more wanting to punch him now. He decided immediately to have someone buy a fan after this. The two men still knelt, one keeping a straight spine and the other slouching. Get up. Aping harbored deep resentment, his knees having gone numb, yet stole a glance at Anshan 13, the future master. What could he say? Only endure it. Qin Chuan pushed the reclining figure inward a bit and sat at the edge of the couch. The stories of your heroism in Wuzhou are all over town, father hasn't stopped smiling for days. Huangji's eyes gleamed as he asked eagerly, can I receive some rewards? Chuan poked his forehead, laughing and scolding, from childhood to now, what have you lacked? Do you really need these trifling rewards? My situation is different now. If only he could exchange them for some grace or promise. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's gaze darkly settled on Anshan 13. Do you plan to enter the palace tomorrow? Not going. Qin Huangji thought inwardly that there wasn't any rush to go to the palace, but there was something pressing indeed. He blinked mischievously, brother, don't you have an estate near the capital that produces lychees? If you want to eat them, I'll send some over. It's not the lychees I want, it's that estate I fancy. Prince brother, can you part with it? Chuan chuckled, amused despite himself, all right, I'll have someone bring you the land deed later. Huangji waved dismissively, no need for trouble, let Anshan 13 fetch it and inspect the estate while bringing back some lychees. Understood. Qin Chuan handed the token over to Anshan 13, watching until he left, then questioned puzzledly, why would you make him run around? It takes 2 hours round trip. It was deliberate, unless Anshan 13 was sent away, how could Qin Huangji step out to learn? That place opened only at night anyway. Glancing briefly at the sky, Qin Huangji estimated Anshan 13 wouldn't return so soon. As soon as dusk fell, Qin Huangji arrived at Nanfeng Inn. This handsome young lord drew the brothel owner's instant attention. Ah, lord, come inside please. Are you looking for someone in particular or would you like to browse randomly? In an instant, Qin Huangji flicked open his fan, leaned close to the madam, and whispered conspiratorially, anyone especially talented? The madam sneaked a glance and concluded, oh, it must be his first time, a gift to those girls. She smiled cunningly while introducing, well, you've certainly come to the right place. Each of ours is remarkable, particularly Mo Zhu, who's a rare beauty, with her figure. That'll do. Qin Huangji interrupted her hastily. The madam hesitated apologetically, unfortunately, Mo Zhu is already with a customer. Would you care to consider someone else? Qin Huangji nonchalantly stretched out 2 fingers, holding a 500-tael silver note between them, waving it in front of the madam. Is this enough? The madam instantly plastered her face with smiles. Enough, more than enough. Please wait a moment while I call someone. Why are you still standing there? Escort the lord upstairs to the private room on the 3rd floor. Inside, a grand 4-poster bed occupied half the space. The bed was adorned with elegant and clean quilts and curtains, burning incense that wasn't an overpowering floral scent but rather a gentle tea aroma. On the other side stood a square table, low stools, and round stools, behind the beaded curtain lay an immense bathtub, all furnishings in the room evoking much imagination. Master, Mo Zhu has arrived. Her voice was pure and refreshing, like a slowly flowing stream. When the person came in, Qin Huangji couldn't help but marvel, truly a name reflecting its bearer. Her eyebrows were long and willowy, her body as elegant as a jade tree, black hair casually cascading down her back, dressed in a green robe embroidered with dark green bamboo patterns. Mo Zhu also found herself amazed by Qin Huangji. After years in the brothel, she had never seen such a handsome young master. To share a night of passion with him stirred excitement within her. Master, would you like to bathe first? Qin Huangji didn't want to waste time, since he'd come, there was no need for modesty, so he directly asked, do you have any pre-play activities, and might one get injured? Mo Zhu paused, feeling touched. All those patrons who saw her just leaped onto her without concern for whether she might get hurt. Please rest assured. I carry jade every day and apply ointment daily, so I won't be injured. Qin Huangji hesitated slightly. Do you have these things? 2 sets of them. Mo Zhu's gaze shifted. This person didn't seem here for amusement but seemed instead to seek knowledge. Could it be? Of course I do, master. Do you require them? Qin Huangji nodded. Yes, how much silver is needed? I'll pay. That's right, someone so beautiful was definitely kept as a male concubine. Mo Zhu glanced at the back of him. You haven't shared a bed before, have you? Well, the first time may be hard to accept, but later on. She grinned slyly and looked at him mischievously. Qin Huangji thought, money can indeed get things done quickly. He didn't realize that Mo Zhu had mistaken him for a male concubine, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Next, Qin Huangji calmly listened through various techniques and, occasionally asking questions and providing better opinions, eliciting astonished responses from Mo Zhu. At this exact moment, Anshan 13 happened to land outside the window. Chapter 37, 13 Jealous, Huanji confesses. Anshan 13 used his ultimate light body kung fu, eager to return to see the master as soon as possible. In the evening, streets were bustling with lively tea houses, taverns, crowds of people, street vendors under large umbrellas, and pedestrians walking continuously. For Anshan 13, who usually paid no attention or interest to these scenes, destiny somehow compelled him to glance downwards. That fleeting look made him pause, stopping on a rooftop. That figure earlier looked just like the master. When he looked again, it was gone, only finding the sign below reading, Nanfeng Pavilion. He muttered inwardly about his absurdity, the master wouldn't come here. Without delay, he headed back to the mansion. Not in the bedroom, nor any sound in the study. Searching the entire mansion, he still couldn't find the master. Aping noticed the man landing on the tree and hurriedly ran over, shouting loudly for fear he would fly away in the next moment. Lord Anshan 13, are you looking for the master? The master left the mansion and told you to return and rest first. Anshan 13 dropped down from the tree. Didn't the master take you along? Aping, whose heartache was revealed, dejectedly lowered his head. How come the master doesn't want me around anymore? I'm so sad. Wah. Returning to his own quarters, Anshan 13 sat on the round stool, images of that figure he'd seen earlier repeatedly flashing through his mind. Was it the master? Little 13. And 12 saw him come back, quite surprised, calling out and receiving no response. No awareness typical of guards, what's wrong with him? Anshan 13 focused his gaze, seeing a large face. Wrist flicking, a dagger silently appeared in his hand, aiming swiftly at the throat. And 12 was startled, leaning his head backward, quickly grabbing Anshan 13's arm as the dagger barely touched N12's neck, then realizing it was him. Why are you here? So senseless, it turned out it was himself he saw. I'm on duty. Where else would I be? And you, aren't you always with the master? Why are you back? Anshan 13 put the dagger away, distracted and unclear of what the other had said. What's this? Abandoned by the master? And 12 said teasingly, his words unintended but loaded for the listener. And 13's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he stood up and left. Not missing his expression, and 12 immediately chased after him. Where are you going? I was just joking. In the Nanfeng Pavilion, checking room after room, he couldn't find the person he was looking for, sighing inwardly that it was all in his head. Until he heard the voice of his master, his figure hesitated, fading into the shadows. Would this hurt? It wouldn't. And 13 clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm until blood flowed unnoticed, as if pierced through his heart. How absurd it was that he didn't even have the right to feel jealous. They called him a male concubine, yet the master had never touched him. He was becoming more insatiable, greedier with each passing day. Why did the master intentionally send him away? And 13 placed his hand on the window. He wanted to see what kind of person could be treated like this by the master, curling his fingers several times, ultimately giving up, turning to leave. Who's there? Qin Huanji whispered sharply. And 13 climbed in through the window, bowing his head and kneeling on the ground, not daring to look up for fear of seeing what he shouldn't. Qin Huanji asked in surprise, 13, what are you doing here? No, I've made a mistake. And 13 felt some panic well up inside him. He had dared to track his master's movements without permission, an act akin to betrayal. Could it make the master despise him even more? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became, his body starting to tremble slightly. Master, Mo Zhu will take my leave now. I'll bring the items over shortly. Mo Zhu didn't give it much thought, for a rich young master's male consort, having a guard around seemed quite normal. Today, thank you. Qin Huanji expressed his gratitude, though his gaze remained fixed on N13, naturally noticing his reaction. He suddenly understood that this small dark guard had misunderstood. Thank you, master. With a bow, Mo Zhu exited the room. Lifting N13, Qin Huanji saw his pale face, eyes brimming with tears. Sighing, pulling him into his embrace, what are you thinking wildly about? I haven't touched him. I fancy you. Upon hearing the master's words, his terrified heart plummeted then soared again. A drop of tear slid down his cheek. How long had it been since he last cried? It had been 10 years since joining the Dark Guards. Not crying during training under no sunlight, not shedding tears even when punished to stay in the water cell for 3 days and 3 nights, upon hearing that his master liked him, the floodgates broke open. Countless times escaping death, all while yearning for his master, finally paid off. Qin Huanji noticed the dampness on his back, loosening his grip to see the tear-streaked face, tightening his heart. This killer who wouldn't bat an eye, cold-hearted and emotionless, actually wept, leaving Qin Huanji at a loss. He swore, cursing under his breath as he realized how unfamiliar he was with consoling someone, kissing those trembling lips instead. The tears stopped flowing and only then did he let go of the person in his arms. And 13 returned to his stoic expression, his eyes revealing no further emotions, though the bright red ears showed inner unrest. Master, you fancy me? Yes, I do fancy you. Isn't my feeling obvious enough? Qin Huangji kissed the tearful eyes and whispered, "How did you know I was here?" "Your subordinate saw you when returning." And 13 muttered lowly, his head lowered. "Snooping on your master." And 13's complexion changed. With subtle strength, he wriggled free, kneeling on the floor once again. "Your subordinate has sinned, accepts punishment, whatever penalty is acceptable, please do not dismiss your subordinate." Qin Huangji pinched his eyebrows. From where did he get the idea that he would dismiss him? As he was about to pull him up, there was a knock on the door. "Master, young Master Mo Zhu sent me to deliver something to you," a servant holding a box respectfully offered it. "Young Master Mo Zhu said it's a gift. He has guests right now and won't come over. You may use it freely. Slave takes leave." Qin Huangji gripped the box, a mischievous smirk playing across his lips. Coming over to N13, he squatted down, meeting his eyes. "Any punishment will do." "Yes," N13 relaxed somewhat, just knowing the master still cared to punish him was good enough. It's what you said." Shoving the box into his hands. "Open it and see." N13 obediently opened it, identifying its contents, his face turned a little red. Seeing his reaction, Qin Huangji already knew he recognized these things. Still, he asked knowingly, "Do you recognize them?" N13 kept his head down, his gaze avoiding direct contact. "Yes." "Do you know how to use them?" Qin Huangji's lips curled, his eyes filled with mockery. "I do, no." N13 replied embarrassingly. "It's good that you know, saving me the trouble of teaching you." Leaning close to N13's ear, he whispered softly, "Your punishment is choosing one from these." He lightly nibbled on his earlobe. "Without my order, harming yourself will also be punished." N13 froze, thinking for a long time before lowering his head to look at his hand, realizing he had been injured. Chapter 38, Sia Fanya's Hatred. In Lanxi courtyard of the mansion, no one was guarding tonight, all were driven out of the courtyard. Even Aping, who served closely, could only squat outside the courtyard, angrily stabbing at the ground with a stick. The cicadas in the trees chirped all night, and the moon hid behind clouds due to their noise. In the morning, Qin Huangji felt refreshed and had a smile on his face. On the contrary, N13 tried to get up but fell heavily back onto the bed. Qin Huangji quickly caught him, infusing energy into his palm as he gently massaged him. "Master, I am fine. You don't need to waste your internal energy." Qin Huangji smiled silently, not wasting it at all. His massage movements were gentle, and N13's ears turned red again. N13 shivered unconsciously, his voice hoarse and carrying a heavy nasal tone, "Master." Qin Huangji's lips curved slightly as he helped him up, "I won't bother you today. Get up and eat something, then we'll stay at the estate for a few days." Recalling the estate he got from his elder brother, his eyes bent in amusement. There was a hot spring on the mountain behind the estate. In his previous life, the original owner had also wanted this estate and gave it to Sia Fanya because she liked lychees. Later, farmers digging bamboo shoots found warm spring water while excavating in the mountain. A few days ago, he already had people check and build a hot spring pool there, so it should be ready to use by today. After eating, the two sat in a carriage, swaying leisurely as they left the city. Sia Fanya sat dazedly at a roadside vendor's shop, her complexion grayish-yellow, thin, and no longer retaining her former brilliance. "I said, young lady, you've been sitting here for half a day. Are you going to eat or not? If not, leave quickly and don't interfere with my business," the woman scolded, hands on hips, impatient to shoo her away. Sia Fanya came back to herself, her voice raspy. "I'll eat a bowl of wontons." 5 copper coins first, pay up front. The woman inspected her carefully, disbelieving that someone could sit for so long without ordering anything. Sia Fanya rummaged through her chest repeatedly, eventually gathering enough coins. The woman snatched them quickly. "Young lady, please wait." Sia Fanya stared with burning hatred but couldn't do anything about it, looking toward the nearby inn where once upon a time, she entered frequently. Now, she could only sit here. Reflecting on everything that had happened lately, she clenched her teeth hard enough to grind them down. There was a thick layer of grease on the table, sticky and greasy, and the edge of the bowl holding the wontons was chipped. Wrinkling her brow in distaste, Sia Fanya endured the nausea, swallowing each bite bit by bit. On the day she was carried into Prince Tsin's mansion, it marked the beginning of her nightmare. Each time Qin Xiaoning came, he brought anger, venting his rage on her, torturing her to the point where every inch of her body bore marks afterward. And Lady Tsin Wangfei, the old witch, constantly criticized her daily routines. She attended to her every morning and evening, facing harsh punishment whenever displeasure arose. Then there were those servants, nothing more than sycophants. They would surely pay for this, sooner or later. Sia Fanya's gaze burned like poison. That maid for my dowry procession was raised to the position of concubine due to being favored, sharing meals with everyone while I could only stand behind the old witch serving dishes. They laughed together, while I had to kneel nearby serving tea. Why? That damned wretch deserved to die, along with the child she carried. Thinking smugly to herself, she gloated over her deed. There was no evidence, so they could do nothing to her given her connection to the Prime Minister's residence. And now that I'm pregnant, what does it matter if they know I killed someone? Staring at the bowl of wontons in front of her, all she saw was hate. Old man of the Tsin family mansion refusing to give me money deserves death. And the damn prime minister's residence that wouldn't even let me eat, driving me out to suffer such disgusting food, you're all dead. Glancing up, she saw a familiar carriage pass by. Yes, Saint Lan Wang still deserves the curse of an ill fate. When a gust of wind blew, it lifted the curtain of the carriage and Sia Fanya glimpsed inside, as if struck by lightning. Afterward, a malicious smile spread across her face. Heaven doesn't forsake me entirely. Qin Huangji, you too will experience disgrace. Recalling the face she just saw, her eyes brimmed with jealousy. So what if you are beautiful? You probably won't last much longer. Sia Fanya stood up, casting a scornful glance around. Do these people really deserve to eat with me? Tidying her clothes, she marched arrogantly toward Tsin Wang's residence. Qin Huangji didn't know what had happened here. He was now semi-reclining in the carriage, holding a book in one hand and N13 in the other, feeling utterly carefree. The person in his arms slept soundly, with porcelain-white skin flushed pink. Long eyelashes cast a small shadow while his slightly swollen lips lay partially open, tempting someone to steal a kiss. His collar was askew, revealing white skin speckled with bruises. Qin Huangji's eyes gleamed, he really had pushed this person hard. Master, we have arrived. Aping jumped down from the carriage, set the footstool, and then gently announced after drawing the curtain aside. N13's eyes snapped open instantly and vanished like a flash. Qin Huangji stared at the now empty space in his arms, momentarily bewildered. He chuckled bitterly, suddenly amused. Fine. Very good. Absolutely commendable. He rushed out of the carriage and coldly shouted, come out here. Aping trembled, leaning back against the carriage. It had been long since he had seen the master so angry. As swift as the wind, N13 appeared beside him. Master, he knelt respectfully, his face full of confusion. Seeing the perplexed expression, Qin Huangji's anger diminished by half. He lifted the person up and glared viciously with narrowed eyes. Why did you run? I do not know. 13 has made a mistake. Qin Huangji's fury faded quickly, he realized this might be an instinctive action due to his role as a dark guard. With a sigh, he said, from now on, you don't need to hide in the shadows anymore. Then, he pulled N13 close, his mouth curling into an evil grin. Leaning closer, he whispered low in his ear, judging by how alert and sprightly you seem, your skills and lightness have surpassed my expectations. That is entirely my fault. N13. Chapter 39, N13's Memories. Qin Huangji soaked in the hot spring pool, looking at N13's originally translucent white skin now turned rosy red from the warm water. The traces all over his body only deepened the darkness in his gaze, like a black whirlpool. The intense gaze made N13 tense up, sinking deeper into the water, then slowly shifting away. The touch of the jade behind him became increasingly unbearable. He almost let out a sound. Qin Huangji watched his movements with amusement, this little dark guard was getting cuter by the day. With a stretch of his long arm, he pulled him into his embrace and mischievously poked him behind. Master. The voice was soft and sticky, nearly making him lose control and transform into a wolf. Qin Huangji tactically coughed twice, changing the subject. How did you come to know about this thing? The training for dark guards was practically sealed off, and this wasn't part of their curriculum. Yet N13 seemed very familiar with it. N13's expression turned uneasy, and upon closer inspection, there was disdain in his eyes. I don't wish to delve into your past, and if you don't want to talk about it now, that's fine too. I can wait until you're ready. Qin Huangji didn't intend to pressurize him. N13 hesitated for a moment before choosing to tell the truth. I've seen it with De Yungong. De Yungong? There was no such person in his memory. N13 explained further, one of the head eunuchs in Empress Dowager's palace. Qin Huangji blinked but still didn't understand, why would you have any connection with him? He saved me once, and N13 hurriedly added, I am pure, untouched. Fondling young boys, hearing this, anger surged in Qin Huangji's chest, what exactly happened? N13 tightly clenched his lips, losing color. Qin Huangji used his finger to pry them open, don't bite yourself. If you don't want to say, that's fine. N13 shook his head and fell into memories. That year should have been when he was 10 years old, the second year of entering the Dark Guard Pavilion. Back then, he wasn't called N13 but merely bore the identification number 643. Day in and day out, he trained with a group of children, undergoing trials and learning various things. He sat quietly in a corner of the room, unmoving, and no one dared to approach him. He was infamous here as being somewhat mad. Because he would kill anything that threatened him, using everything he could as weapons, including his teeth. Others' gazes toward him carried fear. He always strove to be the first, only the top spot could bring rewards, freedom to roam for 3 days. So he could go see his young master, checking if the young master had returned. Number 463, are you not going to take the trial? A child called out to him. That child stood far away, afraid to get too close. Outside the house were cages of different sizes filled with various wild beasts, possibly tigers or rabbits, covered with black cloth, chosen based on luck alone. The team leader said that luck was also a part of strength. Yet, he never had this kind of luck. It was during this trial that the girl whom he had protected for several days personally stabbed a dagger into his stomach. This girl had been sticking by his side since the start of the trial, calling him brother, and she looked much like his little sister with her two dimples when she smiled. She was so cute, and he didn't want her to die, so he kept protecting her. Her face remained smiling, all innocent and playful. Brother, I'll be gentle, so you won't feel any pain. But her hand wasn't gentle at all, it was extremely painful. Why? He asked in confusion. Brother, don't blame me, I want to be the first too. You've gotten the most jade tokens, so I have no choice but to kill you. The rules didn't say killing isn't allowed, right? Her laughter was unusually beautiful, filled with brilliance while uttering the most heartbreaking words. He pulled the dagger out from his stomach, blood spurting forth and splashing all over her face. He then fiercely charged at her, cutting her throat. Her eyes widened as she died with an unrelenting gaze. Lying on the ground, breathing heavily, he ultimately won. He saw the master, far away, sitting by a desk writing something, furrowing his brows, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. You look like you, yet not entirely like you. When will you return, master? He was too tired and in too much pain, and eventually fainted. When he woke up, he was in a warm room. Outside, it was early winter, and the snow had already fallen once, but this room felt as warm as summer. Little master, you're awake. A bright-eyed young eunuch ran out, and after a moment, an old eunuch entered. Slightly overweight, his eunuch's robes made him appear somewhat bloated. His eyes weren't large but gleamed with cunning. His gaze upon seeing him was very uncomfortable. Boy, you're awake. Did you escape from the Department of Ceremonial Affairs? He smiled broadly, but his eyes were like those of a caged wild beast fixated on him. Following what he said, and 13 cried, Who are you? Can you not send me back? I don't want castration. Wea. Pity how beautiful you look. It would indeed be a shame for you to become a eunuch. Stay here with us for now. His greasy palm lightly patted an 13's hand, his fingers rubbing against his skin. Suppressing his nausea, an 13 gave him a smile, Thank you, sir. You're such a good person. De Yun was dazzled by this smile, his eyes nearly fixed on an 13. Hence, he didn't inquire about the injuries on his body. After that every day, De Yun would come see an 13, always pulling his hand and chatting, What's your name? An 13 lowered his eyes, withdrawing his hand subtly, and softly replied, I don't have a name. Poor child, stay here from now on. Eat well, dress warmly, and no one will hit you. He reached out as if intending to hug him. An 13 couldn't help but shiver slightly, so he covered himself with blankets, only exposing his eyes, bashfully asking, Really? His extended hand paused mid-air, then turned to touch an 13's head, laughing eerily. It wasn't that an 13 wanted to stay, ever since the first day, the door had been locked, his injuries prevented him from gambling on an escape attempt. He had to wait for his master, later becoming his hidden guard, protecting him for life. Of course, but there is no free meal. Memorize this. He pulled out a book showing various postures of two people intertwined. After he left, the small eunuch secretly came up to an 13 and whispered, Don't believe him, he's a devil. Don't stay here. Even being a eunuch somewhere else is better. An 13 looked at his worried face and asked, Then why do you still stay here? He forced a smile, despair lurking in his smile, I can't escape. Yes, being merely a small eunuch under the Empress Dowager's Palace Affairs Department head eunuch, who wouldn't give face? Where could one possibly escape? De Yun came in again, bringing him a box of beautiful jade stones. He explained their usage, saying that he expected service from an 13. If an 13 didn't comply with his demands, he would send him back to the Department of Ceremonial Affairs. Hearing these words, an 13 felt sick. The door was locked, so he stealthily escaped through the window. On his way past De Yun room, he saw something he shouldn't have. Only then did he finally understand what that picture book represented. He also saw that young eunuch looking at him silently, without speaking a word. That look was deeply etched into his mind. But he couldn't save him. Chapter 40, The Blunder Caused by Clothes. Damn old eunuch, let me destroy him. An 13 narrated the story in a calm manner, as if telling someone else's story, but Qin Huangji was heartbroken beyond measure. His hands shaking slightly as he tightly embraced an 13. Spitting out angrily, Why didn't you report him? After saying it, he realized something too. At the time, an 13 was only a 10-year-old child, powerless and of low status. How could such a kid have filed an accusation? The subordinate had no evidence. I was just one of the trainees in the program. No one would have believed me. There was another reason an 13 didn't disclose. Once he became involved in this matter, he would automatically be disqualified from the selection for the Dark Guards. Most people recruited into the Dark Guard were orphans who had no attachments and couldn't be implicated in anything. People are selfish, and 13 couldn't save others, he could only protect himself. Now what? Qin Huangji wasn't blaming him, he was simply curious. A dark guard held a rank equivalent to a second-grade official, so investigating a eunuch would have been far too easy. I am Lord's shadow guard, I can't cause trouble for my lord. The most important person in 13's heart was his master. What did other people matter to him? If anything happened because of this and it affected his lord, he would regret it forever. Qin Huangji gently caressed 13's cheek. His long lashes blinked rapidly, his expression too obedient. Thinking back to their first meeting when he asked 13 to remove his mask, he recalled that unusual emotion. Is the reason you wear a mask related to this? This face was overly striking, and frequently someone looked at him with lustful intent. He originally wanted to disfigure it but then thought using this face might attract the attention of his lord. 13's obvious remorse was too clear. Qin Huangji curved his lips with a teasing grin as his finger moved downward, poking lightly behind him. Qin Huangji smiled satisfactorily, what were you thinking about? Will my lord think this face of mine is a burden? 13 stared at him determinedly, as if he'd destroy his face without hesitation the moment Qin Huangji said yes. You fool, Qin Huangji bent down, kissing his lips, the tip of his nose, his forehead, cheeks, and finally his earlobe, his voice deep and alluring. My prince greatly admires it. Did you see him the last time you entered the palace? Qin Huangji still remembered the cold indifference 13 showed during their last visit to the palace. 13, immersed in his lord's kiss, lazily raised his eyes. Yes, I saw him. Searching among the people he met that day, Qin Huangji suddenly identified the man. With a cold smile, he muttered to himself, the Yun Gong, indeed good at naming, no virtue, yet he thinks he has fortune. Well, fortune should run out now. My lord, can we expose him? 13's voice was soft, his face emotionless, but Qin Huangji could tell there was a hint of grievance. After all, he was only playing around with him. Approved. The moment these words were uttered, 13 leaped across in an instant, swiftly coming ashore, splashing water unexpectedly all over Qin Huangji's face. Grinding his teeth furiously, Qin Huangji thought, good, trying to humiliate me here huh? You'll pay tonight. As 13's figure disappeared from sight, a wave of heartache surged up. Had they known each other since childhood? He had combed through the memories of the original owner, but failed to find even a trace. Annoyed, he slapped his hand on the surface of the water, boom. Water splashed up violently, soaking him completely like a drowned rat. Just as 13 heard the commotion, he had finished changing and came out of the inner room. My lord. Qin Huangji had prepared a set of white clothes for him. Layer upon layer adorned 13's already exceptionally handsome face. It was as if seeing him walking towards him in a wedding dress inside a church. This attire suits you well. But 13 frowned discontentedly. My lord, can I not wear it? Are you refusing? Qin Huangji stretched the tone of his voice, teasingly scanning up and down. In private moments, I'm very willing to let you go without clothes. 13, becoming more anxious as his lord got increasingly inappropriate, clarified softly, I mean changing back into my own clothes. Qin Huangji chuckled mischievously while propping his head. This is specially prepared by me for you. Can your lordship bear being disappointed by you? 13 pulled on the long cloud-like sleeves and tugged again at the overly large hem, murmuring a weak protest, it's inconvenient. Qin Huangji acted as if he hadn't heard and also stepped into the inner room. The same style but different color, a deep red Qin Huangji standing alongside 13 matched perfectly. They were like a pair of ethereal beings descending from heaven. Qin Huangji led 13 around the estate, and then they walked out. Outside was a vast field where many farmers worked diligently. Seeing them, the farmers stopped working and greeted them politely. Good day, Master Qin. Qin Huangji nodded with a smile and led him up the mountain. The mountainside was filled with lychee trees producing big, sweet fruits which tasted extraordinary. Oldly, look how handsome the young man Master Qin brought along is. Do you think he and Master Qin are lovers? A woman leaned closer to her husband and whispered quietly. The people nearby, upon hearing the conversation, all gathered closer. I think it's 8 out of 10 chances they are. This morning when they came, they were hugging. The man speaking gestured around his waist with his hand while talking. 2 men together, defying moral laws. So good looking, yet he followed a man, how disgusting. If they're in that kind of relationship, so what? I think you people have nothing better to do. All I know is Master Qin is a good person. Another woman in blue stopped her work and rudely interrupted with a coarse voice, it's disgusting to use foul language to speculate on others. The one who had just spoken turned red in the face due to the woman's words, trying to open his mouth several times but failing to speak. Yes, Master Qin is a good person, if anyone talks nonsense again behind his back, don't blame me Oldly for being rude. That's right, Master Qin only collects 1/10 of the rent every year. This time, he even exempted 3 years' rent. Where could we find such a good landlord? Whoever speaks ill of Master Qin will first meet my disapproval. Just that, rip her lips off. The glance was pointed at the woman who had just gossiped maliciously. Qin Huangji had already walked far enough to still hear their words. Listening, Qin Huangji's smile became bigger and bigger. The higher up the mountain they went, the harder the road got, especially for an 13 who had never worn such complicated clothing before. To keep his clothes from fluttering randomly, he even used his inner strength. Master. Qin Huangji's hand was pulled back by an 13 who looked embarrassed. His other hand's sleeve was caught on a tree branch. Pulling hard would definitely damage the fabric. Qin Huangji gently smiled, untangling the sleeve. After several similar situations, Qin Huangji looked at an 13 with an expression between laughing and crying. Both were dressed the same way, yet only an 13's outfit kept getting stuck, making him suspect if it was done intentionally. An 13 cautiously followed behind, concentrating completely on watching his sleeves. Suddenly, his foot stumbled as he stepped on his own hem, and with his hand held by his master, he moved forward. Losing balance, he tilted sideways. Retracting his hand, he twisted his body, completing a circle in midair before standing steadily. Before he could take a breath, there was a tear sound. Half of his hem was ripped. Chapter 41, Hu Zi's Experience. When Qin Huangji saw the entire process upon an 13 letting go of his hand, he could only feel veins pulsating in his forehead. An 13 exposed his emotions for the first time without any restraint, frowning worriedly at Qin Huangji. Master, let your subordinate change back. Practicing martial arts isn't even this difficult. When the two arrived at the lychee garden, an 13 looked extremely unkempt. The cloud sleeve on his right hand had torn apart with a section of fabric dangling down almost to the ground, revealing his smooth forearm. The hem of his robe was no longer salvageable. He stole a look at his master's expression, keeping silent obediently and bowing his head. By this time, it was already the afternoon, the sun slanted westward, stretching their shadows long and intertwining them close. Avoiding the farmers, they wandered to the corner inside the grove. The lush trees were dotted with bright red lychees. Qin Huangji carelessly sat on the ground disregarding his appearance, his red garment unfolded as he directed an 13 to pick lychees. A white figure darted through the fruit trees, like an angel fallen to earth. Of course, it was a suffering angel with tattered sleeves looking less than presentable. Qin Huangji scoffed slightly, turning away his gaze, a waste of the expensive garments he purchased. Master, eat. An 13 obediently knelt beside, peeling the lychee as a favor and offering it into his master's mouth. Opening his mouth slightly, biting into the flesh, pretending casually as his fingers scraped by his mouth. The tingling sensation made an 13's fingers retract slightly, allowing his master to tease him freely. After doing it a few times and seeing an 13's unchanging expression, Qin Huangji lost interest and his eyes flickered mischievously, pointing to an 13's lips, use these to feed me. An 13's eyelashes quivered lightly, glancing around. Nearby branches trembled slightly, showing signs of tension in his reddened face which now showed less apprehension. Kneeling straighter, he bit onto the tender fruit flesh, juice flowed over his pale pink lips. Qin Huangji, seeing the person drawing nearer, darkened his gaze slightly, when cool lips pressed up, reaching out to cradle the back of his head. An 13 pulled back, breathing slightly quickened, and his pale pink lips as though painted with the glow of red clouds. Qin Huangji's Adam's apple rolled up and down, as if finding pleasure in it. Grabbing all the lychees near him, he shoved them into an 13's hands. The slight upward curve at the corner of his lip sent shivers down the spine. In the distance, voices of farmers picking lychees could still be heard, and despite surrounding guards being distant, their sharp hearing and keen eyes remained alert. Qin Huangji, having noticed an 13's embarrassment, and having teased him enough, thought it was not right to let others take advantage of his man. He pulled the clothes tighter around an 13, then looked at how he was barely covered in them, and took off his own outer robe to drape around an 13. Gently pushing an 13 down, he laid back on the grass, watching as the evening light filtered through the clouds into the orchard, gilding the trees with a golden glow so sacred. Moments like this felt stolen, Qin Huangji reflected, wondering if his parents from another time were doing well. At his death, his younger brother had already been born, they mustn't have been too heartbroken. Between the thoughts, a vague sound akin to crying seemed to drift by, faint and intermittent. Lifting his head, he locked eyes with an 13. Did you hear something? An 13 focused his inner energy to listen more clearly. Crying sounds. Let's go see. After searching for half an hour, they found a small child sitting precariously on a branch among thick foliage, visible only by the wriggling movement of his bottom. Wah, what should I do? Will Hu Zi die here? Wah, I don't want to die. Qin Huangji glanced at the discarded lychee peels beneath and listened to the childish talk. The boy must have snuck out from home. Child, can you not climb down? Startled, Hu Zi struggled to look backward, but a shake made him cling tightly to the branches again. Wah, finally someone came. Hu Zi's clothes are caught on a branch, I can't get free, wah. Chuckling softly, Qin Huangji could not help but respond. So your name is Hu Zi. Are you stuck because you're too fat? No laughing. It's you who's fat. Attempting to turn fully despite being stuck, Hu Zi finally recognized the person beneath. Your brother Dong. Qin Huangji also saw the boy clearly now, an energetic little tiger cub, hence the nickname, Huzi, little tiger, with wide eyes about 4 or 5 years old. Boy, do you know me? Yes, yes. I saw you this morning. Mother said that the one dressed in red who looks pretty is Brother Dong. You need to be called upon respectfully. Excitedly waving his arms, Huzi almost fell off the tree. Pale-faced, he cried, Brother Dong, can you help me come down? With a light leap, and 13 gracefully landed on the branch and untangled Huzi's clothing, holding him safely in his arms. Wow, wow, brother can fly. Huzi wriggled in 13's arms, his soft little hands looping around 13's neck. And 13 firmly supported the little fellow as he gracefully descended from the tree. Sulsurayap. A familiar sound of fabric tearing cut through the air. And 13's figure froze mid-motion, almost losing balance. Huzi turned around, looking at the torn cloth, sighing with relief. Luckily, it wasn't Huzi's clothes, otherwise my bottom would be showing everywhere. Amused at this comment, Qin Huangji pinched Huzi's chubby cheeks gently. Yes, Huzi has indeed been very lucky. Some people aren't as fortunate. Now 2 sets of clothes have been damaged. Stunned in place, and 13 stood there motionless. Sympathizing, Huzi gazed at 13. Big brother shouldn't be so careless. Getting spanked really hurts. Touching the broken pieces of the elegant garment regretfully, Huzi said sincerely, these clothes are truly beautiful. Huzi has never worn such fine garments. Huzi tugged 13 lower and whispered advice into his ear. When beaten, just cry loudly. That's what Huzi does, and when I cry, mother doesn't punish me anymore. Hee, isn't Huzi smart? Caught in utter bewilderment, 13 felt the awkwardness deeply, averting his gaze, unable to meet his master's eyes. Lowering himself, Qin Huangji pinched the round cheeks again. Huzi is very clever. Where are your parents? How did you end up here alone? Pointing towards a direction with a pudgy finger, Huzi replied quickly, my parents are picking lychees over there. Some are sold, and some are sent to Brother Dong. For me. Nodding eagerly, Huzi explained, that's right. Father says Brother Dong is good-hearted, exempting us from 3 years of rent. We even have money to send Huzi to school now. Qin Huangji stroked Huzi's head thoughtfully, reflecting on how his simple decisions altered many fates. This was partly making amends for the original owner of his body, whose past life caused unbearable suffering due to the actions of Xie Fangyo. Huzi, thank your parents on behalf of Brother Dong. It's late already, hurry back before your parents start worrying. Glancing around, Huzi noticed the sky had begun darkening. In a rush, he declared, Brother Dong, I'm going back now. Huzi will play with you next time. Then, hurrying, he ran away. Standing up, Qin Huangji observed 13 still lost in a trance. Leaning close as Huzi had done, Qin Huangji whispered by his ear, handsome brother, you've damaged 2 sets of clothes. How should I punish you? Chapter 42, Rumors Spread. 13, who had been standing in a daze, turned to his master and asked what was on his mind, does my lord like children? 13 noticed the master hadn't stopped smiling while interacting with Huzi. Thinking that his master would soon marry and have children, a bitter ache grew in his heart. Qin Huangji's eyes softened, as he reached out to smooth 13's disheveled hair, gently rubbing his fingers against his cheek before finally moving to his lips. 13, waiting long for an answer, gradually tightened his grip on the cloth beneath his fingers until they whitened. A soft kiss from Qin Huangji landed upon his lips' corner, then pulled him into an embrace, whispering, I like you more. 13 felt his breathing become disordered as he leaned into his master's warm and broad chest, his heartbeat accelerating beyond his control. As the sun set to the west, the light faded quickly. In no time, the sky changed from dim yellow to black. Upon returning to the estate, 13 looked even more disheveled. Qin Huangji remembered the reproachful looks from the farmers outside and could no longer bear it, saying angrily, go take a bath and change your clothes. Aping stood nearby, casting a mournful glance at the two, master, why don't you take me along? Moving his feet stealthily, he slowly climbed onto the sleeve of his master, tugging at it. Looking just like a young wife, Qin Huangji closed his eyes for a moment, feeling repulsion as he pulled his sleeve away. Master, the secret guard pavilion has sent news. An E suddenly appeared nearby. Aping wanted to say something but seeing this, he could only helplessly step aside and turn toward the kitchen to prepare dinner for the master. Qin Huangji frowned slightly, wondering what was so urgent as to pursue him here. What happened? At present, rumors about you are spreading all over the capital. They say you prefer men, keep male consorts. An E lowered his voice and quickly glanced at his master, then briefly looked toward 13 who had already walked away. Qin Huangji's face stiffened momentarily, this matter would eventually become known, yet it happened sooner than expected. Still, the source of these rumors was questionable. Send a message to Qin Feng to investigate. Who spread the rumors? Also, check up on Director De. Qin Huangji coldly instructed. Yes. Qin Huangji stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The gentle breeze swept through, scattering his loose hair. His clear eyes were veiled with a layer of night mist as he exhaled a breath, asking, "How has the palace responded?" Yi knelt respectfully. "The emperor is enraged and summoned you back. Xiangning should be on his way now." Although mentally prepared, hearing that the emperor was furious still made him instinctively shrink his shoulders. After much thought, a deep voice spoke, "How many members of the secret guard have arrived?" Whistling sounds echoed as 3 more shadows appeared and kneeled beside Yi, speaking together, "We pay our respects to the master." Qin Huangji turned around and looked down at the 4 kneeling people, uncertainly asking, "Can the 4 of you possibly detain him?" This he was known clearly among them. Yi suddenly raised his head, disapprovingly saying, "Master, no, someone must not leave your side." Qin Huangji waved his sleeve, his face turning colder as an aura radiated from him. Gradually mastering his inner strength, it merged with his aura and pressed down onto those kneeling. "Doubting your master's decisions and resisting orders?" The 4, Yi and the others, dared not resist. Pressed by his imposing aura, their faces turned pale. Feeling their usually easygoing and carefree master exceptionally fierce at this moment, they said, "We dare not." Yi hesitated to open his mouth, "Master, we might not be able to hold him back." By the end, his voice was almost too low to hear. Bowing their heads, all 4 could not stop the rising sense of shame. "Your best efforts will suffice." For the first time using such an aura to pressure someone, Qin Huangji, changing his breath, walked toward the inner courtyard. When Qin Huangji entered, and 13 had just finished bathing. Wearing an undergarment, with wet hair draped down his back, he was fumbling with his belt when he heard the sound and looked up, his eyes showing puzzlement. In the depths of Qin Huangji's piercing gaze, there flickered a burning ardor as he drew 13 into his arms. His fingertips indulgently grazed across his waist before lowering his head to claim a kiss. 13's eyes brimmed with water mists. Unknowingly, his body softened, yet Qin Huangji remained fully aware. With one hand formed into a palm, a single blow landed squarely on the back of 13's neck. Holding the unconscious man tenderly in his arms, Qin Huangji affectionately touched his forehead with his lips. He gently placed him on the bed and covered him with the quilt, even making sure to tuck the blanket tightly under the edges. Standing in the empty yard, Qin Huangji opened his mouth and said, "Try your best to hold him back." None dared slacken in any way, immediately bowing deeply to affirm, "Yes." "Master, shall we prepare the meal?" Aping emerged from the kitchen direction. He exclaimed in amazement, "Master, lychees can be used as a dish, and they can also." Qin Huangji's long tense state immediately dissipated, and his expression relaxed somewhat as he looked at Aping, slightly tilting his head to interrupt, "You're always thinking about food. Let's go back to the capital." "Ah, back to the capital? But. Aping glanced at his master, then towards the kitchen, his expression constantly shifting. The pained look on Aping's face successfully made Qin Huangji pause his steps and lightly open her lips. "If you want to eat, take it along. We'll eat on the road." "Master, please wait. I will be right there, don't leave without me." He had already run far away, and the last word echoed back. Qin Huangji massaged her temple with her index finger. In the yard outside, Xiangning climbed down from the carriage and pressed on his almost disassembled waist. Seeing Qin Huangji at the door, he quickly came over and pulled at her sleeve in a familiar manner. "Oh my goodness, my little ancestor, old servant has finally found you." Qin Huangji looked down, "What are you doing?" Xiangning was also embarrassed when he realized his own actions, releasing her hand while patting on his sleeve, "Look at me, master, it's just a habit." Qin Huangji didn't mind, faintly saying, "Xiangning, you need to wait for a moment. My little one is greedy and went to fetch some food, he will come soon." Xiangning paused in confusion, "Has his highness found out? Perhaps have your dinner before returning." As Qin Huangji walked toward the carriage, she stopped her steps, looking at him in confusion. "I'm afraid the prince might get hungry." Still gazing steadily at him, he continued, "The crown prince instructed me to delay a bit. The emperor is currently very angry." "No need." Qin Huangji remained composed, turning around and climbing into the carriage. Xiangning approached by the side of the carriage, whispering, "Your Majesty, the emperor ordered that 13 must also go." "Isn't 13 here?" A voice devoid of emotion came from within the carriage, "Xiangning, you've watched me grow up. You should know my temper." Xiangning naturally understood, a seemingly carefree person, once obstinate, couldn't be stopped by anyone. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he sighed. Chapter 43, Punishment. In the imperial study of the palace, the night was gradually deepening. The dim candlelight illuminated an unclear space. The emperor sat atop, face darkened with anger, unconsciously playing with a folded fan and tapping the table, bang, bang, bang. Already troubled, the empress looked more worried. She tried catching the eyes of the crown prince seated opposite, giving subtle signals. Unfortunately, the crown prince kept his head lowered, deep in thought, not noticing her hints. The empress became even angrier, sitting quietly in her chair sulking. Creak, the heavy doors of the imperial study opened, revealing Xiangning, who stepped slowly forward, feeling the oppressive atmosphere inside the hall. In a low tone, he said, "Your Majesty, your Imperial Majesty, Crown Prince, His Royal Highness has returned and awaits outside." The emperor's expressions were inscrutable. For a while, the great hall fell silent. A gust of wind blew through the hall, making the candles sizzle and the flickering light sway, extinguishing two of them. Shadows flickered everywhere, unable to clearly discern faces, further intensifying the heavy atmosphere. "Let him roll in," came the sudden bellowed order, making Xiangning tremble. Bowing deeply, he retreated. Qin Huangji, clad in a red undergarment after the day's tiring round trip, appeared evidently weary. Seeing the three people inside, he bowed in reverence. "Pay respects to father and mother, greetings to older brother." The emperor narrowed his eyes, glaring coldly at him. "Qin Huangji, you've really grown proficient in raising male consorts, haven't you?" Upon hearing this tone, Qin Huangji knew today would not end well. With no hesitation, he swept his robes aside, knelt directly in the middle of the grand hall. "Father, forgive my impudence." Seeing his non-confrontational posture, the emperor grew extremely furious. After so many years, the number of times Qin Huangji knelt before him could be counted on one hand. Now, it was for a secret guard, a male consort. Without warning, he grabbed the inkstone on the table and hurled it out violently. Seeing the flying inkstone, Qin Huangji furrowed his brows slightly but maintained his straight position on the ground without dodging. Bang! A solid impact landed squarely on his head. Oomph! A wave of sharp pain surged through him, almost causing him to lose his balance. Warm blood flowed down his forehead. Qin Huangji deliberately refrained from covering the wound with his hands. The blood trickled down his cheeks and dripped onto his chin. The empress, upon seeing the large wound on his head continuously bleeding, hurriedly stood up, rushing over in panic. She frantically pulled out a handkerchief from her chest and carefully pressed it against his head. Watching the blood soak through the handkerchief quickly, tears welled up in her eyes, falling drop by drop. "Huangji." The crown prince also abruptly stood up, his eyes brimming with heartache as he walked to Qin Huangji's side and knelt down in front of the man seated high above. "Father Emperor, please calm your anger." The emperor wasn't feeling well either. The moment the inkstone left his hand, he regretted it and now felt restless, wanting to go down and check but couldn't pull off the face-saving gesture. So, he vented his anger elsewhere, yelling out loud, "Is Secret Guard 13 here?" Qin Huangji raised his head and said pitifully to the furious person, reporting to Father Emperor, "I didn't let him follow, for fear he wouldn't make it back alive." The emperor had dispersed half his anger, only for it to build up again, slamming his palm on the table. "Damn child." He was about to throw the teacup when seeing that blood-covered face, his heart softened. Instead, he forcefully threw the cup to the ground right before Qin Huangji's feet. With a bang, it shattered everywhere. Still unable to relieve his anger, after restraining himself many times, he kicked over the chair as he stood up, pointing at Qin Huangji, "Go outside and kneel there, kneel until you repent." The crown prince hastily pleaded, "Father Emperor, it's cool tonight, and Huangji has a head injury. If you say another word, get out and kneel too." The emperor suppressed the storm brewing within, never willing to believe that his own son could fancy a man, only thinking this was some sort of temporary misstep. Qin Huangji tugged lightly at the crown prince's sleeve, shaking his head, then gently patted the empress' hand. "Mother Empress, I'm fine. Don't worry." Lifting his head, he looked seriously at the higher authority. "Father Emperor, I can go kneel if that helps ease your anger. If you're still mad, you can beat me or scold me. But I don't think this is wrong." As Qin Huangji stood up, dizziness came from his head wound, swaying slightly, and then continued, "I appreciate him regardless of gender. It just so happens that he's a man. Bow to the three of them and walk away with a straight back. You, get out and kneel." Qin Huangji went to the entrance of the hall, kneeling down on the hard stone slabs. Originally apprehensive heart, once things got to this point, was now filled with composure. Homosexuality isn't understood in modern times, even suffering discrimination. How much more so in ancient times? Qin Huangji understood the disappointment of his parents, understood their concerns, understood their hearts. He was afraid himself, of the criticism and disdainful looks from all across the kingdom. But thinking about that person, those eyes, he became fearless. Not knowing how long he'd been kneeling, the blood on his forehead had coagulated, pain emanating from his knees grew difficult to bear, pricking sharply and tingling. His body sweated cold beads as a cool night breeze brought shivers. He bit his lips, enduring silently, forcing himself to shift focus. The air inside remained tense. The expressions of the three sitting figures were different. Xiangning stood by the door, glancing inside and toward the kneeling figure, looking anxious. Finally resisting no longer, he muttered softly, watching carefully for the emperor's reaction. "His Highness hurried back, without eating dinner, and now he's injured like this. How can his body endure this?" The empress, meanwhile, felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Why does he fancy men? Not long ago, wasn't he chasing that commoner girl from the prime minister's household, making it widely known? Did she hurt him deeply? A thought struck the crown prince, catching on, who says exactly otherwise, for years of heartfelt dedication have resulted in betrayal. In my opinion, the secret guard is excellent, never betraying. While the emperor outwardly showed no change upon hearing Xiangning's words, inwardly, he started worrying. After hearing the empress comment, he felt melancholy. Upon hearing the crown prince's statement, it made sense to him. Realizing what he was pondering, he quickly snapped out of it, roaring. Blasphemy. Seeing a slight loosening of the Father Emperor's expression, the Crown Prince hadn't missed the action of Qin Huangji deliberately altering the blood flow direction so the blood spread across his face. There's nothing else their younger brother could do, hence lowering his eyelids, self-reproachfully saying, it's improper for the elder brother to stay seated while the younger one receives punishment outside. Father Emperor, allow me to join him. The Emperor paused, resentment welling up in his chest, already unsure of how to resolve this situation. These two weren't helping. You. Sit back down. The Crown Prince didn't move an inch. Hearing his father's slightly dissatisfied voice, he barely curled the corner of his lips into a smile which soon vanished. I feel responsible for this matter. When he pursued that commoner girl, knowing full well she wasn't a good match, besides merely stopping him, I didn't offer any proper guidance. This statement was like a sharp blade piercing through the Emperor's heart, reminiscing about that time when all there seemed to be were arguments, scolding, and punishments. Their father-son relationship had plummeted to its lowest point. Now full of remorse, the Emperor's gaze turned deep. Chapter 44, The Empress Dowager Arrives. The Emperor directed his gaze to the shadow outside the hall. How long has it been? Lord Xiangning bent forward. Your Majesty, it has been more than an hour. The Emperor said no more. He and the Empress were a deeply loving couple who had only these two sons and the late concubine's daughter Princess Yan Ning. There were no other children or concubines in the palace. The youngest son was both his favorite and where he felt most guilty. The Empress kept her head lowered. Raised strictly to be the Empress, she had always followed the rules and could not accept such deviance from tradition. Yet, she genuinely loved her son. One sentence by the Crown Prince made sense to her. Instead of choosing an unsuitable commoner girl, why not pick someone they truly liked, someone loyal for life? Looking up at her eldest son, she realized he must have known this all along. Seeing no one around, she gave Lord Xiangning a meaningful glance, glad he was clever enough to understand her intent with just one look. Lord Xiangning quietly stepped out and summoned a little eunuch, whispering instructions into his ear. The little eunuch hurried away. Qin Huangji, with sensitive hearing, naturally caught every word and a faint smile curled his lips. It seemed today's punishment would be avoided. When Secret Guard 13 arrived, he saw the person he cherished kneeling on the cold stone slabs. A bloody wound marred his forehead, looking horrifyingly neglected, smeared across his face and neck with dried blood. Instantly, tears welled up in his eyes, as if his heart were being stabbed repeatedly, a pain unlike anything he'd ever endured before, even during punishments. He stumbled over and knelt beside him, cautiously raising a trembling hand but refraining from touch, unsure whether there were other unseen injuries on his master's body. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Huangji turned his head. His vision blurred by the blood traces, he struggled to focus until finally recognizing the person he thought about constantly. Instead of reprimanding him harshly as intended, his voice softened involuntarily. How did you come? Secret Guard 13 didn't dare to move rashly, leaning closer, trying several times before managing to speak clearly, his voice hoarse and shaky. Master, are there any other wounds? Qin Huangji's half-body had gone numb, his knees throbbed painfully, dizziness clouded his mind. Never before realizing how torturous it was to kneel in punishment, he leaned into Secret Guard 13 for relief, breathing out lightly. There aren't. Upon hearing this, Secret Guard 13 dared to gently place his hands on his master's shoulders, feeling the chilling coldness of his body, quickly pressing his other hand onto his back, transferring a continuous stream of internal energy into him. His Majesty, Secret Guard 13 has come and is kneeling beside the prince. The hall echoed with Lord Xiangning's calm announcement. It wasn't loud but effectively drew the attention of the three people absorbed in their own thoughts. Let them come in. The Emperor's tone revealed neither joy nor anger, unervingly calm. Though outside the hall, Qin Huangji heard everything clearly inside after Lord Xiangning emerged and said loudly, My dear little ancestor, what you're saying isn't helping the situation. Let me help you up. Relaxing against Secret Guard 13, Qin Huangji responded leisurely, No need. Just convey my message. Inwardly though, he felt utterly helpless. Across 2 lifetimes, he'd never knelt like this, an entire hour which amounted to 2 excruciating hours, leaving him literally unable to move. Soon, a series of crashes and breaks came from the hall. This time the Emperor was furious beyond measure. Rushing out of the hall, he hesitated to kick his own son, but surely the man next to him could take it, delivering a fierce kick towards Secret Guard 13. Daring not use his internal strength to resist, Secret Guard 13 bore it silently. The heavy impact reverberated painfully through his chest cavity, barely holding back a spurt of blood. Only clamping his lips tightly, determined not to let the blood gush out, he tried to keep still to ensure that the person leaning on him wouldn't fall. Looking directly into the Emperor's icy eyes, swallowing the blood pooling in his mouth, he bowed respectfully. 13, Secret Guard of St. Lan Wang's house, pays respects to His Majesty. Inside, the Emperor was startled. Knowing well the force of his kick, yet this guard remained steadfast. Glancing at the man entirely supporting another, his expression softened briefly, moved momentarily. Suppressing his growing anxiety, despite feeling completely devoid of sensation due to physical pain, Qin Huangji pulled Secret Guard 13's hand stiffly, lifting his gaze at the infuriated person and clarifying his stance. Why does Father Emperor get so enraged? I merely like someone. The Emperor shifted his gaze from Secret Guard 13 to his own son, the very air around him turning icy as he pointed at Secret Guard 13. Is he an ordinary person? He's a man, and a secret guard. Qin Huangji calmly met his eyes. Isn't a secret guard a human? You. The Emperor's anger surged again. He lifted his leg to kick. The Crown Prince, who had just come out of the hall, saw this and quickly stepped forward to block him. Father Emperor, Brother Huangji is still injured and can't withstand your kick. The Emperor's expression darkened, but his raised foot never came down. The Empress Dowager arrives. A shout echoed in the courtyard, prompting the Emperor to wave away the Crown Prince's hand holding him back. Quietly, he lowered his foot, glancing backward without missing the Empress' relieved expression. A group rushed along the corridor, crossing into the yard. Dame he supported the Empress Dowager leading them all inside. Seeing her grandson's face covered in blood, her anger exploded. Emperor, you are truly terrifying. This roar made the Supreme Emperor tremble slightly as he responded gently, Mother, why have you come? Then he turned to scold the group of eunuchs and palace maids behind the Empress Dowager. What is wrong with you all? Look what time it is now, why didn't you stop her? Behind him, the Empress offered an apologetic look to the Empress Dowager, performing a graceful bow. The Empress Dowager gave a cold humph. Oh, so my presence in your study is unwelcome? If I hadn't come, would you have beaten my grandson to death? I've been falsely accused by my own mother. The Emperor's face flushed as he defended himself, eyes darting left and right signaling the Empress and Crown Prince to explain. But the two of them took a step back together, angering the Emperor until his breathing halted momentarily. The Empress Dowager glanced coldly at him, lowering her eyelids to ignore the pitiful look in his eyes, instead fixing a stern gaze on Secret Guard 13, why haven't you helped your master up yet? Qin Huangji's whole body was stiff and numb. His legs were utterly devoid of strength, his knees throbbing in pain. With blood flow obstructed while kneeling, standing caused waves of multiplied agony. He staggered once and fell back again. Secret Guard 13, startled, immediately reached out and embraced him to stop the fall. Chapter 45, The Light Within. This unexpected event surprised everyone, causing the Emperor to instinctively reach out to help. Seeing the two entwined, veins bulged on his forehead as his extended hands suddenly clenched tightly. Swinging his sleeve, a scoff emerged from his nostrils. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager and Empress were astonished by Secret Guard 13's appearance. In the dim candlelight of the deep night, they hadn't fully recognized him. But now his features became clearer, making both marvel, such a handsome figure, could it truly be a secret guard? Their inner aversion seemed to diminish somewhat. In Secret Guard 13's eyes, there was no one else, only his master filling his vision. Boundless sorrow and tenderness swelled within him, brimming over the rims of his eyes. Qin Huangji couldn't muster any strength, the dizziness forcing him to lean his head on Secret Guard 13's shoulder, his consciousness gradually blurring. Thank. Grandma Empress. The Empress Dowager's expression changed abruptly as she roared harshly, why haven't you called the royal physician yet? The Crown Prince watched Secret Guard 13 emit a killing aura instantly, alarmed that he might do something irrational. Moving forward, he seized his wrist, whispering deeply, to my palace. Aping ran panting breathlessly and saw the Crown Prince and Secret Guard 13 supporting their master away. Unaware of the situation, he continued chasing after them. When the master entered the palace, Aping was left waiting in the carriage outside. Waiting and waiting, he eventually dozed off. When he woke up, he saw the anxious figure of Secret Guard 13, sensing something amiss and followed him inside. Looking at the vanishing figures ahead, he felt dejected. Still, knowing the way, he determined the direction and hurried toward the Eastern Palace. The Emperor's profound eyes stayed fixed on Secret Guard 13, lost in thought even after they disappeared far away. Something about him seemed familiar, as if seen somewhere before. Just when he was about to reflect more, a palm slapped his head. Who dared slap the Emperor if not the Empress Dowager? Well preserved but visibly furious, her thoughts returned to her grandson's weak state, thus worsening her tone. What a fine job you've done. Keeping a male lover isn't uncommon, does it deserve your beatings and punishments? Can aristocrats have them, but our grandson cannot? Though verbally reprimanding, secretly she planned to let Qin Huangji meet more young ladies from prestigious families, hoping that seeing more gentle and elegant daughters of these families would make him less interested in men. Secretly planning, as soon as his health improved, she would invite some talented and accomplished women for flower viewing gatherings. Thinking of Secret Guard 13's good looks, the Empress Dowager also showed a tinge of worry, finding someone better looking than him might indeed prove difficult. The Emperor had already been somewhat dazed from the slap, and when he heard the Empress Dowager's bold words, his face turned a kaleidoscope of colors. He let out a bitter laugh and called out, Mother Empress. The Empress Dowager gave him a sidelong glance, considering his dignity and not saying it outright, but in her heart, she cursed freely, this stupid thing that knows only to beat and punish, what a waste of a brain. If it weren't for the early death of the Crown Prince, would this throne even have been yours? Empress, let's go. We should visit my darling grandson, she said before leaving, throwing a disdainful look at him, which made the Emperor draw back his foot, which had almost stepped forward. In the Eastern Palace, the royal physician saw the Saint Lan Wang with blood all over his face and was deeply frightened. How could someone be injured so badly? Not daring to delay, he cleaned his hands and wet a cloth, gently wiping away the blood. As he wiped, he grew more and more puzzled. How could there be no wounds? His actions continued without pause, applying a bit more force. After cleaning up, there was only one wound on the forehead, not too big or small. The corners of the royal physician's mouth twitched. It wasn't hard to guess that Lord St. Lawn had done this on purpose. Knowing better than to question it, he expanded the area he bandaged slightly. Qin Huangji was in a hazy state, vaguely seeing his modern parents. They held a 3-year-old boy in their arms, making him giggle uncontrollably with an unknown joke. His eyes curved happily, looking very cute. This must be his younger brother, Qin thought as he leaned in for a closer look. But no matter how close he got, he couldn't see clearly. No matter how hard he tried to open his eyes wider, the result was always the same. Resigned, he sat by the side, watching their family play around together. The little boy seemed to want something, stretching his little hand repeatedly in one direction. Qin also turned his head and, amid the blur, saw a clear photo hanging on the wall. He froze, then slowly began to smile, laughing until tears came to his eyes. Dark 13 stood nearby, staring intently at every movement the royal physician made. Each time his master winced, his gaze became colder and sharper. When a tear slid down from his master's eye, Dark 13 panicked completely, casting a killing look at the royal physician. Sweat broke out on the physician's forehead and his fingers trembled, resisting the urge to flee while completing the examination quickly. Your Highness, the prince's forehead wound isn't serious, the dressing needs to be changed twice daily and cannot get wet. The leg injury is worse, bed rest is needed. The ointment should be applied multiple times. And here's the prescription. The prince has qi deficiency and should take the medicine for 3 days. I'll take my leave now. The royal physician finished explaining in one breath and hastily retreated. Because the royal physician blocked the view, Dark 13 hadn't seen his master's leg injuries yet. Now, with the doctor gone, the sight of the bruised and purple marks on his legs caused Dark 13's eyes to redden. Master Qin Huangji had knelt straight on an uneven stone slab, causing red swelling below his knees. Both knees and lower legs were bruised, with tiny cuts oozing drops of blood. The crown prince escorted the royal physician out and then noticed Dark 13's bloodshot eyes. Following his gaze, the prince felt a slight tremor in his pupils. On already pale skin, the bruises looked particularly ghastly. The crown prince watched the two silently, feeling complex emotions, unsure of what to say. So he left space for them, placing the medicine into Dark 13's hands and said, "You apply the ointment. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food." Kneeling beside the bed, Dark 13 suppressed his emotions for a long time, which finally erupted now. Tears fell one after another, cascading down his cheeks. Ever since Master Qin had knocked him unconscious, panic had consumed him. He forced himself to wake up faster and stay calm. When he woke, desperate to rush out, Dark One and others blocked his way. That sense of suffocating despair nearly drove him insane. He nearly killed those 4 people. "Master, do you know how afraid your servant was?" The crown prince, carrying warm congee, stood at the doorway and hearing the muffled sobs inside, lowered his hand about to push the door. He sighed and let a sleepily confused Aping outside as well. Dark 13 indulged in self-punishment, meticulously examining each and every injury on his master's body. Every single mark of damage, every ounce of pain was because of him. Regret and remorse threatened to drown him entirely. He clutched his own legs tightly, hating that he was a secret guard, hating that he was a man, hating how useless he was, hating how greedy he was. Despair accumulated endlessly within his eyes. 13. A pair of warm hands touched his cold cheeks, dragging him back from the depths of despair into reality. 13. The same warm hands caressed his icy cheek again, pulling him out of the abyss of despair back to reality. Qin Huangji's dizzy feeling had yet to fade, and things remained somewhat blurry. However, the damp chill under his hand was unmistakable. "How come you're crying again?" This lord's personal guard who doesn't flinch when killing is actually a crybaby. Chapter 46, too excited, forgot the leg injuries. He originally intended to tease him a little, telling him not to worry too much. But upon clearly seeing the person in front of him, the crimson eyes, the tear-streaked cheeks, he let out a soft sigh and pulled the man into his arms. His fingers gently wiped away the tear tracks on his face. Then he kissed the red eye sockets. "Don't worry, I haven't been hurt much. I passed out because I didn't eat dinner deliberately," he said as his stomach responded appropriately with a gurgle, gurgle. Dark 13's previous gloom gradually retreated back into the depths of his eyes, melting like an ice mountain, leaving behind only a tender heart. His gaze lingered greedily upon him, and hearing this sound, he tried to curl his lips into a smile. "Your subordinate will go." "Stay, it's almost dawn. Let them rest." "Come up here, let me hold you," Qin Huangji interrupted him, loosening his hand slightly so he could come up easily. Dark 13 straightened his upper body, which had been lying on his master, reverting to the kneeling position from before. He picked up the medicine bottle that had somehow been dropped on the floor. "Master, let me apply the medicine for you." The horrifying scars made his gaze darker again. He steadied his trembling fingers, lightly covering the wounds. Afraid of causing pain to his master, his fingers were as light as feathers. Already stinging fiercely, when touched by Dark 13's hands, his leg couldn't help but tremble. Subsequently, the cool ointment alleviated some of the burning pain. Qin Huangji observed the earnest expression of Dark 13, his heart melting completely. Thinking about the scene from the dream and the photograph, he smiled gently. The invisible shackles that had been unknowingly placed upon him since the time travel disappeared, and his features relaxed inexplicably. Before even finishing applying the medicine, he pulled the man onto the bed, tightly embracing him in his arms, burying his face in his neck. His voice was muffled, "Were you frightened?" Warmth slowly climbed up from the black pupils of Dark 13. He gently released the medicine bottle, letting it fall to the ground, wanting only to encircle his master's waist. No matter what situation he faced, everyone always told him to be strong, to try hard. Even his mother had repeatedly told him countless times before she passed away to be brave. No one ever asked if he was afraid. Tears gathered in his eyes once more, his voice choked with emotion, "Master. I'm here, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to me." Qin Huangji replied softly, gently patting his back, his warm breath sprinkling over his face. However, in what was supposed to be a moment of warmth, after Dark 13's feeling settled, it turned into endless torment. That itchy, tingling sensation, along with the gentle strokes on his back, unavoidably reminded him of their intimate moments together several days ago. His already tearful eyes grew even more glossy, his fingers slightly curling, his voice hoarse, "Master, please release your subordinate." Qin Huangji propped himself up with his hands and looking at the state of Dark 13, his eyes suddenly became dark, his Adam's apple rolling. Regrettably, due to his injured legs, he could only watch and not indulge. Still, there were some interests he could collect. Leaning down, he captured those lips gently, slowly tasting, nibbling bit by bit rather than ravishing as before. Before closing the kiss, he already felt something different about Dark 13. Looking down, he couldn't stop the laughter that spilled from his throat. Dark 13 felt as though his ears were burning, turning his head away, biting his lip, unwilling to look at him. "Don't bite, or you'll be punished." Watching the lip bitten white, he pried it open with his fingers. A pleasant curve rose on the corner of Qin Huangji's mouth, feeling pleasure at his own arousal, proving his affection, so why should he feel shy? But while scattering Dark 13's clothes, he noticed an unusual bluish mark, unlike the ones left by himself. He directly tore apart his clothing. A purple bruise was prominently revealed before Qin Huangji. His face hardened as he stared at it, full of concern, waiting for quite a while before touching it. "Does it hurt?" Dark 13 shook his head, answering, "It doesn't hurt." How could it not hurt, with such a large area of purplish discoloration? His face carried a tinge of anger, "Tell the truth." Dark 13 paused, his eyes filled with confusion, thinking for a moment carefully, then said hesitantly, "Your subordinate isn't in pain, your subordinate has gotten used to it." Such a short sentence made Qin Huangji ache endlessly. Picking up the fallen medicine bottle, he took out some ointment with his finger, applying it evenly. During this period, Dark 13 stayed silent, seemingly truly feeling no pain. But he must have felt it. Seeing the serene face of his master, not knowing what he was thinking, Dark 13 opened nervously, "Master, are you angry?" Qin Huangji was startled for a moment, then explained, "I'm not mad at you. It's just that your words make my heart ache. My dear little guard, whom I want to pamper and protect, actually got used to pain in places where I couldn't see." At this moment, Dark 13's eyes were shining bright. He felt that all the pain was worth it because his master had said he wanted to spoil and protect him. For the first time, he reached out to hold his master's neck and kissed his thin lips. He also wanted to cherish and protect his master for a lifetime. Hiss. A sudden wave of pain interrupted this intimate scene. Qin Huangji awkwardly pulled back, too excited and forgetting about the wounds on his legs. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. The man acted so seductive, like a bewitching spirit when he took the initiative. However, the timing wasn't right. Regretfully adjusting his clothes, Qin Huangji gave him a peck on the cheek and pulled him into his arms. "Sleep now. Dawn is approaching." As his vision blurred before sleep, he caught sight of Dark 13's fleeting smile, very faint but enough to captivate Qin Huangji. Not long ago, at the entrance of the Eastern Palace, the Empress Dowager and the Empress had been stopped by the Crown Prince. "Grandmother, mother, Huangji has already gone to sleep. He's been restless all night. You should rest in my palace tonight." "That would be fine. How are his injuries?" the Empress asked anxiously. The Crown Prince thought about the extent of the treatment by the royal physician, trying hard to suppress his laughter while intentionally frowning and saying, "The injuries are quite serious." The Emperor went too far, especially with the leg wounds. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, the Crown Prince felt somewhat guilty but resolved again for his younger brother's future welfare. In the summer night, the sky resembled black silk adorned with countless tiny, twinkling stars. The Crown Prince stared at the brightest star for a long time, wearing a gentle smile on his face. When he noticed the figure of his wife coming, holding a lantern in her hand, standing afar and smiling warmly at him, he extended his arm to support her waist as they walked away together. Chapter 47, Taking Medicine. Qin Huangji woke up again due to hunger. He felt absurd, wondering how a noble prince could keep waking up from hunger. Who would believe it? Dark 13, who was lying beside him, must have gotten up earlier and disappeared without a trace. Feeling for him, there was no warmth left. The footsteps outside his room came and went, annoyingly loud. Rubbing his temples couldn't alleviate his frustration, which grew more intense. He raised his voice and shouted, "Who's out there? Get in here." The footsteps outside paused momentarily before running over. By the sound of it, it was definitely Aping. True enough, Aping rushed in with his baby face scrunched up like a bun. "Master, you've finally woken up. The Empress Dowager sent people twice to check on you. The royal physician is waiting to change your bandages. I'm almost dead with worry." After a night's sleep, the soreness in his body became even more noticeable. Since mid-afternoon the day before, he hadn't touched a drop of water, causing dizziness not only from the wound but also from hunger, making him even more irritable. Interrupting Aping sharply, "Shut up, I'm hungry." "Master, everything is ready. Let me assist you with your morning hygiene." Aping gently supported him, moving slowly and cautiously as if one wrong move might break him. Though showing no signs outwardly, inside he was extremely anxious. How hungry he truly was. Female attendants entered in a line, setting down delicate meals on the side table. Aping washed his handkerchief and carefully cleaned his master's face, avoiding the injured areas. Concerned, he complained, "Master, isn't it painful? Why didn't you dodge?" Qin Huangji smelled the food, gazed at its delicious appearance, and his stomach growled repeatedly. He nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the table. Aping paid no attention to his master's eagerness and continued pouring concentrated tea for mouthwash at his own leisurely pace. He kept talking, "Master, last night, you scared the hell out of me. Do you know how terrifying Lord Dark 13 looked? Like a ghost, floating past me." It wasn't enough just to say it, he stopped what he was doing and gestured wildly with his hands. Qin Huangji stared at him, grinding his back teeth, unable to kill his little attendant but burning with anger, enunciating each word deliberately, "This Wang is hungry. Ah." Aping blinked his eyes, suddenly realizing the situation, hurriedly grabbed a cup of tea and shoved it into his master's hands before beginning to serve him dishes. "Where's 13? After being awake for such a long time and still not seeing Dark 13, amidst the clamor of many voices in the Eastern Palace guards, it was impossible to distinguish whose voice belonged to whom. "The royal physician is examining Dark 13. I heard he received some internal injuries." Aping's hands never ceased, unusually efficient now. "Internal injuries? They must have been caused yesterday by His Majesty the Emperor." Not wanting to ask further, he simply questioned, "Has he eaten?" "Of course, with me here, how could Dark 13 go hungry?" Aping proudly swayed his head around. After all, he aspired to become his future master someday and thus couldn't let the person go hungry. Qin Huangji nodded approvingly, acknowledging this clever move. "All right, well done. Go find Zhu Quan and collect 100 taels." Aping immediately beamed, walking as if on air all day long, his mouth corners cracked into a grin that never closed. Qin Huangji idly leaned against the bed, observing the purplish-blue bruises covering both of his legs from the knees down. He was momentarily surprised, after such a short time kneeling, how could the injuries look so severe? He glanced toward the door again, how had 13 not returned yet? Were the internal injuries serious? This thought sparked worry within him. Dark 13 walked in with the imperial physician, carrying a bowl of medicinal liquid in his hands. The intense smell could be detected even from afar. Qin Huangji's brows furrowed tightly, avoiding the sight of the medicine as he asked the doctor instead, "How are his injuries?" "No major issues. My lord, please drink your medicine first so I may change your bandages." The old physician, dressed in official robes, stood composedly beside him with hands tucked inside his sleeves. Qin Huangji felt an aversion to the word medicine. In his previous life battling stomach cancer for 5 years, he had taken countless doses of medication, refusing even to glance at it this time. "Take it out. This Wang will not drink." The doctor lifted an eyelid. "My lord, one must not neglect their illness due to fear. Your body is frail and weak, you need to take this medicine." Qin Huangji mentally grumbled, "Who's frail?" "You're frail, your whole family is." Dark 13 held the medicine close to him. "Master, take your medicine." Qin Huangji sniffed, feeling the bitter scent rushing to his nose. He didn't reach for it, but Dark 13 continued to hold it there. After some tension, Qin Huangji conceded, "Just put it on the table first." The doctor slightly raised his brow, began unraveling the bandage from his forehead, cleaned it thoroughly, applied a layer of ointment, then carefully rewrapped it. "My lord, let me inspect your legs." Without waiting for a response, the doctor examined meticulously before applying a warm towel over the bruised areas. "My lord, just rest quietly, avoid moving. I will take my leave." Dark 13 observed silently throughout, holding the bowl steadily, warming the cooled medicine with his inner energy considerately. Once the doctor left, he once again extended it towards his master's lips. "Master, take your medicine." Qin Huangji stared blankly at the medicine for a long time before snatching it up abruptly, finishing it in one gulp, then tossing the bowl onto the nearby stand. He pulled Dark 13 towards him and kissed him passionately without delay. Dark 13 originally stood upright, but was bent forward by Qin Huangji, tilting his head to meet his master face to face. To prevent falling off the bed, he squatted lower and gently supported Qin Huangji's back. Qin Huangji disregarded everything, exploring every corner forcefully until the taste of medicine dulled. He finally released Dark 13, raising an eyebrow while asking mischievously, "How does it taste?" "Sweet." Dark 13 straightened up, moving his numbed tongue instinctively before licking his lips. Unaware of the flavor of the medicine, he only knew that his master tasted sweet. As Qin Huangji watched this action, his eyes burned fiercely, and his breathing grew increasingly erratic. Overwhelmed, he awkwardly averted his gaze. After regaining composure, he finally spoke, "Isn't he around?" He waited a moment but no one appeared. Indeed, they were absent. Curious, he turned to Dark 13 and noticed him kneeling with both hands placed alongside his body, pale-faced, eyes cast downward, a repentant appearance. Seeing this posture, concern magnified in Qin Huangji's heart. Uncertain, he queried, "You, what have you done?" "The subordinate injured someone. They should be in the estate but have not returned yet." "Subordinate acknowledges the mistake, please allow punishment." "Injury, only injury, it was all right." Qin Huangji exhaled slowly, "Rise." After thinking for a while, he questioned further, "Are the shadow guards present?" "Send a message to Qin Feng and request his audience." Dark 13 moved to the window, tapping rhythmically on the frame. After a bird chirp, he retracted his hand, picked a book casually from the bookshelf, and returned to sit by his master. Qin Huangji took his hand, carefully examining each finger individually. Unbeknownst to him, 4 severely wounded men were at the estate not far away. Among them, Dark C, weakest in martial skills, bore a deep wound on his shoulder, visible to the bone. Had Darky not pulled him aside earlier, his neck would already be broken. Chapter 48, Confession. "Master, Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." Aping outside the door did not step in but merely peeked briefly, delivering the message quickly before running off. In an instant, Dark 13 disappeared, leaving behind a solitary book lying on the bed. Qin Huangji looked down, sighing faintly and decided not to call him back anymore. The Empress entered alone, her beautiful eyes focusing on Qin Huangji. Observing his attempt to rise, she quickly stepped forward, pressing his arm. "No need to get up, lie down and rest." Upon seeing her slightly red-rimmed eyes and dark shadows beneath them, indicating lack of sleep last night, Qin Huangji felt a wave of guilt. "Mother, I am sorry for causing you concern." Touched by this, tears welled up in the Empress's eyes again. She shook her head, reaching out to lightly touch his forehead, then gazed at the bruises on his legs, a pang of pity swelling in her heart. Looking around, she asked, "Huangji, where is that child?" "He is not here." Qin Huangji paused for a moment, but did not disclose the truth. He glanced covertly at the roof beam in an angle where his mother could not see. The Empress looked at Qin Huangji with deep concern in her eyes. "Huangji, I know that many people have had male lovers throughout history, and aristocrats sometimes keep male concubines, but none of them end well. Are you sure?" Qin Huangji held her hand firmly, answering resolutely, "Mother, I am sure, I like him, and in this life, there will only be him." This statement was said not only for his mother to hear, but also for the person on the beam. The Empress clutched his somewhat cold fingertips gently, her voice soft, "But Huangji, you are a prince. If you are together with a man, the world will gossip, despise, and ridicule you." All of these considerations had crossed Qin Huangji's mind already. To gain another chance at life wasn't easy, he wanted to live freely. "Mother, I do not care about these things." "But I care," the Empress interrupted. "I don't want my son cursed or mocked by others. I only wish for you to live peacefully your entire life." Qin Huangji looked into her tear-filled eyes, deeply moved, and wiped her tears away. Yet, this couldn't justify giving up on Dark 13. "Mother, if I marry and have children, living a stable life but trapped in pain and regret for the rest of my life, would this still be your hope?" The Empress had never thought about it this way, opening her mouth but finding no words to respond, asking instead, "Then are you happy now?" Qin Huangji looked at her seriously, saying, "Mother, I am very happy." The Empress scrutinized him closely. Ever since the age of 8 when his hearing became problematic, he distanced himself from her, staying indoors all day. In recent years, his disposition changed even more peculiarly. Rarely seeing him so earnest and calm, the Empress felt that this state was quite good. That child was much better than any illegitimate daughter-in-law. "Mother knows, mother hopes for your happiness." Qin Huangji smiled, a sincere smile that came from within being acknowledged and blessed. He reached out and hugged her, lightly rubbing his chin against her shoulder, whispering softly, "Thank you, mother." The Empress patted his back affectionately, chiding, "Still so polite with mother. Come now, stop being childish. Rest, I shall leave." She pushed him slightly, touched his head one last time, then walked towards the door. Qin Huangji raised his head, gazing intently at a certain spot on the ceiling, speaking mildly, "Did you hear everything?" A figure descended gracefully from above, his eyes burning intensely as they focused on Qin Huangji. His lips moved, ears turning red, struggling to mutter slowly, "This subordinate feels happy too." Qin Huangji's eyes curved, his smile broadening, eventually bursting out laughing. Your Highness, may I enter? Qin Feng's voice carried over from outside the window. The two inside exchanged surprised glances, neither having noticed his arrival. Seeing him push the window slightly open and reveal half his face, dark lines falling from his head, Qin Huangji remarked curtly, "Since you've come, enter, why hide?" Kneeling down on one knee after flipping through the window, Qin Feng explained uneasily, "Your Highness was talking with Empress, so this subordinate dared not interrupt." Noticing the prince staring at him continuously, he felt guilty and clarified, this subordinate didn't hear clearly. Qin Huangji scoffed, leaning back lazily, "If you heard, then you heard. Afraid this Wang will silence you? How's the investigation going?" Switching to business talk, Qin Feng grew serious, "Report to your Highness, the rumors were spread by second Miss Sia." Qin Huangji froze, taking some time before recalling who this second Miss Sia was. How could she know about this matter? Seeing the prince's confusion, Qin Feng explained further, "When your Highness went to the estate, she saw. This subordinate also discovered something interesting." Taking the document handed over by Qin Feng, he casually flipped through it, smirking scornfully. Truly, Xia Fanya was stirring up trouble. She seemed to have gotten ideas about targeting Dark 13. Did she discover anything? Glancing at Dark 13, Qin Feng replied, "Nothing. All Shadow Guard files are classified information, available only to their own lords." Tossing the file aside, Qin Huangji commanded, "Drop a bit of evidence about Xia Fanya's murders to Qin Suing, let him investigate." What a fool, his wife and child had been killed, yet he couldn't find the evidence. Ignorant even when drugged. Find a way for the family doctor to give him an examination. Qin Huangji gloated inwardly, imagining how Qin Suing would react upon discovering he'd been drugged. Surely amusing. Find the prostitute that Xia Fanya bribed and feel him out. Bribe him if necessary. Originally, Qin Huangji was unwilling to play such tricks with a woman. In ancient times, reputation was valued most. He had never intended to ruin her, and after several confrontations, all were due to her own mistakes. Not a single rumor about her had ever surfaced. The Prime Minister, for his own face, would also help her clean up afterwards. But who would have known she wouldn't know better, repeatedly provoking him? He shouldn't be blamed for not being polite then. Understood. Qin Feng looked at the prince's eyes filled with coldness, shivered, and respectfully replied. What about the other matter? Qin Huangji continued to ask. When it came to this matter, Qin Feng gradually became cold, full of disgust on his face. De Yun, this person pretends to obey but defies in secret. Behind closed doors, he abuses children. The few eunuchs in his courtyard are all victims. Dark 13 heard his master investigating De Yun, feeling warmth in his heart. Although nothing was explicitly said, his master had already taken action. He took the initiative to sit by his master, extending his hand. Qin Huangji's eyes twinkled with laughter as he unabashedly played with his fingers. Qin Feng lowered his head, pretending not to see anything, and continued, every few weeks, he leaves the palace claiming to visit his old mother. However, my subordinate has discovered that his mother passed away several years ago. As to where he went, my subordinate hasn't found yet, but in a few days will be his scheduled trip out of the palace. A fierce look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Hearing this, Qin Huangji paused his fingers, hoping it wasn't what he thought. Chapter 49, Crying the Little Royal Grandson. In the Sen, Tsin Wang Fu, Xia Fanya sat at the table, holding a fine bowl of blood swallow's nest in one hand and stirring with a small spoon gracefully, sipping it gently. She smugly thought that no matter how much the princess disliked her, good things still had to be sent over to her. She carried a real precious treasure inside her. Bang, crash. The gate was kicked open with great force, accompanied by a loud noise. Xia Fanya trembled, juice splashing from the bowl onto her white fingers, leaving red marks. Wrinkling her eyebrows, she asked indignantly, "What's going on?" "You wretch." A roar sounded. Recognizing the familiar voice, Xia Fanya's eyes constricted, a trace of fear appearing, subconsciously placing her hand on her stomach. Then her expression began to become calm, lightly patting her belly. Now, she was no longer afraid. Qin Suing's face was ashen, his widened eyes filled with bloodshot veins, like an ominous shade of crimson. Upon entering, he immediately grabbed Xia Fanya by the neck. "You bitch, give me the antidote." Eyes flickering with panic, Xia Fanya defended herself verbally, "Lord, what are you talking about? What antidote?" Qin Suing tightened his grip slowly, teeth grinding, saying, "The poison you gave me. Give me the antidote." The growing pain around her neck caused Xia Fanya to hold his hands tightly with both of hers, trying to maintain smooth breathing. "Lord, are you misunderstanding? How could I possibly have poisoned you?" Qin Suing didn't want to listen to her excuses. In this estate, aside from her, who else would have the audacity to poison him? His face grew more distorted and sinister. If he won't be well, neither will she. Suddenly, he clamped down on her neck even harder. Xia Fanya struggled for breath, her face turning red. Her fingernails dug into his flesh, but there was no relief. In this moment, her eyes were filled with terror. Qin Suing truly meant to kill her. "The child. I'm pregnant, with your child." Xia Fanya struggled to utter these words painfully. As the crazed Qin Xiaoning heard this, he came back to his senses, relaxing his grip slightly but did not let her go. After taking a deep look at her, he threw her off like garbage. Xia Fanya fell to the ground, instinctively protecting her stomach with both hands. As the fear in her eyes gradually faded, she started to smirk again. So what if I was the one who poisoned you? You'll just have no descendants later. Aren't you perfectly fine now anyway? And don't I carry yours right here? Laughing maniacally, she added, there is no antidote, the poison cannot be cured. This child in my belly is your only offspring, ahaha. Qin Xiaoning clenched his fists tight, veins popping, roaring, you poisonous woman. Poisonous woman. Poisonous woman because of you. You've ruined my body, broken my marriage prospects, and kept me as a concubine. Your mother mocks me daily with cold and cruel words, humiliating me endlessly. And you, not only do you leave me unattended, but you've raised that cheap girl, Jiru, to which position? Why should she deserve better than me? Full of hatred, Xia Fanya's hair disheveled, screamed like a madwoman. Qin Xiaoning looked at her with increasing coldness, as if looking at a dead person. Tired of wasting any more words on her, he spoke icily, you'd better pray that nothing happens to the baby. Xia Fanya watched his retreating figure, lightly stroking her belly, muttering to herself, child, did you hear that? You must stay strong. You're the talisman of your mother. One day, you will be the sole master of this estate. All the mother's glory and fortune depend on you. Ha ha ha. She laughed softly, yet her eyes gleamed with calculation and boundless hatred. The maidservants in the room were frightened by her eerie expression and trembled with fear. Not far away at the eastern palace, Qin Huangji was lying on little royal grandson Qin Mushuan's bed, absently poking the face of the little infant. The wet nurse stood guard nearby, watching him cautiously. As soon as he moved suspiciously, she would rush to protect the child, for Prince Qin had made little royal grandson cry twice already. Qin Huangji poked here and poked there, leaving red marks on the tender cheeks. The baby didn't seem to care about it at all and kept sucking on his own fingers. He pulled out the little guy's fingers from his mouth. The baby continued to make the sucking motions but found no finger there. Startled, the baby opened his mouth wide, flailed his tiny hands, and once again stuffed the fingers into his mouth. Qin Huangji thought it amusing, pulling the little fingers back again, enjoying the sight of the baby opening his mouth wide and diligently searching for them. Every time the little grandson barely managed to find his fingers, they would be taken away mercilessly by Qin Huangji, and after a few rounds of this game, the little one finally burst into tears. The wet nurse quickly intervened, rescuing little royal grandson from his clutches. Qin Huangji lazily propped up his head, watching the wet nurse soothingly calming the child. As the crying lessened, he gently spoke, if he stops crying, bring him back. The wet nurse pitied the little royal grandson, hesitating on her face, Your Highness. With hurried footsteps, the crown prince rushed in, ignoring the person lying in the bed, and directly reached to hold the child from the wet nurse. The baby's face, usually so pale, was now flushed from crying. Tears hung on his eyelashes. The crown prince kissed his cheeks affectionately, turned around and helplessly sighed, asking Qin Huangji, who looked guilt-free, where is the crown princess? The wet nurse bowed respectfully, answering, the crown princess has gone to Yongning Palace. If the crown princess was here, the young master wouldn't have been bullied like this. Still small, the little royal grandson fell asleep due to exhaustion. The crown prince returned the child, only to find Qin Huangji brazenly occupying his son's bed. He could only order the wet nurse, take him to my chambers first. Yes. Qin Huangji watched the child being carried away with longing and regret, thinking it wasn't enough. Looking up at the person responsible, he asked, why did you come back so early today? Sitting at the table, the crown prince instinctively raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, isn't it because of what you've done, making Mushuan cry how many times? Qin Huangji touched his nose, awkwardly smiling, so the wet nurse sent someone to fetch you. The crown prince gave a faint hum, looking around curiously and asking, where is your little secret guard? Qin Feng borrowed him. Qin Huangji shrugged, otherwise, he wouldn't be so bored as to come here just to tease the child. So you came to harm my son? The voice of the crown prince rose, revealing his thoughts immediately. How can you say that, brother? This is called fostering feelings, Qin Huangji said offhandedly while pulling out a little wooden horse toy seemingly from nowhere and playing with it absent-mindedly. The crown prince paid no heed to him but began discussing the affairs of the morning court. These past few days, every day someone impeached you. What do you intend to do about it? Qin Huangji's fingers stiffened for a moment. What have they impeached me for? Corrupting moral values, discrediting the ancestors. The crown prince gazed at him in surprise. You know. Qin Huangji tilted his mouth slightly, continuing to play with the wooden horse while deep down missing someone, not knowing how their investigation was going, and when they'd return. He casually responded, I don't, I'm just guessing. What reaction does Father Emperor have? The crown prince shook his head, noticing his expression. Some of his worries lessened, nothing much. He took the reports and approved all of them. Approved? Approved what? Qin Huangji sat upright, expressing astonishment. The crown prince calmly answered, read them. Chapter 50, Brother, carry me back. Qin Huangji had already imagined the expressions of those ministers upon receiving their replies. It must be fascinating. The crown prince looked at the man smiling brightly, idly swirling the teacup in his hand, and warmly asked, "When do you plan to occupy my son's bed until?" The smile remained undiminished on Qin Huangji's face as he teased, "Or shall brother carry me back?" The crown prince startled, the teacup in his hand clanged against the table, rolling a couple of circles before coming to a halt. Qin Huangji didn't expect the crown prince to react so intensely and became even more cheerful, earnestly saying with a radiant smile, "Since my legs aren't convenient for walking, Shursan carried me here. He's not around now, so brother, carry me back, will you? Elder brother." The last word came with a trembling tone, causing the crown prince's hand to tremble as well. After hesitating multiple times, the crown prince softly replied, "All right." Elegantly rising, the crown prince adjusted his bright yellow imperial robe adorned with a four-clawed golden dragon at the chest. That air of authority fused perfectly with his gentle demeanor, momentarily unsettling Qin Huangji. What did you say?" "I said all right." With that, he took large strides forward, placing one arm around Qin Huangji's shoulder and the other under his knee, pulling him closer into an embrace. As though startled, Qin Huangji tilted backward. This unexpected motion made the crown prince unprepared, both hands supporting him underneath, leading to an abrupt loss of balance as he ended up lying fully atop Qin Huangji. Ugh, the weight of the crown prince pressing down caused a sharp pain in his chest cavity, eliciting a muffled groan. "My lord!" Qin Feng, entering at this moment and seeing their compromising position, stared blankly at the ceiling. Had he stumbled upon too many secrets? Would he be silenced? Turning on his heels, he tried to leave. A single glance from Shursan stopped him in his tracks. Annoyed, the crown prince pulled hard at the hand trapped beneath his body but failed to retrieve it, instead crashing even harder onto Qin Huangji. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Elder brother, your leg. Quickly, move it away." The impact of their knees colliding brought tears brimming to his eyes. Upon hearing his cry, the crown prince's usual calm expression cracked, his face turning pitch black as he gritted out, "You will shut up immediately." Glancing sideways at Shursan who remained rooted in place, the crown prince roared lowly, "Are you not going to help? Lift your master up." Once both had risen, they saw Qin Feng standing in the middle of the room with his head bowed so low it nearly touched his chest. Awkwardly readjusting his crumpled clothes, the crown prince raised a fist to his mouth, clearing his throat lightly, "I still have matters to attend to, I must go." Carefully using his eyes to assess Qin Huangji, Qin Feng asked cautiously, "My lord, if I claim I saw nothing, would you believe me?" Leaning in Shursan's arms, Qin Huangji responded by throwing the little wooden horse he held in his hand forcefully, bang, smacking it against Qin Feng's head. Then he nudged Shursan, "Take me home." Shursan shifted his gaze slightly, not choosing to hold his master by the waist or use lightness kung fu but rather imitating the crown prince's actions, gathering his master in his arms in a princess hold. Qin Huangji blushed faintly, incredulously looking at him, "You." Meeting his gaze, he ultimately said nothing and allowed Shursan to carry him step by step back home. Unwilling to let them wander far, Qin Feng swiftly rose, picked up the small wooden horse neatly arranging it on the table before hastily following. Such entertainment was not to be missed. Gently laying his master onto the bed, Shursan grabbed a nearby soft cushion to place behind his master, then squatted down to remove shoes and socks, rolling up his trouser legs to carefully inspect, reaching for ointment on the bedside table. Qin Huangji indulgently allowed himself to be handled, following his movements intently, no longer angry. Shursan's fingers curled slightly while applying medicine, "This subordinate is not angry." With profound meaning, Qin Huangji hummed an "oh" and further questioned, "Then are you feeling jealous?" Shursan pursed his lips and refrained from answering. Instead of continuing to press, Qin Huangji glanced over at Qin Feng who had followed them inside, "Is there anything found yet?" At these words, both Shursan and Qin Feng's auras suddenly turned icy cold. Especially Shursan, whose chilling aura caused his hair to stand on end and his breathing to become labored. But just as quickly as it came, it vanished. "We found it." Myself and Shursan followed Master De Yun to a house. There were several children, boys and girls, and also some tools. At this point, his expression turned particularly peculiar. Qin Huangji's eyes slightly widened, confirming his initial suspicions. Sighing deeply, Qin Feng added with a tinge of sympathy, "A few children sustained heavy injuries and may not survive more than a few days." Lowering his eyelids thoughtfully, Qin Huangji inquired, "Are there any others at the house?" "One manager, 12 guarding warriors, 2 women, a doctor, and 4 laborers," Shursan recited clearly, having been silent until then. Qin Feng, "Borrow troops from the crown prince to capture them." "Yes." Receiving the order, Qin Feng swiftly departed. Seeing him depart far enough, Qin Huangji bent his legs and gently kicked Shursan crouched beside him, "Take me there." After waiting for a long time without hearing a response or seeing any movement, Qin Huangji simply propped his foot on the other's shoulder and pressed down hard. Shursan remained completely still, lowering the leg he just applied ointment to, and gripping the master's ankle in his hands. The slippery sensation caused him to momentarily lose focus, unconsciously rubbing with his fingers a few times. Qin Huangji felt the friction around his wrist and looked at him deeply, his eyes as dark as a pool. His foot moved toward Anshirsan's chin and tilted it up, revealing a pair of lust-filled eyes. Anshirsan's hand slid slowly up along the ankle, his mouth slightly open, voice hoarse. Master. Qin Huangji steadied himself, struggling to tear his gaze away from Anshirsan and freeing his hand. He kicked again, chuckling softly, you don't want me to go. So now you're using seduction. Anshirsan lowered his eyelids, hiding the disappointment in his eyes, properly pulling the master's foot back and putting the shoes and socks back on before hugging him tightly and chasing after Qin Feng. When Qin Huangji arrived, the entire mansion was surrounded by imperial guards, tight as a drum. Cries and pleading filled the yard. Seeing them come in with Anshirsan, they spotted the crown prince standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, imperial guards forcing a short figure down on their knees. Huangji, you've come. The crown prince glanced at the person hanging onto Anshirsan, shook his head slightly, and ordered the guards nearby to bring a chair over. While Qin Huangji examined Yun, the eunuch was also watching them intently. His triangular eyes paused when they landed on Anshirsan, lewdness glimmering, drooling visibly. What a beauty! This would be quite an experience, then narrowing his eyes suddenly, exploding into surprise, it's you. Chapter 51, Sorry, I'm late. Qin Huangji's gaze sharpened, inner strength surging outward, pressing toward eunuch Yun. Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing limp like a dead dog on the ground but let out a guttural laugh despite this. The house guards and servants who had been captured and forced onto their knees didn't dare breathe, bowing lower. And since entering, Anshirsan's breath had grown subtle, almost as if he were a silent corpse, his eyes dark, devoid of human emotion. Only when he looked at Qin Huangji did some warmth appear in his gaze. Qin Huangji leaned against him, paying no attention to the offered chair beside him, tightly grasping his hand. At this moment, Qin Feng emerged from inside the house, his face cold, cradling an 8 or 9-year-old girl in his arms. She had no clothes to cover her except for a blanket wrapping her fragile body. Qin Feng's throat tightened, suppressing his guilt. Your Highness, she's already dead. We came too late. The girl had a delicate, small face, a refined nose, and a cute little mouth. Her beauty hinted at how stunning she'd be when she grew up. But now, she lay motionless in Qin Feng's arms, her exposed arms bruised all over, and there was a clear mark around her neck from strangulation. The crown prince stood silently, his tall posture slightly bent, emotions flashing through his eyes one by one. Qin Huangji saw for the first time such extreme emotions simultaneously on the composed and elegant face of the crown prince. Prince, your Highness, we found 11 children. The imperial guard brought the children over and quietly consoled them. Don't be afraid, that's the crown prince and his Highness. They're here to save you. The group of children timidly walked forward. The oldest was a 13-year-old girl, and the youngest was a 5-year-old boy with big eyes full of alertness. One girl, upon spotting the child in Qin Feng's arms, rushed over. Lan, are you okay? She called several times, receiving no response, the closed eyes never opened. Trembling hands checked her breathing, tears dripping heavily one by one. More children ran over, cries blending together in sorrow. Qin Feng tightened his grip on Lan, pulling her closer to his chest, and knelt on one knee, allowing every surrounding child to see her clearly. The little boy used both hands to hold Lan's cold ones, incessantly kneading and blowing warm air onto them. Sister Lan, I'll keep rubbing, keep warming your hands so you won't be cold anymore. We're saved, we can go outside now. You promised you'd take me kite flying. A bit older child sobbed, why didn't you hold on just a little longer, just a little longer? Qin Feng's guilt deepened even further, if only he'd been quicker, perhaps the child wouldn't have died. I'm sorry. I came too late. The surrounding imperial guards all had reddened eyes, clenching their fists tightly, wishing they could kick eunuch Yun a few times. Many who were married with children looked at those young victims, tears streaming down their faces. Beasts. Someone shouted, and then there was a sound of someone spitting on the recently captured guards. Those with martial skills had not saved the children but instead helped in their oppression. The sounds of punches and kicks began to grow louder, yet neither the crown prince nor Qin Huangji made any attempt to stop it. Their gazes remained fixed on Grand Eunuch Yun, growing colder by the second. Spare my life, sir, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just a servant, I know nothing else. Please stop. Ah. I'm just the cook, please spare me, sir. My old mother and my 4-year-old child need me, please. It's none of my business either, it's all their fault. Those who had been forcibly restrained, miscellaneous servants and women, cried and begged for mercy while trying to avoid being beaten. They're lying. The girl who first cried out for Lan ran over, wiping her tear-streaked face, raising her head. You're the crown prince, right? They're lying. They're all bad people. You dare not say such things. One of the servants barked at her harshly before being struck down by an imperial guard's punch. Then he smiled innocently at the girl. Go on, tell us. The girl shuddered when shouted at but still declared firmly, none of them are good people. Mo Hua's sister was abused to death by them. Him, and him, along with many other brothers and sisters have all died. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face again. Other children also gathered around, listing their wrongdoings one by one. Only the little boy continued holding Lanlan's hand tightly, incessantly talking to her as if urging her to wake up. An icy frost enveloped the crown prince's expression, emitting a bone-chilling coldness that sent tremors through everyone present. Not a single person here was innocent, including those two women who even lured children into this den. An enraged imperial guard couldn't contain himself anymore and rushed forward, grabbing the woman by the collar and shouting loudly, "Why? You are mothers yourselves. How can you be so cruel?" The woman started crying hysterically, "My daughter is only 4 years old. Why? If I didn't do this, what would happen to my baby? She's still so young." The imperial guard froze, looking dispirited, throwing the woman to the ground. As he watched her sobbing on the floor, he could no longer find the words to condemn her. Grand Eunuch Yun climbed to his feet and glared ferociously at the guards. "How dare you touch my people? Do you even have the qualification? Your people? You stinking eunuch, do you even have the ability?" The guards burst into laughter upon realizing the situation, mocking Yun with scornful eyes. "We don't qualify, and neither do you." The crown prince gave them a cold glance and ordered the soldiers, "Take these children out first. Send them to St. Lan, prince's residence, first," Qin Huangji added. "Summon officials from the Ministry of Justice to investigate." Yun's face darkened further. Staring at the retreating backs of the children, his gaze turned almost fixated. "She's beautiful, isn't she? She's the most satisfying one I've ever seen. Her figure is so supple, and her cries were the sweetest." He pointed out several children's backs one after another, using language so vulgar it left everyone sick to their stomachs. Qin Huangji's eyes turned darker with anger. Ignoring his own leg injury, he extended his long legs to kick Yun. But before he could act, Shursan immediately grabbed him firmly around the waist. At the same time, Shursan flicked a pebble from the ground with his toe, launching it swiftly toward Yun's shoulder. The stone struck its mark, sending Yun skidding backward until he stopped, leaving a deep, bloody wound visible on his shoulder when the stone fell. Qin Huangji glanced down at the pebble, moved his foot slightly, then decided against following up. He sniffed, detecting an odd smell that had been wafting since earlier. "What's that smell?" Chapter 52, That Smell. Upon hearing this, Yun's pain-whitened face twisted, becoming more and more deranged in tone. "And what if I'm just a stinking eunuch? So what if I'm a stinking eunuch, does that make me less human?" His high-pitched voice screamed wildly, rasping like sandpaper grinding against stone, piercing Qin Huangji's ears painfully. He waved Shursan back with a gesture. This action seemed to further enrage Yun. "You self-righteous nobles, how much better are you really? Just born a little luckier. Why should we be treated as inferior? Abused and violated without end. I could have had a normal life, married and had children, but I was forced into the palace to be a worthless eunuch." Yun screamed and wailed in anguish, his face smeared with tears and snot. The foul odor grew stronger, seemingly emanating from his body. Qin Huangji involuntarily stepped back a bit before eyeing Yun with sinister contempt. "Did those children force you into the palace? Or did they abuse you? They did nothing, yet you pushed them into hell. What gives you the right? How are you any different from those who bullied you? No, you're worse." With every question Qin Huangji asked, his voice grew heavier, carrying internal energy, like heavy punches, one after another smashing toward Grand Eunuch Yun. Covered in blood from his mouth, Yun glared fixedly at Qin Huangji, insisting that it wasn't his fault, he hadn't done anything wrong. No, he had done nothing wrong. Looking at the person beside him, Yun suddenly broke into a wicked grin. "How wonderful childhoods are, with skin so smooth and tender you can wring water out of it. Your Highness, you don't know yet, do you? This person beside you has also twisted under me." Qin Huangji roared furiously, "Shut up." He poured all his internal strength into these two words, instantly knocking Yun to the ground. His body convulsed as streams of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Qin Huangji didn't fare much better, his inner power depleted, leaving him sore all over, unable to even stand steady without Shursan supporting him, or he would have fallen gracelessly. Yun's agonized cries didn't stir any sympathy among the onlookers but instead brought a sense of relief. Shursan could no longer hear anything around him. His face went pale as ashes, and he trembled uncontrollably, terrified that his master might believe the nonsense. In haste, he tried to explain, "Master, I did not." "I know," Qin Huangji interrupted him, stopping further elaboration since there were too many ears present, afraid their exchange might be misinterpreted later. He squeezed Shursan's hand, signaling him not to worry. "It's just his dying slander, ignore it." The surrounding royal guards dared not look openly but kept sending hidden gazes occasionally. Previously unnoticed, now observing the interaction between the two, were they referring to this famous male concubine rumor? Had the prince been betrayed? Such stares made Qin Huangji increasingly irritable, nor did he wish for Shursan to be tainted by such accusations. With a mocking laugh, he swept his gaze across everyone. "Qin Feng, tell them his identity." Qin Feng looked dubiously at Shursan. He joined the secret guard corps at the age of 8, remaining there for 10 years before ever following the master, never stepping outside until now. How did Yun recognize him? Could it be from before the age of 8? At the question, he glanced back only to meet the icy stare of the prince, causing an abrupt shock. Quickly, he responded, one of the 15 undercover guards in the Saint Lan, prince's residence, ranked 13th. His martial arts skills place first in the undercover guard house. The crowd fell silent, lowering their heads, ashamed of their earlier assumptions. Those chosen to become undercover guards were elite orphans of pure lineage. How could someone like Yun possibly know one of them? Their reverence prevented them from noticing the hands still intertwined. Occasionally glancing over carried admiration rather than judgment. The justice minister arrived trembling and immediately knelt down upon entering, saying, "Greetings to the crown prince, greetings to Lord Saint Lan." Seeing the bloodied Yun, annoyance flashed across his face, thinking that such matters occurred right under his nose, endangering his position. Qin Huangji was already losing patience and spoke directly when others arrived, "The children are at my estate. If you want confessions, go ask them yourselves. They probably don't wish to see beasts like you again. My brother, I'll return to the estate. You should check on grandmother. After all, this concerns her palace." The crown prince's expression remained grim throughout, with icy vibes enveloping his entire demeanor. From childhood, he had studied the ways of ruling and managing subordinates, associating mainly with either court ministers or nobility offspring. Never in his life had he known about such sins existing. Nor had he imagined how such vile, despicable acts could happen right next to him, making him feel particularly unqualified as a crown prince. Qin Huangji understood, patting his shoulder lightly. For some reason, the usually gentle individual seemed to have gained a sharper edge, which might benefit the elder brother. After returning to the estate, Qin Huangji could still catch that lingering odor. He sniffed his own sleeves and then leaned close to Enshirsan for a whiff, puzzled, why does it still linger? Enshirsan wiggled his nose slightly, directing his glance towards Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Huangji noticed. Caught in their penetrating stares, Qin Feng instinctively lowered his head to smell himself. What kind of smell is this? Qin Huangji asked perplexedly. The longer time passed, the stronger the smell became, slightly putrid and foul, resembling long-rotten fish. Qin Feng hesitated for a bit. Such unsavory matters. Well, perhaps there wasn't really any need to keep them secret. Involuntary urination, it's quite common among eunuchs. Qin Huangji listened quietly, feeling a wave of sadness. He then understood why the eunuchs in the palace carried around such heavy fragrances, it was to mask something. But abolishing the castration tradition was clearly unrealistic. Qin Huangji also lacked the ambition of other world travelers to change this system. All he wanted was a laid-back life, lying around with his small undercover guard whose head rested on his shoulder now, brushing a kiss against his jawbone. Qin Feng resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, "Prince, these are what we found during our search of Grand Eunuch Yun's room. Would you like to have a look?" Qin Feng pulled 2 letters from inside his robe. The signature at the bottom read, Princeton. Qin Huangji furrowed his brow, Princeton again. How did they cross paths? Staring at the letter with disdain, "Read it out for me." Qin Feng glanced at the content of the letter but hesitated. If any secrets were contained within, he wasn't sure whether his head would still remain attached. But thinking further, one more trouble wouldn't make a difference. Fortunately, the content of the letters was nothing but mundane conversation, along with polite greetings toward the mother of Eunuch Yun. However, Qin Huangji always felt something amiss. The letters were almost identical to those sent by Wu Prefecture to Wang Yuanqin. Is there anything unusual about this paper? Qin Feng examined the paper carefully and replied, expensive, Qing Xian Tang paper, very hard to obtain. Expensive? Chit-chatting, yet requiring such expensive paper. Chapter 53, Leg Injury. Qin Huangji blinked. What I want to know is, will this paper or ink reveal hidden characters when soaked in water or exposed to fire? Qin Feng had never heard of such a notion before. Flipping the paper back and forth, sniffing closely, aside from that unsavory odor, there was no discovery whatsoever. My lord, where does such an idea come from? Your subordinate has never heard of it. Was he lacking knowledge after all? Qin Huangji swallowed down his next words, afraid to say them recklessly anymore. Indeed, TV shows and novels lied. It seemed ancient people didn't understand chemical reactions at all. Seeing the curiosity burning in Qin Feng's eyes, there was simply no way to explain phenolphthalein solution versus sodium hydroxide. No matter, just a fleeting thought of mine. Leave the letter behind and go ahead. Still clinging to Enshirsan, Qin Huangji saw that Qin Feng hadn't moved and reached out to embrace Enshirsan's waist, burying his face into his neck. Qin Feng attempted to ask more questions but seeing their closeness, turned bright red and left hurriedly. It appeared His Highness truly treated him as a confidant. Enshirsan steadied his master's figure, letting his collar be pulled apart, revealing half of his shoulder. His master suddenly stopped. Looking over, his master's fingers pressed gently on his shoulder as if lost in thought, wondering. Did he care? Heart sinking painfully, Enshirsan whispered, Master, he never touched me. Qin Huangji rested his head on Enshirsan's shoulder. Muffled voices traveled up to his ear as the fingers rubbing over his scars paused momentarily, spreading sour emotions throughout. This overly sensitive idiot. Standing upright again, Qin Huangji gripped his face firmly. Look at me. The lifted black eyes resembled an endless abyss, brimming with varied complex emotions. Say it again. I know, and I believe. What just rubbed against my face was your shoulder scar, with not a bit of disgust involved. Understood? Before he could react, Qin Huangji kissed him, raising his hand to untie his sash. And Shirsan suddenly held his hand. My master, your leg injury. At that moment, who cared about leg injuries? However, since his hand was firmly held down by Shirsan, looking at the resolute determination in his eyes, suggested lazily instead, then, you do it? And Shirsan froze as if shocked, withdrawing his hand abruptly. Master, how can that happen? Qin Huangji looked at him for quite a while, then reacted, crawling back with an evil smile. TSK, what are you thinking about? Saying that, he rested on his shoulder, snickering faintly. Wrapping his arms around his waist, he murmured softly a few words. On the other side, house manager Zhu Quan paced anxiously back and forth. In the afternoon, some imperial guards had delivered a group of children, whose background stories naturally made him feel sorry for them. He prepared accommodations, meals, clothes, but none of those children would leave the courtyard without waiting for the prince to return in person, refusing to enter unless they thanked him personally. Evening was approaching, and these kids had been standing outside for over an hour already. Zhu Quan looked nervously towards the gates of the residence, unaware that the prince he waited so long for had already returned, and even begun engaging in lewd behavior in broad daylight. Only when he noticed a flying shadow exiting the mansion did he slap his forehead. Truly, he had become too old-headed. Since Dark Garden had arrived, His Majesty indeed entered through the front gates several times. He quickly hurried toward Lanchi Yard. Inside the room, due to the two's actions, an earplug that had been in place fell to the ground unnoticed. Manager Zhu Quan's footsteps were still outside when Qin Huangji heard them, but he chose to ignore them. As the sound came closer, Qin Huangji deliberately bumped into Shirsan. The footsteps in the yard paused momentarily before resuming, moving further away. Qin Huangji understood immediately, but he didn't plan on letting Shirsan off so easily. He realized how pleasant this sound was. Listening to the intermittent sounds, Zhu Quan's old face flushed with myriad colors as he hurriedly exited the yard. Glancing back at the tightly shut door, he sighed. He would need to rush over to console those children. Today it seemed they wouldn't see His Highness. After circling around and failing to find Aping, Zhu Quan clenched his jaw out of annoyance. Relying on the prince's favor, Aping was becoming increasingly unruly and above the law. It was time to give him a lesson. He ordered other attendants to prepare water for the prince and also asked someone to look for Aping. After arranging everything, he returned to Lingyin Pavilion where the sky had already darkened. Seeing 11 children stubbornly standing in the courtyard of varying sizes, his heart couldn't help but ache. Among them, the eldest girl rushed to ask, Grandpa Zhu Quan, has the prince not returned yet? Zhu Quan solemnly answered, he has returned, but he is busy with official duties and may not have time today. Looking at the disappointed expressions on the children's faces, he felt a pang of pity. The prince specifically instructed me to take good care of all of you. He has prepared delicious meals and rooms for you. Look at that small building over there. Starting tomorrow, you will be living there. Seeing their joyful faces, he himself felt glad. Sister Chunya, the day has grown late, your younger siblings are still young. Go eat first. Tomorrow the prince will definitely come. Chunya hesitated a bit. The prince had saved them, provided them housing, and they hadn't even thanked him yet. The youngest boy tugged at her sleeve, Sister Chunya, Bauer is hungry. Another little girl pulled her as well, Erla is also hungry. In fact, she herself was starving. Looking at everyone's hopeful eyes, she nodded. All right then. Let's go eat. Bao joyfully jumped up. The servant tasked with finding Aping searched the entire mansion but couldn't find him. Meanwhile, Aping was sitting on the steps of the East Palace. Since the afternoon, he had been slumped here, dozing off, now awake and waiting for orders from his master. But wait as he might, evening had come and gone without the master calling for him. Rising cautiously, he tiptoed over and pressed his ear against the door, carefully listening to the sounds inside. Even after changing several positions, he still couldn't hear anything. Aping pressed harder, thud, directly pressing the door open, falling to the ground. Master, it wasn't intentional, master. Master. Aping quickly stood up, apologizing fervently, only to realize upon lifting his head that there was no one in the room. His voice shot up incredulously. I haven't left the door for even a moment. When did the master leave? It became clear when he saw the open window. Aping stomped his foot, running out while emitting a wretched wail that brought tears to the listener's eyes. Master, where have you gone? Leaving me again. Wah. Chapter 54, That Group of Children. In the morning, Qin Huangji saw Aping's tear-streaked face, feeling a fleeting pang of guilt. Last night, during the time he sent for water, he had realized he had forgotten about Aping, who had evidently returned on his own. Aping bit his lips, refusing to look at him, swiftly serving his master during washing rituals. After finishing his duty, he once again replaced the hot water, cleaned the cloth, and softly called out, "Lord Dark 13, I shall serve your eyes." "No, it's not necessary." Unsure buried himself under the covers, exposing only his eyes, embarrassed as he looked at Aping. Aping nodded understandingly, draping the clean cloth over the basin and pouring strong tea for rinsing, setting it on a small table. After completing all these tasks, he bowed respectfully, saying, "This slave will arrange the meal for my lord." Qin Huangji watched this unusually proper servant, astonished as he turned to Unsure, saying, "Do you feel like he's showing me a sour face?" Aping paused mid-action, saying nothing as he arranged the dishes. Unsure didn't even respond to him and used his palm wind to knock down the bed curtains, hiding himself securely beneath them. Qin Huangji grew irritated. These people were actually daring to show disdain toward him. After pondering for a moment, he tried teasing Aping by offering 100 taels of silver. The hand holding the bowl froze in midair. Aping's eyes darted, then lowered as he slammed the bowl onto the table with a clang, exclaiming, "What kind of person does my lord take me for?" For a moment, the air became somewhat tense. Aping also regretted slightly if he had been too presumptuous, emboldened by his master's indulgence to quarrel with him. Watching his master's calm countenance, his heart grew restless. Now that 100 taels are gone, and there's a possibility of punishment too. 200 taels. What? While Aping was still hesitating whether to kneel down to ask for forgiveness, he heard his master's voice, which sounded like celestial music. Qin Huangji extended 2 fingers, giving him a sidelong glance, 200 taels, no more. Aping couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, "Master, you're the best master in the world. It's my fortune to serve you." Serving dishes also became more enthusiastic, all were those he usually loved to eat. Qin Huangji's gaze slowly swept over the smiling face before him, then glanced at the person hidden behind layers of curtains. Well, another one needed to be coaxed. His authority as a prince was completely lost. After breakfast, Qin Huangji planned to take some light dishes to coax someone when Zhu Quan called him, "Prince." Zhu Quan had come early in the morning, waiting until after the prince finished his meal. He discreetly glanced at the shadow on the curtain. If the prince went back now, the children would surely be disappointed again today. Seeing the slightly furrowed brows of the prince, Zhu Quan appealed emotionally and reasoned logically. "Prince, those children yesterday waited for you in the yard all night long without eating or drinking. If you don't go see them today, their hearts may be hurt." With resignation, Qin Huangji placed the food on the bedside table, seeing the moving shadow inside, saying through the curtain, "Sleep a little longer, you don't have to follow me. I'm not leaving the mansion." Waiting until the shadow lay back down, he turned and said to Zhu Quan, "Let's go." In the Lingyin pavilion, the 11 children sat quietly at the table eating. Even the youngest Bao chewed carefully. Bao nibbled on the buns in his hand while keeping an eye on the plate. Taking advantage of Chuneo's distraction, he swallowed the bun in his hand in 2 bites and reached out again. Cough cough. Chuneo gave a low cough as a warning look towards Bao. Slowly, Bao retracted his hand, blinking his big eyes pitifully, "Sister Chuneo, Bao wants to eat more." Chuneo stroked his head tenderly and gently said, "Bao, be good. We need to follow the rules. The prince saved us, so we should remember his kindness. For us being so many people eating and living for free in the prince's mansion is already troubling him enough." Bao nodded with understanding, unwillingly taking one last look at the bun, forcing himself to turn away. Things were already much better now, there was food every day without having to endure the hunger of the past where they only ate a little bit throughout the entire day. Even though he wanted the bun very much, he feared bothering the prince even more, afraid of being driven away. All of the brothers and sisters had no home. Prince Qin Huangji and Zhu Quan watched this process from the corridor. Tears welled up in Zhu Quan's eyes twice, what well-behaved children, enduring so much hardship. Qin Huangji gave him a sideways glance and took large strides forward. When Chuneo saw Qin Huangji, she immediately stood up and led the children to bow respectfully to the prince. "We pay respect to the prince, thank you for saving our lives." "Get up," Qin Huangji helped Chuneo rise and picked up the awkwardly kneeling Bao into his arms. "Ah," Bao exclaimed in surprise. Chuneo quickly stepped forward disapprovingly, pulling at Bao and glancing worriedly at Qin Huangji. "My lord, Bao is too heavy, and your wound has not healed. You'd better put him down." Qin Huangji gazed deeply at Chuneo, this girl was indeed meticulous. "No problem, I can still hold Bao." As he said that, he bounced him lightly, scaring Bao into hugging tightly around his neck. Qin Huangji smiled brightly, sat down leisurely, putting Bao on his lap and handing him a bun, then looking around these children and said, "Sit down. There's no need to be so formal. This prince has plenty of money to support all of you." These children did not reach out right away but looked at Chuneo first, including Bao. Only after her nod did they start eating. "Do you have any plans? Do you want to go home or stay with this prince?" Qin Huangji asked, looking into Bao's lively eyes, which twinkled mischievously, endearing. "Sister Chuneo will follow the prince, sold by my parents, there's no family anymore." Thinking of the parents who sold her into hell just to marry off her elder brother, her face filled with hatred. "And the others?" Qin Huangji questioned. We all follow the prince, we're not clean anymore. Where could we go? Even if they returned home, they would still eventually meet death. And what about you? Qin Huangji pinched Bao'er's chubby cheeks. Bao'er will also follow the prince, Bao'er doesn't have parents. Not having parents puzzled Qin Huangji, prompting him to look questioningly at Chun'eo. Chunqiao shook her head, I don't know. He was there when I was sold. At that time, Sister Mohua took care of him, but even Sister Mohua didn't know much. Prince, Minister Lin from the Dali court has come to record a deposition. Zhu Quan led Minister Lin and 2 others in. We, the subjects, pay respects to Prince Xinglan. Qin Huangji stood up, placing Bao Yu on the chair. You do not need to be nervous or scared. Answer his questions truthfully. Before leaving, Qin Huangji cast a chilling glance at the 3 kneeling figures, scaring them into shaking and bowing lower. Qin Huangji stayed outside the yard, not far away, hearing every word inside. Minister Lin also sympathized with these children and avoided sensitive topics in his questioning. After finishing the deposition, upon coming out and seeing Prince Qin waiting outside, he was startled and sent away the 2 accompanying officials before bowing forward. What may the prince command? Qin Huangji stood with hands behind his back, distant and cold. This prince wants to ask, how will Dian be sentenced? Minister Lin thought for a moment, then slowly said, by law, he should be executed. Ah. Death would be a relief. Qin Huangji's tone was calm, yet it startled Minister Lin inwardly. Minister Lin cautiously asked, if this subject might ask, what advice does the prince have? Qin Huangji's gaze lingered pensively on him, his voice slightly heavier. This prince thinks that being sent to the comfort camp would be good, don't you think so, Minister Lin? At the mention of comfort camp, Minister Lin's hair stood on end, but indeed it suited, this subject finds it very appropriate. Chapter 55, A Different Kind of Wound. The comfort camp is, by name, where soldiers' physiological needs are met, different from military prostitutes. Military prostitutes can rest and require payment, and have daily customer quotas. However, the comfort camp doesn't impose any requirements, which is why lines stretched endlessly. Lord Dian likes that kind of affair, right? Let him experience that. In the comfort camp, even a dog couldn't survive intact, let alone a human. Let him enjoy thoroughly. Qin Huangji stood outside the courtyard, cool and detached, with a fiery red robe and jet black hair swaying gently in the breeze. His plump lips curled into a faint smile, an imposing figure. Inside the yard, the children were chirping excitedly about their aspirations for future life, breaking the frosty atmosphere around him as warmth crept back into his eyes. Suing had been standing under the tree, afraid to approach until she caught Qin Huangji's eyes, then walked over slowly. With someone supporting her, she bent her knee lightly and gave a half bow, paying respects to your highness. For a moment, Qin Huangji seemed to have forgotten this person, lightly nodding, Miss Suing. Seeing Qin Huangji's indifferent eyes, Suing softened her tone, your highness, don't misunderstand. I came here out of curiosity after hearing the commotion yesterday. I have no other intention. It seems this prince hasn't restricted Miss Su Ying's movement. His gaze swept across her and settled on the person behind her. That person he had seen in his previous lifetime, Huangxian Yenshan's shadow guard, who tortured all dark guards. Qin Huangji stared intently at her, laughing coldly, seems like Miss Suing forgot my warning. Realizing the prince was looking at the person behind her, whom he should not know, she pressed down her fear, slightly shifting her body to block his sight, colliding with his frigid gaze. Suing hastily explained. Miss Suing wouldn't dare to forget. I've done nothing out of bounds before and neither will I in the future. As Suing waited anxiously for Qin Huangji's response, she saw that icy figure smile warmly toward something. His smile stunned everyone present. Involuntarily following his gaze, they saw a handsome youth descending from the sky. Upon noticing the descending youth swaying slightly, Qin Huangji looked somewhat reproachful. Rushing forward quickly, he supported the youth, embracing him gently. Why didn't you sleep longer? Why come over? And 13 remained silent, just alertly eyeing the opposite person, though having never seen this person, it stirred up killing intent within him. Qin Huangji's hand moved from his waist inward, using internal energy, massaging gently to soothe. And 13's tense body gradually relaxed. Lifting his eyelids lightly, Qin Huangji grew increasingly annoyed by several people in front of him. Miss Suing, if you want to leave, go. You're well protected, so I'll withdraw my men from Elan Pavilion. Suing hurried forward and bowed again, Your Highness, please do not dismiss me. I still need to bother you for some time. My safety remains your responsibility, naturally. Suing raised her eyes, and the 2 figures, one in red, one in black, stood out distinctly. One was restrained yet harbored lethal intentions, the other, carefree and leisurely. Together, they formed an exceptionally harmonious duo, creating an atmosphere that made it impossible for others to interject. Carefully observing the extraordinarily handsome youth in the prince's arms, she thought, is this the male consort? Truly, a rare beauty. How so? Lady Suing, are you interested in my people? Qin Huangji's displeased voice rang out. The sudden intimidating aura startled Suing, causing her heart to skip a beat. She hurriedly lowered her head, my lord worries too much. I had no intention of offending you. I will take my leave now. Qin Huangji continued gazing at the retreating figure, replaying in his mind the scene of her torturing the dark guards, and feelings of fear and hatred consumed him. And 13 shifted cautiously within his embrace, his voice hoarse beyond measure. Master, did I anger you? Next time I will remember to wear a mask. This comment successfully brought Qin Huangji back to his senses. Observing the handsome face before him, he scolded lightly by nibbling on N13's ear, angry that you didn't sleep more. N13 tilted his head slightly, fully exposing his ear to make it easier for his master to bite, as he replied, there were not enough dark guards in the mansion. I worried about your safety. That raspy voice elicited a twinge of guilt in Qin Huangji, who rubbed against the person while cradling him, with concern evident in his voice, where a dark one and the others. It had been many days already. They hadn't shown up nor sent any messages. Nothing bad must have happened, right? Since encountering Huangxian Yenshan's shadow guard, an underlying unease always lingered in his heart. Noticing a momentary stiffness in the person in his arms, Qin Huangji immediately realized something was off, lowering his gaze as he ground his teeth and asked, what exactly did you do to Dark One and the others? N13 cast down his eyes, unsure of the extent of injuries he caused but nearly killing Dark Four in the process. Qin Huangji narrowed his eyes, understanding that those four were absolutely in rough shape. Yet, he couldn't bear to blame this little creature in his arms, especially after enduring torment the previous night, still unable to stand steady now. N13, seeing his master's stern expression, pressed his palms onto the master's chest, slightly leaning away as if ready to kneel down and plead for his faults. Before he could, Qin Huangji loosened his hold and quickly scooped him up, slipping an arm under his knee to lift him tenderly towards his chest. Then, stepping gently, they walked toward the direction of Lanqi Garden. N13 instinctively struggled, wanting to get down, worry etched in his eyes directed at his master's leg. Master, let me down. Your leg injury. In warning, Qin Huangji tapped his buttocks lightly through his hand holding his knee. Don't move. Unfinished words swallowed back into N13's throat, and he dared not move again, shrinking obediently in his master's embrace. King's heart inwardly chuckled, knowing the leg wound had long healed. He had only pretended for those inside the palace. After all, with all the postures last night, how could there have been no sign noticed? Lowering his gaze to the white neck of N13 marked faintly from the night before, visible when N13 adjusted his collar with slight movements during the act, making hidden sights occasionally visible. The sight left Qin Huangji with a tight throat, and the arms encircling tightened slightly. Upon returning to the courtyard, the kneeling figures of four evoked a feeling of disdain. Stepping over them without pause, he gently laid the cherished one in his arms onto the bed. Seeing untouched meals on the bedside table triggered Qin Huangji's irritation-laced voice, have you eaten? Without waiting for an answer, he ordered someone to bring a bowl of warm congee and some small dishes. With stern words, he demanded N13 finish the meal and forbade him from leaving the bed. Stepping outside the room afterward, Qin Huangji stood before the four men. Sorry for failing to prevent Lord 13's actions as you entrusted, one spoke solemnly, glancing past their master toward the faintly visible figure lying on the bed. Concernedly, he questioned, 13, are your wounds severe? Even with Qin Huangji's thick skin, this question flushed his cheeks red, realizing their misapprehension of the word, wounded. Apparently, his cuddling behavior toward N13 led them to mistake. Chapter 56, The Empress as Matchmaker. Recalling the enraged kick from his father, it could count as an injury too. Qin Huangji touched his nose awkwardly and replied, some internal injuries indeed, but nothing serious. Seeing their pale faces, a pang of sympathy rose in him. Stand up, have your wounds healed completely? The four didn't rise directly but bowed respectfully before standing. Thank you for your care, my lord. We're fine now. Qin Huangji gave a light nod. Check among Yunyan Pavilion's children if any are suitable for martial arts training. Also, look into the background of a boy named Baoyu. Dark One nodded in agreement. He'd heard about the matter concerning these children upon returning. Of course, he knew about it. With a wave of his hand, Qin Huangji said, return to rest if there's no more task, my side does not need close follow. Speaking thus, he walked into the indoor area. At the same time, back at Ilan Pavilion, Suing, wearing an unfriendly expression, interrogated Zining, have you seen Prince Xinglan before? Zining knelt before her, her expression serious, I've never seen Prince Xinglan before, and this is the first time I've come to St. Lan country. Suing stared at her intently without blinking, then were you exposed? Zining carefully reviewed everything from entering St. Lan country onwards, there was nothing amiss. She shook her head, I don't know. There was hardly any delay before coming here to see you, madam. I have been with you every day. Suing furrowed her brow, a bit puzzled as well. From the look of the prince, it seemed he recognized her and harbored murderous intentions. You should go back, and do not come anymore. Tell Xian Huang that I am just an ordinary woman who only wants the child to be well and doesn't want to be involved in their struggle for power. Upon hearing these words, Zining became anxious. Madam, how can this be? You're all alone. How could General put his mind at ease leaving you behind? Your belly grows larger each day. St. Lan King. The prince won't harm me, on the contrary, he has saved me several times already. Everything provided for my needs is treated with courtesy. What qualification do you have to criticize him? Suing interrupted her coldly. Since the prince does not wish to see you, under no circumstances will you stay. Also, it is probably Xian Huang who owes him. Unaware of all this, Qin Huangji was only focused on Teasing and 13, who had red flushes on his face. Master. And 13's half face was buried in the pillow, his hair disheveled. Qin Huangji placed his hand before him and smirked lightly, what? It's merely applying some medicine. And 13's eyes closed slightly, feeling too embarrassed to look at his master's hands covered with ointment, and unconsciously moved a little. Qin Huangji's gaze turned deep, his voice low and husky, don't move. Master. Ping gently knocked twice on the door outside. Qin Huangji glanced deeply once more, then pulled the quilt over and 13 before asking, what is it? Someone from the palace came, saying the Empress Dowager summoned you. Grandma. Concern rose in Qin Huangji's heart, worried that yesterday's incident troubled her old heart since those were people under her command committing such despicable acts, surely causing her distress. He reached out to hold an 13 who was about to rise, there's no need for you to follow. Stay put and rest. I'll return soon. Before Qin Huangji even entered the gate of Yongning Palace, the sound of the Empress Dowager's laughter reached his ears. His step paused, realizing that his worries along the way were unnecessary. Listening to her cheerful laugh, she bore no trace of what he imagined. Stepping into the hall, he saw his dear grandma holding a young lady's hand with a smile, recounting some embarrassing stories of the original lord when he was young. Qin Huangji helplessly said, Grandma, why do you remember so clearly? It's been years. You look at that. You look at that. Now you're blushing. You came in and immediately criticized me, while tapping the girl beside her hand. The young lady had a slender figure, porcelain-like skin, beautiful bright eyes, a temperament like orchid. Her hand covering her lips, she was giggling softly. As the Empress Dowager's gaze wandered between the two, seeing neither looking at the other, her heart grew anxious. Huangji, this is Master Shen's daughter, Shen Yueshi. When you were kids, you used to play together. Qin Huangji lifted his head and casually glanced at her. Is the reason Grandma called me here merely for nostalgia? Shen Yueshi felt awkward lowering her head. Having been here for some time now, 10 sentences out of the Empress Dowager's mouth were mostly about Saint Lan Wang, King Qin Huangji. Now that he was here, her intention was clear to everyone. She couldn't help but steal a glance at him. He was lazily leaning on the chair, smiling, yet completely distant. Unlike the rumors which claimed he was unpredictable. A blush rose to her cheeks. Never had she met someone so handsome. Unconsciously, her heart began to beat faster. The Empress Dowager didn't miss a single moment of this scene, raising her eyebrows and inwardly exclaiming, there's hope. Moon girl Yueshi here, beautiful beyond compare, I love her instantly. Seeing the bad boy showing no reaction for a long time, she wanted to kick him right away, I'm getting older. Huangji, accompany Miss Shen for Grandma. Chat with each other as youngsters, take her around the place. While speaking, she gave him meaningful glances. Only then did Qin Huangji realize what Grandma was up to. Standing up, he adjusted his robe indifferently, Miss Shen, please. Shen Yueshi slightly bowed in respect, thank you, Your Highness. Walking through half the garden without exchanging a word, Shen Yueshi finally could no longer bear it. Her face burning with heat, she asked timidly, Your Highness, do you know the deeper meaning behind the Empress Dowager's summons? Qin Huangji stopped walking and replied casually, didn't know before, but I know now, Miss Shen. Do you know about my keeping male consorts? Shen Yueshi's eyes widened slightly, surprised by his straightforwardness, it's just hearsay in the market, it can't be taken as truth. It's true. Qin Huangji continued smiling, but there wasn't a shred of emotion in his eyes, utterly bland. Shen Yueshi's mouth opened in astonishment. Her fingers tightly gripped the handkerchief, at a loss for words. Qin Huangji glanced at the sky, worried he had been out too long. The man he left behind would be anxious by now. He had seen this person and toured the garden, it was time to go back. Citizen Shen, as the daughter of Grand Tutor Shen, you come from a family of scholars, and surely Grand Tutor Shen will seek you a virtuous match. Your Highness, I know I am unworthy of Miss Shen. It is improper for me to spend more time with you lest I taint your good reputation. Miss Shen, shall we depart the palace? I'll send someone to escort you home. Shen Yueshi hesitated for a moment, feeling a sense of ease. I never expected Your Highness to be such an honest person. Now I rather admire his concubine. She smiled lightly. Please have someone escort me out of the palace. When Qin Huangji saw her walk away, he turned back into the inner hall. The Empress Dowager saw him return and gave him a meaningful look, looking behind him. Don't bother looking anymore, she's gone. The Empress Dowager didn't seem too upset and directly asked, what do you think about this young lady? Isn't she beautiful? Qin Huangji leaned on a chair, eating fruits placed on a small table nearby. After hearing her words, he raised an eyebrow, I told her I was inclined toward men. Chapter 57, Encounter. Qin Huangji sat lazily on the chair, eating fruit. I told her I liked men. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager almost choked on her saliva, coughing violently. Qin Huangji quickly stood up, patting her back gently. Grandma, take it easy. She slapped his hands away forcefully. Do you want to drive me to death? Qin Huangji glanced at his reddened hand and continued patting her back lightly. Grandma, I truly don't like women. Marrying her would harm her, and you also agreed she's a good girl. Could you bear that? What's more, Citizen Shen agreed, but what about her father? Old Scholar Shen wouldn't agree to let his daughter marry a gay person, right? Surely, he'd smash your pillars. After pondering briefly, the Empress Dowager found his reasoning valid. Still a bit miffed, she stared at him sharply. You're healed enough now to walk without needing anyone carry you all over, aren't you? Where's the laborer who usually follows you around? Qin Huangji flushed slightly. Grandma, I really don't prefer women. You care about me most and want my happiness, right? The Empress Dowager softened her gaze. There's no such thing as liking or not liking. You're still young, you don't know what you need yet. King Huangji looked earnestly at her. I want him. Oh, child, she extended her hand again wanting to slap him. But he swiftly shifted and walked outside. She missed hitting him, cursing under her breath, you mischievous little brat. Laughingly Qin Huangji said, since Grandma is fine, I'll head back now. That laborer you mentioned might worry a lot about me. With long strides, Qin Huangji exited the palace gate, seeing Aping waiting outside. Upon noticing Qin Huangji emerging, Aping lit up instantly shouting loudly, Master. People coming in and out of the palace looked at them. On spotting Saint Lan Wang, they bowed their heads respectfully. Without pausing, Qin Huangji accepted the support from Aping's extended hand and boarded the carriage. Thinking of the Empress Dowager's actions brought a chuckle to him. As the wheels rolled, Qin Huangji abruptly sat straight and removed one earplug, counting the sounds he heard. Sneering quietly, there were more than 30 people, he wondered who could afford such a grand gesture. The carriage dipped, stopping on the road as N12's voice came from outside, Master, there are assassins ahead, we cannot proceed further. Up front lies the busy part of town. Calmly Qin Huangji inserted his earplugs again, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the carriage. Observing the black-clad figure surrounding the carriage, he felt somewhat excited and nervous, encountering assassination for the first time in his life. Aping acted quite composed, which made Qin Huangji glance at him more intently. Somehow he had pulled out a dagger from somewhere. Facing the dark ones, he shouted, Who are you fools? Do you know who my master is? The lead assassin signaled a gesture, followed by more than 30 of them charging together. On Qin Huangji's side, there were only 4 guards, Aping, and himself. N12 and N3 guarded them closely in the center while N11 and N5 moved forward. In the blink of an eye, a spray of blood erupted. They swung their long swords skillfully and fast, toppling a black-clad figure in seconds. Their fighting style, unlike N13's brutal efficiency, was aesthetically pleasing, akin to modern television action scenes. N13 was pure killing, decapitating without any redundant movements, sending chills down the spine. Caught in admiration, Qin Huangji began to feel concern. The numbers of black-clad figures were overwhelming. Every fallen attacker was replaced by another. Both of the 2 shadow warriors started showing signs of fatigue. An unfortunate swipe cut a wound on N5's arm. Exchanging glances, they rapidly fell back. Standing beside Qin Huangji, N12 and N3, upon seeing the situation, leapt forward swiftly, exchanging places with the 4 in an instant. Upon returning to Qin Huangji's side, Enwu pulled out a healing ointment from his pocket without even glancing at it, directly applying it to his arm, all while keeping himself ready for another attack. As the 2 warriors up ahead started to falter due to exhaustion, the 4 of them exchanged positions again. After 2 rounds, only 4 or 5 of the black-clad figures remained on the opposite side. The lead assassin signaled, then they dispersed in 4 directions and fled. Qin Huangji exhaled a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, loosening his grip on his hand as sweat pooled in his palm. After standing still silently for a moment, N12 inspected the inside and outside of the carriage before bowing and saying, My lord has been startled, please get back into the carriage. At this point, Aping plopped down on the ground, beads of cold sweat breaking out all over him, no longer showing the composure he had displayed earlier. My lord, your humble servant was scared to death. Wah. Too terrifying. My legs feel limp, I can't stand. Let me sit for a moment. Rarely did Qin Huangji not show disdain for him, observing as they each checked the bodies of the black-clad men. He asked, Did you find anything? Meanwhile, he guessed in his mind who could have possibly attempted to assassinate him. Replying to my lord, we found nothing. Shall we report this to the authorities? Enwu reported after completing his inspection. Of course we must report it. Right under the sun of heaven's nose, assassination is taking place. Qin Huangji's voice grew slightly cold, tinged with mild anger. Looking down at Aping sitting on the ground, he thought to himself that this was the correct scenario. Twitching his itchy foot, he finally softly said, Are you able to get up? Aping tried his best to climb to his feet but his legs shook like sieves. After several attempts, he couldn't manage to board the carriage and pitifully whined, Master, my legs aren't responding. Qin Huangji couldn't bear it any longer and grabbed the collar of his neck, lifting him onto the carriage. Upon hearing about the assassination attempt on the prince, Lin fell backward onto the floor, his gaze unfocused. An assassination attempt on the prince, this means not only would he lose his post, but perhaps his head as well. Trembling with fear, he rushed to the scene where the incident happened, only to find a field littered with corpses, making him shiver all over. Inquiring the remaining in guard, he learned that the prince was unharmed, calming his heart slightly. At this moment, Qin Huangji had finally safely reached the residence. Descending from the carriage, he went straight to his room. Hearing the shallow breathing within, he slowed his steps, feeling particularly obedient this time. The moment N13 heard a sound, he instantly opened his eyes sharply. Upon realizing who was there, he relaxed. Drowsy but suddenly alert, he smelled blood on his master. Leaping up abruptly, "Master, are you injured?" Not waiting for a reply, he reached out to tear at Qin Huangji's robes. Qin Huangji looked down at himself, he wasn't a speckle of bloodstain on him. Holding the hand trying to rip his clothes off, he teased looking at the marks pressed into his face, "Little 13, didn't expect you to be so passionate." And 13 didn't stop his actions nor hear his master clearly. All he could think about was his master being hurt, becoming more frantic, desperate to tear open these clothes with his hands. Seeing how pale his face became and his reddened eyes, Qin Huangji pulled him into his arms, tightly embracing him. "I'm not injured, don't worry." Hearing the explanation, the person in his embrace gradually calmed down, asking quietly, was the master targeted in an assassination? Watching the nod from his master, infinite panic and self-blame arose in his heart. If the master had been almost injured during the assassination while he was sleeping, oblivious to what was happening, what if? Would he have lost the master? Having grown quiet, the man began shaking harder the more he thought about it. Qin Huangji could only hold him tightly in his arms, repeatedly telling him, "I'm fine, I'm here, I'm doing well." Holding him, in this moment, there was tenderness but also much warmth. His heart filled completely, this person must truly care deeply about him to react like this. Chapter 58, The Conclusion of Xie Fangya. In one of the secluded courtyards of Shen Mansion, a roar echoed, "Worthless. What good for nothing have you brought to me? Over 30 people and you can't kill just one." Kicking the kneeling figure down, he followed with continuous kicks until he was tired, then stood up. "Ah! Prince, spare my life. Prince, spare my life. Aya." The person on the ground covered their head with both hands, curling into a ball as they endured punches and kicks. Prince Qin Xiaoning straightened his posture, adjusted his hairpin, and tidied his clothing. Seated gracefully in a chair, he exuded refined elegance. It was as though the previous scene had been a mere illusion. "Go. Find some top-tier assassins. This prince wants him dead within 3 days, no, by the end of today." The last word slipped through clenched teeth, his eyes full of ferocity and bulging veins visible. It was all because of him, his frame-up. It was only after he took Xie Fangya as a concubine that such misfortune befell him. Looking down at his unresponsive body part no matter the time, his eyes were filled with hatred. Since Xie Fangya couldn't be touched, it would be him to pay. He entirely forgot that the medicine was something he had administered himself and that Xie Fangya also walked in willingly. The man on the ground shakily got up, cautiously opening his mouth, "Young lord, the ones already hired are from the 7 Killers Pavilion's top assassins. Then let them send their best killer." The man on the ground didn't dare look up, hesitating as he said, after losing more than 20 men this time, they claimed they wouldn't take young lords' jobs anymore. Qin Xiaoning's face turned ashen with rage, his hand overturning the table, then kicking over the chair. Furniture scattered around could be smashed were all broken, step by step approaching the kneeling man. "Spare my life, young lord, spare." He trembled violently, continuously retreating, fear amplifying within his heart endlessly. Qin Xiaoning grabbed his neck, "Pardon. A waste is still a waste. What use is keeping you?" His fingers tightened continuously, enjoying with half-closed eyes his struggles, truly vivid. In the corner's shadow, Xie Fangya watched with wide eyes the madman inside the room, her eyes contained no fear but rather excitement and satisfaction. She hated Qin Huangji so much. If not for him, how would she have fallen into such straits? But just killing him wasn't enough, she wanted him to live a life worse than death. Thinking of the person lying on top of him, truly a rare beauty in the world, if he were to die, surely Qin Huangji would suffer greatly. No, he shouldn't die, he should long for life yet find none, yearn for death yet cannot attain it. This way, Qin Huangji would endure lifelong pain. Xie Fangya gripped her blood-red lacquered nails and gave an eerie laugh, turning to leave the courtyard. Qin Xiaoning caught sight of the shadow out of the corner of his eye, staring expressionlessly until the struggling man in his hand ceased movement, showing no signs of life, and discarded the body on the floor nonchalantly. He brushed off his hands and quietly followed behind the figure's silhouette. Xie Fangya zigzagged left and right, avoiding guards until she finally slipped out from the back gate. The moment she stood on the street, she proudly thought, even if they restrict my movement, I can still come out easily, what a group of fools. Unbeknownst to her, the person trailing behind her opened the green lights for her. Every time the guards saw her, they were signaled by the one behind her to pretend they hadn't. Qin Xiaoning just wanted to see what she secretly intended to do sneaking out in the dead of night. Sia Fanya swiftly entered an alleyway, stopping at a small door where she knocked lightly. The door cracked open slightly, and she slipped through the narrow opening. From afar, Qin Xiaoning watched, circling along the wall past the small door and entering the main street. His face ashen gray, looking at a bustling doorstep, welcoming guests coming and going. Teeth gritting while muttering Sia Fanya's name with disdain. A lofty sign hung high above reading South Wind Pavilion. Inside the room, Sia Fanya reclined lazily on a silk couch, enjoying the attentions of little attendants. One massaged her shoulders while the other peeled fruit, feeding it delicately into her mouth. Ji Yu pushed the door gently, bowing respectfully. "Miss Xie, you've finally remembered me." Approaching the bedstead elegantly, he lit some incense, looking at the leisurely Xie Fanya, who closed her eyes in contentment. His gaze flickered once as he tossed the powder hidden in his sleeve into the incense burner. Turning around to chase away the small servants near her, Ji Yu leaned into her embrace. "Miss Xie, I missed you so much. Several days of separation made you even more beautiful." Xie Fanya caressed his cheeks, jealousy flashing momentarily in her eyes. "Your words are so sweet. Are tomorrow's matters arranged properly?" Ji Yu pouted teasingly. "Lady Xie has entrusted me with such a task, I shall naturally accomplish it for your peace of mind." But contempt filled Xie Fanya's heart. Prostitute, always reeking of copper. She fondled the 200 taels of silver bills in her bosom which she obtained using excuses. Thinking of the Wang Fu steward's demeanor, she wished to tear him apart. Seeing she didn't respond, Ji Yu continued, "You know, handling affairs involves greasing palms. Your plans will cost heads if discovered. Therefore." Suppressing her pain, Xie Fanya threw the banknote on the table with a bold air. "Isn't it money? Lady here isn't short of it, provided you perform as ordered." Ji Yu quickly gathered the money, flatteringly saying, "Of course not, Lady Xie certainly isn't someone lacking money." Thinking internally, 200 taels, putting on airs pretending to be generous. When has there ever been someone who doesn't lust after wealth? You boast about having endless cash but keep eyeing these 200 taels, do you think I'm blind? On the surface though, still smiling pleasantly, would Lady stay the night? Ji Yu's gaze flowed seductively as his hand slowly slid under her clothes. As the fragrance from the incense burner grew denser, heat rose in Xie Fanya's body. A cool hand stroking her skin dissipated some warmth, bringing involuntary moans of comfort. And she desired more. Qin Xiaoning stood outside the door, hearing the commotion inside. His eyes were bloodshot, his malevolence churning within him like a tempestuous sea. He wanted to slaughter everyone. With one kick, he burst the door open and glared at her fiercely. "Xie Fanya." Xie Fanya's eyes misted with tears. At that moment, she was half-dressed in disarray, turning her head hazily to see the bloodthirsty gaze upon her, a bone-chilling coldness rising from the soles of her feet. "Mice. My lord. How did you end up here?" Suddenly regaining clarity, she scrambled down the bed, crawling. "My lord, hear my explanation. Things aren't as they seem." Qin Xiaoning pulled a smirk on his lips and walked slowly toward the table to grab the teapot. Then step by step, he moved toward Ji Yu. Ji Yu was petrified under his gaze, cowering fearfully at the foot of the bed, trembling. "And my lord. It's not my fault, it was her. She asked me to falsely accuse Prince Shenglan of having a predilection for men. It's, B.S. Silver, are returning a tea to you, it's not my doing, ah." Qin Xiaoning smashed the teapot onto his head, gripping tightly on his struggling hand and continuing smashing again and again. "Ah. Murder." Someone screamed. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, with screams running outside. Only a few daring ones stayed out of curiosity, but they all fell on their behinds in fright. By the time the constables arrived, Qin Xiaoning was covered in blood, still striking relentlessly. Blow after blow, the man on the bed had nearly turned into minced meat. The officers themselves froze in horror, unable to move for quite some time. When Qin Xiaoning finally finished, he tossed the bloody teapot aside, rolling exactly to Xie Fanya's feet. Aya. Chapter 59, Uncle Comes Back to Capital. By the time Qin Huangji heard about Xie Fanya going mad, it had been 2 days since. He and Shursan sat at a tea house waiting for their uncle who had returned to the capital. "Did you hear? The young Master Qin reduced a man to pulp, terrible, isn't it?" Nearby diners gathered to whisper among themselves. The officers sent there reportedly were scared stiff. Isn't Prime Minister's second daughter driven insane by this very incident? Whose child is she carrying? No one knows. Despite her dishonorable entry, Sen continues harboring her. They even kept her when rumors surfaced. That they can afford. One suddenly chimed in. How, do you know something? Tell us quickly. Several urged curiously. After glancing around nervously, the person leaned close and whispered a few words, leaving the others startled and somewhat sympathizing with the young Master Qin. Listening silently, Qin Huangji felt astonished. Before taking action himself, things spiraled out of control already. Letting out a small laugh, he paid no further attention. Nothing mattered now except the person seated across from him. Seeing his cheeks puffing cutely while eating, Qin Huangji couldn't resist poking them. And Shursan raised his head, puzzled. Master isn't eating? I. Prince Xinglan has inclinations towards the same sex. Are your sentiments similar, hence why you always speak for him? A shrill voice interrupted Qin Huangji's reply and garnered attention from other people in the wine shop. Some even emerged from the private rooms upstairs to look down. Qin Huangji sighed inwardly. Those discussing Xia Fanya earlier, how did they turn to him next, splitting into factions? The blushing youth argued back, you're utterly irrational. Xia Fanya framed him, it was said before dying that someone had bribed the prostitute. He's not gay, yet he keeps a male consort. Have you seen evidence? This is mere rumor, understand? I think you both are perverts. Biting teeth, the youth threw a punch. Eventually, several wrestled into a messy fight. One clear voice broke out, are you all insane? To openly slander a royal duke, do you seek death, dragging me into it? Slowly, chaos subsided downstairs. Qin Huangji. And Shirsan. Both, one with acute hearing and another skilled in martial arts, though secluded in a private room, heard everything clearly below. Glancing at each other, they exchanged wordless gazes. Director Shan, over there Director Shan, such a handsome figure. Pushing the window, Qin Huangji immediately spotted Shan Hongyu riding gracefully, dressed in spotless white, posture dignified. Truly, a peerless prince like jade upon the road. Qin Huangji rolled his eyes, his face deceptive but hiding a devilish nature. His gaze inadvertently fell on a nondescriptly handsome youth beside him, and he suddenly smiled. Feeling somewhat schadenfreude, he thought, this will be good. His maternal grandfather, the old general of the general's mansion, had sent messages several times already, which he had dared not to answer. Now he didn't need to go, his grandfather might have more urgent matters to attend to. Dan Hongyu looked up and met Qin Huangji's half-mocking face. His expression stiffened, and he dismounted, extending a hand to help the youth down, then walked into the wine shop. And Shirsan watched as his master smiled, unable to suppress a shudder. Every time he was forced to say embarrassing things, this was the same smile that appeared. Anxiously, he asked, Master. Qin Huangji leaned in close, almost pressing his face against Shirsan's. What are you thinking about, little 13? Why are your cheeks so red? Come sit over here. As Shirsan obediently sat down, the door opened. Dan Hongyu glanced at the two of them, rudely pulling the youth and sitting opposite them. Shirsan stood up, retreating behind his master, only to be pulled back by Qin Huangji and pressed into the chair. Disapprovingly, he said, where are you going? Sit back down. The youth's big eyes openly scrutinized Qin Huangji. Brother you, is this your nephew? He truly looks handsome. I like him. Shirsan felt a tightening in his chest, no longer caring if his position followed proper decorum, inching closer to his master instead. The youth continued to look at Shirsan, excitedly tugging at Dan Hongyu's sleeve. Brother you, he looks even better, but I probably can't beat him. Looking down dejectedly, he noticed the food on the table, brightening instantly and began eating voraciously. Qin Huangji's lips curved upward as he watched his uncle's face darken when the youth mentioned liking him. His eyebrows bent slightly with amusement. Uncle, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? Caught off guard, Dan Hongyu cleared his throat uncomfortably, introducing himself, young master of Helian Manor, Helian Nanchu. Helian Manor? The incredibly wealthy Helian Manor capable of rivaling a nation? Qin Huangji sneakily gave Dan Hongyu a thumbs up, bringing such a person here was quite an achievement. Surely he wasn't afraid of the Helian master destroying General's mansion out of anger. Dan Hongyu glanced sideways at the youth fiercely fighting with a chicken leg, sighing helplessly. How could he explain that this boy practically latched onto him and made his heart race? Uninterested in their silent exchange, Shirsan lowered his eyes and fixed his gaze on his master's hand placed on the table. Curling his own fingers, he covertly moved closer, stealthily inserting his hand under his master's. Qin Huangji, having long noticed his subtle actions, naturally grasped his hand and playfully kissed his cheek. His little dark guard was truly adorable. Helian Nanchu happened to catch sight of this scene, his mouth slightly agape. The chopsticks holding a dish fell onto the table with a clatter. Astonished, he stared at them. You can do this? Turning toward Dan Hongyu, with a touch of grievance, he declared, Brother you, I want that too. You've never kissed me. Dan Hongyu's teacup shattered in his grip with a crack. A myriad of emotions played across his face. Helian young master, please be cautious with your words. Qin Huangji hadn't expected Helian Nanchu to be so bold, struggling to suppress laughter as he observed with interest. It wasn't often one saw his usually composed uncle flustered. Helian Nanchu grabbed Qin Huangji's hand for inspection. Finding it uninjured, he relaxed before casting a longing glance at Dan Hongyu. Brother you know I like you. And you also like me, don't deny it. I'm not stupid. Dan Hongyu didn't pull away his hand, his eyes downcast as if lost in thought. His expression was dim and unclear. Qin Huangji understood his uncle's concerns. One side bore the century-old esteemed reputation of the general's mansion, the other being a single heir of the family line. Being together wouldn't be easy. Shirsan focused on Qin Huangji, whose open affection needed no concealment before anyone, including himself. In comparison, being considered a male consort, what difference did it make? His gaze towards Helian Nanchu unconsciously softened with sympathy. Chapter 60, Such a Strong Tea Flavor. Dan Hongyu came back to his senses, withdrawing his hand, and said indifferently to Qin Huangji. I still have to report to the palace later. Hellion young master, for now, I entrust you with care. Qin Huangji nodded. Fortunately, the mansion was large enough to accommodate everyone easily. Is there any suitable candidate for the vacancy of the Wuzhou prefect? Qin Huangji asked curiously. Dan Hongyu was somewhat surprised. A person usually uninterested in political affairs today seemed different. Do you have someone to recommend? From what I understand, His Majesty wishes to promote Song Kong. Song Kong is from a humble background, without any ties to the great families. He is upright and dedicated to the people. He's not a bad choice. Dan Hongyu explained the reasons behind his words. What are you telling me these things for, uncle? I was just curious. Qin Huangji lazily leaned back into Anshisan's embrace, sighing inwardly at how comfortable this felt. Dan Hongyu choked, looking at him as if lamenting that good steel wasn't being made into a fine sword. Qin clearly had the ability but chose to be so lethargic. Seeing the two act so freely in public, he gripped the fan tightly in his hand. You keep a male consort, and everyone knows it. Hasn't your leg been broken yet? Qin Huangji stiffened slightly, looking pitiful as he said, it has, and it still hurts. Though Dan Hongyu sounded harsh, when he heard Qin had truly been punished, concern flickered in his eyes as he unconsciously glanced toward Qin's leg. A warmth stirred within Qin Huangji. As he looked at Hellion Nanchu, who was watching him with an envious gaze, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Uncle, don't worry about me. At least my way is clear. Yours, well, let's see how long you'll last, perhaps not even your life will be spared. Dan Hongyu bristled, regretting the very moment he'd shown care for that young man earlier, but he didn't refute it. With a complicated look, he glanced at Hellion Nanchu and said, Master Hellion, follow Huangji around for now. I have to report to the palace, and I'll come find you later. Hellion Nanchu pulled on his sleeve with obvious reluctance until Dan Hongyu promised repeatedly to find him right after leaving the palace. Only then did he let go. As soon as he turned around, Qin Huangji was already smiling brightly at him. His face appeared calm, but his sharp eyes held none of the innocent demeanor they'd shown before. Qin Huangji raised an eyebrow. No more pretending, Master Hellion. Hellion Nanchu lifted his eyelid lightly and gave him a disdainful look. You seem to recognize me. Qin Huangji patted Anshisan's tense body soothingly, pulled his hand again, and placed it by his lips, gently biting at his fingertips in a leisurely manner while saying, Never seen you before, first time we meet. Feeling their intimacy make his eyes ache, Hellion Nanchu deliberately responded. Little male consort, don't be nervous. My interest is in Dan Hongyu. Besides, in a fight, I might not even be your match. Qin Huangji believed him, the look of love in someone's eyes couldn't be faked. But the term male consort irked him a little. How did you take a liking to my uncle? Qin Huangji mused, Gramps probably wouldn't be easy to convince either. Although Qin Huangji hadn't met the old general, based on what the previous owner of his body remembered, this was a stern and righteous man who would loathe such relationships. The thought was intimidating, and that's why Qin Huangji dared not visit the general's mansion so far. Hellion Nanchu's expression darkened slightly, falling silent. Qin Huangji continued casually asking, I've heard the Hellion clan continues through a single lineage. Your parents and elders of your family wouldn't agree, would they? This could mean cutting off the family line completely. In 100 years, you'd have no face to meet your ancestors. The issue Hellion Nanchu had been trying to avoid had now been laid bare. With a gloomy expression, the edge of the table he was leaning on, snapped cleanly, reduced to powder in his grip. Qin Huangji sneered at him. If he couldn't handle this yet, then he really lacked resilience. But finally, he understood how Uncle must have felt when he first discovered Qin's same-sex relationship. It truly was a hard road ahead, and he didn't want Dan Hongyu stepping onto it either. Are you trying to make me give up, or do you think since it's tough for you, no one else should try? Hellion Nanchu was both angry and embarrassed, the coldness entering his eyes directed at Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji hummed softly, not my business. I simply want to preserve my uncle's legs. While he doesn't feel deeply for you, it's best to step back. He emphasized the phrase, doesn't feel deeply, letting those words sink in. Hellion Nanchu felt like a knife had pierced his heart, causing unbearable pain. Qin Huangji glanced at him with disinterest, almost muttering to himself, I wonder if my uncle knows you're like this. The innocent appearance you put on is actually quite endearing. Another blade struck Hellion Nanchu's chest, the pain urging him to tear apart Qin Huangji's mouth. However, the glaring person next to Qin stopped him from acting impulsively, there was no way he could win. Unable to bear seeing his suffering anymore, Qin Huangji softened, let's head back to the mansion. Uncle asked me to take care of you properly. He stood up, pulling Anshisan into his arms, and right in front of Hellion Nanchu, kissed Anshisan's cheek once more. Oh, Master Hellion, although he's a male consort, he's the only one. And he'll be the only one for this lifetime. Anshisan looked at him with burning eyes, unsure of what to say after pondering for a long time. So, mimicking his master, he also kissed Qin Huangji's cheek. Hellion Nanchu's chest ached from their provocation as he glared at their retreating backs. The chair beneath him shattered with a crash, disintegrating into fragments. "He Lian, remember to pay for the meal and replace the chair," Qin Huangji's voice carried from afar. He Lian Nanchu gritted his teeth, his anger eventually deflating like a leaking balloon. Shoulders slumped, he shuffled out after them. Upon returning to the mansion, they had scarcely settled when Shan Hongyu rushed in. Qin Huangji watched as Shan quickly masked his emotions, feeling genuinely impressed. He Lian Nanchu tugged at Shan Hongyu's sleeve, blinking wide eyes curiously. "Brother Yu, you're back. This mansion is huge. Is the general's mansion just as big? Should I stay here or perhaps at the general's mansion? There are so many people here already, I wouldn't want to inconvenience Brother Huangji." Qin Huangji observed He Lian's roundabout attempt to suggest staying at the general's place. Surely his sharp-eyed grandfather would not miss such obvious intentions. He, rest assured. You said it yourself, this mansion is vast enough for 10 of you. And we have plenty of servants here, no need to worry about troubling me. Then he added teasingly, I heard the He Lian Manor is nearly as large as an entire city. Could this mansion even be bigger than your personal courtyard? He Lian Nanchu's expression froze momentarily as he turned pleading eyes on Shan Hongyu. I rarely leave my quarters anyway. Every day, I'm forced to study, I've never really seen much of anything. Brother Yu, does Brother Huangji dislike me? Have I done something wrong? He always. After receiving a warning glance from his younger uncle, Qin Huangji was utterly shocked. So this was what they called a green tea master. To see his usually cunning younger uncle now whispering softly to calm someone made him think that maybe his eyes were deceiving him. Chapter 61, It's done, no explanation possible. Shan Hongyu was aware of the subtle moves between the two, recognizing that this young man wasn't as innocent as he appeared. Still, without realizing it, he had slipped into his heart, unable to remain indifferent. After pacifying the upset person, he glanced over to see Qin Huangji staring at him with an expression akin to looking at a fool. His face flushed slightly, and he hurried to change the subject. The Empress will hold a banquet tomorrow and insists on your presence. He paused before continuing, it's rumored that daughters of marriageable age from households of 4th rank and above will attend, it seems they plan to select a consort for you. This didn't particularly bother Qin Huangji. Already resigned to fate knowing he kept male consorts and leaned toward same-sex relationships, no one would willingly marry their daughter to him. But seeing He Lian's eager anticipation made his mood inexplicably sour. He shot back. Uncle Xiao, haven't you also been summoned? Second auntie and mother empress surely miss you. At this, Shan Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, his second sister had emphasized he must attend. Clearly, they had these kinds of plans in mind. Hearing this, He Lian Nanchu's complexion darkened noticeably, struggling to maintain his seemingly kind mask. Seeing him unsettled brought a certain satisfaction to Qin Huangji, who gently shoved in Shursan sitting nearby. The latter, already lounging on a soft couch, nearly reclined half-heartedly atop it. Reaching for a plate of nuts, he placed it beside Shursan, then laid himself down on his lap. Shursan quietly began shelling each nut meticulously and feeding them to Qin Huangji, enjoying the warmth of contact every time. With red-rimmed eyes filled with envy, He Lian Nanchu glanced twice at those unreactive ones before dropping his eyelids, lost in thought. Shan Hongyu was still pondering how to refuse the prospect of being selected for a wife and hadn't noticed his expression. After racking his brain without coming up with a solution, he finally returned to serious matters. Regarding that letter uncovered by Tae Yun, is it still with you? It's in the study. Did Uncle Xiao notice anything unusual about it? It's still under decryption, it should only take a couple of days. By the way, passing through Linyang City on my way back to the capital, the governor there is surnamed Chen. Have dark guards investigate. Something feels off about the salt consumption in Linyang. Salt distribution was strictly controlled by the government. Selling it required official certification, and private trading was prohibited. Knew this naturally from his god mode perspective, Qin Huangji hinted obliquely to his uncle. If I recall correctly, the father-in-law of Prince Tsin's brother-in-law seems to bear the surname Chen. Prince Tsin's brother-in-law's father-in-law. Surname Chen. Shan Hongyu paused mid-fan, confusedly gazing at him. What did Prince Tsin do that led you to know so much about his family-in-law? Inside, Qin Huangji realized his slip-up and frantically searched for justification, pulling a random memory out of thin air. Calmly, he explained. Xie Fangya and the young lady at home get along quite well, thus, I learned about it too. Uncle knows how I once felt for Xie. Shursan's pitch-black pupils suddenly locked onto Qin Huangji, stopping the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Shursan seemed not to have heard what he said, still feeding him nuts one after another. However, Qin Huangji always felt something was off in his gaze. One remained silent while feeding, the other ate silently. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Shan Hongyu let out a derisive laugh and pulled He Lian Nanchu. I'll take him back to the general's residence. Remember to go to the palace tomorrow. When they reached the courtyard gate, he recalled the letter and looked back. Lazily unwilling to return, and with his acute hearing, going back or not probably made no difference. He just slightly raised his voice, I'm taking the letter with me. Qin Huangji lay motionless, his thoughts entirely on Enshursan. It wasn't until the plate of nuts was emptied that Enshursan stopped. Seeing his master showed no sign of getting up, he said wistfully, "Master, there's none left. Do you wish to eat more?" Qin Huangji stared fixedly at him. "You know, that wasn't me." Enshursan understood that his master was explaining the matter of pursuing Sia Fanya for 4 years. He wasn't particularly concerned about it, he had always known that it wasn't his master. "This servant knows." Qin Huangji changed directions, lying on his side. He reached around Enshursan's waist, burying his face into his stomach, his voice muffled as it came, "Then why are you still upset?" The ticklish sensation made him somewhat dazed. He exhaled lightly before regaining his voice, "This servant isn't upset." "Not upset." Qin Huangji looked up at him earnestly, and it seemed indeed true. Lowering his head, he rubbed his overly full belly. What hardship is this for himself? Enshursan flicked his fingers, "Master, aren't you done eating?" Qin Huangji's eyebrows twitched, his expression turned cold instantly, leaning close to Enshursan's ear, saying coolly, "Because of your neglect, I overate and feel quite uncomfortable." Seeing the iciness on his master's face, Enshursan felt some regret in his heart. It was wrong of him to indulge in his master's obedience, resulting in such discomfort for his master. He flipped over and knelt on the soft couch. "This servant knows I was wrong." Qin Huangji watched indifferently, though a glimmer shone through his eyes. "Then do you accept the punishment?" Enshursan bowed respectfully. "This servant accepts the punishment." A tender feeling welled up in Qin Huangji's heart, hugging the person in his arms. This fool would fulfill any request from him, allowing him to act freely without resistance. How could he help but love? Lowering his head, he kissed the tear at the corner of his eye, brushing across the flushed cheeks. Ping hummed a little tune, slowly walking from outside when suddenly, a pebble struck next to his foot, causing him to pause. Ignoring it, he continued forward, only to have another pebble land again. Ping stopped his steps, looking around, spotting the tightly shut door even under broad daylight. Standing there, he glanced at the stones for a moment, saluted to the air, and turned away. Chapter 62, Only Caring About You. As soon as dawn broke, Ping led the maidservants to knock on Qin Huangji's door. "Master, it's time to get up. There will be a banquet at the palace today, so you need to arrive early." Only upon hearing the master's voice did they dare to push the door open. Several maids carrying garments and accessories stood with their heads bowed, not daring to look around. Qin Huangji, gazing at the still sleeping figure beside him, rose quietly. Yesterday, he really went too far with bullying this person. But it can't all be blamed on him. Martial artists' bodies are flexible, every posture could be attained easily, and this person indulged him so much. Ping waited outside the screen, feeling a bit strange. Enshursan, normally so alert, didn't wake up today. Stealthily sticking his head out, he saw the bruised marks covering the entire arm, his gaze towards Qin Huangji involuntarily filled with reproach. Then quickly retracting his head, muttering internally, "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything." Qin Huangji stuffed the exposed arm back into the blanket, tightening the edges, then stepping out from behind the screen and gesturing Ping to stay quiet as he walked towards the outer room first. Ping drew back his neck slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy, carefully following behind. Outside, he attended to the master for washing and dressing. Unlike usual days, today he wore formal brocade robes fitting for the prince's rank, layered in total with 4 layers. Majestic deep purple adorned with meticulous and grand border embroidery, tied at the waist with a matching silk belt embroidered in gold, hanging jade pendants. His raven hair was bound upward, fixed with a golden crown, his tall stature straight and embodying innate nobility. A few maidservants sneakily peeked at him from the corner of their eyes, flushing pink. "The prince truly looks handsome." A muffled groan came from the inner chamber. The usually composed prince's expression changed immediately. Without caring if his outer robe was properly dressed, he rushed into the inner room in large strides. Enshursan lay stiffly, his body aching as if it had been crushed. He hadn't realized such activities would be so exhausting, even moving his fingers caused pain. 13, why are you awake? It's still early, go back to sleep. Qin Huangji pushed aside the pearl curtain and turned the screen, only to see the half-reclining figure with brocade covers just reaching his chest, revealing bruises all over his skin that darkened Qin Huangji's expression. Enshursan had never seen the prince dressed so formally, and he was momentarily lost in admiration until his master sat beside him. Your subordinate is fine, Enshursan said, his voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. Ping behind the screen cautiously entered with tea but immediately met his master's warning glance and quickly lowered his head. Master, I haven't seen anything. After placing the tea in his master's hand, Ping bowed deeply and retreated out, keeping his head low throughout the process, not daring to step out of line. Only after stepping behind the screen did he let out a breath of relief. Qin Huangji fed the tea to Enshursan gently, saying softly, you don't have to follow me today. Rest well at home. Enshursan suddenly looked up, gripping his hand tightly, causing the brocade cover to slip down to his waist. Last night they had gone too late, and after bathing, Qin Huangji hadn't clothed him, meaning Enshursan was completely bare now. His long hair cascaded down, laying on his back with some strands messily sliding across his chest. The ink-like blackness made his pale skin stand out more, while the scattered marks on his body resembled blooming red plums. This scene froze Qin Huangji's movements, his Adam's apple moving as he struggled to suppress the urge to repeat last night's actions. Stretching out his hand, he pulled the cover up again, his voice hoarse. "Behave yourself and rest well." Anshisan shook his head. Last time was the same, his master was almost injured during an assassination attempt, and this time there was no way he'd let him go alone. Thus, he bit his lips, tightly clutching onto the edge of his master's robe, refusing to let go. Qin Huangji sighed helplessly upon seeing the stubborn man and instructed Ping to bring clothes over. Anshisan was carried onto the carriage by his master. He buried his face into his master's embrace, escaping reality. How embarrassing it was for him, the top-ranked martial artist of the secret guard pavilion, to be in such a state where he could barely move. Seeing his actions, Qin Huangji laughed, his little secret guard truly becoming more and more adorable. As soon as the prince's carriage appeared at the palace gates, it stirred up a commotion. Young ladies from various families subtly stopped to secretly observe, having heard that the Empress Dowager was hosting a banquet to select a consort for Prince Xinglan. Prince Qin Huangji leapt gracefully off the carriage, wearing a purple dragon-embroidered robe. Tall and handsome like a jade statue, he dazzled many, their cheeks flushed, their hearts racing, and they began to look forward to the selection of the consort. Little did they know, Qin Huangji turned around and helped someone else descend from the carriage, a white-clad man who looked like an immortal fallen from heaven. Indeed, he was a man, and the noisy crowd fell silent instantly. Was this the rumored male favorite? Some eyes shifted from admiration to disdain. Some were indifferent, thinking he was just a toy, easily disposed of once they became the prince's wife. Immoral. One among the ministers didn't know who started it, but whispers of condemnation against Qin Huangji gradually arose. As the words got worse, they dared only to mutter quietly. Qin Huangji paid no attention to their thoughts. No matter how harsh the scolding, they would still respectfully kneel and pay homage before him. Walking one after another into the palace gate, seeing Anshisan's painful steps and pale complexion, he couldn't help but reach out to support him. Anshisan dodged his master's hand, turning his body and nearly losing balance. "Master, this is the imperial palace." A hint of anger flickered across Qin Huangji's face. His secret guard wouldn't let him carry him, nor allow him to support him, worried about losing face. Reluctantly, Qin Huangji indulged him. Now already inside the palace gate, with no one around, seeing the cold sweat on his forehead, he felt heartache. His tone carried anger. "What? In the imperial palace, you're not my secret guard anymore. You don't listen to me." Hearing this, Anshisan immediately knelt down, hurriedly explaining, "I have no such intentions, I'll die as your highness's secret guard." Qin Huangji pulled him up forcefully, gritting his teeth, "Why do you keep kneeling?" He embraced the person firmly, his tone softening, 13, no matter what they say, I don't care. I only care about you. Understand? You don't need to hear those words or care about those looks. Follow your own heart. Qin Huangji slightly pushed the person away and asked softly, "Let me ask you something now. Are you uncomfortable? Do you want me to hold you?" Anshisan looked into his master's eyes, as if bewitched, "I am uncomfortable, I want you to hold me." Qin Huangji chuckled, holding him close and kissing his reddened earlobe as a reward. Without any hesitation, he carried him all the way to the gate of Yongning Palace before letting him down. "Grandmother, your grandson greets you." Qin Huangji entered the room without announcing, startling the Empress Dowager, whose hand trembled with the teacup. Luckily, there was little tea left inside. She slammed down the teacup, scolding him with a laugh, "You mischievous boy, you're getting less and less disciplined." Anshisan emerged from behind his master, kneeling on one knee. Anshisan pays respects to the Empress Dowager, may she live 10,000 years. Chapter 63, Wanting to Stand Beside You. Anshisan emerged from behind his master, kneeling on one knee. Anshisan pays respects to the Empress Dowager, may she live 10,000 years. The person kneeling wore flowing white robes, complementing his stunning features, making the Empress Dowager momentarily lose herself in thought. The last time they met was at midnight when this man was clad in black. He appeared tall and handsome, but his beauty had not been fully appreciated then. Unaware of the extraordinary charm that radiated from him now. "Grandmother, 13 is unwell, please let him rise." Qin Huangji nudged her arm slightly, and without waiting for a response, went over to help the person stand. With his master's assistance, Anshisan managed to straighten his body though his legs remained weak. He caught a glimpse of the Empress Dowager's darkened expression and felt uneasy, not wanting his master to face reprimand because of him. Silently, he took a step back to avoid his master's helping hand. Qin Huangji stretched out his long arm and pulled the person back into an embrace, keeping his hand firmly around the waist. He had deliberately brought him here, refusing to let him remain hidden. Moreover, he had specially dressed him in complicated white attire, leaving no room for escape. He wanted him to stand proudly by his side, a step they would inevitably take regardless of the consequences, which he would bear willingly. He did not want this person to be labeled as merely a male favorite, enduring humiliation daily. Seeing their actions, the Empress Dowager grew angry, assuming they were aware of the purpose of today's banquet. "Huangji, are you defying me?" Her tone was unprecedentedly severe. Qin Huangji realized indeed, how could someone who spent 40+ years in the palace and successfully ascended to the position of Empress Dowager be merely a kind old woman? She just took advantage of the Empress Dowager's indulgence and acted freely. Qin Huangji released Shirshan, lifted his robe, and knelt before the Empress Dowager. The person behind him followed suit, bowing low while pretending not to notice his master's commanding glare. How could a subordinate possibly stand while the master kneels? Qin Huangji looked at the person kneeling behind him and tried pulling, only for the person to remain rooted. Sighing inwardly, must they kneel? If so, could it at least be beside him? The Empress Dowager eyed her grandson complexly. From being lively and clever as a child, cuddling in her arms where she doted on him the most, he had become increasingly distant, confining himself indoors every day. After moving out of the palace, she had hardly seen him for months. Whenever they met, his face remained solemn, showing impatience in speaking to her, causing her heartache each time. Now, seeing her grandson like this, she genuinely felt happiness within her heart. Everything else seemed insignificant compared to his well-being, yet, glancing at the person behind him, why was it a man? Grandmother, your grandson truly likes him. The slightly playful tone tickled the Empress Dowager's heart, making her somewhat displeased with Shirshan. When had her grandson ever spoken in such a humble manner? With a cold snort, if you like him, keep him, but it won't delay your marriage and producing heirs. The quiet kneeling Shirshan heard this and paled, thinking about his master marrying another woman and starting a family, feeling an ache tug at his heart. What should he do then? Would his master not want him anymore? Shirshan dared not think further, hoping at that time his master wouldn't drive him away. Whether as a shadow guard or a concubine, even if reduced to a servant, he only wished to stay close to his master. The clear and cool voice of Qin Huangji interrupted his wandering thoughts. Grandmother, if I marry them, I will never give them the love they desire, trapping them in the mansion's rear courtyard for decades. How cruel that would be. Grandmother, you too are a woman, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, how cruel it was. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but sigh, remembering herself being confined within these walls, all through her life. Qin Huangji observed the Empress Dowager lost in deep thought, seemingly reminiscing, knowing perhaps he might have bet correctly. As long as grandmother could empathize, there would be no fear of her forcing him to marry again. Turning back, he pulled Shirshan once more, exasperated at his hesitation. Shirshan looked up, meeting his master's gaze. It was as if he began to understand, his master desired him to stand by his side. He hesitated internally, truly not wanting his master to marry others, not wishing for anyone else to occupy his master's side. His master had said to follow his heart, so, could he? Slowly raising his knees, inch by inch, he moved closer, until his shoulder leaned against his master's shoulder. Indescribable joy welled up in his heart. Master, this subordinate wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. The fleeting sadness in Qin Huangji's eyes was replaced by a unique sparkle. He wrapped his arms around the man's waist, and if it were not for the inappropriate timing, he would have truly pulled him into an embrace to steal a kiss. The Empress Dowager snapped out of her reverie, squinting as she watched the subtle moves between the two. You cheeky brat, trying your little tricks on me, she muttered. Fine then, live your lives as you wish. I'm old now, beyond caring. Qin Huangji looked up with pleasant surprise, not expecting such ease. He had feared his legs would bear another punishment. Grandmother always favors me. Then I suppose I don't favor you. The Empress Queen had just arrived at the door, preparing to enter when she heard this. Caught off guard, Qin Huangji awkwardly rubbed his nose. Mother, why have you come? Giving him a sidelong glance, the Empress Queen ignored him and gracefully paid respects to the Empress Dowager. Your servant greets you, mother. I've heard that my disobedient son brought someone into your hall. Let me help punish him. This earned a derisive sniff from the Empress Dowager. I think you're here so your precious son won't get punished, secretly coming to support him. That's enough, both of you may rise. As the Empress Queen stood, she passed her son and extended a hand to help Shirshan up. Rise, no need to kneel anymore. Shirshan had been entirely weak and after kneeling for some time, his knees tingled with numbness. When standing, he stumbled slightly, surprising the Empress Queen who applied more strength, managing to steady him but causing his collar to shift askew. The visible bruising on his neck caught the eyes of both the Empress Queen and Empress Dowager. Having lived through such things themselves, they well understood what those marks signified. Anger surged within the Empress Queen as she slapped the top of Qin Huangji's head. Look what you've done. Such an accomplished shadow guard reduced to this mess by your doing. Qin Huangji knew he'd gone too far last night, humbly lowering his head in guilt. The Empress Dowager frowned disapprovingly. What foolish behavior. You are both young, how can you be so reckless? Be mindful of damaging your bodies. Qin Huangji froze, startled. In his past life, he had died at 25, completely neglecting the age of his current body and even Shirshan's. Though early maturity existed in ancient times, he still felt monstrous about it all. He sincerely lowered his head admitting fault. Grandmother, mother, I admit my mistakes. From now on, I will be careful. The Empress Queen gazed at Qin Huangji, still unable to fully trust her son, pulling Shirshan aside for advice. And you, don't indulge him too much. Remember, men. San listened obediently, his ear tips turning increasingly red, his face flushed with embarrassment by the end. Rolling his eyes exasperatedly, Qin Huangji silently wondered, "Mother, do you know what you're talking about? Your son is right here, and by the way, San is male." Noticing the eager to participate Empress Dowager, he reluctantly reminded her, "Grandmother, the palace banquet will start soon." Chapter 64, The Palace Banquet. When Qin Huangji arrived, the grand courtyard was already filled with guests. He casually strolled across the yard, boldly holding San's hand. Observing the enraged ministers whose noses seemed bent out of shape, Qin Huangji found some satisfaction despite his restrained anger while returning their bows. Their loud complaints about his so-called favorite male consort were met with required formalities. Being dragged along by his master, San reluctantly endured the courtesy of these figures bowing before him, unconsciously scratching his master's palm lightly with his finger. The ticklish sensation sent Qin Huangji's thoughts astray, gripping the person even tighter. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Shan Hongyu nudged his lower back with a fan, teasing, "Looks like the Empress Dowager gave in, so smug." Grinning slyly, Qin Huangji held up his interlocked fingers with San's before Shan Hongyu. "Jealous, uncle? You'll never have this kind of luck." Shan Hongyu's grip on his fan tightened under the watchful eyes of everyone, needing to maintain decorum for being a prince, otherwise he might have slapped him. "The Emperor arrives. The Empress Dowager arrives. The Empress arrives." The three announcements echoed, prompting a wave of kneeling people. Shan Hongyu stepped back, allowing the column pillar to partially conceal him. Qin Huangji also drew San backward slightly. Amused, he asked, "Uncle, why do this?" With a sideways glance, Shan Hongyu tapped his head with the fan. "If you do it, so shall I." Both of them, exempt from kneeling, avoided unnecessary attention. However, seeing everyone else prostrate on the ground, they didn't want to stand out conspicuously. To kneel, Shan Hongyu glanced down at his legs, unsure if they could withstand it in the future and needed extra care. Qin Huangji's reasoning was simpler, he simply did not wish San to kneel. Only after everyone sat and settled did the trio leisurely stroll forward. They coincidentally met the crown prince and princess near the entrance. Seeing the tardy arrivals, the emperor showed no excess emotion, merely waving them to quickly take their seats. Some ministers, noticing the three at the head of the gathering, were indifferent to the prince bringing his male consort to the banquet, their faces barely hiding disappointment. The emperor, glancing sideways, chuckled coldly in his heart. They wanted to criticize, yet didn't know who they were dealing with. Yet outwardly calm, he spoke loudly, "This palace banquet is hosted by the Empress Dowager, so I won't participate. I'll just grab some food and leave. Everyone, please feel free to enjoy yourselves." Then amidst a chorus of flattery, music and dance began. After eating, the emperor left as planned, taking the crown prince and several key ministers along. Prince Shan Hongyu saw his chance and prepared to follow, but was stopped by the emperor. "Why does Hongyu wish to leave too?" Shan Hongyu confidently fabricated an excuse, "There are matters I need to report to your majesty." The emperor doubted, "Weren't those matters finished yesterday? Any other things can be reported later. Go back and enjoy with them." Seeing him return to his seat, the emperor finally turned away, leading the group off. Joking aside, his own empress often mentioned her younger brother's affairs, how could he let the opportunity slip? Qin Huangji watched as Shan Hongyu failed to escape, suppressing a laugh and leaning against San triumphantly. Seeing that smug face, Shan Hongyu ground his teeth in irritation. When the Empress Dowager observed that everyone had eaten enough, she said, "I am old and love liveliness. Ladies and wives, if you have any talents, please feel free to perform. The best one will receive my generous reward." The atmosphere grew lively, with young ladies voluntarily going up on stage. After a few performances, one woman stood up and asked, "I wonder what talents the beloved male companion of Prince Xinglan has, to deserve such affection. He must possess extraordinary abilities." A lively feast fell suddenly quiet, and all eyes turned toward Qin Huangji and San. Shan Hongyu idly waved his fan twice, enjoying the show with a smirk. Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged glances, sitting calmly without interference. Lifting his head, Qin Huangji saw a young woman dressed in a purple gown, with serene beauty radiating from her aloof demeanor. Her attire seemed somewhat familiar. "And who might you be, miss?" Xue Ziling's complexion froze for a moment. "I am the first daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, Xue Ziling." Understanding, Qin Huangji nodded slightly and turned to look at San seated placidly beside him. 13. What talents do you possess? After pondering for a while, San curiously inquired, "What are talents?" Smiling, Qin Huangji replied, "It's something you're most skilled at." San gave a slight nod, expressionless. "Killing." The surrounding audience drew sharp breaths, feeling this consort to be exceedingly arrogant, awaiting his reprimand. Unexpectedly, Qin Huangji laughed instead, giving him an approving glance. "That's right, little 13 is truly excellent." Turning around, he coolly scanned the crowd, his tone deep and chilling. "Perhaps none of you know, but this person next to me ranks top among my dark guards. Skilled in killing, what's wrong with that?" All gazes on San lost their previous mockery, not daring to underestimate him even a bit. Qin Huangji focused on Shui Xiling. Miss Shui, would you like to witness his talent? Looking into his cold, firm gaze, Shui Xiling paled, trembling slightly, pulled by the lady of the Pingyang house to regain awareness. No. Not necessary. Is there anyone else who wishes to see? Qin Huangji's icy voice reached every ear, leaving the entire yard silent. Well, it seems children prefer playing. Let's move on, ladies may continue, interjected the Empress, defusing the situation without hinting at blame toward Prince Xinglan. Such clear favoritism caused everyone's gaze to shift onto Shui Xiling, the Pingyang family likely offending someone they shouldn't. Noticing Shen Yueshi among the attendees, who she genuinely liked, since her own grandson lacked the fortune, she decided to let the Shan family benefit instead. Empress Dowager beckoned Shen Yueshi. Little Yueshi is here too. Do you have any talent prepared? That's fortunate. Rising, Shen Yueshi bowed gracefully, ethereal presence shining forth. In response to the Empress Dowager, I offer a dance for your amusement. With the rhythm of drums, boom, 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 Shen Yueshi held a folding fan, her delicate hands swirling. The fan closed, as if painting calligraphy in the air. With billowing sleeves, the performance was breathtakingly beautiful. The Empress Dowager noticed Prince Shan Hongyu watching intently, silently gesturing to the Empress. The Empress also took a liking to this young lady, unsure though of her younger brother's thoughts. She signaled a servant to pass a message to her sister-in-law seated lower down. Prince Shan Hongyu caught sight of these movements out of the corner of his eye, finding himself quite exasperated, whispering only to his elder sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, I already have someone in my heart." Han Ziyue was startled. When did this happen? Which family does the girl belong to? What's her name? Dan Hongyu opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. His elder brother was usually stationed at the border, rarely at home. Dan Hongyu had been married for almost 20 years and practically raised this younger uncle by himself. Hongyu, if you don't want to marry, Auntie won't force you. There's no need to frame me with such words. Chapter 65, The Subordinate Wants to Learn. Han Ziyue looked at him with a complex expression. Hongyu, if you don't want to get married, Auntie won't pressure you. No need to use such words to manipulate me. Dan Hongyu didn't know what to say to his aunt. They always said an elder sister-in-law is like a mother, and she had indeed made up for the absence of his own mother. He also respected her greatly and didn't want to lie to her. After much hesitation, Auntie, there really is someone I care about, but it's not convenient to say right now. Han Ziyue was somewhat surprised, unexpectedly finding the situation true. What isn't convenient to say? Did the girl refuse? Or did her family refuse? Let me probe their opinion. Dan Hongyu bit his lips and put down the fan in his hand, agreeing would be fine since the girl followed him around every day. But the issue wasn't just about his family, even you all wouldn't agree if you knew, as it wasn't a girl. Seeing his expression, Han Ziyue didn't want to push him further. All right, Auntie won't ask anymore. She then called over a waiting maid who had been standing behind her, instructing her to relay a message. The maid whispered into the Empress's ear, surprising her with disbelief. After glancing at him once, the Empress didn't ask more questions and simply watched the ongoing performances attentively. None of these things concerned Qin Huangji. He was busy feeding his young dark guard, picking up a piece of tender and juicy rib, offering it to his mouth with a gentle smile. Open your mouth. Dark 13 could feel the gazes occasionally directed at him, and seeing his master's extended hand made him uneasy. Master, I'm not hungry. But seeing his master continue holding out the food, he quickly bowed his head, taking the meat into his mouth. Just after swallowing, his master brought another dish to his lips. Eventually numb, he even got fed a sip of wine. How could a dark guard drink alcohol? Losing vigilance, he would feel 100 times guilty if harm came to his master. Qin Huangji, watching Dark 13 sulkishly move back and secretly use inner strength to expel the alcohol from his system, was filled with amusement. To see this side of him acting on impulse, it was truly adorable. On the diagonal side, Shui Xiling tightly twisted her handkerchief, watching the prince personally feed him the food, filled with jealousy. What qualifies this male consort? Even being a dark guard doesn't make sense. As a mere plaything, he deserves no respect. Looking at the seated Empress Dowager, an idea struck her mind. With a polite smile hanging on her face, she stood elegantly. Your Majesty, this humble one wishes to perform a dance, hoping you enjoy it. The Empress Dowager smiled kindly and curiously glanced at Qin Huangji, not missing the girl's expression. It seemed that she fancied this robed young man. If the girl volunteered, it had nothing to do with her. Good, I am looking forward to it. If you can win first place, the reward is yours to choose. Her tone carried a subtle hint of fanning the flames. Seeing these lively young girls made her heart full of joy. Shui Xiling gave a few instructions to the nearby young eunuch and then politely excused herself. My dance is a bit special and requires some preparation. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Soon, a dozen or so little eunuchs carried several large drums, arranging them in the courtyard center according to Shui Xiling's requirements. Everyone couldn't help but become curious, starting low murmurs. Miss Shui, what kind of dance will this be with so many drums? Who knows? But judging by her confident demeanor, she must be set on winning first prize. I know, it's the 7-drum dance. Someone cried out quietly, startling all the noble misses and ladies. The 7-drum dance, wasn't it long lost? Sitting nearby, Shen Yueshi involuntarily straightened her body. She too had learned this dance, but still struggled to perform it fluently, frequently falling off the drum. As the music started, Xue Xiling lightly touched her toes, gently stepping onto the drum's surface. The drum head quivered softly, making not a sound despite carrying a person's weight without breaking, a feat already difficult enough, let alone Xue Xiling gracefully dancing on top of it, her movements light and elegant. For a moment, everyone was amazed, praising her performance. Qin Huangji found it novel, having never seen such a dance before. He squinted his eyes and watched for a while, only to turn his head and catch Dark 13 intently gazing at the performance, his expression more focused than ever before. A person whose gaze always fell on him had now shifted their attention elsewhere, which felt like a stab to his eyes. Gripping Dark 13's chin, he turned the man's face toward himself. But though the face turned, the eyes remained fixed ahead. Qin Huangji felt rage bubbling up inside him. He bit into the earlobe and said coldly, "Is it pretty?" The sharp pain at his ear woke Dark 13 from his trance, sensing his master's anger. With a look of confusion in his eyes, he didn't understand why his master was upset and honestly answered the question, "She has no inner strength or martial arts skill." Qin Huangji continued toying with his ear, then paused upon hearing this, glancing again at Xue Xiling twirling on the drum. Unsure, he asked, "Were you watching just that?" Dark 13's eyes shone with excitement as he replied, "Yes, she has no inner strength but can still perform such feats. I want to learn." Qin Huangji. Was it really because he watched her dance for too long that Dark 13 wanted to learn? After briefly pondering, Dark 13 continued, integrating body movement into techniques, "Should I lose my internal power one day, I'll still be able to protect you, my lord." These words transformed Qin Huangji's rising fury into tender affection. How could he not cherish someone so fixated on him? Every day, he felt he didn't love enough. As Xue Xiling finished the last note of her dance, she knelt down, her chest heaving heavily from panting. Applause and compliments filled the air around her. She basked in all the flattery, her face glowing with pride and self-assurance. Raising her head, she looked at Qin Huangji, hoping to catch amazement in his gaze. Instead, she only saw the two whispering intimately together. Clenching her teeth tightly, she burned with frustration. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. The Empress Dowager kept praising while asking a few questions. Xue Xiling politely responded but kept an eye on Dark 13, the envy in her eyes intensifying. Without showing any change in demeanor, the Empress Dowager declared her verdict in an authoritative voice, "Miss Xue's dance is truly magnificent. No doubt she deserves first place. Does anyone object?" Seeing everyone shaking their heads, she looked at her warmly, "Miss Xue, what reward would you wish for?" Kneeling on the ground, Xue Xiling's gaze fell onto Qin Huangji, resolute. "To Empress Dowager, your humble servant has adored Saint Lian Wang for many years. I boldly ask for your blessing for our marriage." At this announcement, Lady Pingyang immediately lost her composure and rushed to kneel beside her daughter, "Empress Dowager, please forgive my impertinent daughter. She's still young and mistook admiration for deep affection." She shot a warning glance at Xue Xiling, urging her to retract the words and even discreetly pinched her leg under her robe. But Xue Xiling paid no heed. The title of princess consort must be hers at all costs. "Empress Dowager, I'm clear about my feelings. I deeply admire Saint Lian Wang. Please grant us your blessing for the marriage." Chapter 66, Not Half as Good. Silence engulfed the area as everyone held their breath, waiting eagerly to see the spectacle unfold. All eyes were directed towards Qin Huangji. Han Ziyue also fixed her eyes on Qin Huangji. In fact, ever since they entered, her focus hadn't wavered. To her, there was nothing wrong with same-sex romance, it was merely another form of love, distinguished by gender. Moreover, the man exuded charisma unrivaled by anyone. Looking at the calm faces seated above, it appeared they shared similar thoughts. Yet considering her old grandpa's explosive nature back home made her chuckle inwardly. Qin Huangji didn't let go of Dark 13 but glanced sideways at Xue Xiling with dispassionate eyes. "Miss Xue, are you aware that this prince prefers male companionship?" Confronting his handsome face, Xue Xiling blushed, subconsciously calming her racing heart. A confident smile spread across her lips, "I do not mind." What was there to mind? Once she became the princess consort, wasn't everything subject to her whims? Finding an excuse to kill or expel her rival should pose no problem. Qin Huangji finally gave her a proper look, his icy eyes piercing through her thoughts, sending a shiver down Xue Xiling's spine as she nervously lowered her gaze. His indifferent tone followed, "Does Miss Xue intend to be a concubine?" Startled, Xue Xiling blurted out without thinking, "I'm the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis. How could I possibly accept being a mere concubine? Naturally, I would become the princess consort." Only after saying it did regret wash over her. How had her true feelings slipped out? Feeling the stares of those around her, annoyance began to boil within her. Qin Huangji gently took the suddenly clenched fists of Dark 13 apart, intertwining his fingers with them, completely unlike his earlier frosty demeanor. Turning, he resumed being the cold, aloof Saint Lien Wang once more. Where does Miss Shui get her confidence? Smirking with mockery curling his lips, Qin Huangji continued, in terms of rank, you possess no official position nor grade, merely as the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, whereas Dark 13 serves as a secret guard officer holding a second-grade ranking. Regarding time, Qin Huangji mused lightly, today marks the first time I've laid eyes on Miss Shui. In contrast, Dark 13 has already been at my side for several months. In terms of appearance, Miss Shui might not be half as good as Dark 13. Dare I ask if Miss Shui has the qualifications to be a princess consort? Qin Huangji's calm narration, void of emotion, made Shui Xiling even more embarrassed, her face flushing red with wide eyes, unwillingly retorting, he's a man, how could he possibly become a princess consort? Qin Huan's tone turned slightly colder, as long as this prince desires it, why can't he? Lady Pingyang was filled with anger, glaring at Qin Huangji and saying, Your Highness, don't overstep too far. Qin Huangji sneered mockingly, which words of mine count as overstepping? Lady Pingyang opened her mouth but couldn't argue back. The one who requested the marriage blessing was her daughter, the one who wanted to be princess consort was her daughter, and now the one failing in comparison was still her daughter. She looked up at the Empress Dowager and the Empress, hoping they would intervene, only to see them drinking tea and chatting about how nice the weather was today. There was nothing unclear here, they were clearly indulging. Lady Pingyang fell dispiritedly onto the ground, looking at her daughter with full eyes of sympathy. With her reputation ruined, how would she marry anyone henceforth? Shui Xiling's complexion was pale like paper, her lips bitten until blood seeped through, her eyes filled with hatred. She refused to believe that she couldn't outcompete a man. Once inside the royal mansion, with her skills, how hard could it be to secure the position of princess consort? She lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes, glancing softly ahead. I am willing to serve as a concubine. Qin Huangji's cold gaze deepened, can Miss Shui kill? Shui Xiling abruptly raised her head, bewildered by why the prince had asked such a question, no. No, I cannot. Qin Huangji's voice was as cold as ice, making everyone shiver. If you want to enter this mansion, I suggest you learn, Dark One, take Miss Shui to the Shadow Guard Pavilion and ensure she properly learns the art of killing. The crowd felt a slight distortion in the air before a black shadow flashed, and Shui Xiling disappeared from the courtyard without a trace. Those who had just been eyeing Qin Huangji quickly averted their eyes, lowering their heads in fear. Though usually gentle and rarely leaving his quarters, all had forgotten that he wielded absolute power over the Shadow Guard Pavilion. They also forgot how reckless he once was, disregarding imperial authority completely. Deeply regretful internally, many thought to themselves how their tongues had slipped, unsure of what the prince had heard and whether he would hold a grudge, thus trying to minimize their presence and shrinking into quails. Lady Pingyang was terrified, unable to control the stream of tears falling, constantly kneeling before the Empress Dowager, please save my daughter. I will keep an eye on her and ensure she doesn't make wild claims again. The Empress Dowager hadn't expected things to escalate so far, but seeing the prince's grim face knew he was truly enraged. Comforting Lady Pingyang, she said, what are you saying, lady? There's no need for saving. She's merely going to learn, it won't harm her life. Realizing begging the Empress Dowager was futile, she crawled on her knees towards Qin Huangji, Prince, I implore you to spare my daughter. It was her wrongdoing, she shouldn't have dared to covet the title of princess consort. I will discipline her properly. Please let her go. Qin Huangji glanced coldly, he wasn't a benevolent saint, showing compassion to all. His emotions belonged to those he cared for. He harbored no extra sentiments for others. Master. Dark 13 tugged at his sleeve. I'm happy. Though speaking of happiness, there was little expression on his face, just a gentle curve around his eyes, as if holding starry lights. All the frost surrounding Qin Huangji dissipated immediately, leaning into Dark 13's embrace, his anger dissipating instantly. Fine, he'd give her another chance. His fingers rhythmically tapped the table, moments later, Dark One returned dragging Shui Xiling, dropping her onto the ground and vanishing once more. Shui Xiling's lips went ghastly pale, her legs giving way beneath her, collapsing onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Her teeth chattered, wanting to cry yet unable to bring forth any tears. Lady Pingyang wailed upon seeing her daughter's state, hugging her tightly and weeping uncontrollably. Qin Huangji massaged his temples, disturbed by the noise. He rose and squatted down before Shui Xiling. Lady Pingyang embraced her daughter tightly in her arms, her voice trembling, Prince, what do you intend to do? Qin Huangji ignored her, gazing at the dazed person before him. His voice softened as he said, Miss Shui, your affection for me is my honor, but as you've seen, I also have someone I wish to protect for a lifetime. I can't reciprocate your feelings. If you insist on marrying me, you'll slowly experience my methods. If you come to understand and find someone whose heart resonates with yours, I will vouch for you, ensuring no one disgraces you. I hope you do not persist stubbornly. After finishing, Qin Huangji stood up, glancing around the room, unwilling to further entertain these people. Grandmother, mother, I feel a headache coming on, I shall retire first. Queen Mother was startled, her worry evident. Shall we call for the imperial physician? The Empress Dowager saw the fatigue in his eyes and felt a pang of sympathy, realizing she was partly to blame for this situation. That's fine, go back and rest well. Xue Xiling blankly watched the person she had been yearning for so deeply walk away with that male concubine without even a backward glance. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 67, Servant, Admires His Lord. Qin Huangji, embracing someone, didn't walk too fast. His hand on Dark 13's waist tightened gradually, almost pulling the person fully into his arms. Is loving someone ever right or wrong? What Xue Xiling did wasn't entirely unforgivable. After all, if Qin Huangji were in her position, he might have gone even further, perhaps even resorted to extreme measures to bind that person to him. His hand lightly rubbed against Dark 13's waist. This person had always let himself be controlled at every whim, yet never once voiced any affection. Was it possible that Dark 13 liked him? Qin Huangji started to feel uncertain. Dark 13 looked at his master for quite some time, but detected no unusual expressions. He couldn't help but worryfully ask, Master, are you feeling headaches? Qin Huangji extended his hand, pulling the person into an embrace, burying his head in his neck and deeply inhaling the air filled with Dark 13's fresh scent, calming down a little before hesitating and asking, 13, do you admire me? Dark 13 mimicked his lord's posture, wrapping his arms around Qin Huangji's waist, leaning his head on his shoulder, with endless love shining in his eyes. I, my master, deeply admire. Qin Huangji's heart, which had been swirling mid-air, suddenly landed, replaced by immense joy. His voice slightly trembled, say it again. Dark 13 obediently rested his head on Qin Huangji's shoulder, repeating softly, my master, I deeply admire. These words continuously echoed in Qin Huangji's mind, colliding in his brain, bringing waves of happiness one after another. After taking a deep breath, he loosened his grip and stared into Dark 13's eyes, ordering sternly, from now on, you will only admire me. Yes, for eternity, I'll only admire my master. Hearing this, Qin Huangji's heart resonated strongly, hugging the person tighter, unaware that Dark 13 truly upheld this vow, for eternity. Qin Huangji noticed that the muscles in Dark 13's body immediately tensed up, his breathing becoming sharp, like a leopard prepared to attack at any moment. Letting go, Qin Huangji followed Dark 13's gaze. An elegant middle-aged man walked in gracefully, his complexion pale, exuding a scholarly aura through his calm face. Qin Huangji narrowed his eyes as he stared at this seemingly benevolent figure before him, momentarily unable to connect this smiling individual with the ruthless man from the memories of the previous owner. Ah, it's Huangzi. Your uncle hasn't seen you for such a long time, look at how much better you're doing. Saying this with evident satisfaction, he patted Qin Huangji's shoulder gently. Qin Huangji glanced at where his shoulder was touched, slightly frowning, and addressed the man indifferently, Uncle. Prince Shen nodded affectionately, spotting the white-robed youth beside Qin Huangji, clearly surprised. And this gentleman is... Qin Huangji placed a possessive hand on Dark 13's waist, somewhat displeased, preventing the other from kneeling, a habit Qin Huangji wanted to reform immediately. Dark 13 slightly struggled, not wanting to bring trouble to his master. Seeing the fire in his master's eyes, he dared not move any longer and said stiffly, the Dark Guard of St. Lan Palace, pays respects to Prince Shen. Prince Shen observed the two entangled figures, concealing the displeasure in his eyes while revealing confusion outwardly, Huangzi, what's going on here? Qin Huangji rolled his eyes, old fox, what act are you playing? Uncle, I'm fond of males, it's already common knowledge. Didn't you hear? Prince Shen froze momentarily upon hearing this news, I've heard rumors, but never imagined. Before Prince Shen could finish, Qin Huangji cut him off bluntly, reprimanding Dark 13 instead. Why bow every time you see someone? In future, you don't need to kowtow to Uncle. He cares most about juniors and wouldn't care either way. Turning to Prince Shen with a playful smile, Qin Huangji said, Uncle, did you come to visit father? Hurry along then, don't keep him waiting, we're heading back. With a wave of his hand, Qin Huangji left casually, dragging Dark 13 without a second thought. Prince Shen stared grimly at Qin Huangji's retreating figure, muttering, you disrespectful young brat, let's see how long you can keep acting this way. He threw his sleeve and walked away angrily. Feeling cheerful, Qin Huangji reached the palace gate where Aping sat drowsily in the carriage. Pinching the soft cheek, a hidden chuckle escaped Qin Huangji's lips. Aping, wake up. We're going home. Aping woke with a start, sitting upright and looking at his kind master who greeted him with a warm smile. Blinking twice, he slumped back into his seat, changing positions and murmuring, I must be dreaming, when has master ever been so gentle? Qin Huangji's smile froze, his fingers curling tightly. Unable to bear it anymore, he slapped the boy's head. Still not awake, huh? Aping was startled, nearly rolling off the carriage. Seeing his master's dark eyes, he hastily pulled a smile, Master, let me help you up. Seeing the master bat his hand away and jump on the carriage by himself, Aping turned with flattery to Dark 13, Dark 13 sir, let me assist you. Dark 13 sidestepped, as eying him, then swiftly leapt onto the carriage, naturally seating himself beside the master, relaxing so the master could lean more comfortably. At the entrance of Prince Xinglan's residence, two children were sitting in line on the steps. Bowie, let's go inside. The prince doesn't know when he'll return, and Sister Chuanjiao will be upset if she can't find you. Sister Arya, Baoyi will wait just a bit longer, just a little while. All right. Hearing the voices, Qin Huangji peeked through the curtain and saw the two children sitting on the steps, hands resting on their knees, faces cupped, blinking large eyes. Seeing the carriage stop at the entrance, Sister Arya stood up and shyly waited aside, while Baoyi shouted joyfully and ran towards the carriage. Aping quickly jumped down from the carriage. Hey, Baoyi, slow down, don't fall. The young one looked disapproving. Baoyi is 5 already, I won't fall. His eyes sparkled expectantly towards the carriage. Brother Aping, is the prince inside? Baoyi wants to see the prince. Qin Huangji leaped down, scooping Baoyi into his arms, bouncing him a bit, finding him heavier and his skin whiter, pinching his small face. Baoyi, are you looking for me? Baoyi hugged his neck, his face filled with disappointment. Prince, Baoyi wants to learn martial arts too. Senior Dark One selected Brother Xiaowei, Brother Agu, and Sister Ning, but not Baoyi. As Baoyi spoke, he became sadder, tears welling up in his eyes but refusing to let them fall. Baoyi also wants to learn martial arts so that I can protect my brothers and sisters, and the prince when I grow up. Sister Arya, gathering courage, stepped forward beside Qin Huangji and firmly said, Arya also wants to learn. Qin Huangji reached out and touched Arya's head, explaining, Senior Dark One didn't select you because you may not be suited for martial arts. Seeing Baoyi's tearful expression and Arya's disappointed face, he consoled them, to protect others, one does not necessarily need to study martial arts, there are many methods. While martial arts are important, they are not the only way. Though they didn't fully understand now, 10 years later, one followed Luo Yueying, also known as Dark Seven, amassing all the wealth in the world, forcing Hellion Manor to teeter on its position. Another stood behind Crown Prince Qin Mukan, pushing for new policies, abolishing male concubines, yet allowing men to marry, advocating that love knows no gender distinctions, infuriating a group of ministers but leaving them powerless. Of course, these were future tales. Now, one 5-year-old boy with tears at the corner of his eyes and another still drinking milk in swaddling clothes. Chapter 68, Will You Cry? Qin Huangji held Baoyi in one arm and took Arya's hand in the other, with Dark 13 and Aping following closely behind. They grandly entered Lingyin Pavilion. Chuanjiao saw this and reproached them, why do you always run off to find the prince? Qin Huangji released the two children, turning back to pull over Dark 13, amused to see his pitch-black eyes staring at Baoyi, he softly asked, Little 13, are you jealous? Seeing the man lower his head silently, he stopped questioning and said to Chuanjiao, it's fine. I came to visit you. Gazing at the 8 children before him, he gently asked, have any of you read books? Would you like to go to school, or perhaps what are you good at, and what would you like to do? Chuanjiao hesitated cautiously, Prince, may I stay in the mansion? Seemingly realizing something, she quickly explained, Chuanjiao has no other intentions, just nothing else I'm good at but taking care of others. In the future, I can take care of the young master. Qin Huangji laughed, casting an evil eye towards Dark 13, hugging the person and introducing, this is the one I favor, your young master, it seems unlikely he'll bear children. Dark 13 remained expressionless, unaware of his master's teasing tone, but stared earnestly at his own belly again and again. The children had long been accustomed to such matters, finding no surprise or fault in the prince liking men, merely thinking how handsome this individual was. Glancing at Chuanjiao's pitiful face, he added, in the future, follow Zhu Quan, let him mentor you. You can help me manage the household. Overjoyed, Chuanjiao immediately knelt and bowed, thank you, prince. Your immense grace, Chuanjiao cannot repay, but I will give my all. Qin Huangji nodded, get up, what about the rest? Arya pulled on her little braids and thought for a long moment, Your Highness, I'm very good at arithmetic. If I can't learn martial arts, I want to open a shop and earn a lot of money. The others also voiced their own ideas, and Qin Huangji listened attentively, nodding his approval. Your Highness, Bauer can't do anything, is Bauer very foolish? Should Bauer leave the mansion? Bauer didn't dare to pull on Qin Huangji's clothes but shuffled over to An13's side, tugging on his sleeve with tears streaming down his face. An13 didn't know how to comfort him or coax the child, after watching him awkwardly for a while, he said, you cry and you eat. Upon hearing this, Bauer stopped crying abruptly, hiccuped, and gazed dumbfounded at him. Suddenly, he wailed even louder. Qin Huangji grinned, suppressing laughter as he pinched Bauer's tear-streaked face. You truly know how to cry well, but don't worry, we won't drive you out of here. Before Bauer could cry any louder, Qin Huangji took off with him, returning to his own courtyard where faint cries could still be heard. He finally burst out laughing uncontrollably. An13 didn't understand what his master was laughing about, but as long as his master was happy, so was he, never wanting to take his eyes off his master, feeling that his heart was completely filled whenever he looked at him. Aping seemed to have already gotten used to being forgotten by his master, he watched as his master ran far away and calmly consoled Bauer. Once Qin Huangji had laughed enough, he embraced An13 in his arms, resting his chin on his shoulder as he pondered about the next step. An12 stepped out from the shadows and knelt down. When An13 saw him bowing, he got up to move aside but was stopped by his master and thus unwillingly accepted An12's salute. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. N12 knelt without hesitation, devoid of dissatisfaction, greetings to my lord, and he went to the shadow chamber but did not return. He glanced at N13 and hesitated slightly before speaking, greetings, to my lord mother. N13 froze upon hearing that title, his heart thumping wildly as his face flushed pink. Qin Huangji arched an eyebrow secretly pleased inside. He found the title appropriate and praised N12, this month, your monthly allowance will be doubled. Thank you, master, thank you, mother. N12 thought of the silver coins and called out increasingly smoothly, without any mental burden. After basking in pleasure, Qin Huangji's expression turned serious as he tapped lightly on the table. Did you find out about Bao's background? N12 straightened his posture and solemnly responded, I found it. The palace maid had an affair with a guard. De Yun appears to have harbored some affection for this maid and has been covering up for them all along. It was also De Yun who brought the child out. Qin Huangji's hand paused mid-tap on the desk. Are the maid and the guard still alive? They were beaten to death. As if it was expected, Qin Huangji wasn't too surprised but felt an indescribable sense of melancholy within. He removed the jade crown from his head and tossed it carelessly onto the table, letting his ink-black hair fall freely. What about that young eunuch, did you find him? N12 looked at N13, we've searched everywhere, but couldn't find the person the master mentioned. There were many skeletons buried in De Yun's yard, he might already be dead. N13 remembered the look in the man's eyes from back then and had foreseen this result. Disappointed? Not really. Troubled? N13 couldn't explain it clearly either. Qin Huangji pulled the person closer into his embrace, lowering his head to kiss the top of his hair. Don't dwell on it, it's not your fault. There are countless evils in the world, we can't save everyone. Silently kneeling on the ground, N12 remained quiet because his master hadn't dismissed him. Though, when glancing at the two kissing figures, he lowered his head significantly, inwardly reciting, do not see, do not hear, do not speak, do not say improper things. When Qin Huangji turned around and saw N12 kneeling there, he asked curiously, why are you still here? N12 cautiously raised his head, testing, so, may I leave? Qin Huangji glanced at him and wondered why this person who had previously seemed sharp now appeared less clever. Arrange those children properly. By the way, what is N-Chi doing? After recalling the last message transmitted, N12 answered, she's busy opening brothels. Recently, one branch has already opened in North City Country. Qin Huangji was astonished, eyes widening, you mean, opening brothels? That's correct. Previously, she mentioned it to the master, and you said she could handle it herself. Seeing the master's reaction, it seemed as though he wasn't actually aware. So he further asked, Master, are you unhappy? It's not that I disapprove. Back then, when I let her handle things on her own, it was because I thought it improper for a young woman to run a brothel, damaging her reputation. I wanted her to reconsider and change it into some other business. I didn't expect her to take it this way. Well, since it's already opened, we can't just shut it down, can we? Send second maid to her, teach her how to do business. Qin Huangji, worried about her misunderstanding again, deliberately spoke clearly. 13, 15, are they here? Qin Huangji thought of the twins, who were only 12 years old, feeling as if he were abusing children, so he never assigned them tasks. Now he finally had an idea where they should go. Chapter 69, Prince Tsun sends people. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Qin Huangji gradually woke up, his eyes still closed, but he could feel the gaze fixed on his face, and his heart filled with warmth. Master, you've awakened, and 13 had been looking at his master, naturally sensing the different aura clearly. This time, he didn't look away, gazing straightly without hiding the fervent love in his eyes. As soon as Qin Huangji opened his eyes, he was drawn into his gaze, unwilling to shift his eyes anymore. Naturally attracted, he kissed the corner of his lips. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Huangji glared angrily at the door. This knocking sound was like a spell, always ringing during the most critical moments. Staring at the door, he contemplated the possibility of dismantling it. Ha! A short laugh rang sharply by Qin Huangji's ear, even though it was just one brief syllable. Turning his head quickly, he saw N13 trying to suppress his smile. With slightly hooked lips and crescent-shaped eyes, full of amusement. Qin Huangji seemed to be mesmerized, and disregarding everything else, he leaned in for a kiss. Bang, bang, bang. N13 glanced at the door. Qin Huangji gripped his chin, forcing him to refocus his attention. Dissatisfied with N13 being distracted, he applied some strength, letting N13 no longer care about whoever was outside the door. Zhu Quan stood outside, hesitating for a moment. Hearing the movement inside, he blushed deeply. Thinking the matter wasn't urgent, having knocked twice without response, he sensibly retreated from the courtyard. The temperature in the room kept rising, and breathing became increasingly heavier. N13 suddenly felt a chill on his body. Snapping awake, he held the hand causing chaos, looking down at the clothing hanging on his arm, silently blaming himself. Master, please don't. This first refusal from N13 made Qin Huangji pause briefly. This person had always indulged him, there must be a reason for his sudden refusal, thus worrying aloud, are you still unwell? It's my negligence. Saying this, he fished out ointment from the bedside cabinet, scooping some to apply on N13. I am not unwell. As a shadow guard, N13's physical recovery capability was astonishing. He would recover from serious injuries within a few days, let alone something like this. If you're not unwell, why did you refuse? Without allowing explanations, he flipped N13 over. N13 was startled, pulling his clothes while hastily explaining. The Empress said Master is still young, it will harm your body. And she also said. Qin Huangji stared at the ointment, displeased, gritting his teeth, inwardly mocking, Mother Empress, oh dear Mother Empress. He threw the ointment away and got up to walk outside, standing in the courtyard looking towards the direction of the palace, eyes filled with infinite grievance. Regretting bringing him into the palace. N13 instantly rose and followed behind, Master, are you upset? Seeing this person's face, Qin Huangji couldn't help but feel provoked again. Inwardly sighing, truly a bewitching creature, he closed his eyes, chanting color is emptiness, emptiness is color, walking towards the bathing chamber. N13 watched the retreating back of his master, nervous and uneasy. The master doesn't seem angry, but the surrounding aura is restless and very unstable. In a flash, he followed after. Master, I know I've wronged. Qin Huangji spared a glance at N13 who had caught up, not stopping, enduring the discomfort as he asked, what have you done wrong? N13 fell silent for a while, unable to come up with anything, he could only say, making master unhappy is my fault. Qin Huangji abruptly stopped, staring intently at N13 with indeterminate emotions. Is this guy truly clueless or pretending not to know? N13 was unable to decipher his master's mood. His silence made him even more anxious, so he knelt down directly, Master, give me a beating. Qin Huangji laughed bitterly, this fool, what should he do with him? Pulling him up, somewhat shamelessly adjusting his garment. Do you understand now? Dark 13's face turned red in an instant. Feeling the presence of 6 or 7 dark guards and shadow guards nearby, and also the on-duty guards, he pulled his hand back and ran away. Looking at the fleeing figure, all resentment melted away, and Qin Huangji couldn't help but smile. He no longer hurried to the bath chamber but instead calmly walked back. Hidden in the corner, Dark 12 couldn't help but whistle, little 13's lightness skill was truly becoming more and more godlike. The nearby shadow guard looked on with admiration, no wonder they were part of the dark guard, their lightness skills were far beyond his reach. After finishing all the tasks, Zhu Quan finally found Qin Huangji again, my lord, this morning Princeton sent 2 people over. I didn't dare accept them, but I couldn't refuse either. They've been waiting in the front courtyard, please decide what to do. People. Qin Huangji didn't immediately understand, did he just say sending people? Strange indeed. Why would someone who had almost no dealings with him send over 2 people? Something didn't feel right. Curious, he followed Zhu Quan all the way to the front yard, and looking from afar, Qin Huangji finally understood who the people were, inwardly cursing that old rogue. There were 2 teenage boys about 16 or 17 years old in the courtyard, with similar features, clearly a pair of twins. Their skin was as smooth as congealed fat, and their eyes held a charming spring-like expression. One had a cool demeanor, while the other had playful eyes, full of flirtation. Both wore thin purple gauze clothing, through which the skin underneath could be faintly seen. The cool teenager greeted him politely upon seeing him. The other one had a sticky gaze that lingered on Qin Huangji, blinking rapidly with eyes filled with profound meaning. His voice was soft and smooth, we pay our respects to my lord. Qin Huangji felt covered in goosebumps and couldn't help but shiver. If he still didn't understand the old rogue's intention, then he'd wasted both lives living. As soon as these 2 good-looking teenagers caught his attention, he noticed something odd, they now resembled Dark 13's face. This person had appeared without being noticed, blocking the path between those 2. Master, are they attractive? Qin Huangji blinked. In front of him stood the ever-stoic face of N13, though the surrounding air pressure seemed lower, if it weren't for his martial arts skills, he wouldn't have noticed. They are attractive, but not even a fraction as attractive as little 13. Seeing the blush spreading across N13's face, he resisted the urge to kiss him, marveling, little 13, why are you so adorable? Behind them, Dark 12 almost fell off the tree. What did the master just say? Adorable? Who's adorable? He glanced toward Dark 11, utterly baffled. Dark 11 was also shocked. Looking at N13's expressionless face and thinking about his brutal methods, his body trembled involuntarily. Was this person cute? Must the master be blind? Chapter 70, A Lifetime Together as a Couple. Seeing the 2 of them about to get cozy again, Zhu Quan interrupted unwillingly, my lord, what should we do with these people? Qin Huangji glanced carelessly at the 2, if these people are given to me, shouldn't I be free to deal with them as I please? The cool teenager parted his lips lightly, his voice clear and smooth like water dripping onto a stone ravine, since we are already my lord's people, naturally we are at your disposal. The other boy tugged at his sleeve, stopping him from saying more, hastily speaking himself, Princeton instructed us brothers to well serve my lord. Qin Huangji's gaze grew colder. So they were trying to pressure him with Princeton. How inconvenient, he was born rebellious. I see the two of you have flexible builds, excellent material for practicing martial arts. In a cold tone, he called out, Dark 12, send them to the Dark Guard pavilion and train them according to the standard of the Dark Guards. Tell Qin Feng that these two were sent by Prince Tsin, and emphasize their special cultivation. He deliberately stressed the last 4 words, confident that Dark 12 understood his meaning. With respectful compliance, Dark 12 nodded, casting a look towards the twin brothers that carried malice in its intent. Can you try prying our Dark Guard wall when you don't measure up to little 13 in any way? Carrying one under each arm, he tested their weight, realizing they might be too heavy. With a clever glance, he threw the boy in his right hand backward, shouting, Elder Brother 5, lend a hand. Aya. The boy sailed through the air in a graceful arc, until just before hitting the ground, another figure swooped down from a tree, silencing the scream midair. Elder Brother 5 picked the boy up effortlessly, quickly dislocating the youth's jaw, glancing disapprovingly at Dark 12 and sending him a telepathic message, our master can't tolerate such noisy sounds. You broke the rules. Go punish yourself. Dark 12's expression changed. Seeing that his master showed no signs of discomfort, he relaxed somewhat. Sending telepathically, Brother 5, I was wrong. I'll go accept the punishment as soon as I return. Next time, I'll make sure to dislocate the jaw before tossing. To prevent the person in his hand from making any noise, with a twist of his wrist, crack, he dislocated the jaw as well. Dark 5 nodded lightly and disappeared while carrying the man. Dark 12, upon seeing this, quickly followed behind. Their subtle actions went unnoticed by Qin Huangji, who was providing detailed instructions to Zhu Quan nearby to select 4 handsome young lords and send them off to Prince Tsin's mansion. Right after noon, Zhu Quan resignedly delivered the people to Prince Tsin's mansion. Recalling the words the prince had asked him to convey, he feared that this old bone of his might not make it back alive. Turning his head, he caught sight of Elder Dark 11 beside him, which calmed his heart a little. Prince Tsin looked at the 4 youths in front of him and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. What does Lord Xinlan mean by this? The voice of Prince Tsin sounded as if squeezed out through his teeth, extraordinarily sinister. Zhu Quan closed his eyes, pretending to see and hear nothing, speaking loudly instead. Our Lord said, thanking Prince Tsin for always thinking of him, his heart is touched. He feels guilty, believing he hasn't been a good nephew, so he offers twice what Prince has given him. Zhu Quan took a deep breath and continued, Our Lord says, Prince Tsin's mansion is full of beautiful concubines. Uncle certainly doesn't lack companionship. On the contrary, Aunt seems increasingly weary, guarding an empty room. Therefore, these 4 servants are dedicated to Aunt. Zhu Quan finished all at once, watching Prince Tsin's shadowy eyes filled with dread. Dropping the people there, he turned to leave. Remembering his lord's reminder, gritting his teeth, he added. My lord isn't good at naming, specially ask the Empress Dowager for these names. It would be best if Prince Tsin's wife doesn't arbitrarily change them. Prince Tsin, hearing this, knew these individuals must not only remain alive but must also be well taken care of, otherwise, when the Empress Dowager asks one day, it wouldn't look good. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more he thought. In the end, a mouthful of blood spewed out. Qin Huangji lay on Dark 13's legs, his feet up, eating grapes fed to him, listening to Dark 11's report. Humph, so you spat blood? When I have numerous wives and concubines, just sending 2 to your wife got you this upset. Still, it's better to have one lifelong partner, pulling Dark 13's hand and pinching each finger slowly. Upon seeing this, without needing further orders, Dark 11 disappeared of his own accord, closing the doors and windows before leaving. Qin Huangji heard the sound and looked up, when did the guards become so considerate? Dark 11's lips twitched at the window closing, how could he not understand? Isn't it because he'd seen little 13 turn red in embarrassment several times, nearly getting beaten half dead? Now, his legs still hurt faintly. In this group, except for Elder 1 and 5, who hasn't been thrashed? Even the youngest 14 and 15 aren't spared, absolutely inhumane. A light glance from Dark 13 scared Dark 11 instantly out of the yard, ensuring he couldn't see or hear anything, then found a hidden place to rest, marveling at how much his agility had improved. After hearing some sounds, confirming no one was nearby, Dark 13 leaned down to kiss his master's lips. Seeing his master's eyes filled with laughter but the body lying still, he felt a flicker of disappointment and withdrew. Qin Huangji arched an eyebrow, pulling him back, demonstrating his technique slowly, as if teaching Dark 13. Dark 13 panted slightly, carefully pressing his numb lips together, meeting his master's teasing gaze, and uneasily moved his eyes away. Qin Huangji watched him amusingly, gently guiding him, Are you sure you don't want to? According to mother's words, we should wait 3 to 5 years. Do you think it's okay for you, and it's okay for me too? Seeing his wavering expression, Qin Huangji continued, Tell me, can we still bring those 2 handsome boys back? How can I deliver them? Dark 13's pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at him, making Qin Huangji instinctively close his mouth, feeling nervous as Dark 13 was always emotionally sensitive and couldn't distinguish what was a joke. Realizing he had said something inappropriate, flipping over, he embraced the person in his arms. 13, don't listen, I'm just talking nonsense. Apart from you, I've never wanted anyone else. This life is yours alone. A lifetime, one person. Chapter 71, The Promises You Ask For, I Give. At night, the residence of General resembled a crouching lion temporarily concealing its sharp claws. A black shadow darted through the quiet night sky, avoiding layers of guards and silently slipped into Shan Hongyu's room. Holding only his inner robe, Shan Hongyu leaned by the bed, his hair loose over his shoulders, turning the pages of a book in hand. Upon hearing a sound, he didn't even bother to lift his head. Why have you come again? Hellion Nanshu's eyes were fixed on the exposed skin, his Adam's apple moving as saliva pooled at the back of his throat, but a look of aggrieved complaint crossed his face instead. He whined, Brother Yu, I want to sleep with you. Shan Hongyu didn't flicker an eyelid and read until the page was finished before casually asking while flipping another page, reason. Seated primly on a round stool, Hellion Nanshu maintained the utmost propriety with his hands placed demurely on his legs. With a mischievous grin, he replied, I'm prone to bed unfamiliarity and fear the dark, I'd like to sleep with you. Shan Hongyu continued turning the pages, his tone unswerving, flat as still water. Master Hellion, it has been 3 consecutive days now without your reasons changing once, perhaps you find this amusing? Hellion Nanshu lowered his lids, his gaze shadowed and murky. Though he truly did fear the dark, a bitter smile twisted onto his face momentarily before disappearing. When his eyes lifted again, they appeared clear and bright. Cautiously, he moved himself to sit on the footrest beside the bed, seeing there was no rejection, and slowly let his hand climb up the sleeve of the other's robe. As his hand was nearing the jade-like wrist, triumph shone on his face. In a swift move, Shan Hongyu turned his own wrist, closed the book, placed it aside, then finally raised his eyes to meet his. Master Hellion, isn't it time for you to explain clearly? Why this behavior these past few days? The disappointment that flashed across Hellion Nanshu's eyes was carefully buried as he evaded the question, pouting with great dissatisfaction instead. It's been so long already, brother you still insists on calling me Master Hellion. Truly too formal, it makes me uncomfortable. And I like you. So much that my hands cannot even graze yours. Brother you, let me touch you once. Shan Hongyu stared at him earnestly, trying to delve into his soul, deciphering his heart. His feelings toward the other man were undeniable, yet here was someone who claimed to love him but wouldn't even reveal their true self nor offer any promises. With the general's residence carrying a 100-year-old pristine reputation, the faces of 100,000 Shan family troops resting upon them, and strict family rules binding him, he couldn't afford to lose. Seeing him being scrutinized intently, Hellion Nanshu nervously dropped his gaze and missed the fleeting change in expression from hope to disillusionment in Shan Hongyu's eyes. By the time he looked up again, all he saw was that same indifferent countenance. The overwhelming desire to grab the person in front of him and lock him away grew stronger, but such emotions were forced down deep within him. Living in darkness, he had encountered light, wanting to hold on to it tightly but also unwilling to taint the pure brightness with shadows. If he preferred this innocent facade, wasn't lifelong pretense a small price to pay? Mustering all courage, he extended his hand again. Upon capturing that warm wrist in his grasp, joy welled up inside him as the person made no effort to withdraw. Brother Yu, your hands are truly warm. Shan Hongyu stared silently at the hand gripping his own, the sentiment intricate. Master Hellion, the general's mansion is not as simple as you see. From the first night you appeared in my room, everyone within the mansion knows. Under these circumstances, do you still wish to stay? With suddenness, the hand holding his wrist was retracted, a faint sound coming from the window. The room fell quiet once more. Gently stroking the residual warmth around his wrist, Shan Hongyu felt the pain well up within him as he whispered helplessly, Master Hellion, if you can't offer any promises, do not provoke anyone else. I'll give you whatever promise you seek. Hellion Nanshu pushed the door open. Shan Hongyu looked incredulously at the person clutching a pillow and duvet in his arms. You aren't leaving. Why leave? Since everyone in the mansion knows, why hide anymore? I entered through the front gate. Hellion Nanshu dumped the blanket and pillow on the bed and stared at him resolutely. A mixture of emotions surged within him. Not bothering to pretend anymore, he forcefully pulled the other person into his embrace, finally securing the one he yearned for all along. As long as you don't regret it, I'll make any commitment, I will even offer my life to you. Shan Hongyu was still dazed, not having reacted enough to escape. After some time, he twisted his waist and broke free from the hug, only to find that the other man clung closely behind. No matter how many times he tried to break away, he always found himself embraced again. Staring astonished, he asked, your martial arts skills are actually this high? Holding the other securely within his arms, Hellion Nanshu spoke confidently after ensuring the other wouldn't be hurt in his attempts to struggle. Frequently kidnapped, assassinated, if my kung fu wasn't good, I wouldn't have lived this long. Brother Yu, please don't reject me, I genuinely and deeply like you. Brother Yu, fully knowing that all would learn of my visits to you and still tacitly approving my actions, aren't you implying you care about me too? Brother Yu, marry me. There can be no others except me. Curling up quietly within his embrace, Shan Hongyu sighed heavily. Marrying you may not work. No problem, I can marry you too. Pushing the man away, Shan Hongyu questioned, are you really ready? Given your family's situation, do you think they allow this? A bloodthirsty smile curved on the corner of Yunyan lips. Those who stand in my way will die, but when Dan Hongyu glanced at him, his expression faded, leaving a proud retort, they have no jurisdiction over me. Dan Hongyu patted his hand and said, don't pretend anymore. I've seen you long before, you slaughtered everyone aboard that ship. He remembered how Hellion stood amidst corpses, the boat awash with blood, yet his white robe remained unspotted red, as if he were a man crawling out of hell, sinister, cold, resolute. Yunyan's pupils suddenly constricted as he unconsciously tightened his grip on Dan Hongyu's hand, fear flooding his heart, apprehensive that this person might detest him. Instead of saying affectionate words or soothing him, Dan Hongyu made a matter-of-fact statement, if you don't mind marrying a cripple, I wouldn't hesitate to marry you. This strangely eased Yunyan's fear. Lowering his head, looking at his legs, he asked uncertainly, will they really be broken? Dan Hongyu nodded. It's uncertain. 100 strokes, life and death depend on fate, according to one's fortune. This was the house rule of the general's mansion, endure the 100 strokes, and no matter what decision was made afterward, none would interfere, blessings or curses afterward would be unrelated to the mansion. A storm surged within Yunyan's heart. Letting go of the person before him was obviously impossible, but allowing him to suffer through this punishment, even just thinking about it, left an immeasurable ache in his heart. Yet Dan Hongyu appeared indifferent, now regretting it is too late, running away is futile. Yunyan focused his senses to discern the situation outside the courtyard where at least 10 people stood guard, and half of them he couldn't possibly defeat. This general's mansion was indeed a den of dragons and tigers. Who said I regret it? As long as you survive, I can heal you. Is there medicine in this world the Hellion Mountain Resort cannot procure? Or physicians we cannot summon? Regardless, I am determined to marry you. With vehemence, he pulled the person into his embrace and directly kissed those longingly desired lips, tossing and turning in passion. Chapter 72, Punishment. Hongyu, are you asleep? Han Ziyue gently tapped on the door. After some shuffling sounds inside, the door opened. Seeing Dan Hongyu's swollen lips and red marks on his neck, resentment surfaced in Han Ziyue's heart. Without even glancing at the person inside, she immediately stated, Young Master Hellion, I have something to say to Hongyu. Would you mind stepping aside? Without a word, Yunyan performed a bow towards her and exited the room. Dan Hongyu moved aside to let Han Ziyue into the room, apologetic, sister-in-law, I'm sorry. What's there to apologize for? You merely like someone, there's nothing to feel guilty about. Sister-in-law is just worried about you, tomorrow will be tough. Han Ziyue looked at the child she had raised since young, her eyes brimming with tender care. When she married into this family, this child was only a few years old, always trailing behind her. In the blink of an eye, he had found someone to share his life with. Hongyu, whatever decision you make, sister-in-law supports you. Life is short, finding someone who resonates with your heart and loves each other deeply isn't easy. Sister-in-law hopes you lead a content life. The responsibilities of the general's mansion are carried by your brother and your nephews. Don't concern yourself with outsiders' idle talk. Take good care of yourself. Dan Hongyu's heart swelled with feelings toward his sister-in-law who had protected him from childhood onwards. Her gentle voice and unwillingness to criticize harshly had compensated for the motherly love he lacked all these years. Dan Hongyu knelt down before her and, just like when he was a child, rested his head on her lap. Sister-in-law, Hongyu is truly fortunate to have you. From childhood to adulthood, I've caused you no shortage of worries. Foolish child, get up. Sister-in-law just wanted to check on you, otherwise, I'd be uneasy. Tonight, don't misbehave, rest early. With flushed cheeks, Dan Hongyu escorted her out, only to turn around and bump right into a warm chest, tightly embraced. Pushing him away, Dan Hongyu gave him a glare. Didn't you hear? Sister-in-law said, no misbehaving. Hugging you for a moment, how does that qualify as misbehaving? Yunyan's arms shifted to wrap him in an embrace. I envy you having such a wonderful sister-in-law. She's your sister-in-law too. Dan Hongyu didn't understand what experiences shaped this young master, causing him to have such a complex nature, capable of multiple personalities in one person. As soon as dawn broke, a servant knocked on Dan Hongyu's door, their gaze filled with sympathy as they spoke, Second young master, your father has called you to the ancestral hall. At once, Yunyan rose up, reaching out to hold his hand. His entire demeanor turned somber, lowering his head, his expression unreadable. Dan Hongyu turned back and lightly embraced him. Don't worry. Breaking free from his grasp, he quickly left. Yunyan closely followed behind and was stopped at the entrance by a servant. Young Master Hellion, it's better if you don't follow along. When Dan Hongyu arrived at the ancestral hall, General Dan Mingda was already waiting. In the courtyard stood more than 10 people. Dan Hongyu took a brief glance, they were probably there to witness the punishment. General Dan Mingda saw him and said with indifference, you're here. With a flick of his robe, Dan Hongyu knelt down and called out, Father. Dan Mingda, though over 50, didn't look aged. His long years leading troops in war had weathered his skin rough and dark, yet his eyes remained sharp and commanding. Do you still have no regrets? Dan Hongyu looked up at him and shook his head. If you knew beforehand, why wait until now? Without uttering a word, Dan Mingda stared at the marks on his son's neck. A surge of anger welled up inside him. He stepped forward, gripped a wooden stick, and swung it fiercely against Dan Hongyu's back. The instant pain almost made Dan Hongyu cry out. He bit his lips tightly, fingers gripping the ground. Dan Mingda raised the stick again, his expression grim. It's not too late to regret. Dan Hongyu eyed the stick as thick as a baby's arm on the table. The sight sent chills through him. He'd received countless beatings growing up, but never formal punishment. It was usually whatever his father grabbed at the moment, not hard, just enough to frighten. Dan Hongyu inhaled sharply, gathering his breath for a while before speaking. Father, the other day, you praised Hellion Nanchu's good taste, choosing someone skilled in martial arts, so, Hellion has excellent martial skills too. Dan Mingda's gaze turned colder, his grip on the stick tightening. He is my flesh and blood grandson. So I'm not your biological son. Dan Mingda was evidently angered by this, unleashing another furious strike that sent Dan Hongyu sprawling face down on the floor. Because you are my son, because you belong to the general's mansion. With 10,000 men of our clan and millions guarding the borders, along with countless citizens of Saint Lan Empire watching us. Dan Hongyu understood the implications. For personal desires, he would abandon his responsibilities, a serious offense warranting proper punishment. Kneeling properly again, he whispered an apology. Dan Mingda gazed at the pale face before him, a pang of sorrow in his heart. The general's mansion wasn't just about them, it represented the Dan family army. They owed their soldiers an explanation. Coldly, he stated, if you don't repent, then endure well what's coming. 100 sticks. Once done, I'll cease interference in your choice. As he spoke, the stick rained down blow after blow on Dan Hongyu's back, leaving sufficient intervals for him to catch his breath. Unknown to Hellion Nanchu, how things would proceed filled him with impotent anxiety, prompting him to burst forth recklessly toward the ancestral hall, ignoring all obstacles. Driven by desperation, he ignored any attacks aimed at him, focused only on moving forward. The servants dared not truly injure him and inadvertently let him barge in. Due to the forceful strikes, Dan Hongyu had nearly collapsed multiple times. Blood streaked across his back, clouding his senses in pain. Hellion Nanchu rushing in caught sight of this horrifying scene. His eyes immediately reddened, and seeing another impending strike, he darted forward, embracing Dan Hongyu to shield him, receiving a vicious blow himself. The dull agony exploded on his back, yet nothing compared to the heartbreak within. Dan Mingda coldly observed this intruder. Master Hellion, the rod spares none, please leave immediately. Trembling, Hellion Nanchu cradled the person in his arms delicately, tears brimming in his eyes. General Dan, how many strokes remain? Let me take them for him. If not, double the penalty will do. Unmoved, Dan Mingda responded, Master Hellion, shouldn't you be thinking how to solve matters instead of wasting time worrying about these strokes? If my son endures these 100 blows needlessly, I'll level your Hellion Mountain Resort. Now, step aside. Dan Hongyu regained partial consciousness, pushing the person slightly, more like nudging since he lacked strength altogether. A faint voice emerged from his parched throat, go, out, this is something, I should bear. Bloodshot-eyed, clenching his fists tightly, Hellion Nanchu replied, General Dan, rest assured. Within 3 days, I will resolve everything and come to your mansion to beg forgiveness. Leaning down, he planted a tender kiss on the one in his arms, whispering, wait for me. I'll return within 3 days. Then he left abruptly. Seeing Dan Hongyu kneel again, Dan Mingda eased up a little but continued administering the blows. Thud. Dan Hongyu fell face down once more, attempting to rise but failing. He opened his mouth, gasping, Father, permit me to endure the penalty, on my stomach, I can't rise anymore. Slightly red-eyed, Dan Mingda showed no mercy in his hands as dozens of pairs of eyes watched intently in the yard. Chapter 73, liked him for 10 years. When Qin Huanji arrived the next day, Dan Hongyu was lying on the bed face down, his buttocks and back covered in injuries. He had started running a fever last night and it hadn't subsided yet. With flushed cheeks and barely conscious, he squinted for a long while before recognizing the person squatting beside him. You've come. Qin Huanji hadn't expected that the old general would be so severe, showing no mercy at all. He also reproached Dan Hongyu, why didn't you use your inner strength to block the blows? Why make things so difficult for yourself? This is what I should endure, there's no way I can resort to cheating. Dan Hongyu spoke lightly but shifted his body slightly, tugging at his wounds, causing him to gasp and suck in air bit by bit. Seeing him this way, Qin Huanji couldn't deny feeling heartbroken. Yet, he couldn't criticize him either. After all, he felt the same way himself. It's just that he was luckier, not having to bear such responsibility, and having people who spoiled him. As Dan Hongyu's pain eased slightly, he asked with urgency, how is Hellion doing? Anxious to know whether he was safe or not. Qin Huanji's expression changed. Hellion Nanchu was indeed ruthless, using swift measures to take over from his father, suppressing the clan. If it weren't for the haste to return, the opportunity wouldn't have been exploited. Uncle Xiao, don't worry. He's fine now. The stubborn elders of his clan made a dying effort to retaliate, and with his urgent return, he fell into a trap and sustained some injuries. Dan Hongyu startled and, ignoring his own injuries, tried to sit up, propped up by his arms. Qin Huangji quickly pressed him down. Uncle Xiao, Qin Feng and Shisan are already on their way. Don't worry about him, he will be fine. Rushing out now won't help, getting well is the most important thing. Dan Hongyu then lay back down due to the pain. Sweating profusely due to the pain, his teeth began chattering. Qin Huangji sighed and turned to walk out. Love truly is a tormenting thing. Catching sight of a dark blue robe corner from the corner of his eye, his body stiffened instantly. Thinking about the injuries on Uncle Zhao's body, his own back seemed to throb with pain, leaving little room for any propriety. His body spun, his martial arts skills fully employed, flying out of the courtyard faster than ever. Only after leaving the general's mansion did he exhale, though he still dared not linger. Chancellor Dan Mingda saw that red figure and cursed with a laugh. Young rabbit, ran away rather quickly. The elder beside him also chuckled. Little master is afraid of you. If you really wanted to stop him, little master would never have managed to escape. Dan Mingda's expression paused, naturally knowing why he feared him. Presumably seeing Hongyu's injuries instilled greater fear in his heart. Both pairs of eyes rested on the figure inside the house, with expressions identical, full of concern. Running all the way back to the prince's palace, Qin Huangji rushed into the room and drank 2 cups of tea in succession to ease the tension in his heart. Grandpa was truly terrifying. Despite his sensitive hearing, he hadn't detected his footsteps at all, yet could feel the aura of battle from such a distance. Unable to suppress the shivers that ran through his body, he drank another cup of tea to calm down. Thinking about Xia Shizhen made him wish the latter were around. He certainly wouldn't be so disheveled otherwise. Alas, he wondered what Xia Shizhen was doing at the moment and if he was thinking of him. For the whole day, Qin Huangji idled around. Flipping through books for half a day without reading a single word, eating fruit, his mind constantly filled with the image of Xia Shizhen peeling grapes. Qin Huangji shook his head, sighing inwardly that he was under a spell. This poison lessened somewhat only when Qin Feng returned that evening to report. Master, Mr. Helian was quite seriously injured, unconscious, repeatedly calling out Uncle Ji's name. On my authority, I had him taken to the general's residence. Qin Feng spoke, but Qin Huangji heard nothing. Waiting for some time, noticing the absence of Ungshi 13, he queried, puzzled, Shisan hasn't returned. Qin Feng hesitated, uncomfortably replying, he's helping Mr. Helian wrap things up. Wrap up? Ungshi 13 wasn't someone who meddles unnecessarily. Without an order from him, Helian Nanchu would be ignored, let alone help with cleanup operations, which caused a faint unease. Glancing at Qin Feng's expression confirmed something was being hidden. His gaze turned cold, and his tone icy, speak the truth. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Feng dared not anger the prince and lowered his head. He went back to his quarters. He's wounded, ordered to keep it hidden from you. Wounded, hiding it from me, truly commendable. Qin Huangji rose instantly, feeling somewhat worried and angered by his concealment, and hurried towards the place where the secret guard lived. Ungshi 12 held on to Ungshi 13's clothes with one hand and carried medicinal powder with the other, closing his eyes, estimating the position roughly, then applied it to his back. Ungshi 13, sensing the medicine spread all over his back, turned to look. Seeing him with his eyes closed, his lips twitched involuntarily. How do you apply medicine with your eyes closed? If I don't close my eyes, and I see your body, master might gouge out my eyes. Ungshi 12 kept his eyes closed as he applied the medicine, unsure if he had applied it properly. He then grabbed another bottle, poured it blindly onto Ungshi 13's back, reasoning it would cover the wound somehow. He opened his eyes slightly only after pulling up the clothes, ensuring that Ungshi 13 had adjusted his own garments properly. Mentioning the master, a warm look appeared in Ungshi 13's eyes as he thought carefully, master wouldn't do that, and besides, haven't you seen me before? Startled, Ungshi 12 jumped up. Don't say that. That was when we were children. Now, I only treat you as a brother, helping to apply medicine, not looking improperly. You're my masteress now. Ungshi 12 stressed the words, masteress, warning him against saying anything inappropriate, lest master overhears. Seeing that Ungshi 13 remained silent, he changed the subject and sat at the side of the table instead. You can't keep avoiding master forever, your injuries are serious, and master will find out sooner or later. Ungshi 13 also knew he couldn't hide this forever but didn't plan on concealing it anyway, just delaying it slightly. His incredible recovery rate meant his wound could heal a bit more, becoming less alarming before returning. Noticing Ungshi 13 was quiet, Ungshi 12 turned to a more gossipy tone. Do you really have feelings for master? Yes, I admire master deeply. Ungshi 13 smiled warmly, already missing her after just one day. Just as Qin Huangji reached near the entrance of the courtyard, he overheard their conversation. When he heard Ungshi 13 say how much he admired him, the small flicker of anger caused by the secrecy quickly subsided. All that remained was concern and an intense longing to see him again. Leaning closer, Ungshi 12 curiously asked, didn't you always like someone since childhood? Is that person master? Upon hearing this question, Qin Huangji paused mid-step, retracting his foot. Thinking about the person Ungshi 13 allegedly liked since childhood made his heart beat faster with inexplicable emotions. Ungshi 13's eyes gleamed unusually as he responded without hesitation, yes, I've liked Master for 10 years. Chapter 74, Misunderstanding. Yes, I've liked Master for 10 years. This statement echoed in Qin Huangji's mind, momentarily causing dizziness. His body swayed slightly as he placed his hand on his chest where pain made breathing difficult. It had been only a few months since his reincarnation, yet the person who professed admiration towards him actually cherished another for 10 years. So, who was this affection directed toward, and what did it mean for him? Recalling the previous life where the other had protected the original owner until death, even the last glance toward the original owner pierced Qin Huangji's heart painfully. His fury from being deceived grew stronger and stronger. He rushed into the courtyard, intending to confront the man and hear directly from him whom he truly adored. The sound of footsteps outside startled the two men indoors. Rising to greet, Ungshi 12 teased with a sidelong glance at Ungshi 13, implying, see? The master has come to find you. There's no hiding. Yet Ungshi 13 noticed the anger emanating from the master. After a momentary stupor, he understood that master must have heard what he said. It seemed master had misunderstood. Urgently, he tried to explain, Master. Qin Huangji cut him off, growling like an injured lion, so you loved him for 10 years? Master, no, this subordinate doesn't. In one swift motion, Qin Huangji yanked Ungshi 13 by the collar, lifting him from the ground. Seeing his pale face, the fingers gripping his clothes loosened involuntarily, he realized Ungshi 13 was hurt. Qin Huangji released him, suppressing his anger while gritting his teeth, yelling, know what? I heard it with my own ears. 10 years, you take me for what? Ungshi 13 knelt down again, pained by the sorrowful look on Master's face. Agitated, he protested, Master, it's not what you think. This subordinate admires you, it's always been you. But Qin Huangji could no longer believe him. Liking someone for 10 years, claiming it was always him, it made sense why the hidden guard would lie. Was it because he wasn't the original host, not the person they truly loved, and thus unworthy of honesty? Feeling disheartened, Qin Huangji turned away, unwilling to look at him any longer. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, he wondered whether Ungshi 13 would remain kneeling foolishly there or crawl after him on his knees. Gripping and releasing his hands repeatedly, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Initially deciding to ignore him completely, his inability to let go eventually compelled him to coldly command, get up. Ungshi 12 watched his master walk away, puzzled. If Ungshi 13 had said he liked the master for 10 years, shouldn't the master be happy? Why was he so furious? Then it hit him, liked for 10 years, was the master not the prince? His eyes widened instantly. But before he could react further, Ungshi 13's glare full of killing intent froze him in place. Stunned, Ungshi 12 took a step back and asked disbelievingly, Little 13, you've directed your murderous intent at me? Ungshi 13 stared at him fiercely, uttering each word as a warning, the master will always be the master. His immense inner strength radiated out, pressing heavily on any hidden assassins or guards lurking nearby, making their breathing hitch. From the shadows, Ungshi 1 slowly emerged. He immediately understood the meaning behind the master's words and felt astonished. But Ungshi 13 wasn't wrong, the master is forever the master, and all dark guards who recognize the master would remain loyal unto death. The master is the master, and we swear to protect him with our lives. Overlapping voices echoed from different directions, affirming their unwavering stance. With one last look at Ungshi 13, Ungshi 1 disappeared into the darkness. Ungshi 12 was still shocked. After much deliberation, he finally reached a shocking conclusion and exclaimed, so, the person you love isn't the master? Upon meeting Ungshi 13's gaze again, he immediately clamped his hands over his mouth. No, it's always been the master, Ungshi 13 replied, gazing at the receding figure of Master Qin Huangji. For some reason, it seemed that the master had forgotten what happened 10 years ago. Through the gap between his fingers, Ungshi 12 hesitantly questioned, what does that mean? Is the master and the prince actually the same person? Seeing Ungshi 13 glance at him, he forced a laugh. I'm just curious. I won't ask any more, I promise. Anyway, this Ungshi 12 only recognizes one master. And truthfully, compared to whoever the previous version might have been, he preferred the current master, a blessing that came around once in many lifetimes. After hearing everyone's assurances, Ungshi 13 reined in his killing intent and rushed after Qin Huangji, unwilling to let his master misunderstand him. Qin Huangji returned to his room and sat motionless, thoughts swirling. Every time he thought about Ungshi 13's 10-year-long affection for the original host, it pained him. Master, Ungshi 13 entered through the window. Seeing his master's ashen complexion, he was uncharacteristically bold and moved forward, wanting to embrace him. Qin Huangji sidestepped his reach and glared coldly at him. Do you want to hold me, or this body? When you're with me, who do you think about? Ungshi 13's arm hung suspended in the air as he met his master's icy stare, rooted to the spot. He didn't understand the master's implication, wasn't this body essentially the master? This reaction caused Qin Huangji to conclude automatically that Ungshi 13 must like the original host and wanted to embrace only him. Afraid to hear the confirmation aloud, he plastered an icy smile on his lips and uttered coolly, "Get out. Master. Get out. Haven't you heard?" Suppressing his anger, Qin Huangji inhaled deeply, worried that if he acted irrationally, he'd regret it later. When Ungshi 13 left, Qin Huangji forced himself to calm down and retrieve the memories of the original host, examining every memory related to Ungshi 13, again and again. Ungshi 13, however, did not leave. Instead, he knelt in the courtyard, waiting for a chance to explain himself. He wanted to tell his master that he had always liked him and had been waiting for him these 10 years. The wound on his back tugged painfully, but the emotional pain cut deeper. The master's icy, detached expression made him feel deeply uneasy and even more terrified. Qin Huangji couldn't comprehend why the original host would have treated Ungshi 13 harshly yet still be fond of him. What was so good about him? Was liking him the sole reason to endure such punishments? With a loud crash, Qin Huangji overturned everything on the table onto the floor. Fueled by his rage, his chest rose and fell dramatically. Suddenly, he caught sight of Ungshi 13 kneeling outside in the courtyard, posture as straight as it had been the first time they met. His wrath began to dissipate slowly. He really had fallen for this dark guard despite being deceived and found himself worrying endlessly for him. "Is Ungshi 1 available?" "Master." Ungshi 1 appeared silently inside the room, kneeling quietly beside him and awaiting orders. "Take him back, tend to his injuries, then don't follow me. Make sure he's well cared for." Chapter 75, An Unexplained Cold War. With folded arms, Qin Huangji stood by the window, watching Ungshi 1 lead the pale youth away, lowering his eyelids, lost in thought. "Master, it's time to sleep." This was the third time Aping had urged his master. He didn't know what had happened between the master and Dark 13. The frosty atmosphere made him speak cautiously. Glancing at the sky, it was already midnight, and the master had been standing there since dusk. Aping glanced towards the courtyard, dark as ink, and wondered what on earth the master was looking at. Yet he dared not ask further. Silently replacing the candle that was about to burn out with a new one, he then retreated to the outer room, standing by drowsily with his head bowed. Spending the night sleepless, Qin Huangji opened his eyes when dawn broke, his mind full of thoughts about Dark 13, emotionless, annoyed, confused, and blushing, all images he liked so much. Shaking his head violently, he expelled these visions from his mind. Rising from bed, he couldn't help but think of him again. Not knowing how his injuries were faring, last night his complexion hadn't looked good. Was he heavily wounded? Without realizing, his legs began walking toward the door. Coming to his senses at the entrance, he cursed himself silently for being weak, resolutely walking back. Early in the morning, Aping yawned as he came to wake up the master, only to find the door open and the master already seated before the desk. Suddenly alert, he quickly ran over. "Master, you're awake, your servant will help you change." Qin Huangji constantly gazed outward, pondering if Dark 13 would come looking for him, worrying about his wounds while uncertainty crept into his heart. Aping secretly smirked inside, the master behaving like a waiting stone in stories. He tightened his lips, choosing not to tell the master that he had seen Dark 13 earlier. All morning long, Qin Huangji idled, leaning on the railing watching the fish fight over food in the lake, deeply drawing breaths, the feeling of oppression heavy inside his chest without an outlet. This person truly wasn't coming, or could he be severely injured? Anxious and restless, he thought, if he wouldn't come, couldn't he look instead? Qin Huangji threw the fish feed into the lake in a fit of impatience, anxiously aware of having slept not a wink all night, suddenly stood up and was hit by dizziness, his entire body falling off the railing and heading towards the lake. As he got closer to the water surface, he could even clearly see the carp fighting for food, opening their mouths towards him, dozens of mouths packed tightly together. Chills running down Qin Huangji's spine, he squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to be devoured by these carp. The wind rushed past, and strong arms wrapped around his waist and abdomen. His body lifted midair. Recognizing the familiar aura, Qin Huangji felt reassured, stretching his hand to circle the waist of his savior. Gliding over the lake, they softly landed on the shore. Dark 13 swiftly spun around, freeing himself from the arms encircling his waist, bowing down, "I have offended, master, please forgive me." The smile Qin Huangji had started to form fell, his heart freezing inch by inch. What did this mean? Clearing boundaries? Cutting ties? You. At least ask about his injury, right? But as soon as he began to move his lips, the figure disappeared, as if never having been there at all. Qin Huangji dumbly stared at the empty field where just moments ago a man had knelt, words clogged in his throat, causing unbearable discomfort, igniting anger. So it turns out he'd always been there, lurking in the shadows yet choosing not to step forward, making his morning's worries feel laughable. Staring intently at the lake, Qin Huangji muttered through clenched teeth, "You won't show yourself, huh?" Then stepped unwaveringly into the lake. Just as his foot was about to touch the water, a shadow emerged abruptly, firmly pulling his foot back. "Master, be careful." Qin Huangji glared at the person holding his foot, wanting nothing more than to kick him. Gnashing his teeth for half a minute, he merely slowly pulled his foot back. As he retrieved his foot, the figure on the ground vanished once more. "Fine, excellent. Excellent hiding skills, huh? Qin Huangji's face turned livid with rage as he shouted, "Come out, all of you." Whoosh, 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 Dark 13 appeared, along with every other concealed guard and shadow agent emerging from their hiding spots. Seeing a group of over a dozen figures kneeling before him, Qin Huangji's anger paused momentarily. Staring silently at them for a long while, he finally flipped his sleeves and turned away. Dark 12 sent a telepathic message with a wry expression to Dark 13, "Didn't I tell you? When the master is angry, let him cool down. Besides, men are simple, if you don't chase after him, he'll definitely chase you." But Dark 13 quietly gazed at the retreating back of the master, thinking, how is the master getting increasingly gloomy? Doesn't seem like someone who's cooling down at all. Dark 1 cast a glance at the smug Dark 12, sending a mental note, "Little 13, no matter how I look at it, Little 12 seems unreliable. You should go console the master and clear any misunderstandings as soon as possible." Dark 13 thought carefully, comparing the two sides, and decided that what Dark 1 said was right. He rose to chase after the master. Dark 12 glanced around, then whispered, "Younger brother 1, since the master didn't tell us to get up, should we still kneel?" Before Dark 1 could answer, a grey-robed elder appeared in front of Dark 13. Seeing the elder's face clearly, all knelt down without moving, fear visible on their faces as they couldn't stop trembling. Dark 13 recognized who had come, his face turning pale. Respectfully, he knelt on one knee with his head bowed, silent. The elder's calm gaze swept over them and finally rested on Dark 13. His voice remained flat, "Let's go. The Emperor wants to see you." Just before leaving, the elder took a look at the kneeling guards, making them so tense that cold sweat soaked through their shirts. "No need to inform the prince." The lightest whisper echoed explosively in each person's ear. After the elder left, Dark 12 collapsed on the ground, panting, "Younger brother 1, what do we do? Younger brother 13 has been taken away, will he be alright?" Dark 1's shock had yet to fade, leaping off the ground, "I'll find the prince." Dark 12 hesitated, but, he said, "We shouldn't tell the prince." Dark 1 glared at him, "We are the prince's shadow guards, not the emperor's, nor that man's. Only the prince can save younger brother 13 now." Qin Huangji's heart was restless. Deliberately throwing things on the desk, causing a cacophony, but seeing no one coming out, he continued sulking alone. "Master." Dark 1 directly knelt in front of Qin Huangji, looking worried. Dark 13 has been taken by Qin Wuyi, saying the emperor wants to see him. Qin Huangji trembled slightly inside, "Qin Wuyi? That mysterious dark guard by Father Emperor's side? And Father Emperor wants to meet Dark 13, filling his heart with growing unease." Not wasting another thought, Qin Huangji rushed out like an arrow, fearing if he came too late, something would happen to Dark 13. Chapter 76, Do Not Disable Martial Arts. Inside the Imperial Study Hall, the Emperor narrowed his eyes, examining the figure below him, constantly feeling this man familiar, today finally remembering who he is. A strikingly handsome young man dressed in black knelt with one knee on the ground, his back perfectly straight, concealing an intense aura, appearing as lifeless as an object. "Hey Yunshi, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Agreeing for him to enter the Shadow Guard Pavilion, yet never imagining he would survive and even become a Shadow Guard. Dark 13 raised his beautiful face, devoid of any emotion, this subordinate, Saint Lan Wang's Shadow Guard, known as Dark 13. His tone firm, unshakable. "Hey Yunshi has already died, he is just Dark 13 now and wishes only to be Dark 13. The Emperor's gaze turned colder, his voice frigid, "What is your purpose in being by Huangji's side?" "This subordinate has no purpose," he replied resolutely. "No, there was a purpose, greed for the warmth given by his master." The Emperor definitely did not believe it. After killing his entire family, how could this man now living, with a Shadow Guard identity near Huangji, have no aim? Among so many Shadow Guards, why does Huangji particularly favor him? The Emperor's eyes grew increasingly colder. "Do you know the crime committed by your father?" Without hesitation, Dark 13 responded, "This subordinate knows." The Emperor sharply stated, "Bribery, buying and selling official positions, how many families were ruined because of him? He got what he deserved." Dark 13 showed no reaction, as though the matter had nothing to do with him. "This subordinate knows." The Emperor became enraged at this obstinate individual. If it weren't for Huangji liking him, he would have killed him outright without wasting words. "I won't play games with you. In consideration of Huangji, I won't kill you. Either return to the Shadow Guard Pavilion or disable your martial arts, purely becoming a male concubine." Dark 13 lowered his head silently. He didn't want to leave his master's side, but perhaps his master was now tired of him and no longer wanted him as a male concubine. The Emperor watched him coldly, still undecided. "Please, my Lord Emperor, disable this subordinate's martial arts." There was no regret in Dark 13's voice. As long as he could stay by his master's side, everything was worth it. In this world, he only had his master, and he didn't want to leave him. "Good, Qin Wuyi. Being willing to go so far for Huangji, abandoning years of hard-trained martial arts at a moment's notice, shows great courage." The Emperor couldn't help but glance appreciatively at him. Qin Wuyi walked slowly step by step, each footfall seeming to crush Dark 13's heart, suffocating him. He didn't intend to resist, closing his eyes, waiting for the pain to arrive. Upon entering the palace, Qin Huangji immediately pulled out his earplugs, eagerly wanting to know if he was safe. The clear conversation between the emperor and him transmitted into his ears, making his eyes redden with anger, blood boiling in his veins. How could one disable their martial arts? It had taken endless toil to cultivate such supreme martial arts. Determined solely on protecting him, disabling his martial arts would mean losing his only means of protection. For Dark 13, this must be more painful than death. Qin Huangji now regretted his lack of inner strength and poor lightness skills. He could only rush madly toward the imperial study hall. Seeing Qin Wuye's hand getting closer and closer to Dark 13's head, he shouted anxiously. Stop! When Qin Wuye showed no signs of halting, he called out again. Dark 1. Dark 1 moved as swiftly as an arrow released from a bowstring, shooting forward and blocking Qin Wuye's hand. Seeing this, Qin Wuye glanced at the emperor for instructions, then quietly retreated. Qin Huangji rushed forward and embraced Dark 13. Who gave you permission to disable your martial arts? Though intending to reprimand him, his voice trembled, and his arms around Dark 13 shook slightly. Dark 13 opened his eyes to see his master, still kneeling on one knee. He lowered his other knee to the ground in submission and respectfully called out, Master. At this moment, Qin Huangji's eyes reddened, and the knot that had been troubling him unraveled completely. He no longer cared whether the person loved the original master or himself, either way, he wouldn't let go. If he didn't love himself, he'd simply make him fall in love. Qin Huangji looked up and knelt down, hugging the person in his arms even tighter. He pleaded with eyes full of earnestness, Father, he is the one my heart desires. The emperor paused upon looking into those imploring eyes and couldn't bring himself to say another harsh word. Huangji, do you know who he is? He was the boy you saved at the execution ground many years ago. I wiped out his entire family. Qin Huangji froze, remembering the crime his father committed. He thought it only involved killing his father but didn't realize, it was the complete extermination of his clan. His pity for Dark 13 grew stronger, along with a sense of relief that, luckily, the original master had saved him. Do you believe he has no purpose? Every day he is by your side. If we don't disable his martial arts, how can I feel at ease? The emperor gently guided with reason. Dark 13 clutched onto his master's hand, fear showing in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of losing his martial arts, but of losing his master's trust. He wanted to stay by his master's side, whatever the identity. Master, your servant has no purpose. Please permit Dark 13 to disable his martial arts. This decisive attitude angered Qin Huangji, making his lips quiver. You, silence yourself immediately. Father, I trust him. Please trust him too, alright? Would it be easy for Dark 13 to harm him? Just revealing his identity as A would be enough, would he still live? The emperor silently gazed at the two of them for a long while before finally sighing. I hope you don't betray the trust your master places in you. His tone carried a warning. After finishing, he gestured with his hand for them to leave quickly, so he wouldn't have to witness this scene further and become agitated. Qin Huangji released his hold on Dark 13, bowed properly, and touched his forehead to the ground. Thank you, father. He thanked his father for his care, indulgence, and support. Upon leaving the palace gate, Qin Huangji abruptly let go of the hand he was holding and glared angrily, gritting his teeth. It's only been a few days since you disregarded my words. Disable your martial arts. Did I give my consent? Or do you think I'm not like him, thus powerless to manage you? Dark 13's body violently trembled as if about to kneel, but Qin Huangji quickly pulled him up. No need to kneel before me. Hearing this, Dark 13 felt his master no longer wanted him. Stiffly standing there, the fear in his eyes grew deeper until tears helplessly rolled down his cheeks. Master, your servant recognizes none other. 13 knows he erred, accept any punishment master sees fit. Master. Qin Huangji panicked, regretting saying these angry words. He sighed deeply, perhaps this man was his destined tribulation. He drew him close, stroking his back. Don't cry. Don't do such foolish things in the future. If you disable your martial arts, how will you protect me? Dark 13 buried his face into his master's embrace, tightly gripping his waist with both hands. Master, even without internal energy, I can still protect you. Qin Huangji felt a little uncomfortable under the grip, gently pushing him away. Instead, Dark 13 held even tighter. Dark 13 feared that if the master turned away again, he'd lose himself, urgently explaining. Master, ever since meeting you 13 years ago, I have loved only you. From beginning to end, it has always been you alone. Qin Huangji's eyes widened slowly. Chapter 77, I have you and am without regret. After hearing in 13's account, Qin Huangji stared with wide eyes in disbelief. You mean I was the one who saved you 10 years ago? Upon receiving in 13's confirmation, a strange feeling rose within him. Why didn't both the original owner and himself have any memory of this? Holding hands, the two strolled leisurely along the road, not returning to the prince's mansion but simply wandering. Qin Huangji turned his head to look at the youth's porcelain white profile. Did I tell you that I was sick? An13's long lashes flickered slightly, revealing concern in his gaze. Yes, master said there were long needles piercing your body, causing much pain. Qin Huangji's eyes gleamed as his confusion deepened. He had been diagnosed with stomach cancer 5 years ago and hospitalized 3 years prior. It didn't make sense for him to forget such an event. Thinking it over, he relaxed somewhat. During the later stages of the illness, he often fell into unconsciousness, thus, it wasn't odd to lose some memories. Saving little 13 could be regarded as the best arrangement fate had given him. Qin Huangji pinched his rounded earlobe gently and smiled warmly. There's no need to worry. That has all passed now. Were you waiting for me as a dark guard? Yes, master said you would go home, so you wanted me to live well, and you promised to come back. An13's eyes sparkled with light. His master hadn't broken their promise. He truly waited until the master returned. Qin Huangji grasped his shoulders and faced him. Then, all these years, have you also been protecting the prince on my behalf? Seeing his nod, he couldn't help but ask a question buried deeply within his heart. Why do you never resist or retaliate when beaten or punished? Haven't you pledged loyalty only to me? An13 hesitated before answering honestly. He is ill and might harm master's health. I fear, if master returns. Before An13 finished speaking, Qin Huangji pulled him tightly into an embrace. This fool had protected his physical well-being. A wave of sharp pain surged through Qin Huangji, spreading throughout his entire body. In An13's mind, he had merely waited a decade, yet Qin Huangji knew, he had waited across 2 lifetimes. In the previous life, even until death, An13 did not wait for him to return and endured torturous treatment from the former owner while ultimately dying because of them. How desperate must he have felt upon passing away? At this moment, Qin Huangji couldn't help but hate himself for saying he'd return. If he hadn't made that promise, would An13 have avoided a tragic death? Yet, he also felt fortunate for having said it, allowing him to meet again. But inside, Qin Huangji's thoughts churned in disarray, trapped in a bizarre cycle. Master, 13 is very happy. Tearing himself away from his thoughts, Qin Huangji bent down, brushing his lips against An13's forehead. I'm sorry, I returned too late. An13 shook his head with a smile, for as long as his master returned, timing meant nothing. Holding hands, they walked past quiet streets, blending into crowds where suddenly, noise erupted around them. Passers-by looked at their intertwined hands with mixed expressions. Ignoring others' gazes, their eyes only saw each other. It wasn't until An13 stopped at a vendor's stall, staring intently at something and refusing to move. Qin Huangji paused as well, looking at what caught his attention. It was a pair of jade pendants linked by concentric rings. The elderly woman selling the items noticed the young master standing before her, her eyes gleaming brightly. Young master with refined taste. This pair of concentric ring pendants symbolizes unbroken bonds, lifelong dependence, and eternal unity. Why not buy a set? Give them to your wife, your partner will definitely love them. Her gaze dropped to the hands held together, prompting her to abruptly stop talking and glance oddly at the 2 men. The word, wife, she blurted out was quickly replaced by partner. Qin Huangji glanced appreciatively at the old woman before speaking graciously. All right, I'll take them. Yes, 1 taels of silver. The old woman beamed happily, took out a small box, and carefully packed the concentric rings before handing them over. Qin Huangji searched his body for a long time but found he had rushed out without his money pouch, so he scratched his nose awkwardly and leaned close to An13's ear, embarrassedly asking, do you happen to have any silver coins? I do. Since 2 years ago, I've received 12 taels monthly, 8 taels before then. Over 10 years, I've accumulated a total of 1,056 taels. I've never spent any of it, all for master. Qin Huangji was stunned. 10 years without spending a single coin. What did he mean by giving it all to him? Was he asking for money? No, still confused for a moment, he finally asked, I was just asking if you happen to have some on you. I forgot to bring mine. An13 looked at the item in master's hand, glanced at the old woman's scornful gaze, then truthfully shook his head, none on me. The old woman snatched the item away. If you don't have money, why mimic others buying things? You look well dressed, but you're just a pauper. Qin Huangji felt even more embarrassed, calling a prince a pauper was outrageous. But on second thought, it had been long since he had ever given Dark 13 any gift. He looked around and spotted Jin Yuan building not far away. Qin Huangji remembered that this shop sold accessories and seemed to offer credit. Pulling Dark 13 along, he entered. Seeing them enter, the manager greeted them with an extravagant red outfit and striking beauty, turning his eyes deftly as he warmly bowed and paid respects. A humble citizen greets the prince. Stand up, do you know me? The prince adores red clothes, it is widely known, only the prince can make red so elegant. Qin Huangji couldn't help but observe him closely. What a talent to be confined in such a lowly position. Do you have concentric rings here? The manager subtly glanced at their joined hands, understanding fully, this must be the formidable bodyguard of the dark world. He swiftly laid out various styles and materials of concentric rings and also brought out all sorts of paired items thoughtfully. Qin Huangji held Dark 13's hand and went through each one by one, picking 2 of every kind before stopping. Without asking about the price, he waved his hand, send these all to the mansion. He specially selected a pair of concentric rings, fastening one on Dark 13's waist, while placing the other in Dark 13's hand for him to tie onto himself. Qin Huangji pulled Dark 13 and strolled leisurely past the old woman, who noticed the pure, flawless jade buckle and instantly knew its high value. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her face looking as unpleasant as if she'd swallowed fly droppings. Satisfied, Qin Huangji walked away, embracing Dark 13's waist once they reached a secluded place. Little 13, did you used to be called Pei Yunyu? Yes, father said it came from concealing jade within oneself, Dark 13 answered calmly. Qin Huangji listened, then squeezed his waist forcefully. That's wrong. It should mean, jade hidden in the stone makes the mountain glow, and pearls embraced by water beautify rivers. Then, stopping and turning his head to look at Dark 13, he added, I have no regrets having you. Dark 13's heart had never raced so quickly before. It was the first time he'd heard his name explained in such a beautiful way, so enchantingly surreal. Qin Huangji twitched his ear, listening to the surrounding sounds, his expression turning grim. Why did someone always interrupt when the mood was perfect? Master, there are 18 men, Dark 13 said, flipping his wrist to grip a dagger tightly. Chapter 78, A Hundredfold Repayment. The twilight faded, the setting sun crimson as blood. In the quiet alley, a group of black-clad assassins appeared. Dark 1 and Dark 9 emerged silently from the shadows beside Qin Huangji. Looking at the assassins, Qin Huangji gave an extremely uncouth roll of his eyes. After the previous attempt on his life, which left no leads, only a few days had passed. Another batch was already here, clearly being a prince in ancient times was quite a hazardous job. Counting those he had offended, they could be named on one hand easily. These assassins acted purely for money and hardly spoke unnecessary words. Qin Huangji didn't want to waste time either. Clearly aware of the rules of assassins, Dark 13 retrieved another dagger from his waist and handed it to Qin Huangji. In a calm, cold tone, he muttered, protect the master, before rushing forward. Qin Huangji stared at the dagger in his hand, quite puzzled. His waist had been embraced and hugged already, yet where had this big dagger suddenly appeared? Dark 13 moved rapidly, striking with cunning angles. Those who approached him weren't aware of where the weapon had come from until they found themselves wounded. The ones sent this time were clearly stronger and much harder to deal with than last time. Dark 1 gave a command to Dark 9 and followed suit into the battle. Qin Huangji's eyes almost remained glued on Dark 13, watching as his aura changed drastically the moment he leaped out, entirely filled with intense killing intent, devoid of any emotion or warmth. As Dark 13 cut through the crowd, a cascade of bloodstains marked his passage. That chilling murderous aura caused even the assassins to tremble with fear, involuntarily retreating backward. This caused a sudden increase in pressure on Dark 1, resulting in several wounds appearing on his body. Yet his stance remained firm, unmoving, as his master still stood behind. At times, some managed to surpass Dark 13 and Dark 1, heading straight for Qin Huangji, only to be stopped by Dark 9. Qin Huangji nonchalantly roamed between the three, occasionally landing strikes, making it impossible for the assassins to get close. Just that there were too many assassins, and Njio was the weakest among the group in martial arts. He quickly couldn't withstand the assault, his right arm slashed by a blade. His left thigh also got pierced, making his movements start to slow down. An Shirsan and an Yi exchanged glances, then swiftly returned, encircling Qin Huangji among them. Keep holding on, they should be arriving soon. An Yi said in a low voice. Once they noticed someone tracking them, they signaled immediately, calculating the time, it would have been roughly enough by now. The assassins weren't having it easy either, out of the original 18 individuals, only 9 remained now, all bearing various injuries. The leader fumed with anger, glaring fiercely at them before emitting a cold chuckle. Pick the softest persimmon, he gave a gesture indicating an attack aimed specifically at Njio. Njio gritted his teeth but had difficulty resisting as his right arm was wounded, barely managing to block one person's attack when another strike came. Wanting to deflect, his hand lacked strength, seeing the sword rushing toward him straight for his heart. A thought abruptly flashed in his mind about a particular individual. Suddenly, he realized he could neither die nor wanted to. Instinctively, he dodged to the right. This avoidance fully exposed Qin Huangji under the assassin's blade. The assassin took advantage of this moment to accelerate the strike, moving faster than lightning. An Shirsan turned around just in time to witness this scene. There was no chance for resistance, leaving him only able to pull their master, attempting to avoid the critical areas. Qin Huangji staggered from the force of An Shirsan's pull while simultaneously feeling an intense pain rush through his arm, tumbling into An Shirsan's embrace. The assassin managed a direct hit before swiftly retreating, just as An Wu arrived with others, blocking off their retreat path. An Yi's eyes bulged, unable to believe that this was Njio's fault, yelling, Njio, you traitor. He quickly went to his master's side to check the wounds. His master's left arm from the elbow up to the shoulder was completely split open by a long sword, exposing bone. An Shirsan's eyes reddened entirely, unable to bear seeing harm inflicted upon his master right before him, an ominous killing aura surrounding his entire being. Handing his master over to An Yi's care, he shot forth like the wind. In his mind was a single notion, whoever harmed the master deserved death. Ignoring any weapon swung towards him, he simply focused on killing. One assassin swung his blade at Enshursan's back. He didn't dodge, instead grabbing firmly onto the edge of the blade in return, thrusting his dagger diagonally into the assassin's artery. Gradually, the attacks against him lessened as the assassins were frightened stiff by his fearless fighting style. No one dared to initiate attacks anymore. With bloodthirsty indifference, Enshursan relentlessly slaughtered, life after life lost beneath his hand, the surroundings becoming eerily silent, only punctuated by the sound of daggers piercing flesh. Wu, Shire and the rest had already ceased fighting, gathering beside Qin Huangji motionlessly staring at Enshursan, every hair standing up on their arms. Qin Huangji suffered in unbearable pain, slightly losing consciousness. Opening his eyes drowsily, he instinctively searched for Enshursan's figure, noticing this man filled with malevolent energy who showed no sign of avoiding attacks, solely fixated on killing. Fuming to paleness, "Shursan, come back." The pain made his teeth chatter, his voice broken when speaking. Enshursan stood amidst a pile of corpses, slightly panting, "Master, I will return shortly." Unyielding steps carried him toward the last one. This very person had injured his master. Deliberately spared for the finale, his eyes reflected blazing fire and his face curled with sadistic smiles. The assassin kept stepping backward, gasping, "Demon. Devil, you're a devil." Enshursan felt that his noise disturbed the master who could not tolerate loud sounds, thus rushing forward swiftly, clamping his hand tightly on the man's jawbone, severing his tongue with a flicker of his wrist. Blood gushed inside the assassin's mouth, his horrified eyes wide, merely able to produce "ha-ha" choking sounds. Enshursan stared coldly, his tone chillingly disturbing. Was this the hand that harmed the master? Twisting his wrist, he severed the hand tendons, but deemed it insufficient. One by one he sliced off parts of the man's arm, every wound on his master requiring hundredfold repayment. The assassin rolled convulsively across the floor in agony as Enshursan stepped heavily onto his shoulder, delivering decisive blows until the whole arm reduced to nothing more than white bones, only then pausing. By this point, the assassin had already perished. Enshursan turned his gaze toward Enjio. That look startled Enjio so much that he collapsed, thump, on the ground. Every step Enshursan took amplified Enjio's terror incrementally. Even Yi and the others snapped back from their shock. Wu stepped out, raising a hand to block. "Young Master Shursan, stop, leave Enjio to our master's judgment." Enshursan instantly struck with his knife. Wu hurriedly retreated to narrowly escape. Enshursan's bloodthirsty gaze fixed unblinkingly on Enjio as he resumed walking toward him. Enduring immense pain, Qin Huangji pushed himself up slowly, heading steadily towards Enshursan. "Master," Yi extended a hand to stop him. Qin Huangji had no strength to speak, he could only shake his head and continue walking forward. Before he approached Enshursan's arm moved, and a knife came slicing towards Qin Huangji. "Master!" Shire screamed in shock. At the same time, Wu, Yi, and others rushed forward. But Qin Huangji stood still without moving, Enshursan's blade fell upon Qin Huangji's neck but stopped just short. He softly called out, "Master," then collapsed backward. Qin Huangji was startled and held him in his arms as they both fell onto the ground. His eyes were full of the pale face of Enshursan. Chapter 79, Unworthy to be an Assassin. In the Saint Lan, inside the main room of the Lanchi courtyard. Qin Huangji cradled the person in his arms yet dared not exert any force. His little Shursan was all covered in blood with countless injuries. He kissed those pale lips before gently placing him on the bed. Qin Huangji's arm already hurt to the point of losing sensation, his nails dug into his flesh to keep himself conscious. He reached out to undress Enshursan. Aping nearby watched with trepidation. "Master, let me handle it. Your arm is injured, I promise I won't look around." Qin Huangji's hand trembled slightly, feeling even more pain in his arm. With a dark glare, he stepped back to let Aping take over. Dr. Lin arrived hastily with his young apprentice, seeing the exposed muscles and torn flesh of the prince's arm. The atmosphere became tense immediately, beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. No time for formalities, Dr. Lin skillfully opened his medical kit and began treating Qin Huangji's arm wound. While his apprentice ran over to assist Aping, carefully using scissors to cut open Enshursan's clothes and cleaning the wounds with hot water. Qin Huangji quietly observed the motionless figure lying prone on the bed. Every new injury he spotted increased the ache in his heart. "Your Highness, your wound is too big to be left open, we need to stitch it up. I will use Mafe powder, though its effect may not be significant. Please endure it." Dr. Lin kept his head low, unwilling to meet the prince's eyes, sensing that the gaze was becoming increasingly cold. Stitching. Qin Huangji was taken aback momentarily, truly fearing when Dr. Lin brought out the needle and thread, making his body involuntarily shiver. With a hoarse voice, he asked, "What kind of thread is this?" As Dr. Lin sterilized the silk over hot water, he replied, "Mulberry bark silk thread. Your Highness, rest assured, this does not need to be removed." After touching the soft thread, Qin Huangji ceased to worry further. He turned back to focus on Enshursan. When the first stitch pierced through, Qin Huangji winced, trembling but firmly clenching his jaw, staying silent. Gradually, whether due to the effect of the mafe powder or numbness from prolonged pain, the discomfort became tolerable. San had many wounds, mostly minor cuts, needing only medication to heal except for one deep gash on his back extending from shoulder to waist, a blood-soaked streak covering his entire back. After finishing the prince's treatment, Dr. Lin went to examine San. Your Highness, there's no life-threatening issue for the assassin master. However, he has been exhausted and passed out. Though the wound looks severe, it isn't very deep. Saying this, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and entrusted his apprentice with applying ointment while finding an excuse to leave and prepare medicine. Once stepping outside, he exhaled deeply, straightened his previously bent spine, and quickly walked away. Let me do it. Qin Huangji took the medicine from the apprentice. Aping's face was filled with disapproval. Master, you are still injured. It doesn't matter. You two can retreat now. Qin Huangji dipped his fingers into the medicinal salve and delicately applied it onto San's wounds. Seeing the surrounding muscle quivering near the injury site, he felt a pang in his chest. How much pain must my little San be enduring? His hands grew even gentler, tender kisses landing on his skin. Gazing at the deathly pale face, he whispered, "Fool." The night was pitch black, the crescent moon hidden behind heavy clouds, even the faint starlight disappeared. Anjio knelt in the yard with a pale face, the other assassins also gathered silently beside him, expressionless. Anshire was the first to lose patience, rushing over and gripping Anjio by the collar, shouting at him, "Brother Jio, don't you know that your behavior is equivalent to treason? What about our assassin's oath? Have you forgotten it?" Anyi's emotions were even more complex. They were trained in the same batch, it could be said they had grown up together since childhood among 15 people. He couldn't understand why Anjio would avoid something. That strike seemed dangerous, but it wouldn't have caused certain death. Why did you dodge? You're not someone who fears death. Anjio kept his head down and said nothing. Speak. Anwu's cold and chilling aura was directed at Anjio, his voice filled with menace. Anjio groaned faintly, thin streams of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He didn't dare to raise his head, taking a long pause before spitting out a mouthful of blood and then saying, "I'm sorry." The entire body of Anwu emanated with a killing intent so formidable that Anshir moved one step aside in fear. Anwu was known for being solemn, just and ruthless, also considered the strongest among them besides Xiao Shisan. Everyone except An Yi feared him most. Qin Huangji walked out by pushing the door open. The intimidating aura of all present dissipated as they bowed respectfully. Qin Huangji did not feel there was anything wrong with what Anjio had done, people are selfish after all. It's natural instinct to prioritize one's survival when danger comes, there is nothing wrong with this. He also had no intention of forcing anyone to die for him. However, rules were still important. I need an explanation. Qin Huangji looked indifferently at Anjio, recalling how in his previous life, it was Anjio who betrayed their original master by revealing their whereabouts. Otherwise, with so many dark guards protecting them, it wouldn't have been so easy to perish. He always thought he would act differently from the previous owner, and that events would unfold in ways different from those involving the original master. Yet, ultimately, the one destined to betray still betrayed. Master, I fell in love with a girl. I want to marry her. I am afraid of dying. Anshir's eyes were bloodshot, if not restrained by Anwu, he would have already jumped up, shouting, "You bastard. Do you know you almost got master killed? You nearly cost us Xiao Shisan." Hearing this, Anjio also felt fearful and regretful, knocking his head on the ground repeatedly. "Master, it's my fault, please sentence me to death. But spare the girl, she is innocent." Qin Huangji gazed impassively at the man continually knocking his head. His heart remained calm without any ripple, what should be done according to the rules? Death. Anwu's icy tone sounded off. A sense of desolation arose within Qin Huangji as he placed his hand on his injured arm. The effects of Ma Fei San wore off, and excruciating pain surged through like fire. Bang, 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 Anjio continued knocking his head until a large wound opened on his forehead, blood gushing out. Knowing death was inevitable, he could only beg for the master to forgive the person he loved. Anjio will have his martial arts abolished, be expelled from the mansion, and no longer recognize me as his master. From now on, his life and death shall be irrelevant to St. Lawn Mansion. Having said this, Qin Huangji turned away, not sparing him another glance as he returned inside the main room. Anjio stopped his head-knocking motion, looking up in disbelief, deeply staring at Qin Huangji's retreating back. Your servant, commoner, thanks the Lord for your great kindness. An Yi internally marveled, to have such a master, what a rare fortune. You really do owe the master gratitude. You are unworthy to be one of the Dark Guards. Henceforth, your name will be erased from the Dark Guards, and you are forbidden to call yourself Anjio anymore. Take good care of yourself. Anwu wasted no time conversing with him, stepping over An Yi and delivering a palm strike to his dantian. Anjio flew backward, hitting the wall with a loud thud before falling forward onto the ground. He coughed up large quantities of blood and managed to mutter, "Thank you, Brother Wu, for your mercy." Anwu looked expressionlessly at him, "You're no longer worthy to call me Brother Wu." Chapter 80, Where did it go wrong? Qin Huangji didn't care about what transpired in the courtyard. Gently holding Enshirsan closer inside the bed, he lay by the side of the bed. It's good that you're safe, he silently prayed. In the previous life, Anjiu probably acted similarly because of the woman. Though the specific reasons weren't clear, Qin Huangji decided against further inquiry. Yet, Dr. Lin, why did he betray in the previous life? What had made him turn? Qin Huangji was afraid that events might follow their old path again. Master. Enshirsan's murmurs in sleep interrupted Qin Huangji's train of thoughts. Smiling tenderly at his slumber-induced murmurs, the corners of his eyes creased into a smile. Why overthink? One step at a time, at least we're both alive. Landing a soft kiss on his lips, light as a butterfly's touch, he laid back contentedly, closing his eyes happily. The next morning. Master, are you awake? Aping approached quietly like a thief, lightly knocking on the door. Upon waking, Qin Huangji saw that Enshirsan was still asleep, looking slightly healthier, his face less pale than yesterday. His long eyelashes cast small shadows over his porcelain-like cheeks. Bending down, he kissed his pointed nose gently before covering him with the blanket and quietly getting up, heading outside. What is it? Director Qin Feng has arrived and is waiting for you in the study. As Aping spoke, he quickly helped his master wash up and change clothes. Should I summon Dr. Lin here? As Qin Huangji extended his arms, allowing Aping to dress him, he glanced through the screen back at the inner chamber. No, stay here. Feed some porridge to Shirsan when he wakes up. After Qin Huangji had given his instructions carefully, he turned around the screen and took one last look at the sleeping person before walking out quietly. Qin Feng was already waiting in the study. Upon seeing Qin Huangji, he didn't mince words. Looking at Qin Huangji's arm, he asked directly, how is the prince's injury? The emperor is furious and has ordered the Supreme Court to thoroughly investigate. Qin Huangji wasn't particularly concerned, instead, he leisurely lay down on a soft couch. The injury is fine. It's unnecessary to waste time investigating. I roughly know who it is, this old fox couldn't help but act rashly. Qin Feng paused briefly, considering a possibility, then stopped questioning further. You have a point, Your Highness. He continued, Prince, the clue from our previous investigation has been severed. Indeed, the city lord of Linyang City was the maternal uncle-in-law of Lord Sun, but his entire family was massacred last night, all 63 people within the mansion, not a single survivor left. Qin Huangji frowned, could it be related to the smuggling of private salt? It was difficult for Qin Feng to articulate his thoughts. Yes, we just uncovered some clues when they were wiped out completely, most likely treated as expendable sacrifices. Qin Huangji's gaze became distant, 63 people, so easily killed. This old fox truly showed no mercy. How many innocents had been dragged into this? Understanding what was crossing Qin Huangji's mind from his expression, Qin Feng quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, I've heard about the matter concerning Anjiu. Perhaps it's time to appoint another dark guard. After some contemplation, Qin Huangji thought it feasible. An heir was sent to Suing, unlikely to return anytime soon. Anlu was stationed at the border, while Anqi was managing his estates under his name. As for Enshirsi and Enwusher, he dismissed them to go to school with Bauer. Now there were only 9 dark guards remaining, and Enshirsan was also injured. If another assassination attempt came. Not daring to continue such a thought, Qin Huangji simply nodded. Very well. Inside the main hall, Enshirsan fluttered his eyelids open slowly, gradually regaining consciousness. Rolling off the bed, he immediately knelt on the ground. Aping, hearing the commotion outside, put down the porridge in his hand and hurried inside. Enshirsan, sir, what are you doing? Aping thought he had fallen over, but seeing him kneeling properly, shook his head. He tried to help Enshirsan up by supporting his arm. No matter how hard he tried, Enshirsan remained steadfast without budging. Dropping to his knees beside him, Aping attempted to persuade him, Sir Enshirsan, please get up. You're still recovering from your injuries. When Master comes back, he'll surely feel heartbroken. Enshirsan said nothing and remained knelt down silently. Worried, Aping observed that Enshirsan looked like a lifeless statue, his breathing barely perceptible. You can at least eat the porridge first. Master specifically instructed that when you wake up, you should have the porridge. Seeing no reaction, Aping resisted the urge to check if he was still breathing and instead grabbed the medicine. At least let me apply the ointment for your wounds. Hearing the sounds from the room, Qin Huangji swiftly entered and found Enshirsan, wearing only an undergarment, pale-faced, kneeling low with his head bowed. Aping, upon seeing his master return, sighed in relief, put the medicine back on the small table, set the porridge on the desk, and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Looking at the figure on the floor, Qin Huangji resisted the urge to lift him up, his expression darkening slightly as he approached Enshirsan. Are you aware of your mistakes? He asked solemnly. With his eyes lowered, Enshirsan's long lashes hid the emotions flickering in his eyes. His voice, though clear, trembled subtly. I am aware of my mistake. Ah, what exactly did you do wrong? Qin Huangji raised an eyebrow, observing him casually. I almost hurt the master. Kneeling straight, and Shursan dared not raise his head, recalling how yesterday his control slipped, nearly causing harm to his master. He feared seeing disgust in his master's eyes, just as someone called him a devil yesterday. He wondered anxiously if his master might feel the same. And? Qin Huangji clenched his fists tightly. Didn't this guy realize his errors yet? I almost harmed An Wu and killed a lot of people. Qin Huangji bit his teeth hard, annoyed by his absurdities. Was he heaven-sent trouble to torment him? Seeing blood seeping through his inner clothing, Qin Huangji moved forward, avoiding his wound, and lifted him gently onto the bed. Without a word, he pulled apart his garments and noticed the reopened wound, visibly angered. Feeling his master's anger, and Shursan grew even more uneasy, timidly reaching out to grab his master's sleeve. Calling softly, almost in a whisper, "Master." That soft voice softened Qin Huangji's hardened heart. Picking up the medicine, he carefully applied it to the wound. Are you still unclear about your faults? First, you should not have injured yourself. Second, those attacks, you could have dodged them, why didn't you? Third, after waking up, you neither applied medicine nor ate anything, instead kneeling on the floor. What is this? Do you think a few wounds are not enough? As he spoke, his fingers exerted slight pressure, poking at the wound. Dark 13's face remained unchanged, but his muscles tensed ever so slightly. You feel pain now, endure it. Though his words were harsh, his actions grew gentler. 13 knows the error and accepts any punishment from master. Lifting his head slightly, catching sight of his master's stern face, he moved his hand gripping his master's sleeve. Master, do not detest me, I am not a devil. I don't consider you a devil, and I will never detest you. However, punishment this time, you can't escape. After you recover from these injuries, we'll settle accounts. A devil? Qin Huangji truly did not feel that way. Every aspect of Dark 13 was likable to him, even while inflicting severe wounds, he considered it impressive. Chapter 81, Little Yunyu, show some affection. When Dr. Lin came again to change the bandages, Qin Huangji scrutinized him for a long time without being obvious. Dr. Lin felt uneasy under his gaze, trembling so badly that several times he almost dropped the gauze. Once he managed to finish changing the bandage, he quickly left. Qin Huangji looked at his retreating figure in deep thought, reminded of Dark Nine's situation which jolted him awake. His presence had not altered the flow of events, they were still following the same trajectory as before, inevitable incidents occurring as they had in his previous life. It was his permissiveness that led to this outcome. He did not wish to repeat the ending of his past life, especially since he cherished those who unconditionally loved him, and would do anything to protect them. He also reflected upon the shadow guards around him. He no longer lived in the legal society of modern times. Now, as a prince, he bore responsibilities he must shoulder. His eyes darkened in contemplation. Realizing clearly, he no longer hesitated and gave orders. Dark One, investigate this Dr. Lin, and assign someone to follow him. As for Suing and Huangxianyan Mountain, in the past, Huangxianyan Mountain destroyed a country due to Su Ying's death. This lifetime, he wanted to see just how far he would go for Suing. His eyes gleamed with sharp insight and an air of mockery. Some time ago, I heard that Dark 7 has expanded her brothel business to the northern city kingdom. Let her continue, it's a good way to gather intelligence. Qin Huangji narrowed his eyes, realizing that such matters were not entirely unknown to him, yet he neglected to look into them properly simply because he believed that if he did things differently, history wouldn't repeat itself. Understanding their entangled past but ignoring further investigation brought him a bit of frustration. Yes. Dark One didn't appear, only hidden in the corner's shadow, answering after receiving the instruction, and vanishing instantly thereafter. Qin Huangji turned around, noticing Dark 13 kneeling on the bed, hands folded neatly on his knees, his clear black eyes unblinking as he stared at him, exuding extreme obedience. Qin Huangji chuckled, instinctively stepping closer and gently stroking his hair, glancing meaningfully towards his back. He resembled a loyal dog awaiting its owner's return, giving an irresistible urge to imagine a wagging tail behind him. Dark 13 mimicked Bauer, rubbing against Qin Huangji's chest affectionately. Master, I'm fine now and want to accompany you. Qin Huangji lightly slapped him, feeling the smooth elastic skin and hesitating to leave it. Stay here and recuperate properly. It was evident that his sudden realization came with some motive. Once Dark 13 heard this, he retreated from Qin Huangji's embrace and collapsed onto the bed, remaining completely still. Qin Huangji observing his behavior curled the corners of his lips upward, a mischievous smile forming. Was this young man sulking at him? Such liveliness from Dark 13 was indeed a first. He found it irresistibly adorable, tickling his heart deeply. His body curved noticeably as he lay down, tempting Qin Huangji who began swallowing continuously to relieve the itch in his throat. He reached out and poked him. Leaning close, he whispered sensually near Dark 13's ear, then, Little Yunyu, give me a coquettish plea, shall we? Dark 13 laid prone on the bed, his pitch-black hair flowing over his back. Upon hearing that name, he remembered his master saying, as stones conceal jade and mountains shine bright, waters hold pearls making rivers charming, and I have no regrets because of you. Feeling warmth blooming in his heart, his ears reddened, his lips quivering, but unsure of how to act coyly, he simply turned his face to the other side. This reaction made Qin Huangji's eyes sparkle, reflecting unique allure. Continuing to prod him, his voice tinged with temptation, if little Yunyu doesn't wish to, then, how about another option, kiss me? After lying down and pondering for a while, Dark 13 got up, returning to the Saiza posture. Memories of his master's kiss flickered in his mind as he slowly reached out, encircling Qin Huangji's neck, pressing their warm lips together. Qin Huangji was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to actually kiss back, yet was delighted to comply, parting his thin lips slightly. When they finally pulled away, Qin Huangji moved his slightly numb lips that had been bitten, inwardly marveling at how much this man resembled a dog, with his eyes filled with ardent heat while watching Dark 13 breathing lightly. Dark 13 tilted his face upward, expectantly gazing at him. Master, your subordinate can. No. Qin Huangji decisively cut him off without hesitation. Stunned for a moment, Dark 13 realized his master was merely teasing him, flushed with embarrassment and anger, turning over to lie on the bed and grabbing the blanket to cover himself entirely. Seeing his actions, Qin Huangji broke into an amused laugh. How could someone be this adorable? The more he got to know, the more he adored him, the deeper he fell in love, the more it seemed insufficient. Lord, Elder Xiangning has come. Aping looked at his lord laughing, his expression brightening as well, his joy hinging on his lord's mood. Suppressing some of his laughter, Qin Huangji fished the person out from under the covers, his tone deepening. Don't suffocate yourself. Behave properly and recover fully. You've accumulated quite a few penalties already. When you get better, I will deal with you. Xiangning paced restlessly within the courtyard. Upon seeing Qin Huangji step out from the inner quarters, his worried heart calmed down. My lord, thank heavens you're unharmed. Carefully examining Qin Huangji, apart from the arm, everything else appeared fine. Glancing around behind Qin Huangji, noticing no sign of Dark 13, his previously calm heart tightened again. My lord, is Lord 13 severely injured? At these words, a trace of a smile appeared on Qin Huangji's lips. If Master Xiangning called Lord 13 my lord, then the emperor acknowledged his identity. He is rather seriously injured, so he hasn't come. Does my father have any message? Xiangning declared nonchalantly, swinging his. The emperor decrees, Lord 13 of Prince Santlan's shadow guards, both literary and martial, loyal and brave, risking life and limb for his prince, is henceforth restored to his original name, and allowed to stand by Prince Santlan's side, granted. Xiangning glanced at the list and decided against reading aloud the entirety, it would grind his tongue raw. He simply handed the checklist to Zhu Quan, gifts flooding into the courtyard like flowing water. Prince, this comes from His Majesty, this from Empress Dowager and Her Majesty, Crown Prince's gift will arrive shortly. And yours personally, old servant wouldn't bother announcing one by one. Seeing all the treasures filling the courtyard, Qin Huangji couldn't help but whistle. This extravagance truly took things too far. Even before he finished musing, another small box was shoved into his hands. Xiangning whispered slyly, this is what Her Majesty sent specially to you. The rosewood box was exquisitely delicate. Curious, Qin Huangji opened it. As soon as he saw the contents inside, he slammed the box shut, finding it burning hot, eyes wide, blushing furiously, gritting his teeth and murmuring, old shameless. Chapter 82, Gift from Grandma Empress. Aping curiously widened his eyes, craning his neck. All he could see was the edge of a book and a touch of green. A slash of disdain from Qin Huangji, Aping quickly covered his mouth with both hands, shaking his head incessantly, claiming he hadn't seen anything. Xiangning chuckled mischievously, but did not tell the prince he'd added something inside, cleverly keeping his virtue. Prince, the gifts are delivered. Your old servant will return to give my report. With one flick of his dust brush, Xiangning led a group of eunuchs and maids, forming a grand entourage leaving the mansion. Qin Huangji stared at the small wooden box for a long time, revealing a sly grin, calmly walking back in with the box. Inside, Dark 13 remained curled up in the bed, red-faced and repeatedly reminiscing about the tender kiss just moments ago. At the sound of movement, he instinctively buried further beneath the covers. Qin Huangji walked in and sighed helplessly seeing the cocoon-like figure. What? Still upset? Pulling him out, seeing his flushed pink face, he didn't think much, presuming it was due to the warmth inside the covers, pinching his cheeks gently. My father's decree restores your original name. Henceforth, you may proudly stand beside me. Furthermore, an entire courtyard of rewards await us. Once you recover, I'll take you to see them. As he spoke, handing the small wooden box to Dark 13, this is especially for you from Grandma Empress, open it quickly and take a look. Dark 13 had been ecstatic ever since hearing the imperial decree, even more astonished when told the Empress Dowager personally gifted him, making him feel honored and elated. An involuntary smile graced his lips, feeling exceptionally blissful in this instant, treasuring the little wooden box as if it contained the most precious treasure. Dark 13 blinked his eyes, the curve at the corner of his lips frozen on his face. After a while, he felt his face burning up and hastily closed the box, stammering as he asked, Master, did Empress Dowager really send this? Qin Huangji was laughing like crazy inside, that skeptical look on his face, so adorable. He had just discovered another side of him. Qin Huangji balled one hand into a fist, placed it in front of his mouth and coughed lightly, pretending to be curious as he asked, of course, what's inside? Grandmother truly shows favoritism. As he spoke, he made a move to grab the box. Startled, Dark 13 quickly hugged the box to his chest, backing away. Master, since the Empress Dowager sent it to me, it naturally belongs to me. Qin Huangji suppressed his laughter. Alright, I won't look. Outside the room, perched on the beams, Dark 1 and Dark 5 exchanged glances, silently deciding not to divulge anything. In the next few days, Qin Huangji was incredibly busy, with news pouring in like snowflakes. To avoid disturbing Dark 13's rest, he stayed in the study until nightfall before returning. He would wrap his arms around Dark 13, immediately sleeping, then rushed off again before dawn broke. Dark 13 lay listlessly on the bed, his mind filled entirely with the thought of his master. His wounds had already scabbed over, yet master still wouldn't let him follow along, which left him feeling agitated. Staring at the door, his gaze brimming with longing, his eyelashes flickered once and he sat up calmly, only for him not to have time to act. At that moment, Dark 11 and Dark 12 floated down from the beam, one grabbing his shoulders and the other blocking the doorway. Dark 13's expression remained blank, making a simple statement, "You can't stop me." Dark 12 knew well enough they couldn't restrain him. Letting go of his shoulder, he fell straight to his knees, sounding pitifully. "Not only are you skilled in martial arts, but you're also our mistress. If you were to leave, naturally we, your subordinates cannot and dare not hold you back." Dark 13 dodged sideways, frowning awkwardly as he glanced at Dark 12. "Will you keep talking to me like this from now on?" Dark 12 grinned widely but didn't rise. "I don't care. Anyway, you can't leave. Master ordered us to watch over you. If we fail, each of us will get 50 lashes. Kneeling, he inched closer to Dark 13's legs, looking piteously, "Young Lord 13, we've grown up together. You can't just stand by and see us punished, right?" Standing by the door, Dark 11 rolled his eyes, truly unworthy of being a Dark Guard. But this meat wound strategy seemed effective as little 13 lay back on the bed. Lying in bed, Dark 13 caught sight of the little wooden box at the foot of the bed out of the corner of his eye, his face reddening instinctively. Did the Empress Dowager really send this? He suspected his master was deceiving him. He kicked it into a corner with his foot, guiltily glancing at Dark 12 kneeling on the ground, and said firmly, "Get up already." Feeling something odd in his tone, Dark 12 looked up and met his icy, clear gaze, involuntarily shrinking his neck. "What if I wait for you to eat your meal first before getting up?" Annoyed, Dark 13 averted his gaze. Seeing this, Dark 11 cleverly brought the food over. Seeing the person taking forever to eat, he considered kneeling himself. On the other side, in the study, Qin Huangji busied himself handling various messages, categorizing them, assessing their urgency, replying appropriately, delegating to Qin Feng to disseminate the information further. It was precisely at this point that the Hidden Guard Pavilion began its role of supervising all officials and mastering secret intelligence across the land, becoming a power to instill fear wherever it went. "Master, here are those people my subordinates investigated earlier. The evidence is right here." Dark 4 excelled in stealth, his turtle-breathing technique reached an incredible level, such that even Qin Huangji, who possessed acute hearing, could not detect his movements. Qin Huangji casually flipped through the documents. It was merely some minor cases of factionalism and corruption with insignificant sums involved. Wearily rubbing his aching head, "Send it to Crown Prince, let him handle it." "Master, Dark 7 has sent news." Dark 1 suddenly appeared, delivering the message to his master. Qin Huangji read it while sneering. This Yuan mountain certainly harbored ambitions. Still, Su Ying's feelings were indeed genuine. Speaking of Suing, her life was indeed fraught with tribulations. Qin Huangji's eyes flickered repeatedly, perhaps he could use this. Putting it aside, seeing the piles of letters covering the desk, mentally and physically exhausted, he sighed and continued working. Shan Hongyu entered the room and saw Qin Huangji, furrowed brows, almost buried under an overwhelming pile of letters. "Is the sun rising in the west?" Shan Hongyu could hardly believe it. Was this his lazy-to-the-bone nephew? Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji looked up and saw Helian Nanchu carrying his little uncle as he stepped inside. Qin Huangji's gaze flickered between the two for a long while before he incredulously asked, "Little uncle, you're not the one downstairs, are you?" At this, Shan Hongyu's face abruptly turned red with embarrassment, coughing twice to awkwardly shift the topic. "How's your injury?" In contrast, Helian Nanchu looked satisfied. Qin Huangji knew he had overstepped but chose not to dwell on it, still finding Helian Nanchu irritating to look at. "Besides the pain, there isn't any other problem. But does little uncle's injury seem like it hasn't healed yet?" Shan Hongyu became somewhat uncomfortable, annoyance flashing across his face as he pinched Helian Nanchu's waist, pressing harder with his fingers. Chapter 83, Holding Great Power. Helian Nanchu endured the pain, glaring darkly at Qin Huangji. "Is this how you show respect to your elders? Did you throw all etiquette to the dogs?" As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Huangji immediately understood. He had merely been concerned about little uncle's previous injury, never imagining there could be any misunderstanding. Clearly, this injury. With martial arts skills of such caliber and being someone who cherished appearances, little uncle actually let Hellion Nanchu carry him over here. When Qin Huangji looked at Hellion Nanchu again, his gaze carried an undertone of discontent, completely forgetting how he had incapacitated the top-ranked secret guard. Qin Huangji leisurely leaned back against the chair, his entire posture languid. Is this how you treat your savior? Have you no conscience left? My savior wasn't you. Qin Huangji didn't even bother raising his eyelids. Without an order, would he have saved you? Hellion Nanchu choked on his rebuttal, his cold and handsome face suddenly changing. His eyes followed suit in transformation. Within moments, he appeared pitifully helpless, his wet, lustrous eyes seeming as if they held tears. Brother Yu, Huangji seems to really dislike me. I don't blame him, I know it's because I'm not good enough. Brother Yu, I'm just heartbroken for you. No matter how approachable you are as an elder, you still care so much about him. Seeing Qin Huangji's face growing darker, Hellion Nanchu defiantly glanced at him and added another sentence. It seems I've said something wrong. Huangji appears angry. There was a moment where Qin Huangji wanted nothing more than to strangle him. How could someone so fine end up with such a mouth? Why must he learn to act like a green tea seductress? Shut up. Shan Hongyu, irritated by the bickering of the two, flipped his wrist and struck Hellion Nanchu's hand with his fan. He then shot a warning glance at Qin Huangji. The two instantly fell silent. They both respected and feared their little uncle, involuntarily straightening their bodies. Hellion Nanchu appeared somewhat aggrieved, holding his lips tightly shut without uttering a word. His hand back turned bright red, yet he embraced Shan Hongyu without letting go. Shan Hongyu glanced down and tapped him with the handle of his fan, his tone carrying impatience. Aren't you going to let go? Hellion Nanchu noticed that he was truly somewhat annoyed, obediently placing him down, and quietly trailing behind. Shan Hongyu casually flipped through letters on the desk, glancing at the weary-looking Qin Huangji. So, what made you see the light? I thought the secret guard's pavilion was destined to fade into obscurity. Qin Huangji maintained a lazy attitude, his thin lips curved into a faint smile, yet radiating overpowering authority. Holding great power, commanding life and death, wielding influence over the court, what's not to like? Shan Hongyu tightened his grip on his fan, his black eyes fixed intently on Qin Huangji. Smiling faintly, his low voice exuded danger. Say that again. Qin Huangji instantly deflated, muttering somewhat self-reproachfully, to wield power and cause harm to those around you, it's enough for that to happen once. Shan Hongyu's gaze flashed, at this moment realizing his nephew truly had grown up. Returning the letter to its place, he gracefully sat in his chair. I've heard you're investigating Huangxian Yenshan. Qin Huangji nodded, yes, I am investigating. It's quite a long story. He explained everything from saving Suing, making deals with her, to deceiving Huangxian Yenshan, except for deliberately concealing the part where he already knew Su Ying's identity when rescuing her. Hearing about how Huangxian Yenshan got injured due to Suing and withdrew his spies cultivated over years, impressed even him. Huangxian Yenshan will not forget even the slightest grudge. This is a hard pill for him to swallow. Qin Huangji, on the contrary, wasn't worried. In the northern city-state, there were two groups chasing Suing. If it weren't for my protection, she'd be dead by now. What he did was simply returning a favor. Hellion Nanchu dropped his playful demeanor, lifting his head upon hearing this and asking seriously, are you sure the assassination attempt has nothing to do with him? It's not him. This matter Qin Huangji could confirm. As long as Huangxian Yenshan wasn't foolish, he wouldn't dare try assassinating him at this time. Qin Huangji handed the message returned by Enqi to Dan Hongyu, who skimmed through it and casually passed it on to Hellion Nanchu. This gesture made Qin Huangji raise an eyebrow but then feel at ease again. Of course someone chosen by little uncle was worthy of trust. Little uncle, what's your take on this? Before Dan Hongyu could answer, Hellion Nanchu, without lifting his head, cast a glance at the document in his hands and spoke with an eerie undertone, he must be pretty short on cash. Raising a family costs money, sustaining a private army costs money, and with the old emperor lingering on his deathbed, the crown princes are preoccupied with their internal squabbles. Judging by the current situation, he's probably footing the bill for the troops stationed along the border too. Dan Hongyu's hand paused mid-air as he swayed his fan, lost in deep thought. Qin Huangji finally grasped his meaning, you want to cooperate with him? Hellion Nanchu smirked craftily, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Why not seek mutual benefit if there's a chance? On this continent, three countries stood in a precarious balance of power. Without a surefire guarantee of victory, none dared to start a war, yet skirmishes continued as each waited for the opportune moment, acting like the mantis unaware of the oriole behind. Whether securing peace or annexing the western Yang state, both options would be favorable, especially given that elder uncle had been stationed at the border for years without returning home. The afternoon heat enveloped Prince Tsin's mansion where cicadas droned incessantly. The sultry weather only amplified the discomfort and irritability. Prince Tsin stood by the window fiddling with a bird inside a cage. He didn't even glance at the shadow kneeling behind him before calmly asking, is everything taken care of in Linyang? Yes, answered the shadow respectfully. Is Prince Xinglan doing well? Prince Tsin stared at the bird within the cage with an ominous gaze. The bird seemed stubbornly alive despite its predicament, flapping wildly around the cage sensing imminent danger. Using a small silver spoon, Princeton sprinkled some bird feed into the cage. The bird immediately calmed down and tilted its head to look at him curiously. With the spoon, he lightly patted the bird's head and continued nonchalantly, "And my little brother-in-law? You can rest assured, not a single word will leak out." At this, Princeton wasn't entirely convinced. His younger brother-in-law was a timid soul who divulged secrets under the slightest pressure. If they were to keep silent completely, perhaps only death could ensure that. In necessary times. Princeton never finished his sentence because the bird pecked at the food, and accidentally nipped his finger. A fleeting flash of cruelty crossed his eyes, and without hesitation, he snapped the bird's neck. Returning the bird to the cage, he muttered sorrowfully, "What a shame, you were so uncooperative." The kneeling man watched all this unfold, a chill running up from the soles of his feet. Lowering his head humbly, he replied, "Understood, sir." Wiping his fingers with a silk handkerchief, Princeton glanced at the black-clothed figure and asked, "And how is my useless son?" "The young master has remained indoors and hasn't come out." Thinking about his son filled Princeton with anger. What use was such an offspring who had left him heirless? Clenching his fist tightly, the handkerchief crumbled to pieces. Looking at the dark-cloaked servant, who also radiated a murderous intent, he sighed inwardly. This guard too was inadequate, failing even the simplest tasks. Soon though, the air of menace dissipated, and he asked casually, "Do we know whether Sia Fanya carries a boy or a girl?" "The royal physician says it's too early to tell." "Humph, ensure she's well cared for. Ideally, it should be a boy." Should it be otherwise, Princeton's eyes momentarily flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Chapter 84, Let me check. After several days of effort, the mountains of letters and documents were finally processed. Exhausted, Qin Huangji closed his eyes, leaning back lazily against his chair. His shoulders ached so badly that even raising his hands to massage them felt unbearable. Cool fingers rested gently upon his forehead, kneading with moderate pressure that made Qin Huangji sigh in comfort without opening his eyes, knowing instantly whose hands these were. "How did you end up here?" "I told you to rest." Ansher San paused briefly while massaging, then switched to rubbing Qin Huangji's stiff shoulders. "Master, my injuries are healed." Qin Huangji indulged in the massage for a moment before reaching out and pulling the person close into his arms. "Healed? Let me check." Without further ado, he tugged aside the outer robe, running his fingers across the prominent scars that stretched from shoulder to lower back. Even just feeling them, one could tell how ghastly those scars appeared. From somewhere in the study, faint sounds emerged, those already far away being an E and other secret guards whose faces reddened slightly upon catching each other's eyes, silently retreating further away. An hour later, Qin Huangji strode resolutely toward the bath chamber, still holding on to the person. An Wu instinctively followed, but an E grabbed him firmly. "What are you pulling me for? Didn't you see Master heading off?" An E looked exasperated. "When Master goes to the bathhouse with Xiao Shi-san, there's no need for us to follow." An Wu pulled his hand away, looking seriously at him, leaving post without permission, 20 lashes. An E was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain. Watching An Wu turn and walk away, he pulled him again. An Wu clearly showed some impatience and truly worried that the master might run into trouble. "Just say what you have to say." An E blushed, hesitating for a long time. "What happened in the study will happen in the bathhouse too. Even if we go, we'll only be outside the yard. It's better if we don't go at all." After spitting it out in one breath, regardless of the stunned An Wu, An E leapt onto a tree branch, sitting there, far from the direction of the bath chamber. Inside the bath chamber, Qin Huangji stared at the person who almost submerged himself in the pool, finding it somewhat amusing. He wagged his slender fingers in front of his eyes, his voice seductive. "Little Yinyu, come here." Ansher San averted his eyes, unable to bear looking directly at those fingers. After some hesitation, he still went over. He could not refuse his master. Qin Huangji embraced him, his chin resting on the other's shoulder. "I didn't mean to bully you, just let me hold you for a bit." A wave of drowsiness came over him, the figure before him became blurred. Closing his eyes, Qin Huangji hugged him tightly and fell asleep in the water pool. As their bodies sank, Ansher San gently struggled, breaking free from his master's embrace, reaching out to lift the master up. When Qin Huangji regained consciousness, the bath chamber was dimly lit. It was evidently already evening. He was wearing undergarments, lying on a soft couch while Ansher San rested entirely in his arms, sound asleep. His eyes were closed tight, cheeks flushed, lips slightly parted, breathing lightly. Qin Huangji stared at those lips, absent-mindedly pressing his fingers on them. Ansher San's long eyelashes fluttered lightly, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. "You're awake." Qin Huangji's fingers were still on his lips. Ansher San looked down, seeing the fingers, silent for a long time. Gradually his expression crumbled. If he remembered correctly. He sprang up, floating backward a few steps. Seeing the discontent look on his master's face, he slowly moved back. Upon hearing Qin Huangji's words, noticing his focus on his fingers, an idea sparked in his mind. "You haven't paid your penalty yet, when do you plan to?" At these words, San knelt with a knee bent on the ground. I'm ready at any moment for master's punishment. Qin Huangji gave him a quick glance, his tone cold but mixed with some dissatisfaction. What kind of punishment do you think this is? San had confusion in his eyes. Common punishments generally included flogging or cane beatings. What else did master want? Qin Huangji had a bit of anger inside, towards San. He couldn't bring himself to scold or hit him, always coddling and pampering him. And now, did he still lack clear understanding about himself? Lifting his chin, gazing into his eyes. Do you take my words as mere hearsay? How many times have I told you not to kneel, did you listen? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, even switching to referring to himself formally. I told you not to get hurt, but you simply didn't dodge attacks. I told you to fight back, but you agreed to give up your martial arts. Would you still have them if I hadn't arrived in time? Why don't you ever listen? Do you ever think of me? Have you thought about what would happen to me if you were gravely injured, or became useless? Qin Huangji's pent-up emotions erupted. The more he said, the angrier he got. He felt his efforts were never seen by San, nor taken seriously. Hadn't he ever thought of standing side by side with him? His position was always as a secret guard, or a male consort. 13 knows his mistake. Master, please don't harm yourself. San bore the wrath of his master, unsure of what to do. Only repeatedly acknowledging his fault. Don't call yourself subject. Qin Huangji growled low. San obediently changed the reference. San knows his mistake. Where exactly are your mistakes? Looking at the confused eyes, Qin Huangji felt a surge of powerlessness. San really didn't know where he went wrong. As a dark guard, being injured or risking life for the master was naturally expected. And as long as he could stay by the master's side, doing anything was acceptable. Martial skills gone can be retrained, he wouldn't become utterly useless. If given another chance, he would make the same choice. But since master said he was wrong, then he must be wrong. Qin Huangji looked at him intently, closing his eyes weakly. Get up. No kneeling from now on, or else. Or else what? Qin Huangji couldn't think of anything. Saying something light wouldn't work, but saying something harsh would break his heart. What could he possibly do, choosing someone like him? Chapter 85, Who are you to me? Since they were in the bathing hall, both of them only wore their undergarments. After several movements, San's collar had slightly loosened, revealing pale skin. However, Qin Huangji had no ulterior thoughts. He felt somewhat gloomy and looked at San but said nothing in the end. He raised a hand to adjust San's clothing and moved his messy strands of hair behind his ears. His fingers glided through San's smooth hair. Then, turning around, he took the clothes again, wanting to dress him. San's downward-sloping eyes occasionally glanced at Qin Huangji. Seeing his master's motions, he instinctively stepped back, pursing his lips. Master, I. 13 can do it myself. Qin Huangji's hand froze mid-air as his fingers tightened, watching San pull away the garment from his hand without saying anything. Indifferently putting on the outer robe, he walked out. Standing in the courtyard and watching the nightfall descend, a bitter smile crossed his face. Perhaps he should be more patient. After tidying up, San came out and saw his master with his back turned to him. The man was all dressed in red, his clothing flickered by the wind, while his dark hair swayed alongside. His pitch-black eyes widened as he attempted to engrave this beautiful scene into his mind forever. Upon hearing some noise, Qin Huangji deeply inhaled, calming the turmoil within himself. He then turned his hand to grasp San's hand. Come with me for a while. Only when he pulled San all the way to the carriage and released his grip did he feel safe, afraid that if he let go earlier, San would disappear instantly into the shadows. Qin Huangji sat on the couch inside the carriage, his long, straight legs stretched out, right foot casually resting on his left ankle. He leaned back, propped against the carriage wall. Seeing his master act like this, San neither dared to kneel nor leave. Thus, he obediently sat aside, his back stiff, hands placed on his knees. Though unskilled in expression, he clearly sensed the anger of his master and became somewhat disoriented. Qin Huangji's gaze fell on San, yet his thoughts wandered far off. He knew well, ever since how many years old, San's life revolved around training, killing, and missions, nothing else. Such an uncommunicative man wouldn't know how to love. But it was enough that his heart belonged to him. Feeling uneasy under his master's scrutiny, San mustered the courage to look but found that Qin Huangji wasn't really looking at him. This emboldened him somewhat, and his eyes repeatedly sought his master's. Wanting to thereby glimpse some of his master's thoughts. Until the wind blew open the curtain of the carriage. San immediately froze at the familiar sight. This route so familiar to him, it led to the secret guard tower. Was master sending him back there? Was this the punishment master mentioned? Had he angered master? A multitude of thoughts exploded in his mind, fear gripping his heart. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, he could still feel icy cold waves rippling through him. His complexion paled, his body started trembling. Qin Huangji successfully calmed down his own emotions. With a worried glance locking onto San's ashen face, he suddenly snapped out of it. Swiftly moving forward, he gently cradled the shivering man in his arms. 13. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Clutching into a ball, Anshirson's teeth chattered as he subconsciously grabbed hold of Qin Huangji's chest clothing upon hearing his voice. Qin Huangji grew frantic with worry seeing Anshirsan shiver uncontrollably for unknown reasons, his hands also beginning to tremble. 13. Does it hurt anywhere? Dark One, come in quick and check what's wrong. Dark One immediately halted the carriage on the side and rushed in, startled at the sight of Anshirsan. Grasping his wrist, he used his inner force to examine. The wrist is a martial artist's life source. No matter how relaxed Anshirsan might appear, he couldn't stay completely passive. In one flip of his wrist, the dagger concealed in his sleeve emerged. It slid past Dark One's fingers upward. Dark One hastily withdrew his hand, yet a cut appeared on his palm. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, he might have lost his entire hand. Frightened, Dark One retreated backward, almost falling out of the carriage. Staring at Anshirsan, he hesitated further action. Qin Huangji embraced him, perceiving clearly during Anshirsan's strike at Dark One that simultaneously he also reached out, just managing to pinch Anshirsan's wrist. Anshirsan's wrist froze as he slowly loosened his grip, letting the dagger, clang, fall onto the carriage floor. Despair mingled with pleading in his eyes. Master, please don't send me back. 13 will never dare again, will surely follow orders. Please, Master, whatever penalty, anything. 13 doesn't want to return to the Dark Guard Tower. Holding the trembling figure tightly, hearing Anshirsan's pitiful pleas, Qin Huangji's heart clenched painfully as though someone had stabbed him. Following this came a surge of anger. Anshirsan had never trusted him, this thought almost drove him to lose his mind, with anger surging through his body incessantly. His complexion also turned eerie cold. Go back to the prince's mansion. Who heard the entire process, couldn't help but worry for Anshirsan. This fool, from which eye did he see that his master was going to send him back? Looking at his still bleeding hand and then glancing at his master's fair and unblemished hands, which were intact and still pinching Anshirsan's wrist, he felt an indescribable feeling of frustration. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the carriage, adjusted the horse's reins, and headed toward the mansion. The icy atmosphere inside the carriage made An feel as if sitting on pins and needles, unconsciously increasing the speed of the carriage. Qin Huangji's face was gloomy, barely suppressing his anger as he carried Anshirsan out of the carriage, heading straight to the main hall where, with a swift motion, he threw the person onto the bed. However, when lifting his hand, he slightly reduced the force. Anshirsan was in a state of confusion, and being thrown like that triggered his instinctive response. He twisted his waist mid-air, making a rotation and landing on one knee on the bed. Upon recognizing the person in front of him, he instinctively wanted to kneel with the other leg as well but remembered that his master forbade him from kneeling. He sat uncertainly at the edge of the bed, feeling uneasy, got up and stood aside. Glancing sidelong at Qin Huangji, the room lit by flickering candlelight cast a yellowish blotched glow on his face, forming a faint shadow over it, making his expression unclear. This filled Anshirsan with even more anxiety. Qin Huangji's eyes were cold and deep as he looked at him, that lost and helpless look somehow causing his anger to dissipate. He pressed him down onto the bed, staring into his eyes, coldly asking, "Why do you always think I will abandon you?" "Because you are the master, disposing of subordinates is your right. If something wrong is done, there should be punishment. Whether beating or discarding, giving away or sending back, it all depends on the mood of the master." Anshirsan opened his mouth but dared not say anything when meeting his master's gaze. In his heart, however, he understood one thing: the master didn't intend to send him back to the Dark Guard Pavilion just now. Feeling somewhat elated, his complexion improved, but he still lowered his head, not daring to look at his master again. He truly feared what would happen if his master no longer wanted him. He might not survive. Seeing he could get nothing from questioning him, Qin Huangji didn't press further, pulling a round stool to sit directly opposite Anshirsan. His line of sight was level with Anshirsan's as he changed his method of inquiry. "Do you know who you are to me?" Anshirsan thought for a while, a rosy hue coloring his face. His fingers curled, unsurely whispering softly. "A male consort." Chapter 86, Treating you as my princess consort. This comment nearly made Qin Huangji laugh angrily. He moved closer, his tone carrying an ethereal air as he asked, "Then, do you know how I consider you?" Hearing this, Anshirsan frowned, a face full of confusion with no confidence whatsoever. He still whispered weakly, "Your subordinate." 13 doesn't know. Qin Huangji tilted his chin upward, leaning forward slightly to force him to look at himself. "Listen carefully. This prince considers you as my princess consort, the person I intend to spend my entire life with." Anshirsan's pupils widened slightly, his mouth opening in disbelief as his heart pounded wildly out of control. Lifting his pale, exquisite face, the warmth of their breath hung between them. Though trying multiple times, he could produce no sound. Qin Huangji smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, pressing his finger against the rosy lips of Anshirsan, his low, resonant voice tinged with some hoarseness. "Have you ever seen any prince carelessly beat or discard their own princess consort?" Anshirsan's eyelashes trembled gently, gazing at his master's handsome face, envied by countless people. Yet, inexplicably, he felt somewhat stifled inside and avoided his gaze. His voice so soft it was almost swallowed, but 13 is a man. Can the master really marry me? After hearing this, Qin Huangji released his chin and looked at the anxious figure in front of him with tenderness, kissing the corner of his eyes gently. He also felt some self-reproach. It was his fault for not having given him promises and security. Qin Huangji solemnly committed, if you're willing to marry, naturally, this prince can wed you. With the proper rights, exchanging dowry documents, and officially recording you into our family register under the Qin surname. Anshisan's red lips lightly bit down, the tip of his nose unable to resist becoming a little peaked. Unprecedented warmth and satisfaction instantly filled his heart. A slight, almost undetectable tremor entered his voice, 13 is willing. Upon suddenly hearing this, Qin Huangji remained stunned for quite a moment. Suppressing his increasingly rapid breathing and elation, he lifted both hands and placed them on Anshisan's shoulders. Facing him squarely, his voice solemn and earnest as he called out his name. Anshisan. Pei Yunyu. Anshisan looked at the face just inches away and softly replied, Master, 13 is here. Qin Huangji pulled him into an embrace, burying his head on Anshisan's shoulder. Since you're willing, look at yourself equally. You stand equal with me, don't kneel, don't be afraid, don't call yourself a subordinate. Stand by my side, anytime, anywhere, and walk beside me. Is that agreeable? It is. Before the words had finished leaving his lips, Anshisan, who was usually not proactive, suddenly wrapped his arms around Qin Huangji's neck, pressing his lips against his master's cheek. He soon found his way to Qin Huangji's lips, kissing them deeply. Qin Huangji tightened his hands around Anshisan's waist as if trying to melt him into his own body. They fell onto the bed, Qin Huangji furrowing his brows as he felt his ankle hit the corner of the bed painfully. Looking down, he saw the small wooden box gifted by Empress Dowager lying at the foot of the bed. Qin Huangji stared at it for a moment before breaking into a strange smile, hooking the box over with his foot. A shiver ran through Anshisan as he noticed the mischievous expression on his master's face, following his gaze to see the master open the small box and use his long fingers to sift through its contents. Picking one item after another, Qin Huangji laid them carefully out on the bed. Anshisan's face immediately turned bright red, his speech stuttering, Master, subordinates. 13, that, isn't. Qin Huangji observed his flustered expression and pressed a jade-like finger against his lips, his voice carrying an irresistible allure, Yunyu would do best to remain silent. Dark One, waiting outside the room all along, stiffened at this sound, quickly retreating from the courtyard. He glanced back at the house, inwardly grumbling, seeing the lord in such apparent fury, he thought little 13 would be punished, making him worry for nothing and guard diligently outside. The result? The result was quite unexpected. Lowering his eyes, Dark One stared at his injured palm, feeling inexplicably melancholy, wondering why he always seemed to get hurt. The next morning, when Qin Huangji opened his eyes, he saw Anshisan sprawled on him like a kitten, smiling tenderly. In his sleep, Anshisan unconsciously turned his head, his hand resting on Qin Huangji's chest gently moving. The ticklish sensation caused Qin Huangji's entire body to stiffen. That unaware seductive behavior, his furry head brushing against him, tickled Qin Huangji uncomfortably. Unconsciously circling his waist with both hands, Qin Huangji rolled him to his inner side, his dark eyes like ink. Anshisan slowly opened his eyes, hearing the suppressed breathing near his ear, blinking in confusion. Master, what's wrong with you? Qin Huangji looked at the round lobe of his ear near his lips, narrowing his eyes and biting down, lightly grinding his teeth. His voice was unclear. What do you think is wrong with me? Holding the person close, Qin Huangji ultimately did nothing more, taking some time to sit up eventually. Turning to look at Anshisan with disheveled clothes, he took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and unlike himself. Get up and follow me to the Dark Guard Pavilion. Anshisan, opening a pair of watery eyes, hesitated for a moment before pulling his clothes closer, sitting upright in a kneeling position, as obedient as could be. Why is Master going to the Dark Guard Pavilion? Qin Huangji's gaze moved from the red mark on his neck to Anshisan's face. Reaching out, he stroked the indentation left on his cheek from sleeping face down, remembering the words Anshisan had spoken yesterday in the carriage, anger rising anew inside him. His fingers tightened slightly, his tone harsh. I'm going to sell you. Anshisan quietly sat in a kneeling position, tilting his head to stare blankly at Qin Huangji for a long while, then slightly parted his thin lips. According to the legal precedents of Kanglan Kingdom, anyone buying or selling a spouse will each receive 100 cane strikes, and the dowry will be confiscated by the authorities. This applies equally to princes and commoners alike. Explanation. As for age concerns, please don't dwell too much on that since marriages happened earlier in ancient times. If the ages were older, Qin Huangji might have come with a large entourage of wives already. QQ is very fixated on double purity, so the ages are relatively young, but this detail shouldn't bother us too much since it's mainly about the story. Hee. Chapter 87, Selecting Dark Guards. In the front courtyard of the Dark Guard Pavilion, rows of black-clad shadow guards knelt on the ground, their eyes burning fiercely toward Anshisan. Strangely, this ignited a surge of jealousy within Qin Huangji. With an exaggerated cough, he gracefully sat down on the grand chair, one leg bent and the other casually placed on the floor. Propping his elbow on the armrest of the chair beside him, Qin Huangji cradled his forehead with a loosely clenched fist. His raven-black hair was simply secured with a jade hairpin. There was an aura of casualness and indulgent languor about him as his gaze swept over the rows of shadow guards. Stand up. Qin Feng must have already told you all, right? I've come today to select one of you dark guards. His piercing gaze suddenly halted, landing on a guard who was clear-browed and bright-eyed, with red lips and white teeth. Amongst the lean and swarthy youths, this one stood out noticeably, causing Qin Huangji to glance at him for a few extra moments. On the side, Anshisan noticed his master's fixed gaze and silently looked over. Seeing that the youth had a slightly reddened face and kept stealing glances at their master through the corners of his eyes, Anshisan's eyes narrowed faintly, and his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting Qin Huangji's falling strands of hair. Some rebellious locks even danced onto his face. Qin Huangji lazily raised his eyes but made no move to push the hair away. He roughly glanced over the group of shadow guards before saying, 13, you choose. Anshisan tightened his hand briefly at his side, then relaxed it, taking slow steps forward and leaning down. With a calm demeanor, he gently lifted his master's strands of hair, moving them behind his ear. Qin Huangji met Anshisan's pitch-black eyes, his brows and eyes smiling warmly. He opened his thin lips lightly but didn't speak. Taking advantage of Anshisan's lowered posture for cover, Qin Huangji flicked his pink tongue, trailing it across his own lips. Anshisan's face turned abruptly crimson. In a fluster, he turned around, concealing the thrill coursing through him. Even when he walked deep into the group of shadow guards, his heart continued to wildly beat uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, and a sudden change came over his entire demeanor. No trace of warmth lingered in his eyes as a grand momentum surged forth. His voice remained even, all of you, attack me. Without hesitation, all the shadow guards took a step back, disbelief evident on their faces. They knew he was strong, but they hadn't expected such formidable strength. After exchanging glances, they all charged forward together. Qin Huangji's attention was continuously fixed on Anshisan. Because Anshisan wasn't an enemy, there was no killing intent in his actions. Each move lacked ferocity yet possessed remarkable elegance. As his form moved gracefully between the crowd, turning, hooking, and deflecting fluidly with an extraordinary aura, Qin Huangji couldn't help but be entranced. The scene shifted drastically as Anshisan threw a punch at one shadow guard's face. The shadow guard staggered back, his cheek swelling rapidly. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, close inspection revealed the white protrusion, indicating lost teeth. SSSS. Seeing this, Qin Huangji involuntarily hissed, realizing that at this age, lost teeth likely wouldn't grow back again. Besides, there were no false teeth in ancient times. Raising his gaze further, upon recognizing the good-looking shadow guard involved, he felt a twinge of regret. Out of the corner of his eye, Anshisan kept monitoring Qin Huangji's reactions. Observing his master's prolonged focus on that guard, Anshisan's fingers curled several times, and his usually emotionless face tinged with some unusual color. Gradually, Qin Huangji noticed something amiss, and Anshisan seemed particularly attentive to the young man. Although others also sustained injuries, none of their faces suffered any damage. When Qin Huangji directed his sight towards the youth once more, Anshisan's punches followed shortly after. Realizing this dynamic, a pleasant smile curved Qin Huangji's lips as laughter welled up in his throat. He had indeed wronged the handsome young man, transforming his face from attractive to resembling a pig's head while missing a tooth too. After the battle ended, Anshisan returned with someone in tow. Noticing his master handing over a kerchief, he hesitated momentarily before accepting it. He wiped his non-existent sweat from his brow and then cleaned his long fingers, stealthily shoving the kerchief inside his sleeve when his master wasn't looking. The shadow guard knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing his head. Your subordinate Jai pays respects to the prince. Qin Huangji appraised him. His figure was average, his face rather plain, but his martial arts skills were undeniably good. It was evident that he was the most skilled among the group, which is why he bore the designation Jai. From today onwards, you will serve as a Dark Guard under the Sacred Lawn Mansion, your name henceforth being Dark 9. Yes, Dark 9 greets master and swears allegiance unto death, said Dark 9, his hands trembling slightly, excitement making his eyes water. Qin Huangji glanced at him again, a trace of disdain creeping deep within his eyes. He was indeed the ugliest of all the Dark Guards. Glancing sideways at Anshisan, did he intentionally pick this one? He gave a dismissive smirk, rising leisurely. Brushing off wrinkles from his pressed clothing, he pulled Anshisan's hand, intertwining their fingers before declaring. Let's go back. As the group departed, the remaining shadow guards watched their retreating figures, their eyes filled with envy. Among all present, only one person harbored hatred in his eyes. No matter how skilled they were, they still ended up under someone else's control. What was there to be proud of? While mocking with a sneer, he unintentionally pulled on the wound on his face. With some teeth missing, he gulped down a cold breath and started coughing uncontrollably. His injuries hurt even more. Inside the carriage, Qin Huangji amusingly watched Anshisan, lightly tapping his forehead. Have you not heard that you shouldn't hit where it shows? Anshirshan edged closer to Qin Huangji, secretly resting his chin on his shoulder while occasionally brushing his nose against his master's cheek. Master is paying for me. Qin Huangji wrapped an arm around Anshirshan's waist and pulled him close. With the other hand, he grasped Anshirshan's and gently rubbed it with his thumb. Yes, I'm heartbroken. Are your hands hurting? Anshirshan didn't answer, but the curve of his eyebrows visibly softened. Qin Huangji gazed into the clear, bright eyes reflecting his own image, feeling as if his heart were wrapped in sweetness. He pecked a kiss on his lips. As Zhu Quan was about to turn away at the entrance of the mansion, he caught sight of the prince's carriage and decided to stand and wait. Qin Huangji noticed Zhu Quan by pulling back the curtain and felt surprised. Without waiting for Zhu Quan to help, he jumped off the carriage, and Anshirshan also hopped down behind him. Prince, Lord Anshirshan, you've returned. Seeing the stack of invitations in his hands, Qin Huangji looked puzzled. What are these? Zhu Quan hesitated upon glancing at Anshirshan, seemingly debating whether to speak. Mistresses from noble families have sent them. They claimed the manor lacked a female head in the past and thus couldn't extend invitations, yet now. Zhu Quan paused before continuing, these are invitations for flower appreciation banquets and tea gatherings. Smaller events are said to entertain and bring joy, whereas larger ones aim to strengthen relationships. Qin Huangji stopped walking, confused, looking at Zhu Quan while flipping through the invitations in his hand. There were no fewer than a dozen. Invitations for me? To ladies' gatherings? Zhu Quan hesitated, gradually explaining, they're actually inviting Lord Anshirshan. Chapter 88, Small Corrupt Officials and Networking. Qin Huangji dangerously narrowed his eyes, his handsome face darkening as he immediately understood their plan. Clearly, hearing the emperor's decree, they wanted to pry for information and also intended to embarrass Anshirshan using womenfolk tactics. Reaching out to take the invitations, Qin Huangji meticulously reviewed each one, from the prime minister's wife to lesser ranks such as the secretary of the Ministry of Household Affairs. These people truly had plenty of free time on their hands. With a cold laugh, he dumped them all back into Zhu Quan's hands, his narrow eyes gleaming with menace. Burn them. Taken aback, Zhu Quan cautiously glanced at the quietly standing Anshirshan before murmuring, sooner or later, these social obligations must be faced. The estate cannot stay secluded forever, Your Highness. Sweeping over him with a cold gaze, Qin Huangji remarked indifferently. Why should we bother with trivial courtesies involving these corrupt officials? Zhu Quan fell silent, watching the two walk further away. Lowering his eyes, he saw an invitation from the Prime Minister's wife among the scattered pile. Tapping his mouth in disbelief, he thoughtfully muttered, and she calls this minor officialdom. Hearing this, the Prime Minister might faint. Dark 12 perched silently on a branch hidden within the leaves, reviewing an invitation in hand. The wind stirred the rustling leaves, causing his branch to sway naturally. If anyone stood beneath the tree at that moment, they would fail to spot Dark 12 regardless of the angle. Suddenly, a piercing gaze penetrated through layers of leaves directly onto Dark 12. His movement froze, and the branch ceased trembling. He turned his head, looking pleadingly toward a shadowed area, transmitting sound. Big Brother Wu, she will be our future mistress. How dare I disobey the mistress's order? The gaze that had been on him quietly shifted away, and only then did N12's tensed muscles relax, allowing the branch to sway again with the wind. N13 held the invitation corner with his fingers, his eyes fixed on the words, Family of Duke Xinglan, without moving for a long time. N12 rested one foot on a long bench, the other casually on the ground, his elbow on his knee, a teacup in his hand. Little 13, are you really going? I don't think those people have good intentions. Why should our lord concern himself with these petty officials? Why should you suffer such humiliation? N12 talked for a while but received no response. He placed his bent leg back on the ground, put the teacup on the table, and leaned closer to N13. Solemnly, he said, are you hiding this from our lord? Don't make our lord angry. Finally, N13 reacted, his pupils flickering. The steward said the duke's mansion can't keep hiding. N12 nodded. There were countless large and small banquets every year, and indeed the mansion couldn't hide forever. It's true, but... Our lord said he will marry me as his princess. These things are what I should handle. A gentle smile curved at the edge of N13's lips, interrupting N12's speech as he looked straight at him. N12 was stunned by the smile, momentarily mesmerized before fear took over. He immediately jumped up, retreated a few steps, landed in the shadow of the wall corner, and covered his eyes with both hands. Little 13, I didn't see anything, I know nothing. If you're going, just go. He silently mourned for himself. Little 13's expressionless face for 10 years suddenly smiled in front of him. If the lord knew about this, he feared his eyeballs might not last much longer. N13 flattened the slight curve at his lips, restoring his usual composure. With a disdainful glance at N12, he left holding the invitation. N13 didn't take a carriage, instead, he used his light kung fu skills and directly landed at the gate of the Pingyang Marquis residence. When the little servant outside saw a black-clad figure falling from the sky, he instinctively prepared to shout an alarm. Just as he was about to cry out, assassin, N13 presented a bright red invitation. Trembling, the servant examined the invitation. Upon seeing the name, his mouth opened wide. Looking up at the unusually handsome youth, he respectfully invited him in. At the same time, he loudly announced, "The family of Duke Xinglan has arrived." All the ladies and young misses in the courtyard stopped their actions, turning to look at the entrance in unison. The place fell silent instantly. The Pingyang Marquise was surprised, having only sent the invitation as a mere formality, never expecting anyone to actually come. Watching the varied expressions among the ladies and misses, she prayed that everything would go smoothly today. There walked a youth dressed in ink-colored attire, taking steady steps toward them. His face was exceptionally handsome, his tall frame held upright. Many who hadn't seen N13 were already entranced. Such beauty was why he had caught the Duke's eye. Those familiar with him also understood his status and the importance placed on him by Duke Xinglan, naturally daring not to underestimate him. N13's body slightly stiffened as his eyes swept across the crowd. Unsure of how to comport himself, he unconsciously exuded an oppressive air. The Pingyang Marquise watched as the atmosphere grew icy. Forcing a smile onto her face, she warmly welcomed N13 to sit down. Before her cheerful smile could fade, an unpleasant voice broke the silence, souring her expression. A servant is still a servant, truly lacking decorum. Coming here without performing proper etiquette, simply sitting down. This came from Lin, the side wife of Grand Master of Ceremonies, dressed in blue skirts adorned with golden hairpins. Though her makeup was relatively simple, her elegant features brimmed with disdain. N13 seriously looked at the woman. During training in the secret guard pavilion, he had memorized the profiles of all officials and their wives. Despite having many portraits in his mind, none matched this person. Curiously, he asked, "May I ask what official position does Madam hold?" Lin smirked, proudly tilting her chin with an air of superiority. "I am the wife of Lin Yangkai, the Grand Master of Ceremonies." N13 paused, comparing her against the mental portrait, finding no resemblance. Unable to help it, he asked, "Has Master Lin changed his wife?" Chen Yueshi let out a soft laugh, rising to perform a half bow towards N13, "Master, you may not know this is the side wife." She then turned her still-tempered voice toward the blushing and enraged Lin side wife, carrying no emotion. "Madam Lin, please be mindful of your words. This individual is not any servant but Master Dark Guard, a second-ranked official, one rank higher than Master Lin. Banquets are different from homes. Please tread carefully so as not to invite disaster due to ill-spoken words." Chapter 89, Serving with Beauty. As the daughter of Grand Tutor Shen, she had been influenced from a young age and naturally spoke in a didactic tone. She despised those who indulged their concubines and discarded their wives, unintentionally becoming increasingly severe in her speech. Madame Lin's face darkened. As the wife of the third-rank official, the chief of the Imperial Institute, she was constantly flattered and called Madame Lin respectfully due to his favoritism toward her. She had never endured such humiliation before and was about to shout obscenities until one of her attendants gently pulled her sleeve, reminding her that everyone present was someone she couldn't offend. Despite her resentful eyes, she kept silent. After being reminded by Shin Yueshi, N13 recalled the case where the chief of the Imperial Institute had indulged his concubine while neglecting his wife. This was a serious offense in the nation of Kanglan, with even the mildest punishment involving banishment to the frontier. How could this be so brazen? The chief was wronged. If he knew this side wife attended the banquet without his permission and made such comments, he would be the first to punish her. N13 was puzzled and placed the cup in his hand down gently, looking at her seriously and asking. "Since Madame Lin is still alive, why has the side wife come to this banquet? Indulging concubines and abandoning wives is a grave crime. Why does Lady Lin hate Master Lin so much that she seeks to bring him ruin?" The scene froze once more. While many among the guests had committed the sin of indulging concubines, these matters were always kept hidden. Few dared to expose them openly. In most families, despite disputes, respect for the primary wife's dignity was always upheld. Cases like the chief of the Imperial Institutes were rare. His blatant indulgence had disrespected the main wife entirely. Lady Pingyang quickly rose to ease the situation, forcing herself to smile despite a stiff face. "You are right, sir. We need not take notice of someone unworthy of public appearance. I have prepared sweet fruit wine, which exudes rich fragrance. Do try some." She hurriedly whispered instructions to her maidservant, and 2 guards appeared promptly. They professionally gagged Lady Lin and dragged her out. Lady Pingyang sighed quietly, considering decorum. Though she knew this woman was merely a secondary wife, she hadn't refused her entry. Everyone else was fully aware but chose to ignore her presence. This person truly caused trouble on her own. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have let her enter in the first place. Not only had they offended this official, but it seemed the position of chief of the Imperial Institute might soon change hands. Glancing back, she noticed her daughter glaring angrily at N13, her lovely face filled with undisguised hatred. Lady Pingyang frowned deeply, giving her daughter a warning look, indicating that she should behave herself. Xue Xiling, noticing the warning in her mother's eyes and recalling her father's anger last time, shrank back and obediently lowered her head, daring to make no further moves. Lady Pingyang then ordered fresh fruits and tea snacks to be served. The ladies present, skilled socialites, quickly restored the lively atmosphere. Shen Yueshi sat beside N13, almost losing herself gazing at his incomparably beautiful face. Pinching her inner palm, she forced herself back to reality. He wasn't someone she could covet. After the last palace banquet, when the prince guarded him so closely, she realized how foolish she was to consider him merely a male favorite. Regaining her composure, she asked softly, "How could His Highness bear to send you to such a gathering?" N13 turned, recognizing her as Grand Tutor Shen's legitimate daughter. Seeing her delicate features marked with confusion, he hesitated whether to reveal the truth. Shen Yueshi observed him a few times, lowering her gaze. Her cheeks reddened, and she pinched herself again, pondering the fleeting emotion she caught in his eyes. "Does the prince not know? Did you come here secretly?" Seeing she had guessed correctly, N13 stopped hiding and nodded in affirmation. Shen Yueshi couldn't help but feel surprised. Turning to see people chatting in small groups, resentment crept into her heart. If only she hadn't joined this frivolous event. Given how cherished N13 was, the prince would certainly not blame him. Instead, they would suffer the consequences of his wrath. Shen Yueshi was indeed perceptive. At this moment, all those who had sent invitations to the prince's residence were already documented in a report on the emperor's desk. Du Fu Ren, wife of the Minister of Rites, watching these two engage in pleasant conversation, furrowed her brow. As the esteemed daughter of a grand tutor, degrading herself by associating with a mere male favorite was disgraceful. Recalling her husband's instructions, her mood worsened, reminding herself that as the minister's wife, there was no reason to treat him kindly. "Master Dark Guard, does the prince plan to marry?" "Marriage?" The words of his lord echoed in N13's mind, formal rites and ceremonies for their union. Lifting his right hand to soothe his abnormally beating chest, his ear tips blushed faintly as he responded in a low voice, "Yes." Beside him, Shen Yueshi noticed his flushed ear tips and inwardly screamed. Wasn't this referring to the prince marrying him? How could she possibly be privy to such information? Mrs. Du scoffed, her eyes full of disdain, "So, the conclusion is that beauty doesn't last long when used for favors." Xue Xiling raised her head with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. If His Highness had plans to marry, did that mean she still had a chance? She glanced at N13 with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. She thought he was nothing but a plaything who would be discarded after being used. She was waiting for the day he'd be thrown out. "Everyone can't be like you, Mrs. Du, having both beauty and talent. Mr. Du truly loves you deeply, and up till now, there's not even a concubine." The wife of the Vice Minister of Rites flattered her, though deep inside, she detested such a show. What could she do? Her husband worked under someone else. As the saying goes, good flattery leads to promotion and wealth. N13 failed to detect any sarcasm and only stared at Mrs. Du for a long time, hesitating internally about why he came to this banquet in the first place, to fit in with everyone and build relationships. He picked his words carefully and kindly reminded her, "Mr. Du has kept a mistress outside, and their son is 3 years old. You've been married for 5 years without children. Could it be because of a hidden illness?" Seeing how Mrs. Du's face turned instantly pale with fury, N13 didn't understand why. Was there really a hidden illness? "Have you consulted an imperial physician?" Mrs. Du stood up suddenly, nearly grinding her teeth to pieces. Through clenched jaws, she said, "I bid my leave today." With a toss of her sleeve, she left without even bowing, seething in anger and shouting inwardly, "How dare you Du Xinyuan have a mistress and produce a bastard behind my back?" Guests watching the hurried departure of Mrs. Du felt varying degrees of sympathy or schadenfreude, yet no one doubted if what N13 said was true. Nonsense, this was the Dark Guard Lord of the Secret Surveillance Bureau, overseeing all officials and holding records of confidential information. Upon this realization, people instinctively shrank away, afraid of provoking trouble. Everyone cowered like quails. Shen Yueshi covered her mouth with her delicate hand to suppress her laughter, her crescent-shaped eyes filled with tears from amusement, and her shoulders shook repeatedly. Quietly, she gave N13 a thumbs up. The Prime Minister's wife looked pensive, as the story of Mr. Du and his wife was a well-known romance in the capital city. One might say that Mr. Du achieved his success with the strong backing of his mother-in-law's family. And Mr. Du chose to marry his current wife at the peak of his career, treating her with extreme affection. It was unexpected that such a person would keep a mistress too. She sighed and said, "Who doesn't have multiple wives and mistresses?" With various thoughts swirling among the guests, the banquet ended in such a manner. Chapter 90, His Highness comes personally to pick him up. Prince Qin leaned against a corner post of the pavilion with crossed legs resting on a long chair, casually leaning his hands on the railings of the pavilion, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers. His head tilted slightly backward, lost in staring at the roof of the pavilion aimlessly. After N13 disappeared early that morning, every possible place within the mansion was searched, and everyone asked. But none saw him. How could a man simply vanish? Could he be hiding again? Reflecting on his actions over these past few days, Prince Qin thought perhaps he had pushed the person too far. This notion wouldn't dissipate, so gradually, his gaze shifted away from the top of the pavilion. Melancholically, his eyes fell onto the lake. Would N13 save him again like before if he jumped into the lake now? Perhaps noticing the obvious intention, Aping beside him grabbed his sleeves with panic evident on his chubby face. Master, please don't frighten me. Prince Qin pulled his sleeve back with distaste, reaching slender hands to press on the throbbing temples. His brows furrowed slightly. Bring me my earplugs. Aping's face changed color immediately. He clamped both hands over his mouth, careful not to make a sound, and watched Prince Qin worriedly through big eyes. After a while, N12 appeared with the earplugs held respectfully in his hands, keeping his eyes low and fixed on his toes the entire time. Prince Qin fiddled with the earplugs with one finger, lifting some stray hair off his face and inserting them into his ears. He asked absent-mindedly. Did you see 13? N12's hands trembled imperceptibly, his lips pressed together. I haven't seen him, sir. Prince Qin gazed at him intently and suddenly sensed something was off. His tone grew cold. Look up. Why won't you meet my eyes? N12 bent his knees, knelt down, and lifted his head to look at his master directly. Upon meeting those inquisitive eyes, he nervously shifted his gaze. Prince Qin let out a cold humph, lowering his crossed legs to the ground and turning to sit properly with his back supported by the railing. He faced N12 directly, speaking lazily. Dark Guard 1, what happens when you deceive your master? From somewhere in a tree by the lake came a low voice of an E, punishment, 20 lashes. Qin Huangji calmly stared at the figure before him, N12. Resting his elbow on one bent knee, he leaned closer. What about refusing to answer your master's question? Punishment, 20 lashes. Seeing how the person remained unmoved with tightly sealed lips, Qin continued, and knowingly violating orders. Punishment, 20 lashes. Facing this obstinate man, what started as playful curiosity from Qin Huangji slowly turned into irritation. Where on earth was Xiao Shirshan that made N12 so determined to hide for him? This unease magnified within him. Suddenly standing up, his voice carried an undercurrent of anger yet remained calm. Your prince asks again, where is N13? N12 realized his master was truly angry now and dared not conceal anymore. Xiao Shirshan has gone to the Pingyang Marquis' estate. They're hosting a flower-viewing banquet today. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji clenched his jaw, tightening his hands inside his sleeves slightly. How long has he been there? 2 hours. Qin strode out quickly. Aping, seeing this, hurriedly ran after him. Master, wait. I'll prepare the carriage for you. Master, slow down. Lord N13 is so capable, he won't get bullied. N12. Was anyone even paying attention to him? He was still kneeling, and his master hadn't told him to rise. He didn't dare move. An E appeared mysteriously in the pavilion, whip in hand, circling around him. Crack. A whip stroke landed on the stone slab nearby. N12 stiffened his back and gave a slanted glance at the whip lying on the ground. Seeing it wasn't meant for him, he relaxed, sitting on his legs lazily. Little brother 1, master never said anything about punishing me, don't abuse your power. An E jabbed at his slightly curved back with the handle of the whip. You'll have your turn. Lord 13 will be punished too, so will you. Stay kneeling and follow the rules. With a distressed face, N12 obeyed, pulling his knees together, lifting his hips, straightening his back, and placing both hands by his sides. When Qin Huangji arrived, he just saw all the ladies stepping out of the door together. So he stood beside the carriage, waiting casually with folded arms. The ladies noticed him right away, a tall figure clad in red with a slim waist, pale complexion, and wide sleeves billowing in the wind. His elegant demeanor radiated a mix of aloofness and laziness. After a brief moment of surprise, each one bowed in respect. They couldn't believe that the prince had come personally to pick them up. Some were secretly envious, while others lingered to watch from afar. N13 put down his wine cup, confused why Mrs. Du stormed off like that when everything seemed fine. The banquet ended just as suddenly, leaving him wanting more. The sweet fruit wine had indeed been delicious, so much so that he poured another glass and drained it in one go. He then rose and followed Shen Yueshi outside. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted his master and felt somewhat guilty, hesitating slightly as he walked forward. Shen Yueshi, standing nearby, looked at the approaching Qin Huangji, smirked suggestively, and bowed politely. Greetings, your highness. Prince Qin smiled warmly, walking closer and taking hold of N13's hand. Glancing at his flushed face, he didn't suspect much and gritted his teeth, saying, still playing, don't want to leave. Looking at the silent man before him, he pinched his fingers hard and turned toward Shen Yueshi. Cui Xiaoye is here too. Since he's clumsy with words and ignorant of social niceties, did anyone mistreat him? Shen Yueshi. Shen Yueshi felt somewhat bewildered. Mistreat who? Who was clumsy with words? Is the prince serious? Lady of the Pingyang Marquis. All the ladies present. Glancing at their expressions briefly, Qin Huangji concluded no harm had been done and left without delay, dragging N13 along. Seeing that he kept lowering his head, the prince leaned close to his ear. You've realized your mistake now, haven't you? We'll settle this when we return home. N13 swayed his slightly dizzy head, gazing at the tender white hand holding his. It looked just like osmanthus cake. Gripping it tightly, he brought it to his nose to sniff. How fragrant. He even licked it, how sweet. Truly like an osmanthus cake. On impulse, he bit into it. Prince Qin squinted, watching this action curiously, then finally smelled the alcohol wafting from him. Looking at the flushed cheeks, water-laden eyes, and silly smile lingering on his lips, Qin Huangji immediately understood. His whole demeanor was soft, clumsy, and dazed, with his teeth gently biting his own fingers as he mumbled that osmanthus cakes were delicious. Qin Huangji's forehead twitched at the sight. He pulled his finger back, lifted the man horizontally, and carried him onto the carriage. Looking at the restless person in his arms, he sighed helplessly. How much did you drink? Chapter 91, and 13 gets drunk. Looking at the restless person in his arms, he pinched his cheeks helplessly. How much did you drink? And 13 stared with bewildered big eyes, his glassy pupils following Qin Huangji's finger as it moved back and forth. Then he grabbed the finger and chuckled. Sweet osmanthus cake, let's see where you run to. He bit down, grinding his teeth for a moment, then pulled it out to check with disbelief before putting it back in his mouth again. Why couldn't he bite through it? His eyes were full of confusion. He kept looking at it back and forth, preparing to take another bite, but suddenly opened his eyes wide, slapping the osmanthus cake away and retreating into Qin Huangji's embrace, grabbing the front of his shirt tightly. The osmanthus cake bit me. Qin Huangji could not help but laugh bitterly at this. All he had done was to pinch his tongue so he wouldn't be bitten again. Lifting his hand to look, white handprints with red traces were visible on his hand back, while bite marks dotted his index and middle fingers, 2 of which were even bleeding. Shaking his head, he pulled the person out of his arms, held his chin, and raised his head to meet his gaze. Do you know who I am? And 13 stared at the magnified handsome face before him, unable to focus his vision. It seemed like the face was swaying left and right, so he placed both hands on either side of Qin Huangji's cheeks to stabilize him. Master, you are my master. Don't move, or you'll make me dizzy. As he spoke, he lightly slapped Qin Huangji's face. Though it lacked force, the blow landed nonetheless, leaving Qin Huangji momentarily stunned. Taking a deep breath, he thought at least N13 still recognized him. He reached out to pull the hand that was rubbing against his face. To prevent further antics, with his left hand, he wrapped his arm around N13's back and grasped one wrist, while with his right hand, he gripped the other wrist. Pressing their chests together, he embraced him from behind. N13 struggled, frowning at the hands gripping him, then suddenly looked up, pressing the back of his head against Qin Huangji's shoulder, his voice tinged with a sob. Master, will you take multiple wives? Qin Huangji froze for a moment, subconsciously tightening his grip, his eyes clouding with gloom. He had told him not to attend such disorderly banquets, yet he wasn't sure who was spouting nonsense. Lowering his head, he asked. Who said that? And 13 tilted his head, thinking for a long time until his hairband came loose, scattering his jet black hair all over Qin Huangji. The Prime Minister's wife said that men always have multiple wives. Qin Huangji loosened one hand to gather his hair to one side. Just as he was about to explain, and 13's next question nearly pushed him to lose control. If 13 is a man too, can he also? Absolutely not, you dare. Qin Huangji cut him off before he could finish, his chest heaving violently. Inwardly, he cursed the Prime Minister's wife twice, finally calming down a bit. Not bothering with his hair anymore, he pulled him close into an embrace. You. Just as Qin Huangji prepared to persuade him emotionally and reason with him rationally, Aping's voice rang out. Master, we've arrived. Aping hadn't even finished speaking when the curtain fluttered, and Aping saw a shadow dart out of the carriage, sweeping past his body in a rush of wind. Qin Huangji looked down to find the person in his arms gone, only a single hair tie remaining, resting on his leg. Irritated, he stormed out of the carriage, but there was no sign of the person. The entrance to the mansion was eerily quiet, with the 2 guards standing stiffly, faithfully guarding the gate. Seeing his master's anger rise with a red handprint on his face, Aping shrank his neck, quickly jumping back onto the carriage and urging the horses toward the side door, sneaking away quietly. Qin Huangji wound the hair tie around his hand, gritting his teeth. 13, come out. In response, only the gentle breeze rustled the willows, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Qin Huangji clenched his fists tightly and growled angrily, losing all patience, Pei Yunyu, come out now before I kill you. Qin Huangji's roar startled many secret guards and shadow agents. It had been a long time since they'd seen their master angry. Their curiosity piqued, they slowly gathered near the entrance. Dark 1 and Dark 5 immediately appeared, kneeling behind Qin Huangji. Their eyes reflected nothing but concern for Dark 13, instinctively seeking mercy for him. Master, please calm down. Qin Huangji stood with folded hands behind his back, gradually losing his patience, when a soft and lazy voice came from the tree. Master, it bit me. I can't get down. Qin Huangji looked up, and N13's upper body appeared from among the leaves, his arm resting on a branch. Even though he could easily move his hand to take it away, he didn't budge. His face was all scrunched up, looking incredibly aggrieved. The skilled workers bite you. Qin Huangji nearly exploded with curses. He stood in place, constantly reminding himself that N13 had drunk too much. After a moment, he tried his best to remain calm and said gently, "Come down." N13 retreated further into the leaves, sitting on the farthest side of the tree trunk, one leg dangling back and forth as he whined pitifully, "Master, you're being mean to me. I won't come down." An almost lost his balance at this sight, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this really Xiao 13? He turned to look at Anwu and transmitted his voice silently, "Is Xiao 13 insane?" Anwu glanced ahead toward their master, whose garment seemed to sway without wind, clearly showing he was very upset. It might be, because he drank too much. The two exchanged a look, feeling some sympathy for N13 in their eyes. Without mentioning whether or not their master would give him a beating, they already knew that when N13 sobered up the next day, he would likely have no face to meet their master. Qin Huangji massaged his temple, clenching and unclenching his fists, trying to soften his tone. 13, be a good boy and come down. N13 peeked out briefly, the sunlight casting a golden glow around his master's red robes, making them even more vivid. His already pale skin gleamed even more radiantly. However, there was still a distinct handprint visible on his cheek. Despite his fierce gaze, his mouth curved into a strange smile, hinting at something eerie. The sensitivity of a dark guard told him, "Don't go down." He quickly ducked his head back into the cover of leaves, concealing his entire view. Once out of sight, he suddenly felt a pang of loss, and his muffled voice carried through the foliage. "Master, come over and carry me." An and Anwu both knelt back a few steps, surreptitiously glancing at their master, fearing he might lose control and chop the whole tree down. Hidden dark guards and shadow agents watching from concealment were filled with admiration as they quietly gave the thumbs up. It was courageous, even braver than usual, for N13 to dare command the master. Upon hearing this statement, Qin Huangji nearly bit his own tongue. Clenching his eyes tightly, he engaged in deep self-reflection. Letting out a sigh, he lightly pushed off from the ground, leaping into the air, landing smoothly on a tree branch. The branch swayed precariously under the weight of two people. With great patience, Qin Huangji gently removed N13's hand from the branch. Bending down, he slid one hand under his armpit and the other under his knees, lifting him into his arms. In a single leap, they descended from the tree. Upon touching the ground, he swiftly stepped forward, dashing into the courtyard and heading towards Lanqi Courtyard. Only Qin Huangji's cold and detached voice remained. "All present dark guards and shadow agents, report to receive your punishment." Everyone couldn't help but lament, why couldn't they suppress their curiosity and let their master handle things quietly? Unsure, kneeling in the pavilion, narrowly escaped this time but also missed an exciting show. The next day, she beat her chest regretfully, full of sorrow. This incident led her to become increasingly passionate about persuading N13 to drink. Chapter 92, Getting Bitten. Inside the main hall, Qin Huangji tossed N13 onto the bed, crossed his arms, and stood by the bed, towering over him. Thrown into the quilt, the soft sensation wasn't painful, but due to the influence of alcohol, he was especially vulnerable and sensitive. Climbing off the bed, he curled his legs, wrapped his arms around his knees, and lifted his palm-sized face upward. His tearful eyes and long hair scattered across the pillow looked heartbreakingly innocent. "Master, you're mean to me again." His adorable and plaintive voice softened Qin Huangji instantly. This was the real N13, one who cried, acted up, and cooed while drunk. Wasn't this N13 so cute? Any remaining anger melted away. Seated beside the bed, he half embraced him, patting his back gently. Gently cooing, "I'm not being mean." The next instant, Qin Huangji started regretting it. Adorable my foot, he vowed never to let N13 touch alcohol again. N13 suddenly pounced, grabbing his neck. Caught off guard, Qin Huangji fell backward onto the bed. Grinning mischievously, N13 said, "Master, you're so nice," then without warning, took a bite out of his face. Hiss. Qin Huangji felt a sharp pain on his cheek, instinctively pushing the person away using his shoulders. N13 followed his momentum and stood up, startling Qin Huangji, who quickly dodged, exposing his neck instead. N13's white teeth sank into the flesh of his neck. Not satisfied, he rubbed his tiny canines against it. Enduring the pain, Qin Huangji pinned N13 down onto the bed. Realizing that his attention was completely captivated by the ribbon on his wrist, Qin Huangji got up and reached for his neck. As expected, it was already bleeding. He walked to the mirror and looked at the tooth marks with traces of blood on his face, feeling quite speechless. Really hurts. Is this guy part dog? He grabbed some ointment and returned to the inner chamber again. After bypassing the folding screen, he saw the empty bed and couldn't help but sigh. Why did heaven send a dark guard to torture him like this? Resigning himself to fate, he put down the ointment and turned to look for N13. Just as he turned around, N13's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling him so much that he stepped back, nearly falling over, placing his hand over his wildly beating chest. Glaring at N13, it seemed that the latter had been standing behind him silently all along. N13 tilted his head, asking innocently, "Master, are you looking for me?" Qin Huangji gritted his teeth, gripping his fists tightly inside his sleeves before releasing them helplessly. Lifting his eyes, he saw N13 pouncing toward him once more. Startled, Qin Huangji instinctively covered his mouth to avoid getting bitten. Being held back, N13 looked at the hand in front of him, reminding him of osmanthus cakes, prompting him to bite down without hesitation. Seeming to enjoy the taste, N13 wanted more. Qin Huangji's hand trembled slightly, dark shadows flickering in his eyes. He grabbed N13's arm and pulled him into an embrace. Only now did he realize that his hands had unknowingly untied themselves, the ribbon loosely held in his hand. No longer hesitating, Qin Huangji leaned down and kissed the lips he both loved and hated. N13 suddenly grabbed both of Qin Huangji's hands forcefully, pressing him onto the bed. With a quick movement, the ribbon was tied around Qin Huangji's wrists. Not expecting such strength, Qin Huangji watched helplessly as his wrists were firmly bound, and the knot was tied with satisfaction, beautifully crafted as a bow. Sitting atop him, N13 tilted his head and looked down at him lazily. Qin Huangji moved his wrists, puzzled by the method of binding, finding that the tighter he struggled, the tighter the ribbon grew. Thrusting his jaw forward, he spoke with irritation, calling him by his full name, N13, release me immediately. But N13 showed no reaction. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Qin Huangji broke the ribbon with internal force, moving his hands to N13's waist, pinching him tightly. Breathing unevenly, his voice hoarse, he asked. Little 13, do you know what you're doing? Do you even know who I am? Hearing this, N13 raised his head, his lotus-like eyes gazing at him curiously. You are Qin Huangji, my master. Qin Huangji didn't care about the direct address, instead, he found something special in the way N13 called his name, his deep dark eyes reflecting an intense shade. Since he understood, Qin Huangji would not hold back. His grip on N13's hand tightened unconsciously as he exerted strength, trying to flip him onto the bed. As soon as he moved, the perceptive N13 sensed it, sliding his wrists under Qin Huangji's arms and forcefully breaking the grip on his waist. Unwilling to lose, Qin Huangji continued their exchange while speaking harshly, and you still know I'm your master. Qin Huangji was no match for N13, after just a few moves, his hands were captured again. With a swift twist, N13 somehow procured another ribbon, which bound Qin Huangji's wrist securely. This time, despite using all his internal energy, Qin Huangji failed to break free. Lying there on the bed, trapped between breaths, Qin Huangji felt unbearably suffocated. N13 nodded firmly, you are my master, Master 13's master. Yet his behavior betrayed nothing of a servant's respect but instead resembled one indulging in delicious osmanthus cake. After playing enough, N13 eventually started nodding off, his head drooping sleepily. He tightly held Qin Huangji's arm and nestled his head against Qin Huangji's shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Qin Huangji exhaled in relief, staring resentfully at the ceiling, falling asleep himself unknowingly. Chapter 93, The Innocent and 12. The night gradually grew darker, dotted with countless stars, and the moon quietly rose, casting silver light on the lake's surface, ripples shining faintly. Everywhere was filled with insect chirps. N12 knelt in the center of the pavilion, dressed in training attire that looked a bit loose. Straining his neck, he could not see the lake's surface. Lifting his gaze only brought him the wooden ceiling of the pavilion and a corner of the distant sky. Feeling powerless, he sighed. After a moment, straining his ears revealed nothing but noisy insect calls. Slowly, he shifted his knees twice outward, unnoticed. After taking 2 steps, he paused for a moment, hearing no sound, and continued to move. After several attempts, he finally reached the edge of the pavilion and looked up at the starry sky. In his heart, he thought, Master and Little 13 should be back by now. I wonder how Little 13 is doing. Ugh. Has Master forgotten about him? Feeling utterly bored, he started counting the stars. By the time he got to the 1356th star, he lost interest. He shifted his knees slightly to the side and gazed at the lake. Playfully, he used his internal force to lift a pebble from nearby, planning to throw it at the silly fish in the water. When he looked up, he saw Enwu staring emotionlessly at him. Despite wearing similar dark training clothes, Enwu's fit tightly like a bodysuit, showcasing powerful arms, a thin waist, and a thick chest that seemed ready to burst through the fabric. N12 quickly hid his hands behind his back, letting go of the pebble and quietly placing it down. Brother Wu, why have you come? Is Little 13? Enwu looked down at him, with a delicate face but not conventionally handsome, almond-shaped eyes slightly drooping as if seeking pity. From his perch on the opposite roof, Enwu had clearly seen all of N12's actions. Perhaps due to his usual seriousness, they did not feel close to him, nor did they know much about him. He didn't expect N12 could show such an amusing side. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Master and Little 13 should be sleeping by now. Hearing this, the stone in N12's heart was lifted. He had been worried that Little 13's impulsiveness might anger the master. He pulled his mouth slightly upward, realizing that given the master's level of affection for Little 13, there might not even be a punishment. It turned out his worries were unnecessary. Since Master was asleep, he would probably have to kneel until dawn. Sighing, he unconsciously sucked another pebble off the ground, pinching it with his fingers. Suddenly, he felt something wasn't right and quickly looked up, meeting Enwu's cold gaze. Startled, he immediately dropped the pebble and gave an ingratiating smile. Brother Wu, let me explain. It wasn't intentional. The pebble just flew into your hand. Unwu's square face featured prominent features with long willow leaf-shaped eyes. His speech lacked tone, showing no expression, and indeed looked somewhat intimidating when unmoved. Shrinking his neck, N12 felt a bit guilty and mumbled softly, I didn't say anything. Unwu looked down at him, lightly kicking his lower leg with his foot. Stand up. Stop kneeling. Surprised, N12 looked up as if he hadn't heard correctly. Brother Wu, what did you just say? Unwu's deep gaze fixed on him, making N12 shiver inexplicably, opening his mouth. But master. Did master punish you? Unwu cut him off, shifting his gaze away, missing his own fleeting moment of trembling. He was afraid of himself. N12's mouth opened slightly, recalling that master indeed hadn't punished him, but neither had he told him to stand up. But Unwu inexplicably felt somewhat irritable, saying impatiently, then keep kneeling. With that, he turned to leave. Brother Wu, Startled, N12 quickly stood up, but having knelt too long, his legs had gone numb, causing his body to fall forward. Unwu turned around upon hearing the sound, only to see N12 rushing toward him. Instinctively wanting to avoid it, his foot moved left. For some unknown reason, his steps hesitated, leaving no time for action, and he was directly collided into by N12. The tickling of hair brushing against his face made him lose focus momentarily. Seeing himself uncontrollably colliding with Unwu, N12 trembled inside. Before stabilizing, he quickly retreated. Sorry, Brother Wu, my legs are numb. Turning his hand over, bloodstains covered it where he'd scraped against Unwu during their embrace. He was surprised. Brother Wu, are you injured? Master. Unwu awkwardly moved his hand, always feeling a burning sensation in his palm from where he'd touched N12's arm. Responding softly, I was punished. Now N12 was more curious, Unwu was always the most disciplined one. Why had he suddenly been punished? Unwu had nothing to hide, explaining that little 13 had been drunk. N12 immediately pounded his chest, yelling, regretfully for missing such a rare scene. But getting punished was no big deal, he'd be willing to take the punishment multiple times. Unwu glanced at him, unconsciously feeling lighter-hearted. Suddenly, they both heard slight footsteps, prompting Unwu to loudly ask, who's there? Chun Chao stood on the narrow path, holding a food box. She was startled by Unwu's intimidating presence, her face going pale as she stammered, I saw that Master N12 hadn't eaten dinner, so I asked around and learned he was here. I came to bring him food. N12, upon seeing Chun Chao, momentarily forgot his earlier dejection and ran over with delight, grabbing the food box. Miss Chun Chao, thank you. I'm starving. Unwu watched the two chatting cheerfully and felt an unpleasant sharpness in seeing N12's joyful smile. With a cold glance, he turned and walked away. With his back to them, N12 had no idea what had just transpired. When he turned, Unwu was already gone, but it didn't occur to him to care much. In the early morning, sunlight seeped through the window cracks. Under the bright light, N13's eyelashes fluttered open as he slowly woke up, finding himself in a familiar room. Confused, he blinked several times. Turning his head, he noticed his master lying beside him, resting on his side with eyes tightly shut, breathing softly and evenly. His lips curled into a faint smile. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the tooth marks imprinted on his master's cheek. Memories flooded back instantly, and his curved lips froze into an expressionless line. He looked down at his own hands tied together, the rope cutting deep into his skin, leaving purplish bruises. His shirt was half open, revealing more tooth-shaped marks on his exposed skin. N13 immediately sat up, his eyes filled with anguish. He frantically reached out trembling fingers to untie the ropes binding Qin Huangji's wrists, but his nervous hands fumbled and could not succeed, causing his eyes to turn red with frustration. The pain in Qin Huangji's wrist awakened him from sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he saw tears in N13's eyes, his pale lips tightly pressed, his fingers whitened due to anxiety. You don't need to hurry. Take your time, it doesn't hurt that much. Qin Huangji's voice was hoarse, rough with throatiness, and carried a heavy nasal tone. N13 paused mid-motion, lowering his head, unable to look at Qin Huangji. Clenching his fists and releasing them again, he finally managed to untie the ropes. Deep purple bruises covered Qin Huangji's entire wrist, with some areas having drawn thin streaks of blood. Once N13 clearly saw the injuries, silent tears began rolling down his cheeks. Chapter 94, Illness. Qin Huangji sighed deeply. Though he was clearly the victim, bruised all over and his face even marred, ironically, the aggressor now cried. What made it worse was that Qin Huangji actually felt pity for him, how twisted. Moving his stiff wrist slightly, he propped himself up using one bent arm. Before he could speak, N13 suddenly flung himself backward onto the bed, grabbing the blanket and completely wrapping himself under it. Watching this fluid action, Qin Huangji understood instantly and found it somewhat amusing. Reaching out, he pulled the blanket. Coughing lightly, he whispered, "Did yesterday come back to you?" And 13 gripped the blanket tightly, his muffled voice speaking from underneath. 13 doesn't remember. 13 was drunk. Qin Huangji gazed down at the lump hidden beneath the blanket, tapping it gently with a finger while clearing his throat. Mockingly, he teased, "Oh really? Wasn't the osmanthus cake delicious? Sweet enough? Did the branch bite you painfully?" With these 4 questions, and 13's thoughts scattered, guilt flooding his mind. The images of those wrist injuries lingered in his head relentlessly. Unforgiving toward himself, he bit his lip, pulling the blanket aside to ask hesitantly, "Master, does it hurt?" Qin Huangji slid his hand to his chin, lifting his face, and leaned close to look at him. Reddened eye rims brimmed with unshed tears, tear streaks still visible on his face, making his heart soften entirely. Leaning closer, his lips brushed near N13's ear, voicing in a slightly aggrieved tone, "Yes, it hurts, a lot. You'll have to take responsibility." Changing his tone, he grinned slyly with fox-like eyes and tickled under his chin. The sound trailing off in a soft lilt. "Or how about, tonight you give it a try?" And 13 met his gaze, seeing nothing hidden in those eyes regarding his thoughts. His face flushed crimson as he nodded softly, handing over the rope he'd removed from Qin Huangji's wrists. Qin Huangji looked at the docile figure with a trace of laughter twinkling in his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Ever since the morning, Qin Huangji's headache had worsened. His eyelids felt heavy, and his throat was constantly irritated. Despite enduring for quite some time, he eventually couldn't suppress the urge to cough. And 13 only then realized something was amiss with his master. His voice was hoarse, and his speech continued with a nasal tone, reproaching himself for his carelessness. Pushing off the bed with one palm, he leapt gracefully over Qin Huangji and landed on the ground. Without hesitation, he climbed out through the window. Qin Huangji turned sideways, curling his arm and placing his elbow on the bed, his hand forming a loose fist supporting his head. Knowing that N13 had likely gone to fetch the physician, he didn't worry too much and pulled the quilt over his body. His body was slightly cold, never imagining that spending a night without a blanket would cause him to run a fever. Not long after, N13 appeared, gripping Dr. Lin by the collar and dragging him inside. The moment N13 entered, he saw his master propping his head with his arm, his face flushed, brows furrowed uncomfortably. He threw Dr. Lin to the ground, then gently supported his master's head. He inserted a soft pillow behind his master's head and pulled the quilt higher before turning and signaling the physician to hurry over. Dr. Lin's legs trembled as he sat on the floor, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with trembling hands. Inwardly cursing, he thought how terrible this shadow guard was, not even speaking a word before yanking him by the collar and dashing through roofs and walls as if he didn't care about Dr. Lin's age or whether it was humanly possible for him to keep up. Meeting his cold gaze, Dr. Lin resigned himself and approached the prince. Only when he was close did he see the prince's condition, wounds on his face, neck, and wrists. Lying weak in bed with a fever, Dr. Lin felt uneasy at once. He knew the relationship between this shadow guard and the prince but hadn't expected that it was the prince who. Glaring sideways at N13, Dr. Lin decided this wasn't human behavior, how could he hurt the prince so severely? But strangely, this brought him some balance of sorts. With red cheeks, he asked composedly, "Is there any injury in certain areas? Have you applied medicine?" N13 thought he referred to the prince's external injuries and hung his head guiltily. "No." Dr. Lin cast a scolding glance at him, sitting beside the bed for a thorough examination. He noticed more bite marks on the chest and fingers. Shaking his hand, he pointed at N13. "You're too animalistic. How can you do such a thing?" Being somewhat afraid of N13, and considering the situation was already what it was, Dr. Lin handed over the ointment. "The prince has caught a slight cold. A couple of doses of medicine should suffice, it's nothing serious. As for those places, you must clean them carefully before applying the ointment. If not properly cleaned, it could lead to further wounds and fever." Dr. Lin glanced at him again. "Once done, always remember to clean up afterwards, and restrain yourself during this period." N13 listened attentively, squeezing the ointment lightly. What did he mean by that last sentence? Watching his master frown made him set it aside for now and placed his hand on the feverish forehead. Aping had just entered the courtyard when he met Dr. Lin, learning the master was ill. He quickly instructed the kitchen to prepare some bland rice porridge and fetched the medicine from the doctor. N13 heated water and wiped the wounds thoroughly according to Dr. Lin's advice. Only after cleaning did he generously apply the ointment. Qin Huangji lay semi-conscious, having heard snippets of the conversation between Dr. Lin and N13. Feeling something odd but too weak to ask clearly, he soon fell asleep. Vaguely hearing N13's voice, Qin Huangji opened his eyes to see him holding a bowl of medicinal soup, squatting beside his bed. Noticing he was awake, N13 placed the medicine on a small table. "Master, sit up first and take your medicine." Seeing the bowl of black medicine, Qin Huangji's eyebrows tightened, his headache seemed worse now. N13 left no room for refusal. Supporting him as he sat up, he meticulously wrapped him in a blanket, stuffing 2 soft pillows behind him for support. He picked up the medicinal soup and held it near his lips. Furrowing his brows, Qin Huangji obediently drank the bitter medicine little by little. After emptying the bowl, and 13 placed it down, producing a packet of sweetened fruit preserves from nowhere. Before Qin Huangji could react, it was already pushed into his mouth. Surprised momentarily, Qin Huangji realized and 13 was acting like one would toward a child, bringing these sweet snacks specifically for him. His lips curved slightly upward in amusement, warmed within. It was very sweet. Chapter 95, A Kind of Joy. And 13 kept his head bowed all the while, his long lashes casting a downward shadow, his delicate fingers entwined nervously as his lips were tightly pressed together. His eyes dimmed. Why did his master keep getting injured because of him? Just then, his cool fingers were enveloped by a pair of warm, large hands. Come here and let me hold you. Pulling slightly harder, and 13 complied and leaned over. Qin Huangji's arms slid under and 13's arms, encircling his waist. His chest pressed against and 13's back, drawing him completely into his embrace. He rested his chin on his shoulder, rubbing against his neck a bit and whispering softly in a slightly hoarse voice. No need to think too much, it doesn't hurt that much, and besides. Qin Huangji deliberately drew out the sound, warm breath fanning against and 13's earlobe, making him shiver lightly. This could be considered a form of intimacy. While you're conscious, I don't mind doing it more often. And 13 was momentarily speechless, tilting his head to look sideways at his master who wore an indulgent expression. The oppressive heaviness in his heart suddenly brightened with a ray of warm light. His master was always so gentle. Ever since he had met his master, he had been pulled out of the deep darkness. Pulled into endless sunlight. Even after all these years, it remained the same, the shadow in his heart completely dissipated, leaving behind only overflowing affection. Relaxing his body, he settled comfortably into the soft chest of his master. Neither of them spoke anymore, they just quietly leaned on each other, listening to each other's breathing and heartbeat, filled with peace. Unwu stood at the door, hearing no sound inside, hesitating before knocking. Master. Hearing a response from within, he pushed the door open, lowering his eyebrows and head, not daring to look up at the two figures inside as he paid his respects respectfully. And 13, noticing Unwu bowing, felt uneasy. They were both shadow guards, yet he was embraced by their master, receiving the salute. His figure shifted slightly, wanting to leave his master's embrace. What is it? Qin Huangji still held the person tightly in his arms, hugging even tighter, lowering his head disapprovingly to glare at him. Unwu's posture tensed, silently keeping his head down. Master, yesterday, and 12 knelt at the pavilion all day. I took the liberty to let him get up. Unwu overstepped, and comes here to request punishment. And 13's heart skipped a beat. Was this because he helped cover for him? It wasn't and 12's fault to begin with. He tried to squirm a bit, but the arms around him grew even tighter. Helplessly turning his head, he looked at Qin Huangji and softly called out. Master. Qin Huangji also had doubts. Squeezing in 13's hand, he glanced at Unwu, asking quietly, when did I punish him? Unwu. He knew it would be like this. Thinking about that fool who knelt for hours without reason, if he knew now, he'd likely wail again. Recalling, Qin Huangji realized he indeed hadn't punished N12, he had simply forgotten to tell him to get up, feeling quite exasperated. Were all the shadow guards so stubborn? And the one in his arms even more so. I never punished him, neither should you request punishment. Realizing that after being punished, shadow guards couldn't use medicine without permission, his words paused for a moment, then continued, in future, when you're punished, you may take your own medicine, there's no need to endure unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Unwu immediately raised his head and, upon seeing the intimate position of the two, quickly lowered his head again, his cheeks slightly flushed as he respectfully said, yes, I thank our master on behalf of all the shadow guards. Qin Huangji casually waved his hand dismissively. Leave then. Yes. Unwu rose, bowed deeply and turned to walk out the door. Wait. Qin Huangji stopped Unwu but didn't rush to ask. Turning his body sideways, leaning back against the bed, one arm pulling N13 closer by the waist. N13 fell beside him, his head resting on the armrest, entirely enveloped in his embrace, finally content. Turning his head to Unwu, he asked, how did Dr. Lin's investigation go? Unwu kept his head low, eyes fixed on his own toes, maintaining respect. Dr. Lin lives alone. His wife passed away long ago, leaving no descendants. There's only an apprentice by his side, nothing unusual detected. Qin Huangji furrowed his brows briefly. If there were no abnormalities, could it be that it wasn't Dr. Lin who poisoned the original master in the previous life? But right now, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Continue watching him. Kneading his temples as his headache worsened, he asked another question, is Qin Feng back yet? Some information has been uncovered about the illegal salt trading. He has been following up closely, heard he entered Chuanzhou yesterday. Chuanzhou. Qin Huangji was taken aback, involuntarily sitting straighter, feeling a certain excitement. Chuanzhou is Prince Tsin's fiefdom. Has this cunning old fox finally revealed his trail? Tell him to be extremely careful, report any situations immediately without alarming them. Pass this message to my elder brother and father, so they can prepare. Yes. There's nothing else, you may go. Wu replied, stepping hurriedly out of the room while carefully closing the door behind him. Ping happened to be holding a bowl of porridge, just witnessing Lord Wu closing the door. Lord Wu twisted his body and disappeared at the door, leaving Ping speechless as he stared at the closed door. It would be nice if he gave a little hint before just walking off like that. Holding the tray in the courtyard, he was conflicted, should he enter or not? Seeing Wu's grim expression and hurried steps only made him more hesitant. Inside, Qin Huangji sat with his eyes half closed, deep in thought, completely unaware of the sounds outside. Unconsciously, he played with N13's long hair, winding it around his fingers. N13's full attention was on his master, looking up at him with evident worry. Suddenly, he said, "Master, shall I go and make up for my fault?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Huangji returned to awareness, irritation flashing in his eyes as he interrupted him. "Pei Yunyu." Realizing his master's anger, N13 tensed slightly but felt uneasy, wanting only to share his burden. Under Qin Huangji's dangerous gaze, he obediently shut his mouth. Qin Huangji flipped onto him, pinching his cheeks firmly, his face clearly angry. "Don't say things I don't want to hear. Yesterday you called yourself I, why change today? What merit? What sin? Ha." His tone rose at the end, carrying a hint of threat and more annoyance. N13 was momentarily stunned, softly pulling at Qin Huangji's fingers. He spoke honestly, expressing his thoughts. "Master, I just want to help you. I'm not good with words, I used them wrong, master, don't be angry." That soft, sweet voice caused a ripple in Qin Huangji's heart. Unable to stay upset, he rubbed his nose against N13's and pecked him lightly on the lips. "That's better. There's no need for you to go. Is being the head of the Dark Guard Syndicate all for show?" Chapter 96, Praying for the People. Patiently explaining, Qin Huangji said, "I just feel restless, fearing Prince Tsin might take desperate measures." Suddenly recalling something, his face hardened, and the hand that had been pinching N13's cheek slid down, holding his chin firmly, forcing him to lift his head higher. His manner was firm and brooked no argument. "Forget about having multiple wives and concubines. You don't deserve that kind of fortune. If I find out, I'll not only kill him, but also break your legs." "Master, I have never thought such things." N13 widened his eyes, ready to defend himself, but suddenly remembered that he had indeed mentioned something similar yesterday. Pausing for a moment, his face reddened, and he obediently nodded. "I won't." Ping hesitated outside the door for a while, then nervously tiptoed to the doorway, pressing his ear against the seam to listen. Hearing nothing improper inside, he tentatively knocked. "Master, please eat something." Qin Huangji was genuinely hungry, his throat itchy from exhaustion. Cough cough cough. "Come in." Ping peeked in first, relieved to see both were properly dressed, before confidently entering and placing the tray by the bedside table. The porridge had been stewed for a long time, fragrant and tender. Ping also kindly prepared some side dishes and hot tea. Arranging the food, he looked up and saw the marks on his master's face and neck, momentarily astonished. The young servant's face displayed incredulity. Glancing at N13, Ping opened his mouth, trembling fingers pointing at him. "You." But in the next instant, upon meeting his master's warning glance, he hastily reworded. "You feed the master. The master has a fever and cannot use his arms." Qin Huangji arched an eyebrow, giving him an approving look, nice and quick-witted. Without suspicion, N13 took the prepared bowl of steaming porridge, stirring gently with the spoon until it reached a suitable temperature before bringing it to Qin Huangji's lips. Qin Huangji picked up his drunk subordinate yesterday afternoon, followed by a night full of running, fussing, and upheaval. By now, his stomach was empty. Sitting on the bed's edge, N13 fed him gently, one spoonful after another. After 2 bowls of porridge, he brought over the hot tea. Qin Huangji's eyes curved happily, each bite feeling like eating a rare delicacy. His stomach full but still craving more, he licked his lips and drank 2 sips of tea along N13's hand. Ping had cooked enough for both of them. Thus, what remained was N13's portion. N13 directly used Qin Huangji's bowl and spoon, starting to eat. He was also starving, having indulged in alcohol at the banquet without touching any food. Qin Huangji reached out and tidied up the stray locks falling on N13's face, scolding him slightly, "You should change and wash the disease off." Whether it was that N13 didn't hear clearly or he didn't speak clearly with a mouthful of kanji, he only made 2 "woo" sounds and quickly finished eating. After both had eaten, Ping collected the dishes and quietly retreated out. Qin Huangji drank his medicine, then ate the porridge, feeling much better. He supported himself to sit up, throwing off the quilt in preparation to get up. N13 quickly pressed on his shoulders, grabbed the quilt and wrapped him back inside. "Master, what are you going to do?" N13 leaned in so close that while speaking, his lips almost brushed Qin Huangji's ear. The warm breath carried a tingling sensation. Instantly his body stiffened, his palm sliding onto N13's waist, fingers rubbing back and forth as his eyes darkened with emotion. "If little Yunyu wants to do something else, I'd be more than willing." Upon hearing this, N13 froze entirely, his face turning red as he braced against his master's shoulders, straightening his posture. The master is still unwell and should rest more. Qin Huangji puckered his lips with some regret, his arms reaching out to circle around N13's waist, cheek pressing against his abdomen as he rubbed affectionately again and again. I will go down and write a petition, and I'll come back soon. Wait for me here. He forcibly pulled the other onto the bed, tucked him into the quilt and adjusted the edges. He bent over and lightly pecked his lips. Then he went smoothly into the outer room and sat by the desk. The document he intended to write wasn't about anything formal, just thinking of how N13 had learned some nonsense at the banquet left him irked. Especially what the Chancellor's wife had taught N13, that notion of 3 wives and 4 concubines, truly showed an audacity beyond measure. However, Chancellor Sia, being the foremost among civil officials, though usually self-righteous, wouldn't be someone mediocre given his firm hold on his position as Chancellor. Besides, his dedication to the nation and care for its people was commendable. Even if not an ideal husband or father, he was certainly an excellent minister. Qin Huangji hadn't planned to make things difficult for him either, regular squabbles were one thing, but opposing each other fiercely yet never crossing certain lines was acceptable. After some deliberation, he leaned over the writing table and began drafting his petition. In essence, not long after the flooding calamity in Wuzhou that caused countless deaths, many bodies remained unburied, leaving survivors struggling to return home. As the head of all officials, the Chancellor should set a good example. Instead of extravagantly preparing banquets, funds would be better allocated towards rebuilding homes and embankments in Wuzhou to aid the nation. At the same time, he earnestly requested the Chancellor's wife lead the various ladies in copying Buddhist scriptures, wishing for the swift reincarnation of the deceased and praying for the blessings of the living. Magnificently worded, he spread across several pages of elegant writing. Upon seeing his youngest son's petition, the emperor naturally rejoiced. Reading through the content that once again highlighted concern for the country, he praised repeatedly, full of pride that his young son had grown so capable. With a grand flourish, he approved. Even the Chancellor felt this was a matter that would benefit the common people and spread a good name, happily agreeing to the proposition. When the Chancellor's wife heard that this suggestion came from Crown Prince Lan, she carried doubts in her heart, pondering and sending people to inquire. Once she learned that due to her single remark, it nearly led to His Highness wearing the green hat, she was greatly startled. Conscientiously, she had gifts prepared and specially sent them to Crown Prince Lan's mansion. Of course, these were just later developments. Now Qin Huangji had just finished his petition and sent an to deliver it to the palace. Once his heart was free of worries, his mood improved significantly, hands behind his back, walking back to the inner chamber with a smile on his face. N13 lay in bed, glancing up briefly before shifting further inside the bed and lifting the edge of the quilt, waiting for his master to come in. Standing by the bedside, Qin Huangji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you inviting me? Without hesitation, he slipped under the covers, leaning sideways over N13. One hand caught N13's, fingers splayed apart, threading between his companions and tightly interlocking their hands. His kiss followed assertively on the lips, mingled with their ink-black tresses that scattered disheveled across the bed. N13 slightly tilted his head, enduring his master's kiss. When lost in such passion, he suddenly broke away, opening his clear, hazy eyes, looking confusedly at his master. Qin Huangji, breathing unevenly, gasped coarsely and spoke hoarsely, 13, it's over now. What? I think you're seducing me, I want, you. Chapter 97, Wind Chill. N13. Both silent facing each other, N13 mechanically turned his head, watching the sunlight nearing noon beam through the slightly open window crack, forming beams of light inside the room. A light blanket draped over him made him feel inexplicably hot. Clenching his fingers, he gripped the blanket, creating creases. Master, you're still sick, it's not suitable. Qin Huangji reached out to touch his head, threading his fingers through the smooth black hair that sprawled across the bed. The more you have wind cold and fever, the more movement you need, it's good to sweat. It can treat wind cold. Without giving him a chance, Qin Huangji kissed him forcefully on the lips. Qin Huangji looked down at N13, his eyes filled with tenderness. He leaned closer to his ear, speaking in a slightly alluring tone. Don't pout your lips. N13's body tingled as he obeyed, releasing the tightly pressed pale lips. His clear eyes gazed steadily at the person before him. That obedient look caused Qin Huangji's darkened eyes to narrow. Rest assured, they won't hear us. N13's half of his face was buried in a soft pillow, his cheeks slightly flushed, and his eyes drowsy with a gleam of moisture. The midday sun shone brightly, cicada calls overlapping one after another. N12 squatted on the tree, poking little insects with a small wooden stick. Inside the cool room, the heat rose and fell. Qin Huangji, as expected, broke into a sweat. The wound on his neck prickled faintly with numbness and shallow pain. Breathing slightly heavier, he closed his eyes contentedly, lying sprawled next to N13. He grabbed his hand, playing with it between his palms. In the future, don't hide things from me. Whether going to banquets or elsewhere, there's no need for concealment. If you suddenly disappear, I'll worry if I can't find you. Leaning over, their gazes met, foreheads touched, and noses gently brushed against each other. From now on, you can go out whenever you want, but take someone with you, let N12 follow you. Each word fell into N13's ears, softening his heart completely, causing him to cling close to Qin Huangji's chest. Reaching around his waist, his cheek rubbed against his shoulder. There's no need for him to follow me. Qin Huangji rubbed his scalp. It's fine, though he may not be useful, he can at least send messages. N13. For a moment, he was stunned. He didn't mean that, he only felt the master needed people more. But indeed, he himself didn't need anyone either. Master, Yi's voice came from outside the door, carrying urgency. Qin Huangji pulled the quilt over N13 securely, stood up, wrapped himself in clothing, and went to the outer room. What is it? Yi pushed the door open and wisely closed it behind him, lowering his eyes to report. Master, Qin Feng has returned, but he is injured. Qin Huangji's heart tightened, gripping his hand slightly within the folds of his wide sleeves. What happened? We found evidence that Prince Tsin massacred the entire Chen family in Qing City, but the proof of private salt trading is insufficient. However, we uncovered his secret hoarding of iron ore. Yi raised his gaze slightly, noticing his master standing barefoot without shoes, and hesitated for a moment before continuing. Qin Feng was discovered while investigating the mine shaft, fled, and sustained severe injuries. Qin Huangji furrowed his brows, sitting down in the chair, his fingers tapping on the armrest. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and other minerals were prohibited from private extraction, as they could be used to mint coins and forge weapons. They were closely monitored by the imperial court. Prince Tsin's unauthorized mining of iron ore was likely preparation for raising a private army and plotting rebellion. Finding this evidence would allow them to charge him with his crimes. How are Qin Feng's injuries? The physicians are treating him now. It's all superficial wounds, with rest for some time, he will be fine. Qin Huangji leaned back in his seat, stretching his legs forward, his ankles casually crossed. Yi lowered his head, staring at the white tender feet that extended in front of him. A sudden gaze landed on him, making Yi's hairs stand on end. Kneeling backward a couple of steps until the master's feet were no longer visible, he bowed his head even lower. Qin Huangji was deep in thought and hadn't noticed his movements. After a while, he asked. Have we alerted the snake prematurely? Shouldn't have, according to Qin Feng, he disguised himself as a northerner and found a corpse to replace him. Relieved, Qin Huangji took a breath, that meant they still had a chance. Has father been informed? Yi nodded, he should know by now. By the time I returned, shadow guards were already dispatched to deliver the message. Since father knows, there was no need for him to worry anymore. He could just dispatch someone else to further investigate. Lazily rising, he waved a hand at Yi, saying, you may leave. Qin Huangji, without stopping, entered the inner chamber and saw N13 peeking from under the covers, finding him incredibly cute. He picked him up, quilt and all, and tossed him slightly. Let's go bathe. N13 struggled to free one hand, grabbing Qin Huangji's collar and mouthing the words, Master, put on your shoes. He had seen everything through the folding screen earlier. Yi had been staring at Master's feet, which made him uneasy. His fingertips traced the wound on the Master's cheek, then gently caressed down to his neck. Mysteriously, he felt it was all good since Master belonged to him. Qin Huangji's eyes turned darker, looking down at him with a raspy voice. Little 13, if you continue this way, I can't guarantee what might happen next. N13's fingers stiffened instantly, quickly withdrawing his arm back under the quilt, obediently letting himself be carried off to the bathing hall. Indeed, Qin Huangji didn't tease him further. After enduring the fever, though still weak, his sweating brought some relief, yet the stickiness of his body remained bothersome. N13 submerged himself in the bathtub, vigilantly watching Master the whole time. He noticed how seriously Master washed, dressing promptly after the bath without lingering, then lying down for a short rest on a soft daybed. Lowering his eyelids, he couldn't tell whether he should feel relieved or slightly disappointed, somehow his chest felt blocked, so he finished washing hastily and followed out. Master, the Emperor summoned you and little 13 to the palace. Yi didn't enter the room but stood in the courtyard, raising his voice a little louder than necessary. He dared not come too close, remembering the look from little 13 that made his body shiver uncontrollably. Just by looking at Master's feet, it came to this. If I had seen Master's body, wouldn't that mean I won't see tomorrow's sun? Chapter 98, Marriage Granted. Xiangning eunuch led the two into the imperial study, bowed once, and exited quietly, closing the door behind them thoughtfully before leaving. Qin Huangji held on to N13's hand as they both looked up at the emperor seated on the upper seat along with Qin Wuye beside him. Arching an eyebrow without paying respect. Father, is there something you called us for? N13 stood straight, one hand supporting his master's waist to prevent any instability, speaking instead when necessary. Servant N13 pays respects to his majesty. It wasn't that he avoided bowing, it was just that Qin Huangji leaned fully against him, restricting his movement. The emperor, seeing the intimate closeness between the two, twitched his temple vein, glaring for quite a while but ultimately saying nothing, knowing there was something more pressing. With a light cough and a smiling face, the emperor said, Huanji, have you heard the news brought back by Qin Feng? Prince Tsin has been privately mining iron and amassing a private army. Qin Huanji seemed to understand why the emperor had summoned them. A faint curve played on his lips. I know. The emperor's smile continued. Only now, we lack sufficient evidence. Qin Feng is injured, and the mine has many guards, each skilled in martial arts. Who do you think would be suitable to investigate this? Leaning on N13, Qin Huanji toyed with the heart-shaped buckle around N13's waist, turning it over repeatedly in his fingers. Without even lifting his eyelids, he responded curtly. How about Qin Wuye? Unparalleled kung fu skills, unmatched lightness techniques. Kneeling beside, Qin Wuye twitched the corner of his mouth, suspecting the prince sought retribution for nearly crippling N13's abilities. Still, diplomatically, Qin Wuye replied, Your Highness flatters me. I am far inferior to N13, after all, I am over 50, whereas he is merely 18. Naturally understanding N13's prowess, Qin Huanji cast a glance at Qin Wuye, not engaging further. Emperor and Qin Wuye exchanged an awkward look. Faced with such stubbornness, the emperor attempted to coax him again. Of course, he will go, but one man alone can hardly handle all. We're looking for someone equally adept in martial arts to join him. Then why call me here? My martial arts aren't even good enough to fight a dog. The emperor paused, exasperated inwardly. No one knew how inadequate those 3 moves really were. Not counting on you anyway, isn't someone competent standing right beside you? I'll just be direct, let N13 accompany Qin Wuye to search for evidence in the iron mine and gather information on the army gathered there. N13 remained silent, completely disinterested in their discussion. He stared at Master's elegant fingers fiddling with the jade button. Somehow, he envisioned Master holding a jade piece, focused intently on those hands, causing his cheeks to flush involuntarily. No. Without hesitation, Qin Huanji rejected, disregarding the dangers for now and seizing this rare opportunity for leverage. You wanted to cripple his martial arts before, but now that trouble arises, suddenly you remember him. At this mention, the emperor appeared somewhat guilty, asking, all right then, what conditions must be met for you to agree? Qin Huanji grinned, setting down the jade buckle and straightening his posture. Otherwise, Father Emperor, you could grant us a marriage. The air froze instantly, the emperor's face turned angry, and his eyes grew dark. You're threatening me. I can issue an order for him to go, will he dare defy it? Qin Huanji stood calmly, not feeling overly frightened in his heart. After being here for several months, he understood how much the emperor doted on him, doted beyond reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so audacious. At worst, he'd get beaten, but missing this chance would make it hard to come again. Seeing Qin Huanji's expression, the emperor ignored him, turning instead to narrow his eyes at N13. N13, did you hear that? N13 lowered his head, moving his gaze from his master's hand back to normal, speaking with a calm tone. I am Master's shadow guard, and I follow Master's arrangements. This response left the emperor speechless, his face turning black as he clenched his fingers tightly, suppressing anger repeatedly before throwing a teacup toward them. N13 looked at the flying teacup then glanced at his master. The deep black of his pupils reflected his own image. He had promised his master that no matter what, they would stand together, and without his permission, he wouldn't let himself get hurt. Stepping back while wrapping his arms around Qin Huanji's waist, he pulled him into an embrace, shielding him from any splashing tea. Smash! The teacup shattered on the floor, spilling water, yet not a single drop touched either of them. The emperor hadn't intended to target them directly, it was just a scare, but seeing their reaction calmed him down. Glancing sideways, he said coldly. Huanji, do you realize how far-reaching the implications are? If Prince Tsin were to seize the throne, it wouldn't just affect us, the court officials and even commoners would suffer immense losses. A flicker crossed Qin Huanji's eyes, this sounded so familiar, almost like moral blackmail. After gathering his thoughts, he replied coolly. Father Emperor, you're the sovereign ruler. They are your ministers, your citizens. You deal with them. As a leisured prince, how can I manage such matters? The emperor stared silently at him for a long time, finally conceding. All right, once he finds the evidence and returns, I'll grant your marriage. Upon hearing this, both Qin Huanji and N13 felt a shock ripple through their hearts. So easy to agree. Qin Huanji couldn't believe it as he gazed incredulously at the majestic figure above. Opening his lips slightly, he murmured a few words. Your word isn't enough. Write an imperial decree. The emperor practically burst laughing at him. You brat, I'm the emperor. My words carry weight, and I've never broken a promise. If you don't break promises, write it then, I'll watch you. This time, the emperor didn't hesitate. He'd already spoken his decision. Summoning Qin Wuye to prepare paper and pen, he swiftly penned it down, stamped the imperial seal on it, and threw it on the ground. There you go. Qin Huanji stepped forward, bent over, picked it up, and examined it meticulously, pointing out a part. Father Emperor, it's a marriage granted, not giving him to me as a male concubine. It should state spouse, the princess of the kingdom. Enraged now, the emperor ground out through clenched teeth, "Don't push your luck." Qin Huangji scrutinized it again, folding the document with the seal carefully and tucking it into his bosom, just in case Father Emperor refused to grant marriage later. At least having him as a proper male consort wasn't bad. Though still wanting more, he raised his head, looking deeply into the profound eyes of his father. "Father Emperor, you know, regardless of whether she's my wife or not, I've chosen him. Granting this marriage brings no loss to you but peace, don't you think? Think of your people, your subjects." Silence. The emperor waved a big hand and flung another one onto the ground. Qin Huangji picked it up again, reading every single character slowly. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, we have heard that Shadow Guard Pei Yunxiu from Saint Lan is proficient in both literature and martial arts, possessing commendable talent and virtue, highly approved by us. Therefore, a royal marriage is granted between Pei Yunxiu and Saint Lan Wang Qin Huangji. Choose an auspicious day for the wedding. May you two uphold loyalty and virtue, leading a harmonious life forevermore. Do not disappoint our intentions." Qin Huangji's heart pounded fiercely as if it might jump right out of his chest. That thin piece of paper weighed 1,000 pounds, his fingers trembled, afraid to grip it too tightly. His eyes reddened slightly as he gazed at the emperor, his voice unstable. "Father Emperor, you haven't affixed the seal yet. Without the jade stamp, it holds no value." Chapter 99, Call Me Husband Once. The emperor's gaze flickered, seemingly caught off guard, turning red with embarrassment and scolding aloud. "Go away quickly. Bring me the proof back, and I'll give you the seal." Qin Huangji couldn't wait. Without the seal, he felt uneasy, but judging by the emperor's expression, he didn't seem genuinely mad. Taking a bold step forward, he approached the writing desk and neatly laid the freshly written imperial decree down, shaking the emperor's sleeve insistently. "Father Emperor, just stamp it already. The imperial decree has been written, all we need is your last seal. If you find it troublesome, I can do it myself." Qin Huangji looked ready to reach for the jade seal with a mischievous glint in his eye but quickly wilted when he noticed no reaction from the emperor. "Father Emperor." The emperor glanced at the hand clinging to his sleeve and a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes as he remained seated without moving. Qin Huangji stared longingly at the jade seal within reach. Though itching to grab it himself, there were still some lines he wouldn't dare cross. Amused by Qin Huangji's torment, the emperor slowly picked up the jade seal, turned it over in his hands as if to examine it, then pretended to stamp only to change his mind again and again. Watching each motion, Qin Huangji cycled through waves of hope and disappointment until he realized the emperor was playing with him. Losing patience entirely, Qin Huangji waited until the emperor prepared to stamp once more. With a sly gleam, Qin Huangji faked clumsiness, stumbling into the emperor's arm, forcing the seal firmly down. Looking innocently up, Qin Huangji watched as the corner of the emperor's mouth twitched. This boy really knows how to act. Deciding the game had gone on long enough, the emperor finally gave in, lightly blowing on the freshly stamped seal before handing it over. Satisfied now? Holding the decree in both hands, Qin Huangji momentarily blanked out, overcome with immense joy, hugging it tightly. Since the moment the emperor began writing the decree, and 13 had been in turmoil, watching his master argue for being spouse instead of concubine. His heart nearly overflowed with happiness. But never did he expect that the emperor would truly agree, drafting the decree and stamping it official. He was now officially his master's spouse. The normally cold and 13 who only showed warmth to Qin Huangji found his lips curling upwards ever so slightly. Qin Huangji came down from above quickly, taking in 13's hand and kneeling respectfully before the emperor, giving a formal bow. "Son thanks Father Emperor for your graciousness. 13 thanks your majesty for your generosity." In this moment, there was no mighty emperor or powerful prince, they were merely an ordinary father and son like any other family. The emperor's mood lightened considerably, raising a hand to stroke his lip beard, only to realize it had been cut off by the empress. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he waved them off impatiently. "Get out, seeing you irritates me." Despite the scolding, Qin Huangji simply grinned and pulled 13 away, not forgetting to glance back with a cheeky comment. "Father Emperor, whether bearded or not, you're equally handsome. Get out you brat." Watching them leave, Qin Huiye finally voiced his confusion, looking at the smiling emperor. "Your majesty clearly planned the marriage gift all along, why toy with Prince Huangji like this?" The emperor cast him a sidelong glance. "You have no son, hence you don't understand this kind of joy." Qin Huiye. "I thank you very much indeed." Straightening the sleeves Qin Huangji had wrinkled, the emperor let out a soft sigh. "Do you think he didn't know? That boy is sharp." By now, the two were already aboard their carriage. Moments ago, the untouchable and cold-blooded and 13 now held Qin Huangji's hands in both of his eyes stealing glances toward his master's chest, voice tinged with affection. "Master, I want to take a look." Qin Huangji pulled out the decree but instead of handing it over, he dangled it temptingly in front of 13's eyes. Watching 13's gaze follow its movement, Qin Huangji teased. "Call me husband, say it once and I'll give it to you." 13 retracted his gaze, lowering his head, cheeks blushed pink under the evening glow, fingers twisting together silently. "You regret marrying me?" Startled, 13 immediately grabbed Qin Huangji's arm urgently explaining. No, it's just. Following the pull, Qin Huangji drew N13 close into his embrace, arms wrapped securely around his waist, his lips brushing against N13's ear, teasing again. Call me husband then. Say it and you'll get the decree. N13's ears burned red as well, shifting uncomfortably in his arms for a long while before whispering softly. Husband. At that instant it was as though a current ran through Qin Huangji's entire body, numbing pleasure surging forth. Unconsciously tightening his grip, his eyes filled with intense emotion. His voice deep and hoarse, lifting N13's chin to lock gazes. Louder, I didn't hear you. N13's long lashes quivered lightly as he took the initiative to wrap his arms around Qin Huangji's waist. The first call had been made, and the second seemed no longer difficult. He softly called out, husband. The overwhelming emotions in Qin Huangji's eyes spilled over. He forcibly pressed the person towards himself, slightly tilting his head to seal his lips. N13 was breathing slightly heavily, calling out every time he could catch a breath, husband. Each whisper lured Qin Huangji close to madness. He abruptly pulled back, covering N13's mouth with his hand. Stop calling me for now, you're trying to kill me. Without allowing any objection, he shoved the imperial decree into N13's hands. Seeing that his attention was captured, he slowly let go of his hands and stepped back a little. N13 cautiously unfurled the decree, carefully reading the words on it. His gaze fell on, granting marriage, making Qin Huangji the wife of King Saint Lan, staying there for a long time before tears began welling up in his eyes. N13 was filled with emotion, reading the decree over and over again until tears started rolling in his eyes. Suddenly, Qin Huangji leaned in, his eyes darkened with fervor, speaking hoarsely, 13, do you want to try it inside the carriage? A tear still clung in N13's eye, wavering, not falling yet. Confused, he stared at Qin Huangji. After a moment, noticing the dark shade in his master's eyes and realizing his uncomfortable posture, he quickly realized what was implied, and in an instant, the tear rolled down his cheek. Qin Huangji sighed, lifting his hand to wipe away the tear with his fingertips, intentionally misinterpreting him. Don't want it. Why are you crying? Do you dislike being with me so much? N13 paid no heed to the decree anymore, hastily explaining. I didn't mean to. Qin Huangji looked at him meaningfully. So you do want it, seems little 13 is quite wild. It's not impossible inside the carriage either. Saying this, he moved as if to pull off his own clothes. N13 blushed furiously, remembering that N1 was outside driving the carriage, making his face even redder. Master, I'm not. Do you want it or not? Outside, N1 suddenly froze holding the reins, cursing his own ears. With a tug on the reins, the horse galloped extra cheerfully. Chapter 100, Unwelcome. Enyi's face was bright red, curling herself up like a mushroom. With the prince's residence almost in sight, she didn't know whether to stop or go on. She decided to enter through the back door and drove the carriage straight into the backyard. The carriage was parked properly, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. What happened inside the carriage remained unknown. All that was known was that Qin Huangji finally held Enshirshan tightly and returned to Lanqi courtyard. The next morning, still before dawn, Qin Wuye was already waiting outside the princely mansion for someone. Qin Huangji was extremely reluctant to let go, pulling Enshirshan and not releasing his hand, like a mother fussing over her child with endless reminders. Be safe. If you can't fight, run, don't get hurt. When you return, we will marry. On Enshirshan's handsome face, there wasn't much expression, but the reluctance in his eyes was almost overflowing. Master, rest assured, I'll be fine. Qin Huangji embraced him without any hesitation, kissed him passionately, touched then parted immediately, waving goodbye with no further lingering. Enshirshan glanced at him deeply, nimbly mounting his horse, his long hair tied back swaying in an arc in the air. He sat elegantly on the horse, his figure tall and upright. His hands white as jade clutched the reins, legs squeezing the horse's flanks, followed by a sharp neigh. Then the sound of trotting hooves echoed as man and horse galloped away swiftly. Qin Huangji looked after him lovingly, his spirits visibly declining. Entering the courtyard, images of Enshirshan were everywhere. He missed him even though he'd only just left. Taking a deep breath, he called Aping to prepare the carriage and headed toward the palace. Spending an entire day in the eastern palace, in the end, the crown prince lost patience and kicked him out. Qin Huangji clung to the gate of the eastern palace, trembling fingers pointing an accusing finger. Your Majesty, how could you treat me like this? Am I not your dearest younger brother anymore? Passing maids and eunuchs, hearing this complaint, couldn't help stopping to watch, quietly muttering among themselves. What's wrong with His Royal Highness, Saint Lan Wang? The crown prince has always indulged him. Why did he kick him out? Who knows, the matters of the royal family, who can say for sure? They may look harmonious on the surface but aren't in their hearts. The crown prince's face is already dark. Hurry up and leave, lest you be implicated. The vein on the crown prince's temple throbbed, anger flashing on his normally gentle face as he growled. How dare you? Since you came here, Mu Chen's cries have never stopped. If you want to play, then give birth to your own children. Don't torment my son. Qin Huangji pulled his neck inward slightly and awkwardly said, isn't it because I cannot have children? Or perhaps you could ask your wife to give birth to more children and send them to me. The crown prince turned green in the face, lifting his foot to kick him again. Qin Huangji dodged deftly. I'll go, alright. Can't I? Aping had never seen the crown prince so angry. In his memory, the crown prince had always been elegant and humble like a gentleman. This rare side of today made him quite curious, having guarded the yard all along, not knowing what had exactly happened inside. Master, what did you do to anger the crown prince so much? Qin Huangji, embarrassed, touched his nose and snapped at him. Mind your own business. Stop prying, don't you understand decorum? Aping did not press further, but pouted angrily with a bulging mouth. The next day. The idle Qin Huangji strolled into the palace again, but even before reaching the eastern palace, a timid little eunuch blocked his way fearfully. Lord! Lord, the crown prince says the crown princess has taken the young master back to her parents' home. You don't need to go. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji turned around and went to Yongning Palace where Empress Dowager greeted him warmly, holding his hand and chatting non-stop. However, within just a few hours, citing fatigue needing rest, he irritably sent her away. Seeing how troubled lady he was, Aping urged them to leave quickly, feeling shocked. It was the first time he'd ever witnessed the Empress Dowager and lady he being unkind to their lord who they usually indulged. Then Qin Huangji turned to Funing Palace of the Empress, entering but not staying longer than a few hours before being asked to leave the palace. Aping said nothing more but chuckled secretly behind a covered mouth. On the third day, Qin Huangji appeared again at the palace gate, where Supervisor Xiangning waited for him with a smile. Your Highness, this is the Emperor's command. If you dare to cause trouble in the palace again, you will have to attend the morning court sessions every day. You are no longer young, it's time for you to establish your achievements. The Emperor says. Before he finished, Qin Huangji turned around and left. He sighed while sitting in the carriage, unable to go to the palace. How would he spend his time? It was hard to pass the days without Enshursan around. Turning his head, he saw the three big characters of General's residence. His eyes lit up. Aping, let's go to the General's residence. Aping was full of doubt. His master always avoided the General's residence, so what had happened that made him so willing today? When the old general heard that his grandson had come, his face lit up with joy. Throwing the spear in his hand, he rushed out quickly. Qin Huangji stepped into the yard and raised his eyes to see the old general dressed in a dark blue robe. Over 50 years old but still standing tall and straight like a pine tree, with a strong presence and sharp gaze. Grandpa, are you practicing with your spear? On both sides of the yard, there were various weapons displayed. Qin Huangji could not help but be curious and began touching each one in turn. Hearing this, the old general laughed loudly and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. I'm getting old, not as useful anymore. I'm just practicing for fun, or else I wouldn't even be able to lift it anymore. Seeing him touch each weapon in turn, the old general's eyes sparkled brightly. Would you like to play? Let me teach you. Qin Huangji agreed with delight, his face filled with anticipation. Not long after, the old general became angry, and his anger grew with each lesson. There was Qin Huangji wielding the spear like a whip and flailing it around wildly, using the sword like a knife, and handling a dao like an axe. The old man was fuming, puffing up his cheeks and glaring fiercely. In anger, he threw the blade in his hand onto the ground and roared. A worthless block of wood that cannot be carved. Qin Huangji looked aggrieved and said softly, Grandpa, am I very stupid? Instantly, the old general felt heartache and pulled him over. He stroked Qin Huangji's head with a large hand. Not stupid. My grandson dare not call himself stupid. Come, let's play chess together. After a while, the old general got so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. His hands tightened into fists and he took several deep breaths before calming down. Instead of playing Go properly, Qin Huangji insisted on learning Rinju, 5 in a row. After 2 trials, it seemed interesting enough. But this rascal regretted his moves, and when he lost, he acted like a cheat. Grandpa, are you not playing anymore? The old general turned away and picked up a book, reading it loudly. All rules of military operations require thousands of chariots galloping, 1,000 war carts advancing, hundreds of thousands armored soldiers, and supplies transported from 1,000 miles away. Sitting in the chair, Qin Huangji idly twirled a chess piece in his fingers and blandly commented, isn't that common sense? Whether there's a war or not, we must prepare food, otherwise everyone will starve. The old general stiffened his expression, gripping the book tightly before loosening his hold and turning around to continue reading. For the expenses inside and outside the army camp, costs for envoys, materials such as glue and varnish, armor and chariot supplied, they cost thousands of gold pieces daily, only then can the 100,000-strong army march. Qin Huangji smirked slightly and leaned back. The Minister of Revenue might cry his eyes out, unsure if the palace pillars are sturdy enough. The old general looked sullen, threw the book aside, and shouted, you little rascal, get out of here immediately. Chapter 101, Bauer is back. In the courtyard, the banyan tree was lush with thick foliage. The branches swayed in the wind, and the leaves rustled softly, casting large areas of shade on the ground. Under the tree, a soft couch was set up. Qin Huangji reclined half lying on it, one leg bent at the corner of the couch, the other resting casually on the ground. His bright red garment hung loosely from the edge of the couch, fluttering gently in the breeze. Beside the couch stood a small table, laden with fruits, pastries, and tea, all untouched. Qin Huangji's handsome face bore an amused look as his fingers idly traced patterns in the air. The shadow guards were tense, barely breathing, for fear of drawing their master's wrath. These days, Master Qin had been in a foul mood, finding fault everywhere. One misstep could lead to disaster. Over there by the rockery, in the cracks of its shadow, come out. As per usual. With his eyes half closed, Qin Huangji pointed lazily towards a spot near the rockery. A shadow guard emerged from behind the rockery and began doing push-ups on the ground, a move taught by their master 2 days ago. It was grueling. By the 50th push-up, his hands were trembling. By the 60th, each movement became increasingly difficult. After finishing the 70th, the man disappeared, shifting his position several times. He concealed himself in a spot farthest from the master, stiffening his body, motionless and even covering his own mouth and nose. Qin Huangji sighed. How incredibly boring. When would little 13 return? He raised his hand and casually pointed at a tree. You there, in the tree. Do you think that if you don't move, I can't hear you or won't find you? The wind had scattered the leaves, and a figure clad in black, clinging like a gecko to the tree trunk, stood out clearly. Not noticing it would be foolish. The shadow guard dropped from the tree looking pale and started doing push-ups without complaint. On the corridor's beam, and 12 looked utterly exhausted. Their master had tormented them for 2 days now, his arms were so sore he could barely lift them anymore. Little 13, oh little 13. If you don't come back soon, we're all going to collapse, and 12 thought. Before he could finish his sigh, he saw the long finger of their master pointing straight at him. Oh, and 12, do 100. Hearing this, Qin Huangji gave a smirk as he watched the young man land and laughed softly. Shadow guards couldn't compare with dark guards after all. Over these 2 days, he'd captured countless shadow guards but only found an 9 and an 12 among the dark guards. Upon hearing the command, an 12 felt utterly defeated and timidly asked, Master, yesterday it was 70. Why 100 today? Qin Huangji seemed in a better mood, grabbing a grape peeled by Aping and popping it into his mouth. Today, the number of shadow guards push-ups has risen to 70. You think you can still stop at 70? An 12's face flushed red, and he obediently lay down to begin. Under the blazing sun, sweat soon dripped from his forehead. By the time the 100th one was done, his soaked clothes clung tightly to his skin, revealing obvious muscle lines on his upper body. An 12 slowly rose, shaking his numb arms. Just as he tried to stand upright, an outer robe was thrown over his head. Oh, there's another who willingly stepped into the net. Qin Huangji eyed an 5 who had revealed his position and an 12 covered by the robe with interest. An 5 silently began the push-ups with incredible speed. An 12 pushed aside the robe, his expression of astonishment still lingering. Once finished, an 5 pulled him by the arm and walked away. Qin Huangji's gaze flickered slightly, observing their retreating figures with deep meaning. Brother Wang, Bauer is back. Did you miss me? Bauer, looking white and tender like a little bun, dashed inside from outside. Bao had long been sent to school by Qin Huangji, only returning on rest days. Over time, the child grew closer to him, always rushing to stick by his side whenever given a chance. Qin Huangji genuinely liked him. He scooped him into his arms and pinched his chubby little cheeks. Were you well behaved these few days? Did you get punished by the teacher? There was no punishment. Bauer ranked first class in the examination. The teacher even praised me. Bauer's chubby little hands wrapped around his neck, his eyes sparkling brightly. Every word he spoke brought joy to his face. Seeing this vivid expression in his desire for praise, Qin Huangji inexplicably felt uplifted. He pinched his little nose gently. Bauer is so wonderful. What reward would you like? At this question, Bauer's face lit up with surprise, and he immediately began jumping excitedly. Really? Can Bauer go to a restaurant? A big one, one that Bauer has never been to. Qin Huangji's gaze shifted thoughtfully, realizing he should ask an 14 and 15 about what might have happened at the school. Something about Bauer's expression in that moment didn't seem quite right. He gently patted Bauer's head with affection and replied indulgently. All right, let's go to a big restaurant. The Yunyan Tower is the largest restaurant in the capital city, standing 4 stories tall with carved eaves reflecting the moon and painted beams that seem to soar into the clouds. From within the tower, a view of mountains and water unfolds. During the day, talented scholars and beauties come and go, composing poems and matching rhymes, while at night countless flower-decorated boats drift along the river, filled with singing and dancing. Bauer tugged on Qin Huangji's sleeve, his face flushed with excitement. His big eyes darted around as he looked at everything curiously. Following his wishes, Qin Huangji did not head for a private room on the 3rd floor but instead sat in a windowside seat on the 2nd floor, where the window overlooked shimmering lake views. Bauer leaned eagerly on the windowsill, gazing outside with wonder-filled exclamations. Prince brother, it's truly so beautiful. Bao has never seen such sights. Qin Huangji held the collar of his clothing with one hand to keep him from falling, ignoring the glances from others. With a soft voice, he said. Next time bring brother 13 along too, he probably hasn't seen this either. Be careful now, fall out there, and I'm not coming to rescue you. But Bao wasn't worried at all. He knew 2 of his older brothers had been following to protect him and wouldn't let anything bad happen. When he returned earlier, he had heard that brother 13 wasn't at home, and Prince Brother had been in a foul mood, so he obediently took his seat. Seeing him settle down, Qin Huangji released his collar but then suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze. Turning his head, he saw Qin Suing sitting at the table by the corner wall, glaring at him with a face shrouded in shadows. A cold look darkened his usually handsome features, making him appear moody and twisted. Qin Huangji raised an eyebrow but hadn't seen him in a long time. With a smile curling on his lips, he casually greeted. Elder brother is here as well. Qin Suing looked at Bao, and inexplicably, a sinister smile spread across his face, his expression becoming strange and unsettling. Younger brother certainly likes picking up trash, keeping prisoners as your concubine, housing disreputable women, and now entertaining a eunuch like some worn-out toy. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper immediately called the staff to clear the place. Lord Qin visited daily, and when drunk, often caused a scene. Everyone recognized him as the son of Prince Tsin, who addressed his elder cousin as elder brother, and wore red clothes. Any fool could identify him. A lively situation might mean death, so before anyone could react further, the entire restaurant was left nearly empty except for them. Qin Huangji's expression suddenly turned frigid. His lips curved with disdain, and his eyes pierced through anyone who dared to meet his gaze, his tone dripping with menace. Slap him. As soon as the words were out, a sharp crack resounded, and Qin Suing was thrown to the ground, spitting blood and several teeth. Qin Huangji covered Bao's eyes with his hand, glanced indifferently, and his lips parted softly. Not enough. More slaps followed, slap, slap, slap. King Suing's cheeks swelled grotesquely with blood streaming down, his eyes brimming with hatred, yet he chuckled eerily. Disrespecting elders and being arrogantly presumptuous. Attacking a prince's heir publicly, who gave you the gall? An paused his assault, stepped back, and stood behind Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji watched him writhing on the ground, struggling to rise and leaning against the wall. Disgusted, he turned his eyes away. Elder brother, rest assured, even if I beat you today, no one will have a word to say about it, and if every day henceforth I deliver another beating, no one will object either. I've heard Uncle Wang's concubine is pregnant. As for you, his impotent son, he doesn't even have the time to care for you anymore. He deliberately emphasized the word impotent, hinting double-meaningly and causing Qin Suing's eyes to turn fiery red. Holding Bao close in his arms, Qin Huangji gently cooed, Bao, good boy, to someone like trash, everything they see appears like trash. When encountering such people, don't show them mercy. Though Qin Huangji didn't verbalize the latter thoughts aloud, he directed a murderous glare towards Qin Suing. Chapter 102, Investigating Evidence. A black horse and a white one galloped swiftly in the dark night. The 2 riders on the horses were both dressed in black. The youth in front appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, with a tall and straight figure but an unremarkable face. His only striking feature was a pair of eyes, deep and dark, which contrasted greatly with his appearance. One hand gripped the reins, while the other swung the riding crop, his body crouched low like a loaded arrow ready to launch. Behind him followed a man in his 50s, always staying by the side of the young man no matter whether he rode fast or slow. After a day and night, they finally arrived at Fengqing in Xuanzhou during the dawn. Upon closer inspection, the elder man was none other than Qin Wuye. The youth beside him was the disguised Dark 13, whose ordinary-looking face was covered in wind dust, paired with plain clothes. This made it hard to imagine that this person was once known for beauty that could rival the world. The 2 sat in an inconspicuous little street. Each ordered a bowl of noodle soup. The noodles looked like they were made from mixed grains, dark and black, served with slightly yellowed vegetable leaves. But as secret guards, they had eaten everything imaginable. Sometimes, not eating for days while on a mission was quite common, so having a warm bowl of noodles was already considered a delicacy. They savored their meals. While Dark 13 was eating, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Qin Wuye's noodles contained an unusual splash of fresh green in the dark noodles and yellow vegetables, standing out prominently. As Qin Wuye lifted the chopsticks, Dark 13 watched as the green was bitten off in half by Qin Wuye, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Qin Wuye felt his stare was strange, and looking down, he saw the green streak on his own chopsticks. It turned out to be a plump vegetable worm cut in half at its upper part, while the remaining part was hanging from the chopsticks, with the yellowish-green fluid oozing out from inside its belly. Qin Wuye's face stiffened, and under Dark 13's gaze, he calmly swallowed the rest of the worm into his mouth. In past training sessions, he had forced them to eat various types of insects, so there was no way he would lose face in such a situation now. Dark 13 expressionlessly watched him finish, then lowered his head and continued eating his noodles. Suddenly, his chopsticks paused mid-motion as he spotted another insect wriggling amidst the vegetable leaves. With no change in expression, Dark 13 picked up the worm with his chopsticks, placed it on the table, and continued eating in front of Qin Wuye. Qin Wuye, narrowing his eyes, asked lightly, "Aren't you going to eat it?" Without even raising his eyes, Dark 13 swallowed a bite of noodles and responded indifferently, why should I eat it? Qin Wuye. Qin Wuye's grip on his chopsticks tightened. He stared at the noodles before him and couldn't eat anymore. Putting down his chopsticks, he glared at Dark 13. They waited until the sky darkened again, then silently approached the mine that Qin Feng had mentioned. Using the cover of trees, they cautiously advanced. Approaching further, the sight of lit torches indicated a large number of patrolling guards ahead. Dark 13 crouched on a tree, methodically counting the batches of patrols, the number of guards, and the time when shifts changed. Half an hour later, he gave a gesture to Qin Wuye. Taking advantage of the overlapping shift changes, they darted swiftly through the blind spots of the two patrol teams, one on each side. At 10 steps away, they made a precise right turn, using the trees for cover to avoid a patrol team. Dark 13 turned sideways, observing the group of people ahead to the left. After waiting for 2 breaths, he suddenly bent over, pushing forcefully with his legs, directly rushing towards the left front. Just as the last person in the line turned around, Dark 13 passed by undetected. In the instant his figure shot forward, the spot where he had just been hiding was illuminated by a torch. Any hesitation, even for a moment, would have exposed him. Even a second earlier or later would also alert those ahead. Having dodged the last patrol group, Dark 13 appeared by the edge of a vertical shaft. With a push of his arms, he jumped inside. Claws-like hands gripped the wooden beams of the tunnel. Hanging mid-air, within moments, Qin Wuye followed suit as expected. They exchanged a glance and jumped down one after the other. Within less than an hour, they returned to the wellhead, evading layer upon layer of guards and slipping back into the forest. Qin Wuye clutched the piece of ore in his hand, his eyes turning cold. Indeed, as Qin Feng said, it was truly an iron mine, and one that wasn't recorded in official records. Dark 13's expression remained unchanged as he turned to look at Qin Wuye. Now that they confirmed it was a privately hidden iron mine, what were they waiting for? He said coldly, go to the Feng family. From the conversations among the guards earlier, it was clear that the ones responsible for the mining operation were from the Feng family. And the Feng family also happened to be the in-laws of Princess Consorts and when the two reappeared, they had reached the outer wall of the Feng residence. Dark 13 leaped up and, with an unexpected twist mid-air, vanished from sight. Qin Wuye followed behind. Compared to the anxious Dark 13, he seemed much calmer. After all, the one eager to return for his wedding wasn't him. The patrols at the Feng residence were more frequent, but there were also more obstructions. The two easily sneaked into Master Feng's study and searched it thoroughly but found nothing. Then Dark 13 appeared in Master Feng's bedroom. Standing by the bed, he mercilessly grabbed the neck of the sleeping man and lifted him off the bed. Master Feng could only make gurgling sounds as his neck was squeezed, his eyes filled with terror. Despite his weight being 200 caddies, he was held up by the neck. His face gradually turned bluish-purple. His hands gripped the hand around his throat while his feet kicked helplessly in the air. Qin Wuye coughed lightly and said, if you keep squeezing, he'll suffocate. Dark 13's face was cold as he put the man on the ground, loosening his fingers slightly but not letting go. If you don't want to die too quickly, cooperate, he commanded. Once his feet touched the ground, Master Feng regained his ability to breathe. Huffing and puffing for a while, he eventually saw the two figures before him and quivered in fear, asking, Masters, please spare my life. I will cooperate. I definitely will. Dark 13 didn't want to waste time circling around, so he directly asked, the iron mine accounts and the correspondence with Prince Qin. Master Feng's gaze shifted again and again. What accounts? I don't know them. I really don't know. Dark 13 flipped his left hand, gripping a dagger and cruelly saying, I have no patience. If you refuse to speak, I'll carve you until you do. He slashed the dagger, cutting through Master Feng's sleeve, revealing a chubby arm. Another slash removed a piece of flesh from his forearm. Ah! Before the scream could escape, the hand on his neck tightened, muffling the sound in his throat. Dark 13 stopped questioning and simply cut a slice of meat every few breaths, giving him time to confess while Qin Wuye looked on from the side, his lips twitching involuntarily. Master Feng screamed soundlessly, his entire arm soaked in blood. The youth in front of him appeared cold, ruthless, radiating an aura of death, like a hellish ghost collecting souls. He felt utterly hopeless, trembling in fear, and as he saw another knife fall towards him, he tried frantically to talk, making only guttural noises in his throat. Dark 13 slightly relaxed his grip, prompting Master Feng to spill everything, I'll tell you. It's in the chamber pot under the bed. Everything you want is there. Hearing this, Qin Wuye stiffened his body and reached for the night pot under the bed, turning it over repeatedly. Sure enough, at the bottom, he discovered a hidden compartment. Taking a deep breath, he opened it. Inside were various ledgers, correspondence letters, tokens. Qin Wuye flipped through them carefully, confirmed they were correct, and then stuffed them into his robe. Exchanging a glance with Dark 13, Qin Wuye nodded slightly, and Dark 13 tightened his fingers, preparing to twist Master Feng's neck. But suddenly, an unexpected turn occurred. Master Feng kicked Dark 13's knee with all his might. Instinctively, Dark 13 took a step back, lessening the strength in his wrist. Master Fong fell backward and slammed against the floor. As the ground flipped, he vanished into a secret room beneath. Without hesitation, Dark 13 darted in after him, followed closely by Qin Wuya. But as soon as they entered, Dark 13 was surprised to see him rushing back out, not reacting fast enough and being shoved forcefully out. Bang! An explosion sounded immediately. The entire floor collapsed, beams falling instantly. Qin Wuya dodged instinctively. When he stood in the courtyard, all that remained was rubble, and Dark 13 was buried underneath it. Chapter 103, A Strong Premonition. 13. Qin Huangji suddenly sat up in bed, his forehead covered with a thin layer of sweat, and he was breathing heavily. The image of 13 covered in blood from the dream lingered before him, impossible to shake off. The hand gripping the blanket tightened more and more, fear causing his voice to tremble as he spoke, "Come out." Dark One, who had been sitting on the eaves outside, flipped down and appeared before the bed. "Master." Qin Huangji touched his chest, where it felt as if an invisible hand was gripping him, making it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath and asked quietly, "What time is it?" Dark One looked at the sky and respectfully answered, "The hour of Yin." It felt to Qin Huangji as though his heart was being tightly clenched, throbbing painfully one beat at a time. "Have there been any messages from 13? "No messages have come." That dream pierced his heart like a needle. After sitting silently for a long time, he finally said, "Leave." Every time he closed his eyes, the bloody face of Dark 13 would appear before him. With no sleep left in him, Qin Huangji stood by the window. Panic churned inside him. He didn't want to wait like this anymore. Rather than worry from afar, it would be better to watch him fight fiercely close by. At this moment, the desire to see Dark 13 reached its peak. The shadows of the trees swayed outside the house, and a faint light began to rise far away at the horizon. Without hesitation, Qin Huangji quickly put on his clothes and hurriedly walked to the backyard. He untied the horse's reins, leaped onto the horse, flicked the reins, and pressed both legs firmly against the horse's flanks. The steed raised its head and neighed, its voice cutting through the morning silence, before galloping towards the distance. As Qin Huangji mounted the horse, Dark 1 and Dark 5 immediately appeared. They each mounted their own horses and chased after their master. A loud clatter of hooves broke out suddenly, startling the early merchants who curiously peered out. The man riding the horse had a handsome face, black bright eyes with fine gleams of light, and a red coat billowing behind him, creating a striking image. Qin Huangji couldn't say why, but the closer he got to Chuanzhou, the more uneasy his heart became, unwilling to stop even for a second. He felt as if that dream was predicting something ominous. Dark One frowned while looking ahead at the figure. Their master hadn't eaten anything all day, and without food, how could the body endure? Dark One slapped his hands on the horse's back, propelled himself into the air, stepped lightly on the horse's back mid-air, then shot rapidly forward to block the path ahead. Qin Huangji was shocked. At the critical moment, he yanked the reins abruptly. The horse lifted its front hooves high and let out a loud neigh to the sky. He managed to steady the horse forcibly as its hooves hit the ground beside him, fidgeting restlessly and kicking up dust. An angry expression came across Qin Huangji's face. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Dark One faced his master's anger and knelt down to the ground. "Please, master, take a break and eat something." Without any news from young Lord 13, it means he is safe. Unbeknownst to Dark One, the message had already reached the prince's mansion just in time to miss them. The homing pigeon was held by Dark 12, who casually withdrew the note tied to the bird's leg. His complexion paled as soon as he read the content, causing him to panic and lose control. Before long, all the secret agents were dispatched and rushed towards Chuanzhou. Dark 5 dismounted from his horse and knelt down alongside Dark 1. His voice rang loudly. "Master, please take care of your body. And the horse also needs a rest." Qin Huangji helplessly sighed, seeing the determined people blocking his path. Perhaps he was worrying too much. He turned the horse around and headed toward the nearby inn on the official road. After eating something and taking a brief rest, they set off again. By the time they arrived at Fengcheng, it was already nightfall, and the city gates were already tightly shut. They had no choice but to spend the night outside the city and enter tomorrow. "Hey, did you hear, the Feng family estate has become a wasteland?" It was as if the earth itself moved. "What happened? How can someone destroy what seems perfectly fine?" "It's rumored that thieves attacked during the night, and Mr. Feng was so enraged that he had explosives set off." "I heard it wasn't exactly like that." The three who were about to find an inn suddenly stopped. Dark One exchanged a quick glance before stepping forward to inquire further. On the other hand, Qin Huangji's face went pale, his legs trembling. Staring blankly for a moment, he suddenly ran uncontrollably towards the city gate. He hammered his fists against the gate, screaming, "Open up! I am Prince Xinlan. Open quickly!" One of the soldiers guarding the gate glanced down briefly. Every day, there were those unlucky souls who missed the closing time and claimed various titles. Hearing Prince Xinlan was the first of its kind. Out of curiosity, the soldier peeked once more but paid no further attention, casually digging his ears as if nothing happened. Qin Huangji's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, as he slammed his fists repeatedly against the city wall. The joints of his fingers cracked and bled, but he did not stop. Master, calm down, maybe it's not little 13. Qin Huangji paused his actions. Yes, it wasn't 13, it couldn't be 13. He had promised. He wouldn't get hurt, they hadn't yet married. Dark One returned after gathering information, his expression uneasy. None of them spoke, their hearts sinking further with each passing moment. Qin Huangji looked up at the 10-meter-high wall, detouring to a secluded corner. With great effort, he stomped on the ground, propelling his body upwards. But when he reached 4 meters high, he hit his limit and began falling back down. Qin Huangji clawed at the wall, searching for footholds, but the smooth surface gave no purchase. Despite his efforts, he could not stop his descent. As he landed, all 10 fingers were scraped bloody. One fingernail tore completely off, revealing tender pink flesh underneath. He paid no attention, seemingly devoid of pain sensation, his dark eyes resolute. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air again, predictably dropping once more when he reached his limit. Seeing this, Dark One leapt up and appeared beneath Qin Huangji. Understanding the plan, Qin Huangji stepped firmly on Dark One's shoulders, rising higher. He was almost within reach of the top of the wall when he again exceeded his limit and plummeted uncontrollably. Exchanging glances, Dark One and Dark Five devised a new strategy. Dark One went up first, using Dark Five as leverage to boost his height, appearing under Qin Huangji once more. With these successive supports, Qin Huangji finally climbed atop the wall, disappearing into the night. When Dark One landed, the two stood in silence, gazing at the wall, both anxious but powerless. Unexpectedly, Qin Huangji reappeared on the wall, holding a hemp rope which dangled down, not long, but just enough for him to grab during his final ascent. In haste, the three arrived at the Fang residence. In the moonlight, the collapsed house looked even more dilapidated and shocking. Qin Huangji's gaze froze upon seeing Qin Wuye beside the ruins. His whole body stiffened as if his blood had frozen. Step by step, he approached Qin Wuye, even managing a faint smile. His tone light, though his eyes scanned around restlessly. Where's 13? Where is he? His hands clenched tightly into fists. Crimson blood flowed from his damaged fingertips. Again and again, he prayed silently, 13 must be fine. Chapter 104, He's Still Alive. Qin Wuye did not expect the prince to arrive so quickly. Stunned for a moment, she opened her mouth but eventually closed it tightly and silently handed over the dagger in her hand. This dagger belonged to Shursan, who had dropped it hurriedly, and Qin Wuye had picked it up. Qin Huangji looked at the familiar dagger and smiled faintly, his fingers gently caressing it as if handling a treasure. Yet his eyes were cold enough to chill one's bones. His gaze was as sharp as ice, and his voice low with coldness. The prince is asking you, where is Shursan? Qin Wuye stared at him, horrified, breaking into a cold sweat down her back. The imposing presence Qin Huangji radiated at that moment made her feel frightened for the first time. She bowed her head respectfully, acting obediently. Shursan, he's buried underground. Whether alive or dead remains unknown. Qin Huangji's lips, which had been trying hard to curve upward, gradually flattened, trembling slightly before closing tightly together. It had already been 12 hours. His beloved Shursan had been buried underground for an entire 12 hours. The pain gnawing at his heart only made him increasingly aware, more and more calm. The prince wants to know exactly what happened. After listening to Qin Wuye recount the events, Qin Huangji glared at her with a murderous look, while a boundless sadness swelled in his heart. Qin Huangji knew Shursan well, the person who had only him, their master, on his mind, completely indifferent to others, even somewhat cold-blooded. Shursan wouldn't care about Qin Wuye's life or death. What he cared about was that the evidence had been destroyed, preventing any marriage alliance. The thought ripped open a wound in Qin Huangji's heart, making it bleed profusely. Focusing intently on Qin Wuye, rage surged within him like floodwaters breaching a dike. In one swift movement, he forcefully drove the dagger deep into Qin Wuye's shoulder, even turning the blade cruelly. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. This is what you owe him. If anything happens to him, you will surely be buried with him. He stabbed her a few more times consecutively before withdrawing the dagger, wiping it clean with Qin Wuye's clothing, then carefully tucking the dagger into his chest. Issue an order to the Dark Guard Pavilion. Every living soul should come to me immediately. His voice carried bone-chilling coldness, causing to shiver uncontrollably. Qin Huangji no longer paid attention to anyone. With a step, he walked into the ruins, ignoring those around him moving stones and splintered wood. He pulled out his earplugs. Instantly, various sounds flooded into his ears. He crouched down, listening attentively, leaving no possibility unchecked. As long as his Shursan was still alive, he would certainly try to signal for help, and Qin Huangji would hear it. Amidst the cacophony, countless amplified sounds filled his mind, the clattering of wood being moved and tossed resounded explosively inside his head. Whispered conversations sounded like shouts right into his ears. The rustle of cloth, footsteps, insects chirping, even the distant wails of a child and the mother soothing it softly could all be heard clearly by him. But there was no sound from Shursan, not a trace. Why couldn't he hear? How could this be? Driven mad, he fell to his knees, repeatedly moving the stone blocks with his hands, his eyes filling with blood until they turned red, feeling like his head was splitting apart. Despite this, he didn't stop, his hands kept working, his ears focused. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Huangji's ears began to produce an immense ringing sound. In that instant, it felt like he could no longer hear anything. Sitting motionlessly on the ground, his gaze became lifeless, like a stagnant pool of water. When Shan Hongyu arrived, it was already daylight, 3 hours after Qin Huangji had gotten there. By now, San had been buried for 15 hours. Shan Hongyu looked at the man without any vitality, kneeling amidst the debris. The once pristine red robe was now dirty and disheveled, the originally white and delicate fingers covered in blood and grime, nails broken, hanging off the fingertips with exposed flesh. Grasping him firmly by the arms, the pain-filled expression in his eyes refused to subside. Huangji, little San will be fine. You have to believe in him. Qin Huangji looked at the person in front of him. All he saw were the lips moving continuously, yet no sound reached his ears. Panicked and desperate, when he finally recognized the person, he tightly gripped Shan Hongyu's arms as if clinging onto a lifeline. His voice tinged with weeping, "Little uncle, I can't hear anything anymore. 13 has not been found yet, I haven't found him yet. I can't not hear. Little uncle, please help me, help me." Qin Huangji's face was pale, bloodshot at the corners of his eyes, streaks of blood trickling from his ears and drying into thin lines. Unable to bear seeing him suffer further, Shan Hongyu struck swiftly with a palm, cutting through the air to land a precise chop on Qin Huangji's neck. Immediately, he fainted. Shan Hongyu held the person tightly in his arms, and the earplugs he had discarded somewhere earlier were nowhere to be found. After searching around, he managed to find only one, which was extremely dirty. Wrinkling his brows, he hesitated but eventually inserted it into one of his ears. Having something is better than having nothing at all, with one earplug, it was still better than none. He handed the person over for an E to care for. Glancing at the shadow guards and dark guards who had gradually arrived, he began to direct them efficiently, bringing order to the chaotic group of people. Beneath the pile of rubble underground, it was pitch black. And San lay there with his eyes closed, breathing faintly. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might have thought that his breathing had ceased. When San realized that Master Fong had ignited the explosives, he immediately ran out. Although he had not sustained any injuries from the explosion itself, the shockwave had caused the secret passage to collapse. A large stone trapped his leg, leaving him almost unable to move. His upper body was just barely lodged in the gap between two stones, providing a minuscule space for movement. He estimated that his location wasn't too far from the entrance since he could still breathe the faint traces of air. But how long he could endure this was unknown. Estimating the time again, he figured it had been about 13 hours since he regained consciousness, though he didn't know how long he had been unconscious beforehand. He knew his master would surely come to rescue him. Even so, it would take at least 2 days from receiving the message until the master's arrival. The master would surely be heartbroken upon hearing what had happened, and thinking about it made San's own heart ache. Determined, he decided that he must escape before the master arrived. His previously closed eyes slowly opened, and in the pitch darkness, he raised his hand to feel around once more. Tiny wounds covered his hands, dirt and sand mixed into the cuts, making each touch feel like needles pricking his skin. After confirming that the stone slab above wouldn't collapse further, he placed both palms upward and used them to support the slab pinning his leg down. Had there been light here, one would have noticed that his foot was twisted at an odd angle, and his lower leg appeared limp as well. San's face remained expressionless as he calmly calculated angles, then slowly applied force in attempts to lift the stone slab, simultaneously trying his best to wiggle his trapped leg free. At the same time, he remained vigilant to ensure there was no secondary collapse. He demonstrated incredible patience, applying force incrementally, stopping every moment to observe the surroundings, until he successfully lifted the slab just enough to create a small gap. Finally, his leg could now move. Enduring immense pain, he slowly shifted his leg inch by inch until it was fully extracted. Then, only after ensuring that his leg was entirely clear of the rubble, did he carefully place the slab back down. Suddenly, Qin Huangji jolted awake, dashing forward instinctively. In a fleeting moment just then, he thought he heard something, a faint sound originating from beneath the ground. 13 is alive, he's still alive. Chapter 105, Come here and hug me, I miss you. An watched as his master suddenly rushed out and moved to intercept, but upon gazing into those dead water-like eyes, a flicker of light entered them. The hand that reached out slowly retracted, unwilling to disrupt the brightness in those eyes. Dan Hongyu turned around and saw Qin Huangji, his brows slightly furrowed. He strode over and wrapped one arm around his waist, lifting him into an embrace to take him back. Qin Huangji grabbed the hand encircling his waist with both hands, his pitch-black eyes gleaming brightly. His tone was tinged with relief at finding something lost. "Little uncle, I heard it, he's still alive. Let me go, I need to find him." Upon hearing this, Dan Hongyu was somewhat disbelieving, did he really hear it? But looking at the expectant face, the strength in his grip softened, and he released his waist. He simultaneously signaled for everyone around to stop all actions, slowing their breathing to avoid disturbing him. In an instant, apart from the wind and cicada sounds, there were no other noises. Qin Huangji yanked off his earplugs, meticulously listening, not missing a single sound. But everything was eerily quiet. There was no muffled thud of stones hitting the ground, no sharp scrape of daggers on rocks. It was as if everything was his own imagination. How could there be nothing? I definitely heard it, I did. His eyes widened in disbelief. 13, where are you? Tell me, alright? I'm waiting for you, we haven't even married yet. A gentle breeze stirred up the sand, blinding his eyes. Qin Huangji's voice lowered. His hands hung limply by his side. The once bright eyes gradually dimmed, turning joy into disappointment. It felt like abandonment, and the helplessness and despair radiated to everyone present. Dan Hongyu's eyes reddened, opening his mouth to offer consolation, yet unable to utter any words. He stepped forward, turning Qin Huangji's shoulders and pulling him into an embrace, lightly patting his back. Suddenly, a sound reached Qin Huangji's ears. He abruptly looked up, staring toward a spot among the ruins. The voice was broken but exceptionally clear. Little uncle, he's there, beneath that place. Dark guardians, listen to my command. For 2 days and 1 night, eating almost nothing and not closing his eyes, experiencing extreme emotional highs and lows, his mind went blank momentarily, and his vision darkened. Dan Hongyu promptly supported him, while the Dark Guardians and Shadow Guardians, without needing his instruction, had already gone ahead. In the darkness, Shursan couldn't tell how time passed. His legs, crushed under stone slabs, were no longer painful. Now, as his legs came free, intense pain surged through him. Trapped in tight space, with his upper body wedged between stone cracks, he bent his knees to slowly scoot downward inch by inch. Air grew scarce, making his chest feel more congested, but he didn't dare to pause. Instead, he tried to slow down his breaths. Finally, his torso freed itself from the stone crevice, allowing him to sit upright. After regaining some composure, his hands moved toward his lower leg. Fortunately, it was just a fracture. A small sigh of relief escaped him internally as it wouldn't greatly affect him. Upon checking his ankle, it turned out to be merely a dislocation. Taking off his shoes and socks, he held one foot with one hand and supported his ankle with the other. A crack, and he managed to pop the dislocated ankle bone back in place. Testing its movement carefully, after putting on his shoe and sock again, he used his hands to feel the surroundings. After roughly surveying the area around him, he had to sit back, tightly pressing pale lips together. Despair gripped him, the surroundings seemed nearly sealed off by stones. Master. Shursan softly murmured. It seemed he might never get the chance to marry his master. Master, please let's marry again in the next life, alright? With air growing thinner and suffocating sensations overwhelming, his gaze became hazy. Between these blurred visions, he thought he heard some noise above, along with loosened soil falling from above. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced through the crack between the stone slab and soil, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. With the arrival of fresh air, the pressure in his chest eased. 13, are you inside? Shursan's eyes gradually became lucid. It was indeed his master's voice, it wasn't a dream. All feelings of despair and fear instantly settled. Opening his mouth slightly, his hoarse voice barely resembled normal. Master, I'm here. On the outside, when Qin Huangji heard this voice, all his strength drained from him, collapsing on the ground. Trying twice to stand up but failing both times, he simply sat nearby. The indescribable joy after surviving disaster made his eyes water. Powerless, he placed his hand on his leg, gently closing his eyes. The softest of voices emerged, fearing to disturb this moment, lest it shatter. 13. I'm here. 13. I'm here. After repeatedly confirming, the heart that had been hanging finally settled. The voice began to tremble. Have you been injured? Qin Huangji's trembling voice reached Shursan's ears, and the pain it caused resonated deep within him, making his heart race with fear. Master, I'm fine, don't worry about me. One sat on the ground, the other beneath it, both with similar smiles on their lips, one speaking, the other listening. Everything around them seemed to fade in importance as long as he still lived. Qin Huangji slowly recounted what happened after he left, telling of how he made little Muchen cry again and again. Of how he managed to wrangle many treasures from the Empress Dowager and his mother for their wedding dowry. And of how he infuriated the old general to the point that he threw his cherished military books. Shursan's expression was tender, eyes brimming with laughter as sunlight streamed through the ever-expanding hole above, bathing him in its warmth. He appeared even more gentle. Yet when he climbed out from underground and saw his master in that instant, all tenderness vanished immediately. Sharp waves of pain surged through him, as though his body's flesh was being torn apart. His treasured master stood before him in such a state. A tattered red robe clung to his body, seated amidst rubble, his disheveled hair streaked with dirt lay scattered on the ground, entwined among stones and earth. His face pale and covered in bloody streaks, his hands marred by blood and mud, no longer resembling their once refined elegance. Each peeled-off fingernail pierced Shursan's vision painfully. Master. Qin Huangji lifted his head and smiled at the sight of him. On a face stained with blood, it looked strange but in Shursan's eyes, utterly beautiful. Come here and give me a hug, I miss you. The simple words caused Enshirsan's heart to quiver as well, forgetting all the pain. He took 2 steps forward, knelt on the ground, and wrapped his arms around the waist. He buried his face into the shoulder. Qin Huangji held Enshirsan tightly, as if trying to fuse into his bloodstream. Long-suppressed emotions burst forth suddenly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, landing on Enshirsan's back. His roar sounded like an imprisoned beast. Are you stupid? Nothing is as important as you. If the evidence is gone, so be it, but if you were gone, what would I do? What would I do? You promised. Chapter 106, Childhood Memories. The tears falling on his back burned him painfully. Every word Master said tore at his flesh, and it hurt so much that he could not breathe. Before Qin Huangji could finish speaking, he turned his head and kissed the Master, swallowing the salty tears and the unfinished words together. Qin Huangji felt the kiss and saw black spots before his eyes. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and the intense pain shot through his mind like a drill. Raising his hand to touch En's face, he momentarily saw his childhood self. The memories surged uncontrollably as if a floodgate had opened in his brain, fragmented recollections gradually connecting. The 2 types of pain merged in his mind, and Qin Huangji could no longer bear it, he fainted. At Feng Mansion, in a room that hadn't been destroyed, Qin Huangji lay with his eyes tightly closed, his face pale. The bloodstains on his body had been cleaned, and the broken nails on his fingers had been medicated and bandaged. The elderly doctor brought by Shan Hongyu sat beside the bed, one hand pressing on Qin Huangji's wrist, the other stroking his beard, his eyebrows furrowed in deep thought. San sat at the foot of the bed while another chubby doctor was setting his bones and applying splints. Paying no attention to his own leg injuries, and fixed his eyes on the Master intently. The chubby doctor couldn't help but admire how the man bore everything silently without uttering a sound. If it weren't for the trembling muscles, one might have thought he lacked the sensation of pain. Shan Hongyu stood beside them, watching the old doctor's furrowed brows, and concern began to rise in his heart. Doctor, how is he? The old doctor withdrew his hand and after some deliberation replied, Sir, you may rest assured. There's nothing wrong with Lord Qin. Instead, he has benefited from this misfortune, his previously blocked meridians have been unsealed, which will further his martial arts skills and can resolve his hearing problems. Shan Hongyu let out a sigh of relief. As long as Qin Huangji was fine, nothing else mattered. If anything happened under his watch, he wouldn't be able to answer even to his lord. When will he wake up? The old doctor stroked his beard leisurely. Lord Qin is just too exhausted. He'll wake up naturally when he's slept enough. Shan Hongyu escorted the 2 doctors out. Returning, he looked at San, then glanced at the untouched rice porridge on the small table and sighed softly. 13. Take care of yourself first before you can care for him. If he wakes up and sees you in this state, he'll feel heartbroken again. San's gaze flickered, and he finally shifted his eyes from Qin Huangji to the small table, silently picking up the bowl of rice porridge and taking small bites one by one. At this time, Qin Huangji was lost in memories. Master, slow down, please wait for Aping. A young eunuch around 7 or 8 years old with a round face and large eyes jogged behind Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji rolled his eyes, slowing not a bit but accelerating instead. He arrived at the Eastern Palace where he found the Crown Prince sitting by the window, leaning on the open window frame. Crown Prince brother, where's your little reading companion? Is he not coming today? The Crown Prince was only 12 years old, yet exceptionally composed. The bright yellow brocade robe on him appeared slightly mature but still dignified. He pinched Qin Huangji's nose gently, his eyes filled with regret. You, always bullying him. He won't come anymore. Startled, Qin Huangji braced himself on the window ledge and jumped directly into the room, clinging onto the sleeve of the Crown Prince. What happened? Is it because of this that he won't come anymore? The Crown Prince patted his head affectionately but with a sorrowful look. His father has committed a crime, and they're going to be wiped out entirely. Hearing this, Qin Huangji froze in shock for a moment before dashing off recklessly. He ran all the way to the imperial study, clinging onto the emperor's neck playfully. Father, I want Pei Yunxiu. Please don't kill him, okay? He was 9 now, but the soul inside his body was 21 years old. He had been a modern person diagnosed with cancer. He thought he had fainted, but actually, he had died. With these memories intact, he was reborn into an imperial family where he received more love than he had ever gotten from his biological parents in his previous life. The emperor steadied his posture carefully to keep him from falling and looked at him seriously. Nonsense. He's the son of a sinner, and it's not up to you. After pestering for several days without any success, Qin Huangji directly rushed to the execution grounds. He truly liked that aloof and arrogant child who looked like a fairy child. Qin Huangji had shadow guards replace Pei Yunxiu's body with another child's corpse. The emperor turned a blind eye, pretending not to know. Pei Yunxiu, dressed in prisoner's clothes, covered in filth, crouched in the corner of the room. His arms wrapped around his knees, his gaze blank, his head buried in his arms. Qin Huangji entered, scanning the room before spotting him in the corner. He squatted down beside him, looking at him and giving him a gentle pat. If you're sad, just cry. There's nothing I can do about your family. Pei Yunxiu looked up blankly, pushing his hand away. Why save me? I don't need your rescue. Why not let me die with them? Qin Huangji looked at the boy hunched into a small ball. No matter how dirty he was, it couldn't conceal his features. Qin Huangji wondered how handsome he would become when he grew up. Sitting on the ground shoulder to shoulder with him, Qin Huangji tilted his head and began poking Pei Yunxiu's cheeks one by one with his finger. Each time, Pei Yunxiu irritably dodged and glared viciously. Qin Huangji chuckled, finding the boy incredibly adorable. Realizing this might be slightly impolite, he tried to suppress his laughter. I saved you because I like you. Pei Yunxiu froze for a moment, forgetting to dodge as Qin Huangji poked him several more times, marveling at how smooth and tender his skin was. Staring dazedly at Qin Huangji, Pei Yunxiu asked hesitantly, didn't you hate me? Holding his face with both hands, Qin Huangji stared into his eyes. Who said I hated you? You're so beautiful, why would I hate you? Pei Yunxiu's face turned red, and he pulled his hands away, lowering his head as his voice became muffled. You threw paper balls at me. The teacher always punished me. And he would find excuses to let the crown prince keep me in the palace. When I went home, my father would also punish me. He would mess up my books, throw insects on me, and... Qin Huangji's expression turned awkward as he quickly covered Pei Yunxiu's mouth with his hand, trying to justify himself in a low voice. That wasn't just a paper ball, it had words written inside. How was I supposed to know you wouldn't even look? The teacher didn't just punish you but also complained to the emperor, and I got beaten too. Seeing Pei Yunxiu's peach-like eyes gazing at him, Qin Huangji loosened his grip somewhat shyly. I asked the crown prince to let you stay because you never paid attention to me. I didn't realize you'd get punished. Messing up your books wasn't intentional, and the insects. I just thought it was fun to see you walking around with such a cold face all day. Qin Huangji's voice grew softer, realizing how immature he sounded despite being over 20 years old. Do you really like me? I'm the son of a traitor now. I have no family, no relatives. Turning to look at him, Qin Huangji felt sorrow in his heart. He reached out and patted Pei Yunxiu's shoulder. Of course, I like you. Otherwise, why would I have saved you? I can be your family, your relative. Chapter 107, Want to Kiss You, Kid. Pei Yunxiu looked at him, her tears rolling down in large drops. Eventually, she collapsed onto her knees and began crying silently, her shoulders trembling as she stubbornly refused to make a sound. Qin Huangji was momentarily at a loss, only quietly sitting beside her. After a while, he said, Kid, I don't know if what I've done is right or wrong. I just don't want you to die. Pei Yunxiu lifted her head, tear streaks running down her cheeks, her nose red, and her eyes full of misty confusion as they turned toward him. Qin Huangji's heart suddenly felt pierced. Pulling his sleeve toward himself, without any trace of disgust, he gently wiped her face clean. I know it's painful and exhausting for only one of you to survive, but I don't want you to die. I'm sorry. Seeing Pei Yunxiu crying silently, he didn't know what to say for a moment. But he had no regrets, even though he couldn't clearly articulate the feeling within him. If everything happened again, he would still save her. Qin Huangji moved his lips, solemnly promising her, would this work? Let me share all that I have with you. At 9 years old, Qin Huangji was still a young boy, with a delicate little face, big glossy black eyes, small lips, and pink cheeks. He looked exceptionally adorable. Pei Yunxiu stopped crying, reaching out to pinch his chubby cheeks. Qin Huangji furrowed his brow but did not pull away. The next day, Qin Huangji skipped school and took Pei Yunxiu out of the palace. He thought children could forget their worries through play, even if it were only temporary. They climbed mountains, visited temples, listened to storytellers, strolled through night markets, released river lanterns, bought books, and even attempted to enter a brothel. Of course, they didn't get inside as the shadow guard stopped them. But Pei Yunxiu still blushed deeply, his long and curling eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans, his peach-shaped eyes seemingly carrying hooks, his nose upturned, and his thin lips showing a pinkish hue. Kissing slightly, Qin Huangji was captivated. At such a young age, he already grew so handsome. Grasping Pei Yunxiu's cheeks with both hands, he pulled them apart left and right. Kid, why are you growing so beautiful? Pei Yunxiu swatted away his hands, lowering her eyelids and remaining silent. Huangji's expression changed as he sensed her mood and pulled her hand. Let's go eat. When we return, there might be some beatings, but if our stomachs are full, the pain will feel less intense. Shadow guards hiding nearby rolled their eyes. When had the emperor truly beaten him? Just tapping on his palm twice with a ruler, not even leaving any redness, yet Prince Qin called that beating. The following day, Qin Huangji caused trouble around the palace, cutting the beard of the teacher, ruining the flowers of the Empress Dowager, switching the Emperor's tea, and eventually being confined to solitary confinement. Yet Qin Huangji didn't care. In his own merry way, he stole a maid's clothing and forced Pei Yunxiu to dress up. In a water-pink corset-style blouse, light green outer shirt, and a green sash tied around the waist fluttering in the wind, her hair braided into 2 small pigtails, adorned with pink tasseled decorations on each side. Her cheeks tinged with pink blush, fingers curled up, and her rosy face was simply breathtaking, dazzling Qin Huangji. Just as he was about to tease her, a current surged through him, spreading an electric tingling sensation throughout his body, making him freeze. He saw modern parents, expressions panic-stricken, rushing doctors and nurses going by, seeing someone held down, screaming wildly, that person's eyes shadowed, looking utterly deranged. Your Highness, what's wrong? Qin Huangji blinked his eyes, snapping back to reality. His eyes found the worried gaze of Pei Yunyu, grabbing her hand tightly as, at this moment, two worlds strangely merged together. He could see the disarrayed hospital room where that person struggled madly, avoiding needles from the doctor's hands, as well as the presence of Pei Yunyu before him. An inexplicable sense crept over him, he might leave soon. Kid, I might leave soon. Pei Yunyu startled, hastily tightening her grip on him, lips pressed tightly. Where are you going? You mustn't leave. Qin Huangji gazed at the determined child in front of him, sorrow overwhelming his heart. He cherished everyone here, including this kid. Probably home. I'll let you in on a secret, I'm not from this world. I came here because of illness. Qin Huangji shifted his gaze from Pei Yunyu's face, focusing on the person restrained by several nurses, watching as the doctor injected a needle into his arm. Pei Yunyu watched his unfocused gaze, as if he was staring beyond her somewhere else, fear creeping into her heart. She instinctively knew he would soon disappear. What are you looking at? Don't look at it. I'm here. Can you please look at me? Qin Huangji looked at the face in the ward, so familiar it couldn't be more recognizable, filled with thick hatred, and suddenly felt a sense of fear. Kid, you must live well, stay far away from me, did you hear? The dizziness grew heavier, he strained to keep his eyes open but could no longer. Kid, wait for me to come back. Pei Yunyu's face was streaked with tears, her eyes full of despair as she continuously shook him. Don't go, don't leave me behind. You said you would be my family. You can't go back on your word. I have nothing left except you. Don't leave me, please. Qin Huangji slowly opened his eyes, facing a magnified handsome face, causing him to momentarily feel disoriented. His kid had grown so much already. It turned out he had always been part of this world, the enviable familial bond belonged to him all along. Thinking about those lost memories made him squint his eyes. He remembered seeing that photo of his modern home during his last fainting spell, recalling his parents' inconsistent attitudes toward him since childhood, and the medication the doctors injected into his body. Olanzapine. Suddenly, Qin Huangji understood. Closing his eyes, he concealed his disappointment and masked the bitterness in his heart, curling up a cold smile after a while. Perhaps he wasn't even suffering from cancer. He chuckled softly. His previous experience of crossing over, and this instance of death, were meticulously planned. The light in his eyes gradually cooled down. Master, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere you're uncomfortable? Does your head still hurt? Would you like some water? Are you hungry? Ansher-san was awakened by the atmosphere around Qin Huangji. Propping himself up, his eyes lit up with joy when he saw Qin Huangji, followed by worry, and began touching his face again and again. As the chilliness left Qin Huangji's entire body, his gaze softened. He smiled at the tense person before him. Which of your questions should I answer first? He paused briefly before continuing. I'm fine, very well. No thirst, no hunger, just missed you, wanted to kiss you, kid. Ansher-san slightly widened his eyes, his chest brimming with indescribable emotions and countless words he wished to say, yet they remained lodged in his throat. With trembling eyelashes, he lowered his head and kissed, as if pouring all his emotions out through the act. Chapter 108, The Kid. Ansher-san finally used his teeth against Qin Huangji's gentle treatment. Qin Huangji neither dodged nor pushed him away, his eyes filled with indulgence. He raised a hand to encircle Ansher-san, moving his fingers slightly and feeling something amiss before patting his back. After Ansher-san retreated, he pressed his tingling lips and took a light breath. This little brat really bit hard. Raising his hand, as expected, all 10 fingers were wrapped in thick bandages, so thick that the 5 fingers of one hand couldn't close together. A scorching pain radiated from each finger, the pain crawling upward along the fingers, 10 fingers connected to the heart was not just talk. Qin Huangji shook his hand lightly, emitting a soft, tisk sound, glancing at Ansher-san who revealed an almost imperceptible hint of embarrassment. Did you wrap this yourself? Is this your revenge for my previous wrapping of your knee? Ansher-san hesitated slightly, his gaze flickering toward his master's fingers. He hadn't thought much about it during the bandaging process, but after being reminded by his master, it did indeed seem like a form of retaliation. His lips curled up involuntarily. He reached out, weaving his hand through his master's fingers which could not close due to the bandages, their fingers interlocking tightly. He leaned his head on his master's shoulder, looking up at him with uncertain eyes, a note of unease tainting his voice. Master, do you remember me now, right? But, will you leave again? Qin Huangji tightened his arm, pulling him into his embrace, rubbing his chin against his forehead. I won't leave again. Thinking of his parents in the modern era made his eyes turn cold. Even if he wanted to go back, it seemed impossible. Upon careful reflection, perhaps the reason for his time travel was his parents' desire to expel him from that body. Moreover, from start to finish, he had no idea there was another personality. It seemed to be the deliberate concealment of his parents. If it weren't for recovering his memory and recognizing the medication names, and seeing that, him, he might never have realized until now. Dual personalities, the brutal secondary personality, when did it first emerge? Suddenly, Qin Huangji grabbed both of his wrists, lifting them over his head and pressing them onto the bed, glaring at him ferociously. Didn't I tell you to keep your distance when I left? Why didn't you listen? Recalling the previous life where that secondary personality continually tormented Enshirsan, he certainly recognized it, deliberately harming everyone. That person must have been quite proud seeing everyone die because of him. He must have thought that even if Qin Huangji returned, he'd come back to a world where everyone was already dead. Unfortunately, Qin Huangji returned before anything happened. None of those events had transpired yet. But thinking about the suffering endured by Enshirsan in the previous life left him with a deep sense of frustration. The thought of Enshirsan dying stirred a rising hatred in his heart, only separated by a span of time leaving him powerless. Enshirsan, not knowing where the hatred in his master stemmed from, remained unresisting. Even adjusting his posture so his master could more easily restrain him without exacerbating the injury to his fingers, he opened his lips and explained in a low voice. Master, I listened, I stayed away. Qin Huangji looked into his face, calming down the fluctuations within his heart. Enshirsan hadn't been reborn, in this lifetime, he hadn't gone through such cruel treatments or felt despair waiting. Kissing this life's Enshirsan tenderly, his heart still ached for the previous life's Enshirsan. Letting go of his hands, Qin Huangji folded his arms and lay down, resting his chin on his own hand while staring at him intently. Shirsan, promise me not to do dangerous things. Nothing is more important than you. Always protect yourself, and I don't want what just happened to repeat. Enshirsan stared at his master's hands, somewhat blaming him for not paying attention, raising his hand to free his entangled hands gently cradled them. Master, I have only you left. Don't leave me behind anymore. As long as you're here, nothing bad will ever happen to me. With narrowed eyes, Qin Huangji watched this kid making demands, yet his heart swelled with sweetness. Suddenly, Qin Huangji noticed the tension and slight trembling of the man in his arms. Puzzled, as he hadn't done anything yet, he looked up and saw the sweat on Enshirsan's forehead and the pale complexion. Qin Huangji carefully laid him flat, lifting the blanket to see his leg with a splint, his expression darkening progressively. Rising silently, he began unraveling the bandage on his hand. Seeing this, Enshirsan pulled Qin Huangji's sleeve, deliberately softening his voice. Master, don't be mad. It's just a fracture, it will heal soon. I'm fine, please stop removing it, your hands are injured severely. Qin Huangji turned his head and glared at him icily, just? You fractured your leg and you say, just? Are my hands severely injured? How severe? Suddenly thinking of something, he violently pulled apart Enshirsan's shirt and went to untie his belt. Enshirsan slightly opened his mouth, but upon seeing his master's angry face, obediently closed it. Qin Huangji flipped back and forth, carefully inspecting, and found out that aside from the fracture in the lower leg and some small cuts on the fingers, there were no other injuries, which made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Enshirsan then tugged at his sleeve, his fingers unconsciously gripping tight, eyes carrying a hint of embarrassment, cheeks slightly flushed red. Husband. Husband, don't be angry anymore. Qin Huangji's tense face could no longer hold up, those two words felt like little brushes tickling his ears all the way to his heart. His lips curled up despite his attempts to suppress it, and he let out a soft sigh. He adjusted his clothes for him, covered him with blankets, leaned down and lightly kissed the corner of his mouth. Kid, you know I have little self-control. As he said this, he took Enshirsan's hand. Enshirsan's face turned even redder, yet he did not pull his hand back. He also missed his master. The injury on his leg didn't really affect much. Thinking about this, he became restless again. Qin Huangji never expected this kid to be so bold. A dark wave of desire surged in his eyes. Suddenly taking Enshirsan's hand and placing it inside the blanket, his voice deepened. Stay still. I'll go get you some food. Saying this, he hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed out, closing the door behind him. He panted heavily for quite a while, calming himself before helplessly adjusting his own clothes. Chapter 109, Deserves a Beating. Qin Huangji glanced around, taking in the broken walls and the ruins. Of this large mansion, there were only a few habitable rooms left. The western courtyard wall had collapsed by half. From here, he could see the collapsed main courtyard, wherein 13 had been buried. A few ancient trees nearby had been uprooted completely, their roots pulling up clumps of dirt that had since dried under the sun. Despite the desolate scene, Qin Huangji's mood remained unaffected. He smiled gently, his eyebrows curved. An having no place to hide, leaned against the remnants of a wall. Slender in frame, he was impeccably dressed in black clothing. On his forehead was a headband exclusive to dark guards, a soft whip coiled around his waist, and a short knife held in his hand. His sharp eyes were wary and alert. Upon seeing Qin Huangji emerge from the room, any look of arrogance disappeared as he straightened his body and respectfully bowed. Master. Qin Huangji waved a hand, signaling for him to rise. Where are the others? An stood up, deftly twirling the short knife in his palm before sheathing it into his boot. Report to Master, Qin Mie has already returned ahead of us to give his report. As for the people from the Dark Guard Pavilion, I've ordered them to go back to perform their duties. I, Wu, and N12 remain here at your command. Qin Huangji nodded in acknowledgement. He did not wish to get involved in Prince Tsin's affairs, the evidence had already been obtained, and his father and elder brother would resolve the matter. All he needed to do now was nurse N13 back to health and prepare for their marriage. Bring some easily digestible food. Standing in the courtyard, Qin Huangji thought about the wedding attire that should be prepared, the reconstruction of the main courtyard, and the 6 etiquettes and 3 documents, all details must be attended to. He debated whether to have N13 leave her post at the Dark Guard Pavilion or from the general's mansion for the wedding. Ultimately, he decided on the latter. Huangji, you're awake. How do you feel? Qin Huangji's thoughts were interrupted. Lifting his gaze, he saw Shan Hongyu, his long robes fluttering elegantly with each step. His wide sleeves flapped in the breeze, giving him a jade-like demeanor, almost otherworldly. Curious, he asked, Uncle Xiao, why are you here? Shan Hongyu's steps faltered, and his expression turned grim. Clutching the fan in his hand tightly, yesterday's memories of tears shed on his shoulder seemed far away now, replaced by this sudden indifference. Truly, a good nephew indeed. With a swift wave of his hand, he brought the folding fan down, mindful of Qin Huangji's injured hand. He slightly adjusted his wrist to aim towards Qin Huangji's shoulder. Qin Huangji blinked, silently watching Uncle Xiao in disbelief. How could he just start attacking upon meeting? He immediately stepped back, dodging the attack from the fan. But as he retreated, something felt off. How incredibly fast. He'd merely stepped back half a step but was suddenly several paces away from his uncle. Excited, he looked at his legs and was about to share this revelation with his uncle when instead, all he saw was an angry magnified face looming closer with the fan aiming directly for him again. Terrified, Qin Huangji let out a cry of "Ayo," before spinning around and running away. If that struck him, he would surely be in pain. Realizing that his uncle was in hot pursuit, he used his light-stepping skill. Uncle Xiao, listen to me, I didn't mean to dodge, it's not right for you to start beating someone upon meeting. The more Qin Huangji explained, the angrier Shan Hongyu became. While traveling with Helian Nanchu to the northern city-state, he had heard the news, left everyone behind, and hurried back through the night. Yet upon arrival, his nephew coolly asked, how come you're here? Truly like his shameless father, Yusanda's guard attitude made him bristle with fury. Too upset to speak, he vowed today to thrash his nephew. An returned carrying the food box, and the first thing he saw was Wu and N12 standing side by side, both intently observing the two figures sparring in the courtyard. Their master, in red inner garments, danced gracefully amid the air currents, while a figure cloaked in light blue chased after him relentlessly. Though his movements seemed slightly disheveled, compared to this figure who retained calmness, they identified the attacker as Lord Shan. Seeing the tense scene relax a little, they realized this situation wasn't serious. Two individuals like these wouldn't allow anything untoward happen to their master. However, seeing Lord Shan clearly incensed, one couldn't help but inquire. What happened? Upon hearing this, N12 glanced at their master to ensure he wasn't paying attention before leaning closer to to whisper softly. Brother the master asked Lord Shan why he was here. In response, Lord Shan started chasing after the master and beat him. Should we assist him? paused briefly, understanding now. Their master probably doesn't remember what happened yesterday. Watching Lord Shan's darkened countenance further clarified the matter. Eyeing N12, who seemed ready to act, he whispered lowly. Lord Shan is no pushover. If he decides to punish you, even our master can't stop him. Lord Shan's strength with the whip could take 20 strikes and reduce you to near death. N12 shrank back, hastily shaking his head. I said nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu noticed the two shoulders pressed closely together, whispering secrets. A flicker of irritation passed through his brow. He unconsciously felt uneasy and displeased without clear cause. The Dark Guards, sensitive to changes in energy and emotions, naturally noticed the shift in Dark Five's demeanor, prompting both of them to turn their heads. Dark One's gaze fell on Dark Five before shifting his attention to his own shoulder. As he looked up, his eyes landed on Dark 12 standing beside him. After a quick scan over both men, Dark One's lips twitched slightly. He chose not to acknowledge them and instead walked indoors with the food box in hand. Dark 12 assumed that Dark One was concerned about their master. He patted Dark 5's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, Brother 5. The master will be fine. His current light-stepping skills have even surpassed me. After speaking, he picked a shady spot where he sat down contentedly, his keen eyes gleaming as if enjoying some entertainment. Dark 5 felt an inexplicable heaviness in his chest, as though it had no outlet. After casting a deep glance at Dark 12, he disappeared with a few agile movements. Dark 13 immediately stood by the door upon hearing the commotion. Through the crack, his sharp eyes were fixed on Qin Huangji, his muscles tense, ready to rush out at any moment. When Dark 1 approached and saw his readiness, he pushed open the door without closing it, leaving it wide open. He set the food box on the table and began taking things out one by one, but spoke slowly. In your current state, if you dare go outside, Master Qin would definitely confine you for 3 to 5 months without letting you leave your room. Dark 13's gaze flickered momentarily, and he retreated slightly into the shadows. Dark One glanced sideways at him and said indifferently, with Master Qin's advanced light stepping skills now, if he suddenly rushes in, I don't think your injured leg would allow you enough time to get back onto the bed. Dark 13 silently lowered his eyes, as if carefully calculating something. Then he moved his injured leg, testing its strength. When he looked up again, regret and reluctance were evident in his eyes, and he reluctantly returned to the bed. Once assured that he was lying down, Dark One moved the table closer to the bedside and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Little 13, you eat first. You've been confined for 2 days, only having a bit of congee last night. Noticing that Dark 13 made no move and kept looking through the open doorway, seemingly still listening intently to the sounds outside, Dark One remarked. I wonder if the master would be angry to know that you got up from the bed and walked around twice. This finally drew Dark 13's focus away from the outside world and back to Dark One's face. It then dawned on him that from the very start, Dark One seemed to be pressuring him. Are you threatening me? Dark One remained silent, crossing his arms, calmly standing aside, raising an eyebrow while signaling him to eat. Chapter 110, Truly Too Adorable. Qin Huangji landed on the ground, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. He saw Shan Hongyu descend gracefully and immediately pleaded. Little uncle, please spare me. Shan Hongyu, with a whoosh, unfolded his folding fan, lightly fanning himself with one hand while the other was placed behind him, his eyes filled with amusement. Why aren't you running anymore? Go ahead, run. It's been a while since I've had this kind of scene, actually quite nostalgic. Breathing heavily, Qin Huangji stood up, looking at the grinning person walking towards him. He looked up to the sky in despair. For so many years, little uncle hadn't changed. When he was naughty as a child, whenever he annoyed him, he would surely be beaten. If he dared to hide or run, little uncle would chase him day and night until he caught him back. Back then, he suffered no small amount of losses. His eyes quickly darted around, pondering how to get out of this predicament. As he saw his little uncle take large steps toward him, close the fan, and raise it to hit him, he instinctively closed his eyes. Shan Hongyu chuckled lightly, using the fan to poke his forehead. Just look at your pathetic side. Since you're fine, I'll leave now. Helian is still waiting for me. After walking 2 steps, he stepped back to carefully scrutinize him. Hearing this, Qin Huangji opened his eyes. Seeing his little uncle staring at him intently made him feel somewhat uneasy. Little uncle, what are you doing? I'm examining you, wondering how fortunate you've become lately. Your martial arts have improved significantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji gritted his teeth. Soil could be killed but not humiliated, thus he raised his face and smiled brightly at Shan Hongyu. My luck has always been good, hasn't little uncle heard? Luck is also part of strength. I've even had the good fortune to receive the decree of a marriage granted by the emperor. Once we return to the capital, we will be married. Remember to bring Helian Nanchu to witness our ceremony. After all, some people might not have the chance to experience a grand wedding, truly regrettable. Wanting to see a few more times isn't bad either. Shan Hongyu clenched his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging, and tightly gripped the fan, breaking it forcefully. Seeing this, Qin Huangji turned around and ran. Shan Hongyu was so enraged that he laughed. How can I possibly have such an annoying nephew? Unaware of something else, he made a sound of disapproval and left. Qin Huangji rushed into the room and slammed the door shut with great force, making a loud bang. The door nearly shattered. Turning around, he saw 2 people inside the room, feeling slightly awkward, tidied up his clothes, coughed lightly, and then moved toward Enshursan. So eager to eat. Why are you being so obedient today? Enshursan lay half reclined, leaning his upper body against the headrest, biting a steamed bun, sipping a bowl of congee. Just as Qin Huangji entered, he caught Enshursan biting the bun, staring blankly at him with cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Unable to resist, he reached out to poke his cheeks. Upon seeing the master enter, An Yi bowed respectfully, preparing to leave. Qin Huangji propped up one hand, resting his elbow on the table, his palm supporting his chin, casting a glance at An Yi. Prepare the carriage and find an inn, we'll head there shortly. Yes. He quickly returned his gaze to watch Enshursan eating, his lips curling upward in increasing delight. With this person by his side, regardless of what they were doing, he felt his heart completely full. Thinking of this, unable to help himself, he reached out to touch Enshursan's puffed up cheeks again. Enshursan stopped chewing and spoke unclearly. Master, don't you want to eat? Qin Huangji showed his bound hands in front of Enshursan, wrapped layer upon layer so much that it was difficult even to spread his fingers, let alone pick up chopsticks. It was like a dream for someone so foolish. Enshursan's face turned red but acted as if nothing happened, raising the half-eaten bun to the master's mouth, his black eyes gazing at him silently. When Qin Huangji looked down at the bitten bun in his eyes reflecting unusual feelings, he slightly opened his mouth and bit into where the circle of teeth marks was, yet before swallowing, another spoonful of congee was offered to him. They ate together bite by bite, 2 bowls of porridge and 4 buns swallowed down their throats. Finished eating, Qin Huangji still licked his lips greedily. Enshursan stared at his lips, softly biting his own lip petals, thoughts spinning wildly in his brain, beyond control, like untethered wild horses. His cheeks flushed red, his ears grew hot, his eyes flickered, thin lips parted lightly, voice soft and sticky, "My lord." The word "lord" ended with a drawn-out tone, carrying a subtle hook. His hand on his thigh barely twitched. Suddenly his clothes loosened, collar open, revealing a delicate collarbone and a small patch of chest. His skin still bore the faint redness left behind from Qin Huangji earlier. Anshisan's dark bright eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly, lips slightly apart, "My L." Qin Huangji bit down on his lips, just in time to muffle the soft cry that was about to escape. "Xiao Shisan, stop tempting me. If it weren't for your injuries." Anshisan's eyelids drooped slightly with a hint of disappointment, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. "My legs could have remained still." Qin Huangji paused, then burst out laughing, resting his head on Anshisan's shoulder. Laughing while he rubbed his neck against him, he thought how truly adorable his little one was. Lifting his head to bite his earlobe, his voice laced with laughter. "I think Xiao Shisan has a valid point. Your legs can stay still, whereas I was too limited in thinking. Just how many books have you secretly read to know so much, Qin Huangji spoke slowly, almost one word at a time, each sentence trailing off with an upward inflection, his voice deep and resonant. Anshisan's cheeks turned bright red, even the nape of his neck taking on a pink hue. Suddenly regretting his bold behavior and unrestrained actions, he wondered if his master would disapprove. His voice carried a trace of unease, "Master." Qin Huangji chuckled lightly, his teeth grazing against the earlobe. "Why don't you call me husband anymore? I like hearing it." Anshisan lowered his eyelids, his lashes trembling faintly, "Husband. Your suggestion is accepted by your husband, but not now. We need to change places." As he spoke, he slipped his hand under Anshisan's armpit, the other under his knees, lifting him into his arms horizontally. The sudden lift made Anshisan instinctively clutch onto Qin Huangji's shirt, burying his face into his neck. Qin Huangji held him tightly, striding towards the carriage already prepared outside. Chapter 111, How about it, not missing me anymore? Inside an inn in Fengqing. Qin Huangji lounged comfortably in a wooden bathtub, warm water reaching his chest, with both hands resting on the edge of the tub and his head tilted slightly back. His eyes were half closed as he glanced through the screen at the silhouette sitting on the bed. 13. No need to be so impatient, your lord hasn't bathed for several days, I smell terrible. Anshisan pressed his lips together and awkwardly turned to look out the window, but the sound of splashing water made it impossible for him to calm down. All he could see in his mind was the shadow cast by the screen behind him. He murmured sheepishly. I'm not in a hurry. With a splash, footsteps soon followed. As Anshisan turned around, he saw Qin Huangji walking towards him. Anshisan quickly looked away, as if burned by the sight. Master, why did you come out? Qin Huangji stretched out a hand, the bandages completely removed. Anshisan gently held those hands in his own, but no matter how many times he looked, the pain in his heart never diminished. Qin Huangji used the back of his hand to rub against his cheek. Help me clean myself. After saying this, he directly embraced him, circled behind the screen, glanced left and right, then carried the man back inside, hooking a chair with his long legs. He placed the person securely on the chair, threw a towel into his hand, and stepped into the bathtub. Crossing his arms, he leaned against the rim of the tub, facing him. Under Qin Huangji's gaze, Anshisan's heartbeat quickened. He lowered his eyes and avoided eye contact. Master, you are lying here like this, how am I supposed to clean you? Qin Huangji noticed his embarrassment and stopped teasing him, leaning forward for a quick peck on the lips. Then, he turned sideways and presented his back to him. Anshisan clenched the towel in one hand and lifted the other to gather all of Qin Huangji's hair on one side. Glancing down into the bathtub, due to the upper body resting on the edge, the water only reached up to his waist, revealing tempting contours beneath the water's surface. When he looked up again, he met Qin Huangji's smirking gaze, mouthing silently some words. Initially, Anshisan tried to pretend nothing had happened, but seeing what Master said, his hands trembled, causing the towel to drop into the water. Flustered, he fished it out and began cleaning his back, careful not to let his eyes wander elsewhere. His face grew increasingly red amid Qin Huangji's laughter, stubbornly scrubbing harder out of frustration. But when he noticed red marks appearing on the back, he couldn't help but lighten his touch. After finishing, Qin Huangji insisted that since his broken bones shouldn't get wet, he forcefully embraced Anshisan and watched him bathe under his direct supervision. With one unable to touch water with their hands, and the other unable to submerge their legs, the scene became awkward, lasting over an hour just to take a bath. When an E came to fetch the water, his expression was stiff, his movements swift, and he didn't dare raise his head throughout the process, nearly blocking his senses with internal force. After bathing, Anshisan was placed on the bed by Qin Huangji. Rolling inward and turning his back to him, Anshisan ignored any calls addressed to him. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Qin Huangji wore only an inner robe loosely draped over his shoulders without tying the belt, lowering his head to watch the sulking figure. This amused him somewhat. After waiting a moment and seeing no reaction, he poked his back, suppressing a chuckle. You're not missing me anymore. Looking at the person lying away from him, if it wasn't for the flushed tips of his ears, one might truly think he lacked desire. Yet Qin Huangji loved teasing him. With a light finger, he traced over his back, poking again. Are you really not missing me? After all, your leg is still injured. It would be bad to touch the wound. Seeing his ears turn even redder, his body moving momentarily before stopping again, was this genuine anger? Qin Huangji couldn't help but soften his tone. Alright, I promise not to do this next time. My fingers already hurt. Ow, looks like they're bleeding. Upon hearing this, Shan immediately flipped over, grabbing the hand jabbing him. The fingertip hadn't healed yet, its raw flesh sunken slightly, with only a fragment of nail remaining. Beneath, blood gathered while exposed flesh showed fresh red. Before Shan could feel sorrow, Qin Huangji pulled him abruptly into his arms. Leaning in, Qin Huangji kissed him, filled with longing. Lying quietly for a while afterward, Qin Huangji rose and walked outside, pushing open the door. His voice was hoarse, carrying a seductive undertone. An prepare water. That magnetic, charming voice caused Yi's heart to involuntarily race. Lowering his head, he responded and turned to leave. Walking downstairs, he slapped his cheeks, muttering that master was truly. His face suddenly paled. Finished. Just now, did little 13 hear the suggestive tone in master's voice when talking to him? He couldn't help but mourn for himself inwardly. Why was he always the one to suffer? Next time, he had to switch with Wu, letting him stay by the master's side instead. Chapter 112, Where is it hidden? Qin Huangji held the person in his arms, cleaned them up, changed the bedsheet, and then gently placed them into the soft bedding. He watched as the person nuzzled against the soft pillow, falling into a deep sleep. Lifting his hand, he embraced the waist of the person and pulled them closer to his chest, closing his eyes as well. Even in dreams, Dark 13 had a sweet dream where the master's presence was by his side, carrying the aura of his lord even in slumber. When he woke up at dusk, perfectly missing lunch, Qin Huangji sat at the bedside observing Dark 13 for quite some time before getting dressed. Seeing the scratch marks on his arm, a flicker of amusement passed through his eyes. Teasing him during those moments was just too interesting. Leaning down, he gave a kiss on the corner of his mouth before turning to leave. Dark 13 slowly opened his eyes, scanning the room without seeing the silhouette of his master. Disappointed, he lowered his eyelids. Turning over, he hugged the blanket tightly, burying his face in the soft pillow and inhaling the scent of his master. Scenes from the day flashed in his mind, making his cheeks slightly flushed. Hugging the blanket filled with his master's scent, he rolled around on the bed a couple of times. Qin Huangji brought up food and upon pushing the door open, saw Dark 13 acting like a little hamster, sticking his bottom up while rolling around hugging the quilt. His hand froze mid-push, never having seen such an adorable side of Dark 13, so much that he felt like embracing him tightly. Lost in his thoughts, Dark 13 hadn't heard the sound of the door until he turned his head, only to find his master staring at him. His actions froze right there. Qin Huangji acted as if nothing had happened, walking in calmly, placing the tray on the table, moving to the bedside with the joy bubbling in his eyes. What are you doing? Still sore? Dark 13's body tensed up, embarrassment etched across his face, his eyes darting nervously. Gripping the blanket awkwardly, for a moment, he thought about hiding under the covers as though nothing happened. Under the penetrating gaze of his master, he softly muttered, "No. Not sore." With affection in his eyes, Qin Huangji granted his wish by no longer bringing up the matter. He lifted him into his arms and settled him beside him at the table. One arm pinned the person firmly on his lap while another picked up a cup of hot tea, offering it to him. "Wet your throat first, then eat something. Are you hungry?" Nestled in his embrace, Dark 13 drank the tea from the cup handed to him. As the heat on his face slowly dissipated, he slightly parted his lips. "Master, can you put me down now?" Qin Huangji glanced at him, patting his back lightly. "Aren't you still sore? Can you sit properly? Be obedient, finish your meal quietly." Upon hearing this, Dark 13 didn't persist further, picked up the chopsticks, and began eating. Considering his master's injured fingers, he ate one bite himself and then fed one to his master. The twilight streamed through the window, casting its glow on the two, red and black colors blending together in their gentle embrace. The light breeze swept up their jet-black hair, intertwining them beyond separation. Dark 12 lay on the roof, his hands crossed behind his head, one leg propped up, and the other laid flat casually. Though seemingly relaxed, he was actually highly vigilant, keeping watch on all sides. Naturally, he also caught snippets of his master's and young 13's conversation. Unable to help but let his lips twitch, who would have thought the top ranked among the dark guards would act so meekly in front of his master, resembling a kitten. Recalling the emotionless face from childhood to now, he began doubting whether his memory was faulty. Just as he mentally ranted away, the sky grew darker, followed by the arrival of a few unwelcome guests. Dark 12 rose to his feet, rhythmically tapping the tiles on the roof. Subsequently flipping off, he swung upside down from a beam with his foot hooked around it, disappearing into the shadows. The atmosphere inside shifted immediately, muscles taut, ready to spring like an arrow drawn back on the string. Yet, Dark 13 remained pressed tightly in Qin Huangji's arms, clearly displeased. "What's wrong? Where do you think you're going? Haven't you finished eating yet? Continue." Dark 13 complied, relaxing his body until feeding the last morsel into his master's mouth. Putting down the chopsticks, he considerately wiped the remnants of food from the corner of his master's lips. Softly saying, "Master, there are assassins. 7 of them." "I." Qin Huangji glared at him, successfully shutting him up. Qin Huangji had also received the information sent by Dark 12. His mind spinning, he instantly knew who was responsible. He didn't expect them to be so blatant. Had they lost control of their patients? Standing up and returning to the bedside, he set Dark 13 down, pressing him back onto the bed, covering him with a blanket. "You stay here and behave, understood?" Meanwhile, Qin Huangji stood by the window looking out. Though he observed nothing different within sight, below, street vendors lit their lanterns, with groups of people gathered drinking and chatting. Among the passers-by, some hurried by while others stopped to watch. The scene remained harmonious and peaceful. But clear sounds of combat could be heard distinctly. Turning back, he sat on the edge of the bed, leaning against the headboard, counting the number of fighters by their sounds, which turned out to be more than 7. "Master, they're here," Dark 13 said, sitting up as an aura of killing intent radiated around him. Had his master not been holding on to him, he would have rushed out long ago. The moment those words left his lips, 2 black-clothed figures leapt through the window wielding long knives. Without a word, they charged straight toward Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji stepped forward, curved his finger, and flicked the blade lightly. The knife went awry, swinging off to the side. Raising a leg, he kicked one of them away. Dodging aside from another attacker's strike, he raised his arm, preparing to deliver a palm strike that never came. A chopstick flew swiftly from the side, directly piercing the throat of the black-clad assassin with such force that it nearly sank in entirely. The man didn't even make a sound before falling stiffly to the ground. Qin Huangji paused momentarily, distracted just long enough for the black-clothed figure he'd previously kicked away to rise and lunge once more. Again, a similar scenario unfolded right before Qin Huangji's eyes. Glancing over, he saw Dark 13 looking completely unperturbed. He felt a little deflated. Despite his own improved martial skills, it seemed there was no real opportunity for him to fight. At least let him enjoy it a little. Lowering his gaze to the 2 bodies on the floor, Qin Huangji couldn't help but marvel at Dark 13's lethal efficiency. His own efforts might only wound people, whereas a single move from his subordinate was fatal. Seeing how his master was staring at him fixedly, Dark 13 blinked innocently. "Master, I haven't moved. Look, my posture hasn't changed a bit." Qin Huangji approached, pulling his hand into his own and reaching inside his sleeve, feeling all over while asking perplexedly. "When did you grab the chopsticks? Where were they hidden?" He had clearly seen Dark 13 put the chopsticks down earlier, then carried him over and held hands. Still doubting, he tugged at his clothes persistently. Dark 12 entered just as he noticed 2 dead bodies lying on the ground. Meanwhile, his master appeared to be pinning Dark 13 beneath him, pulling at his clothes. Unable to stop himself, his mouth gaped slightly open. His master really had good spirits, even doing this right after. Swiftly lowering his head, he dared not utter a sound. Quietly, he grabbed one body under each arm and intended to leave. Yet he sensed his master's gaze following him. Tensing up, he quickened his pace toward the door, presumptuously saying, "Master, all assassins have been dealt with. You may continue. I'll take my leave." Chapter 113, Rules are Rules. Qin Huangji's silent gaze carried a hint of coldness as he gave Dark 12 a glance. His voice was indifferent, emotionless, yet it naturally instilled fear. "Am I spoiling you too much?" Dark 12 paused in his steps to leave. Due to his relationship with Little 13, he had indeed been getting more reckless recently, not only watching his master's antics but also teasing him. After carelessly tossing aside the corpse of one of his underlings, he turned back and knelt properly, lowering his head and brows, showing no sign of transgression. "I've broken the rules, please punish me, master." Qin Huangji leaned back, resting against Dark 13. He rubbed his head against the latter's shoulder, finding a comfortable spot before stopping. Looking at Dark 12, his voice remained calm and steady. "Go outside and kneel for 2 hours." Dark 12 accepted the order humbly, a fleeting warmth flashing in the depths of his eyes. His master still couldn't bring himself to severely punish them. Respectfully stepping out, he took the body along with him. As he was about to leave, he happened to meet Dark 1 entering, and their shoulders brushed past each other. Dark 1 glanced sideways at him, having clearly seen what just occurred. His fingers grazed over the soft whip at his waist, his eyes carrying a warning. There was no room for negotiation. Dark 12's eyelashes trembled slightly as he pitifully transmitted soundlessly, "Big Brother 1, I've made a mistake." Dark 1 paid him no further attention and went straight inside. Dark 12 resignedly closed his eyes. Though his master's punishment wasn't harsh, Big Brother 1 never spared mercy. Once the rules were broken, whether or not the master punished, if it reached his ears, there would be no escape from penalty. After handling the corpse, he found an uninhabited dark corner outside the house, bent his knees, and knelt down. Moments later, Dark 1 landed beside him. Seeing someone come, Dark 12 automatically undressed his upper garment, folding it neatly to the side. Not asking how many lashes awaited him, given his recent rule-breaking behavior, it was better not to know. In silence, he turned around and assumed the correct posture. Dark 1 gripped the whip handle and swung the soft whip, striking Dark 12's back. Instantly, slap, 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 the sounds of whipping echoed, one after another, as Dark 12 gritted his teeth in silence, refusing to make a sound. After completing the punishment, Dark 1 handed over a small porcelain bottle. Crouching down, he looked directly into his eyes, his voice unusually stern. The secret guard must follow the rules of the secret guard. The master is kind-hearted, but this should not become our excuse to disregard the rules. Little 13 will soon become the mistress. I know you're close to her, but the rules are rules. Crossing the line may earn your master's tolerance, but I can't accept it either. I've said all I have to say. He stood up, glanced once at the tree behind him, sneered, put away the soft whip, and returned to his post. The wounds on Dark 12's back crisscrossed with lash marks, the flesh torn and bloodied, looking horrifying at a glance. Pale-faced, with fine beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and chin, his lips tightly pressed together, losing color, his fists clenched, he rested for quite some time before attempting to grab his clothes. Suddenly, a hand with prominent knuckles appeared before his eyes, pressing on his wrist, lifting his hand, and taking away the ointment. Dark 12 looked up, forced a smile, his voice trembling painfully, Big Brother 5. Dark 5 looked down at him, unconsciously tightening his grip on the medicine bottle. His heart ached with every beat, averting his eyes as he crouched behind him. Don't force yourself to smile, it's ugly. I'll apply the medicine for you, bear with it. At Dark 5's words, Dark 12 suddenly shifted to one side. The sudden stab of pain made him inhale sharply, his back quivering with pain as he breathed through it, whispering slowly. Big Brother 5. You forgot the rules. The injuries from punishment. Can't. Dark 5 placed a hand on his shoulder, displeased by his attempt to dodge. A somewhat oppressive aura enveloped him. The master changed the rules. As he spoke, his fingers, holding the medicine, gently touched the wound. In that instant, his muscles involuntarily tensed, causing Dark 5 to instinctively ease his touch without realizing it. Though the burning sensation on Dark 12's back was alleviated by the cool ointment, confusion lingered as he questioned. When did this happen? How could I not know? On the day little 13 got drunk. Dark 12 lowered his head, silently straightening his body, his voice light yet filled with guilt. Big Brother 1 was right, I shouldn't have forgotten the rules of the secret guards. The master's leniency is something to be grateful for, and I should abide by the rules even more diligently. Behind him, Dark 5's fingers hesitated slightly, relief evident in his eyes. It was best if he understood, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect him either. Good that you admit your mistakes. Dark 1's actions were fully observed by Dark 13, who naturally understood what was going on. However, he didn't care at all, punishment for mistakes was justified, especially when it involved their master. In his heart, no one and nothing mattered more than their master. Whoever harmed the master, regardless of who they were, deserved death. Qin Huangji had no idea about any of this as he lounged comfortably in Dark 13's arms, occasionally poking or pinching him. He was thinking about the assassin case that Dark 1 had just reported. This assassin turned out to be a third-class shadow guard from Princeton's mansion. Princeton acted so openly within his own territory, which Qin Huangji deduced meant either the prince had a surefire plan to win or intended rebellion. At the thought of this, some unease crept into his mind. He wasn't sure if Emperor and the court were prepared for such an eventuality. Unconsciously, he tightened his fingers around something. Dark 13's groan drew Qin Huangji back to reality, causing him to look at him with confusion. He saw Dark 13's chest rising and falling slightly, his cheeks flushed red, softly humming in low tones, his eyes clouded with mist. Qin Huangji looked rather surprised, he hadn't realized what he was doing unintentionally. Gently easing up on the force, he pressed him down onto the soft bedding, kissing his slightly parted lips. Just outside, Dark 1 paused momentarily upon returning, standing there for quite a while. Under Little Brother 2's peculiar gaze, he went off again to prepare water. As Qin Huangji tenderly traced the figure in his arms with his fingers, his voice grew soft and affectionate. Little 13, let's get married once we return to the capital, all right? Dark 13's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he solemnly nodded, speaking with resolve. Yes. Qin Huangji bent down and kissed him, letting his 5 fingers run gently through his soft hair. His movements softened. Do you like young Master Bao? If you like him, we can adopt him and raise him together. If not, we'll keep looking. Or we could adopt one from Crown Prince's lineage, since he will certainly have plenty of children anyway. Do you prefer boys or girls? Or maybe just you and me, only us two? Dark 13 could only listen without uttering a word because his master never gave him a chance to speak. The moon hung high in the sky, seemingly shy, hiding behind clouds which it refused to let go of, peeking out secretly only after all sounds had quieted down. Chapter 114, The Odd Illustration Book. Qin Huangji leaned half of his body against the soft cushion, his unbound long hair casually scattered at the back. One hand held in Shirsan, and the other hand gripped a book, which he read with great interest. Every time there was a pause while flipping pages, he would look down at the person in his arms. The skin was luminously white, eyes tightly closed, eyelashes curled upwards, sleeping soundly. There were red marks on the face from being pressed against clothing. Qin Huangji put the book aside, gently caressing the red marks with his fingertips. Anshisan's brows slightly moved, dodging Qin Huangji's finger as he nestled even closer into his embrace like a cat. His hands clutched the collar of Qin Huangji's robe, rubbing his head against his chest, before falling back to sleep soundly once more. Qin Huangji's eyes were full of indulgence, his smiling corners never faltering. He turned the page quietly, shifting his focus back to the book. After a while, Anshisan's lashes fluttered open, his eyes gradually waking from the hazy state between sleep and wakefulness. Blinking them clear, he looked around groggily until Master Qin became sharply focused in front of him. A rustling sound entered his ears as well. Looking around a bit more, he realized that Master had been holding him in his arms all along inside a horse-drawn carriage. He had no recollection of how they ended up in the carriage. Just as Qin Huangji was about to turn the page again, he lowered his head only to meet Anshisan's drowsy almond-shaped eyes. Setting the book aside, he lifted Anshisan up a bit higher and extended a long arm, pouring a cup of tea from a small table nearby. Placing it by Anshisan's lips, he said. "You've woken up. Drink some water first. We've started our journey back to the capital. Rest if you're tired." Anshisan gazed intently at the teacup by his lips. Master was always so refined and cool-headed outside and relied on servants for every little need indoors, yet he personally poured and fed him tea, just for him. A wave of warmth spread through his limbs and core. Lowering his head, he followed the direction of the hand, drank the cup of tea slowly and then shook his head. "I'm not tired." Qin Huangji put the cup back down, resting his hand on Anshisan's waist. He nudged his cheek with his chin, eyes brimming with deep meaning. Xiao Shisan's recovery ability is really impressive." Anshisan felt a bit dazed, always sensing something odd about his master's words, though he couldn't quite pin down what it was. Staring into Master's deep gaze, it seemed as if it could suck him right in. A gust of wind blew, lifting the curtains of the carriage high into the autumn breeze, bringing a touch of chill. This quietened the two restless hearts gradually. Qin Huangji swept the strands of Anshisan's hair that had been disheveled by the wind to one side, pecked him on the lips, and handed over the book he had been reading, thrusting it into Anshisan's hands. "It's been a long time since I last read books. Read it out loud to me." Anshisan readily accepted the book, his eyes scanning the page that Master had been on, beginning to read aloud in a clear voice. "After eating enough, lust awakens." Mr. Lin grasped Miss Sue's hand, praising her extraordinary skills in cooking. As she blushed shyly, he swept the plates off the table, pressing Miss Sue down upon it. As Anshisan read further, noticing the minimalist illustrations alongside the text depicting such scenes, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Qin Huangji cast a downward glance, laughter glinting in his eyes, knowing fully why Anshisan hesitated and teasingly asked, "Why stop? Continue." Anshisan paused for a moment, flicking his fingers to turn the page and continued. In the garden, Mr. Lin pulled Miss Sue along to admire flowers, then pressed her onto a rock formation. Anshisan skipped over the illustration, flipping to the next page. Mr. Lin pressed Miss Sue. Page after page, each section detailed a different position or scenario. Gripping the book tighter subconsciously, Anshisan glanced involuntarily at the illustrations, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. At the sight of this, a smirk curved at the corner of Qin Huangji's lips, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Lowering his head close to Anshisan's ear, his breath brushing lightly against it, he teased, "Would little 13 like to try each of the positions described here?" Stunned for a moment, Anshisan quickly tossed the book aside as if scalded by burning flames, even his fingertips reddening under the heat. Dark E, sitting outside the carriage, also reddened slightly, using the blowing wind to cool himself. He hadn't expected that the serious reading material chosen by the master would contain such peculiar content. Suddenly, unusual sounds carried by the wind interrupted the serene moment. Darky tightened his grip on the reins, bringing the galloping carriage to an abrupt stop. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings fiercely. "Master, there are assassins." Dark Wu and Dark 12 leaped off their horses, standing guard beside the carriage. Dark Wu extended his arm and with a quick motion, a short knife dropped swiftly from his sleeve, perfectly aligning with his grasp on its handle. Inside the carriage, Qin Huangji restrained Anshisan from moving, disapprovingly looking at him and stopping him from going out. "Do you want to lose your legs? Just stay put." Fearing that Anshisan might not obey, he added threateningly, "You'd better behave yourself. I wouldn't want to marry a limping princess. Be careful, or I may choose someone else." Anshisan's pupils suddenly contracted, his icy and killing aura disappearing completely. The dagger already in his hand vanished as quickly as it appeared with a flick of his wrist. He obediently sat on the soft couch, hands neatly placed on his knees, eyelashes fluttering innocently. With a somewhat childish tone, he said, "Husband, I'm being very good." Qin Huangji couldn't help but smile at him, reaching out to ruffle his hair. This cute behavior was truly adorable, so Qin Huangji leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek before turning to leave by pulling the curtain aside. Qin Huangji stood on the carriage, eyeing the crowd of black-robed figures surrounding him. After counting them, there were nearly 20 people, none wearing face masks and all proudly showing the Tsin Wang Fu insignia hanging from their waists. Uncle seems to not care about his dignity anymore. The leading dark-skinned man, upon hearing the insult against his master, pointed his blade directly at Qin Huangji, speaking coldly. Child, you speak too boldly. Die. As he finished speaking, he gave a signal. Those surrounding charged forward. Qin Huangji's gaze turned colder as he sarcastically remarked, truly shameless. Dark E made the first move, his flexible whip lashing out like a spirit snake, striking towards a few people coming straight at him. Lowering his body slightly, he slid forward, pulling out a short knife from his boot with his left hand, striking it right into the chest of an opponent. Without any attachment to his victory, he spun around rapidly, wrapping the whip around another person's neck, yanking hard until the neck snapped. Dark Wu and Dark 12 were also performing splendidly, each fending off 10 opponents despite being overwhelmed. However, given the large number of enemies, inevitably some managed to sneak through their defenses and rush towards the carriage. Qin Huangji, seeing the shadow inching closer, pushed off from the carriage with both feet, landing gracefully and agile on the ground. Swinging his fist, it hit the elbow of a nearby black-clothed figure. Startled for a moment, this enemy swiftly swung his sword. Qin Huangji sidestepped the incoming slash, extending 5 fingers to seize his wrist. Gripping tightly, he spun his body around fast, circling behind the enemy, pulling his arm back and using his own blade to cut across his throat. Shaking his palm, he disarmed the weapon, gently pushing the corpse, which fell to the ground with a loud thud. Taking down several others in succession, Qin Huangji began breathing heavily, revealing signs of exhaustion. Master, be careful. Dark E whirled around just in time to see the dark-skinned man advancing silently with murderous intent from Master's blind side. Chapter 115, Consecutive Assassination Attempts. Upon hearing the shout, Qin Huangji abruptly turned around, lightly tapping his foot on the ground. His whole body slid diagonally backward, and he blocked the incoming attack with his blade just in time. Extending his long leg, he didn't even look before kicking out. The dark-clad assassin suddenly felt as if an icy, chilling aura had emerged from nowhere to surround him. His movements halted for a brief moment, then Qin Huangji's kick struck him squarely. Arg! A piercing scream cut through the sky, drawing everyone's attention and stopping their actions involuntarily. The black-clothed assassins watched as their leader clutched his groin area, rolling back and forth on the ground in excruciating pain, moaning incessantly. Their scalps tingled involuntarily, and they all took a few steps backward, tightly clenching their legs. An Wu, and Shire also couldn't help but glance toward their master at the same time, their eyes holding some strange expressions. Qin Huangji, under everyone's stares, awkwardly touched his nose. He really hadn't meant it. The situation was urgent, and it was just a reflexive move of self-preservation. The rest is up to you. Leaving this sentence behind, Qin Huangji calmly turned around amidst the bizarre atmosphere and got into the carriage. He pulled aside the curtain, catching Insan's gaze, which carried a subtle trace of curiosity. His fingers stiffened, and a flicker of annoyance passed through his mind. He grabbed the person and pulled them into his embrace, resting his chin on his shoulder. Don't talk, let me gather my thoughts. A flash of amusement appeared briefly in Insan's eyes. He leaned against his master, keeping quiet. Through the cracks in the carriage window and curtains, his eyes fell on the man writhing on the ground. The coldness in his eyes was almost palpable, emitting an intense killing intent that caused the person on the ground to stiffen involuntarily, unable even to roll over anymore, only curling up while enduring the pain. Qin Huangji didn't notice Insan's gaze. After his moment of discomfort passed, he kept staring at the tip of his shoes, feeling somehow that they weren't clean anymore. And he looked at those who retreated hastily and didn't stop them. After tossing the corpses by the roadside into the woods, he returned to report to the carriage. Master, they have retreated. How are things in the capital, came Qin Huangji's low voice. And he leapt onto the carriage, holding the reins in one hand while answering. Master, everything is going according to plan. Qin Feng is already on his way. An Wu and Shire nimbly mounted their horses, trailing behind the carriage. An Wu glanced at the pale face beside him and gently kicked his horse's belly, riding alongside An Shire. How are you doing? An Shire shook his head to indicate he was fine. In reality, the wounds on his back had all reopened, the burning sensation continually stimulating his nerves. An Wu's gaze shifted from his face to the hand gripping the reins, which had turned deathly white. His eyes darkened slightly. With a quick pat on the horse's back, he launched himself into the air, flipping to land behind An Shire. An Shire startled and immediately asked, Brother Wu, what are you doing? An Wu reached both arms around An Shire's torso, gripping the reins together with his own. From afar, it looked like he was embracing the other man. Lowering his eyes to meet An Shire's, his voice grew deep, you rest for a while. Save your strength. Lord Shen intends to rebel and won't give up easily. An Shire thought there was logic in what he said, but riding the same horse with another man still seemed odd. So, he shifted forward a little, straightening his back to avoid touching the other. An Wu saw this movement, his eyes darkening once again, his lips pressed firmly, carrying a hint of anger. I came here so you could rest, not to make you work harder. And Shire turned his head to look at the determined expression on Enwu's face, seeing clarity in those eyes filled with determination. Realizing he had been worrying too much, he relaxed and leaned back, pressing into the elastic chest. Enwu tilted his head down to look at the figure nestled comfortably in his embrace, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welling up in his chest. As fellow secret guards, naturally they were astute listeners and observant. And he didn't even need to turn around to have guessed what had happened. He found it surprising that Enwu, who was usually so quiet, would act like this. But ultimately, they were just secret guards. And San pushed the curtain aside and gazed outside. His eyes shimmered, sensing something. He stared silently at the two riders for a long time until a warm body pressed against his back and a piercing pain shot through his ear. Qin Huangji circled his arms around the person, biting down lightly on the earlobe with obvious dissatisfaction. Why don't you look at me the same way you look at them? Are they more handsome than me? Startled, San slowly turned his head, bewildered. He truly couldn't see the connection between these two things. His master was refined and handsome, naturally the most beautiful. Reaching out, the servant held his master's face earnestly and said, Master is handsome, and Wu is taciturn and dark-skinned, and Shire. Furrowing his brows as he thought for a moment, it seemed like he couldn't find the right adjective, so he concluded with one word. Ugly. The carriage rumbled on, but the sound still managed to reach everyone's ears. Pfft. And he couldn't help but burst into laughter, even turning around with interest to glance at the two on horseback. And Wu. And Shire instantly widened his eyes in disbelief, touching his own face. Little 13 had called him ugly. He was ugly. Sitting up from Enwu's embrace, he opened his mouth just in time to see their master smiling, solemnly nodding. Yes, he's ugly. Struck by double blows, and Shire deflated like a punctured balloon, retreating back into Enwu's arms. You're the master, if you say I'm ugly, then I am. Enwu looked down at Shire, whose expression showed despair in living, and for some reason, found it oddly charming. He tried to speak, but afraid of being overheard by their master or San, he kept his voice muffled. You're not ugly. And Shire turned away, seemingly not comforted in the slightest. Just as Enwu had said, Lord Shen had already rebelled. Upon discovering that evidence had been found, he fled the capital, taking his private army and allying with General Suing. Now, their forces were already stationed beneath the city walls. For Qin Huangji, who had disrupted his plan, Lord Shen hated him so much that killing him would satisfy him immensely. The pursuers came in waves. Initially, they were third-class shadow guards, then evolved into first-class shadow guards, and now there were several death soldiers added. Qin Huangji stood on the carriage, gazing at the dense group of black-clad people blocking the way. His face bore an expression of seriousness, scanning those death soldiers, making his heart tremble. Their bodies were suffused with deathly energy, their pupils pitch black, even a single glance gave one chills. Saint Lan Wang, your beauty is indeed unparalleled in the world. Today is unexpectedly my lucky day to meet you. A refined and elegant voice floated over. Qin Huangji turned his head to look. Among a row of black-clothed men, stood a man dressed in light blue robes, his features handsome, his demeanor gentle and scholarly. Standing high on the carriage, Qin Huangji cast a casual gaze down at this man and asked, Who are you? The man exuded a soft elegance as he bowed with folded hands, I am the chief advisor of the Sen, sent here to welcome the prince for a conversation. Chapter 116, Trapped in Despair. Qin Huangji's eyebrows arched at the suggestion, a seemingly honorable plan to merely chat. But it was clear they wanted to use him as a hostage to threaten his imperial majesty, a well-calculated scheme indeed. However, Qin Huangji wasn't about to comply without a fight. He mentally calculated the time, Qin Feng should be arriving soon. With that thought, he smiled faintly and started an idle conversation with the man. I have never heard that your Royal Highness has such a talented and handsome chancellor. May I ask where your Royal Highness is at the moment? The chancellor responded with a gentle smile, confident of success in their mission, and didn't mind exchanging pleasantries. It's most amusing when hope turns into despair, isn't it? Though I am unworthy, your highness has overpraised me. As for the master's whereabouts, perhaps right now he is drinking tea with General Su. You could join them if you hurry. Qin Huangji internally assessed the situation, his calm conversation implied there was a contingency plan. While contemplating an escape, he casually glanced at the sky and continued speaking. Fear not, uncle, I must return quickly to get married. An important life event shouldn't be delayed, surely even you wouldn't object. Could you kindly relay my message back? Still smiling lightly, the Chancellor said, Prince, don't trouble yourself. Are you waiting for people from the secret guard pavilion? They've also sent men who can hold out for some time, though not particularly formidable. But enough to delay them for a while. Please follow me. Qin Huangji coldly scanned the circle of people surrounding the carriage. The only hope lay in the secret guard pavilion. If they were blocked, today would be difficult indeed. He'd rather fight to the death than be captured as a bargaining chip to die disgracefully. All he had to do was survive until Qin Feng arrived, and then there would still be a chance. Dan Shirsan stepped out of the carriage, standing beside Qin Huangji, grasping his hand gently, a soft smile playing on her lips. Master, you once said that you hope I always stand by your side, no matter where or when. Qin Huangji gazed at her features, his heart tightening slightly. He clasped her hand tightly, intertwining their fingers while pinching her cheek slightly with the other hand. In the past, you wouldn't listen, but you've certainly learned quickly this time. The Chancellor didn't interrupt them, instead looking curiously at Dan Shursan. I've long heard of the beauty and martial prowess of Chancellor Dan Shursan. Today, seeing is believing. Such an exceptional talent is wasted. Since both of you are so inseparable, why not come together? After wasting time engaging with the man earlier, Qin Huangji clearly resented the arrogance in the words. He looked disdainfully at him, turning away as if avoiding contamination, and spoke curtly. What are you worth? The Chancellor's face darkened for a moment before recovering quickly, his sardonic smirk suggesting that Qin Huangji was already like a fish in a barrel. With a wave of his hand, black-clothed figures surged toward the carriage, leaving only a few trusted warriors around him. Dark 1, Dark 5, and Dark 12 had already plunged into the fray. For a time, no one made a sound, only the clashing of weapons and splashes of blood flying through the air. Qin Huangji let go of Dan Shursan's hand, sharing a glance with her, and led the way off the carriage into the battle. Dan Shursan gripped her dagger tightly, her eyes sharp, emitting an overwhelming presence. She followed closely behind Qin Huangji, keeping watchful eyes on him every step of the way. As soon as Qin Huangji entered the attacker's range, a sword struck down on him. Without dodging, he deflected the blade and countered with a slash. But another figure moved faster, quick as a flash, lunging out from behind Qin Huangji with a subtle movement. A precise upward thrust landed cleanly under the black-clothed attacker's jaw, silencing him instantly. Turning his head, Qin Huangji barked an order, take care of yourself. If you dare die before me, I will never forgive you. Shaken to his core, Dan Shursan nodded briefly, focusing all her attention on the enemy. Her entire body radiated an aura of lethal intent, determined not to let anything distract her as she cut down opponent after opponent. Moving with ghostly swiftness, striking from unpredictable angles, Dan Shursan showed no emotion, only the intense killing intent in her gaze. Swiftly raising and lowering her weapon, she struck fatal blows with precision. Each time a black-clothed fighter locked eyes with her, they felt icy terror grip them, like falling into a freezing hell. A dagger pierced their chests from impossible angles before they even realized it, their wide eyes frozen in disbelief as they fell to the ground. From the sidelines, the Chancellor felt his legs grow weak, never having witnessed such an overwhelming slaughter. Like grim reapers from hell, their actions left him shivering uncontrollably. Dark 13 happened to glance over, and he, sat on the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Several times he tried to speak but no words came out until Dark 13 turned away, allowing him to gulp in deep breaths. Staring at his figure, unable to tear his gaze away, an abnormality in his right leg was suddenly noticed. During each movement, only the left leg exerted force. A sinister laugh burst forth as he shouted. Attack his right leg, it's injured. Upon hearing this, a deeper chill filled Qin Huangji's eyes. He swung his sword to deflect an attack before leaping and landing beside Dark 13. How are you doing? Dark 13 stepped back one step, leaning against Qin Huangji. Seeing that his master wasn't hurt gave him some peace, yet being under relentless attacks targeting his leg was becoming overwhelming. The pain in his calf became increasingly severe, almost unbearable. In front of his master, he didn't want to conceal anything and spoke truthfully. Master, it hurts. At that moment, Qin Huangji felt a fierce tightening in his chest, even thinking about giving up to these people if they would only let Dark 13 be. Then instantly realized how naive he truly was. Not only might they not let go of Dark 13, but himself, he would rather die than allow these people to take him away. While distracted by such thoughts, 2 slashes opened cuts across his arm. No longer daring to stray mentally, Qin Huangji unleashed his sword techniques, protecting both himself and trying his best to cover for Dark 13. On the other side, Dark 12 already had wounds on his back. After several rounds of combat, his black clothes grew darker with blood. Struggling to block a blade aimed for his chest, he stumbled and nearly fell. Dark 5, mid-air, seeing this scenario, panicked. His feet gripped the head of a black-clothed assailant, clamping down hard, his body spinning mid-air. A snap was heard, the sound of bones cracking. The man's neck twisted oddly, hitting the ground lifeless. Dark 5 landed smoothly and rushed toward Dark 12. Drips echoed as blood flowed from swords onto the ground, some belonged to others, but some were Qin Huangji's. A wound carved deeply across his arm, the blood flowing continuously down his forearm and onto his hand, eventually dripping off his weapon. His thigh bore an even more grievous wound, visible bone through the gash. Dark 13 supported him with one hand while gripping a dagger horizontally with the other, his eyes bloodshot, emitting a killing aura. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 117, Rescue arrives. Shursan had a few wounds of varying sizes all over his body, especially on his right leg where almost all the knife injuries were concentrated. He swung his dagger without blinking as if he couldn't feel the pain. He no longer cared whether he got injured himself, anyone who attacked would either die or get injured. Qin Huangji leaned against his shoulder from behind. Seeing more and more wounds on their bodies, they started fighting recklessly, with every move risking both their lives in exchange for their enemies. For a moment, those attacking were startled by the two men's bloodthirsty momentum and hesitated to strike. Yi seized the opportunity, rapidly thrusting her short sword which suddenly changed direction halfway, piercing into an adjacent opponent's chest. As she pulled the sword out, her soft whip followed through creating a brief pause. She stepped on the corpse at her feet, leapt into the air, and landed beside Qin Huangji. The short sword blocked attacks from the other side, protecting him. Wu rushed to Shire's side, helping support him at his lower back so that he wouldn't fall. Raising his eyes to see the situation with their master, Wu whispered. Go help the master. Go there first. With that, he pulled Shire's arm, lifting him up. Shire took advantage of the leverage, kicked away the surrounding enemies with a powerful kick, and used Wu's force to rotate horizontally in the air. Twisting his body, he landed smoothly behind Qin Huangji. Wu dealt with the few people around his feet who had been thrown off by Shire and appeared beside San. The black-clad figures gradually closed in, forming an encircling circle, trapping Qin Huangji and the four others in the center. Crisp and intense sounds of weapon clashes interlaced, some light, some heavy, some slow, some fast, and some swift like lightning in rapid succession. Among them, groans from injuries were mixed in. The clerk stood outside the encirclement and gave a command, parting the crowd into a small pathway. He walked leisurely to the front, looking at the bloodied and disheveled individuals before him, and smiled faintly. Prince, do not resist further. Come with me, and perhaps you'll keep your life. Qin Huangji paid him no mind, taking advantage of the pause to wrap an arm around San's waist, letting him rest against his own body. Blood flowed from both their bodies onto the ground, staining it red. San was pale-faced, eyes closed, breathing heavily. His right leg had lost sensation but he could not stop. The other three weren't much better, covered in cuts and gashes, with Shire bearing the most serious injury, a chest slash that tore through his shirt, revealing a bloodied, mangled wound that stained his entire chest red. Qin Huangji quickly surveyed the situation and his gaze darkened. It seemed they really couldn't escape today. He tightened the hand wrapped around San's waist and stared at his wounds, pain evident in his eyes. The clerk didn't rush, squinting his eyes as if watching animals trapped in a cage. Yet he found it not thrilling enough. If these were caged beasts, they should be angry, struggling, and begging on their knees before him. It's no wonder that the Dark Guards have such exceptional martial arts skills, not common among ordinary people. Even with such severe injuries, you still manage to counterattack. Particularly, Master San, if it weren't for your wounds, I doubt we'd be able to contain you. His eyes turned back to Qin Huangji, smiling mildly yet filled with malice, and his words became vicious. May I ask, Prince, how does it feel to play with the Dark Guards? Pausing briefly, he eyed Qin Huangji's face, a trace of curiosity flickering in his eyes. I am bold enough to say I might want to taste the prince's flavor. As his words left his mouth, Qin Huangji's expression turned cold and dangerous instantly. The other guards grew visibly enraged, except for San, whose breath never faltered. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze remained calm and emotionless, focused solely on the clerk. Although startled, the clerk laughed arrogantly and brazenly scrutinized Qin Huangji with eyes carrying obvious lust. Slightly moving, San tried to rise from his position but was tightly held down by Qin Huangji. Qin bent his head close to San's ear, whispering softly. 13, remain calm. He's deliberately provoking us. Clutching the dagger firmly, a chilling murderous intent emanated from San's entire body, his eyes glowing with bloodlust. He couldn't remain calm. Not when his dignity was insulted, nor could his lord bear it. Breaking free from Qin Huangji's grip, his left foot stomped hard on the ground, and his figure darted out like lightning. Qin Huangji was alarmed and swiftly followed after him. Seeing the sudden appearance of the man in front of him, the cold blade magnifying before his eyes, the clerk screamed in terror. Stop him! Stop him! His nearby men swung their swords towards him. Ignoring the pain in his leg, San bent his waist to its limits to dodge the attack and swiftly slashed his dagger towards the clerk. A cry of anguish erupted as the clerk clasped his hands over his eyes, screaming incessantly, My eyes! My eyes! Kill him! Kill him for me! San's dark gaze watched him coldly, ready to rush forward and deliver a finishing blow but was pulled into the arms of Qin Huangji who had arrived from behind, while simultaneously swinging his longsword to block an attack from behind. Yet he couldn't hold off attacks from all sides, injuries accumulated on his body until everything before him turned red. In this moment of despair, hoofbeats echoed, as rapid as sudden rain, seeming to descend from the heavens and resounding heavily in everyone's hearts. Qin Huangji relaxed slightly. Qin Feng had arrived, dozens of steeds charging in like thunderbolts, with numerous men leaping down to join the battle. Within moments, the situation changed drastically. Many black-clad figures lay on the ground, no longer possessing their previous might. Sensing something amiss, the clerk grabbed the nearest dead soil and gave the order. Take me away. Quickly. San silently watched the figure retreating through the gaps in the crowd, about to vanish from view, and smirked mockingly. He then turned and once again broke free from Qin Huangji's grip. Charging towards that shadow, his moves were swift and brutal. His dagger swept upwards, gouging out his eyeballs, and as the man screamed, his wrist plunged downward, severing the tongue. The clerk lay twisted on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, with gurgling sounds issuing from his throat. Anshirshan stared at him, showing no emotion on his face. Then, sensing someone approaching from behind, he swung his blade back instinctively without hesitation. Upon recognizing who it was, his arm halted abruptly, his gaze flickering. He stepped forward, shielding the grisly scene from behind, unwilling for his master to see it. Qin Huangji faced the dagger thrusting toward him and neither dodged nor defended. He knew Anshirshan wouldn't harm him and directly embraced him, joy coursing through him after surviving such peril. Looking at his actions, somewhat helplessly, Qin Huangji reached out, took the dagger from Anshirshan's hand, walked to the clerk's front, knelt down, and calmly gouged out the other eye, completely unfazed by the bloody scene before him. The wailing continued endlessly, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Huangji appeared unaffected, saying as he gouged, "Clerk, bear with it. My skills aren't great, so this may take a bit longer. Stop daydreaming about me, I already belong to another. But there's a great place for you, the comfort camp. Heard of it?" After finishing, he glanced at the dagger smeared with blood, and casually tossed it aside. Wrapping his arms around Anshirshan, he murmured gently. "It's dirty now, we don't need it. I'll get you a new one." He then ordered the dark guard sternly, "Leave none alive except him." Once everything was handled, Qin Feng led the dark guards and knelt before Qin Huangji. "Qin Feng greets your highness. We've arrived too late, causing your highness injury. Our punishment is death." Chapter 118, How Could It Be This Way? Qin Huangji glanced at the people kneeling on the ground and gave a light nod. "Stand up. This man is Chancellor of Xinhuang, I'm sure he knows a lot. Ask him thoroughly and send him to the camp." "Yes." Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the blood-covered man writhing and groaning on the ground. He waved his hand, and someone came forward to take the Chancellor away. With Qin Feng here, he would naturally handle the remaining affairs, so Qin Huangji no longer inquired. He put an arm around Anshirshan's waist, pulling her close and cradling her horizontally in his arms. He turned his head to give Qin Feng some instructions. "Find a doctor." After saying this, he walked quickly towards the carriage. Anshirshan nestled quietly in his embrace, barely daring to raise her head to look at him. She just felt inexplicably that her master seemed upset. Her hand slowly tightened on the front of his robe, whether intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his chest. "Husband, are you angry?" Hearing the soft, sweet voice, Qin Huangji paused in his step, holding her tighter for a moment without uttering a word as he climbed into the carriage. He laid her down on the soft cushions, reaching out to untie her belt. Anshirshan looked up into Qin Huangji's face, which showed faint anger, and dared not evade. She let him untie her belt and reached out to pull at his sleeves, calling softly twice. "Husband." By now, Qin Huangji had already stripped off part of Anshirshan's clothes. For an instant, his complexion paled at the sight of all the wounds, big and small, covering her body. And at her swollen and severely injured leg, his eyes reflected nothing but regret and pain. Anshirshan called several times but received no response, instead sensing her master's anger intensifying. Suddenly feeling wronged, she let go of the sleeve she was pulling, her eyelids slightly lowered. Qin Huangji failed to notice her mood, his heart full only with concern for her injuries, searching through a little box in the carriage for medicine. Returning to apply the medicine, he saw a tear roll down Anshirshan's cheek. As if stabbed in the heart, his hands flustered and fumbled as he lifted her face, kissing away her tears and softly comforting her. "Why are you crying? Is it painful? Let me apply some medicine first. When the doctor arrives, he'll treat your leg, okay?" Qin Huangji didn't say anything, but when he spoke, Anshirshan felt even more wronged. Tears fell one after another as she poured out all her sorrow. "Master, you ignore me. When I call you husband, you don't respond. Did I disobey your order? Are you mad at me? Do you think killing makes me monstrous, despising me? You didn't even let me kill the Chancellor." A string of questions left Qin Huangji speechless. He had never seen her speak so much at once. After being puzzled for quite some time, his reaction could only be described as both laughter and sighs. What was all this nonsense about? Don't cry anymore. You were merciless just moments ago killing others, yet now you start shedding tears. The people lying outside will surely die unpeacefully if they knew you were like this. Anshirshan looked up at him, her eyes red and misty. "Master, do you disdain me for my cruelty in killing?" Qin Huangji found himself lost for words. How did she draw such a conclusion from his silence? Lowering his head, he kissed the tears from her cheeks, using his thumb to wipe them dry. "I don't disdain you. You aren't cruel, they deserve it. I'm mad at you for being impulsive. If you waited a bit, Qin Feng would have been there. Look at how many injuries you suffered. Was it worth enduring pain for someone who doesn't matter to you?" Anshirshan opened her mouth to defend herself, but before she could utter a sound, her master continued. "Just a few scolding words, not deep or hurtful ones, caused actual physical pain to you." Qin Huangji held the medicine in his hand, looking at her wounds of varying depths. Some wounds carried dust and dirt, causing him unbearable heartache. He picked up the teacup nearby, took a sip, and gently kissed the wound areas, delicately removing the dirt and sand onto the cup. Inch by inch, tenderly and carefully, he cleaned every part and then applied the medicine meticulously. Yan Shisan gazed deeply at Qin Huangji. All her had completely dissipated. Every ounce of his care and tenderness sunk into her heart, turning into love for him. After finishing with the upper body, Qin Huangji dug out clean clothes from the carriage to dress her, and then bent down to deal with the injury on her leg. Startled, Yan Shisan instinctively wanted to dodge. Master, there's no need, What are you shy about? Unattended wounds can get infected. Qin Huangji cut her off directly, without any inappropriate thoughts, solely concerned about her wounds. No longer avoiding, Yan Shisan's face reddened. Watching him work for a while, she suddenly said softly, Master, your wounds haven't been dealt with either. Can I treat you the same way? Qin Huangji looked up, meeting his eyes. Gazing into those lively peach blossom eyes, she almost forgot the cool composure of his features. She pinched his cheek gently and said with a smile, all right, let you decide. Yan Shisan lay half recumbent on the bed, his eyes downcast as he looked at his master. A warm itch came from his leg, mixed with sharp pain, constantly stimulating his nerves. Gripping the soft cushion beneath him tightly, he tried to control his emotions. His master was treating his wounds, yet here he was lost in random thoughts. If his master knew, how could he ever face her? Forcing himself to think about something else, one thought suddenly popped into his mind, causing a twinge of pain in his heart. In a low, hesitant voice, he asked, Master, will there be someone else for you? You've mentioned finding someone else twice. Qin Huangji was carefully tending to his leg wound when she heard this, momentarily startled. She almost choked on her own saliva. She had only made a simple threat not to do anything reckless, but he had taken it seriously. Quietly finishing with his wound, she helped him change into new pants before pulling him into her embrace. She kissed softly at the corner of his mouth. Do you want me to find someone else? Yan Shisan stared at her steadily, his dark eyes trembling slightly. He pursed his lips faintly. No, I don't. After speaking, he felt somewhat embarrassed, feeling his jealousy laid bare before his master. Qin Huangji's mood lifted as she kissed him again, more fiercely than usual instead of tenderly. You saying that makes me very happy. There won't be anyone else, only you. So don't do anything foolish that hurts yourself. At her words, Yan Shisan's eyes brightened instantly, his eyebrows curving upward. He pushed Qin Huangji onto the bed and, without waiting for any response, began untying her robe. Master, I'll treat your wounds. You promise to let me do as I please. Qin Huangji smiled, her indulgence showing in her gaze as she obediently lay down on the bed. And Yan Shisan just happened to reach the wound on her leg. In an instant, Yan Shisan's eyes widened. How could his master possibly allow this? Chapter 119, Master, get dressed. The sound of footsteps approached from a distance, causing Yan Shisan to feel flustered. He looked down and saw the towering pillar before him, his face flushed red as he stood at a loss. Master, you, get dressed first. Someone is coming. Qin Huangji looked at his flushed face but did not move. Instead, he slightly tilted his body, raising one hand to prop up his head. His chin lifted, neck arched elegantly, lips slightly parted, breathing softly. Kiss me. Yan Shisan, as if under a spell, could not tear his gaze away, his Adam's apple moving up and down as his body uncontrollably drew near. He bent down and kissed Qin Huangji on the throat, lightly biting it with just the right force. The footsteps stopped by the carriage. Qin Feng was dressed in black, adorned with gold-embroidered edges. His hair was tied up neatly within a crown, every strand orderly placed. With arched eyebrows and a sharp gaze, his nose stood high and straight. At his waist hung two short knives, one hand gripping the hilt while an old man, clothed in a grey hemp robe with a medicine box strapped behind him, stood by his side, his face filled with apprehension. My lord, the doctor has arrived. Yan Shisan paused for a moment, rising from Qin Huangji, resuming his usual cold demeanor. He glanced sideways and noticed his master still lying motionless, growing anxious. Master, Qin Feng is outside. Seeing that the person remained still without even wearing clothes, Yan Shisan became both worried and angry, which intensified when Qin Feng's voice came again. My lord, shall we let the doctor enter? Yan Shisan's icy voice reached them, carrying a barely detectable murderous intent, freezing Qin Feng in place. Could he have interrupted something important? Considering their injuries, this certainly wasn't the time. Daring not to overthink, Qin Feng stood still outside, focusing intently on controlling his breath. The old doctor kept his head low, terrified by the corpses scattered all around. A sudden chilling command made him shiver uncontrollably, almost losing his balance. Come in. After a moment, a lazy tone sounded from inside, watching the doctor nervously approach at Qin Feng's urging. Carefully climbing aboard the carriage, he froze at the sight inside. There, one sat and the other lay, forming a breathtaking scene. On the couch lay a man in red, propped up on one arm, his head resting lazily as the other hand rested on his abdomen. A cascade of black hair fell loose, half secured by a jade pin tilted slightly. A pair of slanted phoenix eyes shimmered with allure. Seated nearby was a man in black, posture impeccable, body lines smooth and erect, long hair bound tightly by a black ribbon, hanging gracefully behind him. His clear black and white eyes radiated detachment and aloofness. Are you done looking? The calm, frosty voice of Qin Huangji startled the doctor, who promptly knelt on the carriage floor, too afraid to raise his head. I humbly bow to the prince, to the master. Qin Huangji sighed, finding it strange how much jealousy there was now. He reached out to hold Enshursan's hand. Why scare him? Then turning gently to the old doctor, he continued. Doctor, no need for formalities or fear. Please check his leg. Upon hearing this, the doctor finally rose, inching hesitantly toward Enshursan, too scared to look anywhere else. After glancing briefly at his leg and finding no movement, the doctor seemed unsure what to do next. Qin Huangji sighed once more, getting up unwillingly. I teased you a bit, he muttered as he squatted down, brushing his hand against Enshursan's calf and lifting his trouser legs up carefully. Seeing how swollen the entire calf had become, the doctor couldn't help but marvel, how could such composure be maintained despite the condition? Turning back to his specialty, he regained confidence. Could you please lay the young sir's leg flat? Without hesitation, upon hearing the request, Qin Huangji knelt down on one knee, placing Enshursan's leg delicately across his own thigh. Enshursan suddenly startled, panic filling his eyes as he instinctively grabbed Qin Huangji's arm, trying to pull him up. Qin Huangji patted his hand gently, soothing him. Be good. Don't move. Standing outside the carriage and witnessing everything, Qin Feng was shocked. Seeing the prince who doesn't kneel even before the emperor, now kneeling for such a small matter, he couldn't help but marvel that Prince Wang truly cherishes Enshursan in his heart. At this moment, the doctor's hand had already gripped Enshursan's leg, and the sharp pain made him instinctively bite his lips tightly, unable to speak or stop the doctor. The doctor's hand ran from the knee all the way down to the ankle, then he let go and after deep thought, said. There's nothing serious with your ankle, but due to the previous fracture not fully healed, it has broken again. I need to reposition the broken bone and apply a splint. But it will be somewhat painful, you'll need to bear with it. As he spoke, he directly took hold of the broken bone. Qin Huangji quickly turned away his eyes, unable to bear looking, and raised his gaze towards Enshursan. Seeing no change on his face but his complexion growing paler by the minute, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and his fingers gripping the cushion turning white because of the force applied. Qin Huangji felt a quiver in his heart, interwoven threads of pain entangling his heart. He stretched out his long arms, pulling Enshursan's head down, tilting his own up, and kissed him on the lips. Forcefully pushing open the tightly closed lips and the clenched teeth, he did his utmost in teasing, trying to divert his attention. Qin Feng looked at the two of them lost in their kiss, blushed slightly, and turned his back to the carriage as if he hadn't seen anything. The elder doctor had seen every kind of scene possible, unperturbed in his face and heart, expertly setting the bone, evenly applying ointment, swiftly fixing the splints, then gave a light cough. Prince Wang, master, it's done. Open the splint once every 3 days to change the medicine. Rest quietly, I'll take my leave. Only then did Qin Huangji release him, both of their lips bearing an intimate sheen. He glanced down at the bandaged leg without asking further questions. Qin Feng, give some silver coins to have someone escort the doctor back. After seeing off the doctor, his gaze fell on Qin Feng. How is the situation in the capital? Qin Feng bowed deeply and answered truthfully. Your Highness, there are no leaks. We received news that Prince Shen will make his move tonight. Prince Shen, planning action tonight. Qin Huangji's eyes grew icy cold, harboring malice, intending to shatter his kneecaps and make him taste real pain. After dealing with this matter, we'll expedite our journey to the capital. Chapter 120, Becoming Arrogant Because of Favoritism. At dusk, a carriage was traveling swiftly on the main road, with dozens of jet-black steeds following behind. The shadow guards on horseback all emitted imposing auras. The carriage continued forward and entered the city through the west gate. Just as it entered the city, the shadow guards scattered, leaving only Qin Feng driving the carriage and followed by Dark One and 2 others. In front of the mansion's gate, Qin Huangji got off the carriage while cradling Dark 13 in his arms. And Dark One, upon dismounting his horse with the other 2, disappeared instantly. Qin Feng reluctantly followed behind Qin Huangji as they entered Lanqi courtyard. Seeing that the prince was still moving without stopping, he also stepped into the main hall. Qin Huangji gently placed someone on the bed, pulled over a soft cushion, wedging it behind his back to make Dark 13 comfortable. He also set the tea, snacks, and fruits prepared beforehand by Aping within easy reach. Then standing up, he raised his hand to remove the hairpin from the bun at the back of his head. Turning around and catching sight of Qin Feng, he furrowed his brows slightly. How are you still here? Qin Feng. Qin Feng momentarily lost for words, having never seen such an ungrateful person. He suddenly started to empathize with Officer Shan who, when they received the message saying Officer Shan had chased His Highness for half an hour, felt it was making a mountain out of a molehill. But experiencing it firsthand, it really is quite distressing. Lifting his eyes and seeing His Excellency's face expressing obvious dismissal, Qin Feng quickly said. The Emperor has summoned the prince to enter the palace tonight. Qin Huangji nodded slightly, indicating he had heard and understood. Glancing briefly at Dark 13, worry crept into his mind. What if the cunning old fellow Lordson suddenly launched an attack on the mansion? Dark 1, Dark 5, and Dark 12 were all heavily injured. It might be difficult for them to protect Dark 13. After pondering for a bit, he said to Qin Feng. You don't need to go to the palace tonight. Take people and guard the mansion, ensure the safety of 13. Before Qin Feng could respond, Dark 13 cut in first. Master, I want to go with you. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Qin Huangji patiently consoled him earnestly, Dear, don't make trouble. You're still injured and need more rest. Dark 13 glanced at Master Qin Huangji's leg and retorted confidently, Master's leg is injured too. Why can you go? Qin Huangji was speechless with frustration, mine is a knife wound, yours is broken bones. If not careful, you could become lame. Dark 13 fell silent for a moment, then murmured, if you don't let me go, I'll go myself anyway. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji showed anger on his face and pinched his cheeks. Say that again, Pei Yuning, I find you're getting increasingly arrogant because of favoritism. Seeing that the two were arguing, Qin Feng feared being implicated and quietly backed out. Watching Dark 13 argue relentlessly with the master step by step, he felt astonished, this is what being favored and overly confident looks like. Since master finished speaking, Dark 13 had been stunned. He didn't know when it started, but he seemed to be losing his decorum more and more, even forgetting his identity as a shadow guard. He stared fixedly at the master, who still bore a look of gentle anger. There was no longer the previous anxiety and restlessness, instead, there was truly some indulgence. Speaking softly. It's still because master indulges me. Qin Huangji suddenly laughed and released the hand that was pinching his face. Seeing the red marks left on his cheek, regret flashed in his eyes as he gently rubbed them with his thumb. Yes, it's my fault for spoiling you. I like spoiling you. In the end, Dark 13 still went along. When they entered the palace, the western sun hadn't yet set, staining the clouds on the horizon a fiery red. Qin Huangji arrogantly carried him all the way into the imperial study. Without any hesitation before the emperor and crown prince, he sat down and embraced the person tighter. There was a faint smile on the crown prince's face, still exuding a transparent gentleness in his eyes. Upon seeing this scene, his eyebrows just lifted slightly, and his tone remained mild. Huangji, little 13, you've arrived. Being held like this by his master, Dark 13 felt slightly uncomfortable and somewhat embarrassed, but when he turned his head, his emotions were completely masked. Dark 13 pays respects to your majesty and greets Crown Prince your highness. The emperor was sitting on his dragon throne, adorned in resplendent dragon robes embroidered with lifelike golden dragons on the chest, wearing a purple gold crown. Even seated in peace, he exuded authority and innate nobility. His gaze fixed on the pair, his face showing evident displeasure, coldly snorting, this is sheer impiety. Qin Huangji merely raised an eyebrow lightly. If he hadn't regained his memories, perhaps he would have felt a little intimidated. Since knowing this person was his biological father and sitting opposite was his biological brother, he felt not a shred of fear. I've done many impious things from my youth. Isn't father already aware of that? For instance, drawing turtles on the memorials of various high officials or cutting off the beards of the scholars. The emperor gripped his hand tightly and slammed it on the table with a thunderous bang. After the resounding noise, he was at a loss for words to scold him. His palm hung stiffly in midair for a moment. After a brief silence, he pointed an accusing finger at Dark 13 and barked. Sit properly by yourself. What kind of decorum is this? Have you no shame? Dark 13 glanced up at his master, noting there was no intention to let go, so he remained seated, turning his gaze back towards the emperor as he slowly responded. Pardon me, your majesty. He truly did not care about appearances, they were just useless things after all. In his heart, there was only one person, his master. He cared solely about this one person. The only reasons he minded social conventions or public opinions and acted cautiously before were because he didn't want anything harming his master. Now that his master showed no concern, neither did he. Seeing his completely indifferent attitude, the emperor's chest heaved with fury. Xiang Ning, the eunuch attendant, quickly stepped forward, patting his back to soothe his breathing while taking a cup of hot tea and offering it near his lips. He also subtly signaled Qin Huangji to placate the emperor a bit, seeing the carefully cultivated white cabbage taken away right before his eyes made the emperor feel sour. Qin Huangji didn't expect such a reply from Dark 13, letting out a soft chuckle and pinching him lightly on the waist. Father, don't be angry, it's our fault. His leg was fractured while searching for evidence. And we should protect your son too, without 13, you might have never seen me again. With such severe injuries, how could you bear watching him walk by himself? This made the emperor laugh despite his anger. So now, it's my mistake. Report. Your Majesty, Lord Sen and General Su have already entered the city through the east gate. Just as the guard reported, the emperor stopped paying attention to them, adopting a solemn expression. Issuing commands one by one in an orderly manner, he then waved his hand to dismiss the guards. The crown prince rose calmly, Father, I'll leave first. Upon gaining the emperor's nod, he smiled and asked, Huangji, little 13, would you like to join the fun? Of course we will. Qin Huangji carried the person behind the crown prince, walking a few steps before suddenly turning back with a grin. Father, you're a wise and powerful emperor, and also the best father. The emperor curled his fingers, tapping rhythmically on the table. At hearing these words, his fingers hesitated momentarily, laughing and scolding, "You cheeky little brat. A silver-tongued devil." Yet his face burst into ever-growing smiles until he broke out in hearty laughter. Xiang Ning shook his head with a smile, unable to comprehend the emperor's peculiar taste. When news came that Dark 13 had been buried, the emperor had been worried and punished Minister Qin Wuya as a result. Now seeing him, rather than relief, the emperor had sought out quarrels and arguments with the Wang, bringing distress upon himself. Chapter 121, Disgusting Deeds, Who Wouldn't Do Them? The night was cool, the moonlight as clear as water, and the quiet darkness black as ink. Bang, bang. 2 drumbeats echoed through the vast palace gates. A frail guard furtively crept along the wall, looking around to ensure no one was nearby before stealthily pulling open the bolt of Donghua Gate. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Prince Qin took the lead on his horse, followed by hundreds of men. They all wore iron armor, their sides equipped with long swords. Despite their heavy appearance, they moved in perfect silence, a sign of their excellent training. They were undoubtedly Prince Qin's private army. Prince Qin raised his head to gaze at the majestic palace walls, eyes filled with passion. After tonight, he would be the master here, and his good older brother would soon be groveling at his feet. Who would have thought that the commander of the Imperial Guards had long been his man? It was thanks to him that they could enter the palace gates so quietly. What expression would his elder brother have upon seeing him stroll into his bedroom like entering a place without anyone there? Thinking of this, an uncontrollable smirk spread across his face. The soles of his shoes scraped against the stone tiles, making a soft rustling sound. Suddenly, Prince Qin halted, his gaze scanning the palace walls on either side, a peculiar feeling rising within him. The deputy general stopped a step behind him and turned to look as well. Finding nothing unusual, he tilted his head to ask. "Your Highness, is something amiss?" Prince Qin slowly shook his head. Perhaps he had worried over nothing. Even his trusted confidants didn't know the commander of the royal guards was his man, much less anyone else. He stepped forward cautiously. Swish. The sudden sound made Prince Qin freeze. Bowmen appeared on both sides of the walls, soldiers holding spears emerging from front and back. His heart thudded wildly. Behind him, the soldiers whooshed as they drew out their long knives, each side ready for confrontation. Among a group of people dressed in dark clothes, the crown prince stood calmly in a pale white long robe, his hands behind his back. He looked ethereal and transcendent. "Ayo uncle, haven't seen you in a while, how have you been?" Prince Qin glared at him with cold, shadowy eyes. His mind raced furiously, trying to understand how the information leaked. As he glanced at the commander of the Imperial Guard standing beside the crown prince, some calm returned to him. What if the information leaked? There was an insider within the palace, and General Su outside. When General Su led the troops here, these people would still be under his control, his casual demeanor remained unaffected. "Is it not my nephew, Lord Crown Prince? How have you been lately?" The Crown Prince wore a faint smile on his lips, his tone courteous and polite. Ignoring the tense atmosphere around them, the two conversed as if they were a long-lost uncle and nephew caring about each other. "Thanks to Ao uncle's blessing, I haven't rested well for several days." Qin Huangji, with one arm hugging Enshirsan's waist, stood by the city tower beside the Donghua Gate, hidden by the night, making them barely visible. However, it did not affect their ability to observe the movements below clearly. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji couldn't help but roll his eyes. He leapt down from the city gate, carrying someone lightly along with him. Enshirsan focused his chi, allowing his master to carry him without any strain. A red and a black silhouette landed gracefully beside the crown prince. Involuntarily, everyone's gaze turned toward them. One exuded laziness, the other a chilling coldness, yet they complemented each other perfectly. Seeing the unharmed pair before him, Prince Qin's pupils shrank dramatically. A disappointed look crossed his face. "How surprising that you're still alive, seems your life force is strong." Qin Huangji showed no anger, why be bothered with such trifles when dealing with a man about to die? He yawned rudely and mumbled. "Ao uncle speaks nonsense. Since you're still alive, how can I possibly be dead?" "Oh, yes, uncle, I sent your chief secretary off to the comfort camp," Qin Huangji added nonchalantly. Prince Qin didn't care at all, just a dog anyway, what relation did it have with him? He glared viciously at Enshirsan in his arms, blaming everything on him, this person had pushed him to such dire straits. Then looking at Qin Huangji's relaxed demeanor, resentment churned inside him. If he felt discontent, he wouldn't let others feel at ease either. "You're indeed bold, fearing not raising someone ungrateful. Family massacres are not easily forgotten, are they? The grace of being born and raised by parents, the kinship between siblings, the loyalty shared between master and servant for years, tut tut tut, all forgotten." Enshirsan straightened slightly, his dark eyes chilly and devoid of emotion. The aura surrounding him became icy, every inch of his body suppressing the burgeoning murderous intent. The crown prince turned his head, his gaze flowing gently. His vision swept over the two, understanding that this was their own emotional bond, none of his business to intervene. The affection in Enshirsan's eyes wasn't deceiving. Qin Huangji tightened his grip on Enshirsan's abdomen, pulling him closer into his embrace. Leaning close, he whispered softly near his ear. Whatever you desire, I'll give you. Feeling the warmth return in his arms, Qin Huangji finally turned to look at Prince Qin, a fake smile plastered on his face that didn't reach his eyes. No need for Ao uncle to concern himself. Ao uncle talking so much, could it be because you're waiting for General Su? Uncle needn't wait. Soon enough, you two will meet. Prince Qin's unease grew as the palace gates remained eerily quiet, with still no sign of General Su. Realizing he could wait no longer, he gave a cold snort and commanded in a low voice, "Why aren't you acting? Capture Qin now." After his words fell into the silence, all around was still and soundless. The commander of the Imperial Guard stood motionless, giving no response. Prince Qin stared at him incredulously, his face flushed with anger as he roared, "What are you waiting for? Capture Qin immediately." Snort, Qin Huangji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Did the commander hear? Prince Qin ordered you to move. Go ahead then. The crown prince shook his head in helplessness, amusement flickering in his eyes. That one laughter dissolved the tense confrontation, making it feel more like watching a spectacle. He gestured a wave with his hand. The commander saluted crisply, responding solemnly. Yes. The sound of battle erupted instantly. Qin Huangji pulled the person in his arms back 2 steps to avoid splashed blood as he mocked the desperately defending Prince Qin. Uncle, seems like you're better at raising ingrates. Any tips? Overwhelmed by rage, Prince Qin lost control of his breath. As he narrowly dodged an incoming strike by rolling on the ground, his headdress was chopped apart, half of his hair cut off and left disheveled, looking even more pitiful. Qin Huangji, standing further back, couldn't see clearly, so with a quick thought, he simply carried Shirsan and leapt onto the nearby palace wall, sitting cross-legged on top. From his high vantage point, the view was impeccable. Uncle, your hair quality seems poor. Overindulging? I heard more than one concubine is pregnant. Congratulations, uncle. Truly a vigorous old man. By the way, Aunt is also pregnant, though I wonder if uncle knows which of the 4 scholars I sent her it is. Prince Qin's body froze momentarily, his eyes bulging with shock and fury. His hands trembled violently as he swung his sword haphazardly. Qin Huangji watched with great interest, holding tighter to the person in his arms, resting his chin on their shoulder. In a light-hearted tone, he continued. Uncle, those people I sent truly have good fortune. See, all your previous efforts were fruitless, yet after I sent them over, there came one piece of good news after another. You should thank me, uncle. Upon hearing this, Prince Qin's face darkened like the bottom of a wok. Gradually losing his grip on his sword, he stopped defending himself. Standing for a moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his breathing growing faint as he collapsed to the ground. Qin Huangji's expression softened, silently gazing. Disgusting deeds, who wouldn't know how to do them? Chapter 122, My Lord, I was wrong. And Shirsan leaned silently in his arms. Hate. He has had it. His mother was a quiet woman who always spoke in a soft voice. His younger sister was still so young, soft and tender. But compared to the emperor, he should hate his father even more, for his father's greed and profit-driven nature. It wasn't just her that his father had harmed, but many others as well, leaving many people like himself without a home. Yet not everyone was as lucky as him to have encountered a warm-hearted person. He had also hated his lord, for saving him and then abandoning him, leaving him alone in this world. When did he start liking his lord? Probably from the moment they first met. Serving as a companion reader to the crown prince was the happiest time of his life because he got to see the person he longed to meet every day. He liked to sneak glances at him when he was being mischievous, enjoyed being teased by him, cherished his gentle treatment, and loved the radiant smile he gave him. Qin Huangji was still immersed in the lively scene when he suddenly felt something was wrong. The person in his arms was too quiet, having been silent since the beginning. And Shirsan hung his head, making his expression unreadable. Only the slight trembling of his eyelashes could be seen, resembling a butterfly about to take flight. Thinking about what Chen Wang had said, Qin Huangji's heart ached, and he lifted his slender fingers to tilt Shirsan's chin upward, examining his expression closely, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. What are you thinking about? And Shirsan raised his eyes, colliding with the tender gaze, his lips slightly parted as words slipped out. Thinking about my lord. Qin Huangji chuckled softly, his thumb gently rubbing against Shirsan's jawline. What kind of thinking? Thinking where? And Shirsan's eyes flickered, his expression somewhat distressed. No matter what he said, how could his lord always think about that? Qin Huangji glanced at Chen Wang, who had already been bound tightly, and then looked at the crown prince who was busy tidying up the aftermath. Holding Shirsan, he turned and leapt off the palace wall, heading toward the nearest Yongning palace. And Shirsan gazed at his lord's profile, his heart racing with anxiety. Whenever his lord fell silent, his mind would uncontrollably wander and worry. He wanted his lord to talk to him, no matter what. So, resting his head on Qin Huangji's shoulder, he tilted his chin higher, lightly kissed under his lord's jawline, and let his fingers creep towards the chest, poking playfully. Lord. Qin Huangji lowered his head and looked at the restless hand, long and pale, with a thin layer of callus on the tiger's mouth and palm due to years of wielding a dagger. Before you try to act cute, aren't you supposed to call me husband? Why didn't you? And Shirsan lowered his eyes after some contemplation, though he wanted to call out. Every time he did, he ended up getting severely teased. Recalling what Chen Wang had said, he realized that it was necessary to clarify, lest his lord misunderstood. Not even a tiny bit could he tolerate. Husband, I won't be an ungrateful person. Qin Huangji paused in his steps, spotting a pavilion nearby. He strode over, placed Shirsan on a stone table, and seated himself on a stone bench below. Raising his eyes to seriously look at him, yes, I know you're not. And Shirsan bowed his head. With the dimming twilight, his face was unclear, prompting him to inch closer. I don't hate the emperor, it was my father's own fault. During the procession, he was pelted with eggs and vegetable leaves, and I saw a lot of people glaring at him with hatred. My father valued profit above all, treating us all as bargaining chips. My mother suffered daily, death perhaps offering her a release. Listening to this, Qin Huangji's heart ached. Wrapping his arms around Shirsan's waist, he tilted his head to kiss his jawline. I'll make up for it, compensate for everything. Give you a family, give you someone who loves your family, and give you me who loves you. And Shirsan's heart was brimming full. Lifting his hands to cup his lord's face, he kissed him. Husband, there was indeed a purpose for me joining as a shadow guard. Qin Huangji's eyebrows arched slightly, taken aback. Pressing his thumb gently onto Shirsan's lips. Go on, tell me. Sliding down from the stone table, Shirsan landed directly on his lap, wrapping his arms around his neck, leaning close to his ear, and whispering softly. For husband, I want to. The grip around Shirsan's waist tightened significantly as Qin Huangji pulled him closer. His breathing deepened, his eyes darkening into a heavy ink-like hue. Aware of the effect, Shirsan couldn't help but shift his legs gently, trying to stand up but was immediately grabbed. Biting his neck, teeth pressing hard, almost fiercely, Qin Huangji growled lowly. I really want to press you down right here. Try moving again. Shirsan knew that his lord wouldn't do anything to him in the palace, especially with his injuries, so he acted even more freely. The kiss brushed against his face and the corner of his lips, yet every touch was fleeting. Whenever Qin Huangji tried to kiss him, Shirsan would turn his head away. Qin Huangji's eyes turned red, and he grabbed Shirsan's waist, lifting him up and placing him back on the stone table. He smirked. Lord, we are outside. Shirsan placed his hands on Qin Huangji's chest, pushing him away. Regret and frustration flashed in his eyes. Qin Huangji caught both of his wrists and pinned them above his head. No worries, no one dares to look. If anyone does, I'll gouge out their eyes. Shirsan's eyes misted over, and his voice quivered slightly. My lord, I was wrong. Too late. After the crown prince had finished dealing with Lord Chen, he came looking for the two who had disappeared. From afar, he saw figures in the pavilion and immediately walked closer. Suddenly, a shadow descended and blocked his path. This subordinate, San, pays respect to Crown Prince Your Highness. The Crown Prince nodded lightly, signaling that he understood. Since the Dark Guard was here, the person inside the pavilion must be who he was looking for. He continued forward. San stepped back but reached out to stop the Crown Prince. His cheeks flushed as he hesitated over his words. Pardon me, Your Highness, my lord is unavailable at this moment. The Crown Prince paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes towards the pavilion. Confusion clouded his mind when he noticed the two figures pressed close together. Occasionally, he heard faint, suggestive cries. The Crown Prince's face turned bright red. These two were truly unruly, behaving improperly in such a place. Without another word, he turned around and left quickly. San was left alone, his body stiff from embarrassment by the sounds continuously coming from within. His face grew redder with each passing second. He wished he could leave too. Why did Xiao Yi get injured? Chapter 123, Another Personality. When Shirsan woke up, he found himself in a sleeping chamber. The silk curtain swayed with the breeze, and on the ground lay a coral carpet woven with golden threads. On the screen was an embroidered design of crabapple flowers with silver lines. Voices speaking in hushed tones could be heard from the outer room. Grandma, he saw the prince walking barefoot out of the inner chamber, holding his shoes, and her face turned reproachful. Your Highness, why don't you let the servants help you put on your boots? Qin Huangji placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. After watching the lively events of yesterday until midnight, he had further indulged in revelry, reaching Yongning Palace only at the hour of 3 to 5 a.m. He had slept for less than 2 hours. Grandma, he glanced into the inner room, lowering her voice. Your Highness, forgive my nagging, but it's already deep into autumn, and winter is almost here. Not all the floors are carpeted, so how will you stay warm walking around barefoot like this? Qin Huangji's face was filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Grandma. Is Empress Dowager awake yet? She is. You don't need to rush, as the Empress Dowager has ordered that you eat and rest enough before coming over. After everyone left, Qin Huangji lazily sat on the chair, feeling content and peaceful, just like being with family. This is the warmth of home. He couldn't help but think of his parents in the modern world, and his expression gradually became cold. Now that they had gotten what they wanted, were they happy? In a modern office building, Qin Yiji sat cross-legged by the floor-to-ceiling window, clearly able to see half the city's buildings and a distant horizon through it. Holding a cup of coffee, a devilish smile hung on his lips. It was truly wonderful to live openly. His gaze fell upon the photo on the desk. The same face in the photo wore such a brilliant smile. His expression suddenly contorted with fury, and he violently threw the coffee cup at the photo. They collided and landed on the floor with a bang, both the coffee cup and the photo frame shattering. The coffee spilled onto the photo, distorting the smile under shattered glass until it was no longer clear. Suddenly, Qin Yiji's mood improved. Leisurely reclining in his leather chair, dressed impeccably in a custom-tailored suit with expensive cufflinks, his limited edition watch gleamed against his wrist. He wondered idly how his weak personality was doing. Whether he still liked the gift he had given him. How did he feel when he woke up and realized his nation was destroyed? It was regrettable that he hadn't seen his expression. The Emperor and Empress really spoiled him, giving him whatever he wanted and never blaming him even till death. Why should he deserve that? Sharing the same body, why should he enjoy everything so well? If he couldn't get it, no one else would. Before leaving, he had ruined it all, his home, his country. Ha ha ha. Now he should be embracing the corpse of the Shadow Guard, crying, dead so pitifully, dismembered. Thinking of this, his handsome face twisted more and more. His eyes began to glint with an abnormal crimson red. Unwilling to love me, you go die. Why endure all the pain and humiliation for that hypocritical person? Refusing even to let me touch him once. In the silent office, laughter suddenly echoed, crazed and uncontrollable. Die, all of you die. He should be utterly desperate now. Ha ha ha. I've arranged a woman for him too, quite fitting indeed. On the other side, inside a luxurious villa, a man and a woman sat side by side on the couch. The woman, about 40-something years old, wore a rose-colored dress that outlined her graceful figure. She looked no different from women in their 20s except that her beautiful face was clouded with worry. Old Qin, have we made a mistake? Xiao Yi has extreme thoughts, and sooner or later he will harm us. And the elder doesn't favor him either, refusing to let go of the company shares. The man called Old Qin was middle-aged, neatly dressed in formal attire. His sharply defined face bore a 7/10 resemblance to Qin Yiji. With slightly furrowed brows, there was a hint of impatience in his tone. It was you who said Huanji was indecisive and too sentimental, incapable of managing the group, insisting on driving him away. Now you're saying these things again. The woman raised her voice abruptly. Who said it was me? Was it not your decision to drive him away? The man massaged his aching forehead, knowing it wasn't entirely true to say he didn't regret it. Xiao Yi had always been smart since childhood, despite only being able to appear at night. As he grew older, his character became decisive and efficient, this was what made a qualified successor. But unexpectedly, everything was an act. His violent temper, easily irritated nature, extreme ideas, and destructiveness were revealed. It was too late to regret now. What use is talking about this now? The woman slumped listlessly on the couch, muttering to herself. Can't we change it back? Let's try again. The man looked at her in disbelief. Are you crazy? This isn't something that can just be changed so easily. Moreover, Mr. Lin refuses to help us again. Their first attempt nearly erased both personalities, and after several more experiments, they managed to expel one, leaving the most desired one, but... Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? What do you want to change? Qin Yiji walked in from outside, his fierce eyes bloodshot, and a cold smile hung on his lips. The woman trembled all over, her pupils contracting sharply. Her voice quivered slightly. Xiao Yi has come back. Why are you here so early today? You must be tired. Mom. I'll go wash some fruit for you. After speaking, the woman hurriedly went toward the kitchen. The chilling gaze lingered uncomfortably on her back until she closed the kitchen door behind her. Leaning against the wall, she paled. Huanji, Mom regrets it. Qin Yiji withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the man with a smile on his face. Dad, what were you saying about Huanji? It seems like Mom is not very happy. He drew out the word, for a long time and retracted his smile. His gaze grew increasingly sinister and eerie. The man couldn't bear his stare, avoiding eye contact as he said somewhat guiltily. We weren't talking about anything specific. It's just her birthday coming up soon, and I bought her a necklace. She didn't like it, insisting on an exchange, and we argued a bit. Oh. Qin Yiji intoned the "oh" meaningfully before ascending upstairs. Reaching the landing of the staircase, a cruel smile crept onto his face. An exchange? He will probably never have a chance to come back, I have prepared such a special gift for him. At this very moment, the desperate and collapsed Qin Huanji was laughing merrily. One arm draped around Enshirsan's waist, the other holding a piece of osmanthus cake, his expression gentle with laughter. 13 always loves eating osmanthus cakes. This one tastes better than usual. Eat more so you don't think everything smells like osmanthus cake and bite into it blindly. Enshirsan's face flushed red. He opened his mouth slightly before the osmanthus cake was shoved inside. Instinctively, he took a bite and swallowed it down. As he opened his mouth again, cool lips pressed against his. Qin Huangji flicked his tongue over the corner of his lips, smacking softly. Definitely sweet. Chapter 124, Let me help you. 2 people, 1 osmanthus cake, took half an hour to finish. Anshirson's lips were slightly swollen and red, with a small cut on the corner of his mouth. Staring at the osmanthus cake, he felt aggrieved in his eyes. He would absolutely never eat it again. Qin Huangji's eyes twinkled with laughter as she reached out to comb his disheveled hair, smoothing it out before gathering half of it into a neat bun secured with a hairpin. She then extended her hand to pick up the clothes prepared nearby. Anshirsan raised his eyes to look at her, the sweetness in his gaze impossible to conceal anymore. Always someone who was served by others, now he found himself being tenderly taken care of, and he no longer refused this enjoyment, fully indulging in his master's affection. However, the tightness in his lower abdomen made his face flush crimson, carrying some embarrassment. He reached out to tug at Qin Huangji's sleeve and softly called out. Husband. Qin Huangji's gaze flickered with amusement. Every time Anshirsan called him husband, something would certainly follow. He truly acted more spoiled each time, yet there was nothing Qin Huangji could do about it, compromising without any limits. What is it? Speak. Anshirsan slightly lowered his head, but his eyes darted upward. His ears had turned red, and his voice was barely audible. Husband, I need to use the toilet. Qin Huangji was surprised. This was the first time Anshirsan had ever spoken up for this reason. Usually, he went out of his way to avoid her when such needs arose. It was unexpected today. Without hesitation, she gathered him in her arms and carried him to the bathroom, gently placing him down on the ground. Her gaze lingered on his crimson-tipped ears, unable to help teasing him. One hand encircled his waist while the other began loosening his robe ties. Startled, Anshirsan quickly grabbed her hand, confusion evident in his eyes. Master, what are you doing? Qin Huangji innocently blinked. Aren't you going to the toilet? I'm helping you undress. Anshirsan pushed her away, looking toward the door, signaling her to leave. My legs are injured, not my hands. I can do it myself. Qin Huangji didn't feel disappointed either. Initially, she hadn't planned to help that much anyway. Despite the intimacy they shared often, it was appropriate to show respect regarding such private matters. Yet she couldn't help but find his shyness endearing. Her eyes scanned over him, mocking tones lingering on his stomach area for a moment. Do you need me to hold you steady? Anshirsan noticed Qin Huangji's gaze, his face burning boom all over instantly. Clutching tightly onto his robes, he looked at her warily, fearing that she might force herself upon him. Kissing him lightly on the cheek with a grin, Qin Huangji laughed softly. I'll wait for you outside. Call me when you're done. Anshirsan watched the doorway nervously, waiting until he confirmed that his master wouldn't enter, then proceeded to deal with things. Standing outside the door, Qin Huangji thought back to Anshirsan's bright red face and couldn't help but smile faintly. With highly sensitive hearing, none of the sounds from inside escaped her ears. Imagining his movements based on the sounds, soon after, she heard the distinct sound of water flowing. The vivid scenes in her mind transformed rapidly into various heart-pounding and blushing moments, subtly quickening her breaths. Anshirsan carefully adjusted his clothes, standing quietly for a while, letting his emotions settle before calling out softly. Master, I'm done. When Qin Huangji came in, her walk seemed unnatural. She silently lifted him up and absently glanced at the bucket. The already normal expression on Anshirsan's face turned flushed once more. All he could do was lower his head bashfully and fail to notice the odd manner in which Qin Huangji walked. Qin Huangji was obedient enough though. After being sufficiently sweet with Anshirsan, memories of her grandmother Empress Dowager surfaced. By the time they left, it was already the afternoon. The Empress Dowager woke up early in the morning and, upon hearing that Huangji spent the night in her palace, waited anxiously since breakfast, her expectations turning gradually into numbness. She had just woken up from her nap, still showing no sign of the person arriving, anger coloring her face. Maid he stood nearby also worried, sending a maid to check earlier only to see the closed doors. They didn't dare to intrude without permission. Mistress, shall I go take a look? His Highness came over late last night, he must be tired. The Empress Dowager scoffed unhappily, no. Don't bother checking or defending him. Let me see when he remembers that he has an Empress Dowager. Just as she finished speaking, the outer court announced, and the Empress Dowager composed herself, feigning nonchalance. Report. Lady Shinyueshi has come. The Empress Dowager's body seemed larger, but she showed no disappointment. This young woman was someone she liked very much, clever, perceptive, and beautiful, so she especially permitted her to visit the palace anytime. Pay respects to your majesty. May you live forever. Shinyueshi performed a bow before standing up, removing her cloak to reveal a water blue gauze dress underneath. Her white neck was exposed, her skin whiter than snow, and she was stunningly beautiful. The Empress Dowager's eyes lit up. She gestured Shinyueshi closer, holding onto her delicate hands tightly as she spoke. What a wonderful young lady. None of my younger ones are blessed enough to have someone like you. Shinyueshi smiled softly, knowing the Empress Dowager always had something similar to say every time she came. Used to it by now, she wrapped her arm around the Empress Dowager's. Your Majesty is the one with all the blessings. I'll just stay close to you from now on. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily, muttering several goods, but then thought about another grandson of hers. Yueshi, how about you enter the Eastern Palace? It's closer to me. The Crown Prince might not be as handsome as Huanji, but he's not bad either. Shen Yueshi froze for a moment in sudden embarrassment, seeing the Empress Dowager's serious expression. Pretending to pout, she said. Empress Dowager, my father is the Crown Prince's tutor, whenever the prince sees him, he gets headaches. Now you're pushing me into the prince's side, this world might soon see two more furrow-browed people. You, child. Her Majesty, His Highness has arrived. Upon hearing the maid's report, the Empress Dowager's smiling face immediately turned stern. You little rascal, you still know how to come here. Qin Huanji walked in carrying someone leisurely, only letting go in the middle of the hall. The Empress Dowager glanced at them askance, aware that both were injured, and though her heart ached, she didn't show it on her face. All right, sit down. Qin Huanji noticed the Empress Dowager's expression. While supporting Enshursan to sit down beside him, he remarked. Grandmother, your laughter reached outside just moments ago, yet now you look so serious upon my arrival. The Empress Dowager huffed coldly, pulling Shen Yueshi's hand. It's still Yueshi who's good. She frequently comes to keep this old woman company. Some people, however, don't act like proper grandsons. Shen Yueshi wasn't paying much attention to what the Empress Dowager said. Ever since the two entered, her heart couldn't stop racing with excitement. Her gaze kept shifting between them, her lips slightly curved upward. Miss Yueshi pays her respects to His Highness, and also greets Surin. As she glanced at Enshursan, a flush even crept onto her cheeks. Qin Huanji nodded indifferently, not understanding why she seemed so excited. Noticing her yearning gaze toward Enshursan, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within him. Without showing it, he subtly shifted his body, blocking her view. Grandmother, if you wanted to scold me, just do so directly. Why drag Miss Shen into it? Can't you see that it makes her awkward? After these words, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened. So you came here just to upset me, huh? At this moment, Shen Yueshi paused her excited demeanor, glancing at his facial expression and the blocked vision, realizing the situation fully. He's jealous and trying to make her leave. How petty. Rising to her feet, she said. Empress Dowager, I've troubled you long enough. With His Highness and Surin here, surely there must be things to discuss. I will take my leave first. Chapter 125, I suspect you are tempting me. Enshursan hung his head, his eyes glancing at the osmanthus cake on the small table. He couldn't help but think about what happened earlier, and his face turned slightly red. His gaze involuntarily fell on Qin Huanji. Grandma, he saw the noisy grandfather-grandson pair, shaking her head helplessly as she placed all the fruits and cakes neatly. She then poured hot tea before stepping aside, her eyes filled with laughter. The Empress Dowager scolded Qin Huanji a few more times, then turned to see Enshursan in a light purple robe, unlike his usual dark clothes. The long hair he always tied up was only half tied today. His soft hair fell gracefully over his back and chest, pairing beautifully with his face, making him even more alluring. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing his cheeks slightly flushed and lips somewhat swollen, the Empress Dowager didn't think much of it, assuming it was due to the heat. Being elderly, she felt cold even before winter began, so she had already lit a fire pot in the room. She waved for someone to move the fire pot a little further away. How are your injuries, little Shursan? And Shursan finally shifted his gaze from Qin Huanji and looked at the Empress Dowager, who was looking at him with affection. Her kind words warmed his heart. Empress Dowager, Shursan is fine. The Empress Dowager looked at him disapprovingly. What Empress Dowager? Call me grandmother. A fracture isn't a small matter, bone injuries take 100 days to heal. Her hair was white and carefully arranged into a neat bun, with only 2 hairpins and no other ornaments. Her features were gentle, naturally conveying an aura of dignity. Hearing this, Enshursan's already red face turned redder. He opened his mouth a few times before softly calling out, grandmother. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager immediately beamed, beckoning him closer. Qin Huanji, seeing this, smiled even wider and stopped arguing. He reached out and embraced him, placing him next to the Empress Dowager while sitting on a footstool under her feet. With folded hands, he rested his head on her lap. Grandmother, since childhood, you have always loved me most. In the future, also show some love to Shursan. Besides me, he has nothing. The Empress Dowager smacked his head with a seemingly harsh but not overly forceful hand. You know well. If you hurt him in the future, I won't forgive you. Saying this, she held Enshursan's hand and looked at him lovingly. In the future, you will also be my grandson. If he bullies you, don't let him get away with it, I'll support you. Enshursan's body stiffened. The wrists are vital for martial artists, and being pulled like this made him instinctively want to resist. He struggled to control himself, his arms trembling slightly. Faced with the warm and gentle Empress Dowager, he was at a loss for what to do. Qin Huanji seemed to understand his thoughts, sitting back by his side. He reached out, pulled his hand from the Empress Dowager's, and intertwined his fingers with his own. Grandmother, he is my prince consort. I am already pampering him, why would I bully him? Looking at Anshusan's relaxed expression, Qin Huangji sighed somewhat helplessly, rubbing his wrist repeatedly, but still saw no reaction. He lifted his hand and brushed the strands of hair near his cheek to the side. Grandmother, little Anshusan's hands aren't something anyone can just hold. The Empress Dowager glanced sideways at him, slightly annoyed, then turned to ask, Anshusan is ultimately a man. Calling him Prince Consort might not be appropriate. This reminded Qin Huangji. Indeed, Anshusan was a man, and while private names could vary, such feminine titles after marriage would indeed seem odd. The Empress Dowager took a delicate sip from her teacup, her eyes turning back toward Anshusan. This child, handsome beyond compare. Watching them together, it was truly pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, she noticed the red marks on Anshusan's neck. Staring at Qin Huangji, her look turned unfriendly, and she placed her teacup heavily on the table, splashing tea water everywhere from the force. Then she slapped his shoulder again. You reckless brat, with Anshusan having a broken leg and other wounds, how dare you misbehave like this? Qin Huangji was lost in thought about titles when suddenly hit, becoming somewhat dazed. Once he understood what the Empress Dowager was saying, his eyes landed on Anshusan, noting the marks and lightly touching them. The Empress Dowager raised her hand again, slapping him, then turned to sincerely advise Anshusan, little Anshusan, don't always indulge him. Have you forgotten what grandmother told you last time? Hearing this, Qin Huangji felt an alarm ringing inside. Last time they taught him a lesson, and Anshusan wouldn't let him touch for quite a while, he certainly didn't dare let her teach him again. He quickly interrupted her. Grandmother, we have things to do, so we'll come visit you next time. Before he could finish speaking, he scooped up Anshusan and ran off, even using his lightness kung fu, swiftly leaving Yongning Palace. Anshusan, nestled in his arms, laughed, a rare and precious sound. His usually cold demeanor was replaced with a smile that made him appear lively and animated. His peach blossom eyes curved slightly, radiating undisguised affection. Master, I am very happy. Qin Huangji's senses were returned by the sound of his voice. He hadn't realized he had been so entranced by looking at Anshusan just now. Now, all he wanted to do was kiss him. One hand wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer while the other hand supported his buttocks, holding him as if he were a child. Anshusan was lifted and placed securely in his arms. The hand on his waist slid over his back, finally cradling his head. He kissed those smiling lips. Startled by Qin Huangji's abrupt actions, Anshusan still relaxed his body, offering no resistance. Not until his breathing became increasingly labored did he lightly scratch Qin Huangji's shoulder. Reluctantly, Qin Huangji released him, gazing at his flushed cheeks. Why do you never resist, no matter what I do? Anshusan rested his head on Qin Huangji's shoulder, his breathing still uneven. He moistened his swollen lips. Because I admire Master. Qin Huangji's eyes widened slightly, their depths swirling with intense emotions. But then he noticed the passing maidservants and eunuchs nearby. With a deep breath, he slapped Anshusan not too hard on the back. I suspect you are tempting me. Anshusan. Struggling to calm the agitation within him, Qin Huangji gently set Anshusan down, his hand still encircling his slim waist. His tone carried an evident seductive undertone. Little Anshusan, aside from when you're drunk, I've never heard you call my name. Call it once. Anshusan looked steadily at him with clear and pure eyes, reflecting Qin Huangji's figure. His lips parted softly. Huangji. Chapter 126, if you like, just like it. Qin Huangji gazed at Anshusan for a long time. Seeing joy and attachment in his eyes, he softly called out his own name. Joyful fireworks exploded in his mind, as he embraced him, lightly kicked off with his toes, and soared to a rooftop. Before Anshusan could steady himself, Qin Huangji suddenly leaned over and kissed the corner of his mouth. This action was unprecedentedly gentle, without any hint of desire, just a simple wish to kiss him. Yunyu, stop calling me master from now on, I don't like it. Anshusan voluntarily reached out his arms, hugging him tightly, and rubbed his cheek against Qin Huangji's shoulder. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Qin Huangji dropped a light kiss on the top of Anshusan's head and held him quietly, as if time had frozen at this moment. Lady, he came out from the main hall and happened to turn around, catching sight of two figures embracing each other on the nearby rooftop. One was relaxed and casual, the other austere and cold, their robes fluttering in the wind like two butterflies chasing one another. The sun was setting in the west, painting the sky with breathtaking red clouds, and bathing both of them in warm light. Lady, he was momentarily entranced, then remembered something, quickly returning to the hall. When she came back, there was an additional person by her side. Seeing this picturesque scene, the Empress Dowager smiled warmly. Never had she felt so certain that her decision had been correct. She didn't care about societal norms, nothing could be more important than her grandson's happiness. Love is such a wonderful feeling. Why dwell on gender? Whether man or woman, if you like someone, just like them. Hearing this, Lady, he couldn't help but sigh too. Yes, what a beautiful love, it has no place for secular interference, only envy and gossip. The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with severity. It's their affair, what business is it of others? If anyone dares say anything against my grandson, I'll cut out their tongues. Lady, he turned to look at the aged figure, recalling how she had once been a peerless beauty, even the late emperor had once avoided her sharpness. Yes, yes, yes. Your words are right. It's getting cool, let me escort you back. Under the glow of the sunset, Qin Huangji lay back lazily, his eyelids half closed, his chin resting on Enshirsan's shoulder, not wanting to move at all. Enshirsan tilted his head slightly, moved his aching legs, and pinched his hand on Qin Huangji's waist. Master. Huangji, I'm tired. My leg hurts. Upon hearing this, Qin Huangji slid one hand under his knee, holding him in front of his chest, lowering his head to reward a kiss on his lips. Yunyu, you're really well behaved. He looked down again at his leg, his eyes brimming with pity, then his gaze abruptly turned cold, a sneer curling on his face. Carrying him, he leaped gracefully down from the roof. Ministry of Justice. The face of Minister Lu of the Ministry of Justice looked somewhat grim, sitting in his chair, his hands holding his black hat while his index finger tapped aimlessly. Lord, we've searched everywhere we could think of. Minister Lu stopped tapping, his face sagging, full of anguish, as if he could already hear his hat saying goodbye. Search again. Check every person related to him, search their homes as well. If still no luck, then I can only draft a letter to apologize. Minister, the prince has arrived. Still lost in his melancholy thoughts, Minister Lu startled at hearing this, there was only one prince currently. Rising immediately, he adjusted his official robe, respectfully placing his black hat back on before heading out to greet. Your Highness, Mr. Secret Service Chief. Minister Lu bowed deeply, raising his head only to find the person in the prince's arms. He froze for a moment, unsure of what to call. Qin Huangji glanced at him but didn't bother to hold it against him, he himself was still considering the issue of titles, realizing this problem needed to be discussed further with the emperor. Lu Minister, please skip the formalities. May I visit Lordson? Minister Lu nodded repeatedly, wearing a subservient smile. Of course, Your Highness, please come this way. Qin Huangji strode forward, his clothes flowing freely. Turning his head, he casually asked the person beside him. What were you talking about searching for earlier? Minister Lu hesitated briefly, his expression turning difficult, deciding there was no point in hiding the matter anymore. Not an object, it's Lord Sin's son, Qin Xiuning. This servant was incompetent and failed to capture him. Strangely enough, he seems to have vanished without a trace. Qin Huangji abruptly stopped walking, forgetting all about this. Last time in the tavern, Qin Xiuning had spoken rudely, and he had sent people to arrest him. Initially, he planned to have him die quietly, but everything got delayed due to Enshirsan's matters, causing him to forget completely about the existence of Qin Xiuning. He wasn't sure if he had died yet either. Coughing lightly, Minister Lu, there's no need to follow. I will go myself. Minister Lu did not notice his expression, with this matter on his mind, he responded humbly at the words. Qin Huangji squinted his eyes as he watched Minister Lu walk away before calling out, Ansan. Ansan flashed out from a shadow of the palace wall. Your subordinate is here. Go check if Qin Xiuning is still alive. If so, bring him here for a father-son reunion. Understood. Enshirsan stirred in his arms but asked no questions, deep in his heart, whatever Qin Huangji did was right. As he was carried all the way, resting his head on Qin Huangji's chest, listening to the steady heartbeat, his eyes grew heavy with drowsiness. Qin Huangji smiled softly and hugged him tighter before stepping into the Justice Ministry jail. The guards led him along dim dungeon corridors filled with flickering candlelight, dampness, and a suffocating smell of blood, where the oppressive atmosphere loomed thick. Prisoners sat numbly, some wailing or shouting. After turning a corner, the prisoners became fewer, and the place grew quieter, leading to a distant cell where Prince Tsun sat calmly on the ground. He wore a white prisoner's robe, with chains around his hands and feet. His hair was disheveled, hiding most of his face in the shadows, though his back remained straight, his expression calm. Upon hearing someone approach, he only glanced up briefly. Qin Huangji gently placed Enshirsan down, motioning the guard to open the door while carefully observing Prince Tsun's figure. There wasn't even a single scratch on him. Uncle, it seems you're living pretty comfortably. Prince Tsun had his eyes closed. Winners and losers, that's all it is. Are you here to mock me? Since entering the place, Enshirsan felt his drowsiness disappear. His presence turned lethal, exuding subtle killing intent. Seeing Qin Huangji about to step inside, he grabbed onto his sleeve, his eyes full of worry. Qin Huangji patted his head and whispered to reassure him. Don't worry. It's fine. Still uneasy, Enshirsan stood by the cell door, his muscles tense, his dark gaze fixated on Prince Tsun, ready to block any sudden moves from him. In contrast, Qin Huangji entered calmly, smiling slightly. Uncle, you're mistaken. I didn't come to laugh at you, I came to settle accounts. At these words, Prince Tsun opened his eyes. Looking at Qin Huangji like this made him suddenly feel uneasy. Feeling the penetrating gaze, an inexplicable fear arose in his heart. Qin Huangji didn't want to waste time on grand declarations of victory, he didn't have the leisure for such trivialities. He directly kicked Prince Tsun down. Concentrating his inner strength in his foot, he stomped forcefully on Prince Tsun's leg. Ayaha. The shriek of agony echoed through the gloomy, eerie prison chamber, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 127, You've been wronged. Prince Tsin's body kept retreating, his face pale, eyes shadowed with malice. The Emperor hasn't yet sentenced you. What you're doing is the abuse of private punishment. Qin Huangji's smile remained unchanged, and he looked down at the trembling legs dragging behind Prince Xian. In a soft tone unrelated to the previous question, he asked, Does it hurt? Prince Tsin had nowhere left to retreat, his back pressed against the cold wall, sweat covering his forehead as his eyes were locked onto Qin Huangji. Qin Huangji squatted before him, examining his leg closely. He caught a glance of San from afar and lowered his eyelids, a fierce look in his eyes. Using the cover of his sleeves, he slowly gripped the iron chain that bound his wrists. Seizing the right moment, he swung the chain towards Qin Huangji's neck, intending to strangle this little brute. San watched his movements expressionlessly, his eyes cold. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger hidden within his sleeve swiftly shot out, piercing straight into Prince Tsin's wrist. The force was so strong that the blade protruded through the bone, pinning his wrist directly to the wall. And Qin Huangji did not let down his guard. The moment Prince Tsin made his move, he quickly stood up and stomped on the other leg of Prince Tsin. Ah! Ah! The immense pain from being injured in two places at once drove Prince Tsin to lose control, his eyes turning red as he screamed in agony. A few guards rushed over and saw Prince Tsin sitting in the corner, one hand nailed to the wall, blood flowing down his wrist to form a dark puddle on the ground. His legs hung limply on the ground, an unnatural collapse. The guards glanced at each other and, thump, knelt down. My lord, spare him for now. He must be sentenced by the Emperor to be executed on a chosen day, he cannot die yet. Qin Huangji turned to glance at San, seeing that he stood without moving, then relaxed and waved off the guards. Rest assured, I will not kill him. Qin Huangji lowered his gaze, looking at Prince Tsin, the chill in his eyes akin to ice. His toe repeatedly tapped the broken leg of Prince Tsin. Uncle, isn't it very painful? My little Yunyu also experienced such pain. He was even buried underground, for almost 3 days without light or water. You should try tasting this kind of pain too. Suddenly, he put more force underfoot, another scream echoing through. I also want to bury you, but alas, Father Emperor wishes to behead you. Having released his foot, Qin Huangji looked down upon him from a higher position. By the way, uncle, your 2 concubines who are pregnant aborted their own children. Uncle, your life as a person has failed, there is no one who truly cares for you. Saying that, he paid no further heed to Prince Tsin's reaction. He held San in his arms and walked away boldly, his demeanor ostentatious and carefree, capturing everyone's attention. Behind them came Prince Tsin's frenzied cries. The guards escorted Qin Huangji out, and only after he was gone did they rise slowly, gazing at Prince Tsin's wretched appearance. They exchanged glances. What do we do? Should we remove the dagger or not? Leave it for now, and go inform the superior. Exiting the dungeon, the sky had already darkened. Seeing that Qin Huangji still appeared icy cold, San reached out to embrace his neck, bringing his face closer, sticking it against his slightly cool cheek. Husband. That tender voice was like a feather grazing over his heart, leaving it tingling with sensation. All his icy aura melted away, his face rubbing affectionately against the others. You've been wronged, the way he must die can only be beheading. San shook his head slightly, focusing his gaze on his lips, soft and lustrous, those lips always speaking teasing words to him, also using those lips to say things that stole his heart, and even used those lips relentlessly to kiss him. He tilted his face toward the tempting lips and enveloped them in his mouth. With earnest devotion, he tasted them meticulously. Qin Huangji's arm encircled around his waist, palm touching his side through the cloth. His fingers lightly rubbed while his voice emerged raspy. Yunyu. Touched by the warmth of his hand, San felt as if the skin beneath it was burning. When he met the fiery eyes staring at him, he immediately turned his head away and lay on his shoulder, refusing to look up. Husband, my leg hurts. It's unsuitable. Amused by San's ostrich-like behavior, Qin Huangji pinched him lightly at the waist. Unsuitable for what? Seeing the tips of his ears turn red, he remained lying on his chest, reluctant to get up. Qin Huangji fondly patted him. I won't tease you anymore. I'll take you somewhere. Qin Huangji carried San, leaping and flying across rooftops. They finally stopped at a watchtower atop a section of the city wall. From here, high ground provided a view almost encompassing the entire palace. As a child, he had always loved playing in this area. Upon seeing this familiar watchtower, San's pupils suddenly contracted, his muscles tensed as he grabbed Qin Huangji's shirt at the chest with pale nails. Panic evident in his expression, husband, let's go back. Can we just go back? Qin Huangji, noticing San's abrupt change, tightly embraced him, lightly stroking his back. Don't be afraid, I'm here. With a questioning gaze toward the watchtower, what could be here that would make San so terrified? Yunyu, tell me, why are you afraid? San began to tremble slightly, his face as white as paper, gripping onto Qin Huangji's hand tightly as fear overshadowed the light in his eyes. Husband, are you leaving again? Are you going to abandon me again? You said you'd marry me, but we're not yet wed. You lied. The accusations echoed, reminding Qin Huangji of the day 10 years ago when he had also brought him here before leaving. Seeing how fear made tears unable to flow, his grip on Qin Huangji subconsciously tightened, causing a sharp pain to pierce his heart. I didn't lie to you, I won't leave. We will get married, and we'll be together for life. He gently patted Enshersan's back while whispering comforting words until the person in his arms gradually calmed down, then loosened his hold, lowering his eyes to look at him. How foolish, I won't leave anymore. My counterpart in another world has already died, where else can I go except for you? Enshersan's pale complexion regained a touch of its original color as he looked at him uncertainly. Truly. Qin Huangji pinched his cheek, seriously stating. Truly. Killed by my own father's hands, I cannot return. Apart from you, there is nowhere for me to go. Are you satisfied now? With Enshersan's mood lightening and emotions settling, the restrained tears finally fell, burning Qin Huangji's hand. The top-ranking dark guard, and you're nothing but a crybaby. Who would believe such a thing? But Enshersan had no mind for this, though Qin Huangji spoke casually about it, being killed by one's own parents was something truly difficult to overcome. Reaching out, Enshersan embraced Qin Huangji, mimicking his actions by patting his back and softly consoling him. Husband, don't grieve. I am here. I will always stay by your side. Qin Huangji paused for a moment, then laughed aloud, warmth filling his eyes, his heart swelling as he lifted his hand to pat Enshersan's back once more. You've learned well. Shall we go up now? The two stood shoulder to shoulder on the rooftop, looking out over the brilliantly lit royal city. Endless darkness lay behind them, and radiant light stretched out ahead. Before long, the lanterns inside the watchtower ignited one by one, compressing the darkness until it vanished entirely. Chapter 128, The Unspoken Love. Shenglan. In the morning light of dawn, Anwu sat on the roof in a tight black outfit that hugged his robust and muscular figure. With slightly tanned skin, star-like eyebrows, and sword-like eyes, along with a high-bridged nose, he had one leg bent while the other rested casually on the roof tiles. His arm was draped over the raised knee, and his fingertips were gently twirling a leaf. His eyebrows, sharp as blades, were slightly furrowed. His strong, silent face carried a hint of sorrow. Ani approached from afar, landing lightly beside him on the tile roof without looking down at him but instead staring at the red sun rising above the horizon. The master isn't here, yet you seem quite relaxed. Anwu's gaze remained fixed on the leaf in his hand, responding indifferently upon hearing this. Each of us has our own moments. Ani sighed, frustration evident on his face. I'm not like you who can be so leisurely. Master wanted Qin Xiaoning alive, but after capturing him, he was simply forgotten in prison. When I checked last night, he had already starved to death. I don't even know how we're supposed to report this. Anwu hesitated momentarily, guilt crossing his features since it was him who captured the prisoner but lost track. These days, it wasn't about finding Xiao Shisan or dealing with Prince Tsin's assassination attempts for nothing. It was my oversight. When Master returns, I will present myself to seek punishment. Ani glanced sidelong at him. Why stir things up? As the leader of the secret guards managing affairs within the mansion, any mishap is ultimately my responsibility. He turned his gaze toward the leaf Anwu was holding and continued, how are your wounds? No problem. And Xiao Shire? Ani asked further. Recalling Xiao Shire, whose injuries were severe enough to terrify even on his already pale skin, made Anwu's heart ache bitterly. Yet recalling the boy's lively appearance caused an involuntary smile to bloom on his lips, making his speech more animated. You understand him well, he can't sit still, let alone stay confined to bed to recover. He'd rather die. Ani looked down at Anwu's faintly smiling expression, raising an eyebrow. You like him? Ani didn't phrase this as a question but stated it as a fact. Anwu's fingers paused their twirling of the leaf. His expression remained calm, yet there was a long pause before he spoke, memories flooding his mind of all the moments involving Anshire. Meanwhile, Anshire appeared in the corridor below. Upon spotting the two figures on the rooftop, just as he was about to call out, these words reached his ears. Startled, he swiftly concealed himself behind a pillar, taking deep breaths to steady himself. While martial prowess wasn't his forte, Anshire excelled in agility, ranking among the best except perhaps for Enshersan. Thus, he had a smaller frame compared to Anwu, appearing delicate and youthful. His clear, almond-shaped eyes lent him a charming and innocent look, accentuated by a mole resembling a teardrop near the corner of his eye. Hiding behind the pillar now, his brows drooped, hands unconsciously fidgeting together, perplexed and doubting the possibility, could Xiao Wu actually harbor feelings for him? Silently waiting for Anwu's rebuttal. Ani did not press for an answer either. Instead, he crouched beside Anwu, resting his arms behind his head, lying down. With lowered eyelids, Anwu maintained silence until Anshire, growing impatient, anticipated revealing himself. Suddenly lifting his head, his eyes gleamed brilliantly. Yes, I like him. Anshire shrank into the columned shadows behind him, astonished beyond belief. Who exactly did Xiao Wu just profess liking for? His brain buzzed, his heart pounding wildly. Ani, knowing this all along, remained unfazed. Watching the clouds drift across the sky, his tone became serene, yet carried effortlessly by the wind into both listeners' ears. As secret guards, we have our duties. We should not allow emotional attachments. Unwoo's expression shifted slightly. His fingers resumed moving but crumbled the leaf under their touch this time. I know. But his control slipped, his thoughts always involuntarily straying towards Unshire. His eyes couldn't help but follow his every move. Seeing his joy made him want to smile, seeing his pain brought anguish. A lifetime in the secret guard revolved around serving the master alone. Not only was marrying or starting a family out of the question, but how many would even achieve a peaceful end? They were lucky to serve a good master, yet they shouldn't harbor any further desires. I won't let him know. An rose, his expression solemn and voice stern. Xiao Wu, we grew up together. I do not wish to see you walk the path of Njio before us. Even if the master remains tolerant, betrayal cannot and will not be tolerated again. Restrain your feelings. Unwoo's breathing altered for a fleeting moment before vanishing once more. Dazed eyes gazing blankly ahead, muttering softly. How am I supposed to restrain these feelings? An observed his friend's desolate demeanor with some difficulty but hardened his heart regardless. It wouldn't benefit either of them to reach such an impasse. Let me ask you, if the master and Xiao Shire were both in dire straits, who would you save? Unwoo bit his lips tightly and couldn't say a word. No matter what choice he made, he would live in pain and regret. At this moment, it seemed as if he was enveloped by darkness. As the sun rose high in the sky, the sunlight pierced through the clouds and scattered across the land, yet it still could not illuminate the shadow in his heart. An shook his head, unable to bear watching any longer. He leaped down from the roof, landing on the ground and took steps to leave. Suddenly, he caught sight of a corner of clothing behind a pillar and immediately stopped in his tracks. After standing there for a while, he sighed helplessly and walked away in another direction. Unshire leaned against the pillar with tense muscles, the wounds on his back being pulled apart again, blood seeping out once more, but he had no reaction at all. Looking up, he saw the person sitting motionless on the roof. His usually carefree mind that avoided overthinking things was now in complete disarray. Silently walking out from there with a whirlwind of thoughts, he aimlessly wandered back to his quarters. Lifting his head, he immediately saw Unwoo sitting by the table, his eyes slightly trembling, leaving him momentarily speechless in the courtyard. Unwoo somehow suddenly wanted to see him. Knowing he wasn't in his quarters, understanding his nature, he simply waited here instead. Upon hearing the sound, he turned around and looked at him, his voice carrying a slight reproach. You're not resting properly and are running around everywhere. Unshire's hand tightened continuously before suddenly letting go. He forced a smile on his face, just like usual, and strode into the room. Sitting casually on a stool, he poured himself a glass of water and drank it all in one go. Brother Xiao Wu, you don't know me yet. Lying there doing nothing is worse than getting whipped a few more times. Unwoo silently observed him, engraving every move of his in his mind. When Unshire lifted his eyes, Unwoo quickly lowered his eyelids. I'll help you apply some medicine. With those words, he stood up, circled behind him, and reached for his clothes. Unshire was startled, knowing what Unwoo was thinking, he could no longer face him calmly. Suddenly sidestepping to dodge his hand, he acted as if nothing had happened. Brother Xiao Wu, there's no need, I've already applied the medicine. Unwoo hadn't expected him to dodge. His hand lingered in mid-air for a moment before his fingers curled up, quietly pulling it back. There was silence between them for a short while. Unshire appeared confused as he looked at him. Brother Xiao Wu, is there anything else? Unwoo raised his gaze and stared deeply at him, suppressing the dull ache in his heart and said lightly. There's nothing. Rest well. As Unwoo turned to leave, Unshire's smiling face faded back into calmness. He watched Unwoo's retreating figure, muttering softly. Brother Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Chapter 129, Forced to attend the morning court. Just after the hour, 1 to 3 a.m., Unsure-san opened his eyes and glanced at Qin Huangji sleeping soundly beside him. He reached out to trace Qin Huangji's features, then gently nudged the person next to him. Dear husband, it's time to get up. Qin Huangji wrapped his arms around him, burying his face in his neck, draping his leg over Unsure-san, and turning his head to continue sleeping. The warm breath tickling Unsure-san's cheek made him slightly shrug, but instead of loosening the hold, he was hugged even tighter. Husband, we need to rise. You promised the emperor you'd attend morning court. Qin Huangji frowned, rubbed his face against his cheek, mumbled a bit, and fell back asleep. Unsure-san, seeing the tired look on his face, felt sympathy and couldn't bear to wake him further. Checking the time, realizing they still had a bit more time for sleep, he quietly lay down again in Qin Huangji's embrace and closed his eyes. Pang, pang, pang. The knocking came, followed by Xiangning, the eunuch's voice. Wang Ye, my lord, are you awake? Your servant comes by royal order to serve you. Inside the room, Qin Huangji showed impatience on his face, flipping onto his stomach and pressing his cheek against Unsure-san's face, rubbing it repeatedly. His voice sounded unbearably resentful. My father is doing this intentionally. Knowing very well I cannot wake up easily. Unsure-san hugged his waist, dear husband, there's no harm in being called Wang Fei, prince consort. You know I don't care about such things. Qin Huangji lightly pecked his lips, looking at him with a gentle and lingering gaze. You may not care, but I do. It's just 3 days of attending court. Saying that, however, his body showed no intention of moving. It was now the hour, 3 to 5 a.m., when people are the most drowsy. Every extra moment lying down mattered since his father had simply said to go to court but did not specify punctuality. Seeing Enshirsan's cheeks flushed red, he moved his legs slightly and chuckled. Little Yunyu seems really enthusiastic. Enshirsan, hearing this, blushed even more deeply, turned his face away, and refused to meet his gaze. Xiangning checked the sky outside, looking increasingly anxious as he paced back and forth outside the door. Wanya, if you don't rise soon, your servant will have to come in. Without waiting any longer, he directly pushed the door open. Qin Huangji was startled, he didn't expect him to just walk in. Quickly sitting up, he pulled the blanket around Enshirsan and glared fiercely at Xiangning. Why aren't you serving my father? What brings you here and how dare you show such disrespect? Xiangning smiled politely on his face but internally felt utterly hopeless. Wanya, please forgive me, but this is an imperial command which I cannot ignore. His Majesty ordered that no effort be spared to ensure your timely presence in court. Qin Huangji clenched his teeth, feeling quite irritable and stubbornly sat on the bed without moving. Xiangning, seeing this, earnestly advised, young master, please get up quickly. The imperial guards are outside, and surely you wouldn't want to be dragged to court like that. Hearing this, Qin Huangji's already disturbed anger flared up further. With a huff, he leaned back and lay down. My father actually summoned the imperial guards. I don't believe they would dare storm in. And 3, guard the door, if anyone dares enter, they shall be killed without mercy. And 3, perched on the roof beam, hesitated for a moment, but since his master's order must be followed, he stood firm at the doorway. Hearing this, Xiangning became alarmed. Glancing cleverly at the bed where only half of Enshirsan's face was exposed under the quilt, he pleaded. Wanya, think about 13 also. This was your promise to the emperor, and besides, you're already awake, why persist in causing a scene? As he mentioned Enshirsan, Qin Huangji's attitude softened. Focused so much on venting his frustration, he had forgotten that this was the condition set for changing Enshirsan's noble title. Willingly, he sat up, letting Xiangning help him wash and change clothes. In the resplendent grand hall, silence reigned. On the magnificent gold-lacquered dragon throne sat an imperious monarch. At this moment, the emperor sat upright with dignity, his narrow phoenix-like eyes sharp and deep, exuding waves of coldness. His thin lips were pursed, reflecting his impatience. The ministers inside the great hall remained silent as cicadas in winter, their heads bowed, shoulders slumped, fearful of offending the imperial majesty. There was nothing else to it. In these past few days, clearing the forces loyal to Prince Tsin involved confiscating estates and executing many. The atmosphere was thick with bloodshed, making everyone wary and uneasy. Due to arguments about who should fill the vacant official positions, chaos erupted, and suddenly, one minister was dismissed by the emperor himself, leaving the rest trembling like quails. This didn't include Qin Huangji, standing at the place designated for princes. He squinted his eyes, overcome by drowsiness, barely able to stand, unconsciously leaning on the crown prince. The crown prince simply looked at him lovingly while maintaining a straight posture all the while. Qin Huangji, being a prince, according to rules, should attend court daily. But previously, because of another personality taking over, he had been wicked and never attended. And Qin Huangji was simply too lazy. The emperor glanced at the drowsy man and his gloomy mood suddenly improved. Leaning back with a straight spine, he half closed his eyes, his tone carrying a trace of languor. Ministers, do you have any further opinions on the vacant official positions? The ministers below exchanged glances, remembering the one who had just been dragged out, and none dared to voice an opinion. Just let his majesty decide. In his hazy state, Qin Huangji listened through the entire morning court session. At times it was solemn, at others it was boisterous, either way, it all helped put him to sleep. Huangji, wake up. The crown prince gently nudged his head, his face full of helplessness. Qin Huangji opened his eyes, looked around, and realized only the 3 of them, father, son, and crown prince, remained in the grand hall. He straightened his body, adjusted his clothes, but his eyelids were heavy, barely able to stay open. It's over, so I'm going back. The crown prince watched as he walked away, then turned toward the emperor. Why torment him? Aren't you hurting yourself by seeing his suffering? The emperor remained composed, calmly rising, patting his bright yellow robes, and walking towards the door while saying, You approve the memorials, prepare the list for the missing officials, and fill the necessary personnel. The crown prince sighed deeply, regretting speaking too much, and lingered a little longer. When Qin Huangji returned to Yongning Palace, Enshirsan was leaning half asleep on the bed, playing with a dagger in his hand. This dagger had been given by Qin Huangji, small yet sharp enough to slice through iron, perfect for concealing in the sleeves. Despite its utility, Enshirsan cherished it too much to use it for killing, always keeping it carefully inside his waist seal. Upon hearing the sound of movement, he raised his head. Dear husband, you're back. Would you like to rest some more? Qin Huangji kicked off his shoes, removed his clothes, directly embraced the other person, and pinned him down on the bed. Stay and sleep with me. Qin Huangji lowered his gaze, noticing how fresh his breath smelled after washing, the glossy lips slightly parted, inviting to be kissed. His eyes darkened as he leaned down and kissed him. The delicate dagger fell to the ground. Its blade, as thin as cicada wings, bounced lightly before falling back into its sheath. After being pushed out again, it slid deeply back inside. Chapter 130, Enthronement of the Royal Consort. Qin Huangji attended court for 3 consecutive days, shocking many ministers. Some who were particularly observant even speculated that King Xinglan was beginning to prepare to get involved in politics. Unlike the previous 2 days, today's Qin Huangji appeared radiant, intentionally wearing the prince attire, standing straight with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of dignity. Several ministers often looked at him. The person who had previously leaned on the crown prince and slept during meetings now seemed unusually spirited halfway through the morning court session and even carried a smile. After exchanging glances, they all felt uneasy and began to carefully review their own words and actions, checking for any mistakes. The emperor glanced at Qin Huangji and thought his smile seemed a bit sharp. With no visible change in his brows, he maintained an appearance of attentively listening, but his fingers quietly moved behind his back, pressing the imperial decree down under a pile of documents. As the voices in the hall gradually diminished, and there were no more issues to report, it seemed as though the court session was about to adjourn. Qin Huangji lifted his eyes and signaled subtly to the emperor. However, seeing that the emperor remained unmoved, he questioned with both confusion and worry, "Is something wrong with your eyes, King Xinglan? Should we call a physician to examine you?" Most of Qin Huangji's good mood disappeared, but he could do nothing against his father, lowering his eyebrows and slightly drooping his mouth, softening his tone. "Father Emperor." The fingers hidden within the emperor's sleeves gently twirled as he observed the expression similar to when the boy would wheedle as a child, filled with affection. He then reached out to extract the imperial decree, tossing it into Xiang Ning, the eunuch's arms. Xiang Ning, bowing slightly, held the imperial edict unfolded while smiling. In accordance with the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has been heard that Bei Yunyu of the St. Lan Wang Palace, possessing both literary and martial skills, and whose talent matches his virtue, has deeply won my heart. Therefore, I specially ordain that the wedding between St. Lan Wang Qin Huangji and Bei Yunyu shall be celebrated. Bei Yunyu is hereby granted the title, Royal Consort, holding a rank equivalent to a prince. A propitious date will be selected for their marriage. May the two of you be of one mind and virtue, living harmoniously forever. Do not betray my wishes. After finishing, Xiang Ning folded the decree and descended from the platform, performing a respectful bow towards Qin Huangji. "Wang, if there are no issues, I will take this decree to Yongming Palace and inform Wang Jun immediately." The kneeling ministers suddenly realized the significance. The Minister of Rites crawled forward a few steps into the center of the Grand Hall, stopping Xiang Ning. "Your Majesty, isn't this arranged marriage somewhat inappropriate? Throughout history, there have never been male concubines." The Emperor casually corrected him, "Minister Mo, your statement is incorrect. This title is Wang Jun, Royal Consort, which does not equate to male concubine." Hanging his head low, the minister gave a subtle nod to someone off to the side, after which other officials from the Ministry of Rites also knelt down. "From the founding of our dynasty up until now, there has never been such a precedent. This violates national protocols and disregards propriety." Seated high on the dais, the emperor gazed down at these ministers with a dismissive air, wondering how much work they actually accomplished versus their incessant chatter. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he coldly remarked, "I intend to establish this precedent. As for propriety and laws, altering them where necessary, what harm could come from it?" The members of the Ministry of Rites remained kneeling prostrate on the ground. Minister Mo shouted loudly, "Your Majesty. This violates ancestral laws and goes against human morality, being detrimental to future generations." The emperor tilted his head, glaring at him with growing impatience, remaining silent. The grand hall fell silent except for the sound of the emperor tapping his fingers on the desk. Qin Huangji observed the situation, with the issue unresolved momentarily, and feeling his legs growing weak from standing for too long, noticed a chair by the side of the hall and signaled the attendant to bring it closer. The attendant fell to his knees with a thud, glancing hesitantly at the displeased emperor and the current scene inside the hall, fearful to move the chair at this critical moment, thus continuously bowing his head in silence to apologize. Seeing no alternative, Qin Huangji personally dragged a chair over and sat beside the crown prince. Dozens of pairs of eyes from the ministers stared intently at him. Qin Huangji blinked a couple of times. "Why are you all looking at me? Aren't we still discussing rights? Continue." Upon noticing no objection from either the emperor or the crown prince, the rest of the ministers bowed their heads as if they hadn't seen anything. The emperor saw the original cause of this turmoil sitting comfortably in the chair, leaning back with one arm bent resting on the armrest, supporting his head, seemingly taking a nap with eyes half closed. He inexplicably became irritated, glared around coldly, stopped tapping his fingers, and instead slapped his hand on the desk, creating a loud "pa." The sudden sound caused several bodies of the officials from the Ministry of Rites to shake nervously as they pressed their faces further down to the ground. "My dear officials, is there anyone else who objects? Speak up now. Looking at each other amongst the assembled ministers, none dared to stand up. The emperor had already issued his decree and clearly made his decision, and who would risk offending the imperial favor? The emperor's gaze swept the room before landing on Chancellor Sia. Chancellor Sia, what do you think? Prime Minister Sia stepped forward and humbly said, "This is the emperor's family matter, I have no right to interfere." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Rights wailed instantly, "Your Majesty, reconsider. This is an unprecedented decline in social morality." The emperor suddenly made a tsk sound, pointing at the red pillars in the hall, coldly laughing. "Come on, your excellencies, move aside. Did Moore see that pillar? Go run towards it with all your might. If you collide with it, I'll reconsider, and you'll earn a reputation for integrity, perhaps even be remembered forever." Moore stopped his crying abruptly, falling silent as he knew just how hard that pillar was after decades as an official. A collision would cost him his life. Qin Huangji, witnessing this, chuckled lightly, his eyes glancing at the pillar painted in vivid red, adorned with golden five-clawed dragons, exuding immense majesty. Given the emperor's temperament, one couldn't know how many people had collided with that pillar. With a teasing tone, Qin Huangji curiously asked, "Moore, won't you hit it? This prince has never seen such a grand spectacle." The minister knelt on the ground, forehead touching the floor while the emperor's icy gaze rested upon his back, making him anxious. His back drenched in sweat stuck to his clothes, causing him to shiver from cold waves. In response, he remained silent with bowed head, inwardly cursing Qin Huangji's shamelessness and wishing the latter would collide if he truly wanted to watch. Eunuch Xiang Ning, seeing the situation, paid his respects. "Officials, continue with your work. I'm off to deliver the imperial decree." The decree reached Yongning Palace where the Empress Dowager waved her hand indicating she had understood before allowing the message to enter smoothly into the temporary residence of Qin Huangji and Dark 13. Dark 13, still clad in black attire, stood tall before the palace, observing Eunuch Xiang Ning entering with the imperial edict. He prepared to kneel down upon noticing the gesture. Seeing this, Xiang Ning's heart skipped a beat. As he shouted, he hurried up his steps. "Lord, there's no need for you to kneel." Rushing over to Dark 13, Xiang Ning patted his chest, relieved. If Dark 13 were to kneel and injure his legs again, wouldn't the prince surely kill him? "Lord, standing to receive the decree will suffice. The imperial decree to secret guard Pei Yunken of St. Lan Wang." As Dark 13 listened to the contents, his heart was shocked. Holding the same rank as a prince shows that the emperor genuinely acknowledges him. His eyes watered. "Congratulations, Lord, please accept the decree." Xiang Ning smiled contentedly, their union would now culminate in eternal happiness. Dark 13 took the decree with both hands, solemnly storing it in his embrace. The kneeling eunuchs and palace maids nimbly saluted toward Dark 13. "Hail, royal consort." Chapter 131, As long as it's you, I'm overjoyed. Anshisan sat by the table, reading the imperial decree back and forth many times, his fingers lingering on the words, "bestow marriage to Qin Huangji," for a long time without moving. He had never thought there would be a day like today. In the past, he always hoped for Qin Huangji's return, just coming back was enough. Once returned, Anshisan only wanted to be his bodyguard for life, watching him marry, have children, and protect him forever. Later, he didn't mind being his male consort as long as he could stay by his side, regardless of what identity it might be. Now, it seemed the dream had come true. He would actually marry him, something Anshisan dared not even imagine, his fingers affectionately brushing over those few characters. When Qin Huangji returned, he saw Anshisan respectfully holding the imperial decree, reading every word again and again. From behind, Qin Huangji held him in his arms, his chin rubbing against Anshisan's head. "My Prince Wang, how can you still be sitting here? Are your legs sore?" Anshisan relaxed his body, leaning backward into the warm embrace, his heart completely full, speechless for a long time, until he finally spoke two simple words. "Husband." That soft, tender voice filled with coquettishness brushed over Qin Huangji's heart, feather-light but extremely heartfelt. Qin Huangji let go of him and squatted in front of him. The hem of his robe spread out, his hair falling onto the floor, both hands gripping his arms while looking up at his slightly reddened eyes. "What's wrong?" Anshisan lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the strands of hair lying on the ground, lifting his hand to gather them in his palm. His husband gave him respect and tenderness that he'd never experienced before. He patiently taught Anshisan how to love him while also loving himself. No matter what happened, his husband always protected him. He was a first-rank prince who had never spoken so humbly to either the emperor or the Empress Dowager. Yet now, his heart ached softly. Directly leaping from the stool, he threw his arms around Qin Huangji's neck. Unexpected by Qin Huangji, Anshisan's sudden pounce caught him off guard. Already squatting down, with the force of impact, both of them lost balance and fell backwards. Before hitting the ground, Anshisan moved his palm upward, cushioning Qin Huangji's head to prevent any injury, then using the momentum of the fall, bit directly onto his lips. Simultaneously, he reached up and pulled out Qin Huangji's hairpin, releasing his crown of hair. His hand then unfastened Qin Huangji's sash. Qin Huangji's eyes slightly widened, from initial surprise turning to calm, his gaze softening as he looked at him. Anshisan lifted his head, meeting his eyes and froze instantly. Lying on the ground was Qin Huangji, his purple first-rank prince robes scattered to one side, black long hair sprawling across the floor contrasting starkly with his pale skin. For a brief moment, San was stunned and full of regret. Slowly climbing up, he knelt to the side. Qin Huangji, his eyes carrying a profound gleam, quickly rose and scooped him into his arms. Don't kneel. Your leg is still injured. With his movement, his white inner garment slid down to his waist. San's face turned crimson, uncomfortably turning to the other side. Qin Huangji, seeing his expression, mockingly turned his face back. Why don't you continue? Weren't we almost successful? Why run away at such a crucial moment? As he spoke, his eyes carried a peculiar glint, flicking toward San's abdomen. San felt uncomfortable all over, reaching out to pull nearby clothes over himself, burying his face into them. His heart, however, felt some unease. He had almost. Qin Huangji, somewhat amused, pulling him back out, pecked him on his blazing ear tip. I'm asking you a question. San's eyes darted everywhere except looking at him, opening and closing his mouth a few times before muttering softly. My leg hurts. Qin Huangji chuckled lightly, pinching his cheek. Do you really think I believe that? Even if your leg were broken, you could still kill silently, afraid of pain. No way. San's expression stiffened, staring at his finely white chest where an obvious bruise marked it. Regret flashed in his eyes as he extended his hand and neatly redressed Qin Huangji's inner garment. Lifting his eyes, he accidentally locked gazes with Qin Huangji's dark, ink-like pupils. It will hurt, and I cannot bear to do that. After speaking, he awkwardly turned his head aside. Qin Huangji hugged him closer, each time feeling he loved San more deeply. Each time, San would remind him through action how much he truly cared. Rising, he placed the person buried like an ostrich in his arms onto the bed. Watching San only cover his face but exposing most of his body, he couldn't help but smile. Picking up the scattered clothes, he pulled away the outer garment covering San's head, carefully dressing him one piece at a time. San puzzled, his fingers slightly tightening, grabbing the hand Qin Huangji used to dress him. Husband, you. Qin Huangji patted his hand, interrupting him. Do you want to continue? It's not impossible, but this is grandmother's bedchamber. Shall we go home first? San's face turned crimson in an instant, and he turned his head aside, lips pressed tightly together with both shame and annoyance at how Qin Huangji always liked to tease him this way. Qin Huangji tidied up his clothes, cradling the person in his arms as his fingers prodded San's cheek. Are you angry? Once we're home, you can do whatever you like, I'm not afraid of pain. San, who wasn't actually mad at first, became truly irritated now. He had willingly acted impulsively just now, never intending to pin Qin Huangji down, actions he regretted. The person meant everything to him, how could he possibly? His reddened face deepened its hue, mixed with a touch of indignation. Stretching out his hand, he gently pushed Qin Huangji away and said coldly. I'll walk myself. Confused, Qin Huangji wondered why the more he consoled, the angrier San got. Reaching out again, he said gently, don't act silly. You were just complaining about your leg pain. Let me tell grandmother we're leaving, then we'll go. San stared at those jade-like hands, noticing that the wounds on the fingers had healed. New nails, soft pink and tender, hadn't fully grown out yet. In the heat of his temper, he subconsciously flipped his wrist, shaking loose from Qin Huangji's grasp. Instant regret followed. By the time he wanted to grab hold again, it was already too late. Watching that hand drop limply, panic welled up within him. Qin Huangji looked at him quietly, noting the slowly reddening rims of his eyes. Sighing helplessly, he stepped forward and hugged the man close, soothing him gently. What are you upset about? Can you tell me? San gazed downward, not uttering a word for a long while. Qin Huangji pulled him closer, murmuring softly, are you feeling wronged because you're underneath? San jerked his head up sharply, panic evident in his eyes. I didn't, I did it willingly. I've never thought about doing such a thing. If not that, why are you angry? Qin Huangji cut him off, fixing his gaze steadily on him. San feared his master misunderstanding, and whispered faintly, why do you randomly say, you have your own dignity, you're supposed to, not be overly careful with me. Stammering awkwardly, Qin Huangji understood completely. Leaning down, he kissed San's lips, cutting him off mid-sentence. Yunyu, there is no, supposed to. I love you, regardless of status or identity. I'm not trying to flatter you, it comes genuinely from the heart. I just want to be with you. Do you understand? Are you feeling humiliated because you're below me? But I feel pure joy as long as it's you. You give yourself willingly, and isn't that exactly how I feel too? Chapter 132, Let's Go Home. San snuggled in Qin Huangji's arms, burying her face in his chest. All that could be seen was a red ear. Qin Huangji sighed inwardly, recalling the words of the Empress Dowager and his meddling mother who enjoyed drama too much. He gritted his teeth at these two elders who lacked propriety. With all the trouble they caused, it was him who had to endure it. Xiao Yunyu, don't listen to their nonsense. He looked down at the motionless figure in his arms, whose very breath was subdued, almost imperceptible if not for his embrace. Standing silently for a moment, he glanced at the plaque of Yunyan Palace and thought bitterly about his family, each with a penchant for dark humor. Let's go home, I can't stand being in this palace for another second. A faint came from within his embrace, causing a smile to form on Qin Huangji's lips as he walked briskly out of the palace, his long hair fluttering dramatically in the wind. Aping saw his master from afar, dressed in red with wide sleeves fluttering in the wind, revealing the man in black held in his arms like a docile cat. There was no conversation, no eye contact, yet their affection was clear. Behind them stood the grand imperial walls, red bricks and golden tiles, stone lions standing guard on either side. Yet, amidst it all, the scene seemed filled with tenderness. Aping couldn't help but stare until the pair approached and he snapped out of his reverie. Your servant pays respects to my lord and bows to the master. Qin Huangji was slightly surprised, expecting an E instead. After listening carefully, he realized someone was hidden nearby but didn't inquire further. He stepped into the carriage without hesitation. Before he could settle, Aping began chattering incessantly. Master, I missed you so much. You just left, disappearing for half a month without even taking me along. Hearing about Master getting hurt and your attempted assassination. You don't know how worried I was. I couldn't sleep or eat, praying for your safety day and night. It's a relief to see both of you safe. I was scared to death. Qin Huangji rubbed his temples, wondering how he ended up with such a servant and why he ever thought it was a good idea to hire him. San raised her head from Qin Huangji's shoulder and glanced at Aping before stepping into the carriage. Are you really suffering from lack of sleep? You've gained weight. Outside the carriage, Aping paused, stunned for a moment as he looked at himself, touching his face. It seems, he had indeed put on some weight. But. With the news that you were safe, I got happy and ate a little too much. His voice trailed off, becoming quieter until he fell silent, feeling disheartened as he focused on driving the carriage. Qin Huangji's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, amused by how adorable this person could be. The carriage rattled on through alleys and main streets, weaving past lively crowds before stopping in front of Holy Lank Kingdom's mansion gates. Qin Huangji carried San out of the carriage, striding into the estate gates and walking a few steps before pausing, looking around curiously. The mansion, having been empty for some time, should not be completely devoid of people. It wasn't until they reached the main hall that a group of people emerged, filling the space. A quick glance revealed that almost everyone from the mansion had gathered here, including the youngest Baoyi. Qin Huangji looked down at the person cradled in his arms and immediately understood, glancing appreciatively at the diligent steward Zhu Quan. Carrying her to the center of the main hall, he placed her down gently. Stepping back half a pace, he positioned himself behind San. This gesture alone elevated San's status significantly in everyone's eyes. Anyone who could make the prince willingly stand behind them must not be crossed. And brought forth the secret guards and shadow warriors, who respectfully kneeled before them. We, the dark guards, shadow warriors, pay respect to our master and our honored lord. The steward made an indication, causing the rest of the maids and warriors to kneel collectively. Servants, your highness, pay homage to the prince and esteemed lord. San looked upon this congregation of people, expressionless, her demeanor serene yet cold, though Qin Huangji detected her unease. Gently grasping her slightly chilled fingers, he gave them a squeeze, signaling her to speak. Taking a deep breath, San spoke softly but clearly. You may rise. Thank you, honored lord, esteemed lord. Qin Huangji felt somewhat helpless. This simpleton simply commanded, rise, and nothing more. Lifting his head, he surveyed the people in the courtyard, standing calmly beside San. His noble and commanding presence became evident, his inner strength radiating as he suppressed everyone in the room. Prince Wang is not good at speaking. I'll speak for him. From now on, he will be in charge of all matters in the mansion and take control over all my power. Any disrespectful or hypocritical behavior towards him shall be punished by death. Is that clear? Yes. Seeing everyone had become silent with fear, Prince Qin Huangji withdrew his inner strength and put on a smile. Today's ennoblement of Prince Wang is a joyful event. Zhu Quan, give each person 5 taels of silver and let them have half a day off. Thank you, Prince Wang, thank you, Lord Wang. After most people dispersed, he squatted down and beckoned Baoyi to come closer. With a stern face, he asked, today is not a holiday, why did you come back? Baoyi was frightened by Qin Huangji's earlier demeanor and looked at him warily, hesitating as the little legs walked slowly over. But he didn't dare to jump into his arms. He reached out to pull on his sleeve and also tugged on San's garment hem. Brother Wang, brother Prince Wang, Baoyi was wrong. Baoyi was truly too worried about both of you, so. Slyly stealing a glance at Qin Huangji's expression with his eyes, he continued. Baoyi knows he was wrong and will go back this afternoon to apologize to the tutor. Brother Wang, please don't be angry. Qin Huangji looked seriously at him. Was it just today you skipped school, or have you been doing it for some time? Baoyi hung his head, knowing what he had done was wrong. Ever since he returned last time, he hadn't gone to school again. He slightly pursed his lips, no longer daring to say anything. Seeing his demeanor, there was nothing more Qin Huangji needed to understand. He stood up coldly and said, "Unsure Si, unsure Wu, were you letting him run wild?" The two figures dropped silently from the trees outside the courtyard, kneeling noiselessly behind Baoyi. "We have erred. Please punish us, master." Qin Huangji glanced at the pair who looked exactly alike. The two young lads had big round bright eyes, small noses, and baby fat on their cheeks. They revealed dimples when they spoke. Being part of the Shadow Guards, they were never assigned missions due to their young age, and there was preference shown during their shifts. Since Qin Huangji developed an intention to take in Baoyi, he had sent them along to school with Baoyi. This way, they could study properly under the sunlight while protecting Baoyi. He bestowed special privileges upon them, but not for indulging Baoyi's mischief. His voice carried a hint of coldness. "Go and receive your punishment." Chapter 133, Bao is punished. As soon as Bao heard this, she immediately knelt beside Qin Huangji. Her large eyes were brimming with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. "Lord brother, Bao was wrong, it's entirely my fault, it has nothing to do with brother 14 and brother 15. If you must punish someone, punish me." Qin Huangji remained silent, lowering his head to look at Bao. She looked up with a small face, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes unwavering as they stared at him. One hand still clutched the hem of An 13's robe firmly. Her other hand, due to Qin Huangji's standing motion, slipped off his sleeve and hung limply by her leg. An 14 and An 15 bowed their heads in acknowledgement before stepping out quietly. An 13 glanced at their retreating figures, then looked down at Bao. Raising his gaze to Qin Huangji, he knew his husband intended to adopt Bao as his godson, and that severity signified importance. However, was the direction of the punishment correct? He squatted down and looked directly at Bao, asking her word by word. "Why don't you want to go to school?" Bao turned to look at him, blinked once, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Lord brother, You just lied to me. I don't want to hear any more lies." An 13 interrupted her, his gaze clear but cold, his tone calm. Despite his age, Bao felt utterly embarrassed, her face flushing red with shame. With a "wah," she burst into tears, crying as she spoke, "Bao knows she's wrong, I shouldn't have skipped school, shouldn't have lied, and shouldn't have involved brothers 14 and 15. Seeing Bao crying uncontrollably, her nose dripping, and her hand gripping onto An 13's clothing, Qin Huangji wrinkled his brow slightly with disdain. Squatting down, he pulled the cloth out from her grip. "Stop crying. You're making a mess." Bao's crying paused when she noticed the disgust on her lord brother's face. In that moment, she was truly terrified. She didn't understand why everyone thought she was dirty. Lifting her small hand, she struggled to wipe her tears, daring not to cry anymore, only letting out soft sobs. Qin Huangji turned his head toward An 13. His black eyes sparkled with an understanding clarity, he always cut straight to the core of matters. "Why are you squatting? Does your leg not hurt? Get up." Glancing outside briefly, he called out, "Who's on duty? Go fetch An 14 and An 15 back." "Yes," came the reply. After this, within the courtyard, there was only Bao's sobbing, no other sound. Qin Huangji tilted his head to glance at Bao, suddenly reminded of how An 13 was like when he was little. Tears kept rolling down his cheeks while he clenched his lips, refusing to make a sound. His voice unconsciously softened somewhat. "Lord asked you something. Why don't you want to go?" Bao cautiously raised her head and softly replied, "They despise Bao's origins, refuse to play with me, call me filthy. They even insulted me as a person who had been touched by eunuchs." Instantly, a fierce storm ignited in Qin Huangji's eyes, anger surging within him. It was impressive, they were bullying him now. An 13 maintained a calm face, without any change in expression, retaining his usual composed demeanor. Yet he quietly stood up and began walking out. Stretching out a long arm, Qin Huangji grabbed him. His demeanor seemed ordinary, almost like a commoner, but Qin Huangji well knew that the calmer he appeared, the angrier he actually was. "What are you doing?" "Killing them." A flash of killing intent flitted through An 13's eyes, yet his tone was flat, like saying, "dinner," as though it were an everyday matter. Qin Huangji massaged his temple. But he quickly realized An 13 wouldn't meddle unnecessarily, if he was willing to fight for justice for Bao, it probably meant he cared for him already. Without another word, he picked him up and sat him down on the chair. "Stay put." Seeing Bao kneeling on the ground, so tiny, her shoulders trembling as she suppressed her cries. Qin Huangji stepped forward, looked down at her, did not tell her to stand up, but instead squatted down to her level. His tone was no longer as severe as before, instead becoming gentler. "Bao, do you care about your origins?" Tears continuously streamed down her tender face, fresh tear streaks mingling with old ones. But she tried her best to hold back her cries. Her cherry-like lips were tightly pursed. Hearing the question, she lifted her head, looking up. "Lord brother, Bao feels very sad. Bao doesn't understand why all the sisters protect me, but the people I've seen from afar twice are bad. It wasn't Bao's fault, I haven't done anything wrong. Will Lord brother also look down on Bao? Bao is not dirty, I bathe every day. Please don't look down on me, okay?" Qin Huangji reached out and patted his head, no longer using the formal self-reference. I haven't despised you. I said you were dirty earlier just because I thought your crying made you look ugly. You're a boy, what does it look like when boys cry all the time? I apologize to you, okay? Bao's eyes slightly widened with some surprise. His tears slowed down as he nodded vigorously. Bao knows that a man sheds tears only when necessary. Qin Huangji looked up at Enshi Si and Enshi Wu as they entered, lowering their heads silently and kneeling beside him in perfect order, back straight. He then glanced at Bao again. He was sitting awkwardly on his calves, twisted in posture, the sleeves of his robe stained from his tears and snot. Trying his best to inhale and tell himself that Bao was still young. Thus, with a serious expression, Qin began earnestly teaching. Bao, you must understand that one has no choice over their origin, but can choose the path they want to take later on. As long as one is alive, inevitably, one will meet various kinds of people who may try to slander you for different reasons. Bao seemed to nod understandingly. The tears stopped, but the mucus protruded, and with a slight wrinkle of his nose, he sniffed it back in. Qin Huangji saw this and closed his eyes briefly before turning his face away, continuing. You can't change everyone, only yourself. Avoiding problems won't solve them. Facing adversity calmly while making yourself stronger so others will not dare to spread lies recklessly. Just after he finished speaking, he happened to see Bao wiping his nose with his sleeve, and thus frowned slightly. Taking out a handkerchief from his bosom, he handed it over. Rising, he stepped back, sighing inwardly. It appeared that he would need to find a governess to teach Bao etiquette and rules. You don't understand now, that's fine. You'll understand in the future. Learning should start with virtue, and among all behaviors, virtue must come first. You skipped school, disrespected your teacher, lied, these are all against virtuous behavior. Considering your young age, you shall be punished by kneeling for half an hour. He pointed behind Bao to Enshi Si and Enshi Wu, by their standard, if your kneeling isn't good enough, you'll kneel again. Do you accept it? Bao turned back and mimicked their posture, straightening his body and placing his hands alongside his legs. Big brother Wangye, please rest assured. Bao will kneel properly. Bao also knows his mistake and will not do it again. Qin Huangji glanced sideways at him before striding toward Enshi Si and Enshi Wu, looking down at them. Although Bao's skipping school shouldn't have been penalized on you, I let you stay by his side not merely to provide routine protection. Eating, traveling, living together, you should also learn together. Have you noticed he was bullied? Enshi Si truthfully answered, subordinate knew, but since Bao wasn't hurt, so. So you did nothing and didn't report it to me, Qin Huangji cut in, his eyes carrying a trace of coldness. Subordinate acknowledges the mistake. Looking at the obedient two youths, Qin Huangji spoke indifferently, the whipping punishment is exempted. Kneel for 2 hours. If there's any next time, penalties won't be lenient. Report the list to me by evening. Not one must be missed. Yes. They bowed their heads in acknowledgement and immediately corrected their kneeling posture. Chapter 134, Secret Training. In the main house, Enshi San sat at the table, his aura faintly cold and his face calm and composed. A small, exquisite dagger spun lightly on his fingertips. Qin Huangji came out from the inner room with a hairband, standing behind him. She lifted her hand to gather his long hair that had been flowing freely down his back, running her fingers through it to smooth every strand before binding it high up with the hairband. Do you like Bao? You seem so upset over his matters. Enshi San placed the dagger on the table, his tone indifferent. Since you like him, I do too. You've adopted him as your godson, so, he's also my son. After Qin Huangji finished tying up his hair, she moved closer, wrapping her arms around his chest as she leaned against his back. Naturally, she knew that apart from herself, only a few shadow guards related to her could truly matter to Enshi San. Considering this, she softly explained. Yunyu, I just want to be a relaxed prince, I don't want to stay in the capital forever. I wish to travel with you, watch the sea in the far east, the snow-covered mountains in the north, and the desert in the west. The Saint Lan Wang's estate must be taken over by someone eventually. Bao is smart, sensitive, kind-hearted, and of an appropriate age. After several years of training, along with Enshi Si and Enshi Wu by his side, he will be able to handle things on his own. Enshi San leaned back against her, resting his head on her chest, dreaming about the images she described. His eyes softened, and his lips curved into a smile. Suddenly, he tilted his head upward, grabbing the back of Qin Huangji's head, pulling her down to kiss under her chin. So, master, that's why you punished little Enshi Si and little Enshi Wu. Qin Huangji turned around, sitting in a chair nearby. One of her long legs stretched casually onto the ground, the other bent slightly as her foot rested on the crossbeam beneath the chair. Her magnificent red silk gown spread open, its tail draping on the floor. Did you feel sorry for them? I entrusted Bao to their care, but they showed no importance or consideration toward him at all. Don't they deserve punishment? Enshi San nodded silently, pursing his lips briefly without speaking, raising his hand to put the dagger back inside his waist sash. I'm not feeling sorry. Committing errors naturally deserves punishment, let alone concealing matters without reporting them, which is equivalent to. You've been too lenient with your punishments. Qin Huangji listened to his words and laughed softly, lightly poking his forehead with her finger. You're pretending. If you didn't care, you wouldn't have reminded me. Walking closer, she embraced him in her arms, lowering her chin gently brushing against his scalp. He seemed icy on the outside, but anyone close to his heart, he genuinely treated with warmth. Yunyu, I know you've grown up together with them. Over the years, when I was away, they stayed beside you, protecting you. As long as they don't cross boundaries, I won't make things difficult for them. And Shirsan turned around, hugging her waist, resting his cheek against her stomach. It's because you are kind and forgiving. Throughout history, there have been very few shadow guards who lived long lives. To have such a master is a blessing for the guards. And to have a husband like him, she has no regrets in life. Qin Huangji hugged him, gently stroking his hair with one hand. Unfortunately, she lacks talent in political scheming and doesn't wish to get involved in politics either, thus these shadow guards find no practical place to use their skills. Thinking of this, she sighed, I lack ambition, following me means burying their potential. In the future, I'll ask them if they'd prefer to serve my elder brother instead. And Shirsan keenly picked up on her mood, reaching out to grab one of her hands. Master, serving you is their fortune. Do you know that among more than 10 shadow guards serving the emperor, besides Qin Wuya, only 2 remain? Qin Huangji sighed deeply. As shadow guards, they would always live in uncertainty, blessed one day, cursed the next. But her dear Yunyu would surely live a prosperous and peaceful life. Time flew by, more than half a month passed. It was already late autumn when rain started pouring, adding a chill to the air. Evening was drawing near, and the coolness became even more pronounced. Dressed in a light shirt, and Shirsan had tied up his hair high on his head. The dagger flipped deftly in his hand. With a light tap of his left toes on the ground, his body soared gracefully, leaping toward the tree branches in midair. Landing nimbly on the branch, his figure climbed higher again. Making a swift somersault in the air, he descended rapidly toward the ground, hooking his left foot onto the branch, hanging upside down. His body swung along with the tree, oscillating gracefully in the air. And Shire stood aside, his heart trembling alongside Shirsan's movements. His already pale complexion grew whiter still. Seeing Shirsan pause finally, he pleaded again. My lord, please come down. Your leg hasn't fully healed yet. When Master comes back and sees you practicing martial arts like this, he will undoubtedly be extremely angry. And worse still, Master asked him to watch over Shirsan, but how could he possibly keep him restrained? If Master found out, he didn't even dare to imagine what sort of punishment awaited him. The wound on his back had just barely healed. And Shirsan remained hanging from the tree, swinging slightly. He cast a somewhat dissatisfied look at his own arms. It had been too long since he last practiced martial arts, and he felt that his movements had become rather clumsy and his speed much slower. He won't return so quickly. I didn't use force with my right foot, it's no problem. He lightly placed his toes on the ground, flipping through the air. And Shire watched in growing anxiety, fearing that Shirsan might fall due to his injured foot. Hurrying forward before Shirsan could extend his hand, and Shire found him already landing stably on the ground. In a pitiful voice, he implored. Lord, I beg you. In consideration of our years together, please go back inside. The master doesn't care whether you've used force or not. You wouldn't have the heart to see him punish me, would you? And Shirsan was unmoved. With a flick of the dagger, he thrust his left foot lightly against the ground and began practicing again swiftly. However, increasingly dissatisfied with his own slowing speed, he started to apply more force with his right foot. And Wu, hearing Shire's pleading as soon as he entered the yard by scaling the wall, darted forward to stand directly in front of Shirsan. Lord, please return to your chamber and rest. The master has given us orders, keep an eye on you, and ensure you stay in bed. Upon hearing the word master, Shirsan's expression slightly changed. He glanced at the sky, but it didn't bother him much, as the master had only returned late into the night recently, and it was still early. Stepping backward, he performed several consecutive leaps, once again landing on the tree, frowning deeply as he stared at the splint on his foot. Seeing this, Shire inwardly cursed, were little 13 to remove the splint, there would be no way to resolve this situation with merely a whipping. Kneeling straight down on the ground, he pleaded, Lord, don't do it. If you dare to remove it, I will report you to the master, telling him that every day when he leaves, you not only move around freely but also practice martial arts. And Wu, seeing this, also bent his knee beside Shire. Lord, please return to rest. What if the master returns? Hearing this, Shirsan stepped down from the tree. A trace of uneasiness flashed across his clear and cold face, for though he was now the king, deep in his bones, he was still a shadow guard. Witnessing their kneeling towards him made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Still, being watched closely by his spouse, he managed to escape only during his absence, thus allowing him a rare opportunity to stretch out a little. Abandoning this cherished moment made him hesitate. Thus, the 3 of them stood frozen in place, locked in a tense standoff. None of them noticed that outside the courtyard, a red-clad figure was walking briskly toward them. Chapter 135, Caught Practicing Martial Arts. Qin Huangji heard the 3 talking outside the courtyard. After pondering for a moment, he could guess what had happened. Anger rose in his heart as he quietly entered the yard. Darker Shan, who was usually very sensitive to qi, either because he was too familiar with Qin Huangji's presence or due to focusing on darker Wu and darker Shan, didn't notice anything amiss until it was already too late. His normally cold face visibly softened when that presence came near, with evident panic filling his eyes, his spine stiffening. His first reaction was actually to run away. With a fierce push off the ground from his feet, his figure quickly darted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Darker Shan was stunned, turning around following Darker Shan's shadow, still puzzled about why this ancestor had suddenly come to his senses. Sensing a different kind of aura abruptly, he slowly turned his head, only to see his master looking grim-faced, with a smile at the corner of his lips, appearing exceptionally eerie. "Pay respect to master, your servant failed to watch over the main lord, please punish me, master." It seemed as if Qin Huangji hadn't heard him. He glanced at the direction where the figure disappeared, his extreme anger transforming into a laugh instead. Seeing him return without admitting his mistakes but choosing to flee showed just how much his indulgence had turned things upside down. The more incensed he got, the calmer he appeared, passing through darker Wu and darker Shan nonchalantly, walking toward the main house. Darker Shan lowered his head and peeked at his master's back, somewhat confused, with his mouth slightly open. Before he could utter, "Master," the person had already stepped inside the room, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded in place. Darker Wu tilted his head and saw his small expressions, raising the corners of his mouth, "Stand up. The master should have forgotten by now. If you kneel here, you might end up kneeling till tomorrow." Having gone through one such experience, Darker Shan stood up without hesitation, understanding that his master's mind was completely occupied with Little Shan, with no time left to remember them. As for Little Shan, he wasn't worried. With the favoritism the master had towards him, there was no way he would be punished, most likely confined to bed for a few days, nothing more. Dusting off his clothes, he turned and walked away. Inside the house, Darker Shan half reclined on the bed, soft cushions behind his waist and embroidered quilts covering his front, looking as though he'd never left. When Qin Huangji entered, he greeted naturally. "Dear husband, you've returned." Qin Huangji simply cast an indifferent glance at him before turning away, throwing his sleeve aside, and sitting at the table, picking up the teapot and pouring himself tea without further attention. Darker Shan felt somewhat uneasy, glancing upward. Since the table was some distance from the bed, he wanted to approach and grab his hand but dared not move recklessly. "Husband, I was wrong." Qin Huangji didn't want to deal with his attempts to cajole his way out of trouble after making mistakes each time. It wouldn't be that easy this time. Yet, his gaze subtly shifted toward Darker Shan's legs. Though angered, concern weighed heavier in his heart. Those legs were practically broken twice, if they weren't properly attended to, they'd easily lead to ailments. Seeing his lack of response, Darker Shan grew increasingly anxious, intertwining his slender fingers together, deliberately softening his voice. "Dear husband, are you upset? I know I was wrong." His voice was sticky sweet, the ending drawn long like carrying little hooks. Qin Huangji's hand holding the teacup trembled involuntarily, and his lips curled upward against his control before rapidly pressing down again. Instead, he stared coldly at Darker Shan. Darker Shan raised his eyes and met that icy gaze, immediately stunned. Never before had someone looked at him with such indifference, devoid of any hint of affection. He lowered his eyelids, suppressing the growing uneasiness within his heart, explaining gently, "I've been lying in bed all day, my kung fu has regressed, and I've gained weight. I just wanted to exercise a bit, not using much strength on my right leg, it's not a problem." Qin Huangji's extinguished rage flared up once more at his words. Skills could always be practiced, and gaining weight can be addressed later, but damaging the leg was something that lasted forever. Thinking further, his mood darkened even more, becoming harsh. "No big deal, if your leg breaks, it's no big deal." "Then what?" Unable to offer a convincing rebuttal, Darker Shan lacked his master's silver tongue, only hoping to soothe his master's anger. Pouting his lips, he finally said, "How about, dear husband, vent your anger by beating me?" This attitude ignited Qin Huangji's fury. Rising angrily to his feet, he exclaimed, "Beat you? How should I beat you?" Darker Shan, hearing this, also felt irritated deep down and glanced indifferently at him, saying, "Do as you please, whatever punishment you wish to impose, go ahead." Clutching his teeth, staring fiercely at him, both fists clenched so tightly that his fingers went white. Glancing at the long sword hanging on the wall, its sheath pitch black and flat, Qin Huangji took a step forward, grasping the sword hilt in hand. Darker Shan's body froze, sitting motionless for a while. Yet, secretly glancing sideways at him, he noticed his eyes filled only with anger and frosty coldness. Feeling disheartened, he thought being beaten by him, if it made him lose his temper, was worth it, despite feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lost in such thoughts, Darker Shan slowly turned and laid face down on the bed, his entire face buried in a soft pillow, his ear tips flushed red. Seeing his movements, Qin Huangji's eyebrows twitched, a lump of anger stuck in his chest. There was no way he'd actually hit him. After waiting for some time without Qin Huangji's response, Darker Shan slightly raised his head, turning his face to look over, only to see that Qin Huangji was staring at him with an inscrutable expression. Could it be that he wanted him to undress too? The shame grew stronger, mixed with feelings of injustice. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but upon meeting Qin Huangji's gaze, defiantly closed it instead, his eyes reddening, shimmering with tears. "Fine, hit me," he murmured, reaching to untie his robe. Qin Huangji reacted immediately, stepping forward quickly to grab his hand. "What are you doing?" Darker Shursan pushed away his hand and continued to untie his robe, refusing to look at him, his voice thick with nasal congestion. "Master, didn't you say you wanted to hit me? Do it, hit me." Seeing this, Qin Huangji immediately pulled his hand back, realizing these were just reckless words spoken out of anger. How could he ever bear to humiliate him like this? He took a deep breath, threw the sword sheath to the ground, and raised his hand to help Darker Shursan properly dress again. "Master? You won't even call my name, nor husband. Is that so?" Holding him by both arms, he forcefully flipped the person lying down onto his back, locking eyes with him, his fingers momentarily freezing. The sight before him, a pale face flushed with embarrassment, wet eyelashes quivering from tear-streaked eyes, red-rimmed, filled with moisture, his lips pressed tightly together, this all caused Qin Huangji's heart to soften despite himself. He drew the person into his embrace, whispering softly, "Don't cry. How could I ever hurt you?" Before he could soothe any further, Darker Shursan's multiplied infinitely, exploding into open expression. "I'm the consort of the first-rank prince, the second-rank chief protector of the hidden guard pavilion. Publicly and privately, I am your man. You have every right to punish or beat me as you wish, but, why does it have to be this kind of?" Qin Huangji silenced him mid-sentence, leaning forward to capture his lips with a kiss. Looking at the person curled in his arms, someone who would never leave his side no matter how angry he got, his heart melted instantly. "I'm sorry." With his thumb gently stroking the other's cheek, wiping away his tears, he continued. "And also, don't ever say those kinds of things again. Since I returned, whether I remembered you or not, I've never once punished you." "What do you mean by being arbitrarily beaten or punished?" Seeing him guiltily lower his head, Qin Huangji fiercely bit down on his lips. "You ungrateful little thing." Chapter 136, Let Me Go. Qin Huangji's fingers lifted his chin, gazing at the lowered eyelids and slightly red eye sockets. His thumb pressed against the corner of his eyes as a sense of helplessness welled up inside. "I didn't realize that your mouth could utter so many words, each one reasonable and cutting to the heart." And Shursan stubbornly pressed his lips together, refusing to respond, yet his heart was sweetly fluttering. Qin Huangji was always soft-hearted, even when enraged, he couldn't bear to harm him. His body relaxed, allowing himself to be quietly embraced. Qin Huangji stared at the tear marks on his face, feeling somewhat irritated, and gently wiped them away to make it more tolerable. Looking at his peaceful appearance, he felt some annoyance. "Since it was you who made the mistake, why does it feel now like I'm the one completely beyond redemption?" And Shursan shyly turned his head, his gaze falling on the knife sheath on the ground. He realized how pampered he had become. In the past decade that Qin Huangji was gone, he endured all kinds of punishments without shedding a single tear. The cane punishment for servants has existed since ancient times. The Secret Service Bureau did not use such humiliating penalties. If it were in the past, even if he were punished with the cane, he would have accepted it. But why, in front of this person, did he feel so aggrieved? Following in Shursan's gaze, Qin Huangji noticed the knife sheath lying prominently on the ground. He raised a hand to touch the tip of his nose, then kicked the sheath under the bed with his long legs. And Shursan looked up at him, chuckled softly, knowing he was being indulged, thus acting carefree. His hands slowly climbed up from Qin Huangji's chest until they circled around his neck. "Husband, I know I've been wrong. Don't be angry." Qin Huangji sighed inwardly, seeing his tearful look, how could there still be any anger? "Not calling me master anymore." He saw his lips turn pale white before regaining their pink hue once released. Suddenly, he remembered how Shursan was almost beaten to death when he returned. Ignorantly, he had given him a medicinal bath, which caused him pain enough to faint, yet not shed a single tear. Thinking about it brought unbearable heartache. Unconsciously, he tightened his embrace, soothing him tenderly, "Don't act out. Rest properly and take good care of your leg. We'll get married in 2 months, you can't possibly attend with an injury." And Shursan tightly grabbed Qin Huangji's hands, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. "Husband, have we set the date?" Qin Huangji nodded. "It's been decided, the 27th day of winter moon, as chosen by the Board of Astronomical Affairs and Ministry of Rites." Thinking about the Ministry of Rites made Qin Huangji furious, they had wanted to postpone his wedding to next year. When he took the auspicious days selected by the Board of Astronomical Affairs to the Ministry of Rites, Minister Mo greeted him with a smile but afterward revealed an apologetic demeanor. "My lord, you know our department is already short-staffed, and now we're preparing for the end-of-year ceremony and then the New Year celebrations. There's no time to spare. Why don't you wait a bit longer?" The next day, when he visited the Ministry of Rites again, Minister Mo greeted him with a troubled expression, complaining. "My lord, this wedding of yours, there is no historical precedent for the marriage rites between a prince and someone like Wang Jun, and there are no corresponding ceremonial rules. This puts me in quite a bind. Please give me more time. After the new year, this will be a very suitable date, and by then, I'll have thoroughly researched it and will ensure everything goes perfectly for your highness." On the third day, which was today, he commanded the Dark Guards Bureau to investigate all 18 generations of Minister Mo's ancestors, even documenting incidents where he stole dogs from neighbors. He slammed a thick stack of notebooks on his desk. Minister Mo, read these carefully before speaking to me. Kneeling before him, Minister Mo not only confirmed the date but also clearly planned every detail of the ceremony. Qin Huangji sat arrogantly above, casting sideways glances at him, thinking in his heart that Minister Mo truly did not appreciate favors. And Shirsan's cheeks blushed deeply, his eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. Tilting his head upward, he initiated a kiss, noticing that he seemed lost in thought, showing a fleeting flash of dissatisfaction. Pushing him into the soft bedding, the kisses followed gently, reverently as though treating a treasure. Qin Huangji looked meaningfully at the person who resembled a little dog sprawled over him, his black hair flowing down his back. As he bent down, his hair slid off his shoulders and landed on his own chest. Qin Huangji's eyes darkened, his voice hoarse. Yunyu, do you have any plans? And Shirsan lowered his head to look at him, his skin fair, bearing traces of bite marks on his shoulder. Looking up further, his delicate face was flushed pink. His phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed, the corners red, his lips slightly parted. Unconsciously, he swallowed and buried his face in his neck. I don't have any plans. Surprised, Qin Huangji turned his head but could only see the top of his head. Why? Don't you want to? Don't worry about me. And Shirsan opened his mouth and lightly bit Qin Huangji's neck, grinding his teeth but not applying any force. Thinking of the pain, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, he had endured all sorts of torment, yet still found it hard to bear. He didn't want Qin Huangji to experience even a fraction of it. The thought of him being in pain made his heart reluctant. I don't want you to. Waiting for a moment without seeing any movement from Qin Huangji, and Shirsan then wrapped his arms around his neck and changed direction. Qin Huangji avoided his injured leg and asked again. Are you sure? This is your only chance, it won't be so easy after this. And Shirsan nodded, about to say something when a large shadow descended, cutting off his words. A gust of wind blew, causing the wooden windows to open and close repeatedly. Sometimes they were slammed shut with great force, and other times the wind blew them open, the hinges rubbing against each other, producing a creak, creak sound. Chapter 137, The Vanishing Soul. The snowflakes fell in abundance, weaving into a curtain of white. A cold wind mixed with the snow blew in through the cracked window. Aping walked over and closed the window tightly. He glanced inside the inner room, then stood quietly by the door with his head bowed, ready to heed any orders at any moment. Qin Huangji looked at Dr. Lin as he carefully examined N's leg inch by inch. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Qin Huangji stared at the doctor's somewhat aged hand, his eyes growing colder. Impatiently, he asked. How is his leg? Dr. Lin's fingers froze for a moment before finally pinching the leg bone and releasing it. He tucked his hands into the wide sleeves of his robe, trying to appear calm. Your Highness, Wang Jun has good physical condition and has recovered quickly. There should be no problem with normal walking now, but he shouldn't engage in combat or carry heavy objects recently. After finishing, he rose, bowed respectfully, this old servant will take my leave. He hurried off, confused why the prince seemed so hostile toward him. Qin Huangji sat on the bed edge, lowering the trouser leg that had been pulled up, placing his hand on N's knee. His wide sleeve covered N's entire calf, lightly squeezing him. Did you hear that? No martial arts. And Shirsan fixed his gaze on the long and articulate hand, feeling its warm heat. Memories suddenly flooded his mind, memories of tremors brought by this very hand. His face flushed slightly as he turned away. He softly replied with a low, About 7 steps away from Qin Huangji, the air quivered faintly. If someone could see it, they would notice a distorted and grotesque shadow. Qin Yiji had suddenly appeared here after dying in the modern era, thinking he would dissolve completely. Unexpectedly, upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back in this place. Thinking he could return and be reborn using Qin Huangji's body, he wore a proud smile. But soon he discovered that he could no longer inhabit that body, his expression full of despair. Seeing the two people embracing closely, lost in affection, he went mad with rage, attempting to separate them, only to pass right through their bodies again and again. This only drove him further into madness, his eyes bulging furiously, his features horrifying. I killed them already. Why are they still alive? Nobody can have what I don't. He yelled, furious yet powerless. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't touch or reach them, forced to helplessly watch as they prepared for marriage, their familial bond strong. Envious and hateful, his eyes turned red. But why did it end like this? Shouldn't he have won? The story must start a few days ago when the shareholders of Qin Corporation united to oppose Qin Yiji. Not knowing they were two personalities in one body but rather twin brothers, they strongly demanded Qin Huangji return to take over the company. In a fit of anger, Qin Yiji injured several shareholders and was sued for intentional harm. After apologies and bribes from their father, the lawsuit was dropped, and Qin Yiji was released. Sitting in the living room, Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin watched their youngest son who was not yet a year old play with toys. Their faces showed deep concern. Mrs. Qin hesitated before speaking softly, what do we do now? We only hold 10% of the shares. Huanji's shares are held by the grandfather, who refuses to let go. In the company now, we have no say at all. Mr. Qin also felt infuriated, more because of his dissatisfaction with Qin Yiji. However, due to his eerie personality, Mr. Qin was afraid and dared not speak much against him. It would be better if Huanji were here. Mrs. Qin sighed. Yes, Huanji has always respected us and acted filially. He handles business matters neatly, and we've never had to worry about anything. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted her words. She jumped, startled. The baby boy began to wail loudly from the sound. She quickly took him into her arms, glancing fearfully at the stairway entrance. Shards of a broken vase lay scattered near the stairs, and the silhouette of Qin Yiji slowly descended down the staircase. His gaze was dark, with a trace of amusement in his tone, yet this smile didn't reach his cold eyes. It made people shudder. His voice echoed chillingly. Regretting now? Isn't it too late for regrets? The ominous energy around him grew stronger. Step by step, as if emerging from hell, he grinned cruelly. Anything within reach was shoved onto the ground. Whatever he could kick was overturned. Everywhere he went left chaos in his wake. Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin, their faces ashen white, trembled violently, hugging their child while retreating backward. Their voices quaked. Xiao Yi, calm down. Seeing the couple's desperate attempts to protect their child, Qin Yiji narrowed his eyes, concealing an icy and merciless light within. Trying to use him as a replacement for me? You'll never succeed. Give him to me. The child in her arms cried loudly, not knowing what had happened, just feeling scared and trying to burrow deeper into Mrs. Qin's embrace. Mr. Qin moved to shield his wife, raising his arm to protect them both. You. What do you want to do? That's your own younger brother. Qin Yiji's eyes turned completely bloodshot, having lost all reason as he violently shoved the two to the floor while shouting, "Get out of my way." He then glared at the child with a hideous expression, reaching for the boy's arm. Mrs. Qin desperately guarded her son, fear forgotten in this moment as she screamed curses at him. You monster! How dare you even think about? Bang! Mrs. Qin watched in horror as a vase came crashing down on Qin Yiji's head, blood gushing out, running down his face, dripping onto the ground, before he collapsed randomly. The sudden burst of anger and impulse from Mr. Qin was replaced with terror as he saw the body lying there, trembling uncontrollably and collapsing to the ground. Mrs. Qin hugged her child, shrinking back into the corner, her eyes filled with sheer terror and shaking all over. After an unknown amount of time, Mr. Qin regained some awareness, shakily extending his hand to check for any signs of breath. At the old residence of the Qin family, a 60-year-old man stood on the balcony, his hair and beard completely white, yet his posture remained erect, leaning lightly on his walking stick without looking frail. However, his brows carried traces of deep thoughtfulness, and his eyes seemed slightly turbid. Upon hearing from his assistant that Qin Yiji had passed away and that Mr. Qin had been arrested, his expression did not change the slightest, only gazing at the horizon with a light sigh. It is fate. Meanwhile, Qin Yiji started to fade away, his eyes filled entirely with regret and fear as he looked at Enshursan standing under the tree. Against his better judgment, he approached him, focusing on the rosy lips, his gaze becoming sinister. Despite being unable to make contact, he leaned closer, determined to bite, a flash of malevolence crossing his eyes, smirking darkly as he approached. You knew. A gentle voice suddenly called out. In that instant, Enshursan turned around, narrowly missing the distorted soul passing by him. With eyes full of affection, his lips curved slightly upward, and he took steady steps toward that figure. As Qin Yiji watched him walk away, he tried in vain to follow but could not, struggling desperately as his body became increasingly transparent, fading away until nothing remained except a final glance of immense resentment, which vanished into the wind. Chapter 138, Trying on the Wedding Robe. The days passed one by one, and winter was almost here. The closer the date got, the more nervous Enshursan became. Especially today, the day to try on the wedding robes. Stiffly standing, he endured as a few maids held garments in their hands, trying them on him piece by piece. Tense under the touch of the maids, his muscles were rigid, his lips pressed into a thin line, and a chill emanated from his whole body. The maids were terrified, and the more afraid they became, the easier it was to make mistakes. One of them accidentally grazed his neck while dressing him. Enshursan instinctively reacted by forming his hand into a knife-like shape and pressing it against the maid's neck. The maid's eyes widened in shock, her face instantly pale. Once Enshursan realized who she was, he loosened his wrist, withdrew his fingers, and stepped back. Before he could even utter a word of apology, the maid already went limp, kneeling down, continuously bowing her head. Lord, spare my life. Qin Huanji wore a bright red brocade robe that resembled a wedding garment more than anything. Walking in against the light from outside, his figure seemed bathed in a soft glow. His features blended with the faint rays of light, giving him an almost surreal beauty. Glancing around the room, Qin Huanji quickly understood the situation. You may leave. Yes. Picking up the long robe from the tray, seeing Enshursan standing there, seemingly emotionless, yet Qin Huanji somehow knew he felt wronged. He walked over and gave him a quick peck on the lips, helping him dress while gently coaxing him. It's my fault for not considering your feelings. Shall I help you try on the robe? And Shirsan's eyes softened, and he extended his arms, enjoying the moment. Qin Huangji shook his head in amusement, then picked up the waistband, added the outer robe, stepping back slightly to take a look at the person before him. In the bright red attire, wide sleeves adorned with phoenixes spreading their wings symbolizing eternal love, gold thread embroidered clouds on the sleeve edges, and gemstone patterns stitched with colorful threads along the hem, everything had been carefully adjusted so as not to appear overly feminine but rather accentuated his strikingly handsome features. And Shirsan looked down at the birds embroidered on his sleeves, lightly touching them with his fingertips. His almond-shaped eyes tilted upwards, radiating a unique charm. As he caught the amazed expression in Qin Huangji's gaze, the corner of his lips curved further into a smile. Extending his arms, he spun around once, then started to speak softly, "My lord, I." Before he could finish speaking, his foot caught on the hem of the robe, causing him to fall forward. Instinctively trying to twist his body, he feared damaging the wedding garment and let himself fall downwards without resistance. Qin Huangji, still entranced by his beauty, was startled by this unexpected event. Rushing forward hastily, he caught Shirsan in his arms. Looking down at the man cradled in his arms, he couldn't suppress a deep chuckle that escaped his lips, his beautiful phoenix-like eyes filled with tenderness. "It seems the robe is a bit too long, have them adjusted again." His amused laughter only grew louder. The deep, pleasant laughter reached Shirsan's ears. He lowered his head, embarrassed, with his ear tips tinged a shade of pink, quietly protesting. "What's so funny? I simply am not accustomed to wearing these." Qin Huangji helped him stand up, good-naturedly conceding, yes, it's all my fault for being inconsiderate." He then continued after thinking for a moment, "Traditionally, the bride and groom are not supposed to meet before the wedding, which we have already violated by living under the same roof. I've discussed this with my grandfather. You will officially be married as a nephew of the general's residence, leaving from there. Tomorrow, you need to move there. The 3 documents and 6 courtesies will all be sent directly to the general's house." And Shirsan nodded without objection. Whatever he planned was definitely the best. Yet, with over a month still left until the grand wedding, the thought of going such a long time without seeing each other made him feel deeply reluctant. He gazed at Qin Huangji tenderly. Qin Huangji patted his hand, leaning close to whisper into his ear. "Rules are set, but people are alive. If I can't come in, won't you sneak back in? With your skills, unless my grandfather really stops you, you wouldn't be trapped there." And Shirsan's eyes lit up, and he stopped worrying about it. Dark One appeared silently at the door, looking at the couple embracing inside. He lowered his eyelids and tapped on the doorframe. "Master, Yunyan Shan has sent another visiting card. Will you see him or not?" Seeing the card in his hand, his gaze flickered, asking indifferently, "Is he still using a pseudonym?" "Yes." Qin Huangji waved a hand dismissively, "There's no need to acknowledge it. If he keeps sending messages under a fake name, deal with it yourself and don't bring it to me." On the last night in the St. Lan Wang Palace, Shirsan was unusually proactive. As soon as dusk fell, he pressed Qin Huangji onto the bed. Qin Huangji gently pushed him away, feigning indifference and asking instead, "Yunyu, what are you doing?" And Shirsan was slightly dissatisfied. He plopped down on his stomach to prevent Qin Huangji from rising, grabbing his hands and circling them around his waist before leaning in for a kiss. Qin Huangji smiled as he allowed Shirsan to have his way but still remained motionless. And Shirsan gazed at him with red eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of a sob. "My lord, comfort me." Unable to further tease him, Qin Huangji's hand moved towards the sash around Shirsan's waist. Suddenly, Shirsan's muscles tensed, and he quickly flipped off, landing on the ground. His eyes blazed with anger as he darted out. Qin Huangji listened to the sound, glanced at the frustrated figure, and chuckled softly. Lifting his long legs, he also went outside. And Shirsan stood under the eaves without making a move. He simply watched as a person fought against Dark One, his gaze fierce and brimming with killing intent. Qin Huangji found his reaction amusing and walked over, stretching out an arm to place it around Shirsan's waist. Looking up, they saw that the one battling Dark One was a woman. Recognizing her as Zining, the shadow guard of Yunyan Shan, who had brutally murdered his own shadows in the previous life, his eyes turned cold. Since sparing her once, how dare she return? His tone chilled with menace. "Show no mercy. Kill her." Dark One said nothing, yet his fighting techniques became sharp instantly. Seeing the battle was deadlocked, Dark 5 joined in the fight. With 2 against 1, the woman soon fell, getting slashed by Dark One. She swiftly dodged backward. Dark One and Dark 5 exchanged a glance and both pursued her together. "Prince, please show mercy," a deep voice rang through the night sky. A figure swiftly entered from outside the courtyard, surrounded by N12 and other dark guards, not daring to move recklessly, bowing respectfully. "I am Yunyan Shan. That is my shadow guard Zining. Please, Prince, show mercy." Yunyan Shan looked about 25 or 6, dressed in a plain blue robe, wearing a jade crown, his eyes sharp like a hawk's, exuding a dominating and forceful aura, with traces of deadly solemnity. Qin Huangji appraised him, inwardly admiring, not bad indeed for a young general, but his face betrayed nothing. "You claim to be Yunyan Shan. Yunyan Shan is the commander-in-chief of the 10,000-strong Northern Army. How could he resort to such petty actions, sneaking into someone's residence at night? Yunyan Shan was also sizing up Qin Huangji, noticing his relaxed demeanor and clear features, unlike someone who plays intricate schemes, putting him at ease. Upon hearing this, he appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining, "Indeed, I am Yunyan Shan. I've sent formal invitations for 3 consecutive days without any response. Out of necessity, I resorted to this lower tactic. Forgive me, Your Highness." And Shirsan's gaze flickered. Though he didn't understand the social exchanges, he sensed Qin Huangji's intention to kill this woman. He slightly pulled away from Qin Huangji's grip, gathered energy, and rushed forward in an instant. Only intending to do something intimate with Qin Huangji, all weapons were removed from his body. As he passed Dark 5, he swiftly seized his short sword. Chapter 139, Don't Regret It. Qin Huangji's expression was calm. In her previous life, the reason she managed to kill An-13 was nothing more than sheer luck. At that time, An-13 had been long-term abused by another personality, his body had already been greatly weakened. And having suffered serious injuries as well, in this life, An-13 had been carefully nurtured, without any wounds, and his leg had already healed. Trying to injure him now was simply a wild dream. Thinking of this, she casually turned her head and seriously looked at Yunyan Shan. "Therefore, it seems it's my fault, An-yi, have you received the general's invitation?" An-13 acted first, naturally putting away his sword and retreating to stand behind Qin Huangji upon hearing the question, then respectfully answered. "Lord, there are many invitations at our house, but we never received one from the general." "Oh." The voice was full of doubts, but the gaze shifted back to An-13. An-13 stepped forward with his sword, the surrounding killing aura permeating his body, each move sharp, as if venting emotions about being disturbed. After several short moves, he found Zi Ning's weakness. With one hand shaped like a claw, he gripped Zi Ning on the shoulder, using force on his wrist, unhooking her arm. Zi Ning was also ruthless. Not only did she ignore her dislocated arm, but she even used the fact that the dislocated arm could be freely bent, directly turning her body, drawing out her sword backwards, aiming the tip of the sword straight at An-13's neck. An-13's gaze was deep, releasing her shoulder and quickly unsheathing his sword, weapons clashed together violently, producing the sound of swords resonating. Yunyan Shan also followed Qin Huangji's gaze over. Seeing Zi Ning injured, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he turned around and said, "It is not your highness's fault, I came privately to avoid trouble, using a pseudonym. Zi Ning is my shadow guard, I humbly request your highness to show mercy." Qin Huangji knew he had used a pseudonym, intentionally refusing to see him. The country was destroyed under his hands last lifetime, and she couldn't get over this feeling no matter what. Now she was just dragging for time, given An-13's skill, Zi Ning would surely die within moments. "Is that your shadow guard?" This prince didn't know. "But she has trespassed into my mansion multiple times. How can a royal prince's residence be somewhere she enters or leaves so freely?" Yunyan Shan saluted, apologizing, "I apologize to your excellency here. Last time, it was also following my order, looking for my wife desperately. Your excellency must empathize, please make an exception, spare her life." Seeing from the corner of his eye that Zi Ning's other arm had been disabled, stabbed twice, Yunyan Shan could no longer restrain himself, anxiously shouting, "Please, your highness, show mercy." An-13 glanced at Qin Huangji, silent for a moment, suddenly struck, pressing his palm against her sea of energy. Coldly watching as she spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards, colliding with the courtyard wall, he slowly withdrew his hand and returned to Qin Huangji's side. He held hands tightly with him, gazing downward with pitiable eyes. "Huangji, it's getting late." Qin Huangji blinked, instantly understanding his meaning, almost laughing out loud. Yunyan Shan's eyes slightly dimmed, with some pain but helplessly. Indeed, it was his own fault initially. Though her martial arts were nullified, at least she was still alive. At the same time, Yunyan Shan became increasingly wary of An-13. Meeting his cold and merciless eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted. This man was clearly just a shadow guard, yet why was his killing aura so heavy, almost on par with his? "Thank you, your highness, for sparing her life." Qin Huangji slightly nodded, glancing at Zi Ning and instantly looking at Yunyan Shan, seeing his unchanged face and usual smile, she couldn't help but secretly admire him. "This prince knows the general's intentions and will not torment you further. I only hope the general keeps his word and can sign the peace agreement." Yunyan Shan nodded. Peace was very important for him too. Constant warfare drained the national treasury, and these years, the crown prince's internal conflicts were severe, leaving them unable to care for the supply of 10,000 troops. He was also financially strained, while looking at the prosperous state coffers and strong military of Kanglan country. Thus, he definitely replied, "Of course, thanks to your excellency taking care of my beloved wife for months and cooperating with your honorable country, be it public or private reasons, I should honor our agreements." Qin Huangji noticed An-13's anxious demeanor through her peripheral vision and silently laughed, refraining from saying more. "An-yi, escort the general across." "General, do as you please, this prince takes my leave." An-13 was about to say something to Yunyan Shan, casting a chilling gaze toward him and then turning to Zining, where his eyes brimmed with killing intent practically solidifying. He may not be able to kill him, but surely could kill that shadow guard. Seeing this, Yanhuang Yenshan wisely shut his mouth, walking in large steps towards Zining, helping her up and following an out of the yard. And 13 stared until they disappeared, urgently pulling Qin Huangji into the room, and without any discussion, pushed her onto the bed again, rubbing her shoulder. Husband. Qin Huangji reached out to hug his waist, teasing him. What's wrong? Still not over the fact that I nullified your martial arts? And 13 was no longer in the mood to listen to him, silently undoing Qin Huangji's sash without a word. His hands weren't idle either, cool in the night air, causing a shiver when they touched his skin. Qin Huangji glanced at the sky. Tomorrow he would have to accompany N13 to the general's residence, exchange engagement letters, and go through the 6 ceremonial rites as per custom. It wasn't really appropriate for them to indulge tonight. Raising a hand, he patted N13's back gently, explaining softly. Yunyu, we can't do this today. We have all our days ahead of us, no need to rush. N13's expression dimmed slightly. He hesitated for a moment before lifting his hand to untie his hair ribbon, letting his black tresses fall freely. His almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, adding allure with each upward flicker. From Qin Huangji's vantage point, his features looked finer than ever. Seeing his lips part ever so slightly as they brushed against his own, tender whispers escaped them. Husband. With a flick of his wrist, he loosened the sash at his waist, letting the fabric fall open, revealing his pale neck and a hint of collarbone. Above the collarbone were faint traces from just a few days ago, almost faded but still enticingly visible. Long fingers kneaded into Qin Huangji's arm, circling softly before slowly sliding up toward his chest. Qin Huangji's Adam's apple rolled as his eyes darkened with stormy desire, struggling in vain to suppress it with deep breaths. Flipping their positions, he suddenly pressed N13 forcefully into the bed, his voice hoarse and determined. Don't regret it. Chapter 140, I miss you. The next morning, Qin Huangji personally escorted N13 to the general's mansion. All rituals were completed except for the last book and the final rite, following the custom step by step. Standing at the entrance, he looked down at the hand pulling his sleeve. Helplessly, he reached out and held it, intertwining their fingers tightly. Then he carefully freed his own sleeve. Looking up, he met N13's pitiful gaze, his heart melting like spring water. He gently rubbed his fingers against N13's and said softly. Yunyu, wait for me to come and take you. He then leaned close to his ear and whispered quietly, if you miss me, sneak back. Leaving a soft kiss on his cheek, he gently pushed him away. Go inside. I'll watch over you. Shan Hongyu stood with one hand behind his back and the other holding a fan. Listening to the tender farewell between the two, his expression grew increasingly impatient. He scoffed and said. If others didn't know, they would think this was a case of life and death separation. Qin Huangji kept staring at N13's retreating figure until it disappeared from sight, then turned to look at Shan Hongyu. Uncle Xiao, I don't believe you don't miss Helian Nanchu. Haven't seen her for half a month, right? Love can't endure such turmoil. Shan Hongyu's grip on the fan suddenly tightened, his fingertips turning pale, his eyes dimmed, and he bit his lip without speaking. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Huangji felt somewhat saddened and harbored resentment towards Helian Nanchu, muttering, why don't you come to the mountain if the mountain won't come to you? Still, he consoled him in a low voice. Uncle Xiao, there are some things I shouldn't say, but misunderstandings need clarification. You've gone through so much hardship to be together, don't let a misunderstanding make each of you regret. Shan Hongyu's face went pale, showing unprecedented helplessness, and his gaze fell onto Qin Huangji without any worry, murmuring. Huangji, am I wrong? After pondering for a moment, Qin Huangji responded solemnly, let's go, follow me back to the mansion, we'll talk about it slowly. The two sat in the water pavilion of the mansion. Qin Huangji lay back in a soft chair, eating fruit while listening attentively as Shan Hongyu recounted the events. Shan Hongyu, seeing how engrossed he was, glared in irritation but could do nothing. After all, apart from Qin Huangji, no one else would listen to these stories. This is how things went. Though she was the princess of the Northern City Kingdom and an enemy to our country, she is a noble character who earned her status through fierce battles on the battlefield. A military man deserves respect for his iron-blooded valor and smoke-filled warfields. How could anyone manipulate or abuse such people? A true man has principles he adheres to. Why resort to ruthless tactics? Qin Huangji paused mid-reach for a grape, placing it gently back on the tray, his expression enigmatic. Uncle Xiao, have you ever considered how many soldiers she killed in order to gain her position? Her efforts brought peace to her country, and thus she deserves respect. But what about our fallen soldiers? Who will respect them? This question left Shan Hongyu stunned, mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a word. At that time, he hadn't thought much about it. He didn't know why they argued, the argument escalating, the issues becoming more severe. Shan Hongyu thought Helian Nanchu was unreasonable, while Helian Nanchu found him making mountains out of molehills. Qin Huangji looked at him earnestly and continued. I understand you, born into a general's house, naturally have a different sentiment towards soldiers. Have you ever considered that Helian Nanchu was born into a merchant family, accustomed to scheming since childhood? She uses minor tricks for the greatest benefits, matters not important to her being insignificant. Uncle Xiao, positions differ, there's no right or wrong here. You need to find a way to get along. Moreover, doesn't the princess like you? Shan Hongyu's gaze sharpened, startled. Helian had also said this, leading to more than a few arguments between them. Now Qin Huangji was saying the same, compelling him to reflect seriously. Seeing his unclear expression, Qin Huangji spoke again slowly, Uncle Xiao, to be honest, the princess is irrelevant to you. You admire her, wish to be friends, but it's not worth hurting someone important to you because of her. Suddenly enlightened, Shan Hongyu sprang up hurriedly and rushed out, urgency evident in his expression. I'll find Helian. Qin Huangji smiled faintly, watching him leave far away, but inside he sighed. This emotion thing, where's the right or wrong? It's merely about who takes a step back. Glancing at the osmanthus cake on the small table, he chuckled, wondering idly what his little Yunyu was doing, whether he was missing him too. As twilight gathered, he returned to his courtyard, ate dinner absent-mindedly, and wandered around aimlessly, feeling uneasy everywhere. Dejected, he headed toward his room, realizing the first day was already unbearable. Counting the days, there were still over 20 days to endure. How would he survive? As he pushed the door open, a shadow darted swiftly toward him. Before he could react, he was already enveloped in someone's arms. Startled, he looked up at the familiar person before him. Yunyu, you just left this morning, and you're back tonight. Ansher-san held onto him tightly, rubbing his face against him, his voice muffled and tinged with a touch of. Because I missed you. Does my husband not want me back? Qin Huangji patted his back, suppressing a laugh. Not at all, I'm very happy to see you, but you might have fewer chances to come back from now on. Ansher-san slightly loosened his grip, tilting his head up, looking into Qin Huangji's eyes with confusion as he asked, why? Qin Huangji pulled him to sit on the bed and slowly explained, my grandfather is obsessed with martial arts and has an extremely strong competitive spirit. Since you returned so easily today, it will probably be harder for you going forward. Ansher-san suddenly felt regretful, he should have endured it, not attracting the attention of the old general on the first day. Lowering his long eyelashes, they obscured the expressions in his eyes, while his voice betrayed his frustration. Husband, I couldn't help it, I missed you. Qin Huangji hugged his shoulders and tightened his embrace, resting his chin on Ansher-san's forehead. He himself longed for him too, but this was a rule before their wedding, it made sense through the ages. He looked down at him, comforting gently, it's only about 20 days. Just endure it and we'll get through it. The night had deepened, and the moonlight shone bright, streaming through the window and lighting the two people embracing each other on the bed. Just as Qin Huangji said, security at the general's mansion tightened even more the next day. However, it still didn't manage to stop Ansher-san, and since then the guard became stricter day by day. By the 6th day, Ansher-san couldn't leave the mansion anymore. Chilled by the intense energy surrounding him, his right hand stealthily reached for the dagger but soon retracted it. Because Qin Huangji had emphasized several times over the past few days, if he couldn't come out, he shouldn't forcibly try to escape, he mustn't hurt anyone, and especially not harm himself. He couldn't comply without hurting someone, so he returned to the room in anger. This scene repeated itself every night in the general's mansion, yet there wasn't another day where Ansher-san could leave. The old general looked at the ominous aura around Ansher-san and smiled smugly. On the 27th day of winter, early in the morning, there was a knock on Ansher-san's door, and maidservants flooded into the room. And outside the door, voices loudly called out. The auspicious day has arrived. With proper gifts and ceremonies, we formally invite you as our son-in-law. Chapter 141, I as the husband, you as the ruler. The general's residence was draped with red silk, and trees and rooftops were all adorned with red lanterns. A bright red carpet extended from the room where Ansher-san resided all the way to the entrance gate. Inside, Ansher-san's lips remained pressed together in silence, his muscles tense, and his expression gradually grew numb as he allowed himself to be directed without resistance. When told to raise his hands, he did so, when told to lower his head, he complied, submitting passively to their efforts. An elderly woman touched a hard object on his forearm and immediately let go. Despite being an elder, this woman of the general's residence was not an ordinary one. Lord Wang, on such a joyous day, it is unlucky to carry sharp weapons. Ansher-san clenched both fists tightly, when she touched his arm, he nearly killed her. Fortunately, she released him in time. He then slightly relaxed, realizing that carrying a weapon on his wedding day would indeed be inappropriate. Thus, he removed the dagger hidden in his sleeve. After the group finished dressing him up, the young maids glanced at him shyly, their faces blushing red. They timidly bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. In contrast, the older women showed no hesitation. They scrutinized him from every angle and marveled aloud at how handsome he looked. Lord Wang truly looks refined and dashing, what good fortune for His Highness the Prince. Lord Wang's beauty might even surpass that of any woman. He stood there, adorned in splendid red ceremonial attire, his black hair fully tied back and secured with a gold crown inlaid with green jade. His tall and elegant frame, along with his striking features, especially his alluring peony-like eyes filled with passion and charm, made him irresistible. The prince has arrived. Upon hearing the news, the maids and elder women crowded around Shirsan at the door, listening to the lively sounds from outside the courtyard and cheers. Those assigned to block Qin Huangji dared not use their full strength against him, and he was surrounded by many shadow guards who were also not opponents. After numerous red envelopes had been exchanged, Qin Huangji finally arrived at Shirsan's door. His excitement flushed his face red, his eyes sparkling with delight, and his voice tender like never before. "Yunyu, I've come to take you away." As the maids and elders giggled and blocked the doorway, a sudden chill ran down their spines. Turning slowly, they found Shirsan staring at them with icy hostility, causing them to quickly step aside without further ado. Opening the door, Shirsan immediately saw the figure standing in front. In a stunning red brocade robe with radiant beauty, his long hair only partially bound by a golden diadem while the other half lazily fell across his shoulder. A warm smile played on his lips. Seeing him appear, a long and graceful hand stretched out towards him. As Shirsan placed his hand in the offered palm, the warmth of contact caused his heart to nearly burst through his chest. Silently, he prayed within his heart, "May our surnames become one, binding us in marriage and lasting forevermore. May your feelings be just as mine, unwavering and true." Qin Huangji carefully led his beloved step by step, solemnly walking forward. The officiator kept reminding him of customs, but he hardly paid attention, completely focused on the person beside him. Gently placing the beloved inside the bridal sedan chair, he turned and mounted his horse. With proper documentation and 8 sedan bearers, the two lovers shall walk together for life, wishing them 100 years of marital bliss. Let the sedan chairs proceed. An orderly procession lined the streets from start to finish, red silk adorning all grand trees in the capital, and some merchants spontaneously hung up red lanterns, plunging the entire city into a sea of red. Crowds surged ceaselessly, each individual stretching their necks and craning their heads to see a grand marriage celebration they'd never witnessed before, not merely between two men, but one with 10 miles of red adornments. Empress Dowager, Emperor, Empress, Crown Prince, each of them added gifts for Shirsan, countless chests piled high endlessly into the distance, impossible to end at a glance. Qin Huangji led the charge on horseback ahead of the parade. Music and flowers were showered throughout their journey, circling half the capital until stopping at the gates of the royal palace. Jumping off his horse, Qin Huangji walked beside the sedan chair, pulling open the curtain and looking at the person sitting inside. Emotion swelled within his throat as he leaned in closer, lifting his arms to gently embrace the other, whispering softly. "Yunyu, we are about to conduct the traditional wedding rites." Shirsan, his fingers trembling, his heartbeat quickening as he felt the warmth of the other's embrace, smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and responded softly. Startled, the officiant shouted quickly, "Your Excellency, this does not follow the protocol." Ignoring the warnings, Qin Huangji carried the beloved straight into the main hall, drawing excited murmurs from guests. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous. Emperor and Empress had already arrived early, seated at the upper table. Seeing Qin Huangji boldly carry the person inside, one wore a pleased expression while the other subtly rolled their eyes. Noticing the arrival, the officiant immediately declared loudly. "Two surnames join as families in matrimony, this alliance sealed with good tidings forever joined, equally matched." Placing the other on the ground beside him, Qin Huangji lifted his eyes to gaze at the beloved before him. Noticing his tightly clenched lips from anxiety, he returned the gesture with a soft smile, lightly squeezing the hand for comfort. Bow once to the heaven and earth, under their benevolent gaze. Shirsan stared at the scene before him, feeling that it was all unreal. Could this be a dream? Had he truly married the person he had long yearned for? His eyes fixed intently on Qin Huangji, and his ears grew hot. Seeing Shirsan lost in thought, Qin Huangji gently tugged at the red silk ribbon in his hand. Shirsan lowered his gaze to the ribbon in his hand and, turning, bowed down. "Pay respect to our benefactors who raised us, with gratitude profound." The Empress watched the two before her, tears welling up in her eyes as she gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. The Emperor looked down and held her hand in his, rubbing her hand back with his thumb as he spoke softly to console her. "We should be happy, why do you cry? From today, we gain another son." The Empress smiled and nodded. The spouses bow to each other, love enduring long. As the two looked into each other's eyes, seeing only one another, their heartbeats quickened involuntarily, and they slowly knelt down. Ceremony completed, escort them to the bridal chamber. At the end of the officiant's words, Qin Huangji swept Shirsan up horizontally in his arms and strode toward their nuptial chamber in great strides. With the couple seated peacefully on the bed, the officiant continued the marriage procedures. "Drink from the union cup, symbolizing unity eternal." Qin Huangji took the wine served by a maid, slightly parted his lips, and quietly reminded, "Yunyu, this wine is strong. Just sip a little, no need to finish it." Shirsan's face flushed pink as he nodded in agreement, lifting the goblet to take a small sip. "Perform the hair-braiding ritual, signifying lifelong companionship." A maid stepped forward with a pair of small scissors, snipping off a lock of hair from each of them, binding them together with a red string, forming a knot of eternity, then placing it in a sachet. Shirsan's eyes were filled with anticipation as he stared at the sachet. Qin Huangji extended his hand, grabbing Shirsan's hand firmly in his own, his expression radiant. "If you want it, I'll give it to you." Shirsan turned his head and stared at Qin Huangji, finding him exceptionally handsome today. No matter how long he looked, it wasn't enough. He wrapped his arms around Qin Huangji's neck. Pressing his cheek against Qin Huangji's, he rubbed it gently. Husband, I am truly married to you now. Starting today, you are my real husband. Qin Huangji couldn't resist leaning over to kiss him, raising a hand to encircle his waist. I as the husband, you as the ruler, true and proper husband. Master, the banquet is about to begin. And he knocked lightly on the door, his voice low, as if not wanting to disturb the newlyweds. Qin Huangji gently pushed Anshisan away a bit. Yunyu, forgive me for leaving you briefly. I'll be right back. Chapter 142, 13 is so scared. Anshisan sat stiffly on the bed, with his fists clenched over his knees, sitting up straight as though following a strict code of behavior. His gaze fell upon the Hejin wine, his mind absent-mindedly wandering. After drinking the Hejin wine, the ceremony would truly be complete. Yet with the remaining wine left, was this not an ominous sign? Recalling its taste from earlier, he couldn't help but lick his lips. It wasn't as sweet and cloying as the fruit wine from last time, instead, it was rich and smooth, extraordinarily delicious. Anshire flipped down from the roof eaves outside the house, hanging upside down by his head. He pushed open the window with his hand and then landed in the room with a loose motion. Seeing Anshisan seated so properly, Anshire could not help but marvel at how the master truly understood him. Master, the master has instructed that since you have not eaten all day, you should eat something now. You don't need to stay seated either. If you're tired, you can lie down and rest for a bit. Hearing these words, Anshisan got up while walking toward the table, lifting his eyes to glance at Anshire. Clad in a festive red martial outfit, his hair tied high atop his head, the ends swaying around his waist as he moved, his already pale skin stood out even more brilliantly, the mole near his eye looking even more prominent. Anshire lowered his gaze and slowly spoke two words, truly ugly. Upon hearing this again, Anshire slightly clenched his molars. Had he still been just Anshire, Anshire would have definitely had a fight with him, it was already the second time. But now, his position was different. If he's ugly, then so be it. Shrugging his shoulders, he looked pitiful. Master. Master. The first call was full of lamentation, but the second was abruptly shrill as they watched Anshire finish off a whole glass of Hejin wine. By the time Anshire tried to stop him, it was too late. In panic, he grabbed the wineglass, turning it over repeatedly and trying to shake any leftover drops, but there wasn't a single drop left. Feeling some despair in his heart, today was the master's wedding after all, but hoping against hope, he raised his eyes to observe Anshire, just one cup, perhaps, he wasn't drunk, right? Anshire licked his lips, the wine residue still present, carrying a faint spiciness that left him wanting more. His gaze returned to another glass filled with wine. Qin Huangji, knowing there was still a banquet later that evening, only took a shallow sip himself, leaving most of the drink in the cup. Anshire, following Anshire's gaze, suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up in fear and quickly rushed toward the glass. Anshire also acted swiftly, faster than Anshire. In a flash, he snatched the wineglass into his hands, managing not to spill a single drop. Anshire, watching as Anshire placed the cup to his lips, widened his eyes slightly and softly urged, Master, tonight you are supposed to enter the bridal chamber. You cannot get drunk. Put it down. Anshire only felt that the world before his eyes became blurred and dizzy. A rising heat swept through his brain. The figure in front of him appeared ghastly pale, floating here and there. Puzzled by this strange apparition whose mouth opened and closed but produced no coherent sounds, Anshire questioned with confusion. Ghost? Anshire paused, momentarily forgetting what to say. Turning his rigid neck toward Anshire, moments ago calling him ugly, now accusing him of being a ghost. Clenching his fists tightly, he breathed deeply, suppressing the frustration inside him. Little 13, doesn't the master know you aren't supposed to drink alcohol? Your husband. Furrowing his brows, this ghost seemed so annoying to Anshire. Raising his head, he gulped down the remaining wine in the cup and flung it away, striking Anshire across the face. Seeing that he dodged, the voice continued endlessly like the buzzing of flies in his ear. A fleeting flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes. He flicked his wrist briefly, puzzled when nothing appeared in his hand. Lifting it and staring at it intently, he searched his other sleeve for anything missing. Shaking his head, he couldn't remember what exactly was gone. Raising his eyes, seeing the ghost still lingering nearby, a wave of anger surged within him. His fist struck powerfully. Currently, Anshire was at a loss for words. Seeing Anshire's drunken state, he could only rely on his superior agility, dodging left and right, occasionally still being punched, despair gradually building within him. If he fought, he wouldn't win, if he fled, he wouldn't escape. Worse yet, ruining the master's nuptial night, did he still have any hope of surviving? Inadvertently, Anshire blocked his path. Watching his sinister grin and tilted head, his tone carried a playful air, resembling a child at play. I caught you. Yet his attack held a brutal force, his fist rushing toward Anshire's face with the momentum of thunderclouds. Were it to hit, his face would surely be ruined beyond repair. Completely ignoring all restraint, Anshire cried out loudly. Big brother Wu, save me. Outside in the yard, Wu heard the commotion and assumed something serious had happened. In one leap, he skillfully flipped through the window into the room. Once realizing the situation, Wu swiftly acted, grabbing Anshire from the side and narrowly avoiding Anshiresan's attack. Wu looked on in confusion at Anshiresan, wondering why the two of them had come to blows, especially since they usually got along well. How could they be fighting so fiercely? Glancing sideways, he saw Anshire rolling on the ground, hiding behind him for cover, and asked with bewilderment. What's going on? Anshire nervously touched his cheek, breathing heavily. He's drunk. Wu froze, his face darkening as he turned sharply toward Anshire, rebuking harshly. Nonsense. What kind of day is today? Caught off guard by this sudden reprimand, Anshire glanced up at Wu before lowering his eyelids, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and responding irritably. I didn't incite him. Am I such an imprudent person? He drank it himself, I couldn't stop him. Anshiresan tilted his head, looking at the new arrival and muttering, there's another one. He carefully examined him, similar red attire but a completely contrasting complexion, this man had a darker face. Blinking a few times, excitement crept into his tone. Tightening his fists, ready to test his skills, he asked curiously. Are you black and white impermanence? A feeling of guilt stirred in Wu, while irritation welled up in Anshire. Both of them paused at his words, exchanging a glance in unison, silent. Qin Huangji concluded the banquet and hurried back, stepping through the door to find three figures standing in silence amidst a disheveled room. 2 wineglasses lay toppled on the floor, yet not a drop spilled out. Anshiresan's misty peach-like eyes blinked languidly as his head lolled about, lost in thought. This appearance of Anshiresan seemed eerily familiar to Qin Huangji. A sudden sharp gaze shot at the two kneeling beside him. Only Anshire was known for his zeal to coax others into drinking. His voice carried an icy undertone. What happened? Anshire hung his head, sensing his master's anger, admitting truthfully, I wasn't vigilant enough, unable to stop him. Please punish me, master. Qin Huangji stared at him, emphasizing, not vigilant enough. Before Anshire could respond, Qin Huangji noticed Anshiresan staggering toward him. Concerned that he might fall, he immediately moved forward, catching him in his arms. Anshiresan tipped his head back to look at him, wide-eyed with glistening moisture. In a sticky sweet voice, he murmured, Husband, you're my husband. Curling up against him, he tugged at his collar, pulling Qin Huangji closer until their faces were mere inches apart, whispering softly near his ear. Husband, I'll tell you a secret, I saw black and white impermanence. 13 is so scared. Though spoken quietly, every word carried clearly into the ears of the three. Turning his head, Qin Huangji glanced at the kneeling Wu and Anshire, letting out a deep chuckle from the corner of his lips, it was fitting indeed. Anshire, trying hard not to roll his eyes, gave Anshiresan a pained stare, feeling sore all over. Unable to resist, he gingerly massaged the spots where he had been hit. Chapter 143, Should we summon the royal physician? At this moment, thoughts of punishing N12 had faded away. Moreover, it was such a joyful day today, so with a wave of his hand, he dismissed the two. One arm around N13's waist, he brought him to the bed, deep in thought about what to do next. Suddenly, N13 leaned over, his pert nose reaching up and sniffing close to his lips. His eyes lit up as he happily called out. Alcohol. There's alcohol. He then bit into Qin Huan's lips. Hiss. Qin Huan cried out in pain, unable to help but react aloud. He indeed smelled strongly of alcohol, originally intending to look at him before going to take a bath. But N13, having failed to drink the alcohol, eased off, puzzled by licking his lips. It was alcohol, but one couldn't drink it like this. Qin Huan, tormented by the bewitching devil who wasn't aware he was tempting him, lost all control. He had no time to go bathe anymore, directly pressing the person down onto the bed, raising his hand to undo the hairpin. N13 lay pressed beneath the soft brocade quilts, his cheeks flushed pink, his eyes misty. Struggling to sit up. Qin Huan seemed to sense his thoughts and intentions, bending down to kiss those lips. As the other became quiet, he slightly opened his mouth, the alcohol breath growing more potent. His hand moved towards the sash, fingers just touching the concealed fasten when suddenly he was flipped over with great force. Looking up, he saw the person beside him already on the beam. His anger already provoked, but the person who started the fire had run off. Qin Huan smiled bitterly lying there. On the night of their wedding chamber, he truly received quite a surprise. After pausing for a moment, he stood up and walked under the beam, looking up. With a headache, he said, Yunyu, come down. N13 hung his head, staring intently at him without blinking. Suddenly laughing, he turned his head backward and fell upside down. Qin Huan's heart leaped as he instinctively stretched out both hands wanting to catch him. However, he realized one foot was hooked onto the beam, hanging upside down. With hair falling down, it swept across his face according to N13's swinging movements. Qin Huan gritted his teeth and stepped back a couple of paces. What are you doing? Come down. Seeing him retreat, N13 swung even harder. The flying long hair brushed against Qin Huan's face again, and he giggled and said cheerfully, Husband, I'm flying kites. While saying so, he extended his arms. Qin Huan. How this night passed could only be known by Qin Huan himself. Finally managing to coax the person to sleep, his tired fingers couldn't even lift themselves. Hearing the distant sounds of 5 watch calls, he felt utterly powerless, collapsing directly onto the bed and closing his eyes to sleep. In the morning, a streak of sunlight shone inside. And 13's eyelids flickered and slowly opened. He raised his hand to rub the sore spot on his forehead as memories began to resurface. Gradually frowning his eyebrows, regret covered his entire face. Ruining his own wedding night had left him nearly in tears. Looking at the sky, is there still time to fix things? Turning his head, he gazed at the soundly sleeping person nearby, feeling genuinely sorry to wake him up. Yet unexpectedly, the person abruptly opened his eyes and fixed them unwaveringly upon N13. Feeling somewhat too rapid heartbeat due to this gaze, N13 sheepishly avoided the eye contact. Husband, I. Awakened, he got up right away. Since you're awake, let's prepare to go to the palace. Qin Huan interrupted him briefly, closing his sore eyes once more, rising first. Half an hour later, the two were sitting inside the carriage heading to the palace. N13 twisted his fingers, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Qin Huan had one arm around his waist and held his hand in the other, his thumb and index finger unconsciously rubbing his fingertips. His head leaned against his shoulder, eyes closed for a rest. N13 stared at the two fingers, always feeling somewhat uneasy. Qin Huan remained gentle, each action full of love for him, yet his years-trained perception sensed something was off. Seeing the restless man, Qin Huan harbored not a single notion to explain. His mind was entirely focused on how he would have his way with the person later. After ruining their wedding night, he was expecting this kind of ease. The moment the carriage stopped, they rushed into the palace, meeting the crown prince outside the study. He kept glancing at the weather, then asking maids about the day's schedule, eventually appearing astonished. Qin Huan silently asked in a voiceless tone, "Why is brother crown prince so surprised? Am I not allowed here today?" The crown prince calmly regained composure, glancing between them, seemingly lost in thought. "I didn't expect you to come today, and that too, so early." Pausing a moment, looking somewhat conflicted, leaning close to Qin Huan's ear, whispered softly, "Do we need to summon the royal physician to prescribe some medicine? Are you perhaps suffering from previous indulgence?" N13 looked down, sneaking a peek at Qin Huan through the corner of his eye, lowering his presence further. Qin Huan glared at the crown prince with anger. "No, I'm fine." He directly walked past the crown prince, pulling N13 inside and then furiously went to pay respects to the empress and the grand empress. Unsurprisingly, everyone, after showing their astonishment, asked him whether he needed to summon the royal physician. Qin Huan dragged the person out of the palace, his chest heaving violently with anger, gritting his teeth, and gave a sidelong glance at N13 who had been quietly following by his side, only for his anger to bizarrely dissipate. Opening his mouth indifferently, "Yunyu, let's go home." N13 shivered inexplicably, sensing that he wouldn't have a peaceful day ahead. Inside the carriage, N13 sat meekly, his gaze innocent, lashes fluttering like two small brushes. His fingers slowly crawled up Qin Huan's fingertips, his voice melting into gooey sweetness. "Husband." Seeing he was being ignored, he slightly shifted closer, fingers moving up his forearm, tugging on the sleeve. "Husband." Qin Huan's eyes were frighteningly deep, with a hint of dark red sheen. His voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "If you don't want me to deal with you right here in the carriage, behave yourself." N13 froze where he was, the fingers placed on his arm hesitated multiple times before quietly retreating. He inwardly channeled his inner strength around his waist, especially focusing it there. Qin Huan had built up a cauldron of fire in his belly, uncaring if it was broad daylight or not. As soon as they returned indoors, he turned back and pressed the person against the door. One hand grabbed both of N13's wrists, raising them above his head, while another thumb pressed forcefully onto his lips. His voice was dark. "Yunyu, how should we punish you?" N13 knew he deserved punishment, so didn't resist. "Whatever punishment you decide is fine, I won't complain." Qin Huan's lips curled up mockingly. "This was your decision, do you remember the book you read last time?" N13 opened his heavy eyelids and looked around himself, finding that he was lying in bed. For some strange reason, his eyes watered. Finally, he could sleep in the bed. Turning his head, seeing Qin Huan staring at him, his body unconsciously shrunk backward. Qin Huan chuckled looking at him. "I won't touch you." Raising a hand, he gently massaged N13's scalp, carefully supporting him and bringing him halfway into his arms, then taking over the porridge nearby and feeding him spoon by spoon. N13 rested in his embrace, tilting his head to look at him, fingers subconsciously reaching out to caress his brows and eyes. Finally, they married. Qin Huan watched the fingers in front of him, putting the porridge aside and holding his hand within his own. The couple stayed silent in each other's arms, filled with sweet intimacy without a word spoken. Snowflakes drifted gently outside, covering the ground quickly, spreading all over the city, draping everything in white. It seemed as if nature itself was wishing them long-lasting love until death did them part, eternally together. Chapter 144, Bonus Story 1. In a simple, quiet little town, an Yi sat on a tree in the courtyard. A lush banyan tree perfectly concealed his figure. The banyan was positioned by the wall, with long branches stretching over it into another yard on the other side. In that yard stood a woman with striking features, dressed in a pale greenish top with a pleated skirt, wearing a verdant thin smoke green long blouse. She held a long sword in her hand, gracefully twirling her wrist to make the sword spin and thrust outward. The strength of her dance lifted petals from the ground, her flowing clothes billowing like a celestial being descended from the heavens. He tightly pressed his lips together, gripping the tree branch more firmly. His eyes were deep as an abyss as he focused on the sweat that had formed on the woman's forehead from her movements. Her clear gaze, small nose, and red lips inadvertently made his Adam's apple move, as if scalded, so he shifted his eyes and lowered his gaze. The master had been here for over a month now. Of all the dark guards, only himself, and Wu, and Shire were with the master, the others had either been given to the crown prince or transferred to the young master. This woman was met a month ago, conveniently living next door. He hid among the trees, whereupon the young lady thought he harbored ill intentions toward her, leading to a brief skirmish between them. Since then, she had captured both his eye and heart, causing him to hide in the shadows every day in such peeping behavior. He turned his head to look at another tree where the master was sitting cross-legged, leaning against the trunk, one leg bent, the other loosely placed on the ground. And 13 had his head rested on the master's lap, hands encircling his waist, both having their eyes closed for a restful nap. And he looked again towards the woman, his pupils trembling slightly, fingers gripping the tree trunk as if about to snap the branch. He then leapt down from the tree, quietly standing in the shadow at the corner of the wall, remembering he was but a dark guard and should stay true to his duty. Upon hearing the sound, the neighboring woman instinctively let go of her sword and raised her eyes to look at the banyan tree, her expression full of disappointment. The nearby maid, seeing her pause, quickly approached with a towel, looking up at the blazing sun somewhat reproachfully. "Miss, please dry yourself off. Why do you persist in practicing your sword dance here every day? The back courtyard offers more shade, why not go there?" Seeing her gaze fixed on the banyan tree, the maid followed her line of sight. What was so fascinating about such an ordinary tree? Miss, what are you looking at?" Gu Manshin returned to her senses, withdrawing her gaze and taking the towel to wipe her sweat, softly replying, "Nothing." Gu Manshin, daughter of the leader of the Yunyan Pavilion, a prominent force in the martial world, was already 20 years old. She was constantly pressured into marriage, yet, as someone who cherished freedom over convention, she chose to go incognito and live here. At first, she was merely curious about the man, but gradually, feelings developed. Though he was just a subordinate and bodyguard, she did not care, but he seemed to have some misgivings. She cast a reluctant glance at the banyan tree before turning back inside. A few days later. The tranquil town afternoon was serene, with a babbling brook spanned by a curved bridge. Occasionally, one or two flat-bottomed boats drifted under the bridge. Two men walked hand in hand across the bridge, entering a path paved with stone slabs. The taller one wore crimson attire, his robes swaying slightly in the breeze as he moved. Half of his hair was tied back with a simple jade hairpin, his handsome face adorned with a smile as he tilted his head slightly to speak to the shorter man beside him, though it wasn't clear what he was saying. The shorter man wore black tactical clothing, the collar and cuffs adorned with gold-embroidered patterns. A red silk ribbon tied his hair high up, accentuating his androgynous beauty while adding a touch of toughness. His face remained expressionless, yet his eyes gleamed with laughter as they traveled through the narrow alleys and entered a small courtyard by the river. Close to the yard, beyond the fence, stretched a patch of lotus flowers in various stages of blooming. "Husband, will Wu be alright going alone?" Qin Huanji turned his head to look at him, his eyes carrying some hidden meaning, his tone cool with a hint of jealousy. "Do you really want to go to the brothel that much?" And 13 stopped walking, stunned as he turned his head. Wasn't this because they were investigating an official for the crown prince? The official frequented the brothels, how else could they investigate? Seeing his expression, Qin Huanji immediately lifted his hand and pinched his face, issuing a threat. "For whatever reason, I forbid you to set foot in any brothel ever again. Understand?" And 13 stared at him with his dark eyes, as if remembering something, a flicker crossing his mind. Then he murmured gently. "Husband, do you remember Master Mo Zhu?" Qin Huanji furrowed his brows, puzzled. Mo Zhu? What? Suddenly, a person flashed through his mind, making him feel awkward instantly. He released his cheeks, touching his own nose, muttering under his breath. "Do you remember? It was 6 or 7 years ago." And 13 lowered his eyelids and took a step forward, his voice tinged with slight, "Master Qin hasn't forgotten either." Qin Huanji. For a moment, he was speechless, taking a few steps to catch up, silently changing the topic. "Uncle Xiao is getting married. Once Wu returns, we'll set off for the Hellion Manor. If you like it here, we can stay longer on our way back." And 13 glanced at him, remaining silent, walking even faster. Qin Huanji sighed in helplessness, catching up again, and gently coaxed him. And Wu squatted on the beam of a house in the brothel, watching the entangled figures on the bed, expressionless. His eyes swept over the incense burner beside the bed, subconsciously holding his breath. Listening to the sounds coming from the bed, his gaze flickered. He let go of his breath and allowed the fragrance to enter his body. After the two were finished, he quietly descended, searching through the scattered clothes. He found a tiny sachet, retrieved a small private seal from it, tucked it into his chest, then vanished into the night. He reappeared kneeling before Qin Huangji, his breathing slightly heavier, his voice hoarse. "Master, I found it." Qin Huangji observed that his face was flushed, his chest rising and falling as if he was enduring something. He asked, "Are you injured?" A warmth welled up in Enwu's heart. All these years, Master was still so caring. "Rest assured, Master, I am not injured." Qin Huangji was a bit confused but did not pursue further. "Send it to the Crown Prince. There's no need to get involved in what follows, he will handle it." As N13 saw him fixated on Enwu's retreating figure, his eyes showing an unclear emotion, he reached out to tug at his sleeve, speaking calmly. "He's been affected by aphrodisiac incense." Qin Huangji suddenly turned his head, looking at N13 for a long time, finally understanding. "Did he do it deliberately?" N13 nodded, explaining further. "This incense doesn't last long. Soaking in cold water would counteract it. I believe both parties are well aware." As Qin Huangji and N13 talked, somehow they ended up lying down on the bed. Enwu left his master's room, stifling the heat, hesitating for a while, then headed towards Enshire's quarters, knocking on his door. At the same time, An Yi hid in the banyan tree, his eyes following every move and expression of Gu Manqin. Gu Manqin had no intention of practicing her sword dance today. She gathered her courage, walking to the banyan tree, tilting her head upwards, and through the dense leaves, accurately pinpointed An Yi's position. Locking eyes with him, she seriously asked. "Do you fancy me? Are you willing to marry me?" Receiving no response after waiting for a long time, she slowly lowered her tilted head, her eyes dimmed with sadness. After taking a deep breath, she said. "If you don't answer, I will come again tomorrow. Here's a wish, may Qin Huangji and N13 grow old together happily. May Enwu and Enshire eventually become a couple. And may An Yi and Gu Manqin's wishes be fulfilled." Chapter 145, Bonus Chapter 2. Shan Hongyu sat in one of the rooms at the inn, dressed in white attire as pure as snow, his black hair flowing like ink. He wore a silver crown with delicate silver threads hanging from both sides, each carrying a triangular silver pendant engraved with cloud patterns that hung over his forehead. His eyebrows were furrowed, and pain lingered in his narrow phoenix-like eyes as he gritted his teeth to bear it. From his bundle, he retrieved medicine for his injuries. Using his fingertips to lift his sash, he undid his shirt. Struggling to turn his head toward his back, he could see nothing but felt the very real pain. Lifting his hand to his shoulder, he sprinkled the powdered medicine downwards, letting fate decide how much would land where it should. His father had really used brutal force this time, just because he didn't want him to join the military. Reflecting on this, Shan Hongyu's gaze fell, dimming, his fingers gripping the porcelain bottle until they turned slightly pale. He had made a promise to his mother, he could not enlist in the army. As a child, he hadn't understood, even resenting her. Back then, he'd fantasized about wearing armor, riding majestic horses, and fighting glorious battles on the battlefield like his older brother who was a celebrated young general admired by all. But when his mother passed, she had held his hand tightly, forcing him to swear never to become a soldier, a vow that shattered his childhood dreams. Although he diligently trained in martial arts and mastered military strategy, none of it seemed to matter anymore. Now older, he finally comprehended the anguish behind his mother's wish. Since ancient times, most generals met untimely deaths. If they didn't perish in war, they succumbed to treachery or illness brought on by years of relentless battle. Having already lost one son to this path, she couldn't bear losing another. Shan Hongyu slowly let go, placing the porcelain bottle on the table. Perhaps being beaten was not so bad. At least now, his father wouldn't bother him anymore. He was free. He carelessly pulled his shirt up over his shoulders, leaving most of his chest exposed, while his jet black hair tumbled loosely down his back. Pushing open the window, the inn stood alongside the Huai River. Beneath the window lay the tranquil river surface. It was midnight, and moonlight shone vertically upon the water, causing ripples of shimmering light. Standing there for who knows how long, his fingers resting against the window frame ready to close it, something caught his attention. In the distance, a boat drifted toward him. A faint smell of blood wafted through the wind, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. He cautiously shut the window partially and peered through the gap. On the deck lay numerous bodies stained with dark blood, especially prominent under the moonlight. Some half dangled over the edge of the ship, their other halves dragged into the water, blood dripping rhythmically into the river. At the bow of the ship stood a man clad in purple, sword in hand, still killing. With a flick of his blade, the tip swung around and plunged into someone's neck in a single, fluid motion. As he rose again, strands of his long black hair floated wildly in the breeze, his indiscernible crown gleaming mysteriously under the moonlight. His piercing eyes carried a sharp intensity, tinged with hints of deep purple light. Hanging from one earlobe was an earring shaped like a dagger. His presence radiated cold ruthlessness yet exuded undeniable charm, leaving an unforgettable impression. 3 years later. Floods hit Wuzhou, grain merchants hoarded food supplies to inflate prices, leaving disaster victims destitute and starving. Hellion Manor has been trading across the nation for generations, with immense wealth but adhering strictly to principles of righteousness. They did engage in the grain business, but they severely punished any subordinate merchant who exploited such calamities. Hellion Nanchu appeared outside the city of Yangtong in Wuzhou, slightly widening his eyes in disbelief. What he saw before him was not what he had imagined. Outside the city, makeshift shelters dotted the area, continuously increasing in number. Disaster victims actively participated in building them, hope glowing in their eyes. Not far away, refugees lined up orderly to receive hot porridge and dry provisions, courteously making way for women and children. Then Hellion Nanchu noticed the person he found hard to look away from, an ethereal beauty who smiled gently as he ladled bowl after bowl of soup at the charity station, completely without a trace of annoyance. He seemed like a ray of light that could illuminate all darkness, evoking an inexplicable impulse within Hellion to seize him. Step by step, he approached unconsciously, too wary to reveal his true identity. Thus, hiding his machinations deep within his gaze, he buried his darker side. "Can I have a bowl of porridge? I'm so hungry." Shan Hongyu looked up, seeing the smile of a young man in purple robes, his eyes clear as crystal, his tone filled with innocent cheerfulness. Staring at the earring dangling from his ear, memories of the face from 3 years ago, the face of a merciless killer, fused together in his mind. But such dazzling laughter now contradicted his belief that these could be the same person. Slightly lowering his gaze, he ladled out a bowl and handed it over. Hellion Nanchu accepted it eagerly, slurping it down greedily, as though starved for days. All the while, his eyes kept glancing toward his counterpart. Despite having porridge in his mouth, he continued to speak animatedly, cheeks puffing up adorably as he mumbled, "You're cooking, what's your name?" Uncertain about this man's intentions but detecting no malice from him, Shan Hongyu remained cautious. Nevertheless, as his name was no secret, he responded truthfully. "Shan Hongyu." Hellion Nanchu's eyes flickered slightly as he noticed Shan Hongyu, who was still involved in the relief efforts despite being surnamed Dan, apparently someone from the general's residence. "My name is Hellion Nanchu. Can I call you Yugo? Since you gave me porridge, let me help you serve it." Thus, beside Dan Hongyu, a little tail began to follow him around, day after day, for 2 months straight. "Yugo, I don't have a place to stay. Can I live with you? Yugo, let me carry that, it's so heavy. Yugo, let me help you manage the accounts. It's my strong suit. Yugo, I like you." Dan Hongyu stood under the eaves, silently watching the figure bustling about tirelessly. 2 months had passed, and what had started with caution toward this young man had turned into familiarity. The disaster victims were now well settled, the levee repairs were progressing smoothly. The great flood in Shanghai City had receded, and reconstruction had already begun. He should have returned to the capital to report long ago, but he lingered, unwilling to leave. He concocted countless reasons, but none could mask his private emotions. Whenever he saw the corners of this man's lips curl into a smile, an uncontrollable urge welled up within him to match that smile. And whenever the other frowned, Dan Hongyu found himself involuntarily mirroring the expression. He remembered Huan Ji once saying, liking someone has nothing to do with gender, age, or status, it's just because it's them. Taking a deep breath, he turned back into the room and started packing his things. Apparently, he had fallen headfirst. As Hellion Nanchu rushed in from outside, upon seeing the packed belongings, the laughter faded from his face. His gaze turned dark, as if a storm was brewing. However, when Dan Hongyu turned around, all he saw was a dejected expression. Step by step, Hellion moved closer, reaching out to grab his sleeve and asking pitifully. "Yugo, are you going back? Please don't leave me behind. I truly like you." Dan Hongyu raised his eyes and looked at him. "Do you even know what like means? Do you realize I am 10 years older than you?" Hellion Nanchu became emboldened, trying to grasp his fingers, only managing to touch their tips before he pulled away. His curled fingers trembled, his eyes flashing with an almost desperate urge to sweep the man into his arms without thinking. After a moment, reason took control. He lowered his gaze and spoke seriously, "I do know, I simply like you." Dan Hongyu gazed into his eyes for a long time before softly asking, "Are you willing to return to the capital with me?" Startled, Hellion Nanchu was instantly consumed by overwhelming joy and quickly responded, I'm willing. Dan Hongyu's lips curved upwards too. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. He needed to be as carefree and decisive as Huan Ji had been. If you like someone, that's enough. As for the future, they'd leave it to time. He believed they would both achieve their desires. Chapter 146, Dark 5 and Dark 12, Part 1. The moon had unknowingly climbed to the treetops, scattering its brilliant glow, coating everything around in a layer of silver. Dark 12 stood at the doorway looking out at Dark 5, noticing his flushed cheeks, erratic breathing, and faint traces of a delicate fragrance still clinging to him. He was somewhat surprised. "Were you poisoned?" Though perplexed, the expression on his face showed disbelief. With Brother 5's skills, how could he have been affected by such an amateurish incense? Dark 5 gazed intently at the features of Dark 12. The fair skin appeared even more radiant under the moonlight, while the tear mole at the corner of his eye seemed all the more alluring. Despite attempting to suppress it with inner strength, his breath became increasingly rapid. His gaze landed on those slightly parted red lips, and years of pent-up emotions surged forth uncontainably. Without any thought for restraint, he took one step forward. He suddenly wrapped his arms around the other person, his voice raspy. Younger brother 12, do you know how I feel about you? Though it was phrased as a question, it carried a tone of certainty. 5 years had passed, he couldn't believe that younger brother 12 could be entirely unaware. Feelings like these cannot be hidden. Gathering his courage, he asked further, I cherish you deeply, have you ever cared for me similarly? There was an almost imperceptible tremble in his tone. Dark 12 was startled by the sudden embrace, and just as he recovered, he heard Dark 5's confession. The sound exploded in his ear, making his throat convulse. He didn't know what to say for a moment, merely calling hoarsely, Brother 5. Since Dark 5 did not receive the answer he longed for, subconsciously loosening his grip and retreating 2 steps, his fingers gripping the doorframe so tightly they turned white. I'm sorry, I've been too rash. You, rest early. Before he could finish speaking, he had already disappeared. Dark 12 stood motionlessly staring at his receding back. His spine leaning against the cool wall, following the wall until he collapsed onto the ground. Clutching his hands tightly, it seemed he was trying hard to suppress his own emotions and feelings. The night sky outside was black like satin, adorned with stars dotted one by one, while the lantern hanging from the eaves blended with the moonlight, their halos landing softly upon the bluestone slabs, as if washed clean. Sounds of intimacy, faint but distinct, came through from the main hall. Dark 12 bit his lip lightly, seemingly coming to a resolution, quickly getting up to chase after him. Moving rapidly, he carefully avoided Dark 1's line of sight, sneaking quietly to below Dark 5's window. Lifting his eyes to glance at the tightly shut window, he tried to push it lightly. It was not locked. A light tap with his toes against the ground, and he nimbly leaped into the air without making a single sound, slipping gracefully into the room through the open window. Dark 5 was soaking in a bathtub filled with cold water, the chill biting through despite being only the start of spring, when the air still retained the frostiness of winter. Immersed in this icy water, his complexion paled with cold, both physically frigid and mentally agonizing. Slowly closing his eyes, trembling inevitably spread across his eyelids. Bitterness welled up in his chest. Hearing faint sounds, a flicker of chill crossed his eyes as he reached up and rose out of the tub. However, before he could finish standing, a figure lunged directly into his arms. Instinctively preparing to throw the intruder away, recognition stopped him mid-motion when he saw a familiar face. Despite shock freezing him momentarily, he still instinctively lifted the person higher gently, mindful of the fact that the water beneath them was cold. So very cold. Dark 12. It never occurred to Dark 12 that a single leap would land him straight into someone's arms. Glimpsing the bathtub beneath him, without thinking, he instinctively encircled Dark 5's neck with his arms. Looking down, Dark 5's tan skin revealed rippling muscles and well-defined chest lines. Casually touching him, Dark 5 instinctively shifted off him, realizing clearly that he was soaked in water up to his thighs in the bathtub. Dark 12 cleared his throat twice awkwardly, turning around, with a slight flush of redness creeping up on his ears. That, seems you're fine, so. I'll return now. Dark 5 clenched his fingers, eyes darkened profoundly, throat moving as he rolled his Adam's apple. On hearing his words, his actions overruled logic, and he stepped out of the bathwater instantly. With extended arms, he pulled the other close into his embrace, burying his face in the curve of the other's neck. Trembling with tension, his speech became jumbled, you were worrying about me, but I'm not alright, my poison hasn't been fully neutralized yet, the water is too cold. Hot breath grazed against his skin, causing Dark 12 to shift uncomfortably aside. Hands on his waist tightened even more, making Dark 12 tremble slightly. Yet having resolved before coming, he allowed this indulgence, just once. Only this time. Lightly flitting his lashes, he made no effort to escape this time. Instead, he raised his arms actively, encircling them around Dark 5's waist. Receiving this reciprocation, disbelief coursed through Dark 5. Slowly raising his head from between the other's neck, he gazed downwards at those long yearned-for features, locking eyes on the inviting reddened lips. A surge of uncontrollable heat rose from the depths of his eyes. He called out to him in a hoarse voice. Little 12. Leaning down, he pressed his lips against those rosy petals. Darker 12's chest began to feel suffocating with less and less air. His head grew dizzy, his limbs weak. His eyes widened in growing terror, was he going to die like this? As a shadow guard, he wouldn't die on a mission but instead from a kiss. It was embarrassing just thinking about it. In a daze, he felt someone patting his face. He opened his heavy eyelids to see Dark 5's worried expression muttering something that couldn't be heard. Breathe, little 12, breathe. Huff. Darker 12 snapped back to his senses, breathing desperately, his chest rising and falling sharply. As soon as he had a little strength, he raised his hand and slapped it onto Dark 5's face. I nearly suffocated. Are you trying to murder me? Darker 12's arm felt soft and lifeless, the slap more like a gentle caress than anything else. Dark 5 held one of his hands while softly patting him on the back. Silly, don't you know how to breathe? Darker 12 blushed, stubbornly defending himself despite having no grounds for argument. Shadow guards aren't taught how to kiss, so how would I know? The more he said, the less confident he became, until finally deciding to keep quiet and sulk alone. Dark 5 wasn't good at comforting people. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, do you want to continue? A few more times, and you'll get it. Darker 12 felt an irritation building up, neither able to spit it out nor swallow it down, making him clench his fists tightly before pulling Dark 5 towards him. He bit down recklessly without any technique, driven solely by emotions. Dark 5's eyes sparkled with amusement, unconcerned about his split lip. Chapter 147 Extra, Unwu and Shire, 2. Unwu wasn't strikingly handsome, but he was still good-looking. However, his dark skin made him appear less attractive. With eyebrows like a sword and starry eyes, his pitch-black pupils only reflected his own shadow. His lips were full, soft, and kissable. But this fool just stood there awkwardly, leaving them in confusion. He didn't understand. Unwu's fists tightened as he desperately suppressed the thoughts about to erupt from his body. He was just taking the opportunity to clarify his relationship with Shire. Not to do anything else. His voice was hoarse. "Shao Shire, if you don't leave soon, it'll be too late." Shire released his bloodied lips which he had bitten, and in Unwu's astonished gaze, pressed his whole body into Unwu's embrace. On tiptoes, his red lips brushed against Unwu's earlobe innocently saying, "I don't want to leave." The color in Unwu's eyes turned red. He encircled Shire's waist with his arms, pressing him closer and stared into his eyes asking clearly, "Do you regret?" Shire's face turned crimson, that look made him inexplicably nervous. He nodded frantically. No regrets. Unwu's rationality collapsed abruptly. His hands gripped Shire's waist tightly as he effortlessly lifted him up. The sudden ascent startled Shire, causing him to instinctively seek support. Unwu laughed lightly, holding him firmly as he took large strides toward the simple bed inside the room. Shire wrapped his arms around his neck, his heart thumping, thud, thud, his lips slightly pursed, filled with both anticipation and fear. Lying on the makeshift wooden bed, the hardness beneath his back caused pain. Normally, it wouldn't have bothered him, but now being pinned down like this made it unbearable. Unwu picked him up again, smoothing out the bed covers before gently placing him back down. Shire's long eyelashes fluttered softly, his wrists trapped beneath the bedding, unable to struggle free. His expression conveyed helplessness and panic. Loosening his grip slightly, Unwu's voice softened as he murmured tenderly by his ear, "Don't be afraid." Beginning with a long and gentle kiss, Unwu remained extraordinarily tender. Until Shire, after enduring repeatedly, kicked him in the face with one foot, without much strength, yet still drawing blood from Unwu's nose. "Idiot, it hurts like hell." Wiping the blood from between his nose, Unwu grasped Shire's ankle tightly, breathing unevenly, sweat forming on his forehead as he whispered seductively, "It will be over soon, good boy, don't move." "Lousy regrets it now." Shire trembled in pain, his voice quivering slightly. "Get lost." Shire's porcelain white skin shone under disheveled black hair spread across the bed, his pale face slightly wrinkled, eyes gleaming with moisture, making the mole at the corner of his eye even more alluring. His lips, red and lustrous, moved slightly as words escaped, unpleasant though they may be, Unwu found them unbearably beautiful. Face filled with restraint, he endured patiently for Shire. If asked how to distinguish the situation, Unwu would know. Gradually, the tone of the curses changed. As night deepened, insect calls arose intermittently. Spring had just begun, life revived. Two birds perched on a tree drew closer, one bird flapping its wings climbing onto the other bird's back. Their cries lasted through half the night, while the candle in Unwu's room burned all night long. The next day. Dawn broke dimly, and habitually waking Unwu slowly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching for the beside bed, finding no one. Jolting upright, shaking his head, everything from yesterday felt like a dream but also truly happened. Reaching towards the bed once more, it felt cold, as if no one had slept there. Frowning deeply, Unwu grew increasingly anxious, looking at the skies outside. Today was Shire's turn to take shifts, but there was no need to start so early. Moreover, last night was exhausting, his body couldn't possibly handle it. Rising quickly, he stepped outside, yet the yard was eerily quiet. Checking all the regular hiding spots used during their shifts, he saw no one. Suddenly feeling an intense drop in energy, he turned towards Anyi's room, pounding the thin door until it seemed ready to break. Anyi opened the door, casting a glance at Unwu coolly, "What do you want?" Unwu paused mid-motion, his voice faltering, "Where is Shao Shire?" "Return to the capital." Leaning against the doorframe with folded arms, his gaze was icy, "Last night." "Never mind, your business, you decide among yourselves." Then he slammed the door shut. His already dark face grew even darker, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. On one hand, he was lost in wild thoughts, wondering if Shire was hiding from him, on the other, he couldn't help but worry whether Shire's body could withstand riding a horse. After remaining silent for a while, he knocked on Anyi's door again. Anyi looked at him unpleasantly, glaring coldly. "Why did you return to the capital?" Unwu's lips quivered slightly, a trace of unease stirring in his heart. "When will you come back?" Anyi hesitated for a moment, not answering immediately. Unwu observed his facial expression closely, his mood gradually sinking deeper and deeper. He moved his lips, trying to keep his voice from trembling. "He's not coming back." "What are you thinking?" Anyi rolled his eyes, unable to resist. You were together last night, didn't he tell you? W. What? Seeing the piteous expression on Enwu's face, Yi felt a twinge of sympathy. Over these past 5 years, he had noticed all the repressed feelings within him. With a soft sigh, Yi said, he went back to send something to young master. Moreover, Mr. Shan's wedding is approaching, so congratulatory gifts must be sent from the capital. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Enwu's eyes, unexpected excitement coursing through his entire being. So Shire wasn't avoiding him. But this was immediately followed by overwhelming worry. How was his body holding up? Was he still in pain? If only he had known that Shire would go out today, he wouldn't have touched him last night. Watching Enwu alternate between excitement and concern, smiling with bared teeth one moment, then looking utterly sorrowful the next, Yi turned away, irritated. Yawning lazily and feeling impatient, he shooed him off. Today is your turn to take shifts. Don't bother me anymore. Enwu grinned foolishly as he responded. On the official road, a young man dressed in black sat awkwardly on the horse, his complexion pale. As the swift horse galloped, curses accompanied its movements. Half a month later. On the roof of Hellion Manor, 12 lay there leisurely, holding a foxtail grass in his mouth, his hands crossed behind his head, one leg bent with his foot tip swaying up and down. From afar, he looked quite playful. The warm sunlight shone on his body, illuminating his fair complexion, exuding a faint glow. He sighed softly, it had been half a month since he last saw little brother Wu. Before, they were always together and he didn't think much of it, but now that they were apart, a wave of longing surged in his heart. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him, and N12's body tensed instinctively as his fingers pressed on the hidden weapon inside his sleeve. Since the person standing beside him made no move, he slightly relaxed his fingers. This was Hellion Manor, he couldn't cause trouble for his master, so if he could avoid a fight, he would. As there was no ill intent, he chose to ignore it, keeping his posture unchanged while slightly raising his hips to support himself with his elbows and feet, moving aside. Unexpectedly, the person standing next to him stepped forward, sitting without hesitation where he had just been lying. He tilted his head and looked at him, "You are the prince's dark guard." His voice was soft and tender, like a child who hadn't yet shed his innocence. N12 turned his expressionless face towards the youth in front of him, a round-faced boy with big eyes, black as grapes, round and shiny. His pupils were distinctively black and white, filled with curiosity. N12 returned his gaze and gave a light, yes sound. A myriad of thoughts went through his mind. He feared this youth wasn't as innocent as he appeared. If he could approach so quietly, his martial arts must be formidable at least. Upon receiving N12's response, the boy seemed delighted, his eyes curving instantly as he leaned in closer. "My name is Yi. What's your name? Are you waiting for the prince? It's said that the prince has a stunning appearance and prefers red attire, is that true?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to the proximity of the boy, N12 turned away, dodging slightly. With the boy's nearness, his fingers subconsciously rested on the weapon inside his sleeve. He ran through all known messages in his mind but found none matching. Who was this Yi? Just probing about his master upon meeting, and able to wander freely within the grounds of Hellion Manor, several warnings rang in his heart. The boy blinked his large adorable eyes. "I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just genuinely curious. Please don't ignore me." N12 stood up and sat properly, facing Yi calmly. He spoke slowly, "Our master will arrive these couple of days. If you're curious, go see for yourself. Excuse me, I have some matters to attend to. Sir, feel free to do as you wish." With that, he immediately stood up, tipped his toes, and swiftly leapt into the air, disappearing among the trees. In a flash, he scaled the walls and disappeared from view. Before long, no trace of him could be found anymore. Yi's seemingly innocent demeanor faded bit by bit, replaced with a slight smirk curling his lips, while his index finger rubbed under his chin. Muttering to himself, "This is truly interesting." N12 did not stop until he reached his dwelling, only then descending from midair, entering the house and shutting the door firmly before his nerves finally relaxed. "Master, why haven't you come already?" The next day, Qin Huangji's carriage stopped at the entrance of the manor. N12 lingered in the shadows, watching his master in red step off the carriage, turning around to take little brother 13 in his arms. Then he noticed brother 1's flushed ear tips. He understood everything and silently covered his face. Their master really wasted no time. If it weren't for little brother 13's good health. Little 12. A deep, low voice exploded in N12's ear. Suddenly startled, he moved only to find a solid chest plastered against his back. A moist sensation brushed his ear, and his whole earlobe was sucked into a wet embrace. Brother 5, don't. Master is still here. The wet sensation didn't stop, instead, it became more aggressive, kissing all the way down his neck. Helplessly, he tilted his head upwards. Then his body was turned around, revealing brother 5 whose gaze was terrifyingly profound, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Before he could react, his hands were pinned above his head, followed by a dominant and overbearing kiss. N12's mouth was filled, a sense of suffocation overwhelming him. Instinctively, he struggled, lifting his knee to thrust toward N5's groin. And 5 remained calm, blocking him with his legs, pressing the person against the wall lightly while adopting a dangerous tone, using me and running away. Departing without a word. And 12's lips were released, allowing him to inhale sharply, but before he could exhale, another kiss enveloped him. Entirely trapped, except for his superior lightness skill, and 12's martial arts were weakest among them, whereas and 5 excelled completely opposite ways. Unable to fight back, unable to break free, and too afraid to make a sound lest he disturb their master, and 12 had no chance to explain before being so harshly questioned. The longing he'd felt over the days turned into. Several times he tried to speak up, only for N5 to silence him with fierce kisses, ruthless and brutal, leaving his mind in a daze. All he could think was to struggle first and talk later, inadvertently using his internal power. But N5 thought N12 was trying to escape again. Grabbing both of his wrists with one hand, he slid the other down and pressed at his waist. Though not forceful, it was enough to make N12 dispel his inner strength, weakening his body. N12 became furious, his eyes reddening, but with his mouth firmly blocked, all he could do was bite down hard on N5's tongue. Seizing the moment while N5 was distracted by the pain, N12 suddenly exerted all his might, breaking free from the hold and pinning the person against the wall by grabbing onto his shoulders. Afraid that N5 would regain his senses, he quickly spoke through gritted teeth, "I missed you, I didn't mean to avoid you." Chapter 149 Extra, Enwu and Enshire, Part 4. Enwu's breath caught, immense joy rising in his chest. He couldn't help but smile as he mulled over the words repeatedly in his mind. He always wanted to double-check despite feeling unsure every time. Glancing down, he saw Enshire's reddened eyes, the swollen corners of his lips, and a fleeting look of guilt before he reached up carefully and touched those bruised lips. Enshire, catching sight of An sneaking a glance in their direction, quickly nudged the person into the shadows, lowering his voice. "The master has entered the estate. Let's go inside first." Dazed, Enwu nodded, following Enshire closely as they climbed the wall and leapt onto the roof beams. Before them stood the figure of their master. Turning around, Enshire looked at the shadow clinging to his back, lifting his hand to nudge him. "Why are you standing so close?" "Fear that you might run away." Enwu replied honestly. Enshire rolled his eyes, pulling up the hem of his robe which had dropped down. "I've already said I'm not dodging you. You were sleeping deeply then, so I didn't wake you." Glancing briefly in the direction of their master, he saw them seated in the hall talking, listening carefully for any sign of trouble nearby, then turned around again. "Brother Wu, it's been 5 years. I'm neither foolish nor blind. I want to give this with you a try." Thump, thump, thump. Enwu's heart was racing so fast that he instinctively pressed his hand on his chest. Looking from this angle, Enshire could see him smiling silently but unable to laugh audibly, only revealing his awkward smirk like the village idiot. It made him want to laugh suddenly. "Brother, what are you doing?" A voice interrupted abruptly, breaking the tender moment. Enshire and Enwu startled and turned their heads simultaneously. Enwu even instinctively stepped forward to shield Enshire from the smiling youth sitting on a beam nearby, his legs dangling freely below, feeling a massive tremor within. He hadn't heard any sound. Enshire's gaze hardened slightly. "Young master, why are you here?" Jing Yi's gaze lingered momentarily on the arm of Enwu shielding Enshire, moving upward until it rested on those slightly swollen lips, darkening immediately. Then he broke out into a bright smile. "I'm looking for you. You haven't told me your name yet." The bright and cheerful mood that Enwu had felt just moments ago plummeted instantly. If not for being on the beam, he would have hidden Enshire behind him, keeping him from this man's sight. Even still, he shifted slightly, covering half of Enshire's face. "The hidden guards of the Holy Wave Kingdom, young master. If there's anything you need, it's best to speak with our master." The near-reproachful tone prompted Jing Yi to finally focus his gaze on Enwu's face, where the dark, wooden features appeared. Jing Yi's eyes widened ever so slightly. A face like this. He glanced once more at Enshire, such an interesting person, was his eyesight really so poor? Truly, it was a pity. Enshire felt Jing Yi's sympathetic gaze upon him, stiffened slightly, pressed his lips together, and the tension in his expression seemed to dissipate somewhat. Their location wasn't far from the hall, though concealed well. But sitting in the hall were none other than the master, Xiao Sanshi, Helian Nanchu, and Shan Hongyu, all no ordinary individuals. Not to mention the other hidden guards lurking in the shadows. They had already received multiple glances just moments before. Given the manner in which this Jing Yi openly intruded, his identity was definitely something significant, certainly not an enemy. Thus, Enshire addressed him with a bit more respect. "Young master, my name is Enshire. This is Enwu." Upon hearing the definite names, Jing Yi seemed pleased, swinging his legs faster. "Big brother 12. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a sharp gaze on his back. Jing Yi froze stiffly, slowly turning around to meet the warning eyes of Helian Nanchu. Instantly, his demeanor fell. Pouting, he murmured, "Big brother, I'll come find you another time. Someone is coming to hit me." With that, his body slumped backward, rapidly falling off the beam. As he neared the ground, he twisted sharply, landing gracefully and steadily. His smile became fainter, his head slightly tilted, looking toward Enwu perched on the beam. And Shire kept his eyes fixed on Jing Yi, growing increasingly astonished. The martial arts skills of this person were probably on par with Xiao 13. SSS. As he pondered these thoughts intently, his ear was suddenly gripped painfully. And Shire turned around and saw An Wu's dark face. His skin was already dark, and when he frowned, it became even more somber. Biting his lip, he swallowed the laughter that had risen in his throat. An Wu only felt a surge of emotions at this moment, his voice colder by several degrees. Who is he, why does he ask for your name, and why do you tell him? And Shire blinked her eyes, pulling An Wu down from the roof beam, moving further away, and spoke in an extremely low voice. You're already getting jealous before I've given you my commitment. An Wu snorted coldly, repeating, you told him your name. I also told him your name, and Shire rolled her eyes and nudged him with her elbow. Shut up. If we disturb the master, you'll be punished in my place. An Wu's breathing became heavier, and he silently closed his mouth, not daring to speak anymore, nor daring to tell An Shire. Punishment, it seemed they couldn't avoid it. Chapter 150 Epilogue, An Wu and An 12, Part 5. The moon shone brightly while the stars were sparse, and a gentle breeze rustled softly. An 12 quietly squatted on the roof, watching as the master conversed joyfully with Mr. Shan and Mr. Helion, blinking his eyes that had grown sore. He subtly shifted positions, going from squatting to lying prone, tapping his fingers against the beam as his gaze scanned around. He didn't know where Brother Wu had gone to hide at this point. Not until dusk approached did the master and An 13 return to their quarters. An 12 followed them closely, waiting for the attendants to leave before descending from the roof, nimbly slipping into the window, kneeling in front of the two people. Presenting myself to master and lord. Qin Huangji leaned to one side on the soft couch, leaning back against An 13. One foot bent so its heel rested on the couch edge while the other foot lay casually on the floor. He glanced up momentarily, propped against An 13's shoulder, and asked lazily. Is everything in the mansion fine? An 12's eyelids flickered slightly, his tone respectful. All is well, young master has entered the eastern palace and now follows by the crown prince's side. Qin Huangji nodded casually. This was something his royal elder brother had discussed with him. In recent years, Bao had become increasingly mature, handling matters at a young age, already following his own methods. Though he had acknowledged him as a family member, he could not be registered on the imperial jade roll. If Qin himself passed away, and Bauer could not support Saint Lan, being with Mu Chen would also be a good arrangement. An 12 knelt, waiting for his master's instructions. His vision fell naturally onto the corner of the two men's clothes. A bright red hem almost completely covered half of An 13's leg. Master is likely leaning against An 13. Thinking this, An 12 couldn't help but lower his gaze further. His eyes settled on the tips of their feet. Dark guards must not look directly at the master, must not spy on the master. These regulations were ingrained in his blood, no longer requiring thought, they were instinctively followed. As he was lost in thought, the master's clear voice interrupted. Do you recognize the young man you spoke with today? An 12's heart skipped a beat. The master's tone sounded casual, yet an invisible layer of pressure filled the room, making his heart beat faster and faster. There was no reason for the master to ask such a question without purpose. After carefully recalling the process of meeting Jing Yi, he found nothing amiss, so he spoke. Sir only knows him as Jing Yi. Should Sir order me to investigate? Qin Huangji rubbed his cheek against An 13's shoulder, seeking a more comfortable position, then turned his gaze to An 12. He noticed how thin and petite he was, his face giving an impression that somewhat resembled a woman's. Seeing that An 12 kept his head bowed, his eyes lowered, Qin Huangji said casually, look up. An 12 was perplexed, but obeying orders was deeply ingrained in him. Even before his brain reacted, his head had already lifted up, albeit still keeping his eyes low out of respect. Qin Huangji appraised him from head to toe, unable to resist saying, Tisk. Apart from looking paler than usual, there wasn't much else notable about him except for the small mole near the corner of his eye, which made one want to glance a little longer. An 13 sat upright on the soft sofa, one hand resting on his knee, the other wrapped around Qin Huangji's waist, ensuring that he wouldn't fall due to fidgeting. His eyes stayed fixed on Qin Huangji. Hearing him make a tisk sound, An 13 moved his gaze slightly, casting a look at An 12, but said nothing. Feeling the eyes upon his face, An 12 grew increasingly anxious. He hadn't violated any rules lately, except for the matter concerning Brother Wu. Judging by the master's past attitude, the most serious outcome would just be some form of punishment. It shouldn't have resulted in this strange behavior. Unconsciously, the calf muscles of his legs tensed as his toes curled anxiously. Sure enough, soon after, the master's casual voice came, he surnames Helion and wishes to take you under his control. An 12 was shocked to the core, forgetting all etiquette. His gaze immediately shot toward Qin Huangji. Making eye contact with those pitch-black pupils startled him, and he hastily lowered his head. His complexion gradually paled as his whole body trembled. He didn't understand what wrong he had done, and why his master seemed ready to discard him. Instinctively bowing lower, his forehead touched the ground. Filled with terror, his voice became hoarse. I admit my fault, please punish me, whatever penalty it may be. I beg the master not to send me away. Qin Huangji chuckled faintly. When had he ever said he would drive him away? All these dark guards seemed to share this same problem. Glancing around, his eyes fell on the person beside him. Seeing him sitting ramrod straight, his eyebrows and eyes lowered, seemingly ignoring the conversation earlier, yet his fingers were repeatedly poking Qin Huangji's waist. Just as Qin Huangji was about to speak, he heard a strange noise coming from outside the room. Dark 12 was gripped by terror, his mind a blank void buzzing with noise, and naturally he hadn't heard anything. He glanced up at Dark 13 and impulsively crawled forward 2 steps on his knees. Bowing down again, his head struck the floor. "Master, I beg of you." He had been trained as the young master's shadow guard since childhood, enduring countless hardships and punishments, and receiving innumerable penalties. Being the master's dark guard was their only faith. To get closer to the master, they'd killed comrades, superiors, and countless enemies. If the master rejected him, he didn't know how he would be able to survive. Qin Huangji watched as Dark 12's emotions swelled and couldn't help but feel touched. Emerging from Dark 13's embrace, he sat up straight. "You're good at pleading." Then he scanned towards the window. "Dark 5, come in if you've heard." A gentle sound came from the windowsill as Dark 5 knelt respectfully beside Dark 12, glancing at him with a heavy heart. "I overstepped my bounds, master, please punish me." Qin Huangji waved a hand dismissively. "Don't act like it's a life-and-death situation. I don't intend to do that. Instead, both of you should explain yourselves." Upon hearing this, Dark 12's expression relaxed slightly, his body slumping onto the ground. After the little drama just now, his and Xiao Wu's affair seemed utterly insignificant. As long as he wasn't cast out, he would endure any punishment. Xiao Wu bowed reverently twice. "For years, I have cherished feelings for Dark 12, unable to control myself. I beg your indulgence, master. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I will gladly accept." Qin Huangji wasn't blind, he had seen everything clearly in the past 5 years. He also wasn't someone who clung strictly to rules, especially when it came to matters of the heart which could not bear interference from others. Hearing Xiao Wu speak, he turned back toward Dark 12, "And what about you?" Dark 12 immediately straightened himself on his knees. "Same for me, as long as master doesn't drive me away, I'll take any punishment." Qin Huangji gave an exasperated roll of his eyes. He grew impatient seeing them like this. It would be better spending this time pulling Xiao 13 into an embrace. "I don't have the time to deal with your issues. Resolve it among yourselves. Now go." Xiao Wu's heart leaped with joy. Bang, 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 he kowtowed 3 times. "Thank you, master." Saying that, he picked up a dazed Dark 12 and carried him out. The bridal carry. Qin Huangji looked at Xiao Wu's retreating figure and raised an eyebrow slightly. This reaction was unusually fast and bore no resemblance to his usually stolid demeanor. The end.